In the era of the Qi dynasty, Qi Huang ruled boundless territories divided into great kingdoms. Within the kingdoms, there were clans weaker than the kingdoms, and these clans had to offer a set amount of resources to the kingdom each year. Clans depended on kingdoms, kingdoms depended on the dynasty, and the dynasty depended on even stronger powers. The whole world was stratified like a pyramid. In the capital of the great Qi Huang dynasty, houses were densely packed side by side. A group of people entered a tavern and called out, "Waiter, serve the family the best 12 jars of 7-star wine." The waiter shouted back, "Yes, please come inside." Inside, a man wearing a straw hat quietly savored his cup of wine. One of the people said, "I wonder when young Master Fang will return. When he comes back, it will be when Prince Liu Zhang loses his life. With the prince gone, Fang Mansion has agreed with the Fiexa clan that we can take 1/10 of old Liu's inheritance. Wonderful." He held a mocking expression and added, "But I heard the prince still has an heir outside. If the child gets angry and seeks revenge on us, what then?" The man opposite calmly replied, "Shah, what's there to fear? 5 years ago, Lu Chen at 18 was reckless and wild, indulging in pleasures, never cultivating. At 18 he was still a waste, let alone seeking revenge." They laughed loudly in agreement indeed. Perhaps while wandering outside he would encounter a demon beast or bandits. His bones would turn to soil. The tombstone would be overgrown with grass. The man in the straw hat glanced at the two others silently, saying nothing. He angrily slammed the cup in his hand, cutting off the conversation. "Hey, you two, that old man. Cuff Lu Zhang is after all the prince of the 6 kingdoms." They looked at him with puzzled expressions. He looked at them mockingly and said, "You dare to discuss the ruler of the 6 kingdoms in the capital, under the heavens? Is that acceptable?" The man opposite gritted his teeth in anger and warned, "Boy, you dress like this. You must be from elsewhere. Let me tell you something everyone here knows. The 6 kingdoms now are under the Lu. But within 3 days, the ruler will change. This 6th kingdom will become the world of General Fang." He smiled and questioned him, "Interesting, is that what you say?" He stared at them, killing intent brimming, thinking silently, could it be the rebellious Fang Chang speaking? The group grew resentful. The man shouted angrily, "Insolent, the given name of General Fang. How dare you address it directly?" The young man in the straw hat calmly praised, "Oh, you serve your master wholeheartedly, just like the Fang family's guard dog." Hearing himself insulted, he fumed and rushed at him shouting, "Damn boy is so arrogant." The young man calmly glanced at him without moving. He charged, shouting wildly, reckless, but as his fist reached, the young man calmly blocked it with one hand. He looked at him mockingly and said, "Weak yet arrogant, one wrong word and you die." Seconds later he quietly channeled his energy, warning he broke the man's arm, just a bit of discipline. People behind rushed forward with weapons. "How dare you injure our Faker clan disciple? Kill him, avenge our brother." He spoke contemptuously, a bunch of minnows. With that he lunged out of the sheath towards the group. No effort was needed to defeat the arrogant crowd. The sword god defeated those before him. A few seconds later, it obediently returned to the sheath. The young man sighed, "Let's return to the palace, see how the old man is." In the majestic royal palace at this moment, seeing a stranger, the guards called out, "Who goes there?" The guards blocked the path. "This is the forbidden royal area. Without a token, step back immediately." He removed his straw hat and asked coldly, "Hey, is that necessary? I've been gone 5 years, and no one recognizes me." The guards were stunned and delighted, shouting together, "Your Highness, you are Lu Chen." Seeing the young man, they kept shouting, "Indeed, it's His Highness. The prince has returned." He should remind them, all right, see how happy you are." He continued, crying and shouting at midnight, disturbing the people. Subordinate bowed and reported, "But your Highness, the palace situation is complicated. Better to leave to avoid trouble," Lu Chen asked. "Leave?" Lu Chen spoke in displeasure. "I crossed a chasm and returned to the winds of the world, and you tell me to leave? I can't even see my father." Another rushed forward in agreement. "Indeed, your Highness, if you are back, then enter." The subordinate was embarrassed. "Here." The subordinate respectfully guided him. "Your Highness, please this way." Lu Chen asked seriously, "Is my father dead?" The subordinate hesitated. Your Highness, the prince is poisoned, sometimes conscious, sometimes delirious, but not beyond hope." He calmly replied, "So he's not dead. Luckily still can be saved." The subordinate looked embarrassed, sweat pouring, worriedly said, "Your Highness jokes, we have arrived." Then the subordinate quickly opened the door. He shouted happily, "Master Mac, look who's back." Someone inside called out in surprise, You are Lu Chen, your Highness." "This is the 4th grade alchemist, Jingkong." Lu Chen greeted Elder Mac, 5 years without meeting, still well. He looked at the middle-aged man lying in pain and said, "Father, this time truly a hidden danger." Jingkong respectfully said, "Apologies, your Highness. With my 4th grade alchemy, I cannot counter this poison. The royal poison needs at least a 6th grade divine elixir to cure." Lu Chen handed over a vial. "This is the divine elixir, right?" Jingkong replied happily, "Yes, this divine elixir. 1 pill is enough for your Highness." Then he froze and asked, This, your highness, where did you get so many 6th grade divine elixirs? Lu Chen tossed the vial at him, reminding, why care so much? Give it all to father. A voice rang out behind. I heard, Lu Chen, your highness is back. Let me see. A man approached laughing. Your highness, 5 years no meet. Still youthful, lived well outside all these years. He is the 6th kingdom royal advisor. Hu Chan, Lu Chen glanced at him and answered, so it's Elder Zuo. 5 years no meet. I wonder if his formation skills have broken the 6th level. Hu Chen replied, your highness, don't tease me. Reaching the 5th level in this life is already lucky. 6th level, I dare not even think. He sighed and warned, but, your highness, you shouldn't return now. The royal city is in turmoil. Your identity is too dangerous. Xing Kong opposed, this old man lacks understanding. Your highness returning now is perfect timing. He kept boasting and praising. See, divine elixir can detoxify your highness. You brought a big vial upon return. Excellent, Hu Chen replied. This is divine elixir. With this, the poison will be gone in a few days. Xing Kong's hand holding the vial froze in midair. Hu Chan thought, 6th grade elixir, even in the royal court, is rare. One pill can be worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. What has Lu Chen, your highness, endured outside for 5 years? Looking at the mature youth before him, he silently admired. Back then he refused cultivation. Now he has this strength. Looking at the emperor, Xing Kong said, your highness has used the divine elixir. The poison is neutralized. He should awaken within 3 days. Lu Chen replied coldly, father has survived this. Elder Mac, Elder Zuo. Now you have time. Clarify everything. He continued coldly. I must see who dares poison even the prince. At the same time in the main hall, a group gathered. One furious man shouted, what you say? Dozens of our disciples were all killed by a brat. The subordinate bowed low and reported, yes, Patriarch Li Hai. According to our investigation, it was Prince Lu Chen who killed 31 of our disciples at the tavern. The young man beside him spoke up. Lu Chen, the heir of 6th Prince Lu Zhang, disliked cultivation. Disappeared 5 years ago, so why suddenly appear now? This is the sinister sect master, Zhang Kui. Patriarch Li Hai of the Flying Serpent sect shouted angrily. That brat wasn't a useless good-for-nothing who didn't cultivate. After 5 years gone, now returning and killing 30 top Celestial Realm experts. It seems the lost years were spent training, already with such skill. Truly a genius. If only. Voice rang out, enough, stop talking nonsense. The man sitting in the seat of authority spoke coldly. What of a genius? An immature genius is still a useless person. It's just a life. He is the 6th Kingdom's Grand General Fang Chang. Li Hai looked at the old man approvingly. Indeed, besides, the 6th Prince has administered the poison seed to the 6th Prince. Zhang Kui ground his teeth, adding with satisfaction, that 6th Prince will surely die within 3 days. Now he returns. What use is it? We just need to sit here and watch what they can do. Fang Chang spoke. Everything is about to succeed. His gaze coldly announced, once the 6th Prince dies, he thought proudly of this vast land. The world of the 6th Kingdom will be mine. On this side, Lu Chen continuously speculated, meaning, it's all the work of 5 celestial spirits causing trouble. Nothing can be done. His Majesty is the only celestial realm of the 6th Kingdom. Gravely injured, no one can hold off the 5 celestial spirits. Lu Chen looked to the right at Q Chan and Sen and said, arrange the 7 absolute sword formation, deploy it across the palace, so that the 5 celestial scum arrive one by one. The elder left was shocked and asked again, what, a 5th level killing formation? This advanced formation? Even the royal court doesn't have it. Turned back, tossed a bottle of spirit pills to the other and instructed, General Li, I have over 1,000 marrow-cleansing pills. Distribute them to all palace guards of the capital at will. Later, when the guards' single drug surges under the celestial realm, take care of it. General Li was astonished and delighted. Here, many thanks, your highness, long live, long live. Seeing His Highness Lu Chen leave, the crowd whispered, what has His Highness been through these years? How can he possess so many rare treasures? Xing Kong spoke up to warn, your highness, where are you going? Do not rush. He glanced at them and replied, what now? Lu Chen's gaze changed, his face frowned. He announced cruelly, go kill. The group bowed and shouted, your highness, be careful. Outside the 6th Kingdom's palace, Lu Chen walked while thinking, outside is not a prison. No need to worry or fear. In 5 years, what danger have I not faced? Recall before, chased by an emperor for 10 days and nights, still alive now, grinning. He continued forward calmly. Behind, a group of men in black surged after him. One shouted, it's Lu Chen. Follow him, they thought. Wait until he leaves the palace, find a hidden corner and kill him. The fierce men stared at him, tailing closely. But at this moment his gaze sharpened. He looked sternly at the followers and whispered, these men are, he warned firmly, following me. Right behind, the men in black surged forward shouting, target turns into the alley, speed up, follow and eliminate him. The 3 of them sprinted towards Lu Chen, but by then Lu Chen's figure had vanished. The men gawked and shouted, where did he go? In this alley? No Lu Chen. The men shouted angrily, damn, we were tricked. Everyone fly up, search carefully around for him. Men launched themselves into the air, eyes searching for him. But below, a simple-minded man sneered, follow me, impossible. This ugly man was Lu Chen. He silently praised, my transformation magic has reached its peak, able to change in a blink. A celestial realm cultivator cannot see any flaw. Soon his expression returned to normal. He reminded himself, escape the shrimp, now handle official matters. Palace arranged the 7 absolute killing formation, just waiting for the fool Celestials to come seek death. He thought seriously, if he kills all the hares, surely they will fly into a rage and immediately come to the palace to die. Thinking of the pleasure houses where beautiful courtesans danced, he recalled Li Hao, son of flying serpent sex patriarch Li Hai lustful, likes pleasure houses, 9 out of 10 days at the pleasure house. Inwardly Lu Chen sneered, the weakest of those to kill, only a beginner in key condensation, likely from playing in pleasure houses for years, neglecting martial arts, pitifully weak. A girl passed by, he glanced at her and smiled with hidden meaning. On this side the girl opened the door and called, young Master Li, it's almost noon, time to eat. But stepping inside she faced a shocking scene, her eyes widened, tears streamed. The frightened girl's face changed, tears running she sobbed, Li, young Master Li, killing he has killed. Young Master Li's body was covered in blood, breath ceased, a thought arose, target 1 killed. In a wealthy district, majestic, this is the Black Arena, the most famous martial combat arena of the 6 Kingdoms capital, a brutal arena built of blood and bones. Flying serpent sect's Li Hai likes flowers and wine. The second target, the son of sinister sect master Zhang, is the opposite. Zhang Yu trained in martial arts since youth, uninterested in wine or women, a martial enthusiast. Now Zhang Yu fought fiercely in the arena. Below, the crowd cheered enthusiastically, go Zhang Xiao, go Zhang Xiao. Elsewhere, someone said heard 6th Prince Lu Zhang is about to die. Someone nearby continued, not sure, the royal palace's 5th level earth spirit formation hasn't been broken, 6th Prince's life uncertain, but the 4 great celestials have been attacking the formation for months. 6th Prince has not appeared, likely heavily injured as rumored. He said coldly, but this has nothing to do with me, don't ruin my arena business, being a prince is the same everywhere. Behind, Lu Tian quietly infiltrated by transforming into a spirit guard. Looking towards the arena, he said, indeed, Zhang Yu is still fighting there. Moreover, looking at the stands, he spotted Nian searching. He said happily, Nian Hua is here. 2 birds with 1 stone, no need to run around. Nian Hua, the son of celestial realm cultivator Ni Wuming. Ni Wuming is also a rebel. Nian Hua stood hands on the chair, congratulating Zhang Xiao, your spirit has strengthened. Congratulations. Zhang Yu laughed loudly and asked, polite, do you wish to compete in martial skill? Nian Hua refused, I'll pass, go to the pleasure house to find Li Hao, eat together. Behind a voice rang, sorry, I'm afraid you won't get to find Li Hao for lunch. Nian Hua frowned in displeasure, aren't you the servant, guarding the door, yet you dare speak to us this way? Immediately his gaze turned to horror. Lu Chen dashed, flames surging around him. Nian Hua feared, gritted teeth thinking, this is killing intent, terrifying, how can a brat have this? Lu Chen punched powerfully, Nian Hua spread his arms to block. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen struck a blow searing through body and soul, muscles tensed. One strike from Lu Chen shattered Nian Hua's bones and flesh. Lu Tian said coldly, 5 years not seen, you useless brat, haven't grown stronger at all. Zhang Yu clenched his teeth saying, you are. He shouted at the cruel young man before him, Lu Chen. He frowned in panic and yelled, you, it's Lu Chen. Zhang Wei said mockingly, once a waste, now daring to act against me. He laughed loudly in triumph, you're surely dead. Immediately a sphere of killing intent formed in his hands. Shot straight at Lu Chen, shouting kill. The poison energy surged toward Lu Chen, enveloping his entire body, yet his eyes remained piercing. He charged powerfully, tearing through the energy, striking toward Zhang Wei. Grabbed by Lu Chen, he shouted in frustration, Kof, impossible, my poison. Lu Chen looked at him mockingly, you know nothing of true power, still only an overestimating fool. He stared coldly, adding force to his arm and crushed Zhang Wei's neck. Lu Chen smiled cruelly at the fallen Zhang Wei, declaring, I will destroy everything, no need to worry, they will come to you soon enough. On the stands, everyone who had witnessed the scene spoke in wonder. Who is this, so arrogant? The heir of the original clan kills as he wishes. Is he not afraid of death? As evening fell, the sky glowed red. Lu Chen returned to the mansion, his gaze sharp and cold. Looking at the slightly open door ahead, he said with amusement, let's continue then. On the other side, subordinates bowed anxiously, reporting, Master, something serious has happened, something serious. Zhang Kui frowned in displeasure. What happened? Panicking like that? What sense is there? The subordinate's face turned pale, trembling as he reported, the young master is dead. Young master Zhang Wei was killed by Lu Chen in the Black Arena, yes. Not only the young master Ni Hua, was also killed by Lu Chen. Countless witnesses saw it. Zhang Kui's eyes reddened with anger, clenching his fists and shouting, outrageous, that brat dares. Every echo rang in his mind, reporting Lord Li Hai disaster. The young master died at Hua Tower. Lord King, may you feel less grief. All 3 young masters were killed at the King Mansion, all dead. The images of each brutal death appeared. Zhang Kui raged, how could this be? Li Hai's eyes reddened in disbelief. Damned, in one day he wiped out the hairs of all 4 of us. He declared angrily, if this revenge is not taken, we are not worthy as fathers. I must settle accounts with that brat Lu Chen. Finishing, the 3 of them angrily flew toward the royal palace, shouting, go to the royal palace, join forces to break the formation. The group flew toward the palace, declaring, seeing Lu Chen kill without question. Reaching the palace, they shouted loudly, "Lu Chen, come out and face death." Lu Chen slowly stepped out from inside. He arrogantly looked at them and said, "Came fast, didn't you?" Zhang Kui angrily shouted, "Little bastard, did you kill my children?" Lu Chen calmly replied, "Yes, your children were too weak, utterly useless, could not withstand a single strike from me." He stood tall, boldly challenging, "Now I stand here, come and kill me if you can." Zhang Kui's eyes flashed with killing intent, shouting, "Just wait, Lu Chen. The formation will be destroyed, I will kill you." Then he commanded, "Go, break this shattered turtle shell with full force." Guessing the enemy would rush the formation, he charged forward. The formation slowly cracked in pieces. Zhang Kui proudly punched through the formation and entered the palace. He laughed triumphantly. "The turtle shell is broken, let's see how arrogant you still are." Seconds later, Zhang Kui leapt like a tiger toward Lu Chen, striking. Seeing Lu Chen standing arrogantly, he shouted, "Die." Lu Chen's expression changed, clasping both hands, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Seconds later, sword spirits emerged, full of power. Dozens of swords summoned by Lu Chen appeared behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Kui could not believe it, shouting, "A sword formation? How is there a sword formation here?" Lu Chen's cold face pointed toward Zhang Kui, ordering, "Go." As soon as he finished, the sword formation plunged together toward Zhang Kui. Behind, Li Hai saw Zhang Kui killed by the sword formation, worriedly asked, "What kind of sword formation is this? Capable of slaying original realm experts?" Lu Chen calmly pointed at Li Hai, announcing, "Next it's your turn." The sword spirits relentlessly surged toward the group behind, ignoring, "Please, your highness, spare us. We were wrong. We dare not collude with the general again. Your highness, spare us." He coldly looked at the two torn apart in midair, replying, "Still asking for mercy now." Behind, cries of the doomed echoed. His gaze was icy. He said, "Too late." Another morning, when sunlight filled the palace, the emperor gradually regained consciousness. Hearing the movement, Xingkong joyfully said, "Your highness is awake." The weak emperor asked, "Old Mac, how long have I been unconscious?" "Much of the poison has been cleared, Old Mac. What have you done?" Xingkong clasped hands and replied happily, "Which lowly minister has the skill to detoxify? It was your highness returning who brought the divine elixir to cure you." Seconds later, both turned their gaze toward the door. Lu Chen returned, raising his hand in greeting, "Father, awake." The emperor looked at him and said, You rotten boy, didn't you leave, still come back?" He replied, "Couldn't help it. If I hadn't returned, someone would have been hanged already." Lu Chen advanced, speaking rapidly, "Years ago you forced me to practice martial arts, claiming it would strengthen my body, protect the nation, extend life, safeguard your people. You said someone useless, like me in the Six Kingdoms, would be doomed. See yourself, you train daily, yet the Six Kingdoms nearly perished." The emperor listened angrily, flames of rage gnawing his teeth. He crossed his arms and said warily, "Disappointed you. You think all these years father worked so hard, thought he had subdued the Xiang Kingdom. I prepared to return to inherit the great work, and the result is father was betrayed. If I hadn't returned in time, the Six Kingdoms would belong to the Fang. If grandfather knew father failed like this, he would surely rise from the coffin to beat him." The emperor's face bulged with veins, each word piercing him like arrows. He turned away and muttered, "For 18 years, every day the old man lectured him on morality. Now that he was about to rot, he looked at the angry old man behind him and whispered, 'Finally it's my turn to instruct my father.'" Lu Chen, a strong young man of the present, was the same person who 18 years ago on Earth suffered a stroke from overtime and transmigrated. He fainted and rushed toward the Palace of Six Kings. Long ago in the Palace of Six Kings, Lu Chen was born, and after he transmigrated, unlike the crazed cultivation of arrogant dragons, he chose to live happily day by day, even being scolded as a waste, mainly because he transmigrated as the only son of the Emperor of the Six Kingdoms. He remembered himself back then, born at the finish line. Why should he strive? Why cultivate? Training could lead to a stroke anyway. Yet this old man forced him to cultivate daily, spouting a whole string of moral lessons, and when he turned 18, he could no longer bear it and ran away from Wang Cheng. He recalled meeting the five masters, thinking that after fleeing Wang Cheng, he could finally live without effort, starting his life of nurturing. But unexpectedly, five top beauties fell from the sky, claiming he was a once-in-a-millennium talent, and dragging him back to cultivate. A charming, domineering woman was the Grand Master Ying Xia, head of the Abyss, strict and imposing, with supreme cultivation, and many admirers. She often patted his head and reminded him, "Take this, some money and magical items. They mean nothing to your Grand Master, they are just trivial." And moreover, she was the wealthiest lady of the Abyss, yet cared deeply for him. Next was a serious person, always reminding him to diligently practice, to protect his junior sister, the second master Yaoxi, ruler of the Holy Land of the Sword of the Imperial Abyss, cold and solemn. His junior sister nestled in his arms and softly said, "Senior brother, greetings," he recalled, but felt she was cold outside, warm inside, teaching him cultivation and making a lovely junior sister. The third was Third Master Yiru, lady of the Soft Emperor Abyss, a beautiful and cold woman, strict, serious, seldom smiling. She once tied him up, coldly reminding him not to be lazy, diligently train, yet always use strange methods to push him, a mischievous character. The fourth was a petite and cute girl, fourth Master Huadai, head of the Mystic Abyss Pill sect, top alchemist of 10 abysses, often cheerfully suggesting, next time you must help me test the medicine. The fifth was extremely mysterious, often asking Lu Chen, little one, is this magical item I made for you fitting? The fifth master King Yin, top key master of 10 abysses. Lu Chen spent each day immersed in scriptures, weapons, elixirs, and countless treasures, sighing in frustration, I just want to live a simple life as a second-generation noble. He propped his hand on his forehead, saying wearily, this must be the suffering all rich people endure. At the royal palace, a thunderous shout rang out, this rebellious son. Xing Kong clasped his hands respectfully and reminded, Your Majesty, sow good and reap good. In the past you were too harsh with His Highness. He still holds grudges. The emperor sighed, fine, tell me, while I was unconscious, what did this rebellious son do? Xing Kong began to recount. It went like this. After Your Majesty fell unconscious, only when the entire capital was shrouded in darkness did the story end. The emperor suddenly threw the cup in his hand and shouted, What? He asked sternly, incredulously, a 6th grade spirit pill, 5 years of cultivation to reach perfect marrow level, producing 3,000 marrow pills, 500 supreme pills, 200 primal spirit pills for the guards. Xing Kong calmly replied, Your Majesty, that is correct. The emperor spoke, why do I feel he is even richer than a noble like me? He continued seriously, unexpectedly he consecutively killed the heirs of several rebels, arranged 5th level killing formations, slaughtered 4 primal spirit level experts, 5 years unseen. What has this rebellious son endured? Right behind, a column of bright energy tore through the sky. Xing Kong said, this aura, could it be His Highness is breaking through? The column blazed stronger and showed no sign of dying down. At this moment Lu Chen closed his eyes to cultivate, his face tense. He suddenly opened his eyes, gaze icy, killing intent blazing. Moments later he rose, earth and stone shattered around him. He said proudly, this is the 9th time experiencing the power and ability of a supernormal life. At this time the world's cultivation was divided into body, key condensation, marrow, supernormal, primal body, noble emperor, saint, holy general, and holy king, 10 realms in total. Lu Chen thought solemnly, I just broke through from late perfect marrow to the supernormal realm. He clenched his fist into the void and questioned, the 9 heavenly techniques passed down by the Grand Master. What kind of ancient and strange cultivation method is this? His entire body tensed, face scowled, hands gripping an object flashing with light. This method required one to repeatedly reach supernormal realm and then self-prune the Tao 9 times consecutively. He warily popped a spirit pill into his mouth and muttered, but this is already the 9th time. Lu Chen sat down and added, using Wuxia pill to heal wounds. 9 self-prunes count as completing, no need to prune Tao in the future. 3 days passed. Lu Chen opened the door and stepped outside. Outside, Xing Kong and Qiu Chan bowed, congratulating His Highness on breaking through to supernormal realm. He humbly replied, Master, you are congratulating prematurely. I haven't broken through. I am still perfect marrow realm. Qiu Chan looked at him puzzled. Your Highness broke through a few days ago, within 10 miles of spiritual energy, all absorbed. Such a disturbance, yet no breakthrough. Lu Chen replied, while walking, at that time I did successfully break through, but then I self-pruned the Tao, dropping from supernormal, now still perfect marrow, but each self-prune increases aptitude. He glanced at the 2 behind him and explained, the aim is to infinitely approach supernormal life. In ancient times, supernormal life was not just a realm, but a definition, 6 vital points on the human body. Taiyang Ke Hai Kuchi Hui Yin, blood Si Ji Shi, with Kai and blood vast, the body and life constantly changing. This defines supernormal life. Lu Chen stretched and said loudly, Kai and blood vast, body and life constantly changing, this defines supernormal life. But then his gaze turned sharp and cruel, continuing, supernormal life is the definition of evolutionary life. Not just a realm. Back when I self-pruned the Tao the 2nd time, I killed supernormal level beings like dogs. The emperor looked at him incredulously. What 5 years, what have you gone through? He smiled and replied, I just in a single sect. Recalling Grand Master Tu Ying Xia's declaration, array formations, I am the master of 1 abyss. Countless holy formations under me, forging a 5th grade formation, over 1,000 in a day, take this. He happily clasped his hands. Not surprisingly, Grand Master can casually produce so many 5th grade formations. The Grand Master teased and scalded, you are satisfied with such childish toys. Grand Master grabbed his collar, remember, self-prune the supernormal Tao 9 times. Only after becoming supernormal life may you train at Diao Hai in cultivation. He obediently replied, yes, yes, yes. Grand Master is right. I will follow your teaching. But now he hid as he replied, it is an extremely powerful sect, even a single guard can defeat the old man. The emperor's face was furious, his gaze deadly. At Wang Cheng a surge of energy arrived. The emperor assessed seriously this oppressive aura. Looking at the blue sky, the energy shone on Wang Cheng like a frozen mountain, pressing down on the city. This is the will of a king. A royal-level expert has reached the 6 kingdoms. Someone spoke, my royal will has covered the entire city. The opponent must have sensed it. Master Xie Qian of the Fangdang sect continued. Regardless of whether Lu Zheng is dead or not, this 6 kingdoms from now on belong to your father. After all, I have some ties in Qihuang City. Beside me are Fangcheng and Fangtang. Fangcheng's son, he spoke, after settling your father's matters. You must let go of distractions and focus on cultivation. Fangtang clasped his hands gratefully, thanking the master for his full support. The disciple will remember your teachings, Fangcheng happily praised. Good, son. You must strive to cultivate well under Elder Xie Tian to repay this favor. Master Xie Tian shouted, Lu Zheng, come out here to meet me. Lu Chen looked at the people and replied, what are you calling for, so noisy? He said resentfully, so early in the morning, you are too annoying. Above, Master Xie Tian angrily mocked, where did this brat come from to dare interrupt and call the 6th king out to meet me? Xingkong replied, His Majesty is busy with 100 duties, not free to meet you. Master Xie Tian angrily reminded, a minor primordial spirit realm, who gave him the guts to speak to me like that. Seconds later his flashed 2 beams forward. Master Xie Tian shouted, want to die. On this side Xingkong couldn't dodge in time, and was pierced directly in the eyes by the light. Xingkong painfully realized, this is a soul being pierced, attacking the mind. Lu Chen drew his sword and mocked, a king realm bullying a primordial spirit realm in front of everyone. He coldly cut off his spiritual power with a single strike, continuing, using size to oppress the small. You really have no shame. Above suddenly shouted, the sword in your hand is. Master Xie Tian could hardly believe, never thought a treasure could break my spiritual power. Fang said, how could someone like you possess such a treasure? He ignored him and looked back to issue orders. Uncle Mac, don't be cold. After all, they are honored guests of the royal palace. Prepare some tea, invite them in. Uncle made immediately. Yes, sir, I will prepare it. Master Xie Tian was ignored and secretly cursed angrily. These 2 wretches dare to underestimate my words. He looked at the 2 behind him and reminded, you wait here, I will deal with that brat shortly. Fang Cheng inwardly pleased, good. Let him probe this royal palace formation first. After speaking, he leapt off the lotus platform and said, if you have gone out to meet guests then. He approached strongly. How could I not go? Lu Chen looked at him and shouted, 7 absolute sword formation. Immediately after, the 7 absolute sword formation launched toward Master Xie Tian. Looking at the sword coming at him, he frowned, evaluating, indeed 7 absolute sword formation. How can a small kingdom have such a deadly formation? Master Xie Tian calmly responded, the 7 absolute sword formation is indeed formidable, but if this is what you use to confront me directly. He coldly snapped his fingers. The 7 absolute sword formation shattered, mocking, childish. He looked at him warningly, your ridiculous delusions, I will shatter them for you to see. Lu Chen solemnly replied, indeed the 5-level 7 absolute formation cannot trap him. This is clearer to me than anyone. He laughed and announced, though I cannot trap him, I can drive him mad. Moments later he shouted, hey, breaking 1 formation is nothing. He shouted, if you have the skill, break 10 formations. Tens of swords continuously rushed at him. Lu Tian solemnly challenged, break 10 then 100, break 100 then I will throw 1,000, 10,000 formations, I will fight you to the end. Master Xie Tian angrily shouted in disbelief. How can this be? A set of 7 absolute killing formation outside already sells for over 100 million spirit stones. How can a small kingdom like yours have so many precious formations? Lu Chen mockingly replied, look at the poor wretch sulking, isn't it just a few thousand 5-level formations? He added with amusement, perhaps this is the burden of the wealthy, just a little money, trivial matter. Master Xie Tian shouted in discontent, let me see how many formations you actually have for your spells. But 2 hours passed, Master Xie Tian still continuously breaking formations, angrily exhausted, cursed, detestable. His face fearful, suspiciously asked, what, how many formations does this brat have? Could it be he truly has over 1,000 10,000s? Lu Tian calmly teased while resting, continue. Exhausted already or cannot persist any longer? If you can't persist, just tell me. Lu Chen is extremely handsome. You are the most handsome in the world. He took off his sunglasses mocking, sincerely apologized to me. I will show mercy and spare you. Behind, Fang Tang shouted, Lu Chen, shut up, do not insult my master, do you want to die? Lu Chen joked, Fang Tang is your master's disciple. He suffers inside the formation while you stand outside watching. What use is such a disciple? Fang Tang shouted angrily, scoundrel Lu Chen. Do not try to sow discord, I greatly respect my master. Even if up mountains of knives and down seas of fire I will not back down. Lu Chen replied, mountains of knives and seas of fire. Then you kneel in place of your master and beg Lu Chen, the most handsome, 100 times. Then I may consider sparing your master. My demand is small, 100 times is enough. Fang Tang's face darkened with anger. Lu Chen, you scoundrel, you've gone too far. Lu Chen calmly replied, saying one thing and meaning another. Your mouth says endure mounds of knives and seas of fire for your master. Yet even this small request you cannot fulfill. If I were your master, such ungrateful disciple must be expelled from the sect. Fang Tang, stimulated, shouted, shut up, stop talking, I agree. Fang Tang rushed forward, kneeling down, shouting, 100 kotaos for my master, I agree. Now I will kowtow to you. Then lowered his head before Lu Chen. Lu Chen amusedly ordered the maid, go call the imperial kitchen to prepare delicacies for me. He laughed sinisterly. Eating and watching the traitor's son kowtow is the most satisfying. The other side, Fang Tang continued kowtowing and shouting, Lu Chen the most handsome, Lu Chen the most handsome, Lu Chen the most handsome. Lu Chen mocked. 23, 24, 21. He mocked Fang Tang, why is your voice so small, haven't eaten? Fang Tang lowered his head, face grimacing, teeth clenched. He spoke, shout louder for me, seriously Fang Tang, I cannot hear you, haven't eaten. Fang Tang gritted his teeth and cursed, detestable bully, then shouted loudly, Lu Chen the most handsome. Outside the crowd complained, which lunatic is shouting so loudly in the palace? Someone spoke, seems like Fang Tang, went out early this morning, must have hit his head on the doorframe. Inside, Fang Tang with a swollen forehead said resentfully, is that enough? I have kowtowed 100 times. He looked at Lu Chen in front. Lu Chen, release my master quickly. Lu Chen maliciously shook his hand and replied, your head is not yet bruised. Clearly not serious. Do it again. Fang Tang's face turned green with rage. He shouted, be a man and keep your word. I have kowtowed 100 times. Release my master now. Lu Chen smiled and added, for ordinary people he still honors his promises. His cunning gaze fell on him, but for those who bite the hand that feeds, especially the ungrateful, no need to keep promises. On the other side, Master Xie Tian ground his teeth and shouted angrily, enough, shut up all of you. He continued angrily, I do not believe your formation is limitless. Today I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Lu Tian calmly replied, then continue your efforts, I have too many of these trash formations. Wasting space in the bag. Quickly, help me deal with them. Behind, Emperor Hong advanced and shouted, enough. Such waste is disgraceful. The defeated families here using a precious 5th level formation recklessly. He glanced at him and replied, how much is a 5th level formation anyway? And Lu Chen recalled, Ben Master threw these things to me like toilet paper. This trash is basically worthless. The Emperor angrily commanded, defeated here. Still not collecting the formation, Lu Chen replied, if closing then close, why so fierce? Soon the 7 absolutes were gradually withdrawn by Lu Chen, disappearing into the air. The prince advanced politely and asked, Elder Xie Tian, arriving from afar, do you know what has happened? Xie Tian shouted, Lu Zhang. He thought angrily, this wretch is clearly still alive, just now dawdling, trapping me in the formation, treating me like a joke. He continued, Himph, today I come to deliver the great imperial edict of Qi Huang. Xie Tian smugly thought, Lu Zhang, let me see how long your joy lasts. Once I declare His Majesty Qi Huang's edict, you cannot escape death. The 6th kingdom will change. He drew the edict from his sleeve. Drawing the edict, he shouted, edict unleashed. At once a powerful beam of light burst forth. The pillar of light shot straight up, flames surging outward in streams. Inside appeared Emperor Qi Huang. Everyone shouted, this is the aura of His Majesty Qi Huang. The imperial will set into the edict. Lu Zhang knelt on one knee, hands clasped, and said, I pay respects to the Emperor. Xie Tian knelt beside and shouted, I pay respects to the Emperor. Qi Huang majestically shouted, Lu Zhang, after careful consideration I have decided to revoke your kingship and pass it to. The faces of the 3 were extremely tense. Listening intently, suddenly a voice rang out, not bad, very smooth, fits well as toilet paper. Lu Chen held the edict in his hands, praising constantly, especially this floral section, I like it very much. Now for the bathroom. Qi Huang angrily shouted, an impudent brat who knows nothing of heaven or earth. Qi Huang angrily struck towards Lu Chen, shouting, insulting the edict deserves death. Lu Zhang shouted worriedly, Chen Ni, be careful, step back quickly. Lu Chen's face was cold, he said, oh. Moments later he dashed forcefully, cleaving Qi Huang in two with a sword. He mocked, just a royal. He glanced at Qi Huang sarcastically, that's all there is. Qi Huang was furious, pupils contracting, shouting, audacious, dare to destroy my spiritual image. Qi Huang's spiritual image gradually vanished. He shouted, I must kill you. He arrogantly laughed, challenging, if you have the skill, come and kill me. At the palace, thunder and lightning signaled a coming storm. Inside the palace, Qi Huang shouted angrily, who used my edict as toilet paper. Feeling intent surged around, forming a massive pillar. Qi Huang continued, very bold. Qi Huang shouted, summon the martial prince to meet me. The people asked, who angered the emperor so furious? Something major is coming. Outside, a high monk knelt and saw the aura, speaking fearfully, His Highness Lu Chen dares again, disaster is coming. A bystander replied, is there need to fear, old monk, at most our 6th kingdom rebels against the Qi state. The monk trembled, royal presence brings luck, peace, anger brings disaster, corpses everywhere. You cannot understand the danger of a royal at royal level. High Monk's gaze became hollow, recalling in fear, thousands of years ago, the great battle between Qi Huang and the original emperor. Even the aftershock shattered part of the kingdom. At that time, the original emperor and the emperor fought fiercely. An explosion followed, destroying the land. The monk continued. Now Qi Huang is enraged, acting personally. Within the time of an incense stick could drown the Sixth Kingdom until its fall, countless families ruined. Flee this place. At the palace, Xie Tian warned him, brat, it's because of your foolishness the Sixth Kingdom is about to fall. He lunged at him shouting, insulting Qi Huang deserves death, culprit Lu Chen die. Then Lu Zhang dashed and with one hand struck Tian away. He shouted angrily, Lu Zhang, are you insane? He sternly reminded, shielding this lawless madman must be repaid with the whole kingdom. Lu Zhang clenched his fist, shouting angrily, so what? I want to see who dares touch my son. Xia Tian looked and continued, a son cannot be reborn, but if the kingdom falls you will have nothing left. He raised his hand, handing Lu Chen over to bring him to the Great Qi Palace. Let Qi Huang deal with him. Perhaps Qi Huang may spare you, and the Sixth Kingdom can be preserved. Lu Zhang insisted on bringing back Lu Chen, spitting mockingly, even his own son he discards, what father is he? Moments later Lu Zhang shouted in frustration, curse it, even if ruined and the kingdom lost, I will soak the royal robe in my blood, not like your dog, licking the emperor's feet. Xie Tian angrily retorted, stubborn, then be the last ruler of the Sixth Kingdom. Lu Chen softly comforted from behind, old man, it's fine, the kingdom isn't ruined. He placed a hand on his shoulder, it's just a royal. Voice rang out, Lu Chen, do not speak arrogantly. Fang Tang angrily continued, you are just lucky to pick up a few treasures from some ancient relics. That's why wealthy dare to disdain the royal. Even a glance from the royal would turn you to ashes. Lu Chen mocked, don't speak of the royal's gaze, your pig-headed one can't even see, yet you have the nerve to shout here. He angrily retorted, dying yet still mouthy, when the royal enters, you'll flee like a dog. He angrily stepped forward asking, flee, why should I flee? Lu Chen sternly added, just a royal wanting me to flee. If this spreads, if my little disciples know, how can I show my face alive? Fang Tang cursed, foolish, still dreaming, for everyone's sake you should commit suicide. Lu Chen touched his chin and said, committing suicide is not impossible, but I refuse to use that method. He raised his hand to challenge him. If he dies it will be like a warrior. Come Fang Tang, we won't use external force, only our cultivation to fight a fair match. If you have the guts, kill me. Lu Chen's aggressive face challenged him again. Let me commit suicide like a warrior. Lu Zhang behind worriedly tried to stop him, causing chaos. They are separated by a great realm. Even if he once killed the extraordinary, Fang Tang is still the #1 genius of the Six Nations. He is not like the other extraordinary ones. He raised his hand to comfort, it's fine, just watch, it will be okay. Lu Chen stepped toward him and spoke, regarding the #1 genius of the Six Nations. He declared, from today onwards he will no longer be that. Fang Tang arrogantly said, fine, I will grant you that, just don't be too grateful. He pointed at him, his face serious, reminding, and remember, use all your strength. Fang Tang continued, in that case, you might be able to survive a bit longer. As soon as he finished, Lu Chen lunged with his bare hands to chop off his head. Blood ran down his hand. He glanced mockingly, saying, that's all, and expressed more contempt, worthy of me using full strength. Xia Tian, witnessing this, angrily shouted, what, are you watching your child get logged out of the Earth server? Your child no. Zheng Hang saw the spectacle and couldn't help but sigh, this brat, too good. Why do I feel he's the true extraordinary and Fang Tang is just hollow? Lu Chen turned away forcefully without looking back. After a moment he whispered, Fang Tang, from the moment your father and you thought of rebellion, you should have known this day would come. This is your end. Fang Chang in agony knelt and cried, my son, my son. Anger made him unable to restrain himself from shouting. Fang Chang summoned a small orb in his hand and charged at where Lu Chen stood, shouting, villain, I will kill you. As a father, Zheng Hang immediately stepped in to protect his child. I'm here, you, who can you kill? As he spoke, he swung his palm at the opponent. Just a primordial spirit, don't overestimate yourself. Fang Chang was immediately thrown far by the strike. The force was so immense that he coughed violently. Yet Fang Chang still didn't realize and shouted, ha ha, elder, quickly kill Lu Chen. Fang Chang tried to beg his master, pleading, avenge my child. But the reply was the harsh words from Xia Tian, shut up. Those words made Fang Chang dumbfounded like a fawn, elder, elder. But Xia Tian slowly explained, Lu Zhang, the emperor cannot be insulted. Just wait for Qi Huang's wrath. As soon as he finished, he ran away, making everyone disdainful. Old man, no escape left, but still crowing. Fang Chang then regretted and cried, go away, coward. You don't deserve to be my son's master. His feet knelt to the ground once again. Fang Chang's pain peaked as the elder had to see off the young, my child. I didn't have enough time, I couldn't plan for it, it's me who implicated you. From his hand appeared a radiant purple aura, don't fear solitude. The author gave us a plot twist as he decided to handle it himself. Wei Fu immediately came to you. Before fading, Fang Chang still managed to speak, Lu Chen, Lu Zhang, you have angered the emperor, he will surely kill you, making your life worse than death. Finally, he issued a curse upon both of you, I will wait in hell for you. By some force, neither feared and Zheng Hang even said, creating karma cannot survive, Chenner, we return. Lu Chen mocked, hell, humans fear heat, you father and son enjoy it below yourselves. The scene then shifted to the Six Nations kingdom's rebellion ending here, but the trouble Lu Chen caused wasn't over. Zheng Hang shouted, spitting rain in your face. Look at what you've done, using Qi Huang's decree as toilet paper, braver than your father. You can't imagine Qi Huang's power. After years, he finally realized he raised a leopard. Grumble, you bastard. Now follow me out of the Six Nations to some mountain village. Then we still have a chance to survive. Yet Lu Chen replied teasingly, old man, isn't he just an emperor? Do you need to fear? You're at a strong age but have no spirit. Just a ruler's position satisfies you, making my father clueless. Huh, what are you? He quickly ran to hug his father's neck to complain. Qi Huang is done. We rebelled against him. Then you rule the Six Nations. I'm the prince. Isn't that perfect? Zheng Hang still couldn't fully trust his precious son. Scolding, impressive. You want to harm your father. I'm not in royal state. And the imperial state is one great realm larger than royal. How can your father rebel? But luckily, when he smiled brightly at the words, I have a way, don't think too much, declare war on that dog. While chatting, someone appeared to warn, reporting, Your Highness, the Imperial Guards have used the primordial spirit pill. He knelt respectfully, reporting. Now the Imperial Guards have broken through the pill. Most reached extraordinary. The best have prepared for primordial spirit breakthrough. Lu Chen heard this and still smiled. Not bad. Pills are miraculous, but daily foundation accumulation is needed. Only then can the breakthrough be as fierce as today. The official happily replied, Your Highness, too kind. Without your generous help, I fear still trapped. But inside the palace calculations began. Primordial spirit pill, a market price at least 2 million spirit stones. Good ones in auction could reach 4 or 5 million. With Akin 771 in the Imperial Guard, totaling 16 billion. While Lu Chen basked in his achievement, a hand rested on his shoulder. It's nothing, just small money. Your power increase is more important, Zheng Hang's voice roared angrily. Small money, 16 billion. Not even your ancestors over 18 generations have seen so much, and you throw it away like that, you bastard. Let your father cut your hand without pity, making you stunned. Damn, old man, don't get excited. He immediately shoved his hand into his shirt pretending to search, having been rambling all this time and forgetting to tell him how to deal with Qi Huang. Lu Chen pulled a small book from his shirt. Here it is, this one. He held up the two books to either side as if presenting them. 2 saint-level martial arts books. Learning this could easily surpass levels in combat. Trivial matters like Qi Huang would surely be dealt with. That statement left Zheng Hang dumbfounded. What, saint-level martial arts? He placed his calloused hands on him and asked, Boy, what are you saying? Saint-level martial arts. He was annoyed by the interruption and snapped back. Hey old man, don't get excited. You'll break a bone with that strength. But received Lu Chen's confidence in return. Do you even understand what saint level means? Saint level is beyond our reach. Determination shone in his eyes. Old man, can't you stop adding wings to your imagination? Come on, I'll show you. Around the same time, Zheng Hang was standing in the open yard at the empty land. Qi Huang is furious. He will definitely send another king to kill me. Maybe even 2 kings. How could a child's martial skill help an injured man like me against 2 kings? Learning your little trick is just a waste of time. While healing, his expression suddenly darkened. Dealing with 2 kings. Learning this, killing 2 kings is no problem. A stream of blue light appeared from his hands. Saint-level martial art. Shatterstar finger. Activated. Finishing his words, he raised his hands toward the star in the sky. The stars immediately fell chaotically. Hands harvesting sun and moon, breaking spirit. Clasped hands opening heaven and earth. His father was stunned by the scene. This martial skill. The strike stomped the ground, creating a deep crater. Lu Chen confidently asked, Old man, what do you think of this move? Zheng Hang was amazed at his child's superhuman strength. This, you haven't even reached the extraordinary level. How did you learn such advanced martial skill? Which sect did you join? Yet he looked indifferent. It's not that I'm amazing, but my 5 beautiful masters are. Cool. For 3 seconds, he ran to drape an arm around Zheng Hang and said, Let's go, telling you this is useless. Now I'll teach you this martial skill. Though his child, Lu Chen now taught his father how to train Shatterstar finger. A saint-level finger technique, extraordinary power, 1 finger strike, heaven and earth tremble. A few thoughts suddenly flashed through his mind. Shatter spirit, though strong, without sufficient resolve it cannot kill. Lu Chen laughed to himself like a solitary fool. A moment later, his gaze returned to calm. Zheng Hang felt reassured knowing his child had matured. Lu Chen, though turning away, kept glancing back. In the end, he could only bid his father farewell and leave. Instead of thinking of his father, Lu Chen thought of pretty girls. The scene suddenly shifted to Qi Huang's imperial palace. A man kneeling on the ground lamented, Your servant failed to protect the sacred edict, allowing the king of 6 states and his son to humiliate it. He slammed his forehead to the ground, cracking the floor, defiling the human emperor's intent, humiliating Qi Huang's reputation. Your servant begs punishment. From above came a cold reply, good for a 6-state king. Qi Huang spoke disdainfully. The human emperor cannot be humiliated. Order the kings and generals of Su state to destroy the 6 states within 7 days. He gave an old man a new task, 7 days later. I want to see the father and son of the 6 kings kneeling before my palace gates, committing suicide to atone. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, 2 streams of light flew across the sky above the 6 states. Lu Chen looked up and couldn't help exclaiming, "Wow," arrived fast, just as he predicted. 2 kings. Zhang Hang sensed something amiss using his battle experience. The 2 saint martial artists were not yet fully trained. Using their skills for less than 2 minutes would exhaust their stamina. Also uncertain. Yet his precious son spoke innocently. What worried about handling these 2 trash? Malice gleamed in his eyes as he declared, "No problem, 2 minutes is enough to kill 10 like them." The 2 lights quickly reached the main building amid bustling chatter. Brother Sa, arriving at the capital of Sa state. General Ji looked up at the 3 stars. These 3 juniors kept up with our speed, not bad. General North, General South, and Samu charged at the altar at full speed. General Ji admired the handsome men. Not bad, all talented youth, promising. Especially Samu of Sa state, already at early primordial level, worthy of being the top young man of Sa state. Samu finally landed before them. Xuan underestimated the newcomer. General Shang overvalues this boy. The new generation of generals are formidable. General North and South. Disciples of Sword King learning true techniques. Later the generals gained 2 Sword Kings. General North and South also clasped hands in greeting. Handsome, but General South was arrogant. Brother Samu. This time we'll kill a few more for sword practice. Samu complains. It's the same. Below, Lu Chen stood bored. I tell you old men up there. His hand rested on his sword ready for battle, letting tens of thousands in the city watch you boast. Aren't you ashamed? General Z scoffed. A fully cultivated marrow level dares to be insolent before me. Lu Zhang. Seems your kingdom is out of people. Call Lu Zhang to speak. Surely not bedridden detoxing. At this moment Zhang Hang rushed over to aid his beloved son. He would not yield. General Ji, look how delighted you are. Zhang Hang suddenly said darkly, miss me so much, then I'll come for you to meet. General Ji was shocked at his face. What, this man's skin is so rosy, really detoxed. How can this be? Yet he had another plan, but it didn't matter. Lu Zhang, you will still die. Commit suicide yourself. If you wait for us, you won't survive. Zhang Hang was provoked. Him. Why do we cultivate? For immortality, for freedom. The emperor still provoked him. The emperor said to commit suicide. Then why cultivate? You all just serve others, as my son said. Just an imperial level. Why should I fear? Samu could not help mocking. Ridiculous. An imperial dares confront the emperor. Do you know the outcome? One who disrespects others like you is still considered cultivation. You're cultivating nonsense. Zhang Hang looked up with murderous eyes. Only a primordial level dares bark like that before the emperor. His body seemed magnified many times. Do you know the outcome? Samu finally feared and shouted, sir. Suddenly from behind, a hand kicked Samu back to reality. Mur woke up. Xuan, seeing his child harmed, became furious. Lu Zhang scoundrel, dare to use mental attacks to bully a child, while Samu dazedly called father. At that moment, says Soyinju would fight Lu Zhang. We hadn't even started, bullying juniors and calling oneself a hero. He sped off with a message, let's go, we'll duel to the death elsewhere, leaving Chen below confused. Just as he was careless, Samu landed and asked, you are Lu Zhang's son. He showed no reaction, so interrogating my identity. He thought he could win and boasted early. Without your father's protection, or nothing, die for me. Yet Lu Chen smiled brightly. Hey, not that bad. Just now your damn father said don't bully juniors, and you. Samu still thrust his fist forward, shouting, no matter, I want you dead. Even at this, Lu Chen mocked. Ah, the bastard doesn't follow your rules, so scared. As Samu's fist advanced, it collided with Lu Chen's shield. He was stunned by the counterattack. What a sword formation. Lu Chen pointed and a cluster of swords shot forward. Absolute sword formation locked. He was hit and bewildered, understanding nothing. Samu, face full of rage, sneered, absolute sword formation. A small impoverished nation like yours. How could you have this? Release me or my father will kill you. Lu Chen glanced at his soldiers and mocked, your father. Whether he returns is uncertain. You two go play with Mugongzi. Now, make a human wooden dummy for my men to practice. Samu nearly lost his mind. Beast, you dare. Yuan Shenjing Ju Nam could no longer hold back. Enough. Release Mu Haing. Still teasing, I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. He paid no mind. You said release, then release. What about my dignity? His whole body radiated threatening power. Stubborn. Then die. I am a disciple of Sword King Sword Sect General Nam, mastering Supreme Sword King Eternal Sword Technique. Swords appeared around him. Eternal Sword Technique, at the highest level, can divide into 108 sword energies. Yuan Shenjing Ju Nam spoke confidently. To die under 24 sword energies partially formed by my decade of training is your honor. Lu Chen immediately mocked. 10 years of training, only 24 partial formations, useless. He retaliated with an even more formidable move. Grandfather will let you taste the 108 sword energies I practiced for fun in 3.5 years. His expression serious, looking at the opponent to show what true Eternal Sword Technique is. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is the Eternal Sword Technique. Perhaps something he never expected. How do you know the Eternal Sword Technique and have mastered it? Lu Chen made a move and said smugly, not convinced, let the true hair taste my swordsmanship. See if it's real or fake. He screamed in pain when hit by the sword. Yuan Shenjingju back now charged. Nam, I'm coming to help, he shouted to stop him. Noah back, this is beyond our ability, run. Back shouted in ultimate rage, our master is Sword King, the greatest king of the great tournament. You dare treat us, so then our master will repay 100,000-fold, avenge us. He just looked at them and smirked. Lu Chen disregarded the two and said, if this is your last words, then accept death. The swords shot in the direction he pointed, eternal sword technique / kill. The swords pierced both of them. Blood flowed in streams, staining the area red. A general rushed to apologize. Your Highness, my incompetence disappointed you. The general remained extremely remorseful. Though Samu was trapped in the formation, he still defeated our army. Nothing could be done. Lu Chen showed no anger, only smiled. It's fine, this one, good or bad, is the son of the ruler. Letting you fight him is just for experience. I never wanted you to win. In the sword formation, Samu was shredding his troops, relying on your ragtag forces to defeat me. Even trapped, I won't let shrimp and prawns oppress me. He glared at them, shouting with determination, Lu Chen, wait, once I break this formation, I will drag you half-dead back to Sa Kingdom, throw you to the arena to serve for life. Samu pointed at the one before him, ordering, using the formation, hero my ass, Lu Chen, release me for a one-on-one duel. Lu Chen still stood and mocked. What, you just said, break the formation and kill me, now you ask to be released. Samu began provoking him, indeed a coward only knowing to hide after the formation. He immediately mocked him back, really, Mu Gongzi speaks without keeping his word, bullying a Yuan Shenjing, is that your skill? Samu, furious, threatened, petty man, wait till Lu Zhang is killed by my father and Sword King, see if you can still laugh. Suddenly something landed before them. Samu seemed delighted and laughed. A skeleton fell from the sky. Samu laughed with satisfaction. Your father is too weak. Killed by the Twin Kings before even a moment. He sighed, don't misidentify my father for me. The victim appeared, looking at that rough skin. I think he looks more like your father. Samu now recognized him and shouted, what, father, father? Lu Chen took the chance to tease, good son. Since you called me that, I'll release you. He immediately ran to his father's body. This cannot be. Samu wept, tears streaming, father, father. Sword King, Sword Realm General, she was hit by a strike from Lu Zhang. Lo, everyone watched the battle unfold. The king's army had fought the general for a long time, just recovered from illness, though having killed the Sa King, but he approached and comforted the worried subordinates. You all don't worry, I say. The good die young, the wicked live 1,000 years. My old man lived like this. How could he pass easily? He shook his head at the subordinate who had just landed, mentioned Cao Cao, and he appears immediately. See, not done yet, old man, why so slow? I've handled the 3 Yuan Shenjing here. Subordinates trembled, seeing him grab an enemy by the hair and drag him away. The subordinates were terrified. The king could slay even the Twin Kings, his might unmatched. Lu Chen grinned widely, waving, hello, old man, all good, how about it? Martial arts level very powerful. Lu Zhang modestly replied, tolerable. But before death, General Ji struck once, might need half a month to recover. He turned back to command his subordinates. Right, send the message out. Tell them the General Yuans were killed by my eternal sword technique. I also want to see that Sword King Sword Sect disciple, see what kind of divine being he is. But the subordinate objected, Your Highness, forgive my meddling, Sword Sect disciple is top tier, not convenient to provoke now. Lu Chen only sneered, who said I want to provoke him. Now the royal forces are weak, dealing with Qi Huang requires attracting more kings. He is one of them. Though internally puzzled, Your Highness killed someone's disciple, yet wants him to assist against Qi Huang. What's the meaning? But outwardly complied, I will do it immediately. Lu Zheng was worried, son, things are already like this. Can you still recruit a sword servant? He answered him quickly, of course, he is only a sword king. He stared into the distance and smiled smugly. Being his subordinate would be an honor for him, so he could leave here with peace of mind. Lu Zheng helplessly pointed at his stubborn son. Where are you going, planning to disappear for another 3.5 years? There's no tiger in the house. Why do you insist on going out? Lu Chen didn't turn back and only reassured, it's fine this time. He will return very quickly. He's going to meet someone, said to be the holy maiden of Chi Chi Sanctuary, the #1 beauty of the wild lands. She was a beautiful and graceful girl. Thinking of her, he couldn't help but praise, only 20 this year, graceful and charming King Cheng, a peerless beauty in the world. Suddenly Lu Chen came up with a plan, just coincidentally missing a maid, why not? He looked at his son tilting his head and laughing and scolded, look at you lying, don't speak this outside, Dao Chi Sanctuary is perilous. If they know, they might skin you and pull out your tendons. Lu Chen immediately replied, I just asked my junior sister to pour a pot of tea, is that illegal? He had arrived at Dao Chi Sanctuary, extremely mystical. Lu Chen sat in the Dao Chi Sanctuary private tavern looking at the street. Soon it would be time for the sanctuary to recruit disciples, the city bustling with activity. He couldn't help but exclaim looking at the people below. None of them are even slightly competent. These disciples are terrible. Lu Chen was annoyed looking at the two in front. Some even brought maids to participate in the selection. Are they here to learn or to enjoy themselves? Lu Chen nearly went mad and immediately ordered, waiter, bring a beauty here to pour wine for me. The waiter caught the words and hurriedly whispered, "Truly an honor. This shop specially has low rank 18 spirit stones, medium rank 1 or 8 spirit stones, high rank." He lost patience and interrupted, "Leave. I heard Dao Chi Sanctuary has a holy maiden." He smiled indecently, "I understand, your honor. You want someone like the holy maiden to serve wine. That's a bit rustic, at least." He immediately cut him off and placed the silver. "No, I mean call your holy maiden over here for me now." Lu Chen propped his chin like a challenge. "Let her personally pour wine for me." The waiter was furious, "Your honor, please don't make unreasonable demands." I believe the earlier words were a slip. He ignored his attitude and continued, "No, this person is very serious. Never slips words. I want to call the holy maiden." The men beside him couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't waste words with this kid. Call the holy maiden to pour wine for you. Your face so big I'll smash it. If Dao Chi Sanctuary didn't forbid fighting, I'd break your 3 legs. Where is the sanctuary guard? Come catch this reckless kid." Lu Chen feigned modesty and smiled, "Calm down everyone. Anger isn't good. I only said one thing and you got so angry." They immediately sneered. "Now you ask for mercy, too late." Lu Chen arrogantly put his feet on the table and said, "No, I'm not asking for mercy. I mean, such a small matter. Your fanatics can't handle it." Lu Chen exaggeratedly despised them. "Wait until the holy maiden really comes to pour wine for me. You'll be furious." Those people became even angrier. "I despise." "Don't say wait. Now I am already furious because of you." Suddenly 2 men stepped forward. The one in front stepped aside. Someone announced, "Someone insulted the city maiden. Who is it?" They immediately pointed at him and accused. The sanctuary guard arrived. "Excellent, sir. That bastard insulted the holy maiden." He angrily looked at where he sat. "Kid, you really insulted the holy maiden?" Lu Chen was slightly startled and replied, "No, I just called the holy maiden here to pour wine for me, not insulting her." He couldn't stay calm after hearing, "Wicked indeed, you dare insult the holy maiden before me." Someone followed, also angrily shouted, "Really despise others. Don't waste words. Use their spirit to make him completely foolish, then send to mine for slavery." Someone used the strength of a tiger to attack, spirit manifests. The other used the strength of a green snake, spirit shock. Both beasts roared and charged at him, "Spirit strike a transcendent like me." Lu Chen slowly drew his sword. "You all want to take my life as well." He immediately slashed down at the 2. 2 screamed in pain endlessly. "Then I will cut your spirits as punishment, not too much to count." A girl was sitting on the roof of the holy maiden's palace in the sanctuary. She looked into the mirror in astonishment. This person. Her eyes suddenly filled with emotion. Could it be the master who once mentioned to her? In the mirror was Lu Chen surrounded by people, mysterious senior brother. He looked over slightly and smiled. "Lu Chen." Yao Zi stepped forward gently and spoke. He had already become famous, a renowned figure in King Cheng. After 5 years he would seek me to cultivate a technique. You can meet him now. King Cheng clapped with anticipation. She gazed into the mirror, too excited. Mysterious senior brother, finally brave and wealthy, how charming. His face looked somewhat indecent. "I say King Cheng's beauty is not bad, could it be wrong?" She felt like struck by lightning and deflated. "Brave, wealthy, famous. Just that, fooling what? This rotten man, only that I despise." Lu Chen continued to speak, words driving others mad. "All my maids are King Cheng beauties. Let your holy maiden serve wine for me as a compliment to her beauty." Those people were already furious, insulting the holy maiden like that. "Kill him. Someone kill him." Suddenly a male figure stepped forward. "Frog in a well, your arrogance ends here. Li Hai will end you." Li Hai, full of confidence, threw punches. "Looking at your arrogance is like a mangy frog trying to eat a swan, making others disgusted." My fists couldn't resist itching to strike. 4 years ago, Dao Chi Sanctuary. 2 women were talking. "Your senior brother eats then goes to cause trouble." But Lu Chen focused on cultivating. He had exceptional talent, cultivated 10 holy martial arts to perfection. He stood up, unleashing all his power, using strategy and realm to defeat countless disciples of holy sects, fame spreading through King Cheng. Lu Chen was elated, capturing a woman, had even captured a holy maiden of the demon sect as a maid. Lu Chen rubbed his chin with a seductive look, itching to act. He immediately punched Li Hai and shouted, "Your dermatitis, go get treated. What else? Go find a vet." The others screamed, seeing him knocked away. "What? One punch just like that?" Another rushed in eagerly. "Fine man to man, do you dare duel with me?" Lu Chen frowned and punched him. Great Force Dragon pushes back the weakling. Another rushed up wanting to fight, so bold, flying heaven sect. Lu Chen didn't let him finish speaking and kicked. "Fine, this foolish one of yours doesn't need to speak to me." Another guy hadn't finished speaking. "I understood everything. He was the one, already hit by your punch, breaking his nose. It's that bastard." Lu Chen looked at the people in front of him and sneered. "You keyboard heroes only know how to bark. Not a single one knows how to fight." He looked around and asked, "But why hasn't the Saintess arrived? I just broke through the transcendent realm and came to meet her." Suddenly a wisp of smoke appeared. "You really want to see me?" The Saintess with long flowing hair walked delicately, exciting all the men there. It's the great saintess in black, I can hardly contain myself. She arrived, the saintess with a sharp, beautiful face waved to Lu Chen. Hello, I am King Cheng. Do you want to see me? Lu Chen, his face full of excitement, she is King Cheng. Suddenly he reached out to her face, praising unexpectedly very beautiful. Worth the trip here. She blushed as Lu Chen's hand touched her cheek. Senior brother. Lu Chen withdrew his hand, marveling, very soft, seems she has recognized me. Unlike the atmosphere with the other two here, the men around were furious, eyes red with anger, seemed ready to rush and punch the protagonist. Don't stop me. I must kill him, deserves it. How dare he touch the goddess, that vile wolf. I'll chop his hand off. Meanwhile, Lu Chen ignored them, expression unchanged. These dogs are too noisy, let's move somewhere else to talk. He extended his hand toward the saintess. Space became romantic. First meeting. I invite you to a meal. Hope you don't mind. King Cheng shyly glanced, pondering, huh? The surrounding men, after hearing, were furious. Bastards, you dare insult the saintess, even invite her to eat. Your head is about to be split. Accepting is lucky. The saintess could have slapped you. The men behind continued criticizing the protagonist. The frog demands to eat the swan, aiming too high. How could the saintess agree? Men sneered, your fanatics are doomed. Before they finished, the saintess happily agreed. Alright. They were struck like lightning, seemed petrified, shattered with surprise. Ignoring them, Lu Chen crossed his arms joyfully. First time here. Don't know if the Saint City has good food, lead the way. The two turned their backs and walked, ignoring those trying to grab them. Alright, the northern city has great restaurants, let's go. Those left behind suffered, some holding their heads collapsed. It's over, the saintess has fallen. Others cried, so the saintess used coercion? Am I not heroic enough? At that moment in the northern Saint City Tavern, a guest looked surprised and angry. Waiter, tell me the truth, did you mix fake wine? Why does the Osmas bride today taste so sour? The waiter nearby, holding the counter, replied, guest, this wine is still sweet, you're just bitter. He looked at the prince and saintess, scene unbelievable but understandable after all. Never seen the saintess pour wine for others. Shocking, the wine ritual has degenerated. The saintess became a serving girl. Outside, a group of men aggressively, everyone hurry, they are eating inside. They grab tables and chairs from a blue void. Hurry, hurry, if no tables, take from the realm. Inside the tavern, space bustling, ruining the romantic atmosphere for lovers. Lu Chen asked darkly, these all admirers of you in the Saint territory. King Cheng laughed, senior brother joking. In the Saint territory we don't keep guard dogs, unrelated to these people. Then Lu Chen brought out the magic weapon, so that's why I can't sit with them. He threw them around the table, forming a formation. White feather bewilderment formation activate. People around looked back at thick white smoke. What, he's setting up a formation? His followers were also surprised. Seems an illusionary defense formation, blocks sight and sound. They couldn't resist jumping to attack the white block. What is he doing with the saintess? Strike the formation, break it, save the goddess. Inside the formation, Lu Chen darkened, fists clenched. Alright, quiet now, senior brother is generous, uses a 6th level formation for such a small matter. After the saintess praised, Lu Chen's face was smug, waving his hand. Minor thing, don't know if master told you, I'm kind-hearted, like helping. These are gifts from those I helped, take them, no sorrow. King Cheng dumbfounded, thinking someone this narcissistic. Lu Chen brought a small bag, something flew out, speaking, this time I brought gifts for you. A root with stem, leaves like mushrooms, 1000-year soul-nourishing mushrooms, restores wounded soul instantly, even if uninjured boosts soul, along with a red sword with feathers, and the Phoenix Prince sword, considered a sacred weapon. King Cheng surprised, holding the gifts from the city, all these are for me. The saintess a bit embarrassed, senior brother, this isn't quite proper. Chen excited, thumbs up, what's improper, senior brother loves junior sister, very normal, alright thanks. The saintess also cheerful, holding a dish, then junior sister invites senior brother to eat the black Kylan roast, the most famous dish here. Outside the formation the men still didn't give up, striking without effect. What kind of formation, as hard as a turtle shell? Even the sacred land might not have this. Suddenly the formation began to dissipate. Look, the formation dissolved. The men looked at them surprised, saintess. The two ran out of the formation, the saintess blushing, waving spicy. Men outside started yelling, shocked, what happened to our goddess? The saintess in our hearts is gone. Want to avenge him, don't know if his sons deserve nurturing. The saintess blushed, beads of sweat, extremely alluring, spicy. Men began shouting, our goddess defiled my first love. Meanwhile, someone stood behind, bald, 2 stitches on the scalp. Then he appeared before Lu Chen, hovering, you are Lu Chen. Follow me, the saint masters awaited you, this oppressive feeling is royal. The men behind noisy, delighted, for this arrogant one, the sacred land let you rampage, try to arrest by royal order. The saint is silent, thinking, capture, but this is just master calling senior brother. A huge bird with blue wings and a golden body soared across the sky. On its back were the emperor and Lu Chen. The emperor introducing himself, I am Hu Hai, senior elder of the inner sect. Two conversed together, the saint lord summoned me to bring you to Daoji Holy Land, and also to acquaint you with this place. Lu Chen also asked seriously, tell me about the Holy Land, for example how many emperors and saints there are. In Daoji Holy Land, there are over 5 saint-level experts, and more than 10 semi-saints. There are 108 emperors, over 1,000 kings, and countless disciples at the king level. Lu Chen stroked his chin in admiration. Not bad, not far behind the top six of other regions. Helpless, the wild domain of the 10 regions is the weakest. After all, the spiritual energy is too sparse. Deep mountains and perilous valleys, barren and unsuitable for cultivation. Before Huang Jia could finish, Lu Chen seemed to notice something, his expression surprised. Senior Elder Hu Hai, if I'm not mistaken. The male lead pointed toward a lake glowing with golden light. Across the lake a glowing scale could be seen. A gigantic golden fish with a horn on its head leapt from the water, a dragon koi. Surely a dragon koi treasure fish, one of the 8 treasures. Hu Hai showed no change in expression. Correct, indeed one of the 8 treasures. There is also the divine rabbit the Saint Lord raises. And Lu Chen was extremely excited, drooling with desire. Never expected such a delicacy here. After reporting to his master, he would return immediately. Little rabbit, wait for me. Lu Chen was brought to a place full of plants. The two bid farewell here. Alright, my task is done, the rest is up to you. Lu Chen stepped alone onto the stairs. Seeing a familiar figure, he beamed, arrived, respectfully clasping his hands. Disciple Lu Chen greets second senior. Dai Hai, second senior. She wore white attire, her body stunning and her face stern. Spoke, 3 months ago you set out, why arrive at the holy domain so late? Dai Hai glanced at Lu Chen seriously, or said, did you find my place less appealing than others? Deliberately delaying. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately explained, of course not. I returned the great Q to visit my father. Then Lu Chen held out a flower. Indeed, master, this is a 1,000-year ice lotus, specially bought as a token of filial respect, hoping second senior remains youthful forever. Dai Hai also reached out to accept the gift, showing the boy has thoughtfulness. Her expression became more pleasant, earlier causing trouble in the holy city. Assessing how the wild domain youth compares to her, second senior, Lu Chen respectfully clasped his hands and replied, weak, very weak, cannot compare to the people of the holy domain. Second senior nodded in satisfaction. Well, even so you must not slack. During this time stay here and cultivate the thunder training body technique. Lu Chen looked slightly confused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This is the thunder training technique, sounds dangerous. Lu Chen anxiously waved his hands to refuse. Master, I don't need it. Suddenly remembering he might have dropped something at the tavern below the mount and must go now. Turning to leave, but second senior placed a talisman on Lu Chen's head intending. Second senior slowly approached. Isn't this you? When in the holy domain, weren't you the one restraining the Holy Land disciples, capturing the holy maiden as a servant? Such shocking matters, yet you showed no fear. She tilted her head close to Lu Chen. Why now? Calling you to cultivate the body technique. Are you scared? Look at your timid expression. Second senior whispered in his ear. All right, good boy. How many thunder training formations have you brought? Let me see your storage bag. We'll start right away. Lu Chen panicked, shouting across the mountains. Master, don't. Second senior, excited, searched obediently, hand over the storage bag. Let me inspect. Dai held the bag in her hands, sighing. From 4th to 7th grade thundering formations all here, very good. Shows that before arrival, I prepared thoroughly for you. Lu Chen was extremely alarmed. The formations master gave him were not to attack enemies but to torment himself. Controlled by the talisman, Lu Chen could only stand and lament the heavens. These elders of 7,000 to 8,000 years deceiving a young inexperienced boy. Truly the human heart is treacherous. Second senior glanced at Lu Chen. No wonder Tuo Yingxia said in the holy domain everyone wanted to fight you. Looking at that pile of bones, training this order, you probably offended quite a few people. But it's fine, in the wild domain you can act without limits. Even killing all the holy disciples or making the holy maiden a concubine doesn't matter. Second senior's expression calm. Like what? Tell master. If something happens, a master will bear it. Lu Chen became excited. Master is too good to me. Then I don't want to cultivate this technique. Dai Hai smiled and made a cross with 2 fingers to refuse. No, I refuse. Lu Chen was bewildered, flipping his face like a pancake. Master has no reasoning. From behind, a blue space with cracks appeared. She glanced and called, Chen Yu, come here. From that space stepped a girl in armor with her left eye covered. Replied, Saint Lord, what are your instructions? The girl clasped her hands respectfully. Subordinate Chen Yu, ready to carry out tasks anytime. Dai Hai pointed at Lu Chen. This boy, arrange his thunder training formations. Start in 3 days. Lu Chen's face became helpless, tears threatening to fall. Yet Dai Hai continued. First start with the 4th grade divine thunder formation. Strike all parts of his body without leaving any spot. Chen Yu bent and obeyed, following the Saint Lord's orders. Dai Hai leaned toward Lu Chen. Good boy, master must leave for a while. Train well, otherwise when I return I'll spank you. Lu Chen responded flustered. Yes. Obey master. After speaking, second senior vanished. Chen Yu beside him reassured Lu Chen. Alright, the Saint Lord has left. She did not forget to remove the talisman from Lu Chen's head. Done, Chen Yu said. Young Master Chen, let's go. Lu Chen quickly smiled at Chen Yu to gain favor. You must be Senior Chen Yu, Master's Steward. I've never seen such a beautiful lady. Truly a rare beauty. Your looks make flowers envious, willows jealous. Facing Lu Chen's flattering praise, Chen Yu replied coldly, Young Master Lu, if you have matters, speak plainly. Exposed, Lu Chen scratched his chin shyly. Sister Wu, let's be lenient. I don't want to cultivate the thunder training body technique. Just pretend you don't see me, alright? Chen Yu replied coldly, fine, finished. Lu Chen was slightly surprised indeed, finished. But Chen Yu paid no attention, pulling Lu Chen along. Then let's go, time to cultivate, Chen Yu exclaimed. After updating data, Chen Yu understood, he thought, so there is no negotiation, I must save myself. Thinking so, Lu Chen immediately took out an armor to tempt Chen Yu. Cloud pattern defensive suit, top-level defense, woven from celestial silk, can withstand saint-level attacks. Lu Chen shoved the armor into Chen Yu's hands, smiling, I present this to you. Consider it a meeting gift, a small token from me. Chen Yu received the suit and smiled. Very beautiful. Thank you, young Master Chen. I like it very much. Lu Chen saw her expression and responded. Just a small token, sister. Our matter is settled, he thought joyfully. Grandmaster was right. Nothing in this world that money cannot solve. But everything was beyond Lu Chen's imagination. Chen Yu was even more excited to receive the gift. So let's go, it's time to train. This matter left Lu Chen incredulous. He blurted out, not possible, Chen Yu. Didn't you just receive my gift? Why are you dragging me to train? Hearing this, Chen Yu exclaimed, isn't that the meeting gift Sixth Master gave me? What does it have to do with overseeing your training? Of course, I won't take credit without doing work. I'll supervise you strictly to help you become talented sooner. Saying that, she pulled Lu Chen to train, leaving him standing there silently cursing. This woman, I gave her a gift for this. Truly a pack of cannibals, unwilling to spit out the bones. Shortly after, Lu Chen was led to a cave surrounded by a thunder formation. Chen Yu spoke. The Holy Master said, giving you 3 days to comprehend the thunder training body technique. After 3 days, I will officially activate the formation, using the thunder within it to temper your flesh. Suddenly Chen Yu remembered something and reminded Lu Chen, right? The formation you brought has over 400 rods, so don't think of breaking the formation to escape. Focus on training. Lu Chen looked at the formation before him, dejectedly poking it, hoping the Lu Chen authority technique wasn't too powerful. But just as he spoke, a surge of electricity shot out, shocking Lu Chen like an X-ray film. He cried out miserably, Master, let me go, end this hellish life quickly. Soon the 3 official days of training passed. As on the first day, Lu Chen's screams echoed everywhere. Mistress, spare me. I'm about to die. However, this time there was some progress. He was no longer X-rayed by the lightning. Lu Chen's hair stood on end like a hedgehog. He gritted out, hurry, stop. I really can't stand it anymore. After 3 days, Yao Xi came to check on the situation. Chen Yu reported, Holy Master, Sixth Master's training today went very smoothly. Yao Xi looked at Lu Chen's miserable state and suppressed a laugh. Not bad, this hairstyle of the child is truly unique. Lu Chen angrily raised his love finger at her, retorting, Master, don't tease me through the mirror anymore. You should experience being struck by lightning yourself. But before he could finish, a bolt of lightning X-rayed him immediately. Yao Xi laughed even harder. Not bad, very spirited. Chen Yu continued training, then she left. Chen Yu bowed at your command. Chen Yu looked at Lu Chen sulking beside her and encouraged, come on, first thunder training on the body, an hour is enough. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt more alert. He jumped up asking, so an hour is over, can I rest now? Chen Yu smiled lightly and replied, you've only trained for 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Still early, not even half the time. These words were more painful than the thunder. Lu Chen directly spat out syrup. He shouted, there's still half the suffering left. Why not endure it now? Next time notify me for a full hour. Quickly a day passed. Lu Chen still faced the thunder. He tried to flee, don't hit me anymore. A week later, Lu Chen had mastered lightning evasion. He excitedly said, as long as I run fast enough the lightning won't catch me. Seeing this, Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. Not bad. It seems Sixth Master has fully adapted to the 4th level formation. After a month, the thunder could no longer harm Lu Chen. He easily resisted it and laughed, of course, after a month of effort. Just a bit of lightning. It can't hurt me. Yao Xi observed this through the mirror, extremely satisfied. Good child. Even my master would have taken at least 3 months to withstand the 5th level thunder formation. Lu Chen praised, puffed up proudly. Of course, Lu Chen's talent dominates the realm. Who dares to contest? But Yao Xi's cold words shattered his pride. Not bad. From today switch to 5th level thunder control formation. Lu Chen cried, rushing to grab the mirror, shouting, Master, I am your loyal disciple. Why do you want to take my lame life? But Yao Xi only smiled and commanded, Chen Yu, begin. Chen Yu's sharp eyes looked at Lu Chen. Your command, Holy Master. Lu Chen was sweating in fear. He turned pleadingly, Mistress, we are so close, can you? Before he could finish, Chen Yu released lightning onto Lu Chen, making him spurt syrup in pain. Even his skeletal structure was X-rayed by the strike. Lu Chen's whole body tensed from the thunder. Lightning cut through, leaving long gashes. He shouted, Master, I really can't endure this anymore. Seeing this, Chen Yu was slightly worried. She asked, City Lord, is this really okay? Yao Xi confidently replied, no need to worry about him. This brat won't die. He has many good things on him. Seeing things were not going well, Lu Chen resolved that life was most important. He took out a small vial. Must use something good to survive. Lu Chen quickly tilted the vial into his mouth. Yao Xie exclaimed, "Not bad, dragon essence. This is the divine medicine for top Holy Realm experts. Even with just one breath it can save life. Only this brat would drink a whole vial like water." Chen Yu was slightly surprised, exclaiming, "There's such a treasure. Looks like I worried too much. This person doesn't deserve sympathy." Immediately Chen Yu increased the thunder strike on Lu Chen. Yao Xie laughed. Chen Yu, "Understood, no need to hold back. Strike this rotten brat with lightning." Lu Chen, hearing this, tears streaming, shouted plaintively, "Master, child still finds it hard to endure this torment. Withdraw your divine power quickly." But Yao Xi just smiled. "It's fine. I heard you still hid hundreds of pounds of dragon essence. Use it all here. This thunder will strike continuously for 7 days. Your dragon essence should endure it. Cultivating advancement is quite good." Her words left Lu Chen incredulous. He stared at his master in helpless disbelief. Yao Xi commanded, "All right, Chen Yu, ignore him. Continue training." Chen Yu nodded. "At your command, holy master." Afterwards, the lightning strikes grew stronger, making Lu Chen cry out in pain. "My dragon essence is a treasure I stored for 3 years, master. When will these days of suffering end?" A week passed quickly. Outside, the flowers bloomed beautifully. Inside the cave, Lu Chen lay amidst the rings, wrapping himself with a character-shaped cloth. Suffering, Lu Chen, enjoying 18 years and 5 months of life. Chen Yu was also speechless with him. "Stop nonsense, sixth master, you have completed training and may descend the mountain. Or do you wish to stay?" Once more. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately jumped up, elated at his liberation, rushing outside, mistress joking, "Now I shall descend the mountain immediately." Yao Xi watched Lu Chen leave and said, "To Ninha is right. Teaching a disciple is truly joyful. Only pity his current realm is too low. Otherwise could have been struck by lightning a few more times." Chen Yu spoke to protect Lu Chen, holy master. Although Lu Chen's physical constitution is extremely excellent, he still cannot withstand much more thunder strikes. Yao Xi smiled, replied, "It's fine. Lu Chen is a disciple of the 5 of us. Even if struck to ashes, we can restore him." Immediately Lu Chen sneezed. He couldn't help feeling suspicious, sensing someone silently plotting against him. Never mind, better to quickly leave this place. While happily descend the mountain, suddenly someone laughed, pointing at him. "Senior brother, look at them. That head-jerked one is ugly as hell." Insulted, Lu Chen angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Rotten woman barked back. Immediately 2 senior brothers stepped forward to suppress Lu Chen. The 2-haired one said, "You are the new junior disciple, just admitted, daring to speak to senior sister like that. As senior brothers we cannot accept it." The one beside added, "Yes, junior disciple, don't be reckless. Offending us is not beneficial." The senior sister, emboldened, mocked Lu Chen. "Ugly junior brother, so what if you are ugly? Look at your rooster hair, running everywhere shamelessly, so poor you have no clothes, need sister to lend you a set to beg." These words angered Lu Chen. He gritted, "Rotten woman, fine, say I'm ugly, but dare to call me poor." Then Lu Chen produced a vial arrogantly, responding, "Interesting, such arrogant words. 5 years I haven't heard." Seeing the vial in Lu Chen's hand, the 3 were shocked, shouting, I have seen this before." Previously a royal disciple desperately begged for a vial. Even to look we couldn't. It was none other than the 7th grade primordial spirit pill. Lu Chen proudly displayed the vial, saying, "Now look at my 7th grade primordial spirit pill. Then repeat human words for me." The 3 were stunned. It really is a primordial spirit pill? And a 7th grade one? Impossible. Only a 7th grade alchemist could craft this. How did he? Lu Chen laughed, not believing the pill was real. "Come over and take a closer look." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately crowded around. "What? Let me see." The girl who had just mocked Lu Chen held the pill bottle in her hands, unable to hide her surprise. This color, this scent, and this bottle, truly a high-quality Nguyen Than pill from Vietnam. She could not help but admire Lu Chen like a lofty figure standing above, while Lu Chen smiled proudly. "That's right, these pill bottles are as numerous as cow hairs, my senior sister. If you now praise me for being handsome, I'll give you a pill bottle. How about that?" Upon hearing this, her eyes lit up. "What? You? If that's the case, oh my god, how can someone be so incredibly handsome? A male image that makes sisters lose their composure." Lu Chen beamed with pride at the compliment. "Just that is not enough, it doesn't feel complete yet." Immediately the girl clung to Lu Chen's arm, flattering him desperately. He was like sunlight sparkling on thousands of golden flowers. The most beautiful, the most beautiful. Alright, this truly stunned her. Such beauty can make men lose both their wits. This beauty cannot be described with ordinary words. "Darling, meow meow meow. I am your cat." Lu Chen finally felt satisfied. He quickly tossed a pill bottle to her in praise. "Not bad. This tongue of hers is skillful. I am very pleased. Take this," she said excitedly. "Thank you, most handsome junior brother in the world." At that moment, another senior sister appeared from somewhere. "Most handsome junior brother, oh, Another senior sister hurriedly flattered him. I see that your appearance is truly extraordinary, making me very flustered. Do you want to ride a rickshaw with me? Compliments for Lu Chen kept pouring out. Junior brother, your martial skill is extraordinary, philtrum like dragon and phoenix. The most handsome man in the empire, hearing such lavish praise. Lu Chen generously gave out several pill bottles. Very good. The tongues of the senior sisters in the wild sacred realm are truly not ordinary. These are all rewards for you. Continue praising me. Immediately the senior sisters rushed forward, the praise growing louder. Junior brother is too handsome. Just looking at you makes me lose composure. May I ask if you have a partner? I want to cultivate together with you. The men couldn't help but feel jealous. Crazy. All these senior and junior sisters are insane. The person beside him also spoke up. Annoying. Those with money can do whatever they want. Why am I not someone with money? Just then a voice rang out, enough, you trash are corrupting the morals of others. The one who came was a disciple at the core spirit realm, Kuihua. She looked at the disciples clinging to Lu Chen in contempt. Just over some worthless elixirs they had no shame, each of them acting like children. Where is the dignity? Seeing Lu Chen, she gasped, this senior sister has a strong character, but the core spirit realm can indeed look down on my core spirit pills. He then took out a vial of elixir with commanding presence and said, but do you dare repeat what you just said in front of my perfect Kingbreaker pill? Let me explain, the Kingbreaker pill can help a core spirit realm directly ascend to the king realm. A step to the heavens. Seeing the vial, the senior sister holding Lu Chen couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Lu Chen held the vial of elixir in front of Kuihua provocatively. The senior sister said a few kinder words to me. I am not incapable of considering giving you a pill. Kuihua hesitated slightly. You. Just then a sweet voice rang out. This chubby senior sister is really overstepping. The speaker was Tang Jing. She praised Lu Chen. I feel this junior brother is already very handsome, and his hairstyle is very nice. She then moved closer to touch Lu Chen's chin. Such a handsome junior brother. It seems the other junior sisters going crazy over you is not without reason. Then she whispered into Lu Chen's ear, junior brother, let's not use the Kingbreaker pill for now. How about giving it to the senior sister? Lu Chen snorted and replied, so the senior sister was aiming for this. He smiled smugly. Fine, as long as the senior sister agrees to a small request of mine. Lu Chen said steadily, as long as the senior sister kisses me once, this elixir will belong to her. Hearing this, Tang Jing was slightly frightened. She stepped back quickly. What a kiss. Lu Chen nodded. That's right, I'm tired of flattery. Let's take off the chains. These words made the men in the sect furious. Everyone cursed Lu Chen, that filthy brat. Having a little money makes him so shameless. Senior sister Tang Jing, ignore this brat. Tang Jing also didn't expect things to turn out this way. She smiled awkwardly and said, junior brother, can we change the terms? Lu Chen gave her a cheeky wind kiss and said, change the terms, then I can kiss you once too. But my face is thin, rarely proactive. If senior sister agrees, I will open my heart. These words made Tang Jing break into a sweat. Seeing this, Lu Chen turned and said, senior sister, you don't agree, hate to say, no matter, I think many will agree, I can go find them. As Lu Chen was about to leave, Tang Jing called him back. No, junior brother, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. She shyly said, I was just embarrassed because you're too handsome. Now let me kiss you. This made the men in the sect freeze. Senior sister Tang Jing, don't some were jealous to the point of red eyes. Annoying senior sister is blinded by money, becoming his servant. Then Tang Jing forced herself closer to Lu Chen, face full of dissatisfaction, while Lu Chen was very pleased. Yes, a little closer, just one kiss. Suddenly Lu Chen remembered something and teased her. Right, this is your first kiss. Little brother here is as pure as a blank sheet. If it's not your first kiss, I will be defiled. Tang Jing, teased, shouted angrily, of course it is the first kiss. Otherwise why would I think you are some kind of person? Green tea. Hearing this, Lu Chen exclaimed, then good, I will take your kiss, and immediately pressed his cheek against Tang Jing's lips. Looking at the scene, all the men in the sect hated Lu Chen. Annoying, another senior sister defiled, selling herself for money. Women are all like that. I also want to be someone with money. Tang Jing finished the kiss and shyly said, that junior brother, I'm done. Alright, Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't take what's not yours. He offered the vial of elixir honorably. Pay for what you eat, please take care of it. Tang Jing happily took the vial. Not bad. It's a superior elixir. Thank you, junior brother. Lu Chen also laughed and gave her a thumbs up. Senior sister, since you earn your money, I must give you the best. Seeing this, the crowd of women rushed to Lu Chen. Everyone eager, junior brother. I want to kiss you too, junior brother. I am a virgin, I won't defile you, junior brother. Look at me. Lu Chen greatly enjoyed this. He spread his arms wide. Senior sisters, one by one, come over slowly. The men in the sect looked at Lu Chen with even more hatred. Damn, the senior sisters have fully fallen for money. Annoying. Why am I not a woman? On the other side, Lu Chen was surrounded by women in the sect, each trying to please him. Junior brother, sit down, comfortable. Junior brother, how does it feel? Junior brother, I feed you these grapes, try if they're sweet. The men in the sect were even more envious. Everyone shouted in anger, aren't these just pills? What's the arrogance? Hearing this, Lu Chen replied disdainfully, Junior brother is right. These are just worthless elixirs. Normally I use them to feed birds. Junior brother won't take them to eat, right? Suddenly someone stepped forward from behind to refute Lu Chen. This junior brother is a bit wrong. The Kingbreaker pill can't be considered worthless. Hearing someone recognize him, shouted, it's senior brother Du Yi. Du Yi stepped elegantly forward, said, if junior brother has so many Kingbreaker pills, I agree to trade at equal value. Hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but praise, this is talent that knows quality much better than those useless poor guys. So senior brother, how do you plan to price them? Du Yi covered half his face with a fan, hiding emotion, said, fine, I won't let you suffer. 10 million spirit stones per pill, junior brother, how does that sound? Hearing the price, Lu Chen was slightly angry. He sneered, so a dark-hearted master, first 100 million, now 10 million, crazy, senior brother, are you sane? Du Yi made a righteous gesture, so the ugly idiot still complains, don't you see other senior brothers are unhappy with you? I just want to help. Selling at a loss will make them happy. If not for respecting the foolish clan, I wouldn't give even 1 million. These insults completely angered Lu Chen. He looked at Du Yi and said harshly, very capable senior brother, who are you calling ugly? Du Yi, seeing this, provoked him, so junior brother wants to fight. He looked at Lu Chen with contempt, limited words, so you have to prove yourself with force, crude. The ones behind, seeing an ally, also joined in. Right, a worthless guy with a little money, head like a dung beetle, disgusting. If it were me, I'd smash his head already. Lu Chen, furious, said, very well, it's been a long time since anyone dared say such things in front of me. I will remember you. Yi, hearing this, sneered, little junior brother thinks he's great. Give up in combat, you can't beat me. Better hand over the pills and avoid suffering. Hearing this, Lu Chen was annoyed. Swift as a jack, he rushed forward, ridiculous whether an opponent or not. You won't know until you try. Instantly, Du Yi was hit by a lightning punch and couldn't react. He spat out strawberry syrup. Lu Chen did not spare him, he charged again. Now, still think you're not my match? Du Yi immediately fell to the ground. Disciples around shouted in worry. Senior brother Du Yi was blasted by one punch, hadn't even used his martial skills. Everyone had to look at Lu Chen differently, such low cultivation. How is his strength so high? Seeing Lu Chen coming toward them, they turned pale with fear. What do you want to do? Don't come here, we give up, sorry. Lu Chen ignored them, went straight to Du Yi, grabbed his head, a bunch of trash, dealing with you would just dirty my hands. He flew off with Du Yi. Seeing this, the others froze and shouted, he took senior brother, it's over, is he going to kill Du Yi? But looking at Lu Chen's flight path, someone realized and shouted, why is he going to the peak of the Divine Wind? Call master quickly. After some travel, Lu Chen reached the peak of Divine Wind, he said in admiration, not bad, we've arrived. Lu Chen pushed Du Yi aside, get down weakling. Du Yi was pushed into a tree, clutching his wound fearfully. Why are you taking me to the mountain forest peak? He did not say much and stepped forward to grab Du Yi by the collar, smiling, guess what, not bad, nice hair. Du Yi heard this and angrily cursed, you chaotic fool. Thinking back, the punch just now was meant to be a conciliatory move. I am not interested in men. Please do not involve me. He then took out a mischievous card and laughed. What a coincidence. I am very interested in that man, especially interested in a man struck by lightning. Du Yi was slightly fearful and confused. A man struck by lightning, what does that mean? Without more words, he elegantly posed and shouted, Electro Dragon Lightning Barrage, 1 Kalong. Immediately a bolt struck Du Yi, while also taking an x-ray of him. Watching Du Yi being charred black, he felt immense satisfaction. Oh my, this is only a 4th level formation. Even the Primordial Spirit Elder could not withstand it. Du Yi looked at his hair, scorched and frizzed, mourning, my beautiful hair, you crazy fool. But he was extremely amused and asked, how is it? Didn't you say my hair looked like a 3-dot head? I specially did that for you. How does it feel? Du Yi, pale and as if life held no regrets, asked, no, I meant your hair was also struck by lightning. Do you have nothing better to do than get struck yourself? Truly a blood-mad fool. These words hit a sore spot for him. He sneered, it seems the electric power is still insufficient. Let's continue. Saying that, bolts of lightning continued to strike Du Yi one after another. Suddenly Chen Yu appeared from somewhere. Why are you back? Haven't you been struck enough? He turned back and asked with a smile, Sister Wu, this is it. This senior brother saw my hair and thought it stylish and luxurious. So he asked me to do one for him. I could only invite him up here. Now he is speechless with joy. Chen Yu was somewhat speechless with him. That little brat of yours, the city lord, was right. You truly are a chaotic devil king. The scene shifted to Du Yi's master, who had also heard the bad news about his disciple. Are you sure Du Yi's disciple was taken like this? The messenger nodded firmly, yes, your majesty. The man reported with a serious expression. It was indeed a crazy head who knocked out Du Yi's senior brother and took him. That madman brought Du Yi's senior brother to the peak of Divine Wind. Then nothing is known. The emperor's expression turned grim. He looked forward and murmured, to the peak of Divine Wind. A feeling of foreboding rose in him. Could it be? Standing at the sacred martial training grounds, the emperor stared towards the peak of divine wind. At this moment someone came to report, "Your Majesty, that guy has come down from the mountain." The emperor snorted coldly. "Let me go check." When he arrived, he heard the mocking words about Du Yi. "Is this Du Yi's senior brother, so ugly, shameful beyond measure?" Du Yi was struck until his head looked like a bird's nest, his clothes torn. He grabbed his body and shouted in anger, "Get away, stop looking," which only made him a laughing stock. He was embarrassed. Suddenly Du Yi saw a familiar figure and called out, "Master." He rushed forward as if grabbing a straw to save his life. "You must change clothes, child, and take charge," clutched the emperor, crying. "My elegant hair was ruined like a three-dot head. Master, quickly teach him." But the emperor poured cold water on him. "Child, even the master does not dare to help you seek revenge casually." He glanced at Lu Chen on the other side suspiciously and said, "After all, that person descended from the peak of divine wind." At this moment, Lu Chen approached a scarred-faced person and said with a smile, "Senior brother, before, I recall you said your head looked bad. Shall I make one for you too?" Hearing this, the man's face turned pale. "What do you want to do?" The scene shifted to somewhere in the sect. Several female disciples were chatting. The pink-haired girl looked at the rabbit on the lap of the person next to her and said, "This rabbit is so round it can't run." The person next to her lied, "Indeed." Suddenly the blonde girl remembered something. "Right, have you heard, recently many male disciples have had their heads shaved, extremely ugly." The pink-haired girl asked in confusion, "Shaved heads, their rank is so low. Why is there such a trend?" The previous girl replied disappointedly, "I don't know, perhaps it's a preference." Suddenly a voice rang out. "That was slightly wrong. Little junior sister, a shaved head is the pinnacle of hairstyle. How could it be called ugly?" The girl looked back and realized it was Du Yi's senior brother. He still kept the hairstyle from 2 days ago. Saying that, he laughed uproariously. He loves his hair as much as his life. Unexpectedly still kept this style. It turned out that the Du Yi before them was actually Lu Chen transformed. He was a bit surprised, so that's how he is. He felt a bit annoyed, originally wanted the fake Du Yi to play some mischief, unexpectedly met a familiar person, nearly exposed. At this moment King Cheng also felt strange, thinking, why does this Du Yi give me such a peculiar familiar feeling? Just then someone came calling, "Du Yi, so you were flirting with the junior sisters? I have been looking for you." Lu Chen was a bit unprepared and stammered, "What is it you want?" He internally screamed, "Who is this? Why do you know Du Yi?" That scar-faced man also got struck by lightning. He laughed, "Brothers are like you." Mocking him a bit is why he got struck like that. Saying that, he went ahead waving, "Yes, come with me, I have something to tell you." And both went to a tree to talk. The scar-faced man spoke first. "Senior brother Du, you look terrible. You love your hair as much as your life. Now your hair, more important than life, got struck by lightning. It must be uncomfortable. No wonder when I met you today, the smile from yesterday is gone." Lu Chen, slightly impatient, interrupted him. "Get to the point." The scar-faced man became excited. "The main point is we have a chance for revenge." Hearing this, Lu Chen became very excited. He exclaimed, "Really interesting, tell me more." The scar-faced man said boldly, "I have contacted 9 senior brothers humiliated by that chaotic brat, and others who pursued Tang Jing. Tang Jing was enchanted and forced to be kissed by that brat. Those chasing her want to teach that little brat a lesson with us." Lu Chen, slightly amused, asked, "So many people, are you planning to kill him?" That person, scared, backed away. "Senior brother Du, I didn't expect you to think so maliciously." He said disappointedly, "This won't work. They come from the divine wind, possibly disciples of the Holy Lord or martial saint. We dare not kill him." He imagined hanging Lu Chen on a tree to intimidate, and said with delight, "But giving him a lesson is fine. For example, take the opportunity to strip him like a cocoon and throw him in front of others, for them to see." Speaking of this, he could not help but laugh loudly. What a thought, thinking again, that crown of his is indeed a genius idea. Even Lu Chen didn't know how to react. Seeing the other side not very enthusiastic, he asked again, not happy, "Senior brother Du, why not smile?" Lu Chen hurriedly smiled a few times for formality. "Yes, I look forward to you. How many do you have in total?" He replied, "About 80 people. He made us the laughing stock of the sanctuary. No matter what, this grudge must be avenged." Lu Chen's head veins bulged with anger, but he still smiled, then continue contacting people. "I will watch the divine wind. Once I find him, I will inform you immediately." The scar-faced man immediately agreed. "Okay, senior brother Du, watch closely. Once you see his trace, go to the mansion and inform me." Watching his back leave, Lu Chen laughed, "Rest assured, I will inform you." He immediately returned to his true form, eyes full of murderous intent. But who is setting up whom is not yet clear. Soon after, Lu Chen descended the mountain to explore. As he walked, he pondered, originally wanting to see if there was a way to steal a rabbit. Unexpectedly, someone was using periodic spiritual scans. Although he had saint-level movement speed, he didn't want to be pursued by 3 kings. Suddenly, Lu Chen noticed a section of the riverbank with no one guarding the dragon Kirin fish. Might as well give it a try. He smiled smugly, "I've got a fun idea." At this moment, a disciple was diligently feeding the dragon Kirin fish, eating fishmen, consuming fish souls, achieving peak, the task of serving the dragon Kirin fish this time. The sage Feng generously rewarded 100 spirit stones, practically giving it away. Suddenly, one dragon Kirin fish was speared and lifted up. The disciple screamed in fear, "Dragon Kirin fish, who is it?" The fish was immediately pulled back, frightening the disciple. He spun around shouting, "You brat, where did you crawl from to dare touch the sage's fish?" But Lu Chen had already quickly transformed into Du Yi. He used Du Yi's face to cause trouble. "So what? I am Du Yi, my master is a king, a mere fish, the sage won't notice." That man's head bulged with blue veins, angrily shouting, "King, how dare you touch the sage's belongings? Even if the king comes, it's useless." Lu Chen laughed and provocatively said, "I stole it. What now? You caught it." The man angrily chased after him, annoying, "Someone catch that man." Lu Chen quickly ran away, silently laughing. "Later will be either roasted or grilled." He happily ran ahead, leave, still prefer the original grilled fish, but Lu Chen didn't expect Du Yi was approaching ahead. They passed each other in a flash. Du Yi immediately realized something was wrong. He screamed in rage, "What kind of demon are you to impersonate me?" Lu Chen, unafraid, replied stiffly, "Demon, ridiculous. I should be asking you, why impersonate me of the Du family?" Du Yi summoned a talisman. "You brat, watch me strike and reveal your true form. Demon, prepare to die." Before he could act, Lu Chen launched a preemptive strike, rushing forward and punching Du Yi straight in the face. "You demon, now it's your turn to die." Du Yi was blasted away by one punch. Lu Chen disdainfully said, "Pathetic, can't even withstand a single punch, and you dare call yourself Du Yi." Lu Chen then reverted to his true form, a new idea forming, leaving himself outside. "Too easy to ruin my fun, better this way." Immediately, Lu Chen took the unconscious Du Yi to the mountain sage cave and left him there, using a formation to seal him inside. He was very confident in his plan, no loopholes this time. Now just to catch a few more dragon Kirin fish. Scene shifted to the cultivation room of the Holy Maiden. King Cheng was practicing here. Suddenly Yao Xi approached and asked, "King Cheng, how is your cultivation today?" King Cheng paused and reported, "Master, today was fine, only senior brother." Before she could finish, Yao Xi interjected, "Oh, Lu Chen, what did that brat do?" King Cheng hesitated, thinking, "Today I encountered Du Yi, seems like a disguised senior brother." But she decided to cover for Lu Chen nothing, probably overthinking. But Yao Xi gave a cold, meaningful look and said, "I'm not overthinking. Your senior brother is a chaotic devil king. He will definitely cause trouble here. Just wait and see." Seeing that expression, King Cheng suspiciously asked, "Master, why does it seem he's happy about senior brother's actions?" Yao Xi, hit in the heart, forced a smile and denied, "No, I just hope he fights and steals treasures. It's all practice." Yao Xi's eyes suddenly became determined. "After all, he is my disciple. If he falls, I'll catch him. Why worry?" Scene shifted to Lu Chen. He was now preparing the fish he just caught, dragon Kirin fish, a rare human delicacy, and also a tonic. Lu Chen quickly cleaned the fish, sliced open the belly, removed the organs, scaled it, and deboned it. Then Lu Chen placed the fish on the fire to roast, slowly adding herbs, dill, and scallions as seasoning. For those who don't know, dill is a common spice in North African, Middle Eastern, West Chinese, Indian, and Mexican cuisine. Looking at the fragrant fish on the fire, Lu Chen marveled, "It's so big. Eating this will definitely provide enough energy for a breakthrough." Just then Du Yi, recovering from the lightning punch, woke. "Where is this?" He saw Lu Chen and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you, Lu Chen, you caught me." Du Yi, seeing Lu Chen roasting the fish, angrily said, "And you're calmly roasting it. This is a dragon Kirin fish." Du Yi now realized, angrily shouted, "So it's you, damn it, why impersonate me to steal dragon Kirin fish? We have no grudge." Lu Chen, hearing his muttering, annoyed, "Damn it, do I need a grudge with you to act?" He immediately used a silence technique to seal Du Yi's mouth. "Sealed. Now obediently watch the master roast fish for me." Lu Chen added, "But your face is indeed useful. While you were unconscious, I used it to steal a few more fish. Honoring my father, this made Du Yi furious but helpless." Lu Chen looked at the fragrant roasted fish on the table, satisfied. No need to speak. The aroma is overwhelming. Just as Lu Chen was about to take a bite, a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder from behind. "Smells good. What are you doing?" Chen Yu coldly asked Lu Chen. "Secretly eating something here?" Lu Chen exhaled in relief. "Scared me. Oh, it's senior sister, I'm eating fish. Want some?" Hearing this, Chen Yu didn't hesitate and took a piece from Lu Chen. "Alright then." Lu Chen was speechless. "You really ate it, and even let me feed you." Immediately the aura from the fish spread through Chen Yu, the flavor, dragon Kirin fish, not the fish from that stingy guy. Lu Chen curiously asked, "Stingy guy? What? How does this stingy person relate to my fish?" Chen Yu quickly formed hand seals. "Let me see what really happened." She summoned her spiritual sense out of her body to fly. Chen Yu went to the Dragon Kirin fish pond, where everyone was discussing the fish theft. "Heard about it? Dragon Kirin fish stolen?" The person beside replied, "Yes, I heard Du Yi stole it. Wow, so daring." While Chen Yu listened, someone nearby said, "Chen Yu, your spiritual sense is idle. Help me find the fish thief." Chen Yu looked over and recognized Feng Xian. She gasped, "Isn't that the stingy guy? Heard your fish was stolen, refused to share. Now deservedly stolen." Feng Xian was mocked and replied, "Your woman, if you don't help, fine." Still mocking me. After understanding everything, Chen Yu retracted her spiritual sense. so that's what happened. She looked at Lu Chen helplessly. Your brat is formidable. Even stole the stingy guy's treasure, Lu Chen smugly said. Is that so? So this stingy guy is the owner of this fish. Senior sister praised too much. Never mind him. Let's eat. Chen Yu picked up a piece of fish, reminded him that stingy guy's name is Feng Xian, a particularly stingy Sage Realm expert. Because of his frugality we nicknamed him Stingy. Only the Saint Lord himself could get him to give 2 fish. Today we can eat Dragon Kirin fish, thanks to your luck. Chen Yu spoke while recalling how Feng Xian always held a grudge over 2 fish. Hearing this, Lu Chen was even more excited. So that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Let's eat. As Lu Chen reached for a piece, Chen Yu stopped him. Yes, you might not get to eat this even once a year. Lu Chen huffed helplessly. Senior sister, have some shame. Even if it's once a year, don't get so worked up. Chen Yu once again swatted Lu Chen's hand away. That's because you don't know the exquisite taste of the golden Kilin fish. Lu Chen blocked repeatedly, sneered and replied, of course I don't know, haven't gotten a bite. Chen Yu won and took a piece of fish, laughing. Look at your petty face, as if I wouldn't let you eat. After Chen Yu finished eating, she stood up cheerfully. Alright, I'm full. The rest is for you, stingy Tren. Lu Chen was furious but could do nothing. He gritted his teeth and said, testable, you eat so much, serves you right for having such a big chest. And call me Grand Marshal Tren, I'm not stingy. He eagerly prepared to enjoy the delicacy. Next it was his turn, but when he looked down, only the dry fish bones remained. Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. My fish, so she finished it first. Unable to eat the long lion fish meat, the bones still could not be ignored. After finishing, he quickly trained to increase his physical strength, and even so he could still break through to the extraordinary mid-stage. After a while, thanks to the long lion fish, Lu Chen made considerable progress. He could not believe it. Surprisingly, the long lion fish had such great energy. Even chewing on just the brain was enough for rapid improvement. Lu Chen held the remaining bones carefully, not wasting a single piece. Suddenly, Lu Chen had an idea. He glanced at Du Yi with a sly smile. Du Yi gasped in surprise. Lu Chen approached and asked Du Yi, little brother, did you eat before being captured today? He smiled mischievously. Du Yi sensed something wrong and fearfully asked, what do you want to do? Lu Chen said, out of respect for you taking the blame for me, I will give you these long lion fish bones to eat. Du Yi was disgusted. Pushing the fish bones away, he dodged and said, not a chance. Do you take me for a dog, even starving to death? Jumping off here, I won't eat a bite. Speaking of the long lion fish, it is known as one of the 8 supreme tastes. Even celestial delicacies cannot match it. Du Yi used to think it was just legend until now. Lu Chen immediately forced Du Yi to eat. Previously, Du Yi, barely surviving, wanted to refuse the long lion fish, but now with the bones at stake, he could not leave. The aroma was irresistible. Even the bones smelled divine. With just a set of fish bones, Du Yi tamed Lu Chen. Big brother, quickly catch another one so we both can enjoy. We should taste the meat too. Lu Chen was speechless at the speed of this turn of events. He waved and left. This can be discussed later. Jingzi. Wait here, big brother has business. Du Yi agreed happily, big brother leisurely. Remember to bring back the fish, though he wondered why he was called Jingzi. Some reference perhaps. After leaving the Divine Wind Hall, Lu Chen went to find the scar-faced man, the one who previously said he conspired with over 80 dissatisfied disciples to harm me. Today I have time to deal with them, to prevent future trouble. He clenched the token, thinking, no need to waste spiritual power on high-level transformation. Just use an illusion talisman to make them think I am Du Yi. Now, carrying the illusion, Lu Chen ran to the group, smiling friendly. Senior brothers, how is everyone prepared? They turned to Lu Chen and smiled. Senior brother Du Yi, greeting, aren't you supervising that shaved head brat? Why not supervising now? At this moment, another disciple, trained by Lu Chen, ran over excitedly. Senior brother Du, has the shaved head brat come down the mountain? Lu Chen smiled. He has appeared. I sent people to follow. You go notify others. I will wait here until everyone is ready to deal with him together. They ran off excitedly. Senior brother Du, wait here a bit. We will notify others to gather quickly. They trusted this, unaware the Du Yi they saw was actually Lu Chen's illusion. After a while, Lu Chen still in Du Yi's guise waited. Other disciples joined in. Senior brother, we have enough people now. The crowd excitedly said, today if we don't beat that chaotic brat, we will be finished. Others angrily said, wait, when we catch him, I will stomp him. Hearing this, others smiled. Senior brother, let's go cause trouble. Only Lu Chen was displeased. He watched the crowd, corner of mouth twitching in anger. So many, not 80 as said, 200, 300 people. You want to force me to be cruel, but hated. Why so many traitors? He suppressed his anger and led the way. Alright, this way. I will lead. After moving a while, Lu Chen led them deeper into the mountains. Someone doubted. Too remote. Why here? Another sneered. The ugly brat likes such places. Clearly not decent. Someone complained, said it was nearby but took half an hour. Still not arrived. At this moment someone asked Lu Chen, senior brother Du Yi, hasn't it arrived yet? That brat didn't leave here, did he? Lu Chen said, no rush, almost there, but in his hand he activated a formation token. Instantly countless lightning bolts struck from above. Lu Chen pretended to shout. Where does this electricity come from? The people behind echoed, yes. Which High Master is performing a tribulation here? Quickly retract your powers. But the scar-faced man quickly noticed, angrily saying, wait, this is the lightning suppression formation who is targeting us. But what can be done? Those behind screamed for help, while Lu Chen at the front calmly said, everyone stay calm, I'm familiar with this formation. The key to breaking it is in the sky. We fly up and break it. Saying that, Lu Chen dashed up, the others followed. As a result, the whole group was struck violently by lightning. Seeing them, Lu Chen laughed with satisfaction. Are you serious, flying while being struck? Complaining the lightning is inaccurate. I overestimated your intelligence. Believe anything? Truly brainless pigs. As he finished, cries of pain echoed through the forest. Help, someone save me. An hour later, the disciples were confused and exhausted. The blue-haired one complained, I'm just an outer disciple here for fun. Why end up like this? Another looked at Lu Chen. Indeed powerful, struck by lightning but unharmed. Lu Chen sat proudly on a rock, smiling. Is everyone alright? Listen to me. He posed mysteriously. The heavens and earth know. I know you know. This is not coincidence. Seems there is a traitor among us. The group panicked, as if struck by lightning. They scrambled. What senior brother says? There is a traitor among us. Lu Chen continued, look, we gathered many, big commotion, easily noticed by that divine wind disciple. He deliberately sent a spy inside, then reported our line. Set a formation on the path, targeting us first. They were furious, grinding teeth would tear the spy apart. Lu Chen continued, among us there are people with no grudge against that divine wind disciple, only here for fun. They might be bribed. After all, that disciple has much money. Using Du Yi's trusting face, Lu Chen concluded, thus there may be many spies among us. Think carefully. Who is suspicious? Who might be the insider? Everyone broke into a sweat, started cursing each other. What, the insider is not me. Another shouted, you look like a traitor. That one quickly yelled, detestable, you are the insider. Your whole family are insiders. Only Lu Chen left calmly. Fools, keep playing mafia. I will return first. After successfully dividing them, Lu Chen ignored them and turned back to his cave at the peak of divine wind. These people suffered enough. If continued, next time I will use the 5th level lightning suppression formation. But after a while, Lu Chen saw a figure sitting in the cave. Someone. Looking closer, it was his junior sister King Cheng. Lu Chen asked, so it's you, why come here? King Cheng was playing the zither. Her hands moved gracefully over the strings. As the music played, weapons flew around her. Lu Chen was surprised. His junior sister was a highly skilled zither master. King Cheng saw Lu Chen and greeted, senior brother, you are back. Lu Chen approached and praised, junior sister. This zither blade piece has fully inherited our master's teachings, combining shadow and sword. Even primordial spirit, cultivators cannot match you. King Cheng politely praised, senior brother, you have achieved remarkable accomplishments recently at the sanctuary. Your self-designed shaved hairstyle became a hot trend. Lu Chen blushed awkwardly, minor matter, not worth mentioning. Suddenly King Cheng remembered Du Yi's incident. Senior brother, I saw Du Yi trapped in the cave. He begged me to release him. Do you know who trapped him? Lu Chen panicked. What, that brat? You didn't release him? King Cheng startled. No, nothing. Hearing this, Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He patted King Cheng's head. Good junior sister, do not release him yet. I still have some use for it. Don't tell outsiders. In a few days, I will invite you to a big feast. King Chushed, embarrassed at Lu Chen touching her head. Senior brother, why suddenly touch my head? It won't grow taller. Lu Chen laughed heartily. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Little miss, you're embarrassed. Senior brother should go practice now. Then Lu Chen entered the cave to cultivate and level up. Practicing while speaking. Must quickly advance to the next stage of cultivation. Lu Chen's whole body was sweating, veins bulging, but he was extremely satisfied. Now besides being rich, he also possessed countless 5th-grade thunder-controlling arrays. Yet this still did not satisfy Lu Chen's desire. The leveling speed this way was still insufficient. The flaw was too painful, truly beyond what a normal human could endure. At that moment, an idea flashed through Lu Chen's mind. No, he had to divert attention. That's right, he might as well do that. It turned out the thing to divert attention was food. He thought of countless dishes, phoenix dumplings, buffalo skin, roasted dragon meat, peacock stewed with lime leaves. But the best had to be the 7-course supreme dog meat. After 3 days at the peak, Lu Chen finally completed the cultivation attention diversion. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, finally overcoming it. At this point, Lu Chen had reached the state of a virtuous man, yet could not suppress his hunger and marveled, indeed effective, only now he was too hungry. Suddenly, Lu Chen had a thought. He immediately transformed into Du Yi. That's right, with his current strength he might be able to steal the Yanqi rabbit. After all the 8 formation had been stolen once, only one left, better switch to Du Yi's form to do the job. At the same time, in the summer pavilion, 2 girls were chatting, King Cheng and a senior sister with white hair of the same sect. The little senior sister spoke, the depth of the yin law truly makes others puzzled. Junior sister's yin law understanding rivals our masters. King Cheng, embarrassed by the praise, replied, senior sister, you flatter me? Soon you will also be able to reach this level. At this moment, King Cheng noticed Du Yi sneaking nearby. She exclaimed in surprise, that person, it's Du Yi. Lu Chen also saw the person in the pavilion, quickly hiding behind a rock to avoid being seen. The little senior sister, hearing the name Du Yi, asked curiously, he is Du Yi, the rogue who stole the dragon lion fish. Rumor has it the recluse saint recently issued a bounty on him, yet he dares to appear here. But King Cheng had doubts, thinking strangely, wasn't Du Yi locked inside the stone chamber? Could it be senior brother released him? She speculated. Du Yi stole the dragon lion fish. Perhaps senior brother didn't want to be implicated, so released him. On the other side, Lu Chen looked around, but it was all ambushes. He thought in frustration, the area is too strictly guarded. Last time it wasn't this tight. Yanchi Rabbit appeared before him helplessly, right in front, yet he could sense it. A sense of imminent danger engulfed Lu Chen's body. He thought around him were at least the divine consciousness of 2 emperors, scanning intertwined, plus several dozen royal divine consciousness concealed. Lu Chen thought bitterly, all because of the dragon lion fish incident. So I better return to the mountain first. Stealing the Yanchi Rabbit is not easy, must find a way. Then Lu Chen returned to the Divine Wind Peak. Du Yi immediately asked, senior brother, why return so early today? Did you steal any fish? Lu Chen, annoyed, said to Du Yi, stop talking, I intended to change the flavor today. The Yanchi Rabbit area was strictly guarded, temporarily unable to steal, only able to eat fish. Du Yi, hearing this, became furious, raising a finger at Lu Chen, saying, wait, you still want to steal the Yanchi Rabbit using my face? You've offended a saint, don't offend more. Lu Chen responded displeased, cut the nonsense, you're quite a foodie yourself, recently always talking about dragon lion fish, and shamelessly so. Lu Chen then went to a corner holding a cookbook. Holding a knife excitedly said, just right, I'm preparing fish, this time none for you. Hearing fish, Du Yi drooled. If there's fish to eat, say it sooner, senior brother. Earlier I joked, even if you used my face to steal 100 times, it wouldn't matter, so share a bit with me. Lu Chen, seeing him talk too much, silenced Du Yi, be quiet, don't disturb my cooking. Du Yi immediately obediently gestured okay. While Lu Chen consulted the cooking book, boiled water for 30 minutes, then added snail and fresh water, King Cheng returned from afar. Upon reaching the cave entrance and smelling the aroma, King Cheng could not resist. Senior brother, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked up with pride and said, didn't I previously promise to treat you to a grand meal? I'm preparing it now. After a while of busy cooking, the fish soup was completed, looking like a restaurant dish. King Cheng marveled, amazing senior brother, just the smell shows your meal isn't ordinary. But looking closely, King Cheng's expression darkened. This is dragon lion fish. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up in praise. Junior sister, you really know your stuff. King, seeing the situation, surely guessed correctly. The fish thief isn't senior brother. Lu Chen then displayed an innocent guilty face, said, don't speak carelessly, the fish thief is Du Yi. But King Cheng, realizing, quickly exposed Lu Chen's lie. Du Yi had always been locked up, all was senior brother disguising as him. Lu Chen, unashamed, patted King Cheng's head in praise. Truly the smart junior sister of mine. King Cheng, seeing Lu Chen patting her head again, protested, I said touch my head, I'm not a child anymore, senior brother. Yet she asked curiously, but senior brother, why did you steal the dragon lion fish? Lu Chen didn't explain, just picked up a piece of fish, why steal? He then fed the fish to King Cheng. Here, junior sister, try a piece and you'll understand. After tasting, King Cheng was ecstatic, praising nonstop, so delicious, deep green, soft and smooth. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up, exactly, because it's so delicious. One of the 8 treasures, rare to find. If the Holy Land has it, why not make a few? Du Yi behind also signaled, tapping the barrier, indicating he wanted some too. Seeing him wanting to eat, Lu Chen mocked, what, little brother, now craving the dragon lion fish, today there's none for you. Yet Du Yi trembled, sweating, pointing ahead. Lu Chen asked, what are you pointing at? While Lu Chen spoke, King Cheng ate voraciously like a starving tiger. After a while, Lu Chen looked. Only the fish skeleton remained. King Cheng happily praised, dragon lion fish is so tasty. Thank you for inviting senior brother. After finishing, looking at the empty plate, Lu Chen was shocked. How can you eat so fast? Are all women of the Holy Realm like this? He, disappointed, yelled in disbelief, twice already, the fish I painstakingly stole has no meat left. While Lu Chen was still bitter, King Cheng continued praising, dragon lion fish truly a delicacy. He marveled, didn't expect senior brother's skills to be so good. Thank you for the treat. Lu Chen, resigned, sighed, as long as junior sister is happy, I'll clean up the rest. But at this moment, seeing Du Yi signaling behind him, he asked, puzzled, what are you doing? But immediately understood and said, exasperated, alright, I get it, impressive, handle the bones yourself, remember to wash the dishes. Then he quickly chased after King Cheng. Second junior sister, let's go outside for a walk. Hearing this, King Cheng agreed, just right, it cooled and she had things to talk about. King Cheng spoke while walking, these past few days I and some friends discussed you. She recounted with some worry, among them you were known, wanting to compete with you. Lu Chen asked indifferently, who, so audacious, daring to challenge me? King Cheng continued, he is Zhou Yang, the 38th direct disciple of the recluse saint, now at full supernatural realm, strongest among all in the Holy Land. King Cheng recounted rumors of Zhou Yang with some concern, said he even defeated the primordial spirit realm, the direct disciple most favored by the recluse saint. This made Lu Chen somewhat interested. He asked impressive deeds, but junior sister, why would Zhou Yang want to challenge me? King Cheng shyly said, Zhou Yang is arrogant, believes himself the number one of the supernatural realm. Speaking of this made King Cheng fearful. She told him of your achievements, probably interested so wants to fight a match. Lu Chen chuckled, Moi, I see this Zhou Yang is actually pursuing you. King Cheng was startled and refused. She said awkwardly, wasn't it just that when talking, you mentioned senior brother a bit more? Mention this made King Cheng irritated again. She pouted and said, who knew that Zhou Yang would want to challenge senior brother? Men are really strange. Lu Chen felt a bit melancholic. He sighed, so that's how it is. He then patted Lu Chen's head, saying, foolish junior sister, when the woman you love talks about another man, it will surely make the pursuer jealous. But King Cheng didn't believe it and snorted angrily, senior brother, don't mind that Zhao Yang, he is just being flirtatious. Lu Chen smiled and asked, isn't doing that showing I fear him? Junior sister, do you underestimate senior brother? When I dominated the sacred realm, weren't the beasts I faced fewer? My opponents were all primordial stage, king stage. Lu Chen recalled the heroic times of dominating the sacred realm. He said confidently, now even a petty supernatural stage wants me to flinch. If my former enemies knew, they would laugh their jaws off. Lu Chen then showed a cunning expression and asked, but junior sister, I ask you, how much do you know about him? Where is he? Does he have strong protectors? King Cheng felt something was off but still said, brother, why bother? I just feel something strange. When Zhou Yang went out for practice, he obviously had strong protectors. But now in the sacred realm Dao Chai, naturally none. Then King Cheng recalled something and said, right, I heard recently he and other disciples competed in Swanthang Mountain. At this moment at the foot of Swanthang Mountain, a figure approached. This was the person Lu Chen had been talking about, the first supernatural stage of the sacred realm Zhou Yang. Lu Chen saw him approaching and asked, hey, handsome kid over there, you are Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang immediately became alert and replied, correct, I am Zhou Yang, what's the matter? Hearing this, Lu Chen laughed and raised his fist. I just want to confirm if it's you, no problem. As soon as he finished, Lu Chen punched straight at Zhou Yang with great momentum, saying, today I came here just to fight Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang saw Lu Chen rushing to attack and managed to raise his hands to block. He was still hit back by one punch from Lu Chen. He was extremely terrified, thinking, how is this possible? This person is clearly mid-supernatural stage, yet can repel me. Inside, Chu felt a rising fear. Who is this person really? He couldn't help asking, who are you? Lu Chen laughed as if hearing a joke, covering his mouth and mocking, good kid. After one punch of mine you didn't spit blood. The strongest supernatural stage of the old sacred realm is truly renowned. Zhou Yang snorted angrily embarrassed, saying, doesn't matter if I don't speak. Zhou Yang then took out a seal and looked at Lu Chen incredulously, forcing me to use royal key. Then Zhao Yang exerted his cultivation, his gaze sharpened, his voice full of anger. No matter who you are, you will surely die. Judge Yanwang's seal, the seal of life and death. Zhou Yang then activated the seal of life and death, attacking Lu Chen. Die, seal of life and death, activate. Lu Chen saw him attacking and stood still without moving. Then he took out another seal to counter Zhou Yang's attack, seal of life and death, dissolve it for me. Instantly Zhou Yang's seal of life and death was dissolved. Zhou Yang was extremely terrified and exclaimed, what, you also have the seal of life and death and directly nullified my attack? Only a higher level seal could suppress my Kuai. Could it be that this one is an advanced seal? Lu Chen smiled coldly and replied, correct. This is indeed the saint level seal of life and death. He threw the seal of life and death straight into Zhou Yang's face, killing this guy. Seeing Zhou Yang unconscious ahead, Lu Chen smiled smugly. Next time just follow the procedure, fainting directly isn't better. Still dare to hack me? Don't you know my hack is even stronger? Although saying this, Lu Chen secretly sighed with relief. Luckily he was strong enough, not hitting his saint protector's will. Otherwise the idle saint would have surely come. Lu Chen quickly took out his storage bag, put Zhou Yang in it, hostage secured. Now let's head to the competition square on the mountain to see. Scene switched to the Sacred Realm Arena Square. The disciples had gathered long ago but no competitor was seen. They wondered, where is Zhou Yang? He hasn't arrived, surely he's not scared and running away. Feng Xian above was also anxious and loudly said, what's going on? The opponents have been waiting for him for an hour already. Feng Xian immediately ordered a Mo, go to Zhou Yang's residence and see. What is that kid up to? The person named a Mo immediately received the order, obeyed. At this moment Lu Chen arrived, waving the letter in his hand. No need to search, I have news of Zhou Yang here. Lu Chen gave the letter to Feng Xian, saying, a stranger asked me to deliver this letter to you. It contains news of Zhou Yang. Feng Xian looked at the letter puzzled. Feng Xian quickly opened and read the letter. Mr. Feng Xian, your beloved disciple has been captured by me. Please pay 10 longland fish and 2 yin rabbits as ransom. After reading, Feng Xian helped but curse. plundering over me. He angrily clenched the letter, gritting his teeth. If I don't kill you, this hatred cannot be resolved. Feng Xian approached Lu Chen angrily. Kid, did someone give you something? Call you here, tell me the person behind you, and I'll spare you. Lu Chen smiled provocatively. Hey, don't lie. I just had good intentions delivering the letter. Don't falsely accuse. Seeing Lu Chen still firm, he unleashed his power, wanting to force Lu Chen to tell the truth. No need for acting. Seems I can only force you to speak. Before he could do anything, a hand was placed on him. Feng Xian, you are good. It was Chen Yu. She warned Feng Xian he is the direct disciple of the Sacred Lord. If you want to touch him, aren't you afraid the Sacred Lord will flay you? Seeing her, Feng Xian was slightly surprised. Chen Yu, what did you say? This kid is the Sacred Lord's disciple? Feng Xian didn't believe it and asked Lu Chen, kid, your master really is the Sacred Lord Yao Ji? Lu Chen said confidently, 100% credibility, my master is the Sacred Lord. Hearing this, Feng Xian assessed internally, what Yao Ji, such a low rank, takes in a useless disciple, but outwardly asked Lu Chen, then how did you coincidentally get this letter? Suddenly, several people holding letters arrived. The idol saint here has a letter concerning Zhou Yang. Another shouted, idol saint, I also have one. Feng Xian was furious, preparing carefully. I have 42 fish left, another 10 taken, plus 2 yin rabbits demanded. The subordinate quickly suggested, secretly sending words to him, idol saint, I suggest pretending to agree first, then wait for the thief to respond. If he appears we will catch him again. No way, Feng Xian sighed, fine, a mo, prepare the spilled goods. At the meeting point outside the sacred realm, a mo had brought the exchange items for Zhu Yang. All under Feng Xian's supervision, he stood from afar. I hid in the sky space crevice, unless in the holy realm, otherwise he could not detect me. He looked down and said, let me catch your thief and see how you deny. A day passed and the thief hadn't arrived. Feng Xian was slightly impatient. The sun was about to set. Why still hasn't he come? When the second day passed, Feng Xian began to suspect, could it be not here? Yet the letter said he broke the tree. Third day, Feng Xian was bored, lying down too bored. When caught, must find the East Saint to drink flower wine. Then the fourth day and a week later, Feng Xian was so bored he was dozing. Suddenly Mo brought a letter. The master has a letter. Feng Xian took the letter in frustration. Again a letter? What trick is this time? The content of the letter made Feng Xian purple with anger. Too embarrassed. I know you ambushed secretly, so I purposely let you climb the tree for a week. Continue to set the ransom in the same place. I warn you not to trick me. Feng Xian was so provoked by Lu Chen, he nearly went mad. Hateful, shameless, I am sworn enemy with this guy. While Feng Xian was still holding back anger, Lu Chen was leisurely eating fruit, letting Feng Xian climb the tree for a week. Surely he's going crazy now. He sat up and looked at King Cheng in front of him, thinking to himself, even tapping my toes, I know you'll be keeping an eye on me. I'm not stupid. Lu Chen tried to start a conversation with King Cheng, not knowing what master had gone to do. Before leaving, he wanted to bid her farewell. At that moment, King Cheng came over and asked, what was senior brother mumbling about? She asked suspiciously, senior brother, that Zhou Yang, did you play a trick? Lu Chen immediately refused. Don't speak nonsense. How could your senior brother be that kind of person? King Cheng showed a look of contempt. What kind of person do you think you are that I don't know? While the two were still talking, a beam of light fell from the sky. Lu Chen guessed the aura is too strong. Could it be a saint? Just as Lu Chen thought, the person arriving was Feng Xian. Seeing him, Lu Chen smiled. So it is the idol saint senior appearing in person. I wonder what brings him here. Feng Xian said seriously, young one, I received a letter. You should see it too. Lu Chen quickly took the letter. He immediately opened and read the letter. The content inside was, Feng Xian, I heard your Saint Lord has taken a new male disciple. Give him the ransom. I will take it from him. You better not ambush him, or I will kill him. If the Saint Lord's disciple dies because of you, the Saint Lord will definitely blame you. There's no need to waste time. You won't find me, but I know everything you do. After reading the letter, Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Long letter for nothing, basically saying give him the ransom. The good fellow will come for it when he has time. Feng Xian replied, exactly, take the items yourself. Then he tossed the bag of items toward Lu Chen. Seeing tense, Lu Chen said unwillingly, idol saint senior, I still want to live a few more years. Give me the items. What if the one in the dark kills me? Feng Xian groaned, reluctantly saying, don't worry, young one. I have sworn to heaven I will not hide in the dark again. This time I've lost, I admit defeat. I only want to resolve the situation. I won't play games anymore. Saying that, but inside Feng Xian was still furious. He had guessed who that person was, the hateful rogue. I am a saint, in this realm of saints who besides the Saint Lord can hide from my sight. Who exactly is this thief? You don't have a clue? The rogue was trying to bully the Saint Lord's disciple too far. After giving the items to Lu Chen, he ignored everything and flew off. Besides, you are the Saint Lord's disciple. How could I ignore your safety? Alright, I'll go now. Watching his back disappear, he was full of satisfaction, going already fine. I'll be the good person and help him. Seeing Feng Xian admit defeat, Lu Chen also let go of Zhou Yang. Indeed, admitting defeat like this, I thought it would drag on longer. Then he threw Zhou Yang away with force. If your master has given the ransom, you're useless too. Go home. From behind, King Cheng looked at Lu Chen and spoke. Senior brother, didn't you say to talk to Zhu Yang? Lu Chen signaled to her then replied, quiet. Junior sister, remember that senior brother really isn't the author of this short piece. She blinked at him and asked, alright senior brother, why did you take Sony Dragon Lion fish? Lu Chen spoke cheerfully, these fish, I intend to take home to honor my father, let him taste them. He handed over a token and said, right, junior sister, keep this, now I'll prepare to go home. King Cheng suddenly shouted, this is the formation that traps Du Yi. Lu Chen glanced at her, reminding later after I leave, release that Du Yi outside, I'm in a hurry, see you next time. The sky that day was exceptionally clear and bright. King Cheng said solemnly under her breath, also don't know where senior brother's home is, next time I'll go there to settle the score. In the imperial palaces of the 6 kingdoms, Lu Zheng was playing chess with the Sword King. He spoke, Sword King, master of chess, I salute you, inwardly cursing, why hasn't that rebellious son returned? If he doesn't, I can't hold on anymore. Lu Zheng spoke, this whole month, I haven't won a single game, inwardly reminded himself, this Sword King's temper is careful calm, yet waited 3 months for that brat. The Sword King now looked coldly at him and replied, no need to play chess now, the main character has returned. Above the sky of the 6 kingdoms, Lu Chen cut through the wind. Lu Zheng couldn't help shouting, humph, that rebellious son, he still dares to return. Rushed to the gate quickly and shouted, finally home, not knowing if the old man missed him. Just entering the door, he shouted, old man, I'm back, but all he got was the old man's dissatisfied face. Lu Zheng angrily roared, rebellious son, you still return? Didn't you say you'd come back in a few days, months? Lu Chen replied awkwardly, don't mention it, actually, I wanted to return more than you did. Sword King next to him asked, you are Lu Chen, who taught you the 1,000-year sword art? Lu Chen looked at him and replied, oh, you're the Sword King something, why should I say? He continued coldly, if that's the case, I will confirm it myself. The next second he stood up, sword intent flowing out in streams. Lu Chen frowned and praised sword intent, no wonder called the #1 master of the imperial realm. Such sword intent, few in the imperial realm can master. He reached out to summon the god, thinking, not only knows the 1,000-year sword art, but also sword intent identity. Indeed, as I suspected, he spoke to challenge. Only sword intent can neutralize sword intent. I also have sword intent, inwardly speculating, how can this identity survive in such a poor key kingdom? Then he raised his hand and shouted, sword intent like water extinguishing forbidden wind. The Sword King suddenly looked at him and asked, what sword intent? Newly transcendent realm can cultivate sword intent. He frowned seriously. Moreover, how old is the newcomer? Genius, inwardly amazed, didn't expect to actually find a treasure here. Waiting 3 months was not in vain. At this moment the Sword King laughed loudly, ha ha, your killing of my disciples is forgiven. He stared at him and proposed, come, become my disciple. Lu Chen signaled, refusing, I decline. The Sword King suspiciously asked, what, no further thought I could teach you to raise sword intent to king level, then trem king like chopping dogs? Lu Chen calmly replied, my master is enough, moreover with your little skill, teaching me is far from enough. He looked at him mockingly, moreover you are from the Sword Emperor Palace, a proper Sword King with abundant resources yet don't need them, and come to a small wilderness kingdom, perhaps exiled by Sword Emperor Palace for a mistake. The Sword King's face hardened and replied, you know Sword Emperor Palace, yes, how could I not suspect? You know the 1,000-year sword art and practice sword intent, of course it comes from there. He admitted, correct, I am the abandoned one of the Sword Emperor Palace, offended the higher-ups. Recalling the swords he mentioned, in this life I was expelled from the Sword Emperor Palace, never to enter the Azure realm again. The Sword King looked sternly at him, now I can only live in the small key kingdom. If you are of the Sword Emperor Palace, I will not interfere. Lu Chen calmly proposed, no rush, let's make a deal. Then he said solemnly, eliminate Qi Huang. Help my father ascend the Qi Huang throne. After success, I will send you back to Sword Emperor Palace. What say you? The Sword King touched his chin and replied sarcastically, brat speaks recklessly. I admit your talent, in the palace also top genius. Then he continued, but you cannot. 4 Windlords petitioned together to punish me. Even the palace master cannot act. Lu Chen calmly replied, the sword in the palace, for now no one I cannot offend. I said you can return, you will be able to return. In the next second, a sword was summoned by him. Lu Chen proposed, if you don't trust me then trust this sword. The Sword King stunned, shouting in disbelief, divine sword Silver Moon, you are the sword master, impossible, you are newly transcendent, inwardly wondering, how even the sword saint of Sword Emperor Palace cannot approach Silver Moon, yet Lu Chen has it. Lu Chen arrogantly replied, so what if it's supreme? I have someone supporting, just sword master, easy as eating cake. The Sword King became flustered, this. Immediately after, he clasped hands, sighed, agreeing, then all follow the will of the sword master. Behind Lu Zhang, he shouted in dissatisfaction, what are these two discussing? Setting up soundproof formations, why not tell me? Lu Chen looked at him smugly and said, haha, nothing impressive, old man, no need to know. Just prepare to sit on the Qi Huang throne. Yes, old Lu, I will definitely help you sit on the Qi Huang seat. The Sword King raised a finger and laughed along. He looked at these two dumbfounded. What's this? Since when are these two so close? Zhu Zhenghang worriedly said, moreover wanting to overthrow Qi Huang. Isn't this decision too reckless? Lu Chen smugly affirmed, it's fine, we are helping you, ensure Qi Huang meets his end. Zhu Zhenghang continued, no, I just feel this might be too fast. Now we are a weak force, relying on the three of us to eliminate the emperor. Lu Chen looked at him and replied, no problem, Qi Huang considers you a nuisance. Last time sent two King Realm to kill my father, too contemptuous. This time we act first. Sword King next to him continued, but sixth brother isn't entirely wrong, we are few, let me find another no weaker than me, named Lin Viet. Lu Chen entered. Who is that? Zhu Zhenghang's face tensed, shouted, Lin Viet, wasn't he executed by the emperor? The Sword King explained he practiced secret soul techniques. Even when his body was destroyed he could revive. Zhu Zhenghang clasped hands and bowed, I see. Then please, Sword Brother, send that person out. We will wait here for your good news. Immediately after the Sword King took action, fine, I will depart, Zhu Zhenghang said. Sword Brother, go leisurely. Zhu Zhenghang curiously said, brat, now tell me if you have obtained your opportunity. Even the Sword King obeys you. Lu Chen smugly replied, didn't I say I have worshipped a supreme master? Even the gatekeeper obeys him. Zhu Zhenghang enraged, gritted teeth and said, oh so powerful, why didn't you bring those gatekeepers to help? Or is your status in the sect still below menial? In the next moment Lu Chen's face became dumb, replied awkwardly, thinking inwardly, right, why do I with such a strong background still play this childish game with a trash emperor? At this moment in the Qi Huang palace, Qi Huang sat on the throne, complaining, humph, even the sword apprentice revolts, what move did this small sixth king use? The eunuch shouted, transmit, Martial King, Guardian King, the two kings enter the palace to pay respects to his majesty. Peak Royal, the Martial King then entered. He respectfully said, your majesty, pay respects. Right behind the Peak Realm Martial King and the Tren King also stepped forward. He spoke, your majesty, we pay our respects. Qi Huang, furious, ordered, the two of you go to the Six Nations. Tell the Sword King, if he wants to live, he must take my son Qi Han as his disciple. Refusal means death. Then bring the heads of all 6 families back to me. The Tren King replied calmly, your majesty, it is enough that I go, I have long wished to learn the high skills of that Sword King. Qi Huang gritted his teeth, reminding the sword cultivation ability far surpasses ordinary kings, the two of you must go together. This battle must be swift, do not make me lose face. The two kings and the Martial King clasped hands and shouted as commanded. At the royal palace of the Six Nations at this moment, Chu Qinghang walked over confused, asking, what is this rotten kid doing? It smells so good. He looked at the fish cooking and replied cheerfully, this is a longlun fish. I got it from the master to let father taste. Chu Qinghang replied happily, humph, still showing filial piety. Not drinking is ungrateful for my efforts. Chu Qinghang looked towards the door and continued, coincidentally Sword Brother also brought lamb viet. Let's taste the longlun fish together. The Sword King turned back, supporting lamb viet on his shoulder. He exclaimed, longlun fish, one of the 8 treasures, Brother Luck even has this. Chu Qinghang stroked his beard and looked at the young boy curiously, asking, is this lamb viet, brother? The soul secret technique is indeed miraculous, even reversing aging. Lam Viet paid no attention and asked, where did you invite me from the mountains? I heard he has a method to kill Qi Huang. The Sword King pointed at him, replying, the one with a method to eliminate the Qi Emperor is this young brother, Lu Chen. Lam Viet asked in disbelief, he is a supernatural realm? Lu Chen said, indeed the supernatural realm is insufficient. Moments later he summoned a set of scriptures and asked them, but a great supernatural realm with a level 7 thunder formation. Killing an emperor should not be difficult. Lam Viet's Sword King was surprised, asking in panic, what, a level 7 fish thunder formation? Lu Chen calmly reminded, alright, don't be astonished, come here and just eat fish. Above, the Martial King asked the Yu King beside him, Tren Yu King, do you smell something fragrant? The Yu King replied, extremely fragrant. What is this scent? The Martial King scowled, replying, this scent seems to be grilled longlun fish. The Martial King continued, humph, I received orders from Qi Huang, especially to eradicate rebels at the national level. Then he shouted, Sword Service Lu Zhang Lu Chen, the 3 of you come out. Everyone came out. The Sword King looked at them first. I thought someone had come. Turns out it's the Martial King and Tren Yu King. Such strong presence. Beside the Sword King were Lu Zhang and Lu Chen. The Yu King reminded him, Sword King, normally the Qi Emperor would regard you as brother, now you betray Qi Huang, a crime worthy of death. The Sword King calmly replied, humph, don't threaten me. Betrayal of the Qi Emperor, indeed a crime worthy of death. The Yu King coaxed, the crime you committed should be punishable by death. But the Qi Emperor is magnanimous, agreeing to pardon you. Only if you take the Crown Prince as your disciple and teach the entire path, Qi Huang can act as if nothing happened. The Sword King frowned and scolded, that's all, now leave, you're disturbing my fish. The Yu King, angry, gathered his energy and shouted at the Sword King, arrogant, calling you Sword King. Do you think you're a great figure? The Yu King challenged. Today let me test how much skill you have. Immediately a powerful force struck towards the Sword King, shattering the ground beneath. The Sword King was pushed back violently, crashing behind. The Yu King sneered, "Ha, is this the Sword King of the Peak Realm? Just this, truly laughable." But at this moment, a stream of energy surged towards him. He startled, shouting, "What this is?" Immediately, a chopstick pierced through his hand. The Yu King's face showed disbelief, sweat dripping. He murmured, "What a chopstick." He looked at the Sword King and shouted, "Could this be your treasure? The piercing power is too strong." The Sword King arrogantly scolded, "Foolish, this is only a chopstick I use to eat fish. The sword intent within me can turn even a chopstick into a peerless sword." The Sword King mocked, "Foolish, you can't even judge your opponent's strength, worthy to be tested with a treasure." The Yu King, humiliated, angrily shouted, "Detestable, you dare underestimate me, I must kill you." Then the two of them charged into battle. The Martial King looked at the others coldly. "Your support has been blocked. Crush them yourselves. If I intervene, you won't remain intact." Lu Chen looked at him and smirked. "Seems I've met you before, Xiao Jin, third senior brother's guard from Thanvuk." He mocked, dissatisfied with third senior brother's salary, and still comes here to serve Qi Huang. The Martial King saw him trembling and shouted, "It's you, the great demon king of chaos from Thanvuk. Why are you here?" In his heart, the Martial King thought fearfully, "Why him? He relies on his powerful background in Thanvuk to bully men and women. The young master of my house didn't like him but couldn't act." Recalling Lu Chen's cruel face, Ice often saying, "Your life is over," he feared and blamed himself. "This man has little conscience. Countless times he harmed my young master in Thanvuk. Now I have offended him, it's over." Then he clasped his hands in salute, respectfully saying, "Turns out it's Lord Luck here. I, the Martial King, pay respects to Sixth Lord," cursing internally, "That insolent Qi Huang. Why provoke anyone but this living Yang King?" Lu Zhang looked at him incredulously, asking, "Rebellious one, how do you know him? Half of the great emperor's masters are known to you." He helplessly replied, "I didn't want to, just met a familiar person on the way home." Above, the Yu King rushed forward calling for help. "Martial King, that one is too formidable. Let's deal with the Sword King together." Seeing the Martial King standing still, the Yu King angrily demanded, "Why so long and still not handle those two useless ones? Forget them. Let's deal with the Sword King first." Lu Chen looked at him smugly, reminding, "Hey, fatty above, your plan is ruined. Now the Martial King is ours." He angrily asked, "What nonsense are you talking about, rotten kid?" The Martial King stepped back from Lu Chen, awkwardly replied, Trin Yu King, sixth young master is correct. From today I betray the key emperor and serve the sixth young master." Yu King angrily shouted, "Impossible, why, you all, I let it pass, what is this madness?" But before an answer could come, a stream of fire surged, striking him and spewing blood. Lam Viet coldly said, "You have lost the chance to survive." Lam Viet mocked, "Indeed weak. Even a casual strike of the soul's secret technique could not be blocked." At Qi Huang's royal palace, subordinates trembled and knelt, reporting, "Your Majesty Qi Huang, the scouts of the Six Nations bring the latest news." Above, Qi Huang continuously radiated killing intent. The subordinate continued. The Martial King suddenly rebelled, causing Tren Yu King to be surrounded on all sides, executed in the Six Nations. Qi Huang's face burned with murderous intent as he continued, "Haha, you have all betrayed me. Have I truly become the fool of this household? Sword King, Martial King, father and son of the six clans, well played." His face turned cruel and he gritted his teeth. "For 300 years I have never acted. It seems the world has forgotten the terror of Qi Huang. This time I must act personally. None of you will survive." At the punishment of Qi conference in the Imperial Palace of the Six Kingdoms, Lu Chen recounted, "Then we were like this and like that." Sword King replied, "Understood. So it is like this and like that." Lu Zhang's face turned ashen as he asked, "This rebellious son, I see you are about to wreak havoc in Qi. Why now negotiate tactics? Why not just charge straight in?" Lu Chen replied, "This thinking of yours is too dangerous. Humans should still use their brains a bit." He sighed inwardly. If his protector were here, he wouldn't even have to think. It's just that the world is unpredictable. Remembering the past at the Great Completion Holy Realm, Protector Lu Chen whimpered, "Hoo. Little Chen is about to go home. Take him along." Lu Chen objected, "I refuse taking you home and my father sees you. I'd die laughing." He gave a stern order, "You wait in King Valley. After all, there are no masters at my home, no need for your protection." Protector Lu Chen cried out, "Hoo, ungrateful, callous, cruel." Lu Chen laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. I am ungrateful, callous, cruel, and causing trouble for no reason as well." Now Lu Chen quietly regretted, in the end, unexpectedly provoking the Imperial here at home. Should have taken him along. He sighed, "Forget it, think no more." Then added a question, "Do you two know Qi Huang's exact realm, Great Completion yet?" Sword King looked at him and replied, "Not yet. He has never acted before, but judging by me, probably mid to late Imperial realm." Lu Chen stroked his chin and said calmly, "Then it's easy. I will set up 2 layers of formation. Consider it a gift for meeting." In an empty courtyard, Lu Chen commanded, "Set up the formation on this martial performance ground." Sword King said, "7th grade formation. Last time I saw it at the sect Lin Yu nearby was curious. Wanted to know if there was anything divine." Next to Lu Zhang, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "Humph, how much did this formation cost me? Feels like destroying a house." Lu Chen waved and a stream of fire shot out. A divine tiger charged. He shouted, Kan Kun Zhen Dui. 4 directions suppress the white tiger. He clapped and shouted Zhen Zhen, Li Kan dragon strike to slay the enemy. He raised his hand and shouted, riding the wind, riding the sword into the sea of mist, heaven-destroying, earth-crushing. Multiple currents surged powerfully. He continued to shout 7749 levels. God Slartial Burial Formation, activate. After a while he cheerfully announced, the formation is ready, waiting for the imperial heir to sacrifice blood to the flag. A day later in the imperial palace of the 6 kingdoms, Qi Huang climbed high into the sky toward the 6 kingdoms. He shouted fiercely, 6 kingdoms, I have arrived. Qi Huang stood in the sky and yelled, guilty sword, martial king of guilt, come out here and die before me. Qi Huang's face was filled with murderous intent, brows furrowed, pupils contracted. Lu Zheng approached and spoke, Your Majesty, you are truly late, we have been waiting a long time. Qi Huang angrily asked, Humph, really gathered in one place? Qi Huang asked in dissatisfaction, what devilish scheme did the father and son of the 6 clans use to make you betray me? Qi Huang looked at Sword King's suspiciously guilty sword. For hundreds of years I treated you as a friend. Why did you betray Qi? Sword King replied proudly, You said it yourself, I am a friend, not a subject, how can this be called treason? Qi Huang's face turned gray as he cursed, You old man of many words, what you martial king? I saved you from danger that year, you swore loyalty to me for life. Why betray me? Martial King replied calmly, If I had not pretended to be seriously injured that year, how could I have approached you? He reached out to touch the other side and continued, Zishan has a deity temple, the god of wealth wanders among humans. A mark appeared on Martial King's hand. He arrogantly reminded, I am of the King Valley god of wealth clan. If not for clan duty, just for you I would still be loyal. Qi Huang was puzzled, God of Wealth clan, never heard of it, why have you been hiding beside me? Martial King replied sternly, with your realm you naturally have no right to know the God of Wealth clan nor possess Liu Jing's map. Qi Huang said coldly, so you came for Liu Jing's museum map. He charged at Martial King yelling, in your dreams. Nearby, Lu Chen said, Li Jing, that name sounds familiar. Could he be the supreme overlord 8,000 years ago in the wilderness? As Qi Huang arrogantly charged at Martial King, Lu Chen rushed forward. One hand immediately blocked Qi Huang's previous strike. Qi Huang was immediately stopped by the formation. He frowned and said angrily, the formation, are you the Lu Chen with many formations? Qi Huang climbed up, gritted his teeth proudly, a small 5th grade formation can trap a prince. But if you rely on this to trap the imperial heir, you are too arrogant. Qi Huang mocked further, one light strike is enough to break your formation. Lu Chen replied calmly, of course the majesty, a 5th grade formation of mine cannot stop the imperial heir. He raised his 7th grade formation and looked at Qi Huang mockingly, but to activate a 7th grade formation from such close range, you are too arrogant. Immediately Qi Huang was pushed back by the martial burial formation. He coughed up blood in pain, unbelievable. What this is, how is it possible? Qi Huang looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, thinking a 7th grade formation, only sects of the Great Completion Holy Realm can have such formations. How could he have it? A small dependent kingdom with a 7th grade formation, impossible, I won't be intimidated. Qi Huang retreated a few steps, the ground beneath shattered from friction. He cursed angrily, lowly subjects of a small kingdom, stop showing off here. Qi Huang exerted his inner energy and charged coldly. How can you have a 7th grade formation? I almost fell into your trap. He struck toward him shouting die. But as Qi Huang's strike reached him, a formation opened in front of Lu Chen, completely countering it. Qi Huang yelled angrily, really a 7th grade formation humph, but it only defends. He looked at the proud Lu Chen and warned, a defensive 7th grade formation consumes hundreds of millions of spirit stones per minute. When you use them all, I will break the formation and cut off your turtle head. Lu Chen said happily, though I am poor, don't worry, the spirit stones I brought are enough to maintain this formation for 1 or 2 years. He then retracted the formation, saying, luckily you reminded me, wasting spirit stones on you is really not worth it. After all the attacks, it's about time. Moments later he raised the token and ordered, activate the death formation. Qi Huang shouted in fear, what, there is also a death formation? Looking at the death formation before him, he was dumbfounded. Getting even one 7th grade formation is lucky enough. How could he have more? The death formation now charged Qi Huang, seizing him. Qi Huang gradually eroded, shouted detestable. His arm immediately became a machine. He shouted, sacred artifact, celestial hand concealed, activate. Then a stream of energy rushed out to block the killing formation. Lin Yu spoke in disbelief, what, he still concealed one hand, and even had a sacred artifact capable of resisting a 7th grade formation. Qi Huang frowned, thinking silently, this feeling. Perhaps it is only a counterfeit sacred artifact. Only the ignorant would call it a true artifact. It seems he has gained something from the Liu Jing map. Lu Chen looked at him mockingly, is this really your trump card? Yours is merely a counterfeit sacred artifact, a 7th grade sacred scene casually applied to a law barrier. He struck strongly toward him, the provincial fool, thinking he could stop my iron formation with this trash. Kai Huang, realizing it, shouted angrily, "Arrogant fool, this is the true sacred artifact. Your killing formation has been blocked by me. Killing you is only a matter of time." Lu Chen pointed at him and cursed, "Foolish, do you think this is the Lin of a 7th grade formation? That was merely a warming strike." Then he shouted, "7th grade killing formation. Operate at full power, launch attack." The sacred artifact before Qi Huang cracked. He was stunned. What? A stream of energy rushed toward him. Qi Huang refused to accept it, shouted, "This cannot happen." Immediately the killing formation surged at Qi Huang. He turned and fled. As the killing formation increasingly approached and corroded Qi Huang, he shouted angrily, "Lu Chen." With only a little flesh left, Qi Huang pointed at him and shouted, I curse you, may you not rest in death." The scream echoed. This was the royal curse formed by his last breath. At that moment, a black arrow shot toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned, extremely alert. Qi Huang's shouting continued, "Lu Chen, go die." Lu Chen faced the deadly arrow. Qi Huang spoke proudly, "Lu Chen, I await you in hell." Lu Chen raised the sacred artifact, life and death seal. Displeased, "Death cannot settle this." Lu Chen rushed toward the black energy and commanded, "Life and death seal, restrain it for me." In the next second, the entire dark sky was torn apart by a massive beam of light. Finally, it shot straight into the heavens. Later, Lu Chen trembled and said, underestimating Qi Huang, "Luckily my master provided a protective sacred artifact." Lu Zhang ran over worriedly and asked, "Chen'er, how are you? Are you alright?" Lu Chen replied, "Old man, no need to worry, I'm fine." Sword King looked at him and said, "The royal curse's power is terrifying. Luckily the formation weakened the curse's energy. Otherwise," Lu Chen replied, underestimating the royal here, he launched a sacred great attack. Lin Yu beside them silently gathered the remnants. On Lin Yu's hand was a fragment of Qi Huang's soul. He shouted, "I, Lin Yu, you are imprisoning my soul, vile scoundrel, what do you intend?" Lin Yu gripped the fragment tightly in anger, coldly responding, "You killed my entire family and humiliated me. Naturally I must scatter your soul to satisfy my anger. Today I will make even your remnants vanish." Chen sat up tiredly saying, "Phew, exhausted. You all go check if there are any remaining rebels in the city. I'll rest here a bit." Marshal King approached and reported, "Young Master Lu, this is the bag Qi Huang dropped." He replied with interest, let's see what treasures this Qi Huang had." But immediately he threw the book to the guards. "Imperial grade cultivation technique useless. Let the guards practice with it." They shouted, "Thank you, Your Highness." He shook the empty bag in annoyance, then anything else, nothing at all. Pitiful, deservedly Qi Huang. Lu Chen looked at Lu Zhang and said happily, "It's fine." Although Qi Huang was poor and weak, from now on he is the new Qi Huang. "Tomorrow we move to the Qi Huang Palace," Lu Zhang objected. "Already claiming royalty and moving to Qi Huang Palace. Isn't that too fast?" Marshal King next to him asked awkwardly, "Killing Qi Huang. Of course young Master Lu is the king of Qi State, no need to overthink, but young Master Lu, the Liu Jing map." Lu Chen looked at him calmly and replied, "I checked Qi Huang's bag thoroughly, found nothing like a map." Marshal King frowned. "I see, then we can only check Qi Huang Palace tomorrow. Liu Jing was once a sovereign sacred scene. Surely Qi Huang knows how precious his map was. He must have hidden it somewhere." In his mind appeared a young man with the map. But now the map had been torn apart. Marshal King continued before Liu Jing got lost, leaving a burial map split into 8 pieces. Marshal King suggested, aside from the family treasure, several other houses are also searching for the map. Young Master Lu is the junior disciple of our young master. We can cooperate when the time comes. Chen spoke, so that's why no wonder Qi Huang obtained a counterfeit sacred artifact from such a remote place. Surely thanks to the Liu Jing map. Lu Chen continued, "That place must have a true sacred artifact. Then many families will compete. Haha, I love to fish in troubled waters." Marshal King thought silently, whatever, just make sure they don't trap our young master. Outside the Qi State Palace, 2 people whispered, "No movement, the royal hair has already suppressed the rebels." The person beside worriedly said, "Strange, the prince of His Highness disappeared. What on earth happened?" He stammered in fear. Could it be that His Highness is lost? The one behind immediately denied, "Impossible. Qi Huang His Highness is a true royal, cannot die in Qi State." Looking at the guard at the gate he continued, "Surely His Highness used cultivation to conceal his aura, so outsiders couldn't detect him." Seeing the guard, he asked, "Hey brother, how is it inside? Has Qi Huang Your Highness slain the rebels?" The guard shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you saying? Our Qi State is unmatched. Dealing with one Qi Huang isn't so easy." The guard scattered the sand and said, "As for that great Qi Huang, reduced to dust by the formation, lying in this pile of debris, you can try to find him." The 2 were shocked and shouted, "What? No, Qi Huang His Highness." The next day, Lu Chen and the group gathered. One reminded, "The teleportation formation is ready. We can go to Qi State Imperial City." Mo Hang asked doubtfully, "No, so many things happened while I was secluded." Zuo Q looked at Lu Chen and replied, "That's right, in half a year we went out. Qi State changed rulers, worthy of Lu Chen Your Highness." At Key State Palace, citizens gathered to watch. One shouted, "Coming, coming." Seeing Lu Chen and others step out of the teleportation formation, they bowed and shouted, "Greetings to the new king, long live your highness. 10,000 years." A middle-aged man stepped forward respectfully. "I am Ma Lao Bai. Greetings to all. Greetings to the new king. Greetings to young master Lu." Lu Chen looked at him and asked, "You are the one in charge here, somewhat familiar, have we met before?" Ma Laobai replied, "Last month young master executed the rebels at our martial school arena. I had the honor to meet your highness." Lu Chen looked at him and continued speaking. "So it turns out that at that time, your power was too great. Now tell me the current situation of the royal city." Elder Ma of the Bai family spoke seriously. "Currently, after the citizens of Qi Kingdom learned of your great actions, they are extremely fearful, having no objection to you taking over the kingdom, but only the younger brothers perform the royal rituals and ceremonies." Thinking of Qi Huang, Elder Ma continued, "After hearing that Qi Huang still disappeared after being lost, with his cultivation at complete king stage, he surely will not submit quietly." Lu Chen stroked his chin and asked again, "Complete king stage, just a small fry, no need to care. Take me to Qi Huang's treasury." Elder Ma of the Bai family raised his hand respectfully and said, "Gentlemen, this is the royal palace of Qi Kingdom. The treasury is likely hidden inside." Lu Chen looked at the scene before him with some admiration. "The royal palace of Qi Kingdom is impressive, but this formation..." Elder Ma continued, "As sixth young master sees, this entire palace is protected by residual energies within using a formation, difficult to enter." The martial king beside him all said, "This one is 6th level, troublesome indeed." The sword king approached, touched the formation, and said confidently, "No problem. Just a 6th level. My sword intent can break it as easily as turning my hand." Immediately after, the sword king shouted, "Sword intent, restrain." A crack appeared on the formation. The sword king pointed proudly and said, "Look, too easy." But then the crack quickly sealed. The Sword King shouted in confusion, "What happened? Recovered so fast? Not right. This is multiple 6th-level defensive formations combined, underestimating Qi Huang. He even has something like this." The eunuch holding the formation in hand shouted angrily, "All of you bandits out of moves. That trash Lu Chen with 3rd stage cultivation only knows to rely on formations to cause trouble. Now, I will let you taste the power of this formation." Lu Chen looked at him theatrically confused. He pointed at him and said sarcastically, "You arrogant eunuch, now I will break your turtle shell." Lu Zhang behind stepped forward to stop him. "Kid, don't get excited, this is a 6th-level formation." Lu Chen replied calmly, "No problem, old man. This combined 6th-level formation is a geomantic formation." He looked at his father and replied confidently, "Formations like this are as common as toilet paper at my master's place, nothing special. Today I will break it for you." Then Lu Chen charged at the formation shouting, "First number combine, 2nd number wisdom, 3rd shock, 4th expense divide middle, 5th number in palace, 6th heaven show, 7th lake, 8th mountain, 9th lie gate." A red light appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. He shouted, "The formation eye has been found." He reached out and manipulated the fire energy, saying proudly, "Since the formation eye is found." Lu Chen struck at the formation eye and shouted, "Then break it for me." Inside, the eunuch saw the formation eye being destroyed and panicked, shouting, "What? How can he find the formation eye?" Lu Chen looked at him arrogantly and said, "At my master's place I often have constipation, so I go to the toilet a lot. These toilet paper-like formations are naturally familiar. The formation eye here, I can even see with my butt." But immediately after, Lu Chen's gaze tensed with full alertness. Below the formation, a stream of fire energy began to surge. He shouted, "What near the formation eye is?" He shouted loudly, "Trigger violent trap." In less than a second the fire energy exploded. Below, everyone panicked, shouting, What happened?" Lu Zhang rushed over in pain, calling Chenner, "No." The Sword King and Martial King beside him were also extremely surprised, speaking angrily, "Sixth young master, who is so treacherous." The eunuch inside laughed proudly and cursed, "Haha, foolish, deserved to die. This is the marvelous plan of Prince Qihan." Someone inside spoke, Lu Chen, even if you find the formation eye of the 6th level geomantic formation, so what, just a lowly man." Qi Huang's son Qihan continued mocking, "How weak the mortal body at supernatural stage is. The outcome of fools is only death." Outside, Lu Zhang rushed in pain, "Chenner, where are you?" He was furious, eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, shouting, "What happened to my son? I will make the entire Qi Huang palace compensate." The Sword King also rushed forward shouting, "Damned. If you injure the Sword Lord of our Sword Emperor Palace, the Sword Emperor Palace will definitely send top masters to destroy the entire Qi Kingdom, turning thousands of miles into a death zone." At this time, the Martial King looked worried, sweat streaming, silently fearful, doomed. If Lu Chen dies here, the Lord of the Blue Region will probably destroy this entire small world. Just as everyone worried, a hand raised weakly. Coughing old man need not worry. From the ground he rose and said, "I am fine. The violent trap of this 6th level formation is no match for me." He thought to himself, "Too dangerous. Luckily I mastered the Thunder Wrath body training. Formations below 7th level cannot harm me." Lu Zhang angrily shouted, "You brat don't know the danger. Why stand so close to the formation?" Lu Chen frowned and said, "It's fine. Isn't it already fine?" Inside, Kihan gritted his teeth angrily. This one is indeed not easy to deal with. His face cold, Kihan whispered, "Wait, Lu Chen, next time we meet, I will make your death restless." Lu Chen discovered and looked at him, saying, "Teleport formation, run fast." "Who is this treacherous man?" Lu Zheng beside him replied, "He is Qi Huang's son Qi Han. Unexpectedly has such a scheme, cannot underestimate him." Lu Chen said arrogantly, "No problem, just a mourning dog, not worth worrying about." He and Lu Zheng entered the main hall. The people immediately knelt shouting, "Greetings to Sixth Majesty, long live your majesty." The eunuch, now fearful, face sweating constantly, spoke to curry favor. "Ahaha, your highness Lu Chen is unmatched in valor. I, a humble servant, have blind eyes and offended your majesty." Lu Chen looked at him and replied, "Now you beg for mercy, you have no way out." The worried eunuch shouted, "Your highness, spare me, I know my mistake." Lu Chen set conditions, however, "I am quite kind, giving you a chance to start a new life. Find Qi Huang's treasury for me. I will spare your life." The eunuch, hearing a chance to live, happily agreed. "Ha ha ha, your highness found the right person. I have served Qi Huang for 30 years, know his treasury very well. Let me guide you." After bringing Lu Chen to a room, the eunuch said, "Your highness, this is Qi Huang's treasury. All his assets are here." He stepped forward and touched the pile of spiritual stones, mocking. All spiritual stones, only a few 100 million in quantity." He said disdainfully, "Trash, poor, beggars in the sacred region are richer." The eunuch behind anxiously reminded, "Your highness, this is the half-year tax of Qi Kingdom." Lu Chen replied proudly, "Makes sense in this godforsaken place. The only thing worth money is that ruined pseudo-holy artifact." The Sword King asked in surprise, "Really, the map is also not in the palace?" Lu Chen replied, "I guess it was stolen by that little villain Qi Han. He was always in the palace anyway." The Sword King continued, "So, Qi Han's teleportation formation is very simple. I already arranged for it. The teleport location is probably Peacock Dynasty." Lu Chen's face turned cold. "Peacock Dynasty heard it has a decent relationship with Qi Huang. Let's go meet them." He looked at Lu Zheng smiling, "Old man, now you change the country name. Send invitations to the 8 great kingdoms. Invite them to the grand founding ceremony in a month. Now I will go to Peacock Dynasty to settle the score." Lu Zheng protested. I know. Be careful not to be ambushed again." Lu Chen coldly smiled, "Haha, no daring to play me once, Qi Han, I remember you." At this moment at Peacock Dynasty, the old servant saw the scene and said, "Teleportation, from Qi Kingdom." Qi Han appeared and said, "Junior Qi Huang's son Qi Han, greetings senior. My father has now been killed by evildoers. I beg the senior to help me." Inside Master Tan's chamber, a voice echoed. Master Tan said he was in seclusion and had no time to meet him. Master Tan received the order, looked toward Qi Han and refused. The emperor had already entered the life and death seclusion, and would see no one. "You should leave." Qi Han clenched his teeth in anger and shouted in discontent, "What, my father and the emperor share a deep bond, and now when my father needs help, you refuse like this?" Master Tan looked at him coldly, reminding him, "The relationship between your father and the emperor is their business. What right does a junior like you have to comment? Now leave quickly, or I will expel you." Qi Han turned his back, his face full of anger, thinking relying on your prince rank status to bully a junior like me, detestable old man. He gritted his teeth, recalling those who caused this situation. Lu Chen is doomed, Lu Zheng is doomed, the Peacock Dynasty is doomed, wait and see. Then he summoned the teleportation array and left. Master Tan watched him disappear, puzzled, asking, "Qi Huang is still lost. Something happened in Qi's state, yet there is no sign. Who did it?" At that moment a teleportation array appeared. Master Tan was perplexed. The teleportation array opened again. "Still from Qi state. If they come to seek help again, I will teach them a lesson." Lu Chen looked around and commented, "Arrived? This is the Peacock Dynasty. Seems like a dilapidated place." Master Tan shouted in anger, "Who dares to speak recklessly, ignorant of manners?" Lu Chen looked at him and replied, "Hey old man, I just killed Qi Huang. Now I'm here to find Qi Han and eradicate him." Immediately after, a voice echoed in his mind, "Master Tan." "Let them in." Master Tan realized it was the emperor's order, wanting to meet this fanatic. Lu Chen shouted again, "Hand over Qi Han now, or I will lose my temper." Master Tan retorted, "Humph Jr., Qi Han has already left here, his whereabouts unknown. You are too late." He looked at him and continued, "But our emperor wants to meet you. Enter the imperial hall. Emperor Kong Yan is waiting for you in the reception room." Emperor Kong Yan was a man with a strange face and always sharp gaze. Emperor Kong Yan assessed, "Interesting, a superhuman realm. How talented and virtuous must one be to kill an imperial heir?" A subordinate beside him clasped hands and spoke, "If the emperor doubts, let us probe him." First-class guard Kong Xian continued, "See if there is anything extraordinary about him. The emperor continues to plan how to receive him." Emperor Kong Yan looked at him and replied, "Very well, Kong Xian, leave this matter to you." Immediately after, Kong Xian approached the front door and shouted, "Stand aside." Lu Chen, displeased, reminded, "What are you doing? The emperor invited us in." Lu Chen continued, "And you dare block us? Do you intend to defy the emperor?" Kong Xian looked at him mockingly, speaking smoothly, "Just a superhuman realm. How dare you face the emperor without any skill? I will not let you in." Lu Chen frowned, his gaze turned cold, said, "Time to feed again. Aren't you tired of this trash?" Opposite, Kong Xian arrogantly gathered his energy, shouting, "Reckless! Let me show you the might of the peacock sage." Lu Chen covered his mouth and laughed, "Tiesk, I thought it was a secret skill, just a set of peacock sage." Around Kong Xian appeared countless peacock feathers. He said, "Anyone can crow. The peacock sage is perfect in offense and defense. With this level, no one can break it. If you have skill, try." Lu Chen looked at him calmly and replied, "Haha, unfortunate, I truly possess this skill." Immediately, another peacock feather appeared in his hand. He looked at it arrogantly and reminded, "The peacock sage technique is the life skill of the demon peacock sage. But if I have this feather from the demon peacock sage in my hand." Lu Chen hurled the demon peacock sage feather at Kong with pride, said, "Connected to its source, the basic peacock sage technique cannot resist the demon peacock sage feather." He shouted, "Peacock sage, perish." Kong Xian's face turned fearful, gritting his teeth. Just as the demon peacock sage feather struck Kong Xian, a hand reached out to grab and block it. Kong Yen grabbed the feather coldly and said, "Peacock divine feather, indeed can break the sage." Kong Xian lost. Kong Xian besides stammered, "Emperor." Kong Yen continued, "If I'm not mistaken, in this world there is only one peacock divine feather left." A voice called from behind, "And this feather should also be in the hands of Kong Shuai's disciple." Emperor Xiao Yao Jun frowned and asked, "Where did you get this peacock divine feather?" Secretly assessing, the attack with the peacock divine feather just now could not have been blocked by an imperial hair. This one is superhuman realm. His power is terrifying. Lu Chen opposite replied, "Kong Shuai is from your peacock dynasty. Seems we haven't met through combat." He said proudly that Kong Shuai reveres me greatly, very close to me at Fenglai Pavilion. This peacock divine feather can testify. Outside the door, a pilgrim wearing an elder-inscribed robe approached. Inside, Lu Chen kept boasting, when Kong Shuai just arrived at Fenglai Pavilion he was in a pitiful state, due to his rustic appearance, bullied by an old man's disciple. I saw it, felt indignant and saved him from danger, forcing the bully to kneel and beg for mercy. Lu Chen grew more enthusiastic, unable to stop narrating. Then he continued, "Kong Shuai revered me greatly, not only giving me a family heirloom, but also revealing the weakness of the peacock sage." Lu Chen added, "But why should Lu Chen be one helping yet keeping the feather? Today I will return this feather to you as an object restored to its original owner." He thought, "This tattered feather cannot be refined. Discarding it prevents retrieval. To show, just give it away." Xiao Yao Jun clasped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I misunderstood you. Kong Shuai received your favor. I am deeply grateful." Kong Yen looked at him, reminding himself at this age at Fenglai Pavilion he is extraordinarily capable. This person must have a great backing, cannot conflict with him. Kong Yen approached to apologize. Seems it was completely a misunderstanding. On behalf of the Peacock Dynasty he apologized to Lu Gongzi. Qihan recently came to the Imperial Palace, but was expelled, now unknown. But I will send someone to help you search. Lu Chen happily said, "Haha, then I will take leave from the Emperor," inwardly assessing, "This Emperor is smart, just enough to buy me time to search." Kong Yen reminded, "The teleportation array has arrived." Lu Gongzi moved calmly. But just as the teleportation array appeared, a voice echoed, "Someone is teleporting. Your Peacock Dynasty is lively today." Emperor Liu Lang appeared laughing loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, Kong Yen, the big shot came to freeload, come meet me." Emperor Liu Lang saw Kong Yen and sneered, "Yo, not hiding from me today. What are you inviting me to eat?" Kong Yen retorted in displeasure, "Pighead, only knowing to eat, move aside. You are blocking Lu Gongzi's teleportation." Liu Lang angrily stood and shouted, "Lu Chen, this name makes this big shot uncomfortable. Let me think, where have I heard this name before? Makes me uneasy." Lu Chen then spoke, "Oh, old man, you want to cause trouble?" Liu Lang angrily clenched his fists, eyes blazing with anger. Looking at him, replied, "I remember. King Cheng returned home all day calling Lu Chen senior brother, handsome man of a millennium. This brat is ugly, perhaps just same name, I forgive you." Lu Chen frowned and reminded, "Senior greetings. There really is a junior sister named King Cheng." Liu Lang angrily rushed up, pointing at him, asking, "What, really you dare bully my daughter?" Lu Chen awkwardly replied, "So it was her father bully, did we misunderstand?" Liu Lang shouted angrily, "Misunderstanding? I heard you invited my daughter to a meal in the holy city and used an array to conceal it. Tell me what you did inside." Recalling the image of King Cheng that day, Lu Chen could not help sweating and explained, "This matter, uncle, please hear me out." Behind the voice of a girl came a complaint, "Father, you're at it again. Quickly release senior brother Lu." King Cheng ran over to explain, "They already told father, senior brother only invited you to a meal, and even gave you many gifts." King Cheng blushed in displeasure and spoke up, "Moreover, senior brother did not bully me. We are innocent." Liu Lang glared at his daughter angrily, scolding, "Foolish girl. He gave you so many good things for no reason, even the sacred artifact. Do not let money blind you, my dear daughter." Lu Chen spoke to relieve the tension. "Elder uncle misunderstood. I came in a rush, brought nothing. Only wished to show respect to this dragon lion fish child." Liu Lang exclaimed in surprise. "What, one of the 8 treasures dragon lion fish?" He held the dragon lion fish in his hands, saliva dripping, unable to contain his exclamation. "Fragrant, so fragrant, you brat." "Ah no, gentle one, my daughter will rely on this in the future." Lu Chen clasped his hands and bowed. Elder uncle, as long as you are happy, in a month the family will hold the grand enthronement ceremony in Qi Kingdom. I hope you will attend, please do not refuse. Immediately after, he leapt into the teleportation array and shouted, Junior sister, elder uncle, I have matters to attend to, see you in a month. Liu Lang waved happily. Gentle one, I will come to your house to freeload in a month. Kong Yan spoke up, senior brother of King Cheng, so he is a disciple of the Sacred Blade Master. He continued, fortunately he did not offend him, and does not blame Qi Huang for dying at his hands. Serves him right in a month when his father holds the grand enthronement. Must prepare a truly large gift. Until a month later, the Qi Kingdom Imperial City held the enthronement ceremony. Shouts rang out, Lord of the Bai family arrived. Lord of the Wang family arrived. Lu Zhang inside responded happily, welcome everyone to attend my grand enthronement ceremony. Lu Chen looked at him from behind and exclaimed, old man, this outfit is very imposing. But at that moment, a subordinate came over anxiously reporting, Your Highness, the scouts near Ming Lake have discovered traces of Qi Han. Lu Chen instructed, you guard that area. Once this is done, I will handle it. He smiled smugly, thinking, that timid Qi Han dares to come here. If he wants to cause chaos, I happen to have a few royal doubles for him to play with. Lu Zheng suddenly said worriedly, brat, come here. Qi Huang's friend Kong Yan brought some royal doubles. Might cause trouble. Lu Chen laughed loudly, old man, you worry too much. They are royal doubles I sought to show off for you. He pointed toward the group as a reminder, today anyone who dares cause trouble, just let the royal doubles deal with them. Lu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief, so they are not here to cause trouble. Kong Yan heard and replied, Lu Huang was joking, we were all invited by him to celebrate, what trouble could there be? Liu Lang laughed loudly beside him, but if the food is not served quickly, I, the great elder, will cause real trouble. Lu Chen replied to him, Elder Uncle Liu, just the right opportunity for everyone to taste my precious wine. Liu Lang drank a glass of precious wine and exclaimed happily, delicious, refreshing, even my cultivation feels loosened. Kong Yan reminded beside him, fool, this wine is the 9th ranked immortal drunkenness in the precious wine list. Even high immortals would be drunk. I heard that a single sip in the imperial stage can allow one to perceive the laws of heaven and earth in a daze, greatly increasing cultivation. King Cheng looked at the wine in her hand and thought, is it really that good? I will try it too. Lu Chen rushed to stop her, junior sister, do not drink, this wine is not for you. But by now she had finished the glass. King Cheng's face flushed as she exclaimed, so delicious. She looked at Lu Chen reproachfully, senior brother, so unfair, such delicious wine, and you did not let me drink it before. He frowned and explained, junior sister, this immortal drunkenness can make even royal doubles drunk. A cultivator like you would be drunk after one sip. How could I let you drink it? Liu Lang beside him frowned in displeasure and shouted, girl, drink this, what dignity remains? King Cheng looked at him and retorted, father only shows fierceness to me, obedient at home with mother, fierce outside with me, not fair. Liu Lang's expression changed, sweat pouring like rain, saying, girl, drunk and speaking nonsense, I was never obedient, just avoided conflicts with her. The onlookers, including Lu Zheng and Lu Chen, thought simultaneously, unexpectedly Liu Huang still fears his wife. Liu Lang instructed, gentle one, take this girl to rest, do not let her embarrass herself here. Lu Chen responded, yes. After a while, a door was kicked open by Lu Chen. King Cheng, held by Lu Chen, spoke softly, senior brother, this wine is really good, I want more, bring me here, what do you intend to do? Lu Chen said helplessly, next time I will not let you drink wine, otherwise you become like a different person. Lu Chen laid her on the bed and said, silly girl, sleep first, I should handle that trash Qi Han now. But on the other side, all of Lu Chen's actions were being watched. The other person spoke in displeasure, Lu Chen, you are too happy. Immediately after, the divine mirror shattered. The holy maiden of the demon sect Tian Yu sneered angrily, still in the mood to play with this little brat. She said softly, Tian Yu comes to settle the score with you. Lu Chen asked, Marshal King, the Imperial Guards report discovering traces of Qi Han here. He looked at the Marshal King and asked, what, the situation specifically? Marshal King clasped hands to report, indeed discovered some signs of Qi Han living here. Perhaps he lived here for a time. Marshal King worriedly continued, but temporarily cannot find him. Lu Chen looked at the lake ahead and said, someone lit candles at the Heart Pavilion, go check. Upon arrival he frowned in displeasure. No one here, can candles burn themselves? Marshal King replied, young Master Lu, perhaps withdraw for now, I feel something odd. From behind, a voice spoke, Marshal King, if you are here, why rush away? Marshal King sharply turned and shouted, who's seeing the person in front? He assessed silently, this feeling royal double. Lu Chen spoke beside him, previously did not detect you, must be using secret techniques. The royal double coldly looked at him and replied, I only stayed here to trace Qi Han, unexpectedly caught the big fish, you Lu Chen. Immediately after, he threw talismans toward the two, shouting, seal. The talismans stuck on their foreheads, restricting movement. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, damn. He thought inwardly, too careless. This is a top-tier sealing technique only royal doubles can perform. Seems this time I can only fight as I please. And a voice rang out behind Lu Chen, we meet again. Ki-han appeared and spoke smugly this time. Let's see how arrogant you are. Ki-han approached, looking at Lu Chen standing still, taunting, even with powerful backing, sending 3 royal doubles protect your father. What use? Now still in my hands. He smiled wickedly and continued, tell me, if I behead you and cook it for your father to drink, what would his expression be? Would he go mad with anger? Imperial stage above reminded Ki-han, this person is for the Imperial Hall, not your turn. Ki-han bowed and shouted, orders received. Marshal King angrily shouted, you are Imperial Hall people. It seems Ki-han used Liu Elder's map to trade, inviting you to deal with us. Chen wondered Imperial Hall, thinking this name feels familiar. Could it be? Immediately after, a giant hand rushed over. Imperial stage said, alright, let's go. Move, wise, start move. Lu Chen was taken to a strange place. He exclaimed in displeasure, bringing me here, my spiritual power sealed, body difficult to move, and said someone wants to see me. Imperial Hall, could it be? At this moment, someone pushed the door open from outside and stepped in. Seeing him, she shouted, indeed it was her. Tian Yu. Tian Yu looked at him and asked, Lu Chen, long time no see, still well, didn't expect it, have you also fallen into my hands? Ki-han from behind laughed loudly, cutting in, not waiting. Lu Chen, I have joined Master Duong's side, next I will make your life worse than death, tearing tendons and skin. Tian Yu glared at him, scolding, rude wretch, master is not finished speaking and now it's your turn to butt in. Ki-han anxiously clasped his hands in explanation, Master Duong, you have misunderstood, this subordinate is loyal and devoted, would never have such thoughts. Ki-kang, Ki-huang's brother, rushed forward and slapped him, shouting, shut up, stop making excuses. Ki-kang bowed worriedly and spoke, Master Duong, our housekeeper did not discipline this junior properly and was disrespectful. The subordinate has taught him. Tian Yu said, displeased, you and your nephew leave, do not disturb my pleasure. Tian Yu looked at Lu Chen and asked, so you are quite puzzled, why do I appear here? She looked at him and announced, everything you did to me in the Blue Valley at first, I will settle it all with you. Lu Chen replied, indeed it is hard to coexist with women and petty people. Such trivial matters she still holds grudges for now. Tian Yu grabbed Lu Chen by the collar and said resentfully, wretch, you have wronged me so greatly and still blame me for being petty. Immediately she looked him in the eye and said, you despicable one, look into my eyes, you are my dog, you are my dog. The next moment Lu Chen was hypnotized. Woof. Lu Chen obediently shouted, Master, woof, I am your most loyal dog, woof. Tian Yu laughed joyfully, that's right, and she commanded, foolish dog, crawl over here and lick my feet. Lu Chen's eyes lit up obediently, woof woof, truly woof. In front of Tian Yu lying down, Lu Chen cried out, your loyal dog Lu Chen has received Master's order, I will lick these feet of Master clean. In the pink seductive space, Tian Yu gently stroked from her thigh. She bent her knees to reveal slender legs. Tian Yu beckoned Lu Chen to crawl toward her. Lu Chen, good dog Lu Chen. She even nudged Lu Chen's chin with her foot, calling to Master quickly. Good boys are rewarded. Tian Yu's expression became excited as she looked at Lu Chen. She also licked her lips in delight. Tian Yu leaned back, provocatively calling, good dog Lu Chen. She raised a finger to her lips, not forgetting to lick them. Lick for me. Lu Chen seemed to lose consciousness, sticking out his tongue and replying, yes, master. As Lu Chen's tongue was about to touch Tian Yu's feet, he had to return to the past. Lu Chen alone destroyed the cave. Smoke filled the sky, stones flew everywhere. Back then in the Blue Valley, you destroyed the mansion of the 3 thieves and took my treasures. Lu Chen tied Tian Yu in a cloth sack, carried her proudly on his shoulder, even bullied me who had less cultivation, and ran around arrogantly with the sack. Returning to the present, Tian Yu was extremely satisfied. Now the situation has changed. It is your turn to lick my feet. Lu Chen glanced at Tian Yu contemptuously. She was still arrogant, foolish woman, truly thinking my mind could be dulled by your cheap enchantment. Originally thought someone sent her to harm me, but it was just this sister seeking revenge herself. Such trivial tricks cannot trouble me. Suddenly Lu Chen stuck out his tongue at Tian Yu's face, startling her into a scream. Lu Chen vigorously licked Tian Yu's face. She angrily shouted, shut up, you foolish dog, I told you to lick my feet, not my face. Lu Chen happily responded, yes, the feet are not dirty, I lick master's face, because the face is dirty. Tian Yu was furious, pointing at Lu Chen, detestable, no, you have been enchanted yet still speak so much. Suddenly Lu Chen moved close to her, pressing his face arrogantly and replied, now you notice, really think your 3-legged cat skills could dominate me, your woman, truly as foolish as a dog. Tian Yu, though slightly panicked, still wielded the whip in response. Lu Chen, I must kill your despicable self. Lu Chen playfully dodged as if in a game. This one is too cruel, scares me so much. He further provoked Tian Yu, raising his middle finger at her. I stand right here. No one can do anything to me. Angry, I ask you, bitter aren't you? Hearing the sound inside, the prince opened the door to check the situation. Young lady, what's happening? It seems the two are fighting. Tian Yu angrily glared at the prince and shouted, who allowed you in here? Get out. But the prince ignored her, continuing, young lady, this person is outrageous. Deserves death, we have little time, let the subordinate kill him. Qi Kang standing beside the prince added, indeed, young lady Duong, Lu Chen insulted you so. We cannot bear it. If you have any weakness, Lu Chen holds, killing him now leaves no witness. Qi Kang's face remained unchanged, but inwardly calculating, this Lu Lu Chen angered the young lady of Huangquan Palace before. I will provoke her more, surely can crush Lu Chen. He continued to provoke Tian Yu. Lu Chen truly disrespected the young lady. If anyone insulted me like that, I would gouge out his eyes and break his limbs. Hearing this, Tian Yu glanced at him, hand on chin, and thought, your intention is not bad. Then she tilted her head, smug expression, pointing at Qi Kang to command, take away the eyes of your vile servant. Qi Kang panicked, unexpectedly shouted, what, Master Duangyu? The prince beside her immediately obeyed, reaching out directly to poke Qi Kang's eyes. Silence. The young lady's orders cannot be resisted. Qi Kang screamed in pain, my eyes. Tian Yu coldly said in satisfaction, a dog should have the awareness of a dog. How could you dare direct me? Thinking master's play so amusing? You and your foolish servant now do not even have the right to serve. From the beginning, Lu Chen witnessed a bit mocking Qi Kang, who served someone else but ran after this Duong woman. Lu Chen stroked his chin, thinking, this sister is a princess of a demonic sect, cruel and capricious. Kuei family nephew is truly hopeless. After dealing with Qi Kang, Tian Yu did not forget her debt and aggressively demanded from Lu Chen. Right, Lu Chen, where is my sacred weapon you took with the Zifu sword? Hand it over if sensible. Lu Chen responded contemptuously. Wasted effort being the holy maiden of the demonic sect, still fussing over a worthless sacred weapon. I gave it to junior sister to play with. Tian Yu angrily shouted, you beast, not being yours naturally doesn't sadden you. Tian Yu continued smugly, but your junior sister. Today you secretly took a woman into a room during guard hours. Don't know for what. She is your junior sister. Lu Chen was surprised. He didn't expect her to know. Supervising him, what did she intend to do? Lu Chen calmly warned. He warned her. His junior sister was a disciple of the saint, not someone she could touch. The royal hair beside him couldn't restrain himself and threatened. Already captured yet still so arrogant. I'll kill you. Suddenly Tian Yu intervened. Wait, if you want to die don't involve me. The royal heir didn't understand and asked again, sir, what do you mean? Tian Yu warned the royal heir his master is a saint. If you want to kill him, bring out the saintly power, so go ahead and kill. Royal hair flinched, unbelievable. What saintly power? He was valued so highly by the saint. A miraculous image appeared, explaining the meaning of saintly power. Saintly power is a ray of the saint's soul taken from himself, sealed in a close disciple's body. White light appeared on Lu Chen's chest. If the sealed person's life is threatened, the saintly power activates, the master's soul power manifests. Enemies under the saint are turned to ashes. Qi Jing stood aside holding his face in pain, lamenting, hateful, Lu Chen's support is a saint. How can I take revenge? The heavens are blind, unfair. After saying that, Tian Yu ordered everyone to retreat. Fine, retreat, he'll handle it himself. After all the subordinates left, now it was just the two of them. Tian Yu spoke with some implication. You have saintly power. I'd have to think before touching you. But if it's someone you care about, I don't need to think. She pressed close to Lu Chen, gesturing subtly. For example, the junior sister King Cheng you cherish. Lu Chen became serious and asked, what do you want to do? Tian Yu was pleased to have spoken correctly. Now serious, caring for her, their relationship was indeed unclear. Lu Chen also calmly reminded, didn't you hear earlier, she is a disciple of the wild saint lord. Why provoke her? Tian Yu was provoked. She was angry. You say I can't provoke her, then I'll just try. Lu Chen helplessly coaxed, don't get agitated, I'm just advising you not to act rashly, to prevent our relationship from completely breaking, turning into mortal enmity. Hearing this, Tian Yu felt a little amused, thinking we still have some conscience. What if there are a few girls? Then she couldn't help but ask, you care about our relationship? Tian Yu continued with a condition, but you must agree one thing, I won't touch her. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. One simple condition, go ahead. Tian Yu please put on a cunning face, very confident, but my request isn't simple. You go steal the true royal sword and bring it to me, then I'll overlook this. Lu Chen panicked, stammering, raising his hand to refuse. She said, it's the ancestral sword of the southern royal clan, the true royal sword, I won't go. Lu Chen worried, the Southern Royal Clan is one of the top 3 demon clans, no one dares provoke, she's asking me to risk my life. Tian Yu replied, is there anything in this world you dare not do so? Does the royal clan also have your lover? Unwilling. Hearing Tian Yu's provocation, Lu Chen frowned but finally agreed, fine I agree, but you must also agree not to touch King Cheng anymore. Tian Yu coldly responded, I only hear half of that, don't let me hear her name from you again. The two faced each other. Lu Chen confusedly asked, why do you hate her? Could it be? Before finishing, Tian Yu seemed uneasy, uncontrollably swinging the whip at Lu Chen, angrily shouted, don't ask. Lu Chen dodged while giving a thumbs up, also pleading, fine she won't ask, but the Liujing map is probably with Qi Han, useless for you to keep, give it to me. Tian Yu disdainfully replied, who are you? Why should I give it to you? Lu Chen smiled in admiration, her family wealth is great, treasures from the holy grave left behind, no need to mind, I'm just a poor cultivator, short on resources, some luck. Tian Yu unmoved, clearly seeing Lu Chen's words, go away, fake poor, giving saintly treasures away freely, don't insult the words poor cultivator. Scroll unfurled, glowing with magic circles and prominent characters, showing Tian Yu's intention. Moreover, to be honest, this trip to the wild is mainly for the Liujing map. Moreover, not only me, other peaks also have masters coming. At this point Liu Chen raised his hand to his chin, puzzled just for Liu Jing's tomb. Could there really be a world-shaking saintly treasure inside? Tianyu placed her hand on his shoulder, leaning close to answer. That's right, in the tomb, coincidentally a peerless treasure emerged, the seed of divine fire. Liu Chen looked alarmed, glanced at Tianyu. She said, "What? The tomb has the seed of divine fire?" A form of ultimate power with swirling fire, blinding light. Divine fire is the sacred flame born when heaven and earth shift, through constant devouring evolves, finally becoming a terrifying force that can burn the sky and sea. Those below could only stand still before the destructive power. The sky shattered. Legend says a divine fire once appeared in Tian Peak. The sky fragmented. Dark flames rained down. Destructive power beyond imagination. Anything it touched turned to void, even space burned. Land melted to miles of magma, forming a vast area of fire. The catastrophic fire event only restored through countless saint lives. Countless saints lay motionless. The seed of divine fire is a sphere with immense power after the sacred flame dissipates, leaving an essence, which is the seed of divine fire. Humans can cultivate it. It lies in the human head with divine power. The seed can be nurtured with essence, Kai and spirit, gaining divine fire abilities. Divine fire is coveted by thousands, not only immensely powerful, also highly prized by alchemists and key cultivators. For them it greatly increases success and quality of refining. Tianyu spoke while showing 4 fingers. Moreover, the Liu Jing tomb has 4 seeds of divine fire. Liu Chen replied, "So many, no wonder she rushed in like a shark smelling blood." Liu Chen took the opportunity to negotiate a condition with Tianyu. "Fine, I'll help you with the Liu Jing tomb. We'll steal the true royal sword later. Difficult to handle now." Hearing this, Tianyu found it advantageous and agreed, "Fine, you won't dare act tricky. Tomorrow we depart to find the remaining maps." Night at Kihan's place. Kihan stared at Qijing in shock, hands instinctively reaching out, nudging what's going on. Kihan watched Qijing lying on the bed in pain, repeatedly asked, "Who did this to your eyes?" Qijing in pain struggled to speak. Who else could it be? Of course that female ghost. Liu Chen's photo pinned on the wall had several knives through it. "We've been played." Initially she said she'd help us kill Liu Chen. Now it's even better. Qijing constantly mocked. She treats Liu Chen like a dog to its master, clinging endlessly, only wishing she could do absite size right here. Qijing's face full of blue veins, jumped up clinging to Kihan's shoulder, warned, "Don't let them gloat. Tomorrow you follow them to Liu Jing's holy court. If they gather all the maps to activate the tome, you must." Kihan grinned cunningly, continued, "You'll act according to the situation, ruin their plan." The border of Lia's holy court, Black Armor City. The people were flooding into the city. Elsewhere, Yiru was assigning tasks to his disciples, continue investigating the remaining map pieces. Also watch for other forces. The disciple politely acknowledged, obeyed. Liu Chen observed from behind, silently praised her. "This young lady is the heiress of Huangquan Palace. She has some skill after all." Yiru said, "This Liu clan dynasty was established by Liu Jing. If you want to find clues related to him, many forces will come here." She also added, "With so many forces entering, it might be very quick to collect all map fragments and find the trail of Liu Jing's tomb. To ensure things go smoothly, I will go meet other forces. When the time comes, I will call you." Liu Chen was delighted to hear this and waved goodbye. "Then I won't bother you anymore. Don't miss me." And Yiru, seeing the male lead's attitude, scolded angrily, "Get lost." As he walked, Liu Chen muttered, "I can't fall behind either. Need to probe for some news." Suddenly the male lead saw a little boy nodding. He immediately had an idea. "A messenger. Listen and see." Liu Chen took out some gold and continuously urged, "Sir, get up, get to work. I want hot news." The messenger holding the gold smiled politely. "What does this great man want to know?" "Whatever I know I will tell." Liu Chen got straight to the point. "It's my first time here. I want to know the history of this place and the story of Saint Lord Liu Jing." The young man felt very confident when the male lead asked about his specialty. "The great man has found the right person. Let me tell you." He began to tell, "Sentient times. The Saint Lord of the Wastelands was dull and stupid. The territory was encroached by surrounding regions, and the people suffered. But since the genius of the Liu family, Liu Jing, became a saint, he single-handedly carried the Wastelands. Thus Liu Jing was called Saint Lord Liu or Overlord Liu. However, Saint Lord Liu suddenly disappeared. The Wastelands had no holy realm to dominate the surrounding forces, and the Liu clan dynasty fell apart and fragmented. Since Saint Lord Liu had no descendants, the throne was chosen from the families of 3 royal disciples who had fought with Liu Jing in turn. Liu Chen was puzzled hearing this. Why did Saint Lord Liu still disappear that year? The messenger also agreed with the male lead. "This is strange. It is said that Saint Lord Liu seemed to sense his own death. It is known that he left the wastelands and disappeared for 100 years. After his return, he chose a great tomb for himself, then drew a map, divided into 8 fragments, handed them to the Black Armor Army. Then there was no more news." Liu Chen thought, "Not right. He clearly had 3 elders fighting with him. Why hand the map to the Black Armor Army? Even at least 200,000 strong, in whose hands investigating would be like finding a needle in the ocean." Obviously he didn't want to be found. But if he didn't want others to find it, why draw the map? Another thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he had a dream, wanting the whole world to play a treasure hunt puzzle with him? At this moment, a man resembling a government soldier brought a notice and said loudly, "Everyone look here. Report any news immediately to the government," catching the male lead's attention. Everyone gathered to see the notice and started gossiping. What does it say? The golden eagle statue of the Saint Lord was stolen. Whoever knows immediately will be rewarded. Stealing from the Saint Lord, who would be so wicked? The man continued, anyone with clues will be rewarded with 1 royal pill and 1,000,000 spirit stones. Lu Chen found the reward tempting and whispered, interesting, this looks familiar. Could it be my senior brother has arrived, thinking of the whole world? Only he could commit such wicked acts. If he comes, I won't hold back. Earlier in the Azure domain he played me once. Don't blame me for returning the favor. Thinking this, he boldly said in the crowd, this government messenger, I have clues. The soldier approached suspiciously to warn him. Really, don't deceive me. The Saint Lord cares about this. If you falsely claim reward, understand? Lu Chen was unafraid and confidently replied, I not only know who stole it, I can even draw a portrait of him right here. The soldier agreed with the male lead's request. Interesting. Give this kid paper and pen. Let's see what he can draw. With a few skilled strokes, Lu Chen sketched his senior brother, Jin Yangjun. Seeing the person in the drawing, the soldier was furious. Is it really him? Human face, beast heart, unexpectedly a bandit. Lu Chen poured salt in the wound, pointing at the drawing. That's right, sir. Let me tell you, this man goes around deceiving women and steals without restraint. At this moment, a sharp voice from someone watching from afar behind the male lead, Lu Chen. You despicable, don't frame me. It turned out to be Jin Yang. He pointed at the male lead, frustrated. I noticed you as soon as you entered the city. Today you just arrived. How can you prove I stole 4 statues last night? Lu Chen heard this and provoked further. The criminal took the initiative to strike, even admitted last night's theft, making Jin Yang even angrier. The government messenger then ordered, the one above, if you want to prove your innocence, come down and let me check that bag. Jin Yang was flustered and sweating. What is this? People below started gossiping. Is it really this kid? If it is, catching him gets 1 million. Words echoed, turning Jin Yang pale. Quickly surround and catch him, don't let him escape. Unable to bear the pressure, he ran. Get out of the way, don't block me. People shouted to chase, charge for the spirit stones. The kid is worth 1 million, stop him. Jin Yang ran thinking, meeting that bastard Lu Chen is never good. Seeing the crowd closing in, he seemed cornered. They are chasing me too much, you forced me. Jin Yang stopped and took out a bag, saying, a storage bag, drop the 4 statues. Proudly declared, if you want evidence from my bag, don't dream. He began to explain his trick. I went 1 step ahead, refined the golden statues into liquid gold, then cast into gold ingots. Then he provoked everyone, unexpected, right? If you want the golden statues, how does it relate to me? Someone in the crowd spoke. I have met many shameless people, but never anyone as shameless as him. As for Lu Chen, he sneered, senior brother who acts shamelessly like that, learn from me, at least find someone to take the blame. At this moment a voice from a black-clad master appeared. Unexpectedly, the Jin young master of the Fenglai Azure domain has come here. Step back, don't trouble the young master. It turned out to be Han Yu, city lord of the Black Armor City. He clasped his hands politely. It's my fault for not receiving you from afar, letting these commoners rush at the young master. Truly sorry. Jin Yang was delighted to see reinforcements. It was Han Yu, still understanding my family is not poor. How could I commit theft? At this moment he mocked everyone. Heard that? The city lord said it was not me who stole, yet your servants dare to be rude. Lu Chen, seeing his senior brother's attitude, laughed loudly to provoke Jin Yang. As expected of senior brother, tricking concepts, using status to oppress others. You still use smoothly, junior bows. Jin Yang retorted, hey, why do I smell filth from afar? Turns out junior brother is still here. Lu Chen was angry but restrained. Senior brother too kind, I can't compare. Wearing silks and brocades, still can't hide the stench. Greedy for wealth. Seeing someone else's golden statues then steal. The two began to provoke each other. Jin Yang said, hey, helpless, a member of a great family still depends on me. A freeloader like you doesn't value money. Anyway, Junior's performance can make the wealthy madam love and spoil him like a pet. So not understanding heaven earth, I understand. Lu Chen was not inferior. Senior brother blaming master for favoritism. Anyway, what you wear is ugly and rustic. It's natural master doesn't like it. Neither yielded. Face-to-face provoking, Jin Yang proudly replied. Right, the freeloader's stench is loved by master more. Junior's stench everywhere, yet no one has killed him. Truly regrettable. Lu Chen replied, senior brother jokes well. I cherish you. How could I leave you alone in this world? Jin Yang said, unexpectedly Junior wants to stir trouble. Junior stinks. Lu Chen replied, senior brother, don't say such self-degrading words. Don't insult, you are clearly worse than filth. Seeing the scene, Han Yu was speechless. He thought, are they really senior and junior brothers? The sect is terrifying. They directly trap each other like feeding dinosaurs. Then he told himself, forget it, it's fine. Both are my masters. I can't offend anyone. Han Yu stepped in to mediate. This is our best training place. You two young masters stay here for now. Lu Chen wondered, but regarding the Liujing map, how many do your 3 great families have? Han Yu awkwardly bowed and replied, originally our 3 great families had 4 map fragments. Excluding this one, the Dan Royal had 1, Daoqi Holy Land had 2. Now all 7 are gathered. I can't elaborate on the sequence. He added, only one part remains with an unknown trace, but I have spread the news everywhere, so the forces can bring the final piece to Kukiet City. Lu Chen thought to himself, if he can gather all 7 pieces, the force behind the Heilong City Lord is likely formidable. Thinking for a moment, Lu Chen frowned and said, the last piece need not be sought. It is in the hands of the Queen of the Imperial Hall. She will hear the news quickly and come to Kukiet City. Kim An then continued to taunt his junior brother. Hey, look at this, junior brother already climbed into the enemy's bed, truly skilled at clinging to women. Lu Chen angrily said, despicable fool, do not think I am unaware. Last time I was hunted for half a month by that holy demon sect, because you greedily forced the 3rd-generation ancestor statue of the ancient sacred land, then betrayed me. Seeing the matter exposed, Kim An teased even more, so junior brother knows everything already. Lu Chen added, moreover, this time I only count the forces outside the city, whether coming or already arrived. Kim An then brought out a painting and said proudly, junior brother asked the right person, let senior brother tell junior brother. He began to recount, the Iron Lord Mingkang of Heilong Hall, said to come from the 9 heavens of the 10 realms, extremely mysterious. Lu Chen frowned looking at the painting. Who is this? Unfamiliar, continue. Kimen introduced further. Also the holy maiden of the demon sect, the ancient sacred sect sent a group as well. Lu Chen thought to himself, interesting, I have offended both, that one surely wishes to kill me, and the other one too. Kim An continued listing. Finally the Sacred Blade Sacred Land, Ancient Sacred Land, Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Junior Brother, most of them are very familiar. Lu Chen shouted in reply, exactly all are my enemies. They are likely only here for that sacred tomb. If they conspire together to deal with me, so be it. Scene shifts to the holy main hall of the Liu clan in Kukiet City. At the mountain villa, Kim An curiously asked Lu Chen, Junior brother, what is your purpose in secluded cultivation here? He taunted his junior brother, are you scared now, jumping only when water reaches your feet? Lu Chen calmly replied, stand straight and speak to ease your back pawn. He seriously said, enemies are too many, slightly beyond my strength. I must cultivate a bit to have a trump card against them. Scene shifts to the guest point of Kukiet City. At this moment, the Gu family knelt and respectfully said, young Master Ming, any further instructions? The Gu family will not refuse. Heilong Hall Ming Kang said, help me find an interesting person. Heard he has also arrived at Kukiet City. He spoke slowly, his name is Lu Chen. At the demon sect base in Kukiet City, the maid happily received guests. May I ask, holy maiden, whom shall we seek? The holy maiden of the demon sect Kuang Taiyan also replied, find the man named Lu Chen. She declared, this young lady comes not only for the sacred tomb, but also to find this man for some relaxation. Outside the city gate, the group from the Sacred Blade was discussing, this is Kukiet City, heard that despicable man has also arrived. The leader firmly declared, Kukiet City, Lu Chen, the male disciples of the Sacred Blade will settle scores today. Right, should we not burn off his hair to vent our anger? Kihan observed everything from behind. He was extremely pleased, even the Sacred Blade Sacred Land bears a grudge against him. A few days later, the Sacred Blade base in Kukiet City, King Cheng was talking with Chen Yu. We have delivered the 2 remnants of the Sacred Blade Sacred Land to the city lord here as ordered by the Holy Lord. Nothing else remains. Chen Yu agreed. Today we rest here, tomorrow negotiate with your other senior brothers. King Cheng worriedly said, senior brother Lu Chen has been missing since leaving, hope he arrives safely. Thinking of this, she became excited. After drinking that day, heard senior brother took me to rest. Did he do anything embarrassing? Suddenly a voice behind startled them. Hey, heard the news, the forces coming here. All searching for one person, heard his name is Lu something. Another person spoke, Lu Chen, heard he is the great demon lord of the king realm. The other nodded, so that is it, serves him right. Chen Yu sighed seeing this and said to Liu, I think you need not worry anymore. That senior brother has caused trouble in Kukiet already. Looking at the map on the table, someone spoke. This is the remnant map, only one piece missing. And the one laughing was Kim Ang. Foolish junior brother. Today you stole my glory, still missing one piece from Tian Yu of the Imperial Hall. Junior brother, go call your female master out. Hearing this, Lu Chen replied excitedly, fine, I will call my little darling out. My charm is irresistible. Finishing, he took out a firecracker. Now I will show you. Then he confidently launched the firecracker straight, piercing the clouds. Lu Ji, the young lady of the Du family, also quickly appeared. But what he received was Kim An's disdain. Foolish method. If this could call someone, I would be doomed. Before he finished, someone stepped down. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Really used such a foolish contact method. At this moment, Tian Yu spoke. Lu Chen, you called me here. Has your task been settled? Lu Chen quickly replied, settled, only the final piece from her remains. Then he smiled wickedly and reminded her, do not fly so high. Come down quickly. Your underwear is completely visible. Hearing this, Tian Yu was furious. Lecherous, who dares look at me? Gouged their eyes. Responding was Kim An's bored face. Your underwear is as thick as Lu Chen's face. What is there to see? Your self-righteous attitude exactly mirrors Lu Chen. But Lu Chen ignored him. Alright, if all remnant pieces are collected, let's move quickly. Without hesitation, Tianyu immediately presented a piece of the map. Here, the final piece of Liu Jing's map. Then a complete map appeared with the delighted tone of Han Yu. Finally complete, Liu Jing's treasure hidden, to be revealed today. Looking at the map, Lu Chen froze. This place is at Malong Abyss. Not only him, but Kim En was also extremely surprised. Malong Abyss, the forbidden area. Several holy stage masters died unexpectedly here. Besides the two, Han Yu was also worried. Unexpectedly, the forbidden Malong Abyss. What now? Our three clans have not even one holy stage master to probe this sacred land. Saying this, he was utterly helpless. Forget it. Seems we are unlucky. This tomb map and reconnaissance work handed over to the two young masters. Our three clans do not participate further. This excited Lu Chen. Clever knows when to retreat. This tomb reconnaissance is indeed dangerous. Then he smiled wickedly. I read in ancient legends. Malong Abyss appeared in the primeval era. A peerless demon dragon caused havoc to living beings here. 5 holy stage masters combined to suppress it, after 2 still lost, only barely defeating the demon dragon and sealing its soul. At the same time, in his mind appeared an image of a masked young man with a jet black dragon. He also thought of a pillar, the dragon's soul sealed in the dragon pill, every 100 years tempered by thunder wrath. Perhaps the dragon's soul no longer exists. At this point Kim En spoke, though what I heard differs from yours. It can be confirmed, Malong Abyss is not a place we can enter. Liu Jing chose this as his tomb. Danger remains inside, even enhanced by him. Lu Chen replied with contempt. What, senior brother scared? No matter, I understand you, timid as a mouse. Even if not participating, fine, leave it all to junior brother. Of course, Kim En could not hide her anger. How detestable. My courage may be small but greater than your brain. When suddenly the guard behind shouted loudly, quiet, Saint Lord Yao Xi has arrived. These words made Han Gok happy. Saint Lord Yao Xi has arrived quickly, but Kim En's expression turned panicked. Even Liu Jing reincarnated might not be stronger than her. Why is she participating as well? As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Xi entered. To everyone's astonishment, truly the Saint Lord, really here. Immediately Kim En and Han Gok hurriedly clasped their hands respectfully, welcoming Saint Lord Yao Xi. Only Lu Chen remained calm. Disciple Lu Chen pays respects to master. Hearing this, Kim En gaped in surprise. What, I thought behind Lu Chen there was only the Sword Emperor Guild and Feng Lei sect. Not in vain the king of sugar babies, knowing how to rely on a wealthy lady, it turns out his master, besides the Chasm Lord King Yu, is also Saint Lord Yao Qi. Observing Lu Chen's majestic demeanor, Tian Yu felt slightly anxious, the status of his junior sister truly being a disciple of the Saint Lord of the Wild Realm. No wonder he previously stopped me from seeking this woman, and causing trouble. But then she put on an excited face. He is concerned about me. This nemesis unexpectedly cares for me so. Yao Xi spoke gently. No need for elaborate ceremony. I am here not to compete for trivial benefits with you juniors. Saying this, she gave a sly smile, merely to give my disciples some face and prevent disasters of the strong oppressing the weak. Then she pointed at Kim En. Kim, little one of Feng Lei sect. I hear you often bully Chen in Feng Lei sect. This made him turn pale with fear. Just rumors, Saint Lord here. This is fake news. Too scared to act otherwise, he hastily explained. I've just met Elder Lu, as if we've known each other long. Our relationship is extremely good, like half-brothers. Seeing this, Yao Xi immediately warned, next time I hear news of you bullying him, I will go find your father for tea. These words terrified him again. This is clearly a threat. Moreover, it was actually Lu Chen bullying me. Being a sugar baby does not mean doing whatever one wants. Detestable. I also want to be a sugar baby. At this moment, Yao Xi returned to seriousness. Fine, forget it. The demonic dragon is not completely dead. Moreover, this abyss is deep beyond measure. You have not seen the original spirit of the rampaging demonic dragon yet. You could already fall to your death. Even so, she did not forget to instruct, wait until the saint behind you arrives. Only then do you have the right to safely enter the abyss. Finishing, she turned to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, stop standing there. Follow me. This unexpected statement caused him slight panic. Yes, master. Tian Yu was still very worried. Only with a saint accompanying could one enter. Seems this time is not as simple as I thought. Later, Lu Chen with Yao Xi appeared deep within the abyss of the demonic dragon, accompanied by Lu Chen's bewildered expression. Second master, what exactly is happening? If the demonic dragon is dead, how can Liu Jing enter with his cultivation? Without hesitation, Yao Xi calmly replied, ignore him, just focus on finding the treasure. At the bottom lies the world-destroying black flame. The more she spoke, the more Lu Chen panicked. Master, don't joke. The demonic dragon below the abyss is not yet dead. Wanting me to go down is not telling me to die. She continued, moreover, master, with your supreme cultivation, if needed, this fire still requires me to go in place of you. This made her angry. She kicked him down. Get down for me, this is your test. Lu Chen panicked and shouted, don't. Afterwards, she gave a sly smile, the useless one who likes stealing and robbing, never appreciating the opportunity. This time I must train him properly. Meanwhile, Lu Chen still had his head down. his face nearly distorted with panic. The abyss of the demonic dragon is too deep. He has been falling for almost 10 minutes, still not seeing the bottom. Suddenly, a voice came to his ear. Lu Chen, can you hear me? He quickly realized the voice was transmitted through Master's 1,000-mile sound technique. Immediately, Yao Xi mentioned a pitch-black dragon. Firstly, the original spirit of the demonic dragon is actually not rampaging, but in hibernation. This one is far too weak, extremely weak. It cannot sense him at all, so no need to worry. However, a powerful person going down will suffer extreme damage. Furthermore, she mentioned a flame. Secondly, the world-destroying black flame truly exists, but only as a seed. Therefore, I hope you enter the abyss of the demonic dragon, obtain the seed, and refine it. Responding was Lu Chen's confident tone. Master, rest assured, leaving your disciple, the most talented, handsome, and devoted, to enter the abyss alone. Contrary to his thoughts, Yao Xi smiled and replied, rest assured, what is there to worry about? Master goes ahead. Once you find it, come to me. This made Lu Chen angry, Master cruelly endangering the disciple, but he quickly landed. Finally arrived, the feeling of touching the ground was truly delightful. Upon touching the ground, he was astonished, the entire ground covered with blood, shattered bones. Before him were only dry skeletons, layer upon layer of bones, countless vengeful spirits. This was a killing pit. Then he stepped onto the pile of bones to survey. The book records that this abyss of the demonic dragon spans over 60,000 km wide, 150,000 km long, even if using full power flight. To traverse the abyss would take a month. He looked down at the pile of bones, this perilous forbidden area. How on earth can I find the flame seed? Suddenly he discovered something. At the bottom of the abyss of the demonic dragon, there was still a structure. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Could it be that a previous dynasty had built a city here? He looked at the scene before him in confusion. Could the thing he needed really be in this ancient city? Unable to hide his curiosity, he stepped forward to examine. What is this? He immediately bent down and picked up a forearm bone. A forearm bone. After so many years, it had not decayed and still emanated divine aura. Holding the forearm bone, he became even more confused. The rules of incarnation, channeling the power of the rules into blood and bones, immortality for 10,000 years. This is at least a Saint Realm level 2 existence. How could one of this rank die here? While he was bewildered, a sound reached him. Sharp and clear, he immediately recognized. Who? It turned out to be Tian Yu approaching. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled. Tian Yu, why have you come down here? She replied in a very confident tone. Only you with deep background. Of course, the Saint Realm behind me brought me down. This left him helpless. Fine, Tian Yu is powerful and how old, yet acts like a child. Let's go together, this place is vast. Finding that divine flame seed is not a task for ordinary men. Before they could go far, something blocked him. What is this? Dust flew over. Immediately a black smoke enveloped the two, making Lu Chen panic, both black and foul. The dirt in the air was beyond standard. Not only him, but Tian Yu was also terrified. Damn, this black smoke is abnormal. It is devouring our spiritual energy. Moreover, this smoke covered Lu Chen's body. The power was strange, capable of devouring both spiritual energy and life force. With her hot temper, Tian Yu flailed at the smoke. Get out of here, you disgusting thing. Seeing this, Lu Chen stood watching for a while, acting just like a child. Then he ran and hugged her. Come with me, I will help you fight it. The sudden embrace left her confused. What are you trying to do? At the same time elsewhere, Han Yu respectfully reported, Yaoji Saint Lord, the demon dragon has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, yet there is a divine aura emanating. How can its primordial spirit be immortal? Accompanied by his worried expression. Could it really have reached that level? Can a primordial spirit be eternally immortal? In contrast, Yao Ji remained calm. The demon dragon has absorbed the power of the rules, merging dark rules with its primordial body, belonging to the path of rules, so the dark rules do not dissipate, meaning the primordial spirit is eternally immortal. The more Han Yu listened, the more worried he became. In ancient texts, if a saint realm possesses divine fire, it can also burn the primordial spirit. Unsure if true, before he could finish, Yaeji interrupted. Quiet, I must secure the mouse first. Then she smiled wickedly, hiding in the void space. After speaking, she unleashed her power. Underestimating me, hiding clues, come out here. Immediately 2 masked men revealed themselves. Discovered already. How could this be? They did not understand what happened. How could this be? This is a concealment talisman bestowed by the Supreme. Seeing Yao Xi ahead, the black-haired man panicked. In the 10 realms, it was said impossible for a Saint Realm level 2 existence to appear. This concealment talisman should be unbreakable. Saying this, he charged toward her. Could it be that this place has a special barrier? Kill them all. And he raised his hand to use a move, Greatest Black Heaven. Then he shot straight at Yao Xi. You vile mortals of the lower realm, die under my black sun. She responded only with a contemptuous glance, sensing this type of martial art. Thinking of this, she replied calmly. Turns out to be the Hailong sect trash. This scene made the black-haired man panic. What a casual strike can break a Saint Realm level 2 skill? This cultivation? Who are you? Before he could speak further, she turned him into a skeleton. Han Yu could only stand by and watch. Unexpectedly, the Heilong sect has descended. At this point, Yao Shi was truly angry. A bunch of hiding mice, Heilong sect, still dared act insolently before me. Ming Kang's subordinate witnessed the whole scene and screamed in fear. One strike killed the elder. Then he hurriedly turned to warn Ming Kang, young master, run quickly. This person is not someone we can deal with. Yao Shi, seeing this, said calmly, only one fish remains. Then Yao Shi approached with a hunting-like coldness. Let's see, turns out to be the transcendent realm, so weak. No wonder I missed your aura. Ming Kang, terrified, spoke humbly, Senior, I am a descendant of the Ming Yan ancestor. I hope you can show mercy for my ancestor. Yao Shi replied with a gentle smile, of course, descendant of Ming Yan, not only will I spare you. Speaking, she grabbed him by the collar, and also grant you an opportunity. Then she threw him down mercilessly, her demeanor lofty. Want to go to Demon Dragon Abyss? I will send you down. Her subordinate worriedly asked, Saint Lord, you killed their people, why leave the last one in Demon Dragon Abyss? In case they try to awaken the dragon. But Yao Shi calmly replied, no problem. Without pressure there is no growth. It is also time to find a worthy opponent to spar a little. Yao Shi then turned back and added subtly, moreover, it is just a small demon dragon. Once escaped, I can still subdue it again. At the deepest part of Demon Dragon Abyss, the scene was grim and eerie. Tian Yu cried while asking Lu Chen, what have you done to me? Tian Yu kept questioning sharply why I feel my spiritual energy tainted by dark rules, all absorbed by you. Lu Chen, seeing her foolish, asked, if not, then what? Seeing her burnt to ashes by dark rules. Tian Yu softened her tone, continuing, so you still have a conscience. Then Lu Chen quickly urged, alright, the dark mist is gone, let's move, I feel this place is unsafe. In the sea of dragon bones in the abyss, they walked past endless graveyards. As Lu Chen continued to walk, he keenly noticed something strange. This feeling, something buried below, he wondered. Seeing this, Tian Yu also quickly realized the glow and shape. Could it be? Without hesitation, Lu Chen continued, at least there are millions of vengeful spirits of the dead here. Tian Yu also speculated, then is correct. This must be the soul stone containing millions of souls, usually used to revive extremely evil people. Lu Chen also recalled an earlier event. Right, when I descended, I picked up a forearm bone of a very strong person. Perhaps they intend to revive him. Hearing this, Tian Yu looked at him with trust and asked, so the revived person and the resurrection wedge, you found them both. What will you do next? Lu Chen replied frankly, no need to say, no one is worth using millions of lives for their revival. He responded to Tian Yu's gaze with a firm one, this matter must be handled by me. At the bottom of Demon Dragon Abyss, the scene became even gloomier. Ming Kang, seeing this, said arrogantly, that conceited woman released us. We didn't come for divine fire. When we revive the martial general, we will teach her a lesson. Then Ming Kang turned to ask his subordinate, it is nearby. Why can't I sense the soul stone? Useless one, do you remember where the subordinate didn't know how to reply, young master? Perhaps it is here. This is the battle site. No soul stone in sight. Could it be? At the same time, a voice came from behind. It has been disturbed by someone else. They became furious. Who did this, kid? Who are you? Han appeared slyly in response. We share a common enemy in this matter. Listen to what I say. At the same time, Lu Chen's group was moving quickly on their mounts. Meanwhile, Ming Kang's people also noticed something new and said, that's over there. Let's go check it out. Lu Chen also hurried forward suspiciously, thinking, this black flame, could it be a divine fire? Tian Yu from behind analyzed its nature for him. Indeed, it was black, but the strength of the flame could devour even saint-tier realms. Tian Yu also discovered something new. Although the flame here was intense, it still fell far short of divine fire. Perhaps it was a strange fire sharing the same source as divine fire. Hearing this, Lu Chen lost interest and said, so much excitement for nothing. Turns out it's just worthless fake. Tian Yu, hearing him, quickly claimed it. If the 6 young masters have plenty of money but miss such a fire, I'll take it. As Tian Yu used magic to seize the object, Lu Chen from behind could not contain his curiosity and asked, how did you tame this strange fire? Teach me. But Tian Yu mocked him without restraint. This low-level flame control skill, the 6 young masters surely don't lack it. Lu Chen played along to amuse her. I really don't know. Teach me, sister. Tian Yu continued provocatively. Go play elsewhere. I won't teach you. Can't. Angry. Lu Chen, seeing her scowl, thought to himself, only villains and women are hard to handle. This hateful Tian Yu, I'll make her pay. Ming Kang's group was also moving toward the location. As they moved, Ming Kang thought, the Demon King disciple also serves the Saint Lord of the Blade. I'm even more eager to meet Lu Chen now. Han laughed proudly. You'll meet her Saint Lord of the Blade below. I saw him break the formation with my own eyes. Han added, his name is Lu Chen. He killed my family and took my inheritance. We have deep blood hatred. He must be hiding strength. Never heard of his defeat. 2. We cooperate to kill Lu Chen. But the subordinate of the Ming King continued to provoke, Your Highness. According to Han, let's catch Lu Chen. He dares to destroy our formation, clearly reckless. Ming King added, that sly one acts cunningly, the talk of cooperation is for revenge. I'm not interested in being a pawn in his scheme. Then Ming King ordered his subordinate, the formation is destroyed, resurrection can wait. The priority is to absorb divine essence and increase power. Find the divine fire, the subordinate immediately shouted. Wise young master, we admire you. On the way, the subordinate keenly spotted, young master, is that Lu Chen? Then Ming King behind Lu Chen asked, interesting, let's probe a bit. Hey young man, how much divine essence have you absorbed? Lu Chen replied in surprise, divine essence, what is it? The strange fire sharing the divine fire's source, so it is divine essence. Ming King asked, you don't even know divine essence, then why are you here seeking death? Lu Chen turned to reply, you're wrong, knowing what it is or not isn't important, knowing its use and how to wield it is. The subordinate impatiently urged, young master, stop talking to him, he's just a foolish idiot. Seeing them about to leave, Lu Chen spoke, right? Stop a moment, do you have a flame control skill? Sell me some. Ming Kang, enraged, asked, what, haven't trained even a low-level flame skill? Why are you here? Didn't you learn before entering Malangabis? Listen, I'll say this once, this divine essence is a flame essence formed from a drop of Devourer's essence. Not stopping there, Ming Kang added, though divine essence takes 10,000 years to become divine fire, its power can incinerate an unprepared king tier. For a fool like you, even unaware of flame control, don't seek death, go train a few years first. Lu Chen confidently said, let me try, maybe I can. The subordinate urged again, young master, let's go, don't waste time on this fool. However, Ming King gave him a strange item, saying, this is a flame control skill for you. Ming Kang politely said, I want to see your skill, hope you don't disappoint me. Then Ming Kang tested him, set a challenge, the mountain ahead has divine essence, try to take it. The subordinate laughed at him, kid, learned it yet, if scared you may not go down, he responded confidently as before. After training a while he mastered everything, proudly replying, no problem, the skill is simple, I've got it, small divine essence, not enough to fill a gap. Ming Kang mocked, foolish, truly unaware of life and death. Ming Kang used magic, thinking, this heat even bothers my divine form, learned flame control recklessly. I'll absorb divine essence above. See you fail, kid, destroying my formation. Being burnt by divine essence is deserved. Lu Chen laughed and charged. My turn. Watch metal 300 strikes with that divine essence. Ming Kang, witnessing his quick action, whispered, what, jumping straight into the fire pit, kid? Are you tired of living? Seeing Lu Chen scream in pain, hot, so hot, about to burn, Ming Kang smugly replied, now you know, serves you right. But Lu Chen did not stop fighting, hateful, a bit of divine essence, can't block me. Lu Chen unleashed power, ordered flame control skill, absorb for me. Even Ming Kang did not expect this, what, using flame control skill, unable to absorb divine essence. He was amazed at this progress, shouted, you just learned, this kid is extraordinary, but how long can you resist? Lu Chen glowed, realizing he underestimated divine essence. The temperature extreme could burn ordinary king tier, but after absorbing it he refined and increased spiritual energy. Luckily he trained with Lingding group, otherwise disaster. Ki Han, watching, murmured, let's see what happened to that guy, started using drugs already. Seeing him needing aid, Lu Chen disdainfully said, knew you're inferior, still need drugs, men don't use them. Lu Chen continued proudly to Ming Kang, my body is trained, no need to worry about small issues like you. But quickly he paid the price for pride, his arm injured, pain screaming, misjudged the strange fire's temperature, used drug. Then he had to receive external aid, restorative drug, long leg medicine. Ming Kang saw his inconsistent actions, laughed, your skill is nothing, in his mind, next is to see whose family is richer. I don't believe you can beat me. Lu Chen recognized this intent and calmly replied, compete in wealth, I have 5 rich masters. After an hour both sat still, neither yielding. Ming Kang, exhausted, breathed, finally absorbed all divine essence here, underestimated you, Lu Chen, I remember you. Lu Chen immediately replied, not bad yourself, half a kilo 8 ounces in wealth comparison. Ming Kang then provoked Lu Chen, I'll go, Malangabis has much divine essence, let's see who gathers more. However, he kindly warned, far ahead is a fortress, don't go before absorbing enough divine essence. Lu Chen, surprised, asked why he shared important info, why tell me? Ming Kang replied with complete nonchalance, for since the day he was born, he had never failed, taking treasures at will, and now he had finally met a worthy opponent. Before fully leaving, Ming Kang left a remark that made him feel that this dull life had gained a hint of flavor. Ming Kang also left a farewell for him, goodbye Lu Chen, I hope next time we meet you will be strong enough, only then will it be worth my defeating you. Lu Chen, seeing him like that, muttered to himself, what an arrogant guy, why does he have to act like the supporting character for the protagonist? He silently made a firm resolve in his heart, next time we meet, I will beat you to a pulp, how dare you show off more than me. Gao Yun looked down from above and could not help but exclaim, oh my god, so deep, falling down there would take days. He turned his head and smiled wickedly, hearing that Lu Chen had fallen. This is truly delightful. Suddenly, a female voice sounded from behind. Isn't this the young master of the Jin family? What are you muttering here? Gao Yun hurriedly explained awkwardly. Holy Dao master, I didn't know you were here. I just missed little Chen. Came to take a look. Gao Zi scoffed upon hearing this. Surprisingly, their relationship is that sweet. In the end, she sent Gao Yun flying by cutting the rock in front. How could I heartlessly separate them? You go down there with him, making him scream. What? Fell but still tried to trust. No Diaoxi. Gao Yun yelled in panic, knowing he was about to meet the elders. I was wrong. Holy master, save me. I don't want to follow that Lu Chen. At the same time, in the deepest part of Malong Abyss, Lu Chen was sitting cultivating amidst the radiating aura. He sighed wearily. Half a month had passed, absorbing 6 or 7 divine essences, feeling on the verge of a breakthrough. Suddenly Lu Chen was dazzled by a green light. What is this oppressive feeling from afar? In the blink of an eye, an entire building appeared. He watched this scene with some curiosity. A city, over 10 miles, capable of giving a sense of oppression. Could there really be a sacred realm inside? Lu Chen stood up straight, telling himself, if there really is a sacred realm inside, Master won't let me down. Anyway, the sacred realm won't kill me with its attacks. It turned out Lu Chen had to consider the potential game before him. It might be a holy level treasure. Better see the situation first. As the city gradually formed before him, he was ready. Finally arrived, Black Tiger City. As he approached the opposite side, he realized, this is a holy level skeleton. No wonder it exudes such majesty. Indeed, this is Black Tiger City. Perhaps the tiger's head. With this holy tiger bone, I can ask Master to brew fierce tiger vitality wine. My junior brother will become incredibly powerful after drinking. An image of a muscular fighter appeared in his mind. Lu Chen picked up the small bag confidently. Using holy tiger bones for enhancement, I could crush tanks. Lu Chen brushed off and turned without noticing a monstrous hand behind, becoming an object in my bag. Unknown holy tiger. Muscular cat bit him on the head. Contrary to a fearful reaction, Lu Chen grabbed the cat by the neck. What is this? He shouted at it directly. Extraordinary cat, whose cat was thrown here. Later, I'll roast it. The cat smirked contemptuously and emitted a surge of electricity. Meow. Lu Chen screamed like a pig being slaughtered when struck. What is this? The cat had somehow grown huge, using secret soul techniques. Are you food and yet know this move? Lu Chen was terrified. My god, another disaster with a cat. He expanded his soul, not underestimating me. Even my small soul knows soul attack methods. Soul expansion, great technique. Lu Chen dashed like lightning and punched the cat in the face. Rotten cat, take my 18 old men cat-killing fist. After that, he sighed slightly. Too dangerous. He held the cat and said with disgust, knocked out by my strong soul, deservedly stupid cat. Lu Chen held the cat when it got sucked into the nearby bag. There are tiger bones here and a strange cat. Could this cat be the reincarnation of the demon tiger? Catch it first and then talk. The power was so great it surprised him. What is this? The power was so great it surprised him. The force seemed to buff his strength 1,000-fold. The deeper he went, the stronger the oppression felt. The veins kept popping one after another, but he had to thank this majesty. If it's not destroyed and rebuilt. Suddenly he felt on the verge of breakthrough. He decided to leave that area, break through to Supreme Realm Peak Dragon, a completely new sensation with this majesty. His expression was full of excitement at achieving his wish. This majesty felt more natural. Perhaps because the old sacred realm existed here, there might be a treasure of the former owner inside. I must search thoroughly. A mysterious person was intently watching the city before him. That was Lu Chen with 1,000 question marks in his mind. Here it is. The wind is too cold. This is the ice law technique in full swing. Inside the ice was a frozen sword. The weapon in this frost seems to be a great treasure. Fortunately, he had a technique suitable for the situation and decided to pull it out and check. Having absorbed a lot of divine essence before, he used it to melt this ice law technique. As Lu Chen was engrossed in breaking the ice, a voice came from behind along with another container. After a while, he finally broke through the thick ice and called out tiredly. Finally melted it. Great treasure sword mine. Yet the soul of the ice held the sword tightly as if unwilling to part, daring to bare teeth at me. This is a divine sword with a soul, refusing to serve me. All that effort stolen now made Lu Chen furious. Curse it, master has ascended. What are you still showing off for? Not stopping there, Lu Chen poured oil on the fire. Of course, if you refuse, I'll burn a paper effigy for your master in heaven. If he has guts, let him come find me. Gao Yun, I'll settle the score. Figure behind turned to appraise. Hey kid, you're too arrogant. Lu Chen, unafraid, turned back to question, who's pretending behind me? Want trouble? After a while, he seemed to recognize it. This aura, so familiar, a sacred realm, his mind thought. There is a sacred realm in Malong Abyss. Master doesn't know. Mei Long doesn't sense a strong one coming, so he blurted, Hey senior, I'm here to find the supreme realm. What's going on? Liu Jing opened his mouth to taunt. Ha kid, you're messing with the divine fire and essence. Burning my roasted chicken. This really made him stiffen. What? Is this person here to pick a fight? You burned my chicken, so what does it have to do with me? But out of courtesy he reluctantly said, Senior, say it straight. Making it difficult for me is not befitting a master. Liu Jing looked intently at his outfit. You dare to doubt my rank wearing such ugly clothes. Take off your robe. You are my prisoner. Go roast the chicken for me. Two people were flying from the sky. Old man's back. How is the chicken roasting going? Tian Yu appeared from nowhere shouting, Lu Chen, you too. Even though he was caught, his mouth refused to stay shut. Tian Yu, aren't you supposed to leave me to find the divine origin? Yet this old man caught you anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen was thrown onto the ice slab in front of him. The mysterious figure looked across and asked, Fine, roast me a chicken, and if it burns, don't even think about leaving. Hearing this, Ming Kang immediately wanted to use money to handle everything. Senior, I don't know how to roast. How much do you want? I'll have someone from the house deliver it. After observing the situation for a while, Lu Chen declared, I know, sixth brother, I am the divine chef here. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to pull out the lighter. The chef takes the first step, using the sacred flame to create fire. Suddenly he was kicked in the rear accompanied by a scolding, who let you use mortal fire to roast. This saint eats chicken, of course the fire used must be the king of flames. Liu Jing always made things difficult for others. Use the divine origin and exotic fire you obtained to roast it. Being on the defensive, Lu Chen had no choice but to accept. Fine, as you wish, I'll use the divine origin to roast. Seeing his teammate accept so quickly, Ming Kang raised his finger and scolded, embarrassing Lu Chen. Are you really willing to be a chef? Yet Liu Jing didn't resist and admitted, right, I know your purpose in coming here. Whoever roasts a complete chicken first will get priority to obtain the divine fire. I guarantee this in my name, Liu Jing. Hearing this, the others were speechless, making Ming Kang helplessly exclaim, roasting a chicken to obtain divine fire. What are we waiting for? Tian Yu couldn't restrain himself. The divine fire is on him. Isn't Liu Jing supposed to be dead? The immediate reward was too great, so they rushed forward. Forget it, roast the chicken first, Lu Chen. Teach me how to roast a chicken quickly. While the three were studying how to do it, Liu Jing complained, this chicken is risky. You could die getting it, be careful. Suddenly, a pile of bones and a purple flame flew up, surprising them. Only then did Liu Jing explain. Using divine origin to roast a chicken is not as simple as just casting it. Without mastery, you cannot control the temperature, let alone control the divine fire. Those words made Lu Chen slightly dissatisfied. This Master Liu, though ragged and strange in behavior, was actually guiding them. Indeed, though the divine origin is absorbed by me, the released temperature cannot be controlled. Lost in thought, Ming Kang pulled him back to reality. Senior Liu, how can the temperature of divine origin be controlled? He still kept a disdainful attitude and pointed at his head. Use your brain. This made him fall into deep thought. Divine origin in the body exists independently. Though it can be released using fire techniques, the temperature cannot be controlled. After calming down, his body suddenly emitted a faint red glow. Perhaps the divine origin could merge with his dantian, blend with his spiritual energy, then use the released spiritual energy to control the temperature of the divine origin. At that time, Liu Jing munched on chicken and commented, this technique, the 9 ultimate heavenly skill, this kid is not simple. The other two quickly fell into the same state. As for Liu Jing, he continued to eat the chickens calmly. About half a month later, Liu Jing recognized their talent. Not bad, the roasting has improved. He pointed from above, counting on 5 fingers. You 3 are not bad, all passed. But there is only one portion of divine fire, and there are 3 of you. Who should I give it to? Lu Chen immediately voiced his opinion. Of course, give it to whoever is more skilled. Tian Yu glared. What, want to fight? If you're capable, then come at me. Yet Liu Jing gave them an almost impossible task. Who told you to act? Your test isn't over. Go slaughter a dragon for me. Tian Yu turned confused and asked, Senior, where are we supposed to find dragon meat now? Passionate about mukbang, Liu Jing pointed them out. Near the roaring dragon pillar, the corpse of the black demon lord is there. Go and cut some pieces for me. Even though its divine origin is sealed by the pillar, it could have seriously injured me. Your realm is low, it won't notice. Lu Chen seemed to have another idea. Senior Liu, if we want dragon meat, I have a better plan. Ming Kang didn't understand and asked, what is it? He pointed to the sky and boldly declared, Senior, even if we steal meat from that dragon demon lord, we might not succeed. But here is another dragon from the Hailong Hall. Before he finished, Ming Kang threatened Lu Chen with a knife. Say that again, leaving him stammering, no, I was just joking. Yet Tian Yu urgently called out, let's depart quickly, stop talking. Soon the 3 arrived at a slope, and one suddenly spoke. What is Liu Jing thinking? He has divine fire, he doesn't keep it for himself. Giving it to us, the thoughts of the powerful are strange. Giving out divine fire must have a purpose. Tian Yu looked ahead and replied reluctantly, indeed. Finally, they found the place. We're here. This is the roaring dragon pillar. Seeing the dragon in front of them, they cheered. This is the corpse of the Hailong demon lord. It can remain immortal for 10,000 years. Lu Chen rushed over. Hurry, act before its divine origin notices us. He used the sword in his hand to deal with this huge monster. It's tough, but how could it trouble him? Suddenly a small figure appeared, delighted. This dragon meat is good. Too wasteful for that arrogant Liu Jing. Keep some for yourself. combining it with mighty tiger wine boosts male vitality better than a rocket in an hour. The small dragon sneered, kid, your bones and essence become my vessel. Lu Chen had 10,000 questions. Strange, I clearly felt something behind me. But then he ignored it. Move on, hurry, deliver it. The little black beside him noticed his unstable mind and thought, I thought this supermortal could see me. Suddenly it realized a strange problem. How can a tiny supermortal dare to steal my meat? Lu Chen, like a true chef, frantically took protein. Fine, cut myself first. Seize the opportunity before the other two. The little black, watching its meat being taken, angrily said, and they steal so happily too. The little lizard couldn't resist, decided to rise up, infuriating me, little thief, if not now then when. Unexpectedly, its move actually hit him. Damn. Inside Lu Chen, the little black hacked in, satisfied, full of essence. This kid is indeed talented. Someone who has reached the Saint Realm would have to watch carefully. Consider it your blessing. It hadn't rejoiced for long before someone called, Little Black, what are you doing? Startled. This kid's soul harbor has another divine origin. Fearfully it trembled. It's you. Yaoshi appeared, catching it like a cat meeting again. Little Black, did you come to steal my disciple's treasure? The little black was shocked. Why is it her? Memories of past misfortune appeared. 5 times it used millions of lives' blood to open the passage between 2 realms. Its best subordinate, from the dark heaven descending into the wilderness, prepared to find a chance to break into the heavenly lord realm. Dark heaven is one of the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Unexpectedly, everything went against its wishes. The result, it was killed by a single sword, falling into the abyss. It recalled that time. Its reputation in Dark Heaven was great. With infinite power approaching heavenly lords, it could have fought a heavenly lord without defeat, but was killed by this woman. She is absolutely the most terrifying powerhouse it has ever met. The little black lizard had to make up an excuse, singing, call me what? Right, I am the little black. I came here, just passing by, just saw this young hero's radiance, dragon and phoenix in the center of the man, so entered the soul harbor to check. Absolutely no intention to steal. Just then, 4th Master Huadai appeared, calling elder sister. Little Black was startled by another god arriving. Why is there another powerful figure? Who has this kid hidden from? Huadai innocently said to Yaoxi's senior sister, this little Hailong still hasn't broken through the transcendent realm. Too useless, maybe I should take him to refine pills. Little Hay Black froze hearing that. Useless. 5th Master Jian Jingyan suddenly appeared, making Little Hay Black exclaim, another person. Huadai saw her appear and called out loudly. King Yin's senior sister Jian Jingyan responded gently, her level a bit low. But wait, I will catch the remaining primordial spirit in its flesh. Little Hay Black trembled, seeing the first person stronger than the second. What is the identity of that transcendent realm kid? Holding 3 unparalleled primordial spirits in the soul sea, the first stronger than the second, with celestial aura, also an extraordinary beauty. He also used soul control to subdue it. Thus its form changed from a majestic dragon to a small lizard. Primordial spirit returned to position. She looked at it satisfied and said, not bad. Looked at their demeanor and asked, so strange, why are there illusions, not really enemies? Suddenly Huadai carefully tended to it. Come on, little Hay. Open your mouth. Senior sister will feed you delicious food. Little Hay dared not refuse and immediately obeyed. Okay. Eating, it carefully thought, this is the celestial soul pill. Then a surge of power within it was released. It instantly transformed into its original form, transcendent realm. Huadai looked at the blue dragon in front and said, has ascended to transcendent realm. If not for wasting one celestial soul pill of mine, I would definitely make him refine pills. Yao Shi praised her. Not bad, a transcendent realm level primordial spirit here is enough to resist the power of divine fire. If Lu Chen obtained the divine fire in the supernatural realm, his future prospects would be boundless, even surpassing us. Only little Hailong did not know he was the target. Then they carefully trapped him in a magic formation. This is. The unlucky black Hailong only now realized the hair formation. He finally understood what a woman was. This kid wants to absorb divine fire, forcing me to endure its backlash. I could become like this. These women casually took out a celestial soul pill, making me ascend to transcendent realm. One strike and I could hardly contain my transcendent realm primordial spirit. Women are terrifying. Huadai comforted him a bit. Later remember to help little Lu Chen find and subdue the divine fire. If it pleases us, I might consider letting you return to the dark heaven. After all, I Huadai always keep my word. He knew he was trapped and said, immortal, no senior sister, I will obey. Hailong watched them disappear, silently resolving to obey. After they left, Hailong tore through the void. This was the form of Hailong's subsidiary body. He angrily cursed, damn kid, your luck is too good, clinging to 3 sugar mommies. He jumped into the spatial rift with anger. The aura of divine fire here, even I at peak Saint Realm could not have encountered, yet this supernatural realm rogue met and even possessed it. Just then he encountered Liu Jing chilling and roasting meat. He ignored who had come and asked, where did you get the dragon meat? Both of the others had turned once. Hailong exclaimed, you ordered this kid to steal my meat, Liu Jing. Liu Jing recognized the voice immediately. You. Seeing the mess before him, he calmly said, you are Hailong's spirit lord, so it is you. Why trapped in the soul sea by this kid, and entering the hair formation? Long could not help cursing at his taunt. What's it to you? Once I leave the hair formation, I will settle this with you. Unexpectedly, Liu Jing ignored his words and said, looks like the chosen one to receive divine fire has appeared. He relaxed and waited for them. If they have arrived, then let's begin. Suddenly a flame surrounded him. Long was shocked and shouted loudly. He looked excited seeing the divine fire, indeed divine fire. The divine fire I wanted to capture from you. Even just stepping into transcendent realm, I felt its heat terrifying. You dare absorb it, why not incinerate this kid? Liu Jing said, you still have the mind to bother me. I absorb divine fire but cannot control it. Suffer the backlash, and you trapped in the hair formation. Capture divine fire for this kid. Long did not expect him to be so knowledgeable. How does he seem to know everything? Then he treated Long like a dog. Here, take a bite, eat then work. I hope to escape the trouble of this divine fire, and hope you survive. Long bit a piece and exclaimed, what meat is this? Enersense so rich. Wait, could it be? Liu Jing, seeing him fall for the trap, said, guess, don't you sense the familiar aura? Long, trembling, spat it out, damn shameless, you dare feed me your own meat. Then Liu Jing said innocently, didn't your mother teach you not to eat what others give casually? Being foolish then blaming me. Long wanted to curse this despicable human. Never met a saint king so shameless. Suddenly he became thoughtful and calm. Liu Jing suddenly unleashed divine fire. Stop wasting words, I must completely escape this divine fire. Long finally understood the feeling in the pan. This heat, no wonder he always stayed here. Otherwise he would have burned to death. Unsure if this kid's body could withstand it. Seems must use extreme cold river to suppress it. Then he jumped into water to cool down. Long absorbed all the essence into his mouth, but immediately felt his mouth burn. The power of divine fire too strong. Can I even survive? He relaxed seeing this. Finally escaped the backlash of divine fire. I originally split the map into 8 pieces so someone with aptitude could absorb divine fire and reach here for me. Ultimately, it was this kid. Long trembled thinking, cultivating Jiu Heavenly Palace technique. Still possessed power to trap transcendent realm. Long, primordial spirit. Liu Jing finished speaking and tore through the void. He entered and slowly said, alright Long Spirit Lord, pray for your luck, hope to meet you again. Finally only Long remained. Damn, my rank fell from Transcendent Realm to Saint King. He painfully considered his level, Saint General, Saint Realm, Imperial Realm, no, almost Supernatural Realm. At that moment Dianhai appeared and immediately shouted for help. Immortal Senior Sister, save me quickly. She moved through the wind and called out, words manifest magic freely. Dianhai immediately used her magic to help him suppress. The divine fire immediately shrank to a fist size. She treated it like a pickleball and threw it. Not bad. Later when Lu Chen cultivates to primordial spirit level, using essence from the divine palace to nourish divine fire seeds, he can activate the divine fire. Long waited long but was still not released, asked, wait, you said capturing divine fire would release me? Hua Dai did not expect him to be so old yet still deceived. Little Black so knave. Only then did he freeze, realizing Long was extremely aggrieved, blaming himself. I was tricked, my freedom, my transcendent realm. Half an hour later Lu Chen was in a coma. After a while he finally showed signs of movement. Lu Chen had just awakened and wondered why he was here. Earlier he didn't know why, suddenly falling into a coma. Only now did he notice the surroundings. Wasn't this the place of Senior Liu Jing? But where was everyone? Strangely, none of his items were missing. Then he suddenly realized something astonishing. His realm had reached supernatural perfection, just one step away from the primordial spirit realm. Moreover, even his soul fragments had grown stronger. It was truly bizarre. Long heard this and felt tears well up, eating some of the meat containing his spiritual life energy. Breaking through a small realm shouldn't be unusual, and Lu Chen hadn't reached the primordial spirit realm yet, so he couldn't hear the voice of the primordial spirit. He looked at the corpse of the dragon beside him and said to himself, such a large dragon, regrettably he couldn't take it, otherwise he could have eaten for a long time. Not knowing that it was angrily cursing beside him, its body had been hollowed out, and you still want to take it all. Even a mere supernatural realm creature is too greedy. Lu Chen wondered while thinking of Liu Jing, where had Senior Liu Jing gone? Could it be that one of them had obtained the divine fire? Long beside him wanted to shout into his ear, stop doubting. The divine fire had become a seed inside your soul ocean. You would only discover and use it after breaking through the primordial spirit realm. But unfortunately he didn't hear that. Forget it. He would ask his master. Even without the divine fire, obtaining a bit of divine essence wouldn't be bad. Long hearing this from him wanted to explode. Calling that not bad was infuriating. Lu Chen kept walking without knowing what was happening. Just then he passed by a place with a big commotion, a fight. Who was fighting? Wanted to go down to see, then met a familiar face. Tian Yu was here. Could it be she didn't obtain the divine fire either? King Cheng saw him and called out. Senior brother. Lu Chen approached and asked. The two of them were competing for divine essence. King Cheng awkwardly explained to him, Senior brother, I heard you and some others met Senior Liu Jing. Have you obtained the divine fire? Hearing that, he angrily scolded, "Obtained what? Some despicable person ambushed me, making me unconscious for a while. By the time I reached the nether pond, Liu Jing was gone." Tian Yu and Tai Nian hearing this joyfully said, "Really, the ambush was well done. Why didn't you give him a beating?" Hailong at this point, hearing their attitude, wanted to peck. People like them are shameless. Everywhere they go someone wants to fight. Liu Chen couldn't believe how vicious they were. What did the two of them mean? Could it be they wanted him to be beaten? Right, wasn't she cutting the dragon meat? Why run here to fight with others? Where was Liu Jing? Tian Yu replied when he said that, "Liu Jing went after obtaining the dragon meat, and sent me here. That merchant Mac was also transported away. I don't know what he intended." Liu Chen wanted to laugh aloud hearing this, strangely, but that old Liu Jing's eccentric personality, even after eating the dragon meat, running away was not surprising. With the divine fire on him, he is a formidable sight. Running, even his master wouldn't blame him. Fortunately, he didn't lose out. There was still a good amount of dragon meat in the ring. Having gained the benefit, why pretend to be aggrieved? And you suddenly wanted to make a grand plan. If Liu Jing couldn't be found, there was no hope for the divine fire. They could only gather divine essence. If anyone powerful obtained it, they could only strike first and seize advantage. Tai Nian seeing her say this acted immediately. Strike first and seize advantage. If he sees someone taking it from him, then take it. Tian Yu seeing this had to assess their overall strength. This girl had also grown stronger. I might not be able to handle them, but he could let Liu Chen go first and play the opportunist. Tian Yu suddenly turned and called out to him, "Liu Chen, do not forget." However, Liu Chen had just seen the two of them fighting and immediately ran. "If you are busy, then I will not bother you anymore." Two senior disciples ran straight into the forest, and when they saw it was no longer dangerous, King Cheng said, "Senior brother, before my staff was unfamiliar with you. I thought you were meeting a lover, but I did not expect you to have enemies everywhere." Liu Chen replied, panting, "It's not just about stealing 100 immortal elixirs from the Saint Demon sect, then stealing 20 true dragon potions. Is it necessary to treat me like an enemy?" King Cheng suddenly pulled out another person to ask, "Then what grudge does the Holy Empress of the Demon Sect have with you?" Liu Chen recalled Tian Yu's appearance and said, "Nothing. It's just that this girl saw me as handsome she wanted." Suddenly he changed the subject faster than changing channels. "That's right, Liu Jing is gone. Most of the divine essence has been collected. We should quickly report the situation to Master of the Demon Dragon Abyss." As soon as they finished speaking, they immediately ran off. At that time they did not know that Qihan was observing them from behind. "Finally found you, Liu Chen. Prepare to die in the Demon Dragon Abyss." He immediately crushed the talisman in his hand. A group behind saw this and hurriedly searched everything. "You found Liu Chen's trail. Quickly tell us. We've absorbed some divine essence here. It feels like we can defeat that brat now." Qihan shouted to call his subordinates. He and that junior sister went north. "We can still catch up if we pursue now." As soon as everyone heard that, they immediately regained their spirit. Charge, defeat the great demon king Liu Chen. The enemy in Dao Qi sacred realm must be avenged. Suddenly Qihan stood in their way and said, "Wait, Liu Chen is full of tricks. Even with our numbers we may not be a match." They helplessly asked, "Then what should we do?" Another spoke with intense hatred, "We chased here for revenge." Qihan carefully proposed a plan. "Do not rush. If I ally with you and help you find Liu Chen, then I will surely help you kill him. Hailong Abyss is large. It will take them several days to fly up. They will have to rest along the way. We just need to strike while they rest, set traps around, then attack when they are off guard. We will have a chance to win." That night was exactly as he said. They rested in an abandoned house. Liu Chen, exhausted from a long day, said, "Too sleepy. I don't know why after that coma I suddenly feel extremely sleepy. After entering a superlative life, my spirit should be vigorous." He could not resist and leaned against King Cheng. Could it be a curse, or perhaps? King Cheng also carefully tended to him. "Senior brother really makes people worry." At the same time, the others caught up. Those two were already asleep. "If we don't act now, when else?" Although he was asleep, Hailong inside him remained highly alert. Qihan's group waved a flag to form a formation. This disruptive formation is used against superlative martial artists, attacking the mind. Even the great demon king cannot resist it. They held a net like a mosquito swat, and also used the cloud formation. Another argued, "What is this? Wasn't the cloud formation supposed to be set last? Why set it now? What's going on? I haven't even launched yet." Hailong suddenly appeared and pleaded with them not to fight. "This is Hailong. Why is he here?" It spewed a stream of divine fire to burn the enemies. The others instantly vanished. Hailong sighed in helplessness. "This troublesome Liu Chen. Even sleeping gets attacked. I have to step in." After a while he finally woke up. "How long have I slept?" King Cheng shyly replied, "Half a day, senior brother. It seems you were really tired and sleeping now. I even heard you snore." Liu Chen did not expect he had been so rude. "Snoring, this state is unusual. Could it be related to that coma? Anyway, I'll ask Master later." He noticed the blanket on him and wondered, "Why does it smell burnt?" King Cheng seeing this shyly hit him, "Don't sniff it. Kihan on this side, seeing no one return, became anxious and said, "What's going on? Why did those guys suddenly disappear? They must have been found and killed by Lu Chen. Fools. Wasted my money on formation. Still failed." He suddenly recognized a familiar figure. It was Kihan immediately thought of a plan. Ming Kang, the Holy Son, went to Heilong Palace. Earlier I sold him a lover, perhaps he can help. Young Master Ming, we meet again. Ming Kang, seeing someone calling him, turned and asked, "What's the matter?" Seeing him finally notice, he said, "Young Master Ming, do you remember Lu Chen, the one who disrupted your resurrection ceremony last time?" He confidently revealed the information he knew. "I guess Lu Chen, the divine fire. His strength has increased recently. His mind chaotic. Causing trouble is my specialty." Ming Kang, seeing him ramble, said, "Focus." Kihan was scolded before daring to speak. "Young Master Ming, to prevent him from becoming your rival, why don't we strike while he is unguarded?" Unexpectedly, Ming Kang did not waste words and acted immediately. "I hate small-minded scheming. If you feel I lack divine fire, will you lose to him later?" After speaking, he pushed the man aside and ordered his subordinates, "Let's go." His subordinates agreed. "Young Master, is the divine fire really on Lu Chen? It makes sense. Now killing him," Ming Kang calmly explained. "If I regard Lu Chen as a rival, killing him now would be a waste. Divine fire chance comes along. Heilong Palace is not short of such chances." He did not rush to accommodate Lu Chen, this time yielding one round. "Later we will surely meet again." On this side, Lu Chen and King Cheng were heading to their sect. Master Yangtze greeted them at the door. "You're back, children." Lu Chen, seeing Master, awkwardly confessed, "Master, I could not obtain the divine fire." Yangtze, not hearing clearly, asked again, "What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." Lu Chen, seeing her relaxed expression, got angry. "Master, you tricked me. Didn't you say there was divine fire? In the end there was none in Liu Jing, and Liu Jing disappeared for no reason." Yangtze gently said, "Master did not deceive you. When you reach divine essence realm you will understand." Lu Chen curiously asked, "Rise to divine essence realm?" She then reminded him of something at the bottom of Demon Dragon Abyss. "You once met a youth with dragon horns on his head, didn't you?" Lu Chen recalled Ming Kang's image and asked, "Master, how do you know him? What is his background?" Yangtze carefully warned him, "He is a superior being descended to the mortal realm for training. Soon his name will spread even in the 10 regions. He will be a strong rival. I hope you can defeat him honorably. Do you have confidence?" Lu Chen said confidently, "Master, does he underestimate me? That brat is strong, but still far weaker than me." Seeing his reaction, Yangtze immediately sent them to train. "This person is a descendant of the heavenly sovereign, mastering many secrets and skilled in martial arts, cannot be underestimated. The two of you return to Dao Qi sacred realm with me. Cultivate to divine essence, and then depart." Suddenly he pulled out a bone and said, "Cultivation is fine, but I want to ask Master for a favor. This is a tiger cub's leg bone I found in Demon Dragon Abyss. Please help me refine it into fierce tiger vitality wine." Yangtze immediately agreed. "You want to brew wine from this bone of the Demon Saint Tiger clan? I will take it. Focus on cultivation, do not slack." She, not wanting to speak further, pulled out a treasure scroll. "Matters cannot be delayed. Xiao Chen, follow me." Lu Chen, seeing Master go this far, said, "Master, I can really do it myself." But before he could finish, she pulled both brothers along. "Less idle talk. Follow me obediently." Lu Chen, bullied like this, said, "Master, it's too cramped." A few days later at Dao Qi Sacred Hall, Yangtze went to receive Lan Yan Jr.'s sister. "Today you come to see me not just to review old matters." Lan Yan, holy maiden of ice and snow palace, came today and said, 5 years ago you encountered misfortune in Demon Dragon Abyss, survived, but the destiny sword by Ying's whereabouts were unclear, only recently sensed it, followed its aura here." Just then Lu Chen, having eaten too much bland food, felt dizzy walking by. "This dragon meat is delicious, just too nourishing. Dizzy, must take a walk." Lan Yan looked at his state, so hot, right in front of me, wondering why this brat has the aura of the sword image. Yangtze beside her also realized. She said, "Lan Yan Jr.'s sister, don't rush, perhaps I know where your sword is." Lu Chen came over. Lu Chen, high on this, the speaker said, "Little sister, stranger." He saw the beauty rushing over seductively. "Master, this beautiful senior sister is..." Yangtze was annoyed looking at his disciple's expression and asked, "Answer me first, did you pick up a fine sword in Malong Yuan?" Lu Chen replied dazedly, "Yes, how did Master know?" Lam Nian helplessly tried to push him away but failed, saying, "Holy Lord, now your disciple has returned, shouldn't he return my sword picture?" Yangtze didn't want to lose face either, so she said, "If you picked up the sword, its owner is here, so return it to the original owner." Lu Chen pulled out a sword and ran over to Lam Nian, saying, "This sword, I found it in Malong Yuan, so it belongs to you, senior sister." Lam Nian drew his sword at him. Lu Chen felt the pain and finally became aware, wondering to himself, nosebleed yet more alert now. Yangtze looked at Lam Nian's angry retreat and praised Lu Chen. This kid's sharp eyes even dares to tease the ice goddess of the snow palace. Just as the disciple I taught, Lu Chen felt embarrassed, but admitted, Master, don't laugh at me, it's just the dragon meat giving me a headache and dizziness. Meanwhile, Liu observed from behind angrily, scolding, Senior brother is truly a lecherous devil. Yangtze, seeing his expression, affectionately said, Luckily I know lam yam, otherwise you'd be dead. Recently you've eaten a lot of dragon meat. If not properly refined, the energy in your body could explode anytime. Lu Chen, hearing this, worried, explode? Not that serious, it's just a few pieces of meat. Yangtze, concerned for her disciple, urged him, This is Heilong Tianzun's meat, full of energy. If you don't want to turn into a pool of blood, refine it quickly. Today train to the primordial spirit stage, and I'll protect you, no negotiation. Then she immediately made him sit down to cultivate. Sitting for a while, he felt, finally primordial spirit stage. This dragon meat energy is too strong. Must take advantage while still low level to avoid detection by Long Tianzun. Chance to steal a few more pieces. Just a few minutes later, he broke through to the primordial spirit stage. Is this really the primordial spirit stage? Even through clairvoyance, he could sense every plant around. Lu Chen felt playful, teasing the beauties, making them exclaim, The wind is too strong. He sat quietly, sensing everything. Not bad. With primordial spirit he can probe the soul. See, let's see. Suddenly he saw a jet black dragon speaking, Brat, finally reached primordial spirit stage. I've been waiting for you long. Lu Chen looked at this unidentified object and asked, Who are you? Hei Long immediately shouted, Brat, listen carefully. I am Hei Long Tianzun. Why don't you kneel before me? It thought confidently, first time seeing a legend figure, probably scared faint already. Unexpectedly, he didn't believe and said, If you are Heilong Tianzun, then I am Heilong Tianzun. It had never been insulted like this. I keep my name, sit without changing surname. No need for a fake. Suddenly, he didn't know what thought to follow to criticize it. You came to steal, transform primordial spirit into dragon form. Think you are Heilong Tianzun. Just reached Crown Realm and already want to steal. Steal me too. Chen immediately transformed into a dragon and said, Isn't it just turning primordial spirit into dragon form? I know. If you are Heilong Tianzun, I am your father. Heilong really couldn't hold back and shouted, Brat, I will kill you. Your master and disciples are no good. Lu Chen still doubted its identity. Heilong Tianzun is after all a famous dragon guarding the wasteland. Though sealed, reputation remains. And you, in your situation, if not fake, then what? Heilong felt wronged and didn't know how to speak. You bully a dragon. At this moment his body felt extremely uncomfortable, his soul force decreasing, as if being absorbed. A divine flame appeared, astonishing him. What is this? Why in my soul see, even absorbing my soul force? Heilong, seeing opportunity, said, Brat, let's make a deal. If you agree to my request, I'll tell you some secrets. How about that? Lu Chen, unsure where the confidence came from, said, Kids make deals with you. Wait till I devour the primordial spirit for nourishment. Your secrets I'll learn all. Finally, it couldn't hold back, venting all patience. How can you devour me, also steal so much meat? Your master and disciples are outrageous. Lu Chen didn't expect it, knew these issues, stealing meat, masters and disciples. Could it really be Heilong Tianzun? If so, master said the seed of divine flame exists. Wait till I reach primordial spirit stage to know. Could it be? He thought for a while and realized this is the seed of divine flame. Wasn't it on Liu Jing? Heilong didn't expect he was so smart, guessed right. But sooner or later he'd know. Suddenly it was like a multi-level salesperson. Right, you want to know how to nurture it? You can ask me. Unexpectedly he vanished by spell, telling it, Little Heilong, I'll collect you when I return. Lu Chen returned to call Yangtze master. Heilong was dragged away by Yangtze. Lu Chen looked at its card and wondered, Master, is this really Heilong Tianzun's primordial spirit? Why in my soul see so powerless, yet the seed in my soul see too? Yangtze calmed him and instructed, Don't panic, later you'll know, for you it's only beneficial, no harm. He clearly understood his master's nature and continued, Master still likes to talk this way. Right, master, there's also a weapon needing refinement to remove killing intent. Lu Chen immediately pulled out a spear. This one also found in Malong Yuan. Yangtze took it and commented, This spear has a spirit. Looking at its obedient expression in my hands, it flew to me on its own, surprisingly a dog that knows flattery. Following me won't suffer loss. She examined it with spiritual force and said, Alright, this weapon isn't bad. Good for you to practice. Unexpectedly, he also pulled out a black cat, another one, clearly extraordinary. Can attack using primordial spirit. What kind of cat is this? The cat, seeing Yangtze, gave a sharp look. She patted it and said to him, It's a Dan, not a cat. Silly boy, it's not entirely a cat. Has a trace of primordial spirit, black tiger from Saint King realm. Lu Chen, hearing this, wondered at Saint King. He immediately realized, right, this is probably the Saint King guarding Black Tiger City. Eternal transformation into little black cat. Yangtze, seeing he understood, said, Alright, you also broke through primordial spirit. Here's a task for you, King Cheng. You also come. King Cheng immediately obeyed. Yes, master. She suddenly asked about geography. Do you know the 4 sacred mountains? Lu Chen immediately showed his talent. Yes, the 4 sacred mountains are a power from ancient King region. Very strong founder divided into kin, Qi, calligraphy painting the four sacred. Yangtze, surprised by their knowledge, said very good. The secret realm of the four sacred in the four sacred mountains will open in 3 months. In the secret realm is the legacy of the four sacred wisdom. I hope you take your junior sister into the secret realm to inherit the kin legacy. But Lu Chen didn't understand. Master, your specialty is kin music. Didn't you already pass on the Dishen sword fragment? And with your realm, does junior sister still need to inherit the kin legacy? Yangtze then explained everyone has their own path. Kin mastery on this path remains undefeated. How could Master compare with the kin legacy? Lu Chen looked at King Cheng's expression and thought, Master praising this kin legacy clearly has other intentions. But if junior sister can receive the legacy, there will be many benefits. She suddenly commented on King Cheng, your junior sister has extraordinary talent, unfortunately never traveled far from sect, simple-minded, doesn't understand scheming people. King region is my base, so your senior brother must take good care of her. Lu Chen understood and encouraged her. Of course this time I won't leave her half a step. There's a saint artifact protection here, take it, right? I remember a sect has set of protective clothes for women, then I'll steal. I'll borrow it for you. Yangtze, hearing this, scolded him. Do you look down on treasures Master gave to your junior sister? Lu Chen quickly replied, isn't more better? She then threw out a scroll, long route. I'll use this to send you a bit ahead. They were wrapped up like a dumpling. Master always binds them tightly. After seeing them leave, Yangtze suddenly thought, maybe send clones in case something happens. If I can't get the inheritance, forget it. With Lu Chen there nothing can happen. After a while they reached King region near Luohuang City. Resting by the road, Lu Chen asked, previously at Hai Long Yuan, did you meet anyone? King Cheng honestly replied, met a saint disciple. Those saint disciples are very hostile to senior brother. Junior sister got angry and scolded them. Lu Chen, hearing this, broke into a sweat. Then she innocently continued, if they hit, strike back, if not, then run. Lu Chen heard this and had to praise her. Not bad. Although her cultivation was still faint, she already understood 3 words to remember when wandering the martial world: run fast, train outside, and always be cautious. Friends are made while training, even if sincerely attached to one. She must remain alert, know this. King Cheng obediently replied, yes. Before entering the city, Lu Chen specially reminded her, the Azure region is not like the Wild region. In the Wild region there is background. Many people will fear your background and hesitate, but in the Azure region no one knows you. So whatever you do, be careful. King Cheng immediately said, I understand. Then he carefully advised, the most important thing is not to trust others' words. Understand, senior brother in the Azure region is too outstanding, and the outstanding are envied. So many envy him there, spreading slander everywhere. You must not believe it. But he just turned and saw her smiling, so he asked, what's wrong? What's wrong? King Cheng showed absolute trust, saying, senior brother, don't worry. No matter what people in the Azure region say about you, junior sister will not take it as true. Lu Chen felt more at ease. Junior sister is too obedient. Having such a cute junior sister is really nice. Suddenly he felt time was limited, so he said, we've rested enough. I see a town not far. That might complete what we need to do. If using the scroll to enter the city is too conspicuous, we can use a nearby teleportation formation later. The two of them used a teleportation point to reach Luocheng town. Lu Chen nervously made up a reason for his action. Junior sister, you know senior brother is outstanding. To avoid jealous people bothering him, I had to disguise. King Cheng saw his sneaky manner and immediately understood, especially since senior brother has offended so many, disguise was necessary. He had just arrived in the city and wanted to gossiping. Let's go to hear the news outside. Lu Chen saw King Cheng staring at the candied haws and said, what do you want to eat? I'll buy for you. We are cultivators, not afraid of getting fat. She saw him teasing and shyly said, even if I don't cultivate early, I won't get fat. She gently took the candied haws and said, thank you senior brother. At the same time a man noticed her. This girl is beautiful. Why have I never seen her before? He immediately stepped forward to greet Miss Hello. He saw the stranger and asked, is there a problem? The man quickly replied, I was rude. Seeing such a beautiful lady, I was moved. May I ask your name? But Lu Chen didn't want his junior sister troubled, so said, what moved? Don't know each other. Won't have another chance. You don't need to know. Junior sister, let's go. The man was slightly amused by their manner. This town is not without people noticing. These siblings must be outsiders. The teleportation formation of Luocheng Port is managed by the royal family. I have to see who you are. He harbored an evil intention. Little sister, wait for brother to find you. She saw him moving fast and said, senior brother, wait for me. It turned out he was annoyed by the gaze of the men on the road. She said, it's all because I'm too beautiful. Troubles will follow. Better if I were ugly, face full of pimples. At this moment King Cheng was pouting at Lu Chen. You are hateful, I'm beautiful, and you're still not happy. Unexpectedly, he said confidently, "Forget it. Anyway, I'm here. No one dares touch you." They went to a notice board. Here was news from the 4 sacred mountains, announcing to the world that any primordial cultivator with an invitation can enter the secret realm of the 4 sacred mountains to seek opportunities. The lucky take half the chance, half return. Without invitation, pay 1 million spirit stones. People from the 4 sacred mountains are joking. If it were me, I would only let my disciples train. Why invite outsiders? There must be a problem. Even innocent King Cheng realized an invitation costs 1 million spirit stones. Countless want to enter the secret realm. The 4 sacred mountains really no business. Suddenly he thought of something and smiled wickedly. "Junior sister, it's time to test you." Lu Chen suddenly gave King Cheng a challenge. "If you train outside, senior brother will test you. See how you obtain 2 invitations." She didn't understand why he said that. "I'll get it. Is senior brother setting me up?" He made it feel more suspicious. How could it be? Let senior brother hint for me. Later if I want something, if I have money, go to auction, go to martial arena to increase difficulty. Let's go straight to the arena. King Cheng looked at him incredulously. "Senior brother, I feel you are setting me up." As soon as they finished speaking, they headed straight to the arena. They were stopped by 2 guards outside, embarrassed. "Do you have a Asura region pass? The arena is for distinguished guests only." King Cheng saw this and whispered to him, "Senior brother, we don't have a pass." Unexpectedly, the man who wanted to meet her earlier appeared. "Miss wants to enter. I respect you. May I let you in?" Unexpectedly, Lu Chen appeared between them. "It's you, last warning, stay away from my junior sister." He could only endure a bit and said, "I just want to befriend you too. Can't you show some respect? Daring to be arrogant here." He didn't care about face if no respect. So what? King Cheng hid behind him, shouting, "Senior brother." The man saw their mysterious manner and thought, if they use the teleportation formation near the palace, they must belong to a small sect. Knave girl, scared yet. He began acting like a thug. "You don't respect, I can stop you. Can't sit on the formation, I have royal permission. If you want to use the teleportation formation, behave." Unexpectedly, he ignored and struck directly. "What if I don't believe?" The man didn't expect him to dare. "You dare hit me?" He finally couldn't restrain himself. "I've endured long enough, I must kill you." He easily blocked his strike and said, "Based on you, worthy of arrogance with me." With a single strike, he could turn his hand into a chicken wing. He was angry, couldn't restrain. "Teach a lesson. You're done. I'll make sure you never leave." Lu Chen said contemptuously, "Is that so?" The man didn't want him to leave easily, shouted, "Guards, stop him. Can't you see he's attacking me?" So he wanted to show who his father was. "Just 2 country bumpkins, I'll tell my father." Meanwhile, the guards recognized him. Silver hair, blue robe. He's back in the Azure region. Wang Cheng picked the wrong person to provoke. They whispered, "Wang Cheng, if you keep being foolish, won't survive 2 months. The other asked, "Captain, who is the silver hair and blue robe?" Even Wang Cheng dared offend, not afraid of revenge. The guard explained, "Of course not. The young man just now." "Do you know who he is? That's Sword Third." The other young guard heard and exclaimed, "What, Sword Third? He challenged many princes and top hairs. No one could block his 3 moves." They recalled his mighty reputation. Sword Third was upright, helped the weak, though also a disciple of Sword Emperor Palace. Better than that Lu Chen, suited to being a swordsman. Even he didn't expect to be so famous. Unexpected. "I'm the chaotic demon king of Azure region." Yet another identity. Sword Third, great benevolent Azure region. After leaving, King Cheng asked, "Senior brother, why was the guard so respectful? Didn't you disguise?" Lu Chen explained his clone account. "Senior brother roams the martial world, naturally has several identities. Just call me senior brother." Suddenly, a crazy person appeared. "Little sister too beautiful. Don't know what it feels like." He immediately pointed with heavenly one finger. The man immediately screamed, "My eyes." The commotion disturbed the steward. "Insolent, this is an arena. You dare assault here." He ignored and threatened, "Dare speak such words, I will kill you all." Then Lu Chen called the manager, "Tell Qizhuan to receive guests." Qizhuan, arena master, just stepped out and recognized the visitor. "Third young master has arrived. Truly an honor for this humble arena." Steward stepped down. Then he ordered the staff, disrespectful to third young master, drag him down to be punished. Lu Chen, seeing him speak, said, "Arrange a match. I'll exchange 1 imperial aura for 2 invitations from 4 sacred mountains." Qizhuan laughed. "I thought it was serious. Just invitations with third young master status. Why fight these lowly people? I'll give you 2. However, Lu Chen refused and said, "No need. The challenger is not me, but my junior sister. Spread the word quickly. If you want to seize the royal aura, place the 2 invitation letters as collateral." Qizhuan understood the client's meaning immediately. "Alright, I'll handle it right away. It seems this is the junior sister of Sword Third young master. Specially brought her here for training." At that moment, Yener, the 2nd-generation ancestor, noticed from beside, "Stop looking, I'll take this match." Xiao Xuan saw him wanting to enter the match and said that the 2nd young master also has this interest. "With your strength bullying a weak girl, it would be unfair." Yener didn't care and made it difficult for them. "You opened a martial contest. Could you not keep your word?" Yet he trusted his junior sister completely. Of course, keeping his word, junior sister, so deal with him, the more tragic the better. Yanner trusted himself even more. The royal aura is mine. Half a minute later, he had to raise both hands in surrender. Sorry, please accept these 2 invitation letters. Lu Chen only praised her after seeing her victory. Not bad, ruthless in action. Merciless to the enemy. This time entering the secret realm is even more certain. Senior brother King Cheng, seeing this familiar move of yours, said irritably, can you change the words you use? And don't touch others' heads. He took the tickets and said happily, alright, we got the invitations, let's go up the mountain. Those at the martial contest now realized his true identity. So this is Sword Third Young Master. Today's meeting indeed extraordinary. I had already sought his signature. A few days later, at the foot of the Four Saints Mountain, they finally arrived. Upon arrival, they were greeted by none of the 4 purities. Only those who passed the disciples' examination of the Holy Bow could proceed. The secret realm of the Four Saints is dangerous, so this checkpoint ensures that winning against the Holy Bow disciples means you can protect yourself and your companions. Seeing this, Lu Chen ordered King Cheng, junior sister, go ahead. King Cheng suppressed his anger and said, the invitation is yours this time again. Why don't you go, senior brother? Unexpectedly, he showed the diligence of a senior brother and said, she is my junior sister. If she doesn't go, must I go alone? Doesn't she see this would waste strength? After a while, she could only win by exerting all her strength. Senior brother, so annoying. Seeing this, Lu Chen approached to soothe her. Having a junior sister is really good. At the same time, a bell rang to announce that the Four Saints' secret realm had begun. Hurry to the Holy Bow. Unexpectedly, so many of his acquaintances appeared here. Lu Chen pulled King Cheng behind a tree and whispered, the circle of heavenly pride is so small. Why are there familiar faces everywhere? Luckily I used the disguise technique, otherwise we would have been dealt with. Meanwhile, Jin Ying noticed a strange aura from afar. Could it be that vulgar aura? Surely not that reckless Lu Chen. Doesn't look like him. He even recognized all the bird people beside him, the male royal clan. Right, T and you even asked me to seize the true emperor's sword. Not sure if they brought it. King Cheng, hearing him fooling around outside, asked senior brother, the true emperor's sword. What nonsense were you up to outside? What's your relationship exactly? Seeing her reproach, he explained, a proper senior brother would never flirt. If I get it, I will definitely give it to my junior sister. I really have no relation with her. King Cheng asked skeptically, really no relation at all. Yet he recalled that unforgettable scene. He acted gentlemanly and said to her, no, absolutely not. Suddenly, a voice rang from the sky, greetings to all of you. The holy bow of the Four Saints Mountain appeared to announce, you are all talented elites of your imperial realms, now gathered here to enter the secret realm and seize fortune. Dangers abound, hope you understand. The people below, unable to wait, shouted eagerly, begin quickly, of course we understand. Seeing this, he warned them, if you understand, think carefully. Inside you could die anytime, no one can save you. If you die, don't let your elders vent anger on the Four Saints Mountain. Lu Chen, hearing this, immediately recognized the old man's temperament. This old man always says don't blame him if you die. Clearly he fears responsibility, exaggerating repeatedly. At the same time, the Holy Bowmaster of Four Saints Mountain also spoke. If fortune and disaster are together, these juniors entering, whether living or dying, how could the mountain be blamed? Begin quickly. The Holy Bow, hearing this, immediately chanted and activated the formation. Then I'll open the formation. Following his method, a secret realm appeared, the Four Saints' secret realm. The Holy Bow opened the gate to welcome them. Alright, please enter. The secret realm duration is 5 years. At the end, the space will close. You must leave before then. They were successively pulled inside. The 2 senior brother and sister also set off, let's go in too. Chen pulled King Cheng inside and shouted, go. On the other side, Yanhai sat at home observing everything through the mirror. She watched them struggle calmly and said, they finally entered. Her subordinate asked, Holy Master, is it true that the secret realm of Four Saints Mountain has 10-grade holy medicine? Isn't it a treasure only in heaven? Yanhai explained slowly, the Four Saints Mountain is a corner of the upper realm. Tens of thousands of years ago there was a fight. A great power sealed this place in a jade talisman. Just happened to be found by the founder of Four Saints Mountain. She suddenly realized something was wrong. If the secret realm of the Four Saints has so many treasures, why didn't the Four Saints Mountain people take them alone, but shared with outsiders? Yanhei didn't answer quickly and raised the mirror to observe. She watched her disciples struggling with beasts that could attack with divine thought, almost perished. On the other side, King Cheng searched for rare herbs instead. Senior brother, look, this is 10-grade spiritual herb. Yanhai, watching them work hard, said calmly, there are traps inside. Her attendant asked worriedly, what about Lu Chen? But Yanhai stopped him. She said calmly, let them train, isn't it also good? In the Four Saints' secret realm, the 2 of them were clearing the path together. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Not good. I recently detected an old monster. Its aura alone formed a special abyss, suppressing my primordial spirit. Even King Cheng sensed it. Junior sister too. Could be a demon king. Lu Chen had no choice but to leave her and said, I'll go ahead to check. Just as he advanced, he was surprised. Below were dragon crocodiles, making him exclaim, dragon crocodile. Each one had thick skin and fat nothing could pierce. Lu Chen observed them and marveled. The dragon crocodile's skin is extremely tough, even powerful weapons struggle. Why are there so many wounds on their backs? After moving a while, he returned to report to King Cheng, there is a dragon crocodile. They must have parents nearby, best not to provoke. Unexpectedly, King Cheng also discovered and reported, Senior brother, I found disciples being attacked, let's go. While later she led him to a place. The people there shouted for help, fellow cultivator, any bone healing pills? My friend broke a leg. Need one, will be grateful later. The injured explained urgently seeking help. We encountered dragon crocodiles here, barely escaped. Lu Chen saw their token and realized, you are disciples of the Sword Emperor Palace. Why isn't senior brother Wan Liu with you? The secret realm is dangerous. Best not touch dragon crocodiles. Quickly find Wan Liu. Follow him to survive. They didn't expect him to be so perceptive. Many thanks, may I ask your name? Lu Chen proudly said, I am Sword Third. Hearing this, they trembled. It's Sword Third, young master. We are newcomers of Sword Emperor Palace. Only heard your legend. We were greedy to catch a dragon crocodile as a pet. Didn't expect the result. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted. Those trash? Why did you save them? He immediately turned alert and asked, who? Behind him, the smoke suddenly formed into a human shape. Lu Chen looked at the figure before him and said, a descendant of the ancients. He felt irritated the moment he heard it. Don't lump me together with them. He saw the strength of this person and knew he was not easy to deal with. The way he appeared was too strange. His power must come from the king realm, not someone from outside. Could it be someone from within the secret realm? Debay seemed to recognize his true strength. You are Sword 3, quite capable, killing Hai Yun of great power. I value you highly. Follow me, let me see what else you can do. He did not expect him to know about his past. You know I killed that Hai Yun. Could it be you have been following me since I entered? Unexpectedly, he acted innocent and said, don't be so tense. I won't attack you. After all, you are a guest. Fine. Sword 3. Follow me. The others don't need to. He felt reluctant at his command. Why should I follow you? Bei saw his desire to resist and acted. It seems the boy wants to resist. This is not up to you. Liu Xiong beside him was shielded and advised, senior brother, he is very strong. Be careful. This made him even more interested. Not bad, able to resist my killing intent. If you don't follow, I will kill them. Yet Lu Chen did not speak much, drawing out the lethal blade he had just picked up. He pointed at him and warned, do you think I will give you this chance? Yet he was no ordinary person. Do you think that will kill me? Lu Chen did not want to waste words and attacked again. Go die. His next thrust forced him to take him seriously. Boy, I advise you not to anger me. He ignored it and even spun the shaft of his spear. Yet he turned into smoke and disappeared. Lu Chen watched the figure vanish cautiously. No matter his background, he must be killed. Dared to follow me, King Cheng beside him quickly warned, senior brother. Look at those black figures. Suddenly, another wisp of smoke appeared before them. Bai suddenly reappeared. I am angry now. But he appeared only to be struck again. Lu Chen looked at the smoke he had just destroyed and wondered, rebirth, incredible body. But the timing of his revival was unguarded, could not cause lasting damage. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later he appeared again, infuriating, even destroying his own body, could not kill him. Debay was truly enraged, scolding, you are courting death, don't you know I am? Yet every time he appeared he was struck again. After dealing with it, Lu Chen said to everyone, whether he is dead or not, we cannot stay, let's go. Minutes later the surroundings became quiet. Seeing no one, he appeared again, finally gone. This grudge will not go unavenged. If struck again, my cultivation will drop to the primordial spirit realm. Unexpectedly, after saying that, he was struck again. What Lu Chen did not know when he had appeared behind him and brought him a gift. Surprising, I am still waiting for you. Unexpectedly, he used the old technique and turned into smoke himself. Now he no longer posed a great threat, turned to smoke and fled. His cultivation dropped to the primordial spirit realm after repeated injuries. Not a major threat to us, but we should avoid his allies nearby and leave quickly. So this guy escaped through an underground road. He returned to his old place. Those who saw him return teased, Debay, your realm, the master ordered you to watch a man named Sword 3. Why didn't you bring him back? Your realm has dropped so much. Debay sulked in a corner. I was killed 3 times by a low primordial spirit cultivator. My cultivation dropped. I must report to the demon army. Those guys saw the chance and pressed not to secretly escape to battle Vu. Deserved. Bei knelt before the hall, fearful subordinate of Debay. Request audience with Lihua demon army. A palm struck him down. Lihua demon army raised his face to the sky. No need for words. I understand the whole process. He smiled at the struggling one, an interesting primordial spirit fighter. Perhaps important for us to escape this secret realm. Perhaps scheming in his mind, not bad, worth my personal attention. Debay felt excited. Sword 3, the Lord personally intervenes, let's see what you can do. Lu Chen ran with his little sister in the forest. That demon's physique was too strange. Without more intelligence, we should keep running, King Cheng immediately replied. Okay. Suddenly black energy surrounded them. Senior brother, what is this? He looked at the black energy gathering. Lihua appeared before them smiling. Boy, you are fierce, able to harm a king realm peak to primordial spirit realm. Little Hai Long growled in anger. Who is troubling this boy? Seeing Li Hua demon army, he trembled. Boy, what evil have you done, provoking this channel, the demonic path, extremely dangerous. This is troublesome. Lu Chen worried, asking, I wonder what offense I made to senior that a saint realm figure came to trouble a primordial spirit novice. Or perhaps you have other schemes. Li Hua pointed it at him, forgot to introduce, I am Li Hua, from the secret realm 4 saints. No need to fear, I come not to harm but to offer benefit. Lu Chen waved his hand, frustrated, no need, nothing is free, perhaps you need my help, but if you cannot solve it, I certainly cannot. Li Hua found him interesting, smart kid, but my troubles require someone of lower level, especially outsiders like you. He frowned, thinking, outsiders entering means not alone. 4 saints clearly not benevolent, pretending to inherit, actually making us work for the monsters inside. Seeing him silent, he immediately reassured, don't overthink, those we value are prodigies, rewards are rich. Lu Chen's expression did not change. You mentioned rewards first. He feared helping for rewards. More than half would play tricks. Li Hua demon army gestured. The reward is 4 saints' inheritance. Frankly, the inheritance of the 4 is taken. Follow my request. I may consider you, but first, absolute loyalty is needed, else your boy won't obey. Lu Chen frowned. Loyalty. What do you want me to do? Li Hua stared. Fear controls a person. The more afraid, the more obedient, thus admiring me. Lu Chen was uninterested. You think I am that bold? He immediately bound the 2 beside him. Then I can only try. They vanished under his grasp. He looked at him challengingly, scared now. Lu Chen was angry, but helpless. Li Hua continued to provoke. I see only anger and suspicion in your eyes, no submission. Perhaps killing is not enough, or I have yet to strike fear in you. Li Hua glared at King Cheng and threatened the next one to die would be her. Lu Chen was furious yet pointed directly at him, daring him. Li Hua immediately tried to draw her into his palm. Seeing your reaction, perhaps he had found the right one. King Cheng shrank her body and writhed in pain. Li Hua's eyes lit up and he said, a set of holy battle armor, if that is the case. He used all his strength to pull her back despite her pain. He curled his lips and raised his hand swiftly, moving. He threw her into that black pit. Lu Chen watched his little sister being sucked in, screaming King Cheng. Li Hua smiled cruelly and with satisfaction. Yes, exactly that expression. Just obey, inherit, and my junior sister will give it to you. Lu Chen thrust his spear into the ground and shouted, deceitful, insolent man. He felt furious and helpless, thankfully protected by the holy battle armor. Life was not in danger, but having his junior sister taken away with no way to intervene. He looked at the surrounding black energy and thought, strength, it all comes down to strength. He closed his eyes and sank into thought. If I were at the Saint Realm, would he dare to take my junior sister? I must become stronger. Hai Long crossed his arms, speaking in a reproachful tone. Brat, you've stirred up a disaster. Why did you provoke them? He turned to the dragon in astonishment, asking, you know the opponent's background? It said proudly, of course, immortal demon clan, a powerful branch within the demons. Almost immortal, plus countless ancient monsters. Even top-tier saints avoid them. Wherever they go spreads blood and death. Lu Chen smiled knowingly and coldly, almost impossible to kill, but not truly immortal. At least each death reduces their strength. Hai Long roared in shock. You, while I slept, you struck them? Lu Chen cracked his fingers, just now killed a rank 3-4 pinnacle lord, dropping him back to the primal realm. It glared at him and said coldly, no wonder their demon army came for you. Would be strange if they hadn't. Lu Chen eyed it suspiciously. How do you know they are immortal demon clan? So you truly are. If you're that capable, go defeat him. Hai Long roared in anger. Didn't I tell you I'm a Hai Long saint? Remember when I dominated the dark heavens? It startled as if recalling something. You provoked me. Hai Long shoved him forward. That one asked you. You handle it first. I won't act easily. Before his eyes was the terrifying face of Li Hua. Lu Chen raised his hand impatiently. Where is my junior sister? Return her. Li Hua calmly replied. Your junior sister is in a safe place. Once you complete your task, I will return her. He displayed a look of utter disdain. You're a saint realm yet ask a primal realm for help, and don't even say what for. He walked ahead, waving him to follow. Just follow me. Half a week later they arrived. This wasn't the habitat of the long egrets. Did he want me to kill one? The long egrets submerged when they saw someone. Bubbles floated on the water's surface. He watched in astonishment as the water turned from them. The Saint King of the long egrets roared angrily, Li Hua, do you want to die? He looked up at the giant and thought, Saint King, even in the outer 10 realms he would dominate, yet trapped here. Li Hua's demon army spoke hastily. Hanmo Sr., don't be so agitated. I've come with good news, something that can help us regain freedom. The Saint King grew so agitated he revealed his true form. He pointed angrily at him and shouted, finish then leave. Li Hua remained calm. Senior, we've made a deal with external forces. Now many primal realm experts are here, including top-tier prodigies. If they can break the seal, we can leave. He continued pointing at the Saint King, but first gauge the strength of the outsiders. If insufficient, storming the sealed land means death. The long egret defenses are overwhelming. Hence I bring this youth to challenge a prior's hair. He glanced at Li Hua speaking, thinking, regaining freedom means they are trapped in the 4 Saint secret realm. What secrets does it hide? The Saint King of long egrets grew even angrier. You want my descendants just for someone to test their blade. Manhwa hurried to explain, Hanmo Sr., don't be angry. This concerns our freedom and all in the Four Saints' secret realm. Once done, no harm to long egrets. It's for your benefit, their defense is strong. Would you not trust your heirs? Hanmo's anger piqued you. Li Hua appeared extremely pleased, and the decision-maker has been observing. Hanmo not only wasn't afraid but enraged. You think these words scare me? Li Hua remained unmoved. If Hanmo Sr. still doubts me, let the adjudicator speak. He lifted his face skyward respectfully. Li Hua invited the adjudicator. A voice echoed, correct. It sent chills through him and Lu Chen. The female voice merged with the great Tao. The long egrets feared her, clearly beyond Saint King realm. Li Hua smiled triumphantly. Hanmo Sr., you know what to do. Hanmo ignored the command and shouted, I will not let my child fight. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him to pieces. His body fell to the ground. Lu Chen was terrified. The adjudicator's cultivation is more frightening than imagined. Other long egrets froze midair, immediately obeying. Hanmo must not violate my order. If they succeed, they can enter the sealed land. If fail, death is inevitable. Li Hua immediately ordered Hanmo Sr. select a child to fight. He was injured and furious but complied, agreed. Long egret slowly emerged from the ice, the highest ranked. This long egret seemed confident with him. Seeing this, he eagerly urged him, go see if you can break his defense or he bites you first, but remember, your junior sister is waiting. Lu Chen couldn't help but scold him, you're despicable. His whole body surged with power. Go. The long egret whipped its tail directly at him. Lu Chen was astonished. Surprisingly, the long egret seemed clumsy but was agile yet. However, he regained confidence, slightly inferior to me. Lu Chen raised his sword. Hanmo, full of fear, shouted, my child, dodge. Meanwhile, Li Hua smiled with delight, sword intent. He pierced through the long egret's throat in one strike. Li Hua smiled with pleasure. With one sword, you have merit. Remaining long egrets were pained seeing this. Then he threw him a talisman. This is a jade teleport talisman. Crush it to teleport to the designated location. Await my news. As he entered, he reminded again, when the jade reacts, crush it immediately, understand. Hanmo looked at his child in sorrow and anger. How dare you kill my son? Even if the adjudicator kills me, I will avenge. Lu Chen hurriedly explained, Senior, my junior sister was captured by him. He forced me to do this. I had no choice. Hanmo ignored him and prepared to attack. Go die. A voice rang out, Senior, calm down. There is still a way to save this. Try using this divine dragon elixir. He exclaimed in surprise, divine dragon elixir. He lowered his fist, anxiously asking, little friend, has my son shown any reaction yet? After his son drank the medicine, the external wound began to heal. Lu Chen exhaled in relief. It's safe. After saving that creature, he immediately turned to apologize to Hanmo, nearly killing Luing, really embarrassed. But I was forced by the situation. Hope Senior forgives. He quickly supported him, saying gratefully, you could use the divine dragon elixir to save my son. I should be the one to thank you. Lu Chen did not hesitate to ask him an important question, daring to ask, Senior, this Fourth Saint's secret realm, where exactly is it, and what secrets does it hold? He lowered his voice to tell him, it's a long story. The Fourth Saint's secret realm was originally an exile land, mainly imprisoning the immortal demon clan branch of Li Hua, the Vu realm branch, and the beast tribe branch of ours. Hanmo transformed into a dragon and continued, all our races not easily provoked, but this exile land I truly had never heard of. Then he returned to human form. We have been trapped here for 350,000 years, because before being imprisoned, we were struck by a curse, so our strength never advanced. Going back tens of thousands of years, when no monsters appeared here, this exile land once belonged to the Shenfeng kingdom of Panjing Tian among the Nine Heavens, the Shenfeng kingdom leader, and the immortal demon clan allied to destroy neighboring countries. Then the situation suddenly changed. Neighboring countries, aided by a spatial mage formation. The spatial mage, enraged at the destruction of the countries, drew many powerful figures to seek revenge, creating an unprecedented war situation in history. They launched a large-scale war, Shenfeng Kingdom and the Immortal Demon Clan on one side, naturally not abstaining from combat, also recruiting Great Vu of the Vu realm to jointly oppose the mages, while the mages found top-tier forces from the Cursed Realm. The formation became tangled as more and more joined. Eventually, a battle of heavenly lords broke out, countless deaths. In the end, the Shenfeng kingdom leader was killed, and the immortal demon clan's strength weakened. At that time, they keenly noticed the spatial mages, seeing the opportunity, sealed space with a formation, sealing Shenfeng kingdom territory into a jade talisman. And the beast tribe of ours, along with some smaller races living in Shenfeng kingdom, were trapped inside. The situation changed. Then the great power of the cursed realm cast a curse on those inside the jade talisman. Anyone sealed in the exile land could never advance their strength. A mage appeared to intervene, unknown how long the jade talisman had drifted, eventually obtained by people of the Fourth Saint Mountain, masters of formations, breaking the formation inside. Those trapped inside tried to escape. The outside world could be entered through the door, but exiting would instantly kill them, because they were affected by the curse of the great power of the cursed realm. Mo explained in detail. Unless the dozens of cursed altars of the spatial formation are destroyed, only then will our curse disappear. Lu Chen wondered, could it be that saints like Senior, and those on the saint level could not destroy the altars? What is easy about that? The altars have countless layers of seals. The stronger cannot enter. Only those at the primordial spirit level can enter. But when sealed, even the weakest here was a supreme lord. He still could not understand how they managed. Perhaps no new primordial spirit realms were born to help break the formation. He replied they tried, but no one survived. Trouble started here. Eventually some elder immortals could not bear it and used the inheritance of the fourth saint to trade with the outside world. Lu Chen understood the problem, so those inside in fourth saint mountain made a pact, sending some primordial spirit geniuses to break the formation. Mo confirmed indeed so. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Oh my, I didn't expect fourth saint mountain to play such a trick. He immediately thought of King Cheng, thought it was just a normal trial secret realm. Had I known, I would not have brought my junior sister. He directly asked Mo for help, still asking Senior to point out a cultivation cave. I must save my junior sister. Thanks to saving Mo's son, he did not hesitate and showed him a cave of his own. Before Li Hua summoned him, he could cultivate within my hidden cave of Long Ji Mountain vein. Besides me, there were 2 Saint Kings. If causing chaos, it would be deadly. Everything was so easy, making him quite pleased. Yes, thank you, Senior. Mo led him to a lake. Cultivate here around this spring eye. The spiritual energy is abundant. Cultivation efficiency doubled. With no time to hesitate further, he began cultivating immediately. Suddenly he felt something and opened his eyes. Soul see some pain. He was astonished, mouth agape. This is... A large flower suddenly appeared above him, devouring his spiritual energy. The black dragon reappeared, saying, this divine fire seed sprouted so quickly. This kid truly has a unique talent. The large lotus increasingly emitted terrifying power. Lu Chen was missing a link in its flames. He screamed in pain. Then he fell to the ground, lying motionless. Mo anxiously ran over to check. Could it be he fell into fire deviation while cultivating? He tried casting a technique, while he had just been unconscious, to see if there was still a way to save him. He entered his soul into him, the hair apparatus. This kid indeed has a complicated background, but finding someone to die in his place did not require a high realm, just the imperial realm sufficed. He angrily shouted, what, you dare to underestimate me? I am a heavenly lord, albeit only for a few brief seconds. Now Mo noticed the lotus. This is divine fire. He did not expect he could summon it. This kid having this fate is defying heaven. Someone compressed divine fire into a seed, planted it into kid's soul sea, using divine essence to nurture it. Now it has reached sprouting stage. He thought, if I took it now, perhaps he could escape this exile land. But he reconsidered abandoning it. At this age to rob a kid is too shameful. The kid's means and mind are supreme. Will certainly be extraordinary later. Better to help. Forging a karmic bond. Lu Chen had now awakened. He asked, why was I unconscious? He lightly tapped his head, groaning, my head hurts. Why is my spiritual energy drained? Mo saw him move. He's awake. He looked bewildered. Senior Mo, what happened? Why was I unconscious? He told him the whole story. He himself was unclear of the situation. Someone planted a divine fire seed into his soul sea. Just now it sprouted, blossoming into a lotus. Now this divine fire has merged with his primordial spirit, completely for him to use. He was astonished, never imagined such a thing could happen. What in my soul see is truly divine fire. Mo brought forth the lotus before him. This is the form of divine fire. Because of this, he recalled, at Ma Long Yuan I fainted for no reason. Woke up and did not see Senior. All because the divine fire was compressed into a seed, planted in my brain. See, surely a masterpiece of master. In the end, everything would be revealed, master. Why didn't you just say it plainly? Why keep it vague with me? Mo gestured widely, teaching him all about it. You must know this divine fire will continuously upgrade. Even heavenly lords covet it. Moreover, it counters the immortal demon clan, can dissolve the power of high-level cultivators' curses. While your strength is insufficient, don't reveal you have divine fire. Having this is as if heaven has blessed him. He thought, so powerful, seems I now have a way to deal with Hua. He immediately asked Mo again, thank you Senior for the guidance. How strong is the strongest in this secret realm? And who wounded the Arbiter? He did not hide anything, told him the strongest is the Arbiter. She was among those who participated in the strategy back then. A great heavenly lord. He repeated the name, great heavenly lord. Lu Chen appeared extremely astonished. I once heard Master say, the revered sits above the Saint Kings, divided into revere realm, supreme, heavenly lord. Only the exceptionally talented among heavenly lords are called great heavenly lord. He cautiously said, if the cursed altars are destroyed and people released into the 10 domains, it would be an unimaginable disaster. Mo sensed he was not foolish. Your worry would indeed happen if we go out. To the 10 domains it would be a calamity, especially the immortal demon clan killers, causing a massacre, but need not worry too much. Although the highest in 10 domains is a Saint King, there are rumored to be hidden great threats, even heavenly lords of the upper realm wandering in 10 domains. The dragon interjected, back then I struggled from dark heaven to lower heaven. Now you are considering 10 domains still has such figures, not sure how many of my masters can call upon these great threats to stop Hao Ji. Elsewhere Yaoxi silently observed them through a mirror. Hearing your words, she was not pleased at all. Great brutality. What great brutality? Where am I brutal? And Mo scolded you. He wholeheartedly wanted to help Lu Chen. Whether we can leave here is another matter. On the contrary, it is you, innocent scholar. Hoi bitch is guilty. If this divine flame is discovered by others, someone will definitely snatch it, even seize your inheritance. You seem to have met someone trustworthy. Feeling grateful. Many thanks, senior, I understand. He then held your hand. No need for formalities. Dragon said upon hearing, seize the inheritance of this brat. Whoever seizes it is unlucky. The Chaos Sanctuary of Tamamanka approached the Celestial Lord, only to seize the inheritance of this brat, but was trapped in the hair formation. Behind this brat is a great figure even the Celestial Lord cannot provoke. Your jade pendant suddenly appeared. You held it in your hand, the jade gem trembled. Hanmo warned you. It is the immortal demon clan calling you. Be careful. You quickly grabbed the jade, not forgetting to bid farewell. See you later, senior. You immediately went to the Demon Palace Square. Looking down from above you marveled. This exile land still has such magnificent architecture. Then you descended. It seemed they had really gathered many primordial experts to storm the gate. The people below saw you and shouted, look, it is Jian-san of the Sword Emperor Palace. Even he has come. It seems this inheritance of the fourth saint is unlucky for us. Jin-an complained irritably. These people full of yin energy are sick. I said I don't need the inheritance and yet was forced here. Lu Chen thought silently. Senior brother was also brought here. It seems he still does not know the truth. You noticed a familiar figure gliding past. This guy is here too. Not letting him leave, you quickly called him back. Wait, young master, I am Jian-san, want to talk with you. Ming Kang turned. He had already recognized you, Jian-san. Stop pretending, Lu Chen. Your mimicry cannot fool me. Didn't expect you are here too. Lu Chen gestured to him. Lower your voice. Now I am Jian-san. Even after mimicking, you can still recognize me. Get to the point. This secret realm of the fourth saint. Rich people like you should leave quickly. Don't risk coming here. Ming Kang excitedly said, no problem. Since you are here, let's have a match. See who destroys more altar cells. Huh, you thought, young master has the divine flame. His strength is clear. What can you use to fight me? Suddenly the primordial scene of the young master extended, drawing the Vu clan forward. Both looked over there. It was Vu clan members. As soon as he arrived, he bragged without regard. Are these young outsiders? Let's see your strength. He raised his fist, saying only those who can block one punch of mine will be recognized. Before Jin-an could prepare, he swung his fist, startling Jin-an, who cursed. Jin-an asked puzzled, why start with me, an innocent scholar? You will trouble me. He activated his muscles and bones. Don't be tense. Attacking you is only because you are closest to me. If you want to fight, we can go all out. The small fry behind watched fearfully. I don't want to fight that guy. Haven't even gotten the inheritance and might die here. Suddenly Vu Zhan redirected toward these people, making them angry and speechless. Who wants to try first? If you can't even block one punch, better leave now while still intact. He flicked lightly, sending them flying, not forgetting to mock. At this level, can't even withstand a finger of mine, trash. Seeing his power, they were extremely terrified. Too strong. If they can't get the inheritance, leave. Can't die here. Lu Chen shook his head, thinking, Vu clan, a powerful race that even on the celestial heaven can make people pale by name. They have secret arts to refine the body to the extreme. Their principle is strength, using force to break all laws. Ordinary outer world cultivators lose understandably. Vu Zhan targeted you, thinking you provoked him, brat. What are you shaking your head for? Dare to block one of my strikes? Lu Chen cast him a glance. You sneered, block one of your strikes? So what, on the contrary, do you dare exchange a punch with me? Vu Zhan, provoked, was very pleased, brat still very arrogant. His subordinates felt you were overestimating yourself. Openly disdainful, facing Vu clan directly is courting death. Though in this world a body refinement expert can match a Vu world member, it absolutely does not include 10 domains. Outsiders also thought you were like an egg against a rock. Strength can't match him. Even we dare not face Vu clan directly. Only look for openings. Is this outsider stupid? Can't hold this arm. Vu Zhan charged forward arrogantly in front of me. Go die. Lu Chen had not spoken since the start. Now he used one hand to block Vu Zhan's punch. The spectators were surprised at Lu Chen's power. Impossible. My eyes deceive me. Yes, my eyes deceive me. From the force, Vu Zhan was pushed back several steps. He could not accept this. In strength, I lost. How can this be? On the surface, Lu Chen looked cool, but secretly behind he groaned in pain. Tough. This guy's fist is like heavenly gold. My hand is numb. First time someone held his punch, Wu Zhan wanted a serious fight. Their strength is strong, a worthy opponent. I haven't used full strength yet. Come on, fight me. Lu Chen did not hesitate. This is what you said. Wu Zhan slammed his fists together, showing his power. The scene made you slightly nervous. He said excitedly, come on, haven't met a worthy opponent like you for a long time. His subordinates were energized, shouting encouragement. The secret technique of great Wu Zhan. It seems Wu started using full strength. He started again, reaching his large hand toward Lu Chen, trying to grab you, get ready to counter. Lu Chen nimbly dodged, grinning, I have no time to spar with a brute like you. He swiftly circled behind him, your weak point is obvious. Wu Zhan turned, charging straight at you, got you. Lu Chen blocked his strike. Wu Zhan was clearly weaker this time, sword intent broken. You moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye around him. He could not catch up, vanished again. Now Wu Zhan saw your ability, underestimated him, thought he was just a body cultivator, didn't expect such speed and sword skill. Lu Chen kept moving. He could not see even a shadow of you. Where are you? After playing around, you finally stopped. Lu Chen clasped hands, ready to strike. I am here. Wu Zhan saw your movement, felt doom. You used your strength to send him flying. Wu Zhan couldn't block it, let it hit him directly. Everyone here gaped in shock. Ming Kang was quite pleased. Great progress. Indeed, the refined spirit of the divine flame. Wu Zhan rose from the rubble, angrily said, how can you be this strong? Lu Chen smiled lightly, confident. Maybe because I am more handsome than you. He abandoned the fight with you. The previous match was enough to see your strength can compare to the supreme youth of celestial heaven. A voice suddenly rang from behind. Wu Zhan, you overestimate him. Supreme youth only with him. It was the dark-eyed fellow, Li Hong of the Immortal Demon Clan. Wu Zhan argued with him. Li Hong, I was only honest. How is that overestimating? You think everyone is like you. Obviously not, yet refused to admit, only talk in hints. He was hit right in the heart and had nothing left to argue. Wu Zhan raised his fist to threaten. You, what are you? If you say one more word, I'll hit you now. Li Hua immediately stepped forward to take the fight. Very well. He flew up and shouted down, sparring is fine. But when it comes to the sacrificial altar, don't interfere with the main matter. Li Hong, seeing his father step up to help, happily called father. Lu Chen only now realized this matter. He smiled cunningly. This brat even has a son. Hasn't he already revealed his weakness to me? Li Hong, right. Don't let me catch you, or else. He grinned slyly. Li Hong glanced behind him. Strange, why suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Wu Zhan, holy lord of the martial world, stepped forward to announce, everyone prepare properly. Li Hua said, then let the younger generation begin. Wu Zhan and he together opened another space to start the match. And he stepped back, letting them handle it themselves. The passage had been activated. This time success was mandatory, failure forbidden. Inside he observed for a moment, then asked, this is the sealed land. He only saw, aside from the dark forest, nothing special. Wu Zhan disagreed with this statement. That's incorrect. This is merely the outer edge of the sealed land. The Grey Palace is a sacrificial unit. Only by breaking all the sacrificial altars can one reach the central sealing ground. Only those below the King Realm can enter, hence the search for you. He led the way while instructing them. Everyone be careful. The surrounding artifacts are the power of the two clans' curse. Breaking these palaces took hundreds of thousands of years, costing tens of thousands of elites. Only 22 out of 72 were broken. Thus, this place is extremely dangerous. Everyone be cautious. He evaluated seriously. Wu Zhan was also considered elite among them. It seemed breaking this palace would indeed be very difficult. Standing before the tall gate, he reminded everyone, be careful. The curse in the passage will be denser. There are many mechanisms and alchemy puppets in the palace. Those at King Rome go in first. If it fails, retreat immediately. Li Hong disliked them, he complained. Wu Zhan, why explain so clearly to them? He replied, as teammates, some information should be shared first. The success rate will be higher. Li Hong, though weak, was arrogant. Acting important. You people are just stepping stones for me. They entered. Wu Zhan followed Lu Chen Sen, saying, brothers, don't waste spiritual power against the curse. Here the curse is infinite. He took the reminder but still radiated his spiritual power. Thanks for the reminder. This curse is indeed strong. As they went deeper, they encountered two giant skeletal soldiers with a flag full of evil aura. Wu Zhan led, pulling the black formation at the end would break the altar, but the ground stones were full of mechanisms. Everyone must be careful. Binang, not on guard, thought the short distance made it easy. Another person warned them, be careful, don't step on any mechanisms. No sooner had he finished than he stepped on a stone containing a hidden mechanism. A flame surged and burned him. Lu Chen and Jianang were startled, shouting, the floral demon is terrifying. Jianang, cowardly, regretted coming. I just came to have fun and gain some benefits. Didn't expect such terror. I don't want to die here. Suddenly a sound came from behind him. He turned to look. He saw Wu Zhan pulled into a hidden pit. He shouted, no. Not long inside and people kept stepping on traps. The two were somewhat scared. Luckily they hadn't stepped on those two tiles. Someone fearless fiddled with the statues, wondering if they held the key to the mechanism. Jinang shouted, hey, don't mess around, trying to get everyone killed. He said, relax. I've read some books on secret arts of armors. Indeed, beneath the soldier statue there was a cavity. He looked down the pit. Let's see, what is it? Something seems to fly up. Inside, many fly-like things emerged. He caught one to examine. What is this? Suddenly, his hand touching the fly showed strange marks. It was an alchemy puppet, increasing the curse's corrosion. Everyone defend quickly. The insects multiplied, clinging to them and biting. No matter how they tried, they wouldn't go away. They drew weapons against the bugs. These were too hard, harder than their weapons. How to fight? Doomed. Everyone would die here. Lu Chen, seeing the danger, thought the statue must be returned to its original position. He swiftly dashed to the statue and restored it. Others breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, brother. He only replied, don't mention it, move quickly. Almost there, he noticed. Why had their faces turned green? Could it be the curse acting? Lu Chen used his spiritual power to help them. Indeed, the curse had intensified. Tried using Divine Flame to see if it could dispel it. As expected, success. Divine Flame was indeed formidable. The curse was easily removed. Excellent. He quickly urged them, leave here fast. The curse here is too strong. Opposing it directly is not the way. Ming Kang immediately obeyed. Good, thanks third young master. I already intended this. I'm off. Meanwhile, Jinang refused, stubbornly saying, I can persist. Our duel is not over. Lu Chen angrily shouted, duel what? Life is more important. Go back now. Suddenly Li Hong called them back. Wait, you can't leave. There's an alchemy puppet ahead. We need combat power to restrain it. You must stay. Lu Chen had no patience, scolded him. If you dare mutter again, do you trust I'll kill you? Do you really see us as slaves? He refused to settle and had to provoke him. Speak again. Don't forget your junior sister is in my hands. Lu Chen returned to his normal demeanor, silently noting the debt. That arrogant fellow, once I can break the palace. Even Li Hua's demon army won't dare touch my junior sister. He had been lenient, but Li Hong was not. He put on airs, scared now, then kneel and apologize. He ignored him, turned to the others. Quickly go outside, ignore this arrogant fellow. They quickly agreed. Then I won't play along. Take care. Lu Chen looked at Vu Zhan and told him go. Brat Li Hong trembled with anger. Damn kid dared to ignore me, infuriating. Wait for me. Vu Zhan, extremely pleased, loudly said, little brother, I really like your character, wait for me. One of Li Hua's underlings ran up. Li Young, what do we do? He was angry but had to grit his teeth and follow Lu Chen. We'll go along. Before leaving, Vu Zhan warned him, that shameless Li Huang. With a vicious heart, be careful, he politely replied. Thanks for the reminder, Vu Zhan. Inwardly, he had already noted him. This Vu Zhan isn't bad, worth befriending. Suddenly, someone unlucky stepped on a trap. He said fearfully, I think I stepped on a mechanism. Instantly, a blue flame rose and burned him. Lu Chen shouted, not good. The fire is spreading around. Just as he said, flames appeared everywhere before they could prepare, surrounding them. The situation was dangerous. He had to quickly find a solution. The fire spread too fast. How did this fire compare to the divine origin in the demon dragon abyss? Resist a little with spiritual power first. Seeing the fire keeping its distance, he suddenly remembered the fire had surrounded him. Right, my soul sea has divine flame. Before divine flame, all other fires are trash. Lu Chen quickly called the others there. Vu Zhan, brothers, come to me quickly. Approaching Lu Chen, Vu Zhan asked in surprise, why isn't your area spitting fire? Lu Chen proudly pointed at himself with a thumb. Because I'm handsome, never mind, just reach the safe spot. Lu Chen used his speed advantage to escape while Li Hong pleaded for help us, but Lu Chen ignored him, unable to respond. Goodbye. Li Hong, furious, clenched his fist and shoved a hand into his shirt, shouting, insolent brat. The screams of those hit by the flames erupted. Fortunately, Li Hong managed to pull away the protective cloth in time. He was lucky to step into the safe zone. Once there, he angrily blamed Lu Chen. Insolent brat, why didn't you save me? Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Such intense flames. I lack the power to save so many. Vu Zhan, standing beside, nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are busy escaping. No time to save you. Saying that, Vu Zhang turned to his brothers and instructed, brothers, ignore him. We've reached here. The traps ahead are no longer effective. But the next step is crucial. Just one more step could be dangerous, could be an alchemy king puppet or another cursed object. Each time is different. Everyone before got lost here, Lu Chen added. Even so, I still want to try, step by step. Vu Zhan stepped up the stairs, the ground covered with skulls. Vu Zhan went ahead to scout, followed by Lu Chen and Li Hong. Still safe. No alchemy king puppet. Seems nothing, probably not luck. Suddenly something strange appeared. A large skull surrounded by sharp spikes and a purple cloak with fire. Vu Zhan shouted in panic. Wait, this is... Beneath it was a pile of human skulls. Blue flames scattered everywhere. Vu Zhan shouted, not good. Tai Yin power, run. Li Hong also panicked. Tai Yin force, I escaped before. Don't want to freeze to death here. Lu Chen looked up at the ceiling, hands on hips, touching the flames with fascination, felt no cold aura at all. Divine fire truly strong. Meanwhile, those nearby almost froze upon touching the flames. Doomed, run. Vu Zhan and Li Hong barely escaped. Once safe, Ming Kang waited outside with a cold expression. As they arrived, Ming Kang asked coldly, where is Jian San? Why hasn't he come out? Vu Zhan glanced back. Right, little brother, why haven't you come out? Li Hong bared sharp teeth and said, What's coming out? Taiyin force cannot be endured, must be frozen into an ice statue. Ming Kang, expressionless, replied calmly, Taiyin force? You don't understand him, maybe this palace formation has been withdrawn by him. Li Hong objected in disbelief, ignorant, only bragging, your thap vuck people are truly frogs at the bottom of the well. Don't even know what Taiyin force. Divine fire is the strongest flame, Dianwei Yin force is trivial. Wu Zhan reluctantly admitted, brother, I don't want to admit, but Jian San, brother, may really have no way to survive. Suddenly the palace shook violently, walls began to crack, outsiders stunned. This is. Li Hong, unable to contain his emotions, asked in panic. Collapse succeeded. What exactly happened? Lu Chen appeared from the rubble, holding the strange skull, raising a pinky with the other hand. Victory was effortless. Wu Zhan anxiously asked, brother, you are alive? Lu Chen replied, wasted words, while Li Hong struggled to accept. How could this be, a newcomer like him? Wu Zhan curiously asked, brother, how did you destroy the palace? Taiyin force doesn't affect you, returning to explain. Back at the Ghost Palace Square, many people were covered and lined up eagerly. Here he comes, seems to be young Master Li Hong. Li Hong showed a proud face listening to his followers' cheers. Young Master is back. Li Hong, young Master, you are amazing. Destroyed a palace on the first try. Li Hong, young Master, I adore you, he replied smugly, be modest. Wu Zhan found it annoying. What are these undead shouting? Obviously you destroyed the palace. Suddenly the emissary of the judgment, immortal king appear, radiating black energy, two horns on forehead, floating, pointing Li Hong, you destroyed the palace. Li Hong, slightly surprised, but replied, yes, correct, the immortal king himself came to welcome. He is a model for the undead. I must perform well. The emissary praised him, offering a reward. Not bad. The undead have such outstanding juniors, hard work. This is the reward from the judgment. Can remove part of the curse if within 6 months you destroy another palace. The judgment will take you as a disciple. Work hard. Li Hong bowed shamelessly, hands raised to receive many thanks. Judgment. Wu Zhan could no longer contain anger. Fists clenched. Li Hong, how can you shamelessly accept reward? You didn't destroy the palace. Have you no shame? Li Hong glanced displeased and grunted. Li Hua watched from above. This brat seeks credit, but unexpectedly the outsider is so capable. If Hong can be accepted as a disciple, Li family's position in the undead will stabilize. Below, Wu Zhan frustrated. Clearly Jian San pulled the flag. Li Hua transmitted to Li Hong, calm down, don't panic. He realized it. It was transmission from father. Wu Zhan almost ruined my plan. Li Hua also transmitted to Lu Chen terms of cooperation. This time it's your credit. Help to complete once, I will reward you. Also your junior sister I always treat well. If you can destroy another palace, I will release her. Lu Chen, serious, agreed to cooperate. That old man is cunning. Cooperate once. Wait until he rescues junior sister. Then I'll settle accounts. Li Hua suddenly appeared, persuading Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan, little friend, don't be angry. All who participate in missions have merit. Judgment rewards undead. Surely will reward your world as well. Wu Zhan still unwilling, veins bulging still. Li Hong grabbed all credit. Can you be more shameless? Li Hong also angry, shouting, mind your own business. I destroyed the palace. Lu Chen turned, arms crossed, smirking. Li Hong, young master is right, destroying palace is your merit. Lu Chen signaled quietly to Wu Zhan, confused, brother. Don't worry, later we will deal with him. Fine, I listened to Jian San. I will settle with him. Li Hong still arrogant, Jian San furious. So what, being more arrogant will still be controlled. Immortal King before leaving reminded, rest 3 months. Prepare to destroy second Grey Palace. I go ahead. Immortal King leisurely. Near the Ghost Palace Square, Wu Zhan introduced Saint Lord to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, brother. This is our clan's Saint Lord. Wu Zhe, Saint Lord. The male lead also respectfully saluted. Saint Lord praised while frustrated at the credit thief. Lu Chen, brat, not bad. Wu Zhan briefed me. I admire you. If insolent Li Hong causes trouble, come to me. Lu Chen, probing, senior, I boldly ask your relation with Li Hua. Bearded man, calmly adversarial. I see little brother also dislikes Li Hua. Father and son better go to Davu City. Lu Chen signaled to go. Thanks, senior, I found a training place. See you in 3 months. Saint Lord and Wu Zhan left in turn. Fine, let's go, see you then. Lu Chen smiled, swung the gourd flask, face sinister. Li family caused too many enemies. Time to prepare counterattack. In the Hanmo Saint King territory, amidst green mountains, a huge shirtless man talked with Lu Chen. Jian San, little friend, the curse doesn't affect your power. Divine fire differs from palace curse. Indeed, I came for 2 matters. Lu Chen begged. First, I want to borrow Spirit Spring to train. Breakthrough in 3 months. Second, when opportunity ripe, I will lure Li Hua. Hope senior can help rescue junior sister. Can you agree? Senior kindly agreed. If you destroy palace, free us. This small matter is nothing. Lu Chen added, also this small matter. Hanmo Saint King also has memory crystals. And Mo presented many small sparkling crystals. Memory crystals, these are useless if I take them. 3 months later at Ghost Palace Square. Wu Zhe generating immense energy with Li Hua. Each of 72 palaces presents different risks. Be careful. A sandy space opened, 2 triangular palaces as the challenge awaited. Before entering, Li Hong glanced at Lu Chen threateningly. Once inside, coordinate with me. If undead in danger, save them. Don't forget your junior sister is in our hands. Lu Chen replied, enter first and speak. Inside, a flag with the strange skull above. Beneath were thorn bushes with flowers. Those inside, flowers here, don't touch, surely dangerous, careful. Lu Chen began the plan, took out memory crystals, time to show real skill. Memory crystals flew everywhere, reflecting Lu Chen's image. Lu Chen also noticed something strange and asked, just now you. Lu Chen interrupted, wait and see the show. Li Hong turned to glance at Lu Chen for instructions. Lu Chen, you go ahead and scout first. Lu Chen had no choice but to go forward. On both sides, thorny bushes with flowers were still present. Li Hong cautiously looked around. Halfway through, there was no sign of danger. Unexpectedly, the thorn bushes began to move, producing sounds. The demon clan member following heard the strange noise and turned to see. It seemed like he heard something unusual. Large, long vines pierced through the demon clan member, startling the others to look up at him. Lu Chen quickly used his sword to cut them. Careful of these vines, they have awareness and will hunt prey. Wu Zhan and the unarmed were unlucky, caught tightly by the vines, barely saved. Lu Chen's cold eyes, using sword magic, flew to the others to cut the vines and rescue them, sword intent in motion. The sword intent moved like lightning, quickly shredding the vines. Wu Zhan could not help but thank Lu Chen. Thank you, Lu brother, Lu Chen quickly said. Go outside. Li Hong has already run ahead. Wu Zhan also obeyed and ran outside. Careful, Lu brother, thinking as he ran that despicable Li Hong is indeed cunning. Now only Lu Chen remained inside the palace, using purple flames to burn all the vines. Finally nothing remained. Watch as my flames incinerate you. Outside, Wu Zhan and Li Hong once again witnessed the palace collapse into ruins, dust flying everywhere. Wu Zhan could not help but admire. Another building collapsed. Sword brother is truly formidable. With him, we may escape in just a few years. Li Hong was somewhat displeased but had to admit, this boy is indeed formidable. Thinking silently, even more powerful ones are controlled by my father. Thanks to him, with this palace collapsed, I can now become a disciple of the judge. Lu Chen held the flag amid the rubble. Let's go report outside. In the square of the palace, the immortal demon clan members in black cloaks witnessed black smoke spreading behind the demon palace. The elder immortal demon clan members were already waiting. They have returned. Li Hong entered the door, unable to hide his joy, calling, Father, I'm back. Ni Sheng was very pleased and praised Li Hua. You have given birth to a good child. This is also the glory of the immortal clan. Li Hua nodded and continued praise. Hong Ni is truly outstanding. Li Hong proudly reported, Father, Saint King Hong Ni expended all effort, sacrificing a few comrades to finally destroy the Grey Palace. The demon clan members also cheered. Li Hong is indeed formidable. 2 palaces in 3 months, rivaling gods, truly outstanding. Ni Sheng also showed a pleased expression. Li Hong, the judge is said to take you as a disciple. Do you agree? Li Hong excitedly agreed immediately. Agreed. Ni Sheng immediately opened a purple vortex. Follow me, pay respects to the judge first, and proceed with the initiation ceremony. Yes, Saint King, Li Hong excitedly thought. I'm prosperous now. Becoming disciple of the judge, a step to the clouds. Li Hua did not forget to compromise, tossing Lu Chen a purple token. Lu Chen did not do badly, return and wait for news. After everyone left, only black smoke remained. Wu Zhen expressed frustration that Li Hong is shameless sword brother. Why didn't you reveal the matter in the glass memory to warn that brat? Lu Chen replied calmly, no rush. Let him feel pleased a bit more. Wu Zhan brother, help me make a few more copies. Also, can I visit your house? Wu Zhan was extremely excited, holding the glass memory. Agreed. Lu brother can come as a guest. It is my honor. Let's go. Arrived at Davu City at the villa. The architecture here was extremely exquisite with unique patterns. Inside the room, Wu Zhan and Lu Chen ate and talked together. Lu brother saved my life twice. I cannot repay such great favor with words. I will not hide anything. Today we drink some fine wine. Fine wine, nothing hidden from brother. I have already drunk quite a lot of fine wine before. What makes this wine special? Wu Zhan poured wine into a cup. Sparks appeared around. This wine is called Thunder Essence Liquor, a specialty of our secret realm, after many years. Plus the reward for destroying 2 palaces. I only have 5 cups. Lu Chen picked it up and could not help but praise. The lightning attribute is rich and pure, truly a fine item. After speaking, he downed the cup in one gulp. After drinking, Lu Chen was extremely excited, his eyes brightened. The wine, flavor, and effect are not bad compared to the thunder purge of my master. Even more intoxicating, Wu Zhan wondered. Is it done? Does your body feel no adverse reaction? Inwardly he thought. Thunder Essence Liquor contains the essence of lightning. Power overwhelming. He drank a full cup and is fine. Incredible. Lu Chen looked at him and asked further, using this Thunder Essence Liquor, does the body feel any maladjustment? Wu Zhan drank and happily replied, no. Immediately he was startled and shouted, damn, I drank it anyway. this time. Next moment, Vu Zhan's whole body felt electric currents running through, limbs convulsed, foam at the mouth, he cried out. Lu Chen approached and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" Vu Zhan stammered, "Not serious, we'll be fine." Lu Chen cheerfully suggested, "Then good, I'll drink another cup. By the way, did you inform the Saint General of the martial domain?" Beside Vu Zhan shivered and said, "Don't worry, already informed." Someone approached, clasped hands and reported, "Sword young master, the martial domain Saint General asked me to inform you. Li Hua has been summoned to Davu City." Lu Chen happily stood up and said, "Sword young master, the martial domain Saint General asked me to inform you. Li Hua has been summoned to Davu City." At that moment, at the Lihua Demon Army house, the guards' shouts rang out. Someone rushed in. Lu Chen rode on a gourd, face covered with cloth, shouted, "Wu Mo has probably rescued junior sister already." Han Mo behind gave a thumbs up proudly. "Sword, third young master, the person has been rescued." Beside King Cheng shouted, "Senior brother." Lu Chen saw them and happily replied, "Very good, let's return to Davu City." Next is the moment for the fall of Li Hua's father and son. Immediately the three quickly departed together. But from behind a stream of black air rushed forward, King Cheng shouted in fear, "Not good, Li Hua's demon army is back." Li Hua chased from behind angrily, shouting, "King Cheng, who dares come to my residence to take someone?" He looked forward and continued, "Wait, your aura is familiar. You are Sword Third and Han Mo." "Despicable," I said, "why did the martial domain invite me? You scheming ones conspiring like tigers separated from the mountain." Han Mo looked at him cruelly, pressing the demonic aura, warned, "Leave the person to me. Did not expect to be discovered, but a small Saint General cannot stop us." Both sides rushed at each other to fight. All three. Lu Chen ran quickly. Li Hua, severely injured, saw the people fleeing and thought angrily, "Han Mo, despicable, this is not over between us." At Davu City now, the three landed safely. Lu Chen asked first, "Vu Zhan, are you alright?" Vu Zhan looked at King Cheng, eyes brightened, replied, "I'm fine. Also resolved the curse in the palace. Can this beauty be a friend?" Lu Chen reminded him, "My junior sister does not make friends with bad people." Vu Zhan happily expressed, "I'm not bad, just a bit dark." Beside, Lu Chen added, "Then no friendship with dark." Lu Chen reminded him, "Alright, has the glass memory been copied? Can discard it now." Vu Zhan gave a thumbs up happily. "Here, don't worry, I already had someone copy over 100,000 copies. I'll have them released." Lu Chen smiled slyly, thought, next will be an exciting scene. On the other side, someone bowed and respectfully said, "Congratulations, Li Hua Demon Army. Li Hong has now become a disciple of the judge. Unlimited prospects." The person beside added, "Yes, truly an endless joy." Above, Li Hua, enjoying wine, also politely replied, "You're too courteous, rest assured, I will not forget everyone." In his heart, he looked down at the people below proudly. Although that girl has been rescued and can't use Sword Third for free, as long as Hong Ni can be accepted by the judge as a disciple, the Li family's status in this land remains stable. At that moment, a shout came from outside, "Ni Saint King has arrived." Li Hua bowed respectfully, greeting the Saint King. Inwardly somewhat displeased, thinking, how come he's back so fast? Perhaps Hong Ni's matter has already been handled. Emperor Niep glared angrily at him, shouting, "Li Hua, you and your father are bold indeed, daring to deceive the judgment." Li Hua replied fearfully, "Your Majesty sees clearly, Li Hua does not have that courage." Emperor Niep angrily threw out a jade, shouting, "Look for yourself." Immediately, Li Hua saw his image alongside Lu Chen appear. He stammered anxiously, why is it like this?" Emperor Niep said nothing and approached, striking him away with one hand. Emperor Niep opened the teleportation array and glanced at him, reminding Shameless, still wanting to be a disciple of the judgment, "Wait until the wrath of the judgment passes." At this moment, a subordinate rushed over in panic to report, "Master, it's done. The young master has been taken by the judgment back after his danshan was nullified." Li Hua sat on the chair trembling, replying, "Father, it's all that hateful Jian-san. You must avenge me." He angrily clenched his hands, scolding his subordinate, "Useless. Think Jian-san is a peerless genius appearing once in 300,000 years. His junior sister has also been rescued. I have nothing to restrain him anymore. Can't even escape. And you still want revenge." In his heart he thought, the Li family is finished this time. Time passed until half a month later at the Demon Square. The group of eerie, black-clad people lined up. City Lord Davu Zing, Vu Yi Holy King, Father Vu Zhan spoke, often hearing the servant Vu Zhan mention, "Jian-san, little friend, is indeed a dragon among men." Vu Yi clasped hands politely towards Lu Chen, saying, "We must also thank Jian-san, little friend, for saving my son twice. If there is anything needed, just tell me." Lu Chen looked at him and replied happily, coincidentally, "Vu Yi Holy King, I currently need your help and hope the Holy King will cooperate." At this moment, Emperor Niep spoke, "Vu Yi Holy King, long time no see." Vu Yi looked at him cautiously and said, "Emperor Niep, unexpectedly you personally lead the team. It seems your immortal demon clan finally takes this seriously." Emperor Niep answered solemnly, leaving here is the dream of all of us. Naturally, we must take it seriously enough. Words. Wu Yi, let's open the passage together. Lu Chen beside him raised his hand to remind him, wait, Elder Emperor Niep, dismantling the ornate palace is life-threatening, and I am just an outsider not obliged to do this. Therefore, payment is necessary. Emperor Niep looked at him with displeasure and shouted, what do you want? In his heart he thought, hearing Li Hong, it was this brat who single-handedly dismantled 2 palaces in a row. Cannot offend. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen cruelly pointed at Li Hua and proposed, I want all the ruses in his ring. Li Hua frowned like a thunderbolt and shouted, impossible. Lu Chen threw another ring in his hand and said, the world has given me the ring of Wuxia Holy Lord. Can your immortal demon clan not do the same? Then it seems Jian Mo is powerless. I cannot dismantle this palace. At this moment Emperor Niep spoke, wait. He glanced at Li Hua and ordered, in 300,000 years we have only dismantled 22 palaces. Now hope is rare. How can we give up, Li Hua? Give me the ring. Li Hua angrily only dared to agree, obeying the Holy King. Emperor Niep proposed, Jian San, hope after you take the ring, you can continue dismantling palaces. Lu Chen did not bother to look at him and replied, that is not a worry, I will surely succeed. At this moment, Wu Yi and Emperor Niep combined efforts to open the passage. Space appeared, sucking strongly towards it. Emperor Niep looked at Wu Yi happily and asked, Wu Yi, do you think they can succeed? Wu Yi looked at him with joy and replied, hard to say. Each palace situation is different. Hope all goes smoothly. On Lu Chen's side, he went with Wu Zhan to a territory, pushed open the door and said, let's see what it is this time. Seeing the scene inside, he exclaimed, inside, 3 beautiful young girls were bathing together, playing joyfully. Above, the beauty queen looked at Lu Chen and said, after so many tens of thousands of years, finally a man enters. The crowd below exclaimed happily, so many men, all strong, don't take from us, all belong to us. But Lu Chen just stood aside mocking, thinking interesting, unfortunately, these mundane things cannot tempt me. A girl came over and hugged Lu Chen, softly saying, young master, why are you standing there? Come play. Lu Chen coldly waved her off and sarcastically said, with your looks, not worthy. As the girls below kept trying to mesmerize him, play freely, then above Lu Chen rushed towards the beauty queen. She looked at him and said with praise, brat, seems you have some skill. She waved her hands in a circle rushing at him. The beauty queen said, but you still cannot escape my hands. But immediately the auras were sliced into pieces. While the beauty queen was still stunned, Lu Chen grabbed his sword and struck her, taunting, your beauty is far inferior to my master's. Stop this enchanting game. The queen's head fell, gradually reverting to its original form. Lu Chen continued, finding a group of illusion demons disguised as beauties guarding the palace. The person who set up this altar is quite creative. Then Lu Chen grabbed the flag and shouted, done. Immediately the store was shattered again. Outside, Wu Yi and Emperor Niep were surprised and exclaimed in unison, succeeded, so fast. Lu Chen the others quickly rushed out. He looked at the Holy King solemnly and asked, how about it, Elder Holy King, is this payment worthy? The Holy King replied, if this palace was successfully dismantled, then we take our leave first. Wu Yi beside him could not help raising his thumb, exclaiming, Jian San, young master is formidable. Today I have broadened my horizons. Now only the team led by Jian San, young master, has minimal casualties. Extremely high success rate, truly formidable. Lu Chen held the ring in his hand with a sarcastic tone, one ornate palace is nothing easy as pie. Li Hua's ring also has restrictions. At this time at the mansion under renovation, beside Lu Chen were currently King Cheng and Wu Zhan. He interestedly held the ring and said, Wu Zhan, many thanks for dismantling the restrictions on Li Hua's ring. Let's see what's inside. Thinking Li Hua has some family background. Just the spirit stones are over 5 billion. Wu Zhan was astonished and shouted, brother, no need for courtesy, you return the ring of Wuxia Holy Lord, taking no reward from us, only from the immortal demon clan. Our clan will of course fully cooperate. Lu Chen held the strange object in front of him and asked sternly, making friends naturally requires this. Wu Zhan, what is this? Wu Zhan replied, these are spirit chips. Brother Liu wouldn't know. They are common currency in the upper realm. Also very good for cultivation. 1 chip equals 100,000 spirit stones. Lu Chen thought the ring contains 100,000 spirit chips, equivalent to over 10 billion spirit stones. Not bad. He looked at Wu Zhan and instructed, here are also 3 divine artifacts. The sword is for the elder, the bracelet for the junior sister. This sword is for you, Wu Zhan. King Cheng beside him blushed and shouted, thank you, elder brother, in his heart endlessly joyful. Following senior brother is so happy, all given as divine artifacts. Lu Chen reminded his junior sister, alright, with so many spirit chips, next cultivate for 2 months, and then dismantle palaces. One evening at Demon Square 2 months later, Lu Chen gathered with Wu Yi and the Holy King, everyone present. Lu Chen's face turned cold, reminding, Emperor Niep, the payment has been made by the world. I suppose the immortal demon clan will not fall behind. Emperor Niep raised his hand and proposed, "Whatever the world gives you, we will match it." Lu Chen replied calmly, "Nothing, just 200 lightning accumulation elixirs." Emperor Niep shouted in astonishment, "What, they brought out so much, I don't believe it." He raised the ring in his hand and said to him, "Then Elder, use divine sense to see, is it true?" Moments later, a series of sacred marks and thunder residue potion appeared, and the Holy King thought silently, "It really exists." He turned his back and looked toward Lu Chen, continuing, "The worldly affairs are indeed generous, but our immortal demon clan cannot keep up." Lu Chen looked at him with a sinister smile and replied, "Elder, don't rush. I haven't finished. This is the full package." The Holy King looked back curiously and asked, "Full package?" Lu Chen's eyes shone like stars as he raised his thumb to explain, "Near the great city and demon city there are 3 palaces. I just meant the total reward for all 3. See, quite reasonable," the Holy King said skeptically. "Why do I feel like he's setting me up?" Lu Chen quickly denied, "Not at all. I guarantee with my character, you spend a little money, no need to send anyone, I'll solve it myself, very conscientious." Immediately, the Holy King closed his eyes and said, "I cannot control this matter, must report to the Judgment Master." Wait a moment. At the Demon Palace of Judgment, the space was filled with demonic aura. Inside, the immortal demon clan's Judge Juji thought, "Interesting, a little foreign demon, yet continuously meddling with our immortal demon clan." Judge Juji raised his hand and shouted, "Someone." A female servant stepped forward respectfully. "Master of Judgment, is there any order?" Judge Juji commanded, "Give this ring to the Holy King." Maid quickly accepted, "Yes, Master of Judgment." At that moment in the Demon Palace Square, the Holy King spoke, "I agree with you." Lu Chen held the ring in his hand and replied happily, "Not bad. If everyone is so polite, then I'll begin work." A passage was opened by Yuart. Lu Chen stepped forward and spoke, "Both of you wait for my victorious news." The Holy King said, "This little sword wielder is our greatest hope to leave, but I hope he's not just being reckless for pride." Yuart beside him replied, "I feel he's not brainless, can definitely succeed." After half an incense stick, the inner palace had been toppled. The 2 outside looked on in astonishment too fast. He looked at them smugly and said, "Both of you to the next palace." The Holy King asked him, "You don't rest," thinking to himself, "Entering the palace will let the curse power erode. Even the peerless geniuses of the 2 clans would take months to adjust." But Lu Chen bluntly replied, "No need." The Holy King opened another passage and said to him, "If that's the case, then let's go." After only half an incense stick passed, Lu Chen quickly toppled the palace and said, "Next to the 3rd building." The Holy King looked at Yuart suspiciously and asked, "Is the palace really so easy to break?" According Sword 3rd speed, "In less than 2 days we can be out," Yuart beside him replied. "If the palace were truly easy, our juniors wouldn't have spent so much time. It's because this kid is too tenacious." He looked at the passage ahead and said, "But he's been inside for a long time without coming out. Hopefully no trouble." Inside the passage at the 3rd building, Lu Chen was continuously fighting the giant soldiers. Lu Chen was knocked back several steps. He frowned, worrying, no spiritual fluctuations, no trace of life. This is not an alchemy puppet. Looking at the 2 giant iron guardians in front, he thought 2 of them, although their power is king level, no life, no consciousness, perhaps can risk it. As he finished thinking, he swung an axe powerfully, smoke and dust flying. Lu Chen quickly struck the back of it. Seeing the move didn't harm it at all, he thought, seriously, this puppet is too tough. At that moment, a giant axe charged at Lu Chen. He was startled. Lu Chen quickly raised his sword to block, his face tense. Immediately after, he was struck and thrown to the ground. Lu Chen struggled to stand with weak sword defense and said, "No more playing, 1 more and I die in their hands." Seconds later, he raised his hand and summoned Abyssal Ice Sword Technique. He charged at them and the 2 giant soldiers turned to stone frozen. Soon after, they exploded into pieces. Outside, the Holy King anxiously said, "Still not out. Hopefully nothing happened." Yuart replied, "Hopefully not." Lu Chen emerged from the passage smugly. "You've waited long enough." Yuart looked at him seriously and asked, "Sword 3rd, are you okay? Encountered anything?" He calmly replied, "Just 2 king-level alchemy puppets." The Holy King and Yuart exclaimed in surprise, "What, killed alchemy puppets? And 2 of them?" Lu Chen ignored them and stretched, "Fine, my work is done. Time to receive meditation in the great city." Yuart smiled brightly and quickly agreed, "Fine." In the great city, the villa was extremely peaceful. Inside, Lu Chen held a small vial and marveled, "This hall is huge, so much thunder residue potion. Enough for me to advance 1 minor realm." Immediately after, he sat down to focus on cultivation. Time passed. 2 months later, Lu Chen awakened and laughed joyfully, finally reached the late stage of Origin Spirit Realm. Outside, Yu Zhan saw him exit and said, "Brother, finally out. Let's work." The eldest daughter of the unsurpassed city of the Immortal Demon Clan is waiting in the hall. 4 palaces around their city need to be solved. He agreed excitedly. Palace big task. See about that. Thinking Elder Mo once said of 72 altars, destroying 48 allows self-attack. Must maximize time to earn money. In the main hall of the great city, the eldest daughter of unsurpassed city, Ziling, asked suspiciously, "Your sword 3rd, following me here? 4 palaces. I'll give a sacred weapon for each, enough." Lu Chen replied dissatisfied, such a small reward to invite me, are you stupid? Ziling looked at him and asked, what does that look in your eyes mean, displeased? He replied dissatisfied, what else, looking at her like an idiot. He turned his back and mocked, 4 palaces, 1 sacred weapon per palace. I don't understand if you see me as a beggar, or if you people of unsurpassed city are beggars, everyone needs money these days, go back. Ziling summoned a burst of aura from her hand and shouted at him arrogant words. Moments later she drew a sword and charged at Lu Chen, shouting, brat, you'll regret it. A sword rushed at Lu Chen, he swiftly dodged. Ziling warned him, this sword is as a secret technique of the unsurpassed family. She pressed the sword to Lu Chen's neck, said, brat, scared now, humbly apologize, I can let it go, dare to underestimate me. Lu Chen stared at the sword and praised, good sword. Ziling roared in anger and swung fiercely, shout, what did you say, give your life. Lu Chen raised 2 fingers and blocked the previous strike, shouting power 5, accuracy 10, force 0, total 6, so it's barely valid, but regarding this sword, there's some objection. Lu Chen rubbed the sword, severing it. He lifted the figure playfully and teased, let me see. Lu Chen stared at it and assessed, just as I thought, the Mingwen spear. Lu Chen continued teasing her while speaking. According to the Grandmaster, this is an ancient lost secret technique. Engraving it on weapons can enhance abilities. Today we've met a truly legendary one. Ziling shouted angrily, that's no reason, let me go. He held her tightly from behind and warned, don't make trouble. Ziling blushed, thinking, it's the first time I've been humiliated like this, and it's a man. Seeing Lu Chen only cared about the sword, she was slightly resentful, most angry that he only cared about the sword in my hands. He angrily scolded, jerk. Lu Chen released his hold a moment later and reminded, alright, I'm done inspecting. He looked at her and suggested, having such a treasure sword, I trust you are not poor, now let's discuss payment. Ziling asked back, how dare you talk payment after touching me? Lu Chen covered his mouth and laughed, you brought it to me yourself, blame yourself. Ziling frowned angrily and shouted, you. Ziling turned away angrily, shouting back, that's no reason, this young lady won't play anymore, go die. Wu Yi looked at Ziling leaving and asked him, just let her go like that. Lu Chen calmly replied, no rush, she'll return. At the Demon Hall's Judgment now. Judgment spoke, originally intended to use this opportunity to train Lei Hong's son into an elite of our clan, push him to the front line. When the seal breaks, he can coordinate externally with Wang Cheng, seize the Luo Huang dynasty. Looking at Lei Hong lying in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Judgment continued, unfortunately you succeeded without failure, but considering your contribution in destroying the clan, I spare you Wang Cheng. How is the Luo Huang dynasty map? Wang Cheng quivered in fear on his knees, reporting, Master Judgment, it's done, just that. Li Hua beside him interjected, that little sword brat, we think keeping him would bring disaster, shouldn't we eradicate the root, prevent future troubles? Judgment shouted angrily, are you teaching me how to act? Li Hua knelt fearfully, trembling, explaining, I dare not. Judgment above continued, this one, his strength is not bad, I like him. She spoke with interest, after the seal breaks, I will meet him myself. Outside a girl sneaked close. Inside Judgment happily said, teach him a lesson. The girl approached the room, the voice inside echoed, Li Hua, your son is dead now, he is the best choice to carry the hero's title. If that brat agrees to help attack Luo Huang, that's perfect. Judgment challenged, otherwise I'll let him live, neither fully alive nor dead. Right, the beast Hanmo clan if still uncooperative, it's time to deal with them. The girl outside couldn't call out time, no. Judgment noticed and shouted towards them, who? She turned, she faced Li Hua, panicking silently, doomed. Li Hua looked at her coldly and said, stop. The girl was grabbed by Li Hua and thrown to the ground. Judgment above looked at her and realized, so it's you. Then she read out each word, crime against Chu Qingling. This girl is Chu Qingling in spirit form, Henmo's wife. Judgment slowly stepped closer and warned, years ago your body was broken, soul trapped here, to warn all who oppose the immortal demon clan. Judgment stroked Chu Qingling's chin and added, but after so many years you seem not to have learned the lesson. Immediately Chu Qingling was controlled by magic, lifted into the air. Moments later she was dropped. Chu Qingling winced in pain. Judgment coldly ordered, lock her in the soul eradication tower. Let her soul scatter, keeping her only serves as a warning. Now the seal is about to open. She's no longer of use. On the ground Chu Qingling weakly shouted, Han Mo. Then she was bound by Li Hua and Wang Cheng, weakly whispering help. Part of Chu Qingling's soul managed to escape. At this moment Wu Yi pushed open the door, shouting, the great matter has failed. Wu Yi recalled the scene just now. Earlier I and Senior Han Mo were drinking. Suddenly a green smoke flew in, he went mad, waving limbs, then stopped standing like a stone, didn't answer when asked, scared me to come find everyone. Han Mo in pain, tears streaming, looked up and called Linger. The three, Wu Yi, Lu Chen and King Chang, approached, puzzled, looking at him. Lu Chen, puzzled, stepped forward and called, Senior Hanmo. Now Hanmo laughed loudly, calling that name again, Linger. Now Hanmo couldn't hold back tears, crying loudly as he called Linger. The three stood beside him, their faces puzzled. Then he looked at Lu Chen sincerely. Sword 3rd Junior Han Mo here, have an unreasonable request, but hope you agree with me. Lu Chen worried spoke. Senior, quickly stand, you're harming your longevity. Seeing Han Mo kneeling, King Cheng gently said, yes, if you need help, just say directly. King Cheng carefully supported him, asking what's wrong. Han Mo sighed, there are things you don't know. Then he recalled his story from before. 1,000 years ago I had a genius son, perfected into human form, cherished by me and my wife. But initially when he destroyed the Palace of Decay, the immortal demon clan hurriedly demanded both clans send prodigies. Even beasts and divine wind of ancient kingdom had to send youth. Reluctantly my son had to go. Recalling that painful scene, he continued, my son died in the Palace of Decay. My wife could not bear and stormed the immortal demon clan's hall, risking her life. The result was clear. The clan's adjudicator not only killed my wife, but extracted her soul suppressed in the demon hall. To prevent my revenge, farewell for 1,000 years. Returning to reality, Han Mo sadly continued, until just now, don't know why a fragment of my wife's soul came here, telling me she is about to be locked in the Soul Eradication Tower. King Cheng asked, Soul Eradication Tower? Wu Yi beside him explained sternly, the Soul Eradication Tower is where major criminals of the immortal demon clan are imprisoned, trapped there, not even a month, both body and soul devoured by the demon tower. Han Mo continued anxiously, if the spirit body is pure and lacks a physical form like my wife, it might be even faster, she could completely vanish in just a few days. Lu Chen stroked his chin thinking, then replied, I understand, but this matter is quite strange, I fear it could be a trap. Lu Chen looked at him and asked, I wonder if Senior's wife left any clues. Han Mo looked at the ground and answered, a clue. Just now when her soul disappeared, she wrote a few words on the ground. Lu Chen walked over and pointed at the words on the ground, reading aloud, Luohuang City, disaster approaches. King Cheng asked him worriedly, isn't Luohuang City the teleportation point we used from the wild region to the clear region? Lu Chen replied to her, that's correct, and now Luohuang City is a teleportation hub to other regions. Could it be that Senior's wife is warning us that the immortal demon clan has designs on Luohuang City? Wu Ningyi spoke suspiciously, could the immortal demon clan be trying to eliminate our trap? Lu Chen looked at him and denied, probably not. First, our survival or death does not affect their plans. Second, there is no need to use such important information to lure us. Wu Ningyi hesitated, also saying. King Cheng beside him added, Senior's wife is real. Lu Chen explained to Han Mo, judging by the situation it seems so. Moreover, the immortal demon clan is likely preparing to attack Luohuang City after breaking the seal. King Cheng asked him, what should we do now? Lu Chen replied without hesitation, the situation is sudden, rescue Senior's wife first, then plan further. Han Mo looked at him incredulously and asked again, really? Wu Ningyi beside him reminded, but the demon clan's palace is vast. The Soul Eradication Tower is also a prison for serious offenders. Not to mention us, even 100 more people couldn't storm in. Lu Chen replied slyly, who said I want to storm in. If they are guarding strictly, we'll play the old trick, lure the tiger away from the mountain. Wu Ningyi looked at Lu Chen happily and said, lure the tiger, I understand the principle, but to lure a tiger you need meat, what will we use? At that moment a shout came from behind, scoundrel, get out here, the unmatched young lady has arrived, are you not going to greet her? Lu Chen smiled slyly and said, if you want the meat, isn't it already here? The unmatched city on the day of breaking the formation, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Looking at Lu Chen and King Cheng, the crowd discussed among themselves. They want to break the 4 formations of our unmatched city. Can just 2 people handle it? Don't underestimate them. I heard that kid has been very famous recently, continuously breaking several formations. Just as the crowd was still confused, a shout rang out, the immortal demon clan's Ju Zi has arrived. Looking up at the judge, someone in the crowd whispered, I heard he hasn't left the palace for thousands of years, and now comes to our unmatched city for a single kid. King Cheng whispered beside him, senior brother, that woman really has arrived. Lu Chen folded his arms and replied, breaking the 4 formations, masters like this, all the big names will arrive, it would be strange if she didn't. Lu Chen whispered, have they all arrived at their positions, preparing to act? Inside, Wu Ningyi replied, I'm at the banquet hall. Lu Chen reminded, if Ju Ji's centaur makes any move, report immediately. Han Mo, monitoring outside the demon palace, replied, I'm done too. Most guards seem to have arrived at the unmatched city. Infiltration now should be fine. He ordered seriously, is everything ready? Act now. Both Wu Ningyi and Han Mo shouted in unison, understood, while the guards were not paying attention. Han Mo dashed into the demon palace. The guards panicked and shouted, who there? Immediately a massacre occurred, screams echoed everywhere, save me, someone help. Li Hua inside immediately sensed this aura, he's really here. Li Hua then reported, Master of Judgment, as you expected, he really has arrived. The judge looked at Lu Chen and said lightly, still too simple, my friend. He pointed at Lu Chen dissatisfied, future pet of mine, this won't do. Then a black aura shot out, the judge shouted, go, she continued to warn. The power I gave you is enough to handle that old thief. Li Hua restrained him, Wang Cheng, go back and assist. On this side, Li Hua's face darkened as he gained strength. Wang Mo beside the judge also changed, his eyes blazing red, murderous aura spreading around. Judge gave orders, and the two shouted in turn, understood. Even someone like Li Hua couldn't escape losing control. Seeing Wang Mo suddenly change, Wu Yi worriedly said, "Doomed, what's wrong with him?" Looking at Wang Mo ahead, he said suspiciously, in just a blink, his strength feels far beyond before. Wu Yi frowned in displeasure, "Damn, old demon Han Mo, so fast someone noticed him. No, we can't let this kid leave." As Wang Mo prepared to leave, a shout came from behind, "Hey!" Wu Yi challenged, "Unmatched City went through so much effort inviting us to break the formation. Aren't you being too disrespectful?" Wang Mo looked at him with murderous intent. "There's one here too." Immediately he charged at Wu Yi and resolutely said, "Fine, kill him first then go after that old demon." Wu Yi blocked him and challenged, "If you can't, try it." Inside the four formations of the Unmatched City, King Cheng spoke, "Senior brother, this place doesn't seem like the other seals." She warned anxiously. "The plants here are all very large," Lu Chen replied, "probably related to the four seals." Looking at the scene before him, he assessed. These four formations correspond to the four basic elements: fire, metal, wood, water, with earth in the middle. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood. This cycle creates a place where converging energy produces unusual nutrients, creating such a strange scene. He pointed seriously and explained to King Cheng, "This strange structure makes the formation hard to break. Those before probably fell into endless cycles of destruction and restoration, consuming themselves to death." King Cheng replied, "So these four formations are not impossible." He thought for a moment and said, "Not impossible, I have a way." But then a shadow appeared. Lu Chen turned cautiously and shouted, "Who's there?" Immediately he felt some soft and questioned, "Wait, this feeling, could it be?" Ziling angrily blushed and shouted, "Scoundrel rogue, you touched me again. Let go." Lu Chen happily called, "Princess." Ziling dodged his hand and scolded, "The rotten scoundrel touched me again." Lu Chen looked at her confused, asked, "What are you doing here?" Ziling looked at him seriously and answered, "As the future lord of the Unmatched City, if you break the formation without effort, your mindset is flawed." Lu Chen then led King Cheng saying, "Let's go." Ziling shouted, "Wait." Lu Chen asked confused, "What do you mean, big sister? You can't even beat me but want to break the seal. Are you trying to die?" Ziling frowned and turned away. "I don't care, I can't get out anyway. I'm going with you. If you don't let me follow, I won't let you take the reward outside." Lu Chen helplessly agreed, "Fine, but I warn you first, don't be a burden. Second, whatever trouble you face, I won't save you. Take care of yourself." Ziling replied, reluctantly agreeing. Ziling quickly went ahead and ordered, "No delays, we depart." Lu Chen complained, "Hey, slow down." Then he sighed, "What karma did I create in my previous life, I wonder?" Smoke rose from the four formations. Lu Chen cheerfully held the large drumstick and exclaimed, "No wonder this is where the elements converge. Even the animals are unusually fat." Right in front of them, a large pig was being roasted to perfection. Lu Chen held out a piece, saying, "Junior sister, here, open your mouth." King Cheng ate while praising it, "Rich yet not greasy, truly delicious." The elder brother, angry, cut the meat in front of him and shouted, "Enough." She grabbed Lu Chen's collar, gritting her teeth, saying, "Tell me, if you don't take a nap then eat." Dawdling around, "I can see clearly you don't want to break the formation." Lu Chen looked at her and asked, "Are you teaching me how to do it?" Calmly leaned against the tree to rest and continued, "If you can't see it, go break it yourself. I've said it. Even if you run into danger, I won't save you. Take care of yourself." Ziling angrily turned away and yelled, "Hateful, fine, I'll go myself. I'm not afraid of you." King Cheng saw Ziling leaving and worriedly whispered, "Senior brother, is it really okay for her to go alone?" Lu Chen reassured, "Don't worry, with her cultivation, it won't be a problem for a short time." Shortly after, his gaze hardened and he added, "But if it turns into a long battle, then it's hard to say." Lu Chen continued explaining, "As I said before, the key to breaking the formation is to act before the elements within it recover, consecutively, breaking four formations. Someone reckless like her obviously cannot do it." King Cheng looked at him and asked further, "So senior brother has a strategy to break the formation?" Lu Chen admitted, "Correct." He drew a map around the four pillars and said, "The four formations correspond to fire, metal, water, plus the earth beneath us. They exist in relation to each other, forming the pattern: wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood, but changing perspective turns it into wood restrains earth, earth restrains water, water restrains fire, fire restrains metal, metal restrains wood." He solemnly recalled, "Second master once said, in one day the states of the five elements change continuously. One disappears as another arises endlessly. What we need to do is find when yin and yang reverse, set up the formation in earth, sever the five element connections, and break it." King Cheng happily rushed over, hugging him and shouting joyfully, "Of course, senior brother. knew you would have a way. Wu Chen continued leaning against the tree, speaking slowly, but there's another reason for not acting. At the gates of Wuzong City, Yu Yi, drenched in sweat, fought exhaustedly. Lu Chen continued, Pan Juji is not a fool. Our intentions she can probably guess. The seniors in Epidemic Task must be struggling. But as long as Pan Juji is still in Wuzong City, nothing will happen. We can delay if needed. Looking at Wang Mo ahead, Yu Yi silently assessed. His aura is not at the Saint General level, yet he can pressure me to this step. He quickly leapt onto the top, continuing to plot. A frontal fight would be harmful. If so, I'll gamble speed against you. Just as Wang Mo rushed after him, without falling behind, Yu Yi exclaimed in surprise, what? The next moment he struck Yu Yi and sent him flying far away. Yu Yi looked at the person before him and sighed, didn't expect Pan Juji to give you so much power, I was too careless. Looking at the aggressive Wang Mo ahead, he said further, your combat strength now is not just Saint General, but peak Saint King. The Vu clan chief said angrily, that kind of progress. A mere boy just reaching Saint King realm dares to challenge the peak Saint King alone. Even I, a late-stage Saint King, would not dare provoke like that. Vu Yi argued in dissatisfaction, clearly he challenged me first. So what if he is a peak Saint King? Sooner or later the day will come. I will make them kneel and bow to me. Immediately after, he was scolded by the old Vu chief, hateful brat. Pointing at Vu Yi beaten on the ground, he loudly warned, stop dreaming, you reached Saint King realm, and yet speak to me. Ascending the Saint King realm is extremely difficult. Even a small gap in levels is like the difference between life and death. If you dare speak recklessly again, don't blame me for being unkind. That was the memory of the Vu clan chief. Vu Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Peak Saint King. He shouted angrily, I don't believe it. Today I will show you death. A powerful aura surged around. Near the immortal demon clan palace at this moment, Hanmo appeared. Seeing the soul eradication tower before him, he said, finally it has arrived. At that moment Lihua suddenly appeared, startling him. He raised his foot and kicked with a force that shook the sky. The strike caused Hanmo to fall far back. Lihua pointed at Hanmo and cruelly reminded, I haven't forgotten the previous time you injured me. Now I will return the favor. Hanmo stood up and cursed, foolish, relying only on yourself. Are you worthy? Lihua asked, dissatisfied. What? Then he viciously rushed at Hanmo. Unable to dodge in time, Hanmo took the full strike, his face becoming stiff. Seeing the murderous aura continuously emanating, Hanmo said coldly, I see your demonic energy is rising. Probably some enhancement from the judging sage. But an ant is still an ant, relying only on a demon army to match me. Hanmo's anger flared, gritting his teeth as he charged, prepared to die. Lihua watched with amusement, licking his lips, then grabbed a streak of light behind him. Lihua grabbed the spirit blade and raised it before him. Hanmo shouted worriedly, spirit child. Lihua challenged him, old demon. If you're capable, strike me. Your wife is now in the soul eradication tower, not to mention even her consciousness in the 3 souls and 7 spirits is in my hands. He warned, if I act, even if you save her soul, she will still be a fool. Hanmo ground his teeth angrily, villainous scum, what do you want? He pointed at Hanmo, saying, I want you to obey me. His eyes flashed with malice, licking his lips evilly, self-annihilation. Lihua gripped the spirit blade tightly, causing her pain, looking at Hanmo and urging, act quickly. Unexpectedly, Hanmo asked calmly, is it that simple? Hanmo continued, I thought that if you had my secret, you might have a powerful move. But it turns out you just forced me to crush my own testicles. An ant is still an ant, your mind is the same. Lihua, angered by the insult, eyes red and wide, shouted, detestable, still dare provoke me. He smiled grotesquely, saying, old demon, before you die, don't even think of angering me. Lihua looked at him calmly. I am not foolish enough to fall into your provocation. Moments later he bit down on the spirit blade and shouted, act quickly, or I will destroy her soul. Hanmo's body was full of veins, yet he looked at him and replied, who provoked you? I am only giving warning. To Lihua's surprise, Hanmo continued, warning, what I will do next. Hanmo continued to lift a fragment of a grotesque soul from the ground. Hanmo appeared behind him, pressing him. Lihua, look, who is this? Lihua froze, shouting, Honger. Hanmo continued, at the back door of Wang Cheng Immortal that day when I scouted, I happened to meet the team taking your son out of the palace. I thought a brief burial would erase your son's soul, but your little third son's data forced me to use the spirit child, making me use your soul to punish you, indeed correct. Hanmo pointed at him and continued, you really did it. Not only that, I realized when you acted, your son was also killed by you. He looked at him mockingly, even a fierce tiger won't eat its cub, yet you could act trash. He angrily let go, pointing at Hanmo, shouting, enough. You cannot understand my heart, damned Han. Today I risk everything against you. He then rushed to strike Hanmo, who quickly dodged. Seeing the spirit of Li Hong before him, he asked suspiciously, Shadow. Hanmo held the spirit blade and said, finding your son's corpse is true, but earlier it was only an illusion. I have already liberated Li Hong's soul. Hanmo continued sarcastically. I am not you. I would never use someone else's kin to pressure. Hanmo told him, the spirit child is no longer in your hands, you have lost. Hanmo raised his hand and shouted, open the soul eradication tower, otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. After a while, Lihua slowly went toward the soul eradication method. In pain he said, you are right, I am not human for survival, I killed my own son, I have lost. He angrily continued, but what have I done, the past cannot be compensated. He screamed like a demon, I cannot let hunger die in vain, I absolutely cannot admit defeat like this. He shouted, I will never forgive you. Thousands of vengeful spirits were released to rush at him. Hanmo shouted in surprise. What? Lihua's face changed, he shouted, go die old bastard. Lihua kept drawing vengeful spirits toward him, transforming into a grotesque shape, saying to Hanmo, old bastard, even if I devour the world today, I will kill you. He grew stronger and stronger, proudly saying, you have no way out now. This moment outside Wushang City. Wu Yi kicked Wang Mo to the ground angrily, shouting, go die. Wang Mo, like a living ghost, painfully charged to punch Wu Yi in the face. Wu Yi refused to yield, rushing to strike back. Immediately after, they struck each other with powerful blows. In extreme pain, Wu Yi fell to the ground, coughing blood. Wang Mo asked, you're Wu Yi, right? He looked at Wu Yi mockingly, I have long heard of your fame, the weakest saint king of the Wu clan, barely becoming chief, also the weakest chief in history. At that moment Wu Yi weakly stood and shouted, stop. Wang Mo, incredulously and worriedly asked, impossible, he should have shattered his veins by now. How can he still stand? Wu Yi waved calmly and said, stop talking nonsense, continue. He struck toward Wu Yi without hesitation, shouting, leave. That man scowled angrily, your ki hesitates, your movements slow, your actions sluggish, useless waste, fighting you is truly a waste of time. A voice rang out, hey, Wu Dich has been specially taught again. Why should he get special attention while we do not? Don't shout. This is the privilege of the chieftain's son. Wu Nei, beaten and bruised by his father on the ground, could not resist, while those around still voiced their discontent. Even if he is the chieftain's son, so what? Yes, his talent, even among us, would be the weakest. Wu clan chieftain struck Wu Mi away with one hand. Seeing him in pain on the ground, he spoke, today's lesson ends here. Rumors and whispers around did not stop. The chieftain could not withstand even a tenth of his strength. Wanting to be chieftain is ridiculous. Truly, where did he get his confidence? Wu Yingyi lay on the ground, tears flowing, trying to endure, but voices around surged. If I had a father as chieftain, perhaps I would be as confident. Forget it, respect his father, speak less. Returning to reality, Wu Yingyi angrily questioned him, you know my past. Behind Wu Mo, a group appeared together, viciously mocking useless. Wu Yingyi gritted his teeth in anger, but perhaps you do not know how I became chieftain. Seeing Wu Yingyi before him, Qigong flaring, Wu Mo panicked and shouted, this strength impossible, your useless name, could surge beyond me. Wu Ni dashed forward like lightning, saying, in my youth indeed I was called useless. Compared to the clan's geniuses, I was just like a tiny ant. Then the past appeared, father, I am still capable, but I never yielded, no matter who, no matter anyone, I never submitted. He angrily looked at Wu Mo and shouted, even if you knock me down countless times I will rise, this is me. Wu Ni struck toward the martial king, shouting loudly, so what if I am useless? Today too, if one must win, why can't it be me? Wu Mo was struck flying. Wu Yingyi continued, I do not accept this. Wu Mo was thrown deep into the forest, dust rising continuously. His face knit with worry. Wu Ni stood silently without speaking. Wu Mo looked at him fearfully, stammering, you this. He shouted, this is impossible, at the same time being struck by Wu Mo's powerful vortex. Wu Mo looked at him and questioned, impossible. Seeing Wu Mo defeated, Wu Yingyi sighed in relief, finally can rest. Seeing Wu Yingyi lying on the ground, Lu Chen asked, how can you stand? Wu Yingyi regained composure, sat up, replied lazily, fine, only the body battered, some muscles hurt, just need time, give me a pot of tea, will recover. Lu Chen leisurely gnawed a large drumstick, speaking, alright then, later rely on senior to save Hanmo. Wu Yingyi replied, his strength surpasses mine, whilst I save him. Lu Chen sat up explaining, Hanmo's strength is indeed extraordinary, but fighting Li Hua, worried about morality. Wu Ni suspiciously asked, you mean Li Hua will cheat? He solemnly replied, yes, that day if he had not cunningly taken my junior sister, I would not be restrained by him, must remain cautious. Wu Ni stood up decisively, if so, I will not rest, recover while moving, reaching the immortal demon city. Perhaps I will be quite recovered, Lu Chen spoke, then rely on senior. King Cheng worriedly asked, senior brother, Hanmo, will there be a problem? Lu Chen looked up with a weary tone, plan is plan, I did my best, from luring to strategies for senior, but senior is upright, does not use Li Hua's soul to protect himself. Lightning struck immortal Wang Cheng, if so senior's side, victory uncertain. Li Hua shouted loudly, old thief, give up, the flame of hope is extinguished. The soul slowly became a ghost, look who is that? Hanmo extremely shocked and angry Thenya. He immediately jumped to embrace her. Huali opened mouth wider, innocent, really going to save. If you want to die, accompany you down the underworld. Falling stones surprised him. Wu Engi Fury threw a punch. Beast, shut your mouth. While Wu Ngi attacked Li Hua, Hanmo said, Thangye, quickly hide in my domain. He looked happily at the sky. Vu Dick. Huo Li Demon Army closed mouth in confusion. Wu Engi rescued him and asked, are you alright? Hanmo was also surprised. Why are you here? He smiled and explained slowly, Jian San Xiao, you predicted I would not use his method against this villain, so called me to rescue him. Hanmo bowed in embarrassment. Jian San Xiao you. He looked up, blaming himself. It is my fault. If I used his way, just now would not have reached this state. And he pointed at the one before him, said, stop talking, kill this one first. Wu Ngi approached where Li Hua lay. He is about to be finished. Let's go together. Suddenly he sat up and grinned. Who are you saying is finished? Countless souls flew out from his mouth. That caused Li Hua to return to normal form. Wu Ngi smiled and mocked, about to die still defiant. His expression suddenly changed, so the souls began to surround the two. Let's see around you. Those souls were very excited. Scent of living. Save me. Began attacking the two. These lowly souls, tortured, 3 of 7 parts mostly incomplete, encountering intact like you, extremely wanting to devour you to complete themselves. Li Hua laughed widely, proudly. In the end I am still the winner. Lu Chen at a distance, now the time. He turned to King Cheng and ordered, follow my guidance spell. She nodded in agreement. King Cheng closed eyes and began chanting, do heaven earth, yang yin incessant. Suddenly 2 white bones appeared, symbolizing the number containing reason, the path reflecting form, the reason expressing action. He sat inside the Bagua circle, endless cycles creating subtle benefits, acting against the direction by possibility, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements following commands. Her expression was very serious, the 5 elements of heaven, earth, using heaven as order, using earth as fate. Suddenly a vortex appeared that startled her. What is happening? Surrounding villagers had also seen it. Look there, the formation on the other side. What is that boy doing inside? Judgment sat in one place observing and marveling, truly accurate, able to detect the subtleties within. She immediately ordered her subordinates, execute the plan. He bowed in respect, yes. Judgment kept looking at the vortex ahead and smiled. Luckily someone is here. Our clan's plan is almost complete. Once freedom is regained, I will surely care for you. Lu Chen at this moment also acted. The heaven-earth formation activated. Black energy began to emerge from the towers. The vortex and the black energy seemed to merge together. Ziling looked at the formation ahead and thought, the fire's power is dissipating. Could it be that boy who did it? Her face was extremely frowning. Finally it has some effect. You acted. Single Flame seeing her also feared. Then I cannot sit idly either. Ziling swung her sword forcefully, peerless slash. The flames began to scatter. She rested and smiled triumphantly. For the 38th time, hopefully after that boy acts, there will be no 39th time. She looked at me, looking at the towers ahead. Wood and metal were also destroyed. Perhaps that boy and his junior sister did it. She nicked another tower. The remaining water formation is mine now. After speaking, she ran to the place immediately. The flames were still gradually extinguished. King Cheng looked at Lu Chen with worry. Senior brother, the fire formation was just extinguished. Perhaps it was that young lady. He only murmured slightly in agreement. Lu Chen smiled cunningly. She still had some effect, which gave us a bit more time. She also looked at the distant tower. Now only water remained. Perhaps she is on her way. If she encounters what you mentioned, what will happen? He seemed to have noticed something. He was a little worried and ordered immediately. You are right. If that boy absorbs her, it would be all harm and no benefit for us. The plan does not change. I will return to check. You continue to the water formation. King Cheng, though a bit puzzled, still replied, yes. Ziling was surrounded by mist. Since when has it become so thick? It wasn't there when reaching the water formation earlier. She did not notice a figure behind. Could it be? I took the wrong path. Ziling's 4 eyes collided with something. She immediately attacked the figure who... It was a boy with a rose in his mouth, pouting. So fast you forgot me already. Ziling was startled, her face flushed. Lu Chen revealed his 6-pack abs. She was truly careless. Ziling was also very surprised by that action. Why is it you? Why are you dressed like that? Lu Chen immediately locked her hands. Don't like being passive. Su Ling felt extremely embarrassed. What do you want to do? He moved closer, or perhaps she likes him being more proactive. Don't rush, we'll take it slow. Ziling was already very annoyed. You are crazy, let me go. She panicked when he touched her arm. Let me go quickly, don't make me say it twice. Lu Chen touched her more boldly, arrogant. Isn't this what you wanted? Ziling became angrier. Nonsense. But he seemed more amused. Nonsense? Earlier when looking for me, wasn't she enjoying it too? Ziling's hands were tightly bound, unable to move. It was teasing. That area is off limits. She looked at the young man smiling indecently and thought, annoying, this man, why so rude? Ziling closed her eyes slightly and thought, how does he know I like strong men? Could it be he? She did not know vines were growing from him. If he really liked her, Peerless Slash could add another move. It would not be impossible. Suddenly, a shout made her open her eyes. Hey, what are you dreaming about? Lu Chen actually used his sword to attack the imposter. She was too weak. Even this trivial illusion trick hit her. Ziling could not believe it. How could there be two people? He gently hugged her waist, enough words. Then he pulled her closer. The elemental forces of the three other formations began to merge into the central Earth formation. From now on, to survive, don't leave my side. Ziling went to the previous scene, embarrassed beyond words. Lu Chen, seeing no response, shouted, heard. Ziling pressed close to him, embarrassed, got it. I'll obey you, annoying. The mist between the pillars had still not dissipated. Elsewhere, everything was collapsing. Three men appeared to report. The Eastern Desert Formation has been dismantled, Master Judgment. The Western Mountain Formation has also been dismantled, and the central part as well. Judgment remained expressionless. The 39 outside formations have been completely dismantled. All corpses of soldiers lost. Nearly half of the elite lost. Requesting Master Judgment's command. He smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Prepare to proceed to the next step of the plan. Judgment looked ahead, my friend. Luckily you drew everyone's attention. Otherwise our immortal demon clan could not have destroyed all the external formations at once. Subordinates stood waiting for orders. Master Judgment, should the leaders of other clans continue to monitor? She calmly replied, no need. She walked while speaking to her subordinates. The center of the sealing place is not fixed. The last seal destroyed will be the center. The error rises there. Previously other clans, to prevent the exit appearing elsewhere, restrained themselves to preserve strength. Even dismantling the seal was cautious. But now it's different. She planned to use him. That little friend draws everyone's attention for next. We just wait for him to break the seal here. Wait for the last one to be broken. Judgment was very pleased with her plan. As long as our clan can rush out first, not only will Luoqing City fall into our hands, but all the races here will kneel to us for stepping outside. A subordinate spoke in a strange tone. The last seal is within our clan. She did not show annoyance. Not only you don't know, perhaps many others also do not know. A laugh and a voice echoed throughout the immortal demon clan. Who would have expected that our clan built a palace atop the seal? The two Wu Yi were still struggling to defend themselves. How many souls were there? It truly seemed endless. Many others also appeared around. Moreover, unexpectedly there were so many of the immortal demon clan. The feeling was uneasy. Suddenly a surge of power fell from the sky, and Mo hurriedly pulled him up to avoid the blow and shouted, careful. Strikes rained down directly onto the spot of the souls. Wu Yi sat down exhausted. Thank you. And Mo pointed forward and said, don't thank me yet. Look, who is that? Judging Sage and Li Hua stood there smirking, the judging sage of the immortal demon clan. Wu Yi followed their backs with curiosity. Where are they going? Han Mo also slightly worried and said, unclear, but with all the commotion we caused, if she ignores it, there must be a problem. Those souls still surrounded the two of them. Could it be related to the little junior brother? Perhaps if so, they absolutely cannot leave. Han Mo leaned against him and said excitedly, ready for a grand fight. Wu Yi also smiled brightly. No need to tell him, already prepared. After speaking, Wu Yi's entire body unleashed power. Together they knocked the souls aside and surged forward. On the other side, Lu Chen was also struggling to fend off the enemy. The monster opened its mouth full of teeth as if to bite him. Lu Chen still tried his best to block its attacks. He dodged from side to side. Ziling, startled, turned and shouted at Lu Chen, what are you waiting for? Why don't you deal with him? He angrily shouted back at her, shut up, haven't you seen it's the array's eye, not the formation itself? He remained fully focused on the enemy. Earlier my technique merely reversed the flow of elemental power among the 5 elements, weakening the other 4. But the weakened power doesn't vanish. It flows into the array's eye with the collapse of the primary formation. Lu Chen was under extreme tension, the water array still not broken. If it dies, the elemental power would return, he thought, and immediately struck the enemy. Must hold it, otherwise all is in vain. Scene shifted to the immortal demon clan building. A subordinate following Judging Sage and Li Hua said, this place is the seal. He felt extremely excited, looking around unexpectedly. Beneath our clan palace there is a heavenly cave. Li Hua turned and spoke mockingly. There is much you don't know. Years ago the Judging Sage alone suppressed the guardian of this seal, and then built the clan palace atop it. The 3 of them looked at the bound guardian. The main goal was to kill the guardian at the crucial moment, clamp the seal, and command all clans. Judging Sage held his sword and stepped forward. The time is almost here. She smiled cruelly. After all these years, hard for you, very soon you will be freed. Suddenly someone crashed down from the ceiling. Don't think so. He quickly turned toward the noise. While Li Hua was still confused, Han Mo shouted, Judging Sage, your little villain. Wu Yi surged forward with indignation. Today I must act for all clans in the illusion to enforce justice. She turned away emotionlessly. Li Hua, deal with them. He immediately obeyed, yes. Together they charged to attack, wanting to go, don't think so. Li Hua quickly extended his hand to stop them and smugly said, not yet. The earlier fight was just an appetizer, now comes the main course. Together they struck and shouted, relying on you to stop us. Suddenly both fell to the ground. Wu Yi could not understand what happened. Hanmo was struggling to stand, unclear. A huge force just pulled. Could this little brat be up to tricks? He remained calm, even mocking them. Seems you truly are old. Look carefully around. He pointed at the characters on the wall behind. This is the sacrificial altar for the elite seal. The guardian imprisoned by the master does not represent the seal's power, sadly. In this seal, even great celestial beings cannot use strength, meaning here, the two of you are merely useless. Hanmo slammed his hand on the ground in anger. Hateful judging sage. Watch judging sage's smugness with fury then. Can't use strength, what should we do? V was much calmer. Afraid of what? We can't use it. Neither can he. Charge forward. Together they immediately surged forward to attack the enemy. Li Hua also quickly struck, sending them flying foolish. From one surprise to another, they were left speechless. He grabbed their hair and lifted them to look. Li Hua had never been so delighted. Bestowed with fortune from the master, his power aligned with him. The two Wu Yi could not help but curse him. Judging sage's dog hateful. Li Hua still laughed joyfully. What must I say to you? He no longer teased and directly threw them away. Today, both of you must die. He happily slapped Hanmo. Li Hua smiled broadly while striking Via. He seemed to dance through his attacks in the air. A thick, long vine lashed straight down. Lu Chen raised his sword to block the strike. He blocked while anxiously asking junior sister, not finished yet. King Cheng was still attacking the monster, almost there. She immediately drew her sword. King Cheng spun around and threw her sword with all her strength. She looked at the defeated demon. Alright. The water demon was desperately trying to escape, its elemental power beginning to gather. Senior brother. Lu Chen was extremely delighted by that. Water began to flow into the wood demon. It started to transform and rhythm. Lu Chen had waited for this moment for a long time, and now it had come. He unleashed all his power and surged forward, the moment of elemental convergence, the day of your destruction. Lu Chen shouted in anger, I have restrained you for too long. The arbiter was still observing everything. The time has come. Has he succeeded? She looked at Lu Chen gathering his strength to attack. Wait a moment. He used all his strength to strike down in one blow. The subordinate, after being stunned, spoke up. Success. Master, the time has come. The arbiter, sword in hand, charged forward eagerly. Finally, a wave of dark energy emanated from the sword. Today is the moment to relive the glory of our clan. She did not hesitate to stab the guardian and laughed cruelly. Die, use your fresh blood to pave the way for the future of our immortal demon clan. The disciples cheered in joy. Long live the arbiter, long live the immortal demon clan. Suddenly, thunder struck and water surged. What is happening? A natural anomaly. The arbiter finally looked back. Something is wrong. The bloodied guardian knelt there. Why hasn't the seal been broken? The seal should only remain here. She was deeply puzzled in her mind. What is wrong? Where is the mistake? Suddenly, the subordinate spoke mockingly. You are really foolish. Who told you this was the final seal? The arbiter looked back in shock. Who are you to dare deceive me? The subordinate removed his mask and outer coat. See who the master is. Wu Zhan clenched his fists in rage. I am your grandfather, Wu Zhan. Wu Zhan suddenly shouted loudly. Sixth brother, we can move now. Lu Chen smiled, just waiting for you to say that. He shouted to bolster himself. The seal, the arbiter hurriedly reached out. Don't. One strike of his sword split the wood spirit. Open it for me. A powerful light shattered the roof and shone down. Reversed world appeared then. The villagers inside were overjoyed. Look quickly. Outside, the seal is broken. Great. We can finally go out. Ziling witnessed everything in astonishment. How is this possible? Could it be that the other seals opened simultaneously? He stared blankly at his triumphant face. Looking at him, could it be that he planned this from the start? He smirked slightly, watching the seal slowly open. Who is this man really? The arbiter looked at the guardian, speechless. Wu Zhan saw this and hid a corner. Turned to speak to the two who were still surprised. Senior, when I slipped out I saw Li Hua enter. Before he could react, we go. The two shouted in unison. Wu Zhan. They were still puzzled. Why are you here? The seal just now was. He immediately reminded them. We'll explain as we go. If we wait for a reaction, we won't get far. The three quietly walked outside. Actually, at the start, I asked Sword Brother if we should tell them. But his intention was strategy can only be hidden from enemies by our own people. Wu Chen laughed excitedly. Holding the flag when we broke the first seal, he had already told me. A certain energy released from the flag. When the seal was broken, a force of the seal was emitted. Lu Chen stared intently at what was in his hand. The palaces scattered across the forest. Months later, he observed the seals while breaking them, concluding that the force, though imperceptible to normal people, was key to opening illusions and isolating the current world. Lu Chen stood on the cliff observing. Explaining the mechanism, the blue flames connecting one palace to another broke them. The mechanism being, each seal broken emits energy, which is applied to other seals until the last seal breaks, releasing all energy to open the gateway to the current world. Lu Chen studied the map seriously and discussed with Wu Zhan. On the night we decided to act, he said to me, if the immortal demon clan wants to strike first at Luohuang City, we must be fast. A map of all palaces, some destroyed, but the seals around the immortal demon clan were broken. If the main gate opened in another territory, the gap in their plan would be obvious, implying the immortal demon clan had one hidden seal. If all other seals were broken, activating that one would allow them to control other clans in the exile lands. Wu Zhan excitedly narrated everything. The breaking of the unsurpassed 4 formation was the perfect opportunity to execute the plan quickly, so we decided on this strategy. Vi also marveled. Sword Third Xiao Yu on this floor also realized Hanmo was astonished, meaning from the start, he knew the Arbiter planned to exploit him. Thus he reversed it. Wu Zhan nodded correct. Wu Zhan disguised and pushed a man forward, so he arranged me to ambush near the Arbiter, luring the Arbiter to break the seal, then open the seal at his location. Thus the Immortal Demon Clan's plan would be disrupted automatically. The two sat silently listening attentively. Then they burst into laughter. Wu Zhan looked at them puzzled. Senior, what are you laughing at? Wu Yi laughed while stroking his chest. Seems we are really old, waves after waves. Hanmo raised his hand showing a ring with a girl's image. Indeed, once outside, might as well retire, hide with Linger. Not bad. Suddenly a loud sound erupted. The three were startled and looked over. Wu Zhan quickly supported the two seniors. The seal near Unsurpassed City began collapsing. Seniors, let's go quickly. Everything began to crumble. The sound was immense. Smoke filled the air. The Arbiter inside only noticed when a small stone fell on his shoulder. Li Hua beside him no longer urged calmly, Master, the seal has collapsed, should we? Judgment only smiled lightly, revealing a fang, and he could not help but laugh aloud. Li Hua also asked in confusion, Master, what is wrong with you? She continued holding her chest and laughing loudly. After tens of thousands of years, you are the first to dare scheme against me. Then she immediately changed her attitude, her eyes sharp, truly someone worthy to be my puppet. Judgment pointed towards Li Hua and commanded. Li Hua led the clan to hide, preparing for the chance to seize control of the main gate. Li Hua asked again in puzzlement, Master, such an important matter, why do you not personally lead? Judgment produced a black flame with golden light and explained, I have something more important to do. Her brows furrowed, murderous intent surging, I must go, subdue that brat, this time he must swear allegiance to me. Outside, the seal also began to crumble from the roof. The pillars also broke and collapsed. Everything fell, creating a desolate scene full of smoke and dust. Wu Zhan and the two elders sat at a distance watching the collapse. Extremely satisfied, Wu Zhan laughed loudly. Fortunately, we ran quickly. If we had been a bit slower, fear would be. Suddenly a beam of light shot up from the seal, startling Wu Zhan. Judgment flew upward with an extremely angry expression. It was Juji. Wu Zhan looked toward her flight path and saw the direction she intended to go, Wushuang City. After realizing Wu Zhan had lost his temper, he grabbed his head and shouted, It's over, she will definitely seek out Senior and cause trouble. What should we do, Pan Juji? Act personally. This time it's troublesome. Wu Zhan looked at Pan and decided to chase. Must hurry there, the three of us plus their siblings might be able to barely cope. Wu Yi quickly pulled Wu Zhan back to refuse. No, we are not going. Wu Yi explained even if Pan Juji comes with all 5 of us, it's still insignificant. Hanmo also added, to defeat her, we must split up, inform our brother's plan to the Wu clan leaders and other clans. Wu Yi also agreed, right, as long as the clans in this land unite. Only then can she be defeated, leave the Wu clan to me. The three of them divided the tasks. Wu Zhan clasped hands in thanks, then go to Wuzong City. There are many high-level members of other clans. Convince them I will go to the Beast clan. Linger is their chief's daughter. They won't sit idly by. Wu Yi stroked his beard and thought, this is the best solution, everything is ready, just hope Jian Tam Xiao you can hold out until we arrive. Then the three of them flew in 3 different directions to execute the plan. Nothing can be delayed, move understood. On Lu Chen's side, he fought desperately to protect the princess. After finishing, he was so exhausted he collapsed on the ground, his hand unconsciously dropping the sword. Completely drained, the backlash activated his sealing power, matching a day of demonic master training. Suddenly Hailong sensed something astonishing and reported, Brat, something is coming. Hailong looked at the distant sky. Indeed, a purple light was approaching. This person is not simple, at least a celestial lord. Lu Chen also looked, guessing in shock, Celestial Lord, could it be? The light drew closer, revealing a woman flying towards them. Pan Juji flew over, eyebrows furrowed, face fierce. Pan Juji. She unleashed an attack straight down at Lu Chen. The force so great, stones scattered. Lu Chen struggled to dodge. Damn, just now exerted too much, exhausted. Ziling, sensing danger, jumped to push Lu Chen away, careful. Immediately an extremely strong energy erupted there. Surrounding trees shattered, forming a deep and wide hole, dust flying everywhere. Pan Juji still inside. Lu Chen groaned in pain, glancing at his hand. Stunned to see his palm covered in blood, Lu Chen realized and looked down at Ziling lying still, her back bleeding, the princess. The princess lifted her face and smiled despite her mouth full of blood. It's so good that you are safe. Before losing consciousness, she instructed, run quickly. Lu Chen panicked, shaking her and calling princess. But she lay unconscious, showing no sign of life. Lu Chen cried out in pain, princess. Pan Juji slowly approached, surprised that her little slave had feelings. How long have you been here? Even the princess of Wuzong City was caught. Lu Chen glared at Pan Juji in anger, it's her. Pan Juji frowned, looking at Lu Chen. All these years, no one dared to trick me, you are the first. She laughed triumphantly, pointing at Lu Chen, kid. How should I punish you for talking about your sister? The forest erupted with explosions, smoke billowing. Lu Chen was thrown far, couldn't help but cry out in pain. A hand reached out from the smoke. Pan Juji angrily grabbed his neck. He had no strength to resist. Pan Juji sent a surge of power towards Lu Chen, creating a deep hole. King Cheng ran over and saw the princess lying still, surprise, called princess. Glancing around, she saw Lu Chen also lying still, senior brother. She ran to embrace Lu Chen, stroking him, senior brother, hang in there. Panjuji stood by irritated, shoving her away. Get out, she yelled back, no way. Panjuji said nothing and directly swung her hand to pull King Cheng aside. Coming closer, Panjuji touched King Cheng's face and praised, truly a beautiful face. Killing would be too much of a pity. She continued, teasing, better yet, I'll turn you into a puppet, so you can always be with your senior brother. Lu Chen pointed his sword at Panjuji, startling her. She shouted, release her. Lu Chen slowly stood up, panting arrogantly, scolding, we're not done yet. How dare you underestimate me? Panjuji crossed her arms and mocked, I advise you to stay still. She waved her hand to form purple smoke as a warning. I don't want my precious slave to become crippled. Directly struck Lu Chen's chest, continuing to spread her hands, forming a swirling circle. She swung her hand, sending Lu Chen flying into the air. He couldn't help but scream. Lu Chen closed his eyes tightly, falling while thinking, is this a celestial lord-level being, completely impossible to resist? Lu Chen kept thinking of a way to resist, must find a way. If this continues, both the master and the princess will be in danger. As he was thinking, Panjuji appeared behind him, grinning wickedly. Where are you looking? Then she kicked him strongly, creating a deep hole. Then she continued swinging her hand to fling him far. He could not resist. Delighted, she pressed down on him, using force to strangle Lu Chen until he spat out blood. Panjuji asked with pleasure, so know the distance between us yet? Now beg me. I consider leaving some awareness when turning you into a puppet. Just then, King Cheng ran quickly, shouting, release my senior brother. Panjuji noticed with just one move, get out. King Cheng was thrown, sliding a long distance. King Cheng stopped at a large tree and then lost consciousness. Lu Chen witnessed it but lacked the strength to stand, shouting, junior sister. The verdict suddenly climbed onto Lu Chen, stroking his face. I ask you again, will you submit now or shall I teach you until you do? Lu Chen did not answer and spat out. A spit landed directly on the verdict's face, which she did not expect. Lu Chen, with a challenging expression, said to her, I have no interest in old women like you, brain mush, wrinkled skin, less disgusting people. Hai Long panicked hearing him and screamed, it's ruined, you've made her furious. This time it's really ruined. The verdict then responded angrily without leniency. If you despise me so, words are useless. Whether my skin is wrinkled or my flesh flabby, you can experience it yourself. A terrifying aura emanated from the verdict, adding, consider it a parting gift for you. She quickly struck him with a powerful blow. Lu Chen was hit and fell painfully to the ground. Hai Long shouted worriedly, it's over, this kid's consciousness is fading, this time even I might die, what to do? While frantically thinking of a way to escape, Hai Long witnessed an astonishing scene. When the verdict was happily torturing Lu Chen, she laughed maniacally and shouted, this kid is mine now, after a while releasing a huge amount of energy. The verdict was satisfied, clapping, it has been a long time since I felt such satisfaction. This kid is considered dealt with. Then she turned to the King Cheng group and said, next, turn these two into puppets, especially that princess, use them to threaten the people of Wuzong City. Quite reasonable. But before she could enjoy it longer, a voice came from behind, hey, a great heavenly master like you bullying a junior and then trying to leave. Verdict looked back but couldn't believe her eyes, muttering, impossible, how did you rise again? Not right, this aura. You are not him, who exactly are you? Inside Lu Chen's body, a mysterious woman replied, who I am is not important. Then Lu Chen emanated murderous aura and continued, what matters is you bullied my disciple, so I will bully you as you treated him. At the same time, someone was rushing toward them from afar. It was Wu Zhan, who stammered, seeing the battle from afar. This is. Inside the battle, the master was using Lu Chen's body to release power freely. He raised one hand to the sky. Below a terrified scream, the sky's cracks were sealed again. Indeed, the previous fissures were slowly sealing themselves. King Cheng, supporting his junior sisters, watched the chaotic scene and wondered, what is happening? In the blink of an eye, a nearby ancient tree collapsed with a crash. King Cheng witnessed it and asked in shock, is this really senior brother? The more she looked at Lu Chen, the less she dared believe. This brutality seemed like he had become someone else. After handling everything, Lu Chen exhaled in relief, it's over. The verdict behind, furious, clenched her teeth and asked, what did you do? She continuously questioned him, after so much effort to break the seal. What magic did you use to reseal that crack? Now in the verdict's eyes there was only Lu Chen. She spoke with hatred, only one step away from freedom. I will not let anyone stop me. Speaking, the verdict continued to attack him. Even you, I will not forgive. Just as a beam of her power was about to strike him, even if it had to kill you. As expected, the power struck him but was repelled and met with provocation, kill me. Lu Chen also mocked her, truly a frog in the well. The verdict was furious. What? Then Lu Chen unhesitatingly prepared to retaliate. I will let you expand your knowledge beyond the well. The verdict did not anticipate this move from Lu Chen. Very quickly she was hit by him in a daze. He was kicked away by Lu Chen as if he gently kicked a ball. Then Lu Chen activated the power in his hands. He decisively struck her until blood flew from her mouth. Very quickly the verdict was thrown thousands of miles away. Lu Chen watched as her trace slowly disappeared completely. He even leaned to look following it, amazed, flying quite far. Beside him, King Cheng weakly approached and asked, "Senior brother, are you okay?" Lu Chen momentarily blankly turned and asked, "You are?" Then he jumped with delight, asking loudly, "You must be the junior sister the kid often mentioned, disciple of Yao Xi. That kid has good eyes, huh?" Then Lu Chen did not hold back, hugging her directly. "Not bad, not bad. Nice ass. My disciple has support now." King Cheng was frightened and shouted, "Senior brother." King Cheng blushed shyly in his arms and said, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Behave normally." At this time Lu Chen's true personality appeared, saying, "Can you be a bit restrained? If this continues, how will I see my junior sister in the future?" Teneng appeared arrogantly, replying, "I choose a wife for my disciple. Do you need to instruct? Causing such a disaster, I have yet to settle with you. Stand silently and obediently." Lu Chen immediately obediently replied, "Yes, master." Hai Long, hearing this, asked in shock, "Master?" Hai Long, now fearful, thought, in this kid's soul ocean, how many rebellious ones are still hidden? Each one is incredibly strong. King Cheng, in Teneng's mind, screamed in fear, "Senior brother, no." Teneng, seeing this, responded with delight, "Good, I like this reaction." A few days later, when they arrived at the mountain, the scenery was magnificent and vivid. Amid the thick clouds and jagged high peaks, a fleeting figure appeared. This figure twisted and turned in the air continuously. It was Fan Juji, flying chaotically like a wild chicken. Oh, she was being thrown, and after a while fell apart, plummeting to the ground. She clutched her stomach in pain and crawled painfully step by step, but then she endured the pain and thought of something, pausing. Fan Juji thrashed in frustration, thinking, "No matter who you are, stealing my people, unsealing the transmission gate, and on top of that harming my beautiful body." Around her, strange vortex rings began to appear. Fingers began to change continuously, a layer of iron armor quickly forming. Her legs were also more carefully protected. Not stopping there, she continued to sprout wings, saying with hatred, "I will never forgive you." At this time Lu Chen leaned close to King Cheng with a grimace, asking, "Tell me, how do you know my disciple?" King Cheng, frightened by this, asked back, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" This time Lu Chen also had to feel awe. No wonder he is master. Hai Long suddenly worriedly reminded, "I sense a huge energy. It is that woman, Fan Juji." At this time everyone at the foot of the city anxiously asked each other, "What's happening? Quickly look, over there in the sky something." Vu Zan also realized that this energy was Fan Juji. Vu Zan hurriedly urged himself, "I must go there quickly." Meanwhile King Cheng was held by Lu Chen, blushing, saying, "Senior brother, stop." Soon she opened her eyes wide in fear at the scene before her. Fan Juji appeared, speaking mockingly in a terrifying tone. "You all are too relaxed." Fan Juji looked at Lu Chen arrogantly, continuing, "Though I do not know who you are, if you dare ruin my plans, don't blame my cruel heart." Lu Chen watched this scene in astonishment, replying calmly, "Is that all? I thought you would know better and give up." Fan Juji would not yield, immediately snapping back, "You are the first to dare underestimate me." Then she surged with murderous intent, shouting, "But you will also be the last, go die," and immediately struck without mercy. King Cheng worriedly called out, "Senior brother." Hai Long also feared inwardly, thinking it's over. But Lu Chen remained extremely calm. He advanced without hesitation, ready to confront. Then there was a massive explosion, scattering everything into the air. From the ground erupted a column of immense energy. Only the innocent were flung into the air, shouting in fear, "Help, help." Even Vu Zhan was thrown into the air, unable to react. Fan Juzi roared like a demon, "Die, all beings, everything." Then from nowhere she formed a blood-red weapon, declaring, "I will use your blood." At this time Fan Juzi harbored ambition, paving the way for the rise of her immortal clan once more. Black smoke columns rose, swirling into the sky. She looked at the burning void and said proudly, "Turned to ashes already." While she believed he was dead, this was the consequence of defying her. Fan Juzi arrogantly declared, "All beings in this forsaken land, hear this. I am Fan Juji of the immortal clan." Vu Zan helped the injured stand, surprised. Fan Juji continued to announce, "Now the seal has been lifted, the invincible city also belongs to me." She forced everyone, "I will not pretend anymore. One choice, either follow my clan," while her subordinates rejoiced, saying, "Master succeeded, everyone prepare, brothers, wipe out all outsiders." As soon as Fan Juji finished speaking, "Or die," the clan members rushed out to kill all innocents. Fan Juji continued, "But no matter what you choose, her subordinates killed freely," and Fan Juji laughed, "You must also obey me, all of you will obey me." Fan Juji laughed proudly. She laughed loudly, "That boy has turned to ashes." The seal broke on its own next. Then her face turned surprised. She stared upward, asking doubtfully, "How is it possible the seal still remains?" Looking at the endlessly burning fire, Fan Juji solemnly wondered, "Could it be that boy is still alive?" She panicked, looking around, shouting, where? Fanjuzi clenched her teeth in anger. Where exactly? And behind her Lu Chen appeared unharmed. Fanjuzi sharply noticed, turning a sword shot toward Lu Chen, but the sword energy shattered upon hitting his hand into many pieces. Fanjuzi stared at Lu Chen in confusion, panicking. Lu Chen, exuding killing intent, said, "How many times must I say it before you understand?" Moments later he raised his hand, a beam of light appearing. Fanjuzi was struck and thrown back toward the formation behind. Her body was tightly bound by the formation. Fanjuzi struggled, looking at Lu Chen, gritting her teeth. Impossible. It failed just now because I did not use full strength. Now I have. Why? Why still fail? Lu Chen remained strong and healthy. She screamed furiously. What kind of god or demon are you? Why protect this boy? Lu Chen stepped forward, stroking her face, asking, "Do you want to know my name?" Redirected the energy to strike Fan Nin's chest. Then he forcefully threw him back and shouted, "You are not worthy." Seeing the front of his shirt torn to shreds, Fan Nin angrily shouted, "How dare you?" Lu Chen, provoked, frantically tore the armor off her. She cried in fear, "You." Lu Chen coldly placed his hand on Fan Nin's waist and said, "You, what do you mean you?" Immediately he tore her clothes while speaking, "I gave you a chance to leave immediately, yet you came back seeking death." Seeing Fan Nin's face flushed with embarrassment, Lu Chen asked, "What expression is that? Could it be you enjoy being tormented?" Seeing Fan Nin remain silent, he grabbed her face and asked, "Does this expression mean I guess correctly?" Unexpectedly, Fan Nin angrily opened her mouth and yelled, "Detestable," yet she stubbornly said, "Don't think I'm afraid, stop being delusional." Then she shouted, "You may kill or cut as you wish. We have played enough. What more do you want?" Suddenly he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "I want." She screamed in panic. "You." Struggling with a shout, she said to him, "Impossible, I do not consent." Then Lu Chen pressed her neck, making her tremble. "You have no right to refuse. This is for my disciple. Whether you want or not, you cannot refuse." Moments later, he forcefully broke the formation binding him. She screamed, "Detestable." Fan Nin's hand slowly gathered the demonic energy. Fan Nin looked at Lu Chen, assessed, then withdrew the energy. She stared at him silently for a while. Then she quickly fled, shouting a warning, "Don't think being stronger lets you command me, brat. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." Lu Chen panicked and pointed at Fan Nin, asking, "Master," she ran, "shall we chase?" Master calmly crossed his arms and replied, "Chase what? Let her run. She can't cause any trouble. There's still much to do. No need to waste time on her." Lu Chen asked, "Master, you mean?" Master looked ahead and shouted, "That immortal demon clan need not exist anymore. They should be wiped out." Then his eyes turned cruel as he said, "And that one who dared threaten my child, he deserves death the most." In the great hall of the Fish Clan, the demon clan surrounded them and shouted, "Tell us, where are the remaining elders of the Fish Clan?" Manhwa pressed his blade to a Fish Clan member's neck and asked, "Speak quickly, or don't blame me." The Fish Clan resolutely replied, "Dog bastard, even if I die I won't betray my people." Immediately Manhwa cruelly struck the Fish Clan member dead with one blow. He looked at the kneeling crowd and warned, "I won't ask twice. Everyone from other races watch carefully. This is the fate of those who defy the immortal demon clan." The old man beside him angrily shouted, "Your immortal demon clan is so cruel. Retribution will come sooner or later." Manhwa glanced at him and asked, "Retribution?" Immediately Manhwa charged and replied, "If retribution comes, you won't live to see it. Enough chatter, go die." At that moment a shout rang out, "You are Manhwa." Seeing him, Manhwa shouted, "Third sword." Looking at Lu Chen ahead, he continued, "Master Fan Nin has succeeded. No, even if you become a puppet, you shouldn't be here." Manhwa held his blade at Lu Chen and shouted, "What do you want? Where is Master Fan Nin?" Lu Chen's gaze, or rather master, manifested and announced, "She has fled. Now no one can save you." Manhwa's face gradually turned fearful. Master spoke, "Next it's your turn, tricking my disciple into exile, threatening him to work for you. This debt will be repaid with your life." Manhwa fell silent, pondering. Moments later a smirk appeared on his lips, and he laughed loudly, "Brat, you act well, you almost scared me." He pointed at Lu Chen mockingly, "If I didn't know your multiple tricks, I almost fell for it, relying on you alone to match Master Fan Nin." And he formed a circle around them. Manhwa shouted, "I don't even know what makes you good, yet Master Fan Nin tolerates you." But those around were repelled by murderous energy. Manhwa continued, "Fine, though I don't know how you escaped, Master. It gives me a chance for revenge." He looked at him cruelly and said, "Today I will settle the score for Hong-er." Lu Chen looked at him calmly and replied, "You truly don't fear death. This scratching skill is indeed worthy of provoking me. Watch closely." Moments later a strike came at him. He shouted, "This is a true expert, an ant." Manhwa was knocked back, shaking, and shouted, "What?" Lu Chen stepped before him and said, "Your immortal demon clan is weak and overconfident. What gives you the right to provoke me?" Manhwa, in disbelief, shouted, "Impossible. How is this brat so powerful?" Then he shouted in fear, ordering, "Guards, guards, come here. Everyone come block him." Lu Chen mocked him, "You are ordinary but overconfident. You adapt fast. Use your dull brain. If you can't think, I can hint. I'll enter openly from the front. Think about your subordinates." Manhwa recalled his slain subordinates, shouted in fear, "What?" Inwardly thinking, "Impossible. Such a large guard, silenced without a sound." He turned to flee, thinking, "Can't win. I absolutely can't win. I cannot die. I must not die." But at that moment the bird and wolf stood up to block him. Manhwa panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? Get Get out of the way, don't think I fear you. Lu Chen appeared behind and struck, saying, at this point still playing dumb, you are really not obedient. Seeing Li Hua sprawled on the ground, Lu Chen continued, I only plan to kill you to avenge my disciple, yet you arrogantly relied on your position, foolishly assessing the situation. He bent down, hand reaching toward Li Hua. If so, I'll be merciful before you die. I'll properly teach you what humility and a proper apology mean. Li Hua looked at him trembling, stammering, You wanted to do what? He turned to the old men and asked, You old men, what is your cultivation? The old man clasped hands and replied, This coward is incompetent, not even equal to the young hero. I am humble, not worth mentioning. Lu Chen looked at Li Hua coldly and said, Holy General, a little weak, but giving him a leg should suffice. Li Hua shouted in panic, a leg. Lu Chen patted his shoulder in reassurance. He tried to kill you just now, but failed, and established a basic rule. You can't kill him yet, but you can strike him once. Don't worry, I calculated this leg only pierces his lung with bone. He won't die quickly. The old man widened his eyes at him and asked, acting like this, young hero. You, Lu Chen reminded him, don't act refined. Want to ask if this grudge is avenged. If not, I'll know and find someone else. The old man realized indeed. Seeing the old man approaching, Li Hua jumped up in fear, shouting, If you dare lay a hand on me, Lord Panjuji will never forgive you. Immediately, the old man stomped strongly towards him. He shouted in anger, Don't mention Lord Panjuji anymore, already facing death and still so stubborn. If I don't stomp today, how can I avenge the clans who died by your hands? Lu Chen next to him gave a thumbs up happily. The old man, upright and free-spirited, that's the proper spirit. Hai Long appeared and asked quietly, Brat, is your master normally this contrary? Lu Chen replied, I don't know anything, don't ask me. Li Hua trembled in pain, saying, You brat, this time consider you won, kill me, just kill me. Lu Chen did not let go, grabbing his hair, praising better attitude now, but unfortunately still not enough, your debt is not fully paid. He pointed towards the human tribe behind as a reminder, you owe me a lot, repay it slowly, no rush. And he pointed at Li Hua shouting, Come, all comrades of the merfolk elder just killed, line up here, 1 strike per person, aim at the spots I've marked, don't miss. Li Hua screamed in fear, No. Each of the fish tribe stepped forward, cursing incessantly, Damned thief, your day has come, killing my chief. Today you will die in pieces. Li Hua begged in fear, I'm wrong, great sirs, spare me. The entire hall resounded with Li Hua's pitiful cries. The surrounding hall was already in ruins. Inside, Li Hua cried out in pain, badly wounded all over, begging, Kill me, please just kill me. Lu Chen sighed, apparently revenge is successful. Seems you also learned what humility is, very good. Li Hua lying on the ground lifeless, weakly shouted, Kill me, just kill me, begging you. Lu Chen pressed on him, circulating internal power, informing him, This time it's not my turn. The people saw what he summoned in panic, God, fire god. Lu Chen continued coldly, Rest assured, I will control it skillfully. The fire god suppresses your veins first, then slowly drains your remaining spirit, ultimately possessing your will. Moreover, you won't go to hell with the fire god. Even your soul won't burn to ashes. While there's still time, repent quickly. Li Hua was trampled under Lu Chen's feet, stammering, unable to speak. And he unleashed the fire god on him, shouting, Go die. Li Hua screamed in pain. Immediately, Li Hua's entire body was engulfed in blazing fire. Lu Chen approached, sending a surge of fire that wrapped around Li Hua's body. Li Hua writhed in pain, poison throughout, mouth open, screaming. Soon his whole body was corroded, leaving no flesh or bone, head falling to the empty ground. Lu Chen glanced at the old man's group behind and calmly said, The immortal demon clan is dead. The seal has been immediately lifted. You all must seize the time. Freedom is calling you. The old man immediately knelt, shouting, grateful for the heroic rescue. Returning to the forest at twilight, Lu Chen ran in a panic, shouting, It's over, just having fun, and forgot the time. Inside his body, Lu Chen asked, Master, why are you in such a hurry? Grandmaster Tu Ying calmly replied, I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere, I'm hurrying to save you. His face and Heilong's both stretched in confusion, Save me? Grandmaster Tu Ying lay on the ground explaining, I am occupying your body, the power I am using has exceeded its limit. If not removed, your meridians and cultivation will be ruined. Lu Chen shouted in fear, What? He looked at Tu Ying, dissatisfied, asking, Master, why didn't you say earlier? Tu Ying smiled and reminded, Knowing enough is enough. If I didn't save you, you would have died countless times already. Then she reached out and gently stroked Lu Chen's head, saying, All right, no more talking, this little brat is yours, visit us. When free, Lu Chen pouted, All right, master. Grandmaster Tu Ying said, Let's leave it at that for today. Goodbye. Seeing Tu Ying gradually disappear, Lu Chen shouted, Master, wait. Lu Chen, lying on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His whole body felt like struck by lightning, screaming in pain, veins bulging. Lu Chen lay on the ground, trembling in pain without stop. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Indeed, this pain feels like my body is being torn apart. Lu Chen screamed in pain, Master, next time remember to warn me first. A crack appeared in the formation. Around the formation, it gradually shattered, returning to its original state. The gloomy, demonic land was now replaced by buildings of the 6 kingdoms. On the other side, King Cheng held Ziling worriedly, shouting, senior brother, where are you? King Cheng worriedly frowned, saying, really didn't expect. The seal lifted, but such a huge calamity. Senior brother's location unknown. If anything happens, what should I do? At this moment a voice sounded, with this we can find him. Ziling weakly explained, this is the treasure of Wuzong City, necklace and ring, one entity with 2 parts. Previously I used this to follow you into the seal. King Cheng grabbed the necklace on her hand, staring and shouting, so that's it, alright, can't delay. She stood up abruptly, running, saying, senior brother, wait for me. Inside, Lu Chen lying motionless on the ground muttered, damn, master, you didn't say lifting the seal would trigger such a huge formation. The broken seal scattered debris over him. Lu Chen shouted, it's over, this time it's definitely over. The ground beneath him cracked, he gritted his teeth, it's over. Lu Chen fell just below a rising mountain, shouting, Four Saints Mountain. So this exile land is above Four Saints Mountain, not now, no time for this, about to collide. As Lu Chen was falling, King Cheng rushed over, shouting, senior brother. She lunged, reaching out, shouting, quickly grab my hand. But at this moment a fragment pierced towards King Cheng's arm. He fell in pain. Lu Chen gritted his teeth tightly, shouting, it's over. From below, the sharp peak of the sacred mountain shot up. Lu Chen shouted, about to be hit. At this moment Ziling lunged powerfully towards him. Ziling pushed him with all her strength. Lu Chen shouted in surprise, princess. Ziling looked at him worriedly and explained, you once saved me, now I return the favor. Ziling embraced Lu Chen as they fell together. She looked at him and continued, some words cannot be spoken. I hope you do not ask either, just consider it all a dream. Lu Chen stared at her, his expression puzzled. At that moment Ziling held Lu Chen tightly, turned him above her and said, you saved me, now I save you. Lu Chen's face stiffened as he shouted, hey, if you do that you'll die, let me go. Ziling silenced him with a kiss. She whispered, be quiet. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Ziling calmly commanded, forget me, then live on, farewell. At that moment a beam of light shot down from the sacred mountain. People below shouted in fear, look quickly, something is coming this way. A fragment of the mountain fell on the commoners, screams rang out, help, run quickly. The sons of the sacred stared in disbelief. Oh heavens, could it be the end of the 4 sacred mountains? Impossible. Seeing the mountain peak collapsing from the sacred mountain, the sons of the sacred yelled helplessly, impossible. From the sacred mountain gradually fell the marks of history. Year 364 of the imperial calendar, the plot of the 4 sacred mountains was destroyed by Jiansan. The exiled land, sealed for 10,000 years, was also lifted. The surroundings were desolate and ruined. Dust filled the air. Though the seal was broken, it fell upon the 4 sacred mountains, and around the mountains centered on the Yanwang dynasty. Dozens of forces were annihilated. Countless beings perished under the massive sealing stones. And among them first was the 4 sacred mountains beneath the seal. Thus the pinnacle forces of the 4 sacred mountains vanished from history. A lone figure approached, helplessly surveying the scene, and sighed. He picked up a fragment from below. His face was sorrowful as he sighed helplessly. Looking toward the destroyed sacred mountain, he softly said, as you sow, so shall you reap. At that moment, the people began rebuilding their homes together. The 100 Flowers sect, a girl asked, have you heard anything? Her companion replied, in areas recently hit by the sealing stones, many treasures have been discovered. The girl shouted in response, precisely, her companion confirmed, it's true, countless artifacts and elixirs, some even found supreme level martial arts. The girl said sadly, supreme level, but no matter how good the treasures, with our strength we probably cannot take any. Her companion agreed, you are right. After all, our 100 Flowers sect is a small sect. After the major sects have taken everything, probably only scraps will be left for us. At that moment, a shout startled the two. The girls whispered to each other, what are you talking about? The person behind continued, all day gossiping. What else can you do? The girl approached and asked, have you done today's lesson? The 2 girls mumbled in reply, not yet. Hanjing sternly reminded, then go do it. The 2 girls responded, yes. Hanting glanced at the maid beside him and asked, Xiao Wu? The medicine. Xiao Wu quickly replied, it has been prepared. Immediately after, Xiao Wu awkwardly said, it's just that. Hanting moved on and gave instructions, at this stage there are no ifs, ands, or buts. If it's ready, then quickly bring the medicine to my room. Xiao Wu replied, yes. On the side, a girl asked suspiciously, senior sister, will this really work? The person beside her added, I don't know. Hanting closed his eyes, his face covered in sweat, as he explained, this is defying heaven to change fate. Whether it will succeed or not, I cannot say. We just need to try our best, the rest. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the one who needed to defy heaven to change fate was Lu Chen. Hanting spoke sternly, it depends on the fate of this little brat himself. That night at the 100 Flowers sect, when darkness had fallen, the scenery was extremely quiet. In a room, a relieved sigh was heard, let's proceed like this for now. She fed medicine to Lu Chen and continued, everything we could do has already been done. Hanting sat beside him and said, next, it depends on him. Xiao Wu looked at Lu Chen curiously, senior sister, I don't understand. Why must we give our all for a stranger? Moreover, even the precious life pill also. Han Ting gently explained, cultivation is self-cultivation, nurturing the mind and body. She looked at Xiao Wu as a reminder. You forgot Master often said, saving a life is worth more than cultivating for 1,000 years. Xiao Wu objected, but she looked at her junior sister who kept sulking. Xiao Wu, you're still too young. Come, you've worked hard today. Let's see if there's anything to eat. Xiao Wu looked at him dissatisfied and reminded, rotten man's senior sister used so much resource and effort to save you. If you dare die, I won't forgive you. Outside, Han Ting's voice asked, Xiao Wu, what did you say? Xiao Wu worriedly ran over and replied, nothing, I just came here. At this moment inside, Lu Chen's body gradually moved. Outside, Han Ting coaxed, Xiao Wu, don't frown anymore. Good, there will be a treat later. Xiao Wu replied happily, really. Then she happily Han Ting tightly and shouted, senior sister is the best. Han Ting gently reminded, let go, what dignity is left like this? Xiao Wu shouted childishly, I won't let go, I want to hug senior sister and go around the world. At the 100 Flower sect, the two guards drew their swords, faces tense. Right after the gate was pushed open, sending the two girls flying back, a shout rang out, get out. Looking at Han Ting and Xiao Wu, the person in front shouted crudely, you two whores dare block Hong Kun. Quickly call your sect steward here. Hong Kun approached, gripping his hand threateningly. Don't want to go? Fine if you don't. Hong Kun pointed at the brothers behind him and said, stay, play with my brothers. That's not impossible, how about it? The group stared at the two girls in front and spoke vulgarly. These two are mine, Hong Senior Brother's prestige. The little beggar wants to eat the swan. These two girls must be enjoyed by Hong Senior Brother first, not your turn. Hong Kun raised his hand as a reminder. Why rush? The 100 Flower sect is full of women. Why fight over these two kids? Looking ahead, he said happily, once we seize their sect, they will all be in our hands. Then we can play as we wish. I guarantee it will be even more enjoyable. He raised his hand and shouted, so, brothers, fight enthusiastically today. Those who merit will choose a woman first. Understood? The group behind shouted fiercely, yes. At this moment, Han Ting and Xiao Wu approached to warn, whoever dares enter our 100 Flower sect. Xiao Wu, dissatisfied, approached and kicked Hong Kun. Han Ting rushed up and hit him, breaking his teeth, blood spurting. Then he delivered another kick, leaving him unable to defend. Han Ting jumped onto a nearby stone platform. Raising his leg, he looked at the group and shouted, I thought you were someone else. It's just you, Ghost Wolf sect, Hong Kun. Hong Kun trembled and looked down. Han Ting continued mocking, invited to drink but refused. Last time I already warned you, and yet you dare come here. Han Ting pointed at the dissatisfied man as a warning. Ghost Wolf sect, you are a renowned sect yet act so shamefully. I advise you to make those bastards leave the 100 Flower sect, or don't blame me for being rude. Below, the two girls shouted together, get out of the 100 Flower sect. Hong Kun wiped blood from his face and replied, correct, cruel. I like women like you. Today I will have you. Han Ting looked at him, face angry, cursing, how can that be reasonable? She jumped off the stone platform and shouted, this is what you brought on yourself. I will settle scores with the Ghost Wolf sect. She rushed at the group and shouted, go die. Hong Kong looked at her with a smug smile, leaping towards her like a small animal, shouted, if you want to kill me, see what this is. Han Ting caught in her hand a card. She shouted, what? She stared at the seal on it suspiciously. This is the official seal of the Ghost Wolf sect. Hong Kong said proudly, surely you don't think I came unprepared. He continued, I'll be direct. I am here under Master's orders. If you refuse, another day my sect will flatten your mountain gate. Han Ting's face tensed. Hong Kong approached with a sinister look and asked, now I ask one last time. Continued irritably, will you surrender to serve our brothers? Or shall we annihilate everything, spare no one? Xiao Wu beside him shouted indignantly, don't think I'm scared of your bluff. Xiao Wu stepped closer to Han Ting and whispered, senior sister, this man is extremely vile. I see him lying. Ignore the Ghost Wolf sect. Just kill him first. Looking at Xiao Wu's worried face, Han Ting said, no, 8 parts of this is true. We cannot kill him. She frowned and continued softly, I've already heard that the Ghost Wolf sect wants to take advantage of the chaos from the recent royal purges. The order collapsed. To set new rules and establish a sect. Now they are thriving, even if not for us. We must think for our juniors. Looking at the fierce group before her, she continued, not to mention the Ghost Wolf sect, the kind of people they recruit just from their previous strength. We cannot match. As far as I know, the royal hair of the Ghost Wolf sect is only 1. There are 9 in the king rank, and countless below. Han Ting became a little sad and said, if we act rashly, we will be flattened immediately. If that happens, countless juniors will die in battle. How can we face Master? Xiao Wu beside him worried, this matter. Hong Kun approached and shouted, looks like you are very sensible. He looked at her and reminded, speak, I see your expression. You probably already made up your mind. He grabbed her chin and asked irritably, tonight, are you on top, or am I? The group outside the second gate looked worried. Han Ting's expression became difficult. Hong Kong shouted indignantly, speak quickly, I have no patience. Han Ting beside him trembled, unable to speak. The frail girl whispered, today I will go with you. At that moment everyone noticed and shouted together, someone, this is Lu Chen stepped forward and mocked, "What era is this that still has such fools?" Han Jing looked at him and shouted, "He is awake." The junior beside him rushed forward and whispered to Hung Kan, "Senior brother, this guy looks too dumb. Does the 100 Flowers sect of such a person?" Hung Kan immediately denied, "No, the 100 Flowers sect only accepts females. This boy is not one of them." Lu Chen complained, "Making my nose bleed so much. Who did it?" Step forward. Hung Kan beside him watched cautiously. Judging by the look, he did not seem friendly. Better observe the situation first. He turned to Han Jing and asked, "It can't be you girls." He stepped forward with a stern face and asked, "The elixir was given by you." Han Jing fearfully replied, "Yes, so what?" Lu Chen complained loudly, "You are too foolish, a mere 4th grade elixir. What use is it to me?" The group beside Hung Kan looked at each other. Lu Chen's shout rang out, "The power of the 4th grade elixir cannot pass through my body to aid. Instead it accumulates inside me, making me angry. See, my nose bleed. All your fault. It hurts terribly." Xiao Wu rushed forward to block in front of Han Jing, looking at him and rebutting, "Enough, ungrateful fool. Saved you and you still complain. Initially I should have saved you, should have left you to die in the middle of nowhere." Xiao Wei reminded him, "For 4 months senior sister has sincerely cared for you. If you are not grateful then so be it." But to scold senior sister, Lu Chen worriedly asked again, 4 months. Thinking silently, disaster, slept for 4 months, junior sister princess. Where are they? Lu Chen hurriedly asked that. I ask you, when you saved me, did you see any other people? 2 girls, one a bit taller, one a bit shorter, and their appearance. At that moment Hung Kan beside suddenly laughed. He laughed loudly at him and scolded, "Where did such a brash guy come from? Get aside, don't block me from serious business." Han Jing beside spoke to stop. "This has nothing to do with him. Hung Kan, I warn you, don't be too aggressive." Hung Kan shouted in protest. "So what if I am aggressive? Don't want to be in the 100 Flowers sect anymore." Lu Chen behind looking at her thought, "Seems this woman has encountered difficulties. Although the urgent matter now is to find junior sister and the princess. But since she saved me, I must repay her." Lu Chen stepped forward and asked him, "Your name is Hung Kan, right?" He drew a sword and asked, "Seems you and this young lady have a conflict, but unlucky for you, she saved me, I must repay her. But I have urgent matters now, no time to chat with you." He said coldly, "Then, commit suicide, choose a gentle way to die, consider it leniency from me." Hung Kan's face darkened in anger. He rushed toward him shouting, "Brat, dare to speak again." Lu Chen calmly said, "Where did I let go?" His face full of murderous intent, cold eyes shouted, "Brat, disrespectful, want to die." Behind, Han Jing worried, doomed. Xiao Wu beside continued, "It's the end, what is he showing off?" Lu Chen sighed and invited to drink, but refused. "Now want punishment, drink? All are people of cultivation, yet ambition is so strong." Immediately a sword slashed at Lu Chen. He said, "If you don't die, who will?" Han Jing looked at the scene in surprise and shouted, "Hung Kan's power, perhaps only slightly less than mine." Xiao Wu beside stammered in fear, just one move." Seeing Hung Kan bleeding profusely, the group behind froze. Hung Kan, senior brother, how can he? Senior brother was only a step away from the primordial spirit level, yet died from one strike of his sword. What is this brat's background? Who is he? Lu Chen stepped forward coldly, "Who I am you don't need to know or care, listen." He raised his sword to warn them, "By rule you all should die. But I have business, so spare your lives." His eyes full of murderous intent, he continued, "Giving you a choice, bury with him. Or leave." The group fearfully responded, "Yes, we leave immediately." Too frightening. At that moment Lu Chen charged forward forcefully. At that moment he realized something. Lu Chen looked seriously at the scene and said, "Is this the scene after the exile land fell? If so, the people of exile land." Lu Chen clenched his fists and shouted, "Junior sister princess." He yelled toward that direction, "Wait for me." Han Jing anxiously watched. Xiao Wu hurriedly reminded, "Senior sister, all belongings are packed." Xiao Wu pointed urgently and said, "Senior sister, junior sisters have packed up to leave. Let's go quickly find master, then decide next step." But at this moment Han Jing's face remained cold. Xiao Wu protested, "Senior sister." Han Jing composed herself and asked, "Senior sister." Xiao Wu anxiously asked her, "Senior sister, are you okay?" Han Jing closed eyes and replied, "Nothing. Perhaps too many events today, just a bit tired." Xiao Wu asked seriously, "Senior sister, surely you are not thinking of that ungrateful guy?" Han Jing stammered, "No, nonsense." Han Jing looked up at the sky and softly said, "Just a chance encounter, I saved him, he only repaid me, nothing to think about." Then she reminded, "Let's go, must leave quickly before the demon wolf sect discovers." Xiao Wu happily covered her mouth and replied, "Got it." Xiao Wu ran after and asked, "Will he return?" Han Jing replied, "Don't know, why ask so much?" Behind, someone responded, watching the two sisters ahead. 5 days later in the capital, all activities continued busily. The people inside ate and chatted happily. You haven't returned for years. This time tell me, okay, tell me what happened on the sacred mountain. The other approached and whispered, to mention this, one must speak of that person. The one beside stroked his beard and said, this boy is the mastermind behind the destruction from the sacred mountain. Beside Lu Chen, while dining, voices heard the third young master of the sword in exile land is a hero, not only breaking the seal, but also forcing the extermination of the immortal demon clan. Extremely impressive. They continued whispering, however, because of that, the exile land destroyed King Valley. Now the good man third master immediately became a common enemy of King Valley, and it is said, because their working style is so similar, this boy and Lu Chen might be the same person. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. This is dangerous. Junior sister and the princess are missing, and now my identity might be exposed. Looking at the food in front of him, he sighed helplessly. Next, inevitably will involve other forces. Really, can't have a moment of relaxation. He cultivated his internal energy, thinking, but this is not entirely bad. Lu Chen continued to evaluate. After a few days of cultivation, his strength recovered more than half. Moreover, thanks to Master's soul infusion, he vaguely felt signs of breakthrough. He looked outside and sighed. Within misfortune there is luck. Hopefully next can find junior sister and princess. At that moment a shout came from behind. Get out, get out. Don't you see the master escorting prisoners? Seeing outside Hanjing being escorted, Lu Chen shouted, this is not. Like lightning he rushed outside. Standing in the crowd, he looked at the girl, speaking softly. Isn't this the young lady from before? This is. He patted the person beside him and asked curiously, elder brother, who are these people? So imposing. The other replied honestly, young master, you are not a local. Even the Ghost Wolf sect would know. Lu Chen asked again, Ghost Wolf sect. In front, the subordinate kept pressing forward while shouting, move quickly, you demon women. The man explained to Lu Chen, the Ghost Wolf sect is the largest sect in this land. Ever since this exiled land fell from the sky and destroyed our entire dynasty, they have ruled here. Recently, these people have been recruiting soldiers, intending to build a new kingdom, and those being escorted seem to be cultivators. He continued warily, indeed the path of righteousness is difficult. Cultivation is about momentum. If it weren't for being blinded by love back then, now he might also be a hero, truly stirring. Lu Chen sighed in his heart. Perhaps the one killed that day was also from the Ghost Wolf sect. So the situation must be, they wanted to force them to join, and because he killed someone, that's why they were captured, he realized. It seems he inadvertently harmed them. Immediately he snapped his fingers and shouted, wait, perhaps this is a good thing. Now everyone suspects he is the sword third. If he reveals himself now, he might dispel some doubts. Then he placed his hand on the sword at his waist. His stance was already ready. The soldier in front of Lu Chen panicked. He was confused, not knowing what Lu Chen intended next. Lu Chen gently drew his sword. Wearing a straw hat, he said coldly, later I'll take your miserable life. Any hatred can wait. At that moment a light wind rose in the sky. The subordinate panicked and shouted, my hat. Lu Chen approached and lightly slashed several times like the wind. Blood dripped from the small sword. As the drop of blood fell completely, the people surrounding him immediately had their heads severed at once. The crowd around fled in terror. He's killing, run quickly. Xiao Wu looked that way and asked senior sister, what just happened? How in a blink did all those people? Han Ting replied softly, I also. Looking at Lu Chen, she spoke worriedly, this person is not simple. Such a master would save us. At that moment, a voice rang out, cutting through their thoughts. What, still standing there? Don't want to be saved by me? Han Ting and Xiao Wu looked at each other and shouted, this voice is. Looking at Lu Chen with satisfaction, he continued, in front you are, that ungrateful man. Han Ting struck Xiao Wu and sternly reminded, Xiao Wu, don't be rude. Xiao Wu spoke resentfully, senior sister, even you also. Han Ting approached appreciatively. If not for the young master's actions, we might have been more harmed than helped. Come thank him. Lu Chen replied happily. No need for formality, it was convenient. Also repaying the life-saving favor earlier. He flicked the tip of the small hat and reminded, fool, no one said you should thank a lifesaver like this. Even if not called a benefactor, you should say thanks. Xiao ran to report to Han Ting, senior sister, he hit me. Han Ting pointed and said, this is what should be done. Same for them. All are disciples of our Baihua sect. The Baihua sect disciples bowed together and shouted, thank you, benefactor. Han Ting looked at him and continued, young master, may I know your name? Let's go, now is not the time for this. We should leave quickly, the Ghost Wolf sect people may soon. Lu Chen beside her replied happily, my surname is Lu. Also, don't worry. He pulled a chair and reminded, Qingju is my courtyard. Lu Chen sat down and said happily, I go wherever I want. After all, it's just a sect under the imperial dynasty. What's the big deal? Xiao Wu beside him crossed her arms, dissatisfied, speaking loudly, Qingyu is your home. Even a child wouldn't believe that, Han Ting sternly reminded. Xiao Wu, don't be rude. Lu Chen glanced and shouted, if you don't believe, I'll explain slowly, little waiter. The little waiter stuck out from behind the tree, yes sir. He calmly instructed, serve tea to these young ladies. Also add 2 gin of donkey meat. Moreover, there are children here. No need for wine. Is there anything they can drink? Xiao Wu shouted angrily, you're the child, I'm not little. Lu Chen teased, really, but I see it's very flat. Xiao Wu shouted angrily flat. Wait, where are you looking, you scoundrel? At the Ghost Wolf sect, a shout rang out, Master Thak Hai, Master Thak Hai. The man, covered in wounds, reported frantically. The senior brothers went to escort Baihua sect disciples but were killed by a man of unknown origin, Master Thak Hai, Master Thak Hai. He knelt weakly and shouted, the sect leader sent me to find you, please preside. Hung Thak Hai sat above, his eyes red, shouted insolent. He angrily punished the previous person and continued, even in front of my son's spirit dare speak loudly like that. Tell me, how did you escort those scoundrels earlier? The subordinate kept replying. After entering the city, suddenly a brat appeared, stole the prison cart, and according to the disciple who went with senior brother Hung last time, that person looked extremely like the killer who murdered senior brother Hung. Hung Thak Hai angrily crushed the cup in his hand and shouted loudly. His anger intensified. The subordinate coughed up blood. Hung Thak Hai shouted, he killed my son and dared to come to the Ghost Wolf sect territory to steal prisoners. The subordinate weakly begged, Great Master, spare me. I only came to report, please forgive me. Hung Thak Hai clenched his fists and said, today I will make those who owe blood pay. While the subordinate's body was crushed, blood flowing out. Immediately Hung Thak Hai rushed out shouting, give me your life. Over at the tavern, the Baihua sect people spoke with interest, brother. Then what? After you left Kim Yuk Holy Dynasty, then what? He sipped wine and continued. Then, really boring, I went to the Sword Emperor Palace, played for 2 days, bullied the disciples, extorted all sorts of holy pills. He continued happily, but after 2 days it was boring. Then he poured wine again, but the bottle was empty. He looked at the little waiter and reminded, little waiter, the wine is finished. Don't stand there dazed, bring more wine. The little waiter twisted his hands worriedly and said awkwardly, sir, truly sorry, I really dare not. Lu Chen looked at the little waiter and asked again, dare not. Trembled in fear, pointing outside, stammering, because it seems someone is looking for you, you should handle that side first, then drink. Just then Hung Thak Hai kicked the door open full of momentum. Outside dark clouds began gathering, thunder roared, rain began falling. Hung Thak Hai approached, his face displeased, looking at the people in front. Han Ting raised her hand and sternly reminded Xiao Wu, come here. Xiao Wu called worriedly, senior sister. Xiao Wu pointed at Hung Thak Hai and asked quietly, senior sister, this person is who? Han Ting sharply replied, unclear. Han Ting's whole body trembled as she continued, but this aura, correct, this person is a king-level cultivator. He looked toward Hung Thak Hai. A mocking voice rang out, truly a king realm, just a king realm after all. Yuthian, sitting on the upper floor, asked, is it time to act? Dong Hai inside replied, no need, just watch that brat's reaction first. Han Jing shouted loudly, the disciples of Bakho sect obeyed, protect Lu Gongzi. The Bakho sect members drew their swords together and charged, understood. Han Jing raised his sword and said, Ho sword formation begin. Hong Thak Hai looked at them with a sly grin and said, petty tricks. Immediately after, he controlled the entire group. Han Jing shouted harshly, this is the body, why can't it move? Hong Thak Hai mocked them. A bunch of ants dare to act against a king realm. Wait until I deal with you later. The old man approached Lu Chen and angrily asked, you are the one who killed my son. Lu Chen leaned back comfortably and asked, your son? He then replied, it seems you are his father, correct, I did it, why? Thak Hai clenched his hands, veins bulging, trembling as he shouted, why, answer me, why? Anger shot red light from his eyes toward Lu Chen. Thak Hai yelled, today I will show you what it means to live worse than death. I will destroy your soul. Red light immediately pierced Lu Chen's head like a parasite. Han Jing's group shouted in worry, what is this? Opposite it, Dong Hai spoke while eating a king realm, yet using spirit invasion on the junior. That's all there is. Yu Tian calmly said, but having used this move, that guy must be dead now. Seeing Lu Chen's hollow face, white eyes, Yu Tian continued, if the spirit is invaded, lightly your power is wasted, heavily your soul scattered, even death cannot enter reincarnation. He sighed again, regrettably. Dong Hai shouted, no need to watch anymore, master, finish him. Above, Han Jing trembled, calling Gongzi. She helplessly cried, Lu Gongzi. While Han Jing shivered in sorrow, a voice rang out, Miss Han, why are you shouting, worrying about me? Yu Tian and Dong Hai shouted in surprise, what? Lu Chen calmly reassured, don't worry, I'm fine, if you have time to care for me, better mourn that guy. And he threw the vase in his hand at him. Thak Hai fell to the ground, he spoke while drinking. Within a month, the violent son. The old man came to settle. I killed a foolish family from the roof, Amitabha, sins. He continued, also the two across the building have been staring long, not inviting me for a drink. About to leave, at this. Thuthian and Dong Hai were silent. Thuthian panicked, thinking old Dong, this guy, invaded by King Realm spirits, still able to counterkill, could it be? Dong Hai also scared, no mistake, he is, Lu Xiao. Could he be targeting us? Immediately the two quickly ran through the rain. Bowing deeply together, Dong Hai spoke first. Is it that my eyes deceive me, so Lu Xiao meets differently than rumors? No, seeing is believing. I'm Ren Huang Tai Dong Hai. Thuthian continued. I am Ren Huang Shang Thuthian. Lu Xiao, please spare us as we are just passing by. Xiao Wu next to him kept wondering, Ren Huang and the two others, what is this Lu Gongzi's background? At this time Lu Chen smiled cunningly. He said, if you want me to spare you, unless... Screams rang out, they're coming from Geylang sect. The subordinate fled in panic. Quick, go call the sect master. At that moment, a voice rang out startling him. No need to call anymore. Thieu Thian approached and said, your sect master is dead. Dong Hai shouted, following Lu Chen Gongzi's orders. Today Geylang sect has only the path of death. The group looked at each other puzzled. Lu Chen, who is that? Dong Hai looked at them displeased. Even Lu Chen Gongzi doesn't know, deserved to be destroyed. Thieu Thian raised his sword, continued, ignorance is fine. The dead don't need to know much. Dong Hai dashed like lightning, shouting, go die. That day, Geylang sect was filled with screams and the stench of blood. Then 2 beams of light shot toward the top of the building. Thieu Thian and Dong Hai appeared, saying, Lu Gongzi, we have completed the mission. Lu Chen looked at them approvingly. Not bad, I am very satisfied. The 2 clasped hands, shouted thanks. Lu Gongzi looked at the 2 and said, right, I have another task for you. Then he coldly ordered, deliver this outside for me. The more people know the better. Upon hearing, Dong Hai and Thieu Thian shouted, what? Next day, in the small upper floors, gossip spread. The tyrant Lu Chen appeared again. Not only that, he was extremely angry about the falling stone. Rumored he vowed to fight 3 main culprits. Would not stop until death. Someone, incredulous, asked, true or false? The person next confirmed, of course true. Rumored he intentionally wiped a sect to spread news faster. Another wondered, which unlucky sect? Then rumors kept spreading, no matter which sect, provoking the chaotic demon King Lu Chen. Any chance of survival? Exactly. At this, someone asserted, it seems that little sword brat won't survive many more days either. Above, next to Ziling holding a glass, said nothing. She looked at the person ahead and whispered, Jian-san. At this moment, someone angrily slammed the table, shouted, I refuse to accept. What is Lu Chen? That person angrily pointed, you dare call Lu Gongzi by name? Very bold. The other yelled, so what? Jiansan Gongzi is a benefactor in our exile land. Who dares touch him? I am the first to disagree. Another grabbed the collar and scolded, betraying Lu Gongzi. Deserve to die. The other shouted stubbornly, I think you deserve death. The crowd clashed over one word from Lu Chen. The entire valley fought for 3 months. In the chaos, countless forces chose sides to fight each other. Conflicts erupted everywhere, dust filling the sky. In this catastrophe, Bai Zi of the Tiger Clan, seeking revenge for the tiger liquor incident with Lu Chen, caused trouble, punished by Sword Emperor Palace. Tiger Clan lost 8 holy real members, their energy severely damaged. Bai Zi transformed into beast form, gnashing teeth in resentment. Lu Chen hateful, I won't forgive you. A bird flew across the sky, crying, fool, fool, yet who knew this catastrophe was merely Lu Chen proving his innocence, casually saying a word. Time passed to 2 months later, at the foot of Sword Emperor Palace. Inside, Lu Chen sat quietly, circulating his energy around his body. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils contracted, and he shouted with joy, it's complete. Looking at the strong fire energy in his hands, he couldn't help but say, finally reaching the perfect primordial spirit stage, the spirit harmonizes and cultivation speed and refinement have improved greatly. At this moment, someone was approaching from behind. Lu Chen, not yet noticing, joyfully clasped his hands and continued, in less than half a year, I will be able to break through to the king realm. Old Tianya of the Sword Emperor Palace, sword to the sect leader, looked at him cheerfully and said, brat, well done, your cultivation is rising quickly. Lu Chen was startled and turned around shouting, old man Tianya, when did you arrive? Tianya reminded him, it is master. Tianya continued, I have taught you so much, and you call me that, Lu Chen calmly said with eyes closed. I never formally acknowledged you as master. You wanted to teach. I didn't force you. Tianya's face flared as he shouted, you. Rage flared. He pointed at Lu Chen, complaining, well done, you rotten brat. I must have been blind at that time. Lu Chen intervened. All right, let's talk about the main matter. Why are you here? He propped his hand on his face, looking a little sad, saying, really? Why did I encounter such an unfilial disciple? Forget it. Tianya looked at him and continued, seeing you now with great achievements in cultivation. Now your primordial spirit is perfect. I should tell you a few things. Lu Chen, a little surprised, asked. Moments later, Tianya sat down smiling and asked, don't you want to know the silver moon sword you wear? What earth-shattering secret is it hiding? Lu Chen looked at him impatiently, replied, not interested, too flashy. I don't usually like using it. He wiped his mouth and looked at him, saying, brat, you really cannot help but provoke me. Immediately after, Lu Chen impatiently chased him away. All right, I have important matters. My junior sister's whereabouts are unknown. I've searched the entire valley without success. I don't even know how to face the second senior. If there's nothing else, don't bother me, go. He, sweating, asked, junior sister. Lu Chen held up a picture of his junior sister and replied, generally my junior sister is missing. I'm very busy now. No time to play with you. If you're bored, help me find her. Taking the King Cheng picture, he frowned and said, this girl looks familiar. I think I've met her before. Lu Chen hurriedly ran to him, asking anxiously, where did we meet? Tianya replied, at the half-sword position of the silver moon. I thought she was a passerby. Lu Chen complained, why didn't you say earlier? Tianya said, you didn't ask me either. Then he frowned angrily and ordered, enough, don't waste words, take me to meet her, now, immediately. He dragged Tianya and they rushed out of the cave together. A month passed on a night with a red moon like blood. A stranger stood on the cliff, blowing the vein of a vase in his hand. Soon after, many others appeared. The subordinate beside him asked fearfully, "By Z, is it enough that we kneel like this?" Inside the temple, a black tiger and a witch appeared. He continued, "Because of that brat Lu Chen, we wasted 8 gods in vain." The witch inside diligently chanted. The subordinate outside still doubted. But is it really safe to entrust all our assets to her? At this point, he angrily pointed at the subordinate and shouted, "Shut up. If anyone wants to leave, they may. I, Bai Zi, won't stop them." With that, the opposite door burst open with a voice, "Come in, Bai Zi." Upon hearing this, looked overjoyed like a child receiving a red envelope. A shout rang out clear. Bai Zi ran ahead quickly. Subordinates continuously blocked him. "Wait, young master." Bai Zi pretended not to hear and rushed forward. Looking at Chu Wu sitting on the ground, Bai Zi was secretly pleased. Things are progressing smoothly, unexpectedly. A way to suppress that brat has been found so quickly. He smiled wickedly. "Brat Lu Chen, today I will make you pay." Chu Wu turned to him and said, "Young Master Bai, it cannot be hidden. There is a way, but however perfect the plan, arrogance will destroy it." Bai Zi was startled, sweat pouring, panicking. What situation is this? What was I thinking? How did she know? Impossible. Must be a lucky fluke. Zhu Wu stood and looked at him. "Young Master Bai, I told you to handle each matter quickly. Did you forget already?" Bai Zi, slightly fearful, replied, "Not a coincidence. Can you really do it?" Zhu Wu's aged face gave guidance. "Stop this topic here. The method you seek, the tiger god has already told me. Go 100 kilometers north from here. There is a place called the Desolate Desert." A divine sword appeared in her imagination. She continued, "A portion of the divine weapon never before revealed is hidden there. And the young master you mentioned, there is another portion of the divine weapon." Bai Zi asked confusedly, "Another portion?" Zhu Wu went to his side and explained, "As long as you obtain this weapon, then find a way to get the other half from the opponent. The twin swords combine. No matter how strong the opponent, facing the divine weapon, they are just ordinary." Immediately after, the old woman's face turned sinister. She laughed. "Then perhaps no need for me to say more." Bai Zi joyfully raised his hand and shouted, "So that's it. This is indeed a way to defeat Lu Chen." Then Bai Zi turned and moved, looking at her, and said, "Thank you, great blood lord, for the advice. Later there will be servants delivering the promised reward. I take my leave first." But as he was about to leave, Chu Wu called out, "Wait, young master Bai." Chu Wu looked at him and cautioned, "The Desolate Desert is not a place ordinary people can reach. Don't you find it strange? A divine sword hidden in such a desolate desert, never discovered or sought." Bai Zi asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Her face was full of cunning. She continued, "The Desolate Desert is a special area formed by the reflection of killing intent into reality by the divine weapon. Any intruder will be consumed by the weapon's killing intent, becoming a dry corpse in the desert." Usu continued, "Unless you share the same source of power as the divine weapon, you cannot approach it." Bai Zi looked at her with some dissatisfaction, said, "Aren't you saying that except for Lu Chen, no one can get close?" Her aged hand waved. She continued, "Correct, but also not entirely." Zhu Wu opened a secret path and said, "If it were months ago, these words would be true. But a few days ago, by chance, it became false." Liu Quang came out from inside. She looked at her and ordered, "Come out from now on. You will assist this young master. Help him search." King Cheng obediently replied, "Yes, Mama." Bai Zi looked at King Cheng and asked, "Who is this?" Zhu Wu touched her face and explained to Bai Zi, "A few days ago during the disaster, I accidentally saved a young girl. Seeing her potential, I used mind control to make her my maid, but just now the tiger god told me, this girl is the key for this journey." At this moment he realized and shouted, "The key for this journey." Then he spread a wicked smile. Moments later he laughed loudly without stopping. "Indeed, heaven helps me, heaven helps me." Outside in the dim space, Bai Zi's laughter echoed, "This journey, I am certain of success. Just wait, Lu Chen detestable." His shout scared the birds into flying wildly, with the divine weapon in hand. "I will settle every score with you clearly." On the other side, Lu Chen rode on the gourd, cursing endlessly, "Detestable, you saw my junior sister. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Tanya beside him explained, "Originally I thought you already knew about the divine weapon, so I gave you a hint." "Who knew?" Lu Chen complained beside him, "Let's not talk about this yet." He asked, "Are you sure she told you she went to the Desolate Desert?" Tianye looked at him and affirmed, "I am not lying." Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Really strange. If my junior sister is fine, why didn't she return to me first, instead going after some divine weapon nonsense?" Tianye beside him stroked his beard and said, "Thinking back on it, it does seem a bit strange. Remembering when he met King Cheng, he said her expression had seemed odd back then, like a puppet. So now thinking again, surely her mind wasn't taken over by someone else." Lu Chen said seriously, "Stolen my..." At this moment, the desert around was desolate, dust rising thick into the air. At an inn by the roadside, sand and dust constantly blew upward. Inside, a dissatisfied shout rang out, saying, "This sandstorm is far too annoying. Where is the waiter?" Bai Zi group entered. He ordered, "Get us 8 top-tier rooms, the best type." The waiter replied respectfully, "Understood, young master. Please go to the 3rd floor." They all went up together, the waiter's guiding voice echoing, "Esteemed guests enter, 8 top-tier rooms." Staff on the upper floor greeted the guests. At this moment King Cheng's expression changed, glancing at the group. She remained silent, her face turning indifferent. She slowly stepped up the stairs ahead. Outside, a sandstorm continued to approach. Lu Chen dashed forward, struggling to open his eyes, asked Tianye, "The desolate desert is here, right?" Tianye looked at him and confirmed, "Yes, it cannot be elsewhere." He complained, saying, "Tell me, where exactly did that anti-magic sword come from? Why is it in such a godforsaken place?" Tianye said sternly in reply, "It is not an anti-magic sword. It is called Lu Chen sword." Tianye explained seriously, "This sword has existed in the world since the creation of the realm. Originally, at the beginning of heaven and earth, the top called sky, the bottom called earth. In the beginning, humans were weak, vastly outmatched by the primordial power of gods and demons. What humans could do was either serve the two forces like dogs, or survive, praying to see the sun tomorrow under the relentless attacks of both sides. But at that time, a prodigy was born. He alone forged this divine sword with his innate talent. Many bloody images appeared," Tianye continued, "named Lu Chen, meaning my fate is mine, not from heaven, named Lu Chen. My fate is mine, not from heaven." Then he used this sword to deliver a heavy blow to both god and demon clans, forcing them to cease fighting, thus allowing all living beings to coexist in the sacred realm today. The happy days did not last long. Killing a god is against heaven's law, and this prodigy died 1,000 years ago. Then 2 green swords, 1 blue and 1 red, appeared, he added, but before dying, to prevent anyone from misusing Lu Chen for wrongdoing, he split it into 2. The whereabouts of the main part were unknown. Only 1,000 years ago did I discover it. It was in this desolate desert. Tianye looked at him and said, "The remaining part is your current twin sword, Yin Yu." Lu Chen replied, "So that's how it is." The sandstorm grew stronger, he said angrily, "The wind and sand are fierce, yet it can still pierce my protective breath." Tianye beside him scolded, "Fool, this is not ordinary wind and sand. This is the fury generated by Lu Chen from the tributes to his late master for countless millennia." He spoke sharply, "Whether it is fury or grudge, jump down first, keep blowing or we will fall." Tianye agreed, "Fine." Immediately after, the two landed. Lu Chen accidentally slipped. His whole body tumbled to the ground. He rubbed his head and exclaimed, "The wind and sand are truly strong." Lu Chen glanced back and said, "Hey, old man, have you come down yet?" Behind in the vast desert, no one was in sight. He shouted loudly, "Old man, old man." Lu Chen sighed helplessly, "It's over. Has the disbanding scene come?" He walked angrily along the sandy path, cursing under the blazing sun. "Old man, you left so easily. I don't even know where to go." He said warily, "In the end, where did you die?" At this moment a figure appeared behind him. Figure spoke, "Found you, Lu Chen." Immediately after, a powerful sword rushed toward him. The figure held the sword and continuously rushed forward, shouting, "Die." He raised his hand and immediately blocked the strike. Lu Chen flicked his hand, sending the sword flying, then looked at the person before him and asked, "An assassin?" Then he stomped down hard and forced the other person far back. He shouted, "Something is wrong." The person below continued charging up, clinging close to him without letting go. Seeing the other person rush over, he spoke up, "Wait, this person cannot be." Seeing that familiar face, he cried out, "Princess." He shouted in panic, "Hey, it is me, what are you doing?" Ziling's eyes froze, and she thought to herself, that voice is so familiar. Then she steadied herself, "I cannot be deceived by him. I have to stay calm." She shook her head hard, recalling the conversation of those people. Lu Chen, that man, his most despicable trick is deception. Nothing else. If you believe his mouth, I fear you will die without knowing why you died. Ziling slashed at him angrily and replied, "Do not even dream of using sweet words to deceive me." She leaped up, aiming a strike at him, and shouted, "Hand over your life. If you want to kill Sword 3, step over my corpse first." Seeing Ziling keep charging forward, he said in shock, "Damn it, is this woman really attacking for real?" He blocked that sword with one hand, thoughts racing through his mind. She clearly once saved me, and this time she is acting out of good intentions too, so how am I supposed to fight her? His expression grew tense as he thought to himself, is there any way to make her know that I am Sword 3? Then he realized it and shouted, "The ancient spear inscription, I have it." In the next second, he quickly rushed toward her and said, "Princess, forgive the offense." In less than a second, he hugged Ziling from behind and praised, "This sword is not bad at all." Ziling looked at him in displeasure and shouted, "What do you want to do? Do not think I am afraid of you." Seeing her face flushed red with anger, he sighed inwardly. She still has not remembered. She really is foolish. Right after that, he held her tight and pressed her against himself, saying, "Since that is how it is." Then Lu Chen decisively kissed Ziling and said softly, "Then I will give you an especially strong dose." Ziling's angry face kept wriggling as she spoke, "You, let me go. Do you want me to treat every meeting we had before as a dream?" He whispered by her ear, "But this dream, I still want to continue." Ziling Ziling was startled. How do you know? Ziling stared at him wide-eyed and said awkwardly, could it be that you are Sword 3? But Lu Chen held her and said, I am Lu Chen, and also Sword 3. It is only a name, it does not matter, as long as you understand clearly and stop acting recklessly. Ziling's face turned pouty, she hugged his neck tightly and said in displeasure, what do you mean acting recklessly? What do you mean understand clearly? Let me tell you. Right after that she kissed him and said, I do not understand anything at all. Lu Chen's face stiffened in a daze as he cried out, hey. He blushed and explained, just now I had no choice, do not move around, if this continues I will. Lu Chili pushed Ziling away. Below, Ziling clung tightly to him with tears streaming down her face, sobbing as she said, I really thought I would never see you again, luckily. Lu Chen looked at the girl in his arms as she kept shedding tears, and could only sigh helplessly. He held Ziling tightly and comforted her softly, it is all right now. On the other side, Su Wu stared into the mirror and said, this truly is a moving reunion. That woman raised her hand and pressed it against the mirror before her, speaking viciously, why not let me add a little spice to this sweet scene? At that moment in the distant desert, a stone sword appeared. Strange dust and smoke drifted over, and Ziling and Lu Chen both stared sharply around them. Beneath their feet, quite a commotion broke out. Ziling cried out, what is happening? Unexpectedly, a crack appeared beneath Ziling's feet. In an instant, a cliff appeared in the distant desert, causing Ziling to fall. She shouted, Sword 3. Lu Chen jumped down in fear and reached out his hand, grab me. He looked at her with a tense face and shouted, Ziling. At that moment a stream of energy was released by him. Over by the small pavilion, Bai Zi's group happily raised their cups together. Brothers, I wish everyone a fine day. Here, drink up. Bai Zi ate while saying happily, all of you are outstanding talents of our Fox clan. Today you're willing to accompany me on this adventure. With this cup of wine, I toast you all. If I obtain the divine weapon in the future, I, Bai, will absolutely not disappoint you. To the young master. Beside him, King Cheng watched him without saying a word. He looked at the brothers around him and said heartily, brothers, no more words. Eat quickly, drink quickly. But at that moment the fine wine and the table full of dishes were actually dry branches, while Bailing's group seemed trapped in an illusion, still cheering joyfully together. Today we will not return until we are drunk. Not return until we are drunk. Bailing looked toward King Cheng as she was leaving and asked her, hey miss, would you like to drink a cup with us? King Cheng replied coldly, not interested. She looked toward the group and continued, I am not like you. I still have things to do. King Cheng said as she walked away, enjoy yourselves properly. Right after that, she glanced back at the group and said coldly, this final beautiful dream. At this moment, over by Lu Chen, he kept shouting, Princess, wake up, wake up. He held Ziling, who had fainted, in his arms and called out loudly, hey, can you hear me? Wake up quickly. At this moment, Ziling weakly opened her eyes little by little. She called out weakly, did I fall asleep? Father, mother. Seeing who the person before her was, she was startled and shrank to the side, shouting, Sword 3. Lu Chen looked at her now awake and smiled, you are finally awake. He looked at the strange scene around them, then looked at him and asked, where are we? Lu Chen replied, probably beneath some unknown cave in the desert. Lu Chen said with a solemn face, when you were unconscious earlier, I checked the surroundings. This place seems to have been an underground river with a tangled and complex network of channels. Ziling cried out anxiously. Then what if we charge upward? Lu Chen immediately refused. No, if we charge upward recklessly and trigger a collapse, I fear thousands of tons of sand will bury us alive. She sighed helplessly. If that is the case, are we not trapped here? Right after that, small stones fell down. Lu Chen rushed over and pushed Ziling down to protect her, at the same time shouting in displeasure again. Looking at the dense stalactites above, he continued, it is even more violent than before. If this continues, the cave will collapse. Seeing that the movement had stopped, he said in relief, finally it has stopped. Lu Chen frowned and replied, unsure how long this place could hold before being buried alive. He needed to find a way out. Below, Ziling blushed, thinking secretly, this feeling isn't bad. Even if we can't escape, it's fine. Immediately she sat up and shouted, too hot. Behind her, the sword kept emanating fiery energy. Lu Chen looked at her confused, asking what was wrong. Ziling held the treasured sword and replied, I don't know. The spear suddenly kept beating. He shouted curiously, the spear. Ziling looked at the sword and answered, that's it, you've seen it before, my treasured sword. Lu Chen frowned and asked, so is it provoking? Ziling was startled and yelled, how could it be? She raised the sword and introduced, the spear is a holy sword passed down in our family. Legend says our ancestor used it to defeat the immortal demon army, attacking the city with a single sword, earning the unrivaled title. This has never happened with the spear, strange. But looking closely, the inscriptions on the sword seem to glow. Don't you recognize these characters? Looking at the spear, he said, you mean ancient inscriptions? I only heard the master mention this object before, back then. At this moment his face froze, eyes sharp, recalling what master said. The so-called ancient inscriptions are characters used by gods and demons in ancient times. You can consider them creation runes. Ancient blacksmiths used these inscriptions to forge sword souls, and these characters reflect certain attributes of the weapon. He continued, recalling some aggressive sword souls, when sensing stronger sword souls nearby, would uncontrollably emit hostility. Lu Chen thought silently, could it mean? He looked at her and shouted, it's worth trying. If true, perhaps we can use it to escape. Princess, release the spear, see where it wants to go. As soon as Ziling released the spear, it darted forward. Ziling asked in confusion, what's wrong with the spear? Lu Chen shouted, indeed. Then he explained, my master said, ancient people loved using inscriptions to forge aggressive sword souls. Your sword probably sensed a divine weapon here, awakening its fighting spirit. Furthermore, the sword may be nearby. If we find it, maybe we can escape. Ziling replied happily, so that's it. She pointed at the flying spear, reminding, you might be right. The spear seems to want to tell us something. Spear, what do you want to say? At this moment the spear darted off, a strange sound echoed. Kill, follow, I. Ziling called out loudly, spear. Lu Chen looked at her, guessing probably 8 or 9 parts correct. Ziling replied happily, let's follow it. Immediately both quickly followed the spear. They reached a steep cliff with a narrow path. Spear shot past Lu Chen and Ziling kept running after. Ziling asked in wonder, where does the spear want to lead us? Lu Chen looked at it and replied unclear. He gritted his teeth and said, but the inscription's pulses are stronger than before. Probably its existence is agitating it. It's ahead. Ziling looked around and said, notice how the surrounding walls seem suddenly aligned. They look like bricks of congealed blood. Seeing the surroundings, Lu Chen's face turned serious. Without replying, Ziling continued, it's spine-chilling to look at. Lu Chen raised his hand, sending a golden aura forward, shouting, wait a moment, spear. Ziling worriedly asked, what did you do? What's wrong with the spear? Lu Chen smiled and replied, don't worry, I just did a small trick to make it stand still. At this moment the spear hovered motionless midair. Lu Chen touched the surrounding walls to evaluate. This place is strange. Acting rashly could be troublesome. Beside him Ziling blushed, thinking, didn't expect he could control the spear. This is our family's holy sword, truly a divine weapon. Looking at Lu Chen ahead, she silently admired, moreover, this serious expression, so handsome. Then Lu Chen glanced at her, full of confusion. Seeing Ziling's flushed face, he asked, what's wrong? Have a fever? Ziling shyly waved her hand repeatedly. No, not at all. She looked at him shyly and worriedly. I just have something to ask. Previously were you in the desert? Kissed me, was it? On the other side a hand rose high, shouting, Bloodwind Seal. King Cheng continuously opened formations, red energies radiating mysteriously. King Cheng slammed the ground, shouting, activate. Below where Lu Chen was, rocks and earth kept falling. He said, here it comes again. Ziling worriedly observed, this time seems more intense. Above, King Cheng stood still in the desert, surrounded by flames. He swung her hand, sending a burst of energy into the sand. A pair of red eyes appeared. Explosions occurred on the surface. Cracks appeared rapidly, multiplying. Below, Ziling looked up and said, it's over. Ziling worriedly said, this lasted longer than before. What happened above? At this moment the blood wall behind flashed. Lu Chen turned alert and shouted, this is... On the wall blood vessels formed eyes. Lu Chen exclaimed, what? He touched the wall to evaluate. The painting is strange. It wasn't there before, plus no breath could be felt, meaning no one caused this. Seeing the spear moving continuously, he said seriously, its reactions are becoming violent. What's really happening? At this moment, Ziling's face beside him was full of fear. She stammered, sword, third sword, come quickly. She pointed below at him fearfully. Hurry, look, below. Below seems to be something staring at us. Lu Chen approached and asked, what is happening? I don't sense any creature's breath. Is it you? Below, a pair of huge red eyes stared at the two of them. Not just one, but many eyes stared at them. He shouted in panic, what? Ziling fearfully covered her face, pointing at that, shouting, look, I told you. There really is something. Let's retreat. Finding another exit is fine. He cast a talisman, shouted, go, let me see what fake god or demon this is. The talisman glowed as it flew towards the massive eyes below. Wherever the talisman reached, light shone below thousands of creatures. Humans were frozen. A shout echoed. This is... Ziling covered her mouth and shouted, what is this? Lu Chen frowned and replied, I don't know. He looked at the giant eyes on the wall and continued, the situation here is too strange, perhaps that so-called divine weapon. He spoke up to remind, it contains more secrets than we think. We should leave here first. Elsewhere, the blood moon was so large it looked unnatural. Inside a silent corridor, wisps of smoke drifted faintly. An aged hand was engaged in painting. Suwu dipped little by little into blood, painting demonic images on the wall. At that moment, King Cheng called out, Master, the preparations are complete. Zhu Wu squinted and smiled in a twisted way. She muttered while walking, 1,000 years or 10,000 years, truly a long and unforgettable time. Looking at the blood-white glow, she reached out and shouted, "Today, I can finally reclaim everything." Immediately a sinister laugh echoed everywhere. "I will make everyone repay their debts in blood quickly." At the wall, the blood veins glowed red, signaling something ominous. In the cave, Lu Chen and Ziling hurriedly ran as fast as they could. Above, the spear Hai still flew high, guiding the way. Ziling shouted, "Quickly watch the spear Hai's reaction, it's getting stronger." Lu Chen responded cautiously, "It seems it wants to approach the target." Seeing the scene ahead, Ziling frowned and pointed, "Look, a sect." Right in front, a wall sprouted fangs with a blood-red eye atop. Ziling realized the eye on the wall was identical to the one in the painting. Lu Chen agreed, "Seems we've arrived." He looked at the spear Hai and ordered, "Spear Hai, is there something inside that thing?" Seeing the spear Hai's reaction, he continued, "If that's true, then quickly carve out a gate, unleash your power at will." After hearing that, the spear Hai surged forward, piercing the wall ahead. Seeing the shattered earth and stones, Ziling exclaimed, "The destructive power is immense." Ziling looked at Lu Chen thinking, didn't expect he could unconsciously command the spear Hai like that. Why didn't it have such power when I used it? She silently criticized, "The damn sword even chooses its wielder." Infuriating. Seeing Ziling frozen, Lu Chen looked at her in confusion. Ziling blushed, holding her cheek and running, secretly delighted, but well, if it's him then fine. Lu Chen looked at the spear Hai pointing the way and wondered, this is... Looking around, Ziling assessed, "This place is truly desolate. Could there really be a divine weapon here?" At that moment, the spear Hai tore through the wind, moving swiftly. Ahead, a divine sword blazed. Ziling shouted, "Over there." Lu Chen replied, "Indeed." Seeing the sword radiate red energy, she exclaimed, "It's real, unimaginable. In such a desolate place, a divine weapon truly exists. The light is dazzling, clearly not an ordinary weapon." Looking at the divine sword, she thought, "If I had this weapon in hand, I could. Ziling drew the sword high, grinning proudly, "I could avenge the fallen of my clan. No, more than that, with this weapon, uniting the world wouldn't be a big deal." Her face filled with longing as she looked at the sword, shouting, "I want it, I must have it, it's mine, mine, mine." Ziling reached out to grasp the sword in front of her. Lu Chen rushed over and patted her shoulder, calling out, "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Chen looked at her confused, asking what's wrong, why reach for the sword before deciding. Ziling trembled, pointed at him and replied, "Well, just now it seems I dreamed in the dream. My hand grasped this sword, killed all the remaining demons, avenged my clan, and even became the queen of the world." Lu Chen glanced at the sword, thinking, could the hilt really influence others' minds? Careful, we need to be vigilant. The corpse and painting are illusions. This sword must have a problem. At that moment, a stream of fiery energy rose and a strange voice sounded. "Seeing the sword's intention does not mean you can have it." The fire energy gradually shaped into a human figure. Seeing this, Lu Chen was extremely surprised. He grabbed the sword and shouted, "Come here, begin the sword training." The mysterious figure raised the sword towards him, challenging, "Try to defeat me." Ziling and Lu Chen looked at each other seriously. He reached out and grasped her hand tightly. At that moment, Lu Chen shouted, "Make your move." Ziling rushed up beside him, "Spear Hai, help me." One opposite smiled at the two in front, very determined, "If so, then show me how strong you are." He swung the sword in hand and shouted, "Come accept this honorable challenge." This opponent they faced now was clearly not ordinary. Baizi in the desert raised a branch high in his hand. Rolling on the ground with those around him, he cheerfully said, "Keep drinking." At that moment, thorned vines from somewhere wrapped tightly around each of them. A fat man lying on the ground drunk muttered, "No drinking, no leaving." Soon his body shriveled to skin and bones, his eyes wide in terror. Everyone nearby shared the same fate, writhing in pain, crying out. Thorned vines absorbed enough blood and contracted. A hole appeared in the ground. Zhu Wu and the thorned vines emerged. Touching the red thorned vine on her arm, Zhu Wu squinted, smiling proudly. "Not bad, cultivation has good quality, absorbing half is enough." She laughed and continued, "The talent of the Tiger clan not few." She turned to King Cheng with praise, "Not bad at all." King Cheng stood still, his eyes vacant. Zhu Wu continued next, "I must absorb these cultivation levels to break the seal, and you..." She pointed and ordered, "Go below, find the Sword Clan, kill that immortal old man for me." King Cheng bowed obediently. "Yes." She leapt into the deep pit below and shouted, "The subordinates will surely complete the mission." Zhu Wu watched King Cheng leave with joy, truly a useful puppet. Zhu Wu stood immersed in the blood moonlight, happily thinking, indeed a quiet evening. Her twisted, smug face reminded, "Enjoy the peace of this last night, this world and its knave humans, and the countless Buddhas, Tula, and ancient demons." In the next instant, Zhu Wu raised his hand and laughed loudly, "I have returned." Below the ground, a surge of fire energy shot forward. Lu Chen's face tensed, he shouted, "Careful," and Ziling was knocked back towards him. Seeing her weak, he asked, "Can you continue?" Ziling replied, "I'm fine." He looked at the spear in her hand and hesitated. It's just the Spear of Sea. Seeing the fragment on the Spear of Sea, he assessed. It was only a strike from a weapon with a sword spirit. Looking at the divine weapon, he asked, is this the Liao god capable of killing gods and demons in legend? The divine weapon proudly answered, correct. This is the power of a divine weapon, Liao god. Before a divine weapon, no matter how strong ordinary weapons are, they are like roadside straw. The divine weapon raised the sword toward the two, warning, so now leave and I might spare your lives, choose to die by Liao god, or be smarter and leave. Lu Chen calmly replied, I understand, I have no intention toward the divine weapon, merely an unfortunate passerby in this place. He looked at the divine weapon and agreed, as long as I can get out, anything else doesn't matter. The divine weapon smiled, consider yourself somewhat wise. Moments later, seeing the divine weapon's confused face, Lu Chen continued, I intended to say that, but looking at your expression, a fire stirred in me. Lu Chen frowned in dissatisfaction, tricked into the illusion. Disaster turned into calamity. Already furious, now my junior sister's whereabouts are unknown, trapped in this hellish place. Mocked by a strange being. If I were cowardly, how could I survive in the martial world? He angrily raised the silver moon sword in his hand. Lu Chen continued, therefore today I must teach you a lesson. He leapt up, swinging the silver moon sword and shouted, let the world know how the 5 words of the great demon king of King sect are written. Yet facing the tip of the divine weapon sword he remained calm. That man smiled cunningly. So that's it, no wonder I awakened. Silver moon here, he probably knows too. Instantly, both sides clashed in fierce combat, shouting in unison, give your life. The divine weapon said if so, it is likely she has already begun her actions. Unexpectedly, the divine weapon pushed back Lu Chen. Warning kid, holding silver moon in your hand can resist me. Lu Chen shouted in surprise. What? The divine weapon lunged, striking strongly at Lu Chen, nearly dislodging the silver moon sword from his hand. He climbed up and said, let me show you the true use of silver moon and Liao god. At this moment, the divine weapon transformed into 4 different forms. Their faces fierce, they shouted, come on, the trial officially begins. Lu Chen and Ziling were astonished. 4 faces wide-eyed shouted in unison, what? Ziling worriedly asked, transformed into 5, is this an illusion technique? The 4 bodyguards spoke in turn, illusion technique. We all truly exist, if you think of us as shadows. The divine weapon touched the Liao god, warning, then you will die horribly. Lu Chen calmly raised the silver moon sword in front, so, wanna gang up on me? Think I'm scared of many. The divine weapon saw this and praised happily, truly a high-spirited, proud kid. Very like you indeed. This kid will not understand the harshness of life without tasting suffering. Divine weapon lunged with the tree branch-shaped sword, shouting kid, I'll solo with you. Lu Chen blocked a strike with silver moon, looking at him asked, alone think I'm too simple. The divine weapon stepped closer solemn saying, is that so sword path, pride for heart, madness for God, wielding arrogance to control the sword, making enemies fearful, able to win without fighting. At this moment his sword thrust toward him. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, what? Sweat poured from Lu Chen's face, eyes wide. Moments later he saw the illusion. The divine sword looked at the monsters mockingly, afraid now. Weren't you furious just now? The divine weapon leapt at them, shouting, think being a demon makes you great. Dare to kill humans recklessly. The monsters fled in fear. Blood sprayed across the space. The divine weapon said, today you must repay blood with blood. On this side, Lu Chen still held silver moon, his face stunned, wondering, was that just an illusion? Then Lu Chen looked at him denying, no, this feeling, like seeing with my own eyes, that is his memory. At this moment a sword reached out and a voice rang, what can't endure it now? The divine weapon in another form approached mockingly. A martial artist, how can you be so scattered? Without goals, how can you grasp destiny? He lunged at him shouting, let me show you the cruelty of natural laws. Big fish devours small fish. At the end of the sentence a sword slashed toward Lu Chen. His face calm, staring at Lu Chen. He stabbed the sword firmly. Lu Chen screamed in pain. In the illusion, again appeared an immortal soldier kneeling, begging for mercy. Not me, not the one who killed your village, not me. The divine weapon pressed the sword his neck coldly. Right or wrong makes no difference. Divine demon battle, harming humans. This is your crime. And he slashed at the others, shouting, all of you must die. On the other side, Lu Chen's face awakened. He said again, beside the divine weapon, he thought, this one's memories surging forth. What does he intend? The divine weapon above, wielding silver moon, swung at him angrily, remaining breath die. Powerful sword slashed at him. He shouted. The illusion continued. He struck each person with ruthless fury. Die, all must die. Mortals, demons, whatever, they are all just a bunch of destroyers. Die, all of you. That scoundrel, no matter who he is, the divine weapon will cut him down coldly. Silver Moon didn't know how much fresh blood it had soaked as he screamed, and you too. At this moment, in reality, his face remained stern as he charged at Lu Chen. You must die as well. Lu Chen was struck back and slammed to the ground. He cried out in pain. He wondered to himself, why, if this is in memory, why does it hurt like this? At that moment he remembered Tian Ye had said, but precisely now an extraordinary talent was born. He possessed innate talent and forged this divine sword with his own hands. He named the sword Lu Chen, meaning my destiny is decided by me, not by heaven. Then he used this sword to strike heavy blows on gods and demons, forcing both sides to cease fighting, which is why the abyss exists today. He whispered, could it be? The divine weapon reached out to him, reminding Kid, if you can't fight anymore, then stop. He looked at Lu Chen lying motionless on the ground and continued, even if you are dissatisfied or have other intentions, stop. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Even if you try to recall, in the end it will only turn into anger. Don't be like me. By the time you regret it, it will be too late. Lu Chen's face was bewildered as he suspiciously said, could it be? He looked at the divine weapon beside him and replied with satisfaction, I understand. So that's how it is. Lu Chen stood, brushing dust from his body, and spoke to the person opposite. Once more then. Above the desert under the blood moon, a cocoon was wrapped in blood thorns. Inside the cocoon a movement occurred. Below the cave at this moment, Lu Chen looked calmly at the divine weapon in front of him and called out, continue, if there are more moves, use them all. Ziling beside him called his name anxiously, Jiansan. The divine weapon's face showed slight helplessness as he sighed. He swung Silver Moon in his hand and looked at him, replying, if you are so stubborn, don't blame me. Moments later, swift as flying, he leapt toward him. A divine sword slashed at Lu Chen, who stood dazed ahead. Lu Chen's gaze shifted, eyebrows furrowed tightly. He continued to fall into an illusion. At this moment the clone on the ground pointed weakly at the girl opposite, accusing you, why did you use me? The divine weapon's face showed slight disappointment as he spoke softly. Forget it, I should have known this answer earlier, only that I was too young, too impulsive, blinded by hatred. At this moment a sword rose, a voice echoed, dying by your hand, I accept, just don't be smug. Suddenly Lu Chen opened his mouth and screamed in fear. At the end of the sentence, he closed his eyes and slowly fell. The divine weapons around looked at him with disappointment, saying, still not enough, it seems he is not the right one to choose. Then go, you can release them now. The fire-imbued divine weapon stood aside, seeing everything, remained silent. At this moment Lu Chen pushed off the ground. He slowly stood up, gritting his teeth, saying, continue. The bodyguards looked at him in surprise and shouted together, what? Lu Chen waved provocatively, continue then. Ziling's face showed extreme worry as she softly called Jiansan. The divine weapon looked sternly at him, reminding, each of our strikes harms the soul. While you are still standing, run quickly. Lu Chen shouted firmly, shut up. He looked at the people in front of him with dissatisfaction, saying, I said, continue. The fire-imbued divine weapon agreed, fine, then continue. The person beside him shouted in surprise, what? The divine weapon asked, do you still want to continue? Are you not afraid your soul will be destroyed? The person beside replied, haven't you noticed yet? The divine weapon looked at Lu Chen and explained, the last attack caused no significant damage to his soul. This kid is stronger than we thought. The other shouted incredulously, what? Looking at the sword in Lu Chen's hand, the divine weapon continued, moreover, Silver Moon in his hand seems very pleased. A group of divine weapons stood looking at each other, serious and thoughtful. They raised the divine energy in their hands and said in unison, this kid brought this on himself. One of them rushed forward shouting, come, let's see how long you can last. Lu Chen looked at him and repeated, endure. He swung Silver Moon in his hand and said, should I be reckless with you? Stop joking. The divine weapon dropped his weapon in surprise. What? He didn't hesitate, charging toward him, shouting, go die. The other screamed in pain. Ziling beside him saw the divine weapon disappear, clapped joyfully, and said, successfully defeated one. The other divine weapons looked at each other in surprise, saying, defeated the little brother, not unexpected, after all, it was the weakest. The divine weapon said sternly, forget it, it seems the person has found his faith, let's see how strong your faith is. Then he swung the silver sword in his hand and said, surrender your life. Lu Chen looked at him mockingly, faith, stop justifying yourself, it's just a kid blinded by hatred. The divine weapon was surprised, what? But at this moment Lu Chen's Silver Moon had pierced him. He calmly said, hatred makes you stagger, how could you defeat me? Another divine weapon angrily charged at him, kid, how dare you kill them, die. Lu Chen swiftly dodged, looking at him mockingly, where are you slashing? The divine weapon froze in disbelief, what? At this moment Lu Chen appeared behind him. He shouted, I'm here, you fool, and he struck once, sending him flying. On the other side, the remaining two divine weapons looked worried and confused, saying, how could this be, this kid? How did he suddenly become so sharp, like a different person? Lu Chen glanced at them and replied, want to know? Lu Chen drew Silver Moon and said coldly, very doubtful. Right, then let me show you. He swung his sword toward them and spoke, for he had already discovered the solution to this trial. Recalling the image of the 4 divine soldiers earlier, he calmly explained, each of them embodied 4 key elements: decisiveness, focus, critical strikes, and rhythm in their swordplay, each appearing to have unique traits and superior skills. Yet their fatal flaw revealed the answer to this trial. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened as he spoke. The truth was that among them existed mutual counters. That was the essence of swordsmanship. Looking at the group before him gripping the silver moon, he continued, the essence of swordsmanship lies in the harmony of body and blade. No matter how profound the techniques, they cannot escape this foundation. Excessive force skews skill, overfocus neglects rhythm, and overly critical strikes lose concentration, missing details. Turning toward the two stunned individuals, he said softly, therefore, it is not I who can defeat you, but your own selves. The corner of the divine soldier's mouth curved down as he asked in contemplation, can we be defeated by ourselves? Then he smiled in praise at him. Boy, well said. The divine soldier looked at him and continued, it seems no further trials are necessary. Truly the waves of the river push each other. He extended his hand toward Lu Chen and said, this trial is past. Lu Chen now belongs to you. Divine soldier cautioned, but you must be careful. That one is likely. Immediately, a surge of fiery energy surged toward them. Lu Chen, the divine soldier, and Ziling were all shocked. King Cheng struck from behind with his sword, speaking coldly to the divine soldier, truly sorry for disturbing your conversation, but this sword I shall secure. Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise, junior sister. Time rewound 14 years, a maid bent down and spoke, please wait, I will inform the master immediately. Lu Zhang reminded Chen, I will return shortly. Master Liu has many rules. Stay put, do not wander. Lu Chen at this time, tiny and mischievous, shouted, got it. As Lu Zhang departed, he scowled at him. Tsk, how novel, the general outside may ignore orders. Soon after, he happily hopped along, ignoring Master Liu, enjoying himself first. Lu Chen ran to a certain place and heard a strange sound. He shouted, the guzheng. Looking inside, King Cheng sat obediently playing the guzheng. Seeing Lu Chen, her face was innocent and full of curiosity. She stood and looked at Lu Chen, asking, who are you? Lu Chen shyly extended his hand, embarrassed. I am. King Cheng saw his cheerfulness and said, you must be the young master your father mentioned visiting today. Pleased to meet you, I am King Cheng. Lu Chen was surprised. Huh, she knows me. King Cheng smiled gently. Back in reality, King Cheng shouted in frustration, truly sorry for disturbing your conversation, but this sword, I shall secure. The divine soldier looked at her with displeasure. This aura, you are... Lu Chen shouted in alarm, junior sister. King Cheng glared at him, asking, you know me? Seeing her answer, Lu Chen froze, puzzled. Ziling stepped forward to explain, you forgot he is your senior brother. Sword 3, I am the unmatched princess. Ziling, previously breaking seals together. King Cheng rested her chin and thought. Sword 3 Ziling, the names were familiar. She seemed to recall something. Ziling urged nervously, really, I told you, she surely does not know, think carefully. King Cheng arrogantly pointed at Ziling and shouted, enough, foolish woman, do not waste breath. Ziling was surprised. What did she say? King Cheng mocked further, you are truly knave, have you not noticed I am teasing you, senior brother? Princess, look at the atmosphere, can you see it? Immediately, King Cheng stomped forcefully on the divine soldier, shouting, I am taking the sword. Looking at the two behind her, she warned, innocence should have limits. King Cheng's gaze completely controlled, she mocked, foolish woman. Ziling spoke in confusion, what are you saying, could you have forgotten us? Lu Chen beside her noticed and raised his hand to stop Ziling. Enough. He looked at her and reminded her, have you still not noticed? Ziling looked at him in confusion. Noticed. Looking toward King Cheng before him, Lu Chen replied, it seems junior sister does not recognize us at all. There is probably something else going on here. What exactly is happening? Hailong beside him spoke up in reminder, brat, that is soul manipulation art. Lu Chen looked at it and asked back, soul manipulation art. Hailong calmly explained, there is no mistake. When someone is controlled by soul manipulation art, their original personality is sealed away. Right now that girl is no longer herself, but has had a different new personality constructed by the caster. Ziling beside him asked in surprise, whose voice is that? Lu Chen brushed it off, a friend, do not mind it, just listen. Ziling agreed. Ah, alright then, if what this friend says is all true, what should we do? Lu Chen closed his eyes and thought. Hailong continued speaking, woman, I have never bragged before, this is precisely soul manipulation art, brat. You must be careful, soul manipulation art is no ordinary technique. Acting recklessly is very likely to injure that girl's original personality. Lu Chen looked toward King Cheng and asked firmly, then tell me, what must be done to break this technique? Hailong immediately replied to him that, I do not know either. Hailong continued, soul manipulation art is an ancient technique that has been lost for many years. Do not talk about me. Even the elders of my clan may not know how to undo it. Ziling's face filled with worry as she cried out, ah. Hailong continued, however, for mind-type techniques like this, if her original personality can be awakened, it should be 80 to 90% broken. Lu Chen muttered with a grave expression, make junior sister wake up. Looking toward King Cheng, who was playing with the divine annihilation sword, Hailong reminded him, that's right, and you must be quick and accurate too, ideally waking her up with a single strike, because if the caster notices, there may be no more chance. Lu Chen closed his eyes and replied, I understand. Behind him, Ziling called his name in worry, Jansan. He stepped forward, looked toward King Cheng and shouted, hey woman, Lu Chen continued, "You want to take the sword, I have no objection, but you are far too arrogant. You took the sword without asking me." King Cheng stroked the divine annihilation sword in her hand, looked at him mockingly, and replied, "Ask you? Are you worthy?" Lu Chen was furious. Streams of blue energy surged fiercely around him. His face turned ashen as he retorted, "Worthy, don't you know how to use your eyes?" Hei Long behind him shouted in confusion, "Brat, what are you trying to do?" Beside him, Ziling frowned tightly and called out Jian San. Hai Long beside him grew anxious. "Damn it, don't tell me you want to escalate things. I already said that if you escalate this, it will make that girl's personality." Ziling widened her eyes and cried out, "What is that?" Ziling repeatedly tried to stop him. Jian San, calm down, that friend of yours said it just now, don't. Lu Chen looked at her angrily and reminded her, "Shut up, I know the limits of whatever I do." Ziling obediently replied, "Yes." King Cheng's face grew solemn, her brows tightly furrowed as she thought to herself, "Damn it, it seems this guy is very stubborn." Lu Chen pointed toward King Cheng and said, "Well, do you still think I am an insignificant nameless nobody now?" He coldly walked closer while saying, "I did not use my full strength just now. I was merely leaving some face for the Guardian. After all, he passed the divine weapon to me, and I would feel awkward killing him with one slash." King Cheng's face became worried. Lu Chen continued, "But don't think I am weak either. As long as I wish, crushing you to death would be as easy as turning my hand." King Cheng gripped the divine annihilation sword in her hand and shouted, "Brat, what do you want? If you want to fight me to the bitter end, then I absolutely will not fear you either." Lu Chen asked back with a grave expression, "Fight to the bitter end? Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of fighting you." He reached out his hand and tempted her. "As long as you agree to shake my hand, this sword will be yours. How about it?" Behind him, Ziling and Hai Long both looked dazed and cried out. What, even the divine weapon beside them had not expected it. Ziling frowned in dissatisfaction. "Jian San, I told you to be a little gentler, but you do not have to let her go just like that." Hai Long also agreed, "That's right, if you miss this chance later it may be." At this moment, Lu Chen turned back to look at Ziling and revealed a strange smile. Ziling immediately understood and replied, "I understand now." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted into a smile. He reached his hand toward King Cheng and said boldly, "Well, the chance has been given to you. How will you choose?" King Cheng thought solemnly, "This brat, what exactly does he want? A handshake? He probably wants to place some kind of curse on me. But if I force myself to cooperate with that man, I fear it will be very difficult for me to oppose him." King Cheng looked at Lu Chen before her and thought, "Since that is the case, I can use the chance of shaking hands to send the seed into his hand and drain his cultivation for master. It can still be considered the best solution." Immediately after that, a stream of energy quietly gathered beneath her hand. King Cheng reached her hand toward Lu Chen and agreed, "I understand. I will agree to you." Lu Chen replied happily, "Good." King Cheng looked at him and reminded him, "You said it. After we shake hands, the sword belongs to me, and you must let me go." Lu Chen replied, "No problem," just as their hands moved close enough to touch. King Cheng revealed a sinister smile and secretly rejoiced. Got him. He is nothing more than a reckless fool, so naive after all. At the moment when their two hands were about to touch, but instead of shaking her hand, Lu Chen swiftly grabbed the divine annihilation sword and said loudly with joy, "Got it." King Cheng froze for an instant. "What?" He spoke mockingly. "Foolish woman, did you truly think I would simply shake your hand?" Lu Chen's face turned wicked as he shouted, "My target is this." He charged forward and shouted loudly, "This farce, it is time for the curtain to fall." Immediately after, he struck toward King Cheng and shouted, "Foolish woman, wake up for me." Time returned to 14 years ago, and the scene around them was incomparably picturesque. Lu Chen happily reached out his hand and said, "I am also very happy to know you." But unexpectedly, he tripped over the threshold as he stepped forward. In the next instant, his momentum made him tumble forward. Then he crashed into King Cheng in front of him, and the two of them fell in a heap together. Lu Chen grimaced and cried out, "That hurts." Afterward, his eyes went wide as he secretly realized this kind of contact. Could it be? He looked toward King Cheng, whose face was flushed bright red as she lay beneath him. He spoke awkwardly. "About that, I am truly sorry." King Cheng stammered shyly, It is fine, only lying like this is too embarrassing. Let's get up." Lu Chen softly added, "That's true." King Cheng continued speaking, "What happened just now was an accident. Please forget it, young master." "Well then, let us make each other's acquaintance again from the beginning. My name is King Cheng." "Greetings." Lu Chen looked at her and happily replied, "Good. Well, my name is Lu Chen. Please guide me." Turning to the present, tears streamed down King Cheng's face as she softly called, "Senior brother." She rushed toward him and shouted loudly, "Senior brother." King Cheng joyfully rushed forward, hugged Lu Chen tightly, and cried loudly, "Senior brother." Above the desert, the cocoon was constantly growing at this moment. Beneath the bloodlight, it slowly cracked open. From inside, a pair of slender legs stretched outwards. At that moment, the cocoon split in two. A girl appeared, flying up to bath in the blood-red moonlight. Below the cave, King Cheng shouted repeatedly, "Senior brother." Lu Chen held her gently, soothing. "Finally, you've awakened. You really scared me. This move, even I was anxious using it. Memories from back then, I had long forgotten. If not for this practice attack that made me recall much from the past, I might also have." Ziling stood aside, pouting displeased as she watched them. King Cheng hesitated, asking, if you've awakened, then can we? King Cheng took Lu Chen's hand shyly. King Cheng's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Chen. Senior brother, if possible, waiting a little longer is fine. Lu Chen was slightly surprised, but agreed. Suddenly Ziling stepped forward to separate them, crossing her arms, shouting, I object. King Cheng looked at the princess in surprise, asking, Princess, why are you here though? To be fair, the princess said bashfully in a loud voice, you leave, out of respect for your recent awakening. I won't hold it against you, then raised a finger as a signal, but only this time. King Cheng looked puzzled, turning to ask Lu Chen, Senior brother, what do princess mean? Lu Chen helplessly replied to brush it off, it's fine, she's just joking, don't take it seriously. Suddenly, the cave shook violently so that no one could stand. Rocks fell from above, scattering everywhere. The falling rocks gradually decreased. The three of them crouched on the ground, keeping balance until the shaking stopped. It's over, yet it still feels like the earthquake is intensifying. When will it finally end? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, making everyone turn around. This may be the final quake, rest assured, there will be no more tremors. A red flame with a human-shaped upper body wielding a sword spoke, only I fear next you must face something even more terrifying. The two girls widened their eyes in shock, a being more terrifying. The fiery figure continued explaining, correct, that one is also the one controlling this young lady. If I guess right, my awakening and the tremor were probably good deeds on her part. The fire being grew angrier as he spoke his purpose, likely because of Lu Chen's sword. Hearing this, Lu Chen understood everything, so that's how it was. The fire being pressed the sword down, smirking, praising the boy, you are truly calm. I admit you are indeed strong, but to her, you are still too weak. Then he tossed the sword to Lu Chen. Take it. Lu Chen grasped the sword, taking Lu Chen and Yin Yu away. Now might still be a chance to escape. Lu Chen placed his hand on the sword, face serious, no, I won't go. The fire being looked at him puzzled. Lu Chen raised the sword, declaring seriously, no matter who schemes behind, using my junior sister for evil, even if she is a god, I will kill. Suddenly a voice sounded from above. Everyone stared up. Indeed, a young person with ambition. Then a loud sound above, large rocks began falling rapidly. Alongside were streaks of golden light slicing down. A stream of light carried immense energy. Finally, a large hole appeared with a massive burning red eye. Ziling suddenly shouted, that eye again. Lu Chen immediately noticed. Indeed, this is the one behind. Then slowly, a pair of fiery legs appeared, with red sparks around. She also spoke, correct answer. A girl with long hair and a seductive figure, youthful, you are very clever. She raised her arms, forming red circles as a reward. Later when I kill you, sister will be gentler. After careful observation, Lu Chen also appeared clearly. She glanced at King Cheng as if recognizing an acquaintance. King Cheng shrank behind Lu Chen in fear. He asked suspiciously. It is indeed her, she confirmed. This aura I did not misidentify. Lu Chen arrogantly looked at them. Being able to dispel my soul-binding technique in thousands of years, you are the first. Lu Chen sneered, replying, same difference. A woman living 10,000 years. Even as a sword spirit with no sagging chest, she is formidable. King Cheng was surprised. Thousands of years. Ziling was equally amazed. Sword spirit. Lu Chen unexpectedly ran his hand through his hair. You knew I am a sword spirit? How did you know? Lu Chen turned and reached toward the fire being, replying sincerely, thanks to the guardians and that meddlesome old man. Without them, perhaps by now, I would know nothing. Even the fire being would be puzzled. Then he spoke to the sword spirit. From the beginning, old senior told me of the legend of Yin Yu and Lu Chen. He said this sword is a divine weapon forged by a hero to save the world. But just now during practice, I inadvertently glimpsed their memories. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he reasoned. At that time I determined this guardian might be that hero, calmly explaining under the suspicious gaze of everyone around. And the memories I saw were fragments. But those memories differed completely from what the old man said. I saw there was no hero at all. Then Lu Chen glanced at the fire being. What I saw was a pitiful person, in a shaking world, living a tragic life, and moreover in his life, part of him fully possessed by demons. The fire being listened silently, so I guessed, this guy, the sword he forged was not a divine weapon to save the world, just a demonic sword. The sword spirit also looked at Lu Chen. Moreover, this sword ultimately killed him. Then the memories ended. But in the version the old man told me, the outcome was the sword wielder split the divine sword in two, burying it here. Lu Chen raised a hand to his chin, frowning, thinking for a while, then felt this part might be half believable. After all, now there are indeed two swords, so I think after being killed, he transformed into a sword soul, forcibly split the sword, then sealed it here. The sword spirit looked surprised after hearing this. Exactly, right, my analysis was correct. Then she changed, covering her face, laughing loudly and giving praise. Very good, truly excellent. She pointed at Lu Chen. Boy, unexpected that you could analyze so much from this little information. Clever and quick. You are the most intuitive person I have ever met. The sword spirit also changed attitude, but so clever I cannot keep you here. Suddenly she charged to attack Lu Chen. Boy died. Lu Chen swiftly raised his sword to block the sword spirit's attack. She attacked Lu Chen fiercely, and she struck forward with her thigh. Lu Chen also raised his sword to block. But unfortunately, she kicked straight down into Lu Chen's stomach. The Two girls watched in panic. Senior brother sword 3. Lu Chen grimaced as he lay beneath her feet, still unconvinced. Hateful woman, you fight dirty. The sword spirit stood triumphantly on Lu Chen. Who told you a sword soul can only use a sword? She asked with amusement. Why so cold? Do you not like me like this? Her foot slowly slid across his neck and up to his chin. Are you not interested in stockings? While she was toying with him, the two girls had already flown in from behind at some point. King Cheng shouted, hateful woman, let him go. Ziling beside her was not to be outdone either. You even dare bully this young lady's man? Tired of living already. The sword spirit turned her head back and sneered, grown-ups are playing, what are children joining in for? She swept her sword horizontally toward King Cheng and Ziling, and the two girls were driven back by the force. That woman sprang up with her legs to gather momentum. Not only that, she also charged straight forward with a fierce attack. Ziling used her sword to block the attack. Then a sword emerged from the sword spirit's palm. The game has reached its end. The sword spirit gripped the long sword with both hands, a vast force gathering at the tip, while other swords hovered around it. Take this as a warm-up after recovering. You completed your task quite well. The sword spirit pointed her sword straight at the three of them, red threads flying out one after another to attack them. But now your task is over. Go die. Countless swords flew toward them at high speed. The two girls widened their eyes in shock. This is bad. Tens of thousands of swords instantly stabbed down, tearing up the ground. Fortunately, Lu Chen arrived in time and held the two of them as he dodged elsewhere, luckily escaping that mass of swords. Dangerous. The sword spirit widened her eyes in delight. Want to run? Then she swung her hand and continued attacking. It will not be that easy. The sword spirit crossed her hands and smugly created countless rays of power. You have nowhere left to run. She continued attacking, creating a barrage of arrows to strike them, shouting loudly, "Died." Human strength could not compare to the sword spirit's power, and the red arrows had already caught up. Sword 3, senior brother. Hearing the two of them call out, Lu Chen turned back to check the situation. A red flame in the night. After that violent collision occurred, red fragments fell all over Lu Chen, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Lu Chen panted in doubt, instinctively looked behind him. Instead of stabbing toward them, the swords had all been blocked by the fireman standing in their way. That man showed not the slightest pain, and even smiled with great satisfaction. Lu Chen turned back to support him and urged him on. Hey, hold on. He tried to encourage him. Hold on, once we deal with her, I will. Before he could finish, the fireman touched Lu Chen's arm with his hand and said weakly, no, there is no time. He used the last of his strength to admit it. Your analysis was very right indeed. Because of my personal grudge, the world fell into destruction because of her, but you were only half right indeed. I forged this sword for my family, for my village, who were swept into the war between gods and demons and died. The fireman recalled the image of the sword spirit when she was still human. I went mad wanting revenge against all the gods and demons in the heavens. Hatred blinded me. I deceived myself, calling it devotion, and because of that I even neglected the most important people beside me. The time I spent forging swords drove me insane. Countless swords were forged, but not one could be used, making me collapse into madness. In the end, I lost my reason and did something that could never be undone in this life. I fused my wife Ren Yud into the sword. Lu Chen truly could not believe what he heard. What? By the time I came to my senses, although the gods and demons had perished, humanity too had been nearly exterminated by her. This was my punishment, fate's punishment for my obsession. Brat, you must remember this well. Then he tightly gripped Lu Chen's wrist and instructed him. A man who does not avenge hatred is no true man, but losing your reason will only make you commit even greater mistakes. Remember this well. The divine weapon tightly gripped your wrist and spoke with all his heart. Remember this well, do not be like me, still regretting it even at death. Lu Chen did not understand what he meant by that, and his body gradually faded into the void. Lu Chen reached slightly toward the last remnant of the divine weapon's soul. Lu Chen had just flown over when she mocked him with a laugh, finally dead after tens of thousands of years. Still so stubborn. The death of one piece of trash does not seem to strike you that hard. It seems I expected too much from you. I never thought you would be this weak. He suddenly fired an arrow wanting to destroy Lu Chen, truly disappointing. He did not rush to do anything in response to her, only standing motionless in place. Lu Chen seemed to be truly furious now. He turned back viciously, his eyes blazing with fierce sparks. He raised a shield to block the arrows Lu Chen had fired. She had not expected him to somehow block her arrows. How is this possible? How did you do it? Lu Chen took out several weapons and began fighting with all his strength. How I did it has nothing to do with you. Without another word, he combined the weapons. You only need to know. You are about to die. Lu Chen shouted in fear. Wait, what do you want to do? She wanted to stop him but could not. Do not. It was already too late. Lu Chen's sword eye had been activated. Lu Chen shouted in despair. Do not. She was frightened by his action. This is bad. Lu Chen did not know what to do in this situation. This brat. He has actually completed the fusion again. Could it be that Lu Chen's sword chose him? She tried to convince herself, impossible, impossible, I am the sword spirit of Lu Chen's sword. Without my acknowledgement, how could it? Lu Chen only gave a soft snort. What is so impossible about it? In my hand is the acknowledgement of the sword master. He gripped the divine sword tightly in his hand. The blade moved in a beautiful arc. You are merely a sword spirit that has escaped the sword body, in the end. The sight of him holding the divine sword was far too handsome. You are nothing at all. The two love-struck girls stared in a daze and cried out, sword third, senior brother. How terrifying it was when a handsome man knew he was handsome. Lu Chen seized the chance to show off. Well, cool, right? Why is this person so narcissistic? But it does not matter. He really is handsome. Lu Chen made the two girls want to melt on the spot. Far too cool. Lu Chen was filled with bitter resentment. Hateful brat, you ruined my good affair, and even dared to steal my sword. She suddenly rushed forward to attack him. Brat, how could I possibly spare you? I must send you off. Lu Chen showed no sign of fearing her. He even looked down on her lightly, with just you. When she charged close to Lu Chen, he shouted loudly, insolent, get down from me. She was driven by his command and could do nothing. Bold sword slave, you dare defy the will of the sword master. Kneel for me. Lu Chen's body was controlled by him and automatically knelt flat on the ground. She trembled, unable to accept it. How could this be my body? Why is it strange? Lu Chen stepped forward and planted his foot on her head. He arrogantly trampled over Lu Chen. In the end, you are only a sword soul. Now I am the master of this sword. How could you possibly defy my will? Lu Chen roared with hatred, hateful brat, do not get too pleased with yourself. She went mad and broke free from him. I could backlash against that man, so I can do the same to you. Lu Chen was caught unprepared and was suddenly pierced straight through the eye by an arrow. Brat, in the end, you still made one wrong move. I won. Lu Chen tried to open his own space. She swayed in midair. I got in successfully. As soon as she escaped, Lu Chen hurriedly laughed in triumph. You're only this much. Your mental barrier is not even as good as that man's. Excellent. This way, even the physical body can be obtained smoothly. This time I will definitely burn this entire world to ash. Lu Chen showed no fear at all. He merely gave an, oh, is that so? Lu Chen had an ominous premonition at this moment. He was laughing inwardly. Did you not want to know how I blocked your attack just now? She turned around, looked back, the answer is behind you. Lu Chen suddenly panicked when she turned around. This is. Several more people suddenly appeared behind her. She hesitantly asked, who are you people? Yao Ji indifferently asked Lu Chen. For this useless trash, you actually mobilized all of us here. Yiru beside her turned and said, after all, with disciples' strength, dealing with her is a little forced. Try to understand him. Su Ying pointed at Lu Chen and asked, little dragon, was it she who bullied you all? The dragon answered firmly, yes, it was her. Seeing so many people arrive, Lu Chen also felt a little timid. What is with these women? Why do I feel afraid of them? She suddenly realized something in panic. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am an existence that slaughters gods and destroys demons. How could I be afraid of these women? The people Lu Chen summoned advanced together. Alright, deal with her. I do not have time to play around. It seems everyone is very busy. Then let us strike together and finish this. Lu Chen was surrounded and attacked by 5 people at once. She retreated in fear. This is impossible. Even after taking their attacks, she still tried to shout, I am the killer of gods and demons, an ancient divine object. Lu Chen despaired to end up like this again. Her divine power was completely lost. I was wrong. She knelt down and begged them, I beg you immortals, spare my life. Lu Chen admits defeat. I dare not do it again. Outside, the desert had now turned pitch black. The raging wind swept layer after layer of sand and dust into a blinding haze, revealing thousands of skulls beneath the fine sand. A skull suddenly spoke, parched. The next second, an arm emerged from beneath that pile of skulls. Iz gasped as he stood up on the pile of skulls and bones. That man looked around blankly. Where is this place? Only then did that man realize he was standing atop thousands of terrifying skulls. Iz was so frightened that he screamed to the heavens. Turning to the scene of Lu Chen begging, Lu Chen admits defeat. Please spare my life. I am willing to work like an ox or horse, as long as you can spare my life. The group stared blankly as she cried and begged. Su Ying suddenly had an idea. Those were your words. While Lu Chen was still dazed, she had already recorded it and sealed it into her stomach. True word brand, your words have been remembered. Lu Chen looked at the mark on her stomach. Su Ying continued, we also do not need you to do anything. After all, you are truly pitifully weak now. She meant Lu Chen, however, I do have a rather good job to arrange for you. How about it? Will you accept? She quickly replied, I want to hear the details. Without waiting for her answer, Su Ying made the decision for her. From now on, you will serve as a maidservant for my disciple. As she spoke, she glanced toward Lu Chen. Serve and protect him well. If he loses even a single hair because of your carelessness, negligence, or dereliction, I will hold you accountable. He asked uneasily, no, eldest master, what does a maidservant do? She spoke up, you still have the nerve to ask. She turned and lectured him, you said it yourself, how much trouble have you caused recently right now? In any territory of the Asura region, there are at least 10 forces that want your head. Even I feel that this is a blessing you cultivated in your past life. What she said was not wrong. He scratched his head awkwardly. It does seem to be true. Unlike Su Ying, Yiru spoke very gently, still laughing. You are already grown. Have you ever thought about what you should do if one day we cannot arrive in time to save you, and you encounter a situation like today again? He scratched his head and admitted his mistake. Third Master Chiz rightly. This disciple knows he was wrong. Returning to the main matter, Su Ying continued, all right, enough talk. This maidservant, though her aptitude is foolish, her strength is passable. Keeping her by your side to serve you is fine. Lu Chen and Lu Chen secretly glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. When she looked to the side, she met Su Ying's terrifyingly stern face staring straight at her. In an instant, her knees automatically dropped to the ground again. She raised her pitiful face, looked at Lu Chen, and called Master. She gently took his hand and kissed it lightly. Lu Chen, greetings. Please do not disdain this humble girl and grant me the grace of taking me in. Lu Chen was startled and quickly pulled his hand back, looking toward his masters. This. Su Ying revealed an unhappy smile. He immediately understood and hurriedly said then, respectful obedience is better than courteous refusal. Thank you, great master, second master, third master, fourth master. Unexpectedly, the sword god stabbed down hard into the ground. This disciple respectfully obeys rather than refuses. Elsewhere, a voice rang out in the sword vault. This one will not do. This one will not do either. A man with green hair was rummaging through the swords, shouting loudly, none of these will do. The girl standing behind him did not know what to say to comfort him. That man buried his face and lamented, why I have sought countless famous masters. Why can I still not forge a qualified sword? Does heaven truly wish to destroy me? She placed a hand on his shoulder and said, let it go, let us stop seeking revenge. If this continues, your body will definitely not hold out. Then she threw her arms around him, tears already streaming from her eyes as she choked out, let us find a place no one knows and live in peace. Let go of those hateful gods and demons, and only care for each other. All right. No, that man actually shoved her away and shouted loudly, shut up. He was so furious that he went mad, roaring as he cursed his wife. You want me to give up revenge, to forget the blood debt of our fellow villagers. You truly disappoint me too much. He harshly cut ties with her. If that is what you think, then you and I have nothing more to say. The poor girl endured it just like that, beaten until her face was bruised and swollen. While painstakingly forging the weapon, the divine weapon grumbled, I must quickly finish my work. Start over from the beginning, add black iron powder first. At that moment, Lu Chen also noticed the ruined sword he had set aside. Immediately, a fresh idea arose in Lu Chen's mind. In the desolate desert, dust and sand blew endlessly all year round. Even desert storms like enormous sand tornadoes swept away everything in their path. Lu Chen's group had just arrived here and seeing this scene, momentarily did not know what to do. At this moment, Lu Chen also spoke up and asked her, perhaps it is all over now. Let us go. Oh right, by the way, what should I call you from now on? Lu Chen was startled by the question, and for a moment did not know what to do. Then Lu Chen saw her frozen in place and asked again, what are you spacing out for? Lu Chen immediately replied in a fluster, I am truly sorry, master. Lu Chen turned her head to look behind her while answering in a rush, I was only remembering what happened before. You may call me Lu Chen. Lu Chen heard this and did not say much, only asking, that is fine, but the matter you mentioned is... Lu Chen immediately replied in a fluster, it is nothing. Looking into the vast emptiness above, Lu Chen continued, they are merely a few trivial matters not worth mentioning. A while later they arrived somewhere outside a small town. When asked, then what plans do you all have next? King Cheng heard this and asked in surprise, you mean you do not plan to come with us? Ziling sadly explained everything in detail. Father cannot bear to abandon the 1,000-year foundation our ancestors accumulated, and wants to establish a sect Anu in the abandoned territory of Wushuang City, but the surrounding forces do not seem to think the same way. Ever since the day it fell, conflicts have broken out one after another. As the eldest daughter, I must return to protect the family's interests. A sister beside her heard this and warmly suggested, then we will go with you. But before she could finish, Ziling hurriedly refused, no, this is a family matter, besides, father does not. But at this point, though there seemed to be thousands of things she wanted to say, Ziling only said, forget it, saying more is useless. What about you? What are you preparing to do next? When Lu Chen was asked, he answered indifferently and lifelessly, me, I have stayed in the Azure domain long enough, next I plan to go to the Profound domain. The others immediately startled when they heard him and asked back, the Profound domain. Seeing their reaction, Lu Chen continued, originally the plan master set for me was to let me spend 5 years in each master's territory to temper my will, but with the accumulation of these past few days, I am about to break through into the king realm. At this point, he angrily gripped the sword in his hand and said through gritted teeth, furthermore, although I have the divine sword in hand, if I want to bring out its full power, I am afraid I need to rise another level, so I have decided to temporarily leave the Azure domain first, go to Profound City to challenge 10,000-fold peak, and perhaps by then my strength can also rise by 1 level. As soon as they heard him mention this place, one of them widened their eyes in surprise. 10,000-fold peak. Then they also explained the place he had mentioned. The so-called 10,000-fold peak ranks third among the 10 wonders of Profound City. No one knows the specific reason it formed, but it is said that as long as one can climb it, both realm and cultivation will greatly improve. Ziling anxiously reminded them, but as far as I know, although 10,000-fold peak offers great improvement, with your junior sister's cultivation, I fear. King Cheng could not restrain her impatience and hurriedly cut in. You fear? Ziling did not keep her waiting and quickly said, I fear that if you go, you will instead suffer the backlash of 10,000-fold peak, losing far more than you gain. After hearing this, King Cheng asked in disbelief, how can that be? Lu Chen seemed to know this as well, and only sighed before replying, this time, I will go alone. I promise you that after this matter is done, I will certainly return quickly and travel the mountains and rivers with you. Is that not also a good thing? King Cheng said nothing and silently clenched her palm. Then she jumped up and shouted noisily, then senior brother must promise me, when you go to Profound City, you are not allowed to flirt with flowers and tease grass. Lu Chen was startled to hear those words from her mouth, and asked back, junior sister, where did you learn that phrase? King Cheng did not answer him, only stared him and warned, you still have the nerve to say that. You know exactly what it means. Anyway, you must promise me, you are not allowed to flowers and tease grass. You already have a lover. In short, you are not allowed to have any more. Lu Chen's whole face turned ashen, as he replied uncomfortably, wait, why are you suddenly so agitated? We can talk slowly. King Cheng still focused on the main point and asked again, saying it like that means you do not agree, right? At this moment outside the little tavern, only King Cheng's shout could be heard, senior brother, you are a liar, while Lu Chen's tone was helpless. Wait, do not get physical, junior sister. And then came the same words again, senior brother, do not even think of running. Outside someone had observed everything. While his cry for help still echoed, Princess, save me, the mysterious man appeared with the divine weapon, and also said, this matter can be considered perfectly resolved, truly worthy of celebration. Divine Weapon only snorted coldly and replied with one sentence, I already guessed long ago that everything was you playing tricks from behind the scenes. The old man did not directly deny it, but instead continued, do not put it that way. Now you have been freed, and Lu Chen has a reliable master too. Is that not double happiness at the door? With it settled like this, you can presumably enter reincarnation with peace of mind. After receiving that question in return from the old man, the divine weapon gave a cold snort before replying, that is true, but before I leave, I still have one thing to ask you from the very beginning. Was everything that happened within your plan? Hearing this, the old man answered rather smugly, you could say that. It is just that with my disciple's temperament. If I told him the truth, I am afraid he would not have been able to invite this old Buddha of his. But if I tricked him first, and then told him little junior sister Xiao's whereabouts, everything would be different. After speaking, he laughed heartily, while the divine weapon sighed. What an interesting wicked old man. After that, behind the divine weapon, a flame shot high into the air, while he muttered with some regret, it seems the time has come. Those people above truly are impatient. Before leaving, the divine weapon still asked the old man, what are you preparing to do next? The old man was slightly startled when he heard the question and repeated, next. Then he spoke decisively, filled with determination, I want to try walking the 9 heavens ancient road. The divine weapon was startled upon hearing this answer and hurriedly continued, the 9 heavens ancient road, that is a path of nothingness that only those at the Saint King level can enter. Even a Saint King faces 9 deaths and 1 life, yet you actually. As he spoke and saw the old man's pensive expression, the divine weapon could only keep some words in his heart. Before he completely vanished into nothingness, the divine weapon said his final words, as expected of you, old man. Since that is the case, I wish you success, lest you come up here and bother me. Watching the divine weapon's figure about to fade away, the old man only nodded lightly and gave a soft In a place where the divine weapon could not see, the old man quietly whispered, farewell, my close friend. In the Mystic City, within the Bloodflame dynasty, the calming lanterns lit up the entire sky. The Imperial Palace was no exception, the sky completely filled with calming lanterns. Melodious music blended with the breathtaking scene. On a cherry blossom branch, a silk ribbon fluttered gently in the air. The obese emperor sat at the table watching the dance, unable to hide his lust for the beauties. Among them, one had truly outstanding beauty, dazzling and captivating. She possessed a sharp, flawless face from every angle. She did not hesitate and approached the old emperor directly, joining in the dance. When she fell into his arms, he let out a startled sound, his face turning crimson. He was even about to salivate and kiss her. Suddenly, from within the sleeves, the beauty quietly drew out a short dagger. Then she quickly covered his mouth and pulled out the blade. Instantly, panic erupted throughout the palace. Screams were heard everywhere. Assassins! There are assassins trying to kill the emperor. Someone come quickly. Don't let her escape. Light the torches for warning. Seal the fortress. Soldiers carrying torches shouted, "She must be caught." Fireworks lit up the quiet night sky. Everywhere the sky was filled with fireworks, exploding one after another with loud bangs. Lu Chen, looking at the stunning scene, remarked, "It's surprising that the people of the Mystic City are quite interesting. It has been a long time since he saw fireworks so pleasing and lively. Lately in the rush to depart, truly missing out on many joys." Lu Chen sighed deeply after watching, marveling yet such beautiful scenes went unobserved. This kind of contrast made the people of the Mystic City truly unpredictable. However, Lu Chen understood that it was already late, and if he could not find an inn today, he would have to stay here temporarily. Later, the attendants replied hurriedly, "Sir, rest assured, our rooms are all top class." And someone asked again, "Really? Then show me." The attendant smiled with eyes squinting, saying, "Sir can choose any room, they are all identical, only depends on which position you prefer." Yet below there was a loud voice shouting, "Call your master out here." The master quickly came to receive them. "Why have you arrived already?" The soldiers spoke sharply. "Don't waste words. We came to find someone." Seeing the tension, the master said fearfully, "Sir, I really did not know. Within an hour you have come 3 times. I cannot operate my business." But the soldier insisted on scolding and threatening. "What, do you want to defy the emperor's order?" The master hurriedly replied, "No, no." Then the soldier slapped a paper into the master's face. "An order, stick this notice up for us." Seeing this, Lu Chen went down and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Hearing this, Lu Chen asked with a hint of doubt, "Assassination. It seems things here are not very peaceful. Will it affect my rest?" The waiter hurriedly replied, "It will not, it will not. Please rest assured, if you wish to rest, I will arrange a quiet room for you." Only then did Lu Chen speak with some satisfaction. "That is not bad. If there is nothing else, withdraw. Do not let those soldiers come disturb me. Seeing them is annoying." The waiter obeyed and hurriedly opened the door for him, then said cheerfully, "Please rest. Absolutely no one will disturb your rest." That man smiled until his eyes narrowed, then continued softly, "This way, please." Lu Chen walked in, looked around the guarded room, and praised it coldly. "Not bad. It is indeed a clean and quiet room. I want this room." Seeing this, the waiter lowered his head and replied, "As long as you like it." But then Lu Chen called him back. However, the waiter was slightly startled and quickly replied, "What is the matter, sir?" Lu Chen merely said, "Nothing, you may go down now. This is a tip for you, do not disturb me if there is nothing important." The waiter accepted it reverently. "Thank you, my lord." However, above, a mysterious person was hiding. The moment that door closed, the waiter left. Lu Chen immediately relaxed and happily admired the room, praising it. "This room is not bad by comparison. The inns in the Azure domain are all rotten fish and shrimp. Once I finish discussing matters, I will bring junior sister and the princess here so they can enjoy it too." However, the beauty from before had already appeared. She drew her blade and silently attacked him. But Lu Chen merely said in an indifferent low voice, "I said, do you truly think I did not notice you childish tricks?" Immediately after, Lu Chen lightly countered her move and said, "I only came here as a guest and did not want to get into any conflict with those soldiers. Do you truly take me for trash?" That beauty had not expected this situation and could only answer weakly, "You." After a soft sound came from his technique, this beauty fainted to the ground in exhaustion, while Lu Chen said lightly she fainted, but looking closely she is rather adorable. Why become an assassin of all things? Then Lu Chen stroked the beauty's hair and said, "If you had quietly lain under the bed and waited for a chance to leave, that would have been fine, yet you insisted on ambushing me, silencing the witness." He was seen decisively removing his outer robe, then smiling wickedly as he muttered to himself, "Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being unjust." The scene shifted to the next day, when the sun was already high. That beauty suddenly woke in a daze. Lu Chen led her out of the carriage and asked, "You are awake?" That beauty immediately shouted in anger, "You actually do not think you can bind me." But Lu Chen calmly advised her, "Stop struggling. This is a divine artifact of the divine sword palace of the Azure domain. Without peak king realm strength, do not even dream of escaping it." Looking at her hands, still bound tightly and rigidly, she shouted again, "How could this be?" The beauty still fiercely screamed once more, "I will absolutely not let you off, you scoundrel." Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, "Little girl, who are you calling a scoundrel?" Lu Chen appeared dominantly, restrained the beauty, and mocked her, "Someone like you being rude to master makes me very sad." The beauty also realized that this was a sword spirit. Lu Chen controlled her in his hand and said indifferently, "I advise you to behave yourself, otherwise." But when she spoke up to this point, her voice changed and grew ichier as she continued, "Do not blame me for being impolite." Seeing this, Lu Chen spoke to stop her. "Lu Chen, do not scare her anymore. I truly did not expect that such a weak assassin would actually be worth one set of sacred artifacts. You people of Xuan City really are fools with too much money." Hearing this, the beauty asked in surprise, "Sacred artifacts?" Immediately after, her expression changed and she became ingratiating as she probed, "Could it be that you truly believe the people of the Blood Flame Empire will keep their promise? You are truly naive." Then she once again spoke in a frightening tone, let me tell you, the blood flame changed 18 emperors in 3 years. Those men all relied on betrayal, schemes, and deceit to ascend the throne. The only thing they know how to do is plunder the blood, sweat, and tears of the people. Beasts like them, I must kill them all. Ling Long blurted out in shock. You are an outsider and do not understand this place. I do not blame you. But if you listen to what I say now and still naively believe the words of the Blood Flame dynasty, then you are either a fool or a bad person. Hearing this, Lu Chen turned back coldly and asked, so that is it? That is why you wanted to assassinate them? Ling Long answered awkwardly, fine. Now that you know the whole story, why have you not released me? If you want sacred artifacts, I have them too, as long as you let me go, after I return to the sect. Though unwilling, she still said, I will give you 2 sets. No, 3 sets. Hearing this, Lu Chen asked, 3 sets? Ling Long unhappily gnashed her teeth and said, I do what I say. But Lu Chen changed course. He turned away and said, forget it. Compared with your empty words, I would rather trust that reliable wanted notice. Ling Long was furious yet helpless. Lu Chen continued, this is simply how I am. The more people say I cannot do something, the more I must do it. Moreover. After a brief pause, Lu Chen revealed a gaze full of killing intent and said through clenched teeth, if they dare break the agreement, I will drown their blood flame dynasty in volcanoes and seas of blood. Seeing that expression, Ling Long felt somewhat afraid. Lu Chen said with utter boredom, talking more is useless. I did not expect to make such a huge profit on my first day in the profound domain. Old ox. Let us go. We are going to exchange her for sacred artifacts. Ling Long was so furious that smoke nearly rose from her head. You scoundrel, you will definitely regret this. At this moment, inside the imperial palace, a panicked call rang out, my lord, something serious has happened. Liang Er was sitting there doodling, sighing in boredom, do not come bother me. Everyone in court today is already overwhelmed because His Majesty was assassinated. If there is nothing important, then hurry. Before he could finish speaking, his subordinate urgently reported, my lord, I came because of this matter. In front of the imperial palace courtyard, there is a young brat who says he has captured the culprit and is preparing to claim the reward. Hearing this, Liang Er jolted in shock and shouted, what? Outside the city gate, Lu Chen and the others were already waiting. At this moment, someone came out and asked, are you the one who claims to have captured the culprit? Lu Chen replied, that is right, it is. But before Lu Chen could finish speaking, Liang Er already rushed past Lu Chen. He rushed over, grabbed Ling Long by the neck, and roared, how bold, you dared assassinate our emperor. Do you know what a grave crime that is? Being ignored, Lu Chen was somewhat displeased and spoke again, I said. But Liang Er still did not listen and only focused on threatening Ling Long. He leaned close to her ear. You criminal, I truly have to thank you. His gaze turned sharp and full of cunning. It is also thanks to you that the useless fool was eliminated. That man had always suppressed Father. Now that he is dead, Father can finally ascend the throne in peace. Liang Er revealed a smug smile and gripped Ling Long's beautiful chin. Do not worry. Because of your contribution, we execute you. We will make sure you feel no pain, however. In order to eradicate this matter at the root, the sect you belong to will probably... Hearing this, Ling Long screamed in fear. What did you say? She cursed in anger. You shameless traitor, let me go. While he was still feeling smug, Lu Chen had already grabbed his shoulder and asked angrily, hey, where are the sacred artifacts I need? Liang Er showed no courtesy and knocked Lu Chen's hand away. What a big tone. Seeing his appearance, Liang Er secretly sized Lu Chen up from head to toe. Who is this man? His clothes look ordinary, and the cart is only an ordinary ox cart. He curled his lips and thought with a sneer, he is merely an ordinary farmer. Since that is the case, Liang Er threw a pile of gold coins at Lu Chen's face. Take them. This money is enough for you to buy a large house back in the countryside. Liang Er even pointed at Lu Chen's face in contempt. You are merely a poor farmer who stepped in dogshit luck and rendered a little service. He laughed while mocking him. And you still want to demand sacred artifacts? Take the money and get as far away as you can. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile and recognizing no one. While he was still smug, Lu Chen caught his finger. His voice full of anger rose. So what? Without an extra move, he snapped it and said, I see it is you who is unreasonable. Screaming in pain from the finger break, Lu Chen added, your dog-like eyes look down on people. Suddenly a red light flew towards Luni, surprising Ling Long. What is this? Suddenly someone shouted, who is causing trouble here? Then several beams shot straight at Lu Chen. Ling Long panicked. This breath, a master of the King Realm. Blood Flame Dynasty, King Realm, could it be? An old man with red hair appeared in the sky. Ling Long was terrified. The city lord of Blood Flame Dynasty. His eyes glanced at the sun writhing in pain below. Below, Luni was lifted onto the back by Lukum, crying out, Father, save me. He panicked, Lunye, son. He shouted angrily, brat, how dare you? Then he drew out a large broadsword. The old man swung the sword high. Fierce flames erupted. He growled, hateful, let's see how an illiterate dies. He roared, "Release it now, I could let you die a little easier, otherwise." Lu Chen raised his head and asked, "Otherwise what?" Lu Chen raised his sword coldly. "If you don't speak, fine. If you do, I want to see." Then he swung a sword, sending the man's son onto the altar to watch the naked chicken. Lu Chen even laughed. "What can you do to me?" Seeing Lu Chen decisive, the old man froze, his face purple. He shouted, "What?" Lu Chen turned to ask Ling Long, "The 3 holy weapons you mentioned before, remember?" Ling Long blankly nodded, "Remember." Lu Chen smiled, "Fine, I've changed my mind. The next matter. Hope you can see clearly." He said slyly, "This is not only to teach them a lesson, but also to warn you, those who dare play with my beauty must die." Hearing this, Ling Long was a little frightened. Now Looney's father grabbed the broadsword angrily. "Hateful brat, how dare you kill my son?" He growled, "Today I will make you blood for blood." Then the soldiers here rushed up. Lu Chen fought alone against all the Blood Flame Dynasty troops. Ling Long watched in disbelief, thinking, "What is happening?" This brat used his own strength to behead the enemy general among thousands. Lu Chen stood on the corpses of the soldiers. Ling Long could not hide her admiration, especially since the opponent was King Realm. She looked at Lu Chen's bloodied yet proud face, wondering, what is this brat's background? After dealing with them, Lu Chen sneered, "I thought you were skilled, daring to make a fuss with me. Turns out, this is all." His eyes sharp, he looked at the remaining officers, growled, "What about you, fight or surrender? Give a clear answer." The soldiers were terrified. They were sweating profusely. Drops fell one by one. Then the entire army fled. Everyone screamed in fear, "Monster, save me, I don't want to die." Seeing this, Lu Chen sneered, "Is that all? This Blood Flame Dynasty is nothing more." Suddenly, Lu Chen panicked. "Master, keeping a living witness is not good." Lu Chen smiled, "It's fine. Just a little ant." He turned back. "Compared to this, I have something more important." Lu Chen looked at Ling Long, still stunned. "Hey, woman." Then he went to push her onto the cart. Lu Chen asked, "I ask you, do you know the 10,000 White Wind?" Hearing the name, Ling Long was confused. 10,000 White Wind. Lu Chen asked suspiciously, "Why, I don't know." But unexpectedly, Ling Long knew. She hurriedly said, "I know, of course, recently, managing 10,000 White Wind. The Aoyang family is preparing the 10-year event. Everyone in Xuan City knows." Lu Chen smiled. "Good, I wanted to go. Can you lead the way?" Ling Long was surprised. "Lead the way?" Seeing her hesitate, Lu Chen said, "Even if you don't, it's fine. I believe this time, the Blood Flame Dynasty won't refuse my request to exchange you for the holy weapons. What do you think?" Hearing this, Ling Long sighed helplessly. Then she had to accept. "I agree." Lu Chen was overjoyed. He grabbed Ling Long's shoulders eagerly. "You agreed, right? 2 sets of holy weapons plus guiding. I didn't force you. Don't deny later." Ling Long blushed, embarrassed by the touch. She replied, "If so, then let's prepare to depart. After guiding you, I have to report back to my sect." But Lu Chen turned and said, "Not in a hurry. One condition must be done first." He turned to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, leave the Blood Flame Dynasty a debt note. Let them remember, they still owe me a set of holy weapons." Lu Chen's eyes became sharp. She licked her lips and replied, "Yes, master. I've been waiting for this command." Then she summoned the sword spirit. Immediately a red aura surrounded the sword. Lu Chen's voice rang out, "Blood Flame royal members, hear clearly." Lu Chen pointed the sword forward, loudly said, "In front of you is Sword Spirit Lu Chen, or Master, 6th Young Master. Today, you broke your promise and oath. You should have been annihilated to uphold the heavenly law." Red spiritual energy scattered across the city gate. Lu Chen continued, "But the young master is merciful." Lu Chen's voice echoed, "Today I spare your lives." Clouds gathered to block the sun. Then a heavy rain fell on the city. "But remember, Blood Flame Dynasty, you owe 6th Young Master. One day you must offer it yourself." After finishing, Lu Chen set off with 2 girls to 10,000 White Wind. The scene shifts to a mountainous area, clear sky. These mountains surround 10,000 White Wind. Briefly introducing, 10,000 White Wind represents the myriad mountain layers, totaling 81 levels. 81 levels, 81 imposing levels, layers of mountains. But 10,000 White Wind is not the peak. In front of everyone appeared a mountain peak. It had no summit, but a deep hollow inside. This is the legendary 10,000 White Wind. The name only describes the myriad layers. In fact, it is an unknown hollow. No one knows its formation. Since the Yaoyang family discovered it thousands of years ago, it has been protected. There is a path leading inside. The most peculiar thing is the unique spiritual pressure of 10,000 White Wind. If you walk down, there is no difficulty. The place is divided into steps. Once someone tries to climb from below, they immediately feel infinite pressure. Each level the pressure grows stronger, as if a void is pulling you. Below were massive monsters. They were the people who had died here, without the Aoyang family's secret medicine to protect the body. Under this pulling pressure, the lightest outcome was lifelong disability. The worst was becoming one of those undying, deformed wild beasts, forever left when 10,000 insects peak, sealed away forever with no chance of transcendence. Those people lived on like monsters, unable to return for all eternity. Finally, after many days, Lu Chen arrived at 10,000 Insects Peak. Ling Long pointed at the peakless mountain before them. "This is 10,000 Insects Peak." A reminder rang out again, of course. Every time one climbs a level, one can perceive a portion of one's own spiritual pressure. Generally speaking, the 13th level can grant one the special aura known as the Might of a Minor King, With this aura, even someone who has just entered the king realm can become the leader among those of the same realm. Linglong thoughtfully rubbed her chin. But throughout history, never mind the 13th level, anyone who could climb to the 10th level was already considered a powerhouse. As for the others, there is no need to say more. Either they lie paralyzed at home, wasting the talent bestowed by heaven, or they gain nothing and remain forever on 10,000 insects peak, becoming a wandering ghost. So do you still want to continue this challenge? She opened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen, advising him, I think you should give up, take me back to the sect, when that time comes. There was no one in front of her, making Linglong cry out in surprise, where is he? She looked around and saw Lu Chen standing before a seafood stall, asking, Boss, how much for one portion of this dried squid? Seeing Lu Chen holding a bag of squid and eating with relish, Linglong exploded in fury and shouted, Are you truly stupid or just pretending to be stupid? I spent so much time and effort explaining it to you, and you ran off to buy dried squid. Lu Chen held the bag of squid and replied with a smile, What is there for you to be angry about? The one taking the challenge is me, not you. Truly the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Linglong was so provoked that smoke seemed to rise from her head as she shouted, You. Suddenly, at this moment, a hearty laugh rang out. What a fine state of mind. With such a state of mind, this May truly admires you. Both of them turned back in surprise. Behind them stood an extremely handsome white-haired man. It was young Master Mei Xiao. He walked over and said, Brother, not only are you dignified and handsome, your build and bearing are also that of a dragon and phoenix among men. Surely you have come for this challenge with 90% confidence. Mei Xiao cupped his hands and greeted him politely. May I know how I should address you? Lu Chen hesitated slightly but Linglong beside him recognized the man at a glance. You are young Master Mei Xiao of the Mei family. Seeing that Linglong recognized him, Mei Xiao asked politely, May I know how I should address the young lady? Linglong bowed and replied, Linglong, Jiqiong of the Dangxin sect pays her respects. Lu Chen glanced at Linglong in confusion and asked, Who is Mei Xiao? Linglong hurriedly leaned close and whispered, Perhaps you do not know, but he is a major figure. Linglong's expression turned grave as she said, In Suan City, the Li family, Qin family, Li family, Mei family, and Aoyang family are regarded as the 5 great clans. Among the 5 great clans, Li Daozi of the Li family was the first to establish a sect in Suan City. Qin Yuning of the Mu family is as heaven's chosen of his generation. It is said that at the age of 10, he had already slain demons and cut down dragons. Linglong continued softly, The Aoyang family is also one of them. The family's young lady Yu Yi and her elder brother Aoyang Kuang are both outstanding figures, and with their possession of 10,000 insects peak, it would not be an exaggeration to call them the foremost family in Suan City. Linglong pointed at Mei Xiao before them and said, And this Mei Xiao is also one of the most outstanding young talents among the 5 great clans. Now do you know what kind of person he really is? Having been praised, Mei Xiao replied politely, Young lady flatters me too much. This Mei does not dare accept it, truly does not dare accept it. He said gently, Today, this Mei is the same as you two, merely an ordinary person here to challenge 10,000 insects peak. Mei Xiao looked at the people behind him who had also come to 10,000 insects peak and said, Before the might of 10,000 insects peak, we are all exceedingly small, not to mention those empty reputations. Linglong replied with admiration, You are too modest. But Lu Chen did not think so. He frowned, stepped forward, and grabbed Linglong by the shoulder, saying, Well said, kid, you are quite humble. Linglong froze at his attitude. Hey. She hurriedly stopped Lu Chen. What are you saying? If we offend the Mei family, neither of us will end well. Hurry, apologize at once while there is still time. But Lu Chen did not listen and spoke arrogantly instead. Why should I apologize? Such a talented young man. I was even thinking of taking him as my final disciple. This honor, if it were any ordinary time, I would not grant it. Linglong panicked and hurriedly touched Lu Chen's head. I'm afraid you have some illness. This Mei Xiao cannot be compared to the Blood Flame dynasty. He is truly. But before she could finish, Mei Xiao stopped her. He placed his fan before Linglong and said, Young lady, those words are mistaken. He replied with absolute confidence, since this brother dares to say such a thing, he must surely be an extraordinary person as well. My achievements today are also thanks to the guidance of countless renowned masters. Having one more master would not hurt. As he spoke, Mei Xiao's eyes became sharp, and his voice filled with challenge. However, taking me as a disciple is not so easy. Brother must truly have the ability. With that, he extended his fan before Lu Chen and said, I wonder whether brother is willing to reveal a skill and broaden this Mei's horizons. This made Linglong somewhat worried. On the other side, Lu Chen gave a cold laugh. That is true. If I do not reveal a skill, how would you submit to me? As he spoke, blood-red light flashed in his eyes, and his voice rang out with overwhelming pressure. But you brought this upon yourself. At once, Mei Xiao on the other side seemed to be strangled. A powerful pressure pierced through him, making him start in shock. After that, Mei Xiao dropped to his knees. His whole body trembled, sweat streamed down as he gasped for breath, and he blurted in disbelief, Am I still alive? Just now I was clearly cut by a blade. What is going on? Lu Chen then explained, what happened just now was an illusion. Since you wanted to see me reveal a skill as your master, I naturally had to satisfy you. But if I truly struck, injuring my beloved disciple would not be something a master should do. Hearing this, Mei Xiao stammered in terror, illusion arts. You actually know illusion arts. Even Ling Long came over to dissuade him. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? She pointed behind them anxiously and said, with so many people watching, if you offend the Mei family, we will. But before she could finish, Mei Xiao behind her had already kowtowed and shouted loudly, Master above, please accept this disciple's bow. This left Ling Long stunned. Mei Xiao anxiously admitted his mistake, Master. Just now this disciple was blind and offended your venerable self. Lu Chen also happily walked over and helped him up. Ignorance is no crime, disciple rise quickly. Witnessing this scene made Ling Long's worldview collapse. She thought to herself, what is going on? She could not believe her eyes. Am I dreaming? She looked at the scene of deep master and disciple affection before her. Master above, please accept this disciple's bow. Ling Long stared wide-eyed. What are these two doing? Ling Long stared blankly, her heart tangled into chaos. In the end, am I the one who has gone mad, or are these two the ones who have gone mad? Her inner voice cried out in grievance, or rather, has this entire world gone mad? The scene shifted to the Aoyang family. Old Master Aoyang's voice rang out. Has everyone arrived? A subordinate reported back. Reporting to the old master, among the 4 great clans, only young Master Mei has arrived. Hearing this, old Master Aoyang was extremely satisfied. He stroked the tuft of beard on his chin. It seems they are all afraid, after all, losing an outstanding family member every 10 years. If this business were mine, I would not be pleased either. Old Aoyang looked at the people below and sighed, if this continues, when will we ever have enough? As he spoke, he turned the string of prayer beads in his hand. Singer. In his mind, he seemed to transmit a thought, his brows furrowing. Singer, take my hand. It is useless. Run quickly, run. Immediately after, the string of prayer beads shattered from the force being too strong. Just then, a gentle call rang out, pulling old Aoyang back to reality. Father, can we begin? Seeing that his expression was not right, Yui, his daughter, asked, Father, are you all right? The beautiful Yui appeared. Father. Seeing his daughter, the figure of his late wife appeared again, and old Aoyang could not help calling out, Singer. Knowing that her father had mistaken her again, Yui lowered her eyes and called Father. She said, Father is thinking of mother again. Aoyang realized he had mistaken her once more and let out a sigh. Turned away and rubbed his brow. This father was lost in thought again. I am sorry. Yui immediately offered a cup of tea and said, it is all right. Drink some tea to calm yourself. But old Aoyang pushed it away. No need. This father still has to preside over the ascension ceremony first. The tea can wait until later. At the mention of this, Yui had a request. Father, for this ascension ceremony, why not let me preside over it? This left old Aoyang surprised. Child. Yui immediately said, elder brother is not here. Father's condition today is not good either. I am already 18. It is time I bore responsibility for the family. Old Aoyang thought for a moment, then let out a sigh. He gripped her arm and agreed. All right, then I leave it to you. Yui bowed to accept the order. Yes, father. Then she turned and gave the order. Everyone heed my command. The ascension ceremony for 10,000 insect peak this time begins at once. The subordinates immediately shouted, understood. She quickly gave instructions. You few prepare to open the peak. The rest prepare the secret medicine needed for the guests. No matter whether the guests are rich or poor, noble or humble, no one is to be neglected. Seeing that manner, old Aoyang could not help sighing. She truly resembles her. His eyes were filled with longing. She truly resembles Singer. Then old Aoyang revealed a mysterious smile. She really does look more and more like her. After a while, Yui also stepped out and said loudly, honored guests, welcome to the Aoyang family. Yui truly had the bearing of a ruler. She said loudly, greetings everyone, I am Yui. Seeing her, Lu Chen could not help exclaiming in praise, this beauty is so pretty. She is Yui. Mei Xiao nodded. That's right, she is Aoyang Kuang's younger sister, Yui. Even Ling Long had to sigh. Everyone says the Aoyang family's 2 great secret treasures are 10,000 insect peak and Miss Aoyang. Now that I have seen them, their reputation is truly deserved. Above, Yui said to the servants, it is about to begin. Board the ship. The subordinates bowed, understood. Then Yui said loudly to the participants, there is no need to say much about why you have come. You have come to challenge 10,000 insect peak, and surely you all know how great the benefits of 10,000 insect peak are, and how painful failure will be. Yui's gentle voice rang out, so I advise you all it is still better to go back, lest your lives end just as they have begun, and you fall into a tragic state. Though her words were gentle, they made the participants feel as if they had been insulted. Among them, the blue-haired man said in shock, what is this woman saying? The subordinates above also quickly asked old Aoyang for instructions, master, but old Aoyang waved his hand. No need, let the girl be. Yue continued, 10,000 insect peak does not welcome the weak, nor does it sell medicine for regret. Since you all insist on being stubborn, do not blame Yue for failing to remind you. These words drove the participating crowd mad. Each of them shouted loudly, what did you say? Do you really think I am trash? Is the Aoyang family so arrogant that it looks down on everyone? Someone wearing a mask shouted angrily, exactly. You look down on us. Don't blame us for overturning your Aoyang family. But he did not know that when he opened his mouth, a tiny red thread slipped out from it. Yet among the entire crowd, only Lu Chen noticed it. When Lu Chen looked again, the red threads had already grown dense. The people below grew even angrier. I am going in today no matter what, and the streams of aura grew denser still. Then all flew toward the Aoyang family's room up ahead. Those streams of aura quickly gathered around a mysterious coffin inside the Aoyang family. Even old Aoyang was surprised by this scene. He praised in satisfaction, as expected of my daughter. He looked toward Yue and praised her. Well done. Yue could not bear it and clenched her hands tightly. She continued speaking loudly. Since all of you insist on having your own way, then the Aoyang family will no longer stop you. From this moment onward, in an instant the ground was torn open by something. The players were utterly shocked. What is going on? The ground has split apart. Immediately afterward, they quickly fell into that crack. Yue's cold voice rang out. The trial of 10,000 Insect Peak officially begins. Lu Chen was also somewhat surprised as he watched this scene. It has already begun, Mei Xiao immediately explained. As soon as the opening ceremony ends, all participants on the plaza are pushed in 10,000 Insect Peak. This has long been the tradition. Lu Chen could not hide his surprise and asked again. A long-standing tradition. Wait, everyone on the plaza. At this moment, Ling Long beside him shouted, Hey, I am not taking part in the trial, I am only a guide. Lu Chen was startled and turned to look. He saw Ling Long being sucked down by the force of the crack. She screamed in fear. What is going on? Lu Chen blurted out. This is bad. He quickly reached out to catch her. Ling Long, give me your hand, but it was already too late. She fell straight down below. Lu Chen shouted, Ling Long. Above, after the opening ended, Yue quickly went inside, but the moment she entered, she collapsed to the ground. She said in grief, Father, with actions like this, Mother may never forgive us. Old Aoyang called out in pain. Yue. But at this moment, a voice came somewhere into old Aoyang's ear. Husband, husband, save me. Old Aoyang's hand trembled, and that voice rang out again. Did we not promise to live and die together, to share joy and sorrow? Old Aoyang immediately said loudly, I remember that the Mai family was supposed to send a once-in-a-millennium genius this time. Bring me his name, the subordinate quickly answered in panic. Yes. After he saw Mei Xiao's portrait clearly, he could not hide his joy. He truly is a fine seedling, if I can obtain his help. At this point, old Aoyang laughed loudly in an eerie manner. That laughter haunted Yue, and she quickly covered her ears. But it was all useless. Her father's laughter had engulfed the Aoyang family, turning this place into a hellish underworld. The scene shifted to the bottom of 10,000 Insect Peak. Ling Long fell down and cried out, that hurts. She angrily held her aching head and stood up. This Aoyang family is far too tyrannical. They shoved people down without even asking clearly whether they were taking part in the trial. She looked at the long, endless stairs before her and said angrily, well, great, what rotten luck. Ling Long glanced around. I wonder if there is any notice to cancel the trial. But she had no idea that behind her, a monster was eyeing her and walking closer. The monster behind her stretched out its terrifying arm toward Ling Long and said, Save me. Ling Long subconsciously replied, Save what? I'm the one who needs to shout for help. But when she came back to her senses, she cried out, What? In an instant, the monster's hand lunged forward, wanting to grab Ling Long. It shouted, Let me out, but Ling Long had already dodged quickly. Seeing this, the monster immediately gave chase, its mouth constantly shouting, Let me out. With every step and every strike it shouted, Let me out. Ling Long quickly realized it wants to kill me. She quickly gathered momentum and leaped up. Then she kicked the monster. It will not be that easy. Seeing the monster fall, Ling Long smiled and said, Done. She even made an ugly face to mock the monster, trying to kill this young lady. You are still 100 years too early. Then Ling Long quickly stepped onto the platform to leave goodbye. At the moment she stepped up, a powerful spiritual pressure surged into her body. Ling Long collapsed in pain, clutching her chest as she cried out, My chest hurts. It feels like it is about to split open. She trembled as she looked at the towering steps ahead and gritted her teeth. This is terrible. Just one level already has such immense pressure. I am afraid I cannot go any farther. Ling Long, drained of strength, cried out in despair, Brat, you have truly doomed me this time. Then she fainted. Just then, a monster came up from behind, eyeing Ling Long hungrily as it moved toward her. The scene shifted to Mei Xiao. He was being hunted down by a monster, and it opened its bizarre mouth and roared. Mei Xiao swiftly slashed the monster once, but his strength had also been drained considerably. Mei Xiao panted and said, I never expected that just 18 levels would consume so much stamina. Mei Xiao quickly sat down to cultivate, reassuring himself, Calm down. As long as I steadily absorb the pressure of this level completely before climbing again, there should be no problem. But at that moment, that colored aura was slowly absorbed back toward one side. It was the monster that had just been killed. It was absorbing all the spiritual energy of the other monsters. After eating its fill, it opened its eye wide. Its arms and legs also gradually joined back together. Then the monster grew 3 more heads, looking utterly sinister. Witnessing that scene, Mei Xiao froze. What? He looked at the 3-headed monster before him in disbelief. What is going on? The scene shifted to Lu Chen. Unlike Mei Xiao, he was still in the mood to whistle. Surrounding Lu Chen were countless monsters of all sizes, yet he did not care in the slightest. All of a sudden, Lu Chen glanced at the monsters with a sharp gaze. They seemed to have met their destined nemesis and quickly turned tail to flee. Lu Chen sneered, that is more like it. Even monsters need to know how to read the room. At that moment, Lu Chen also returned, Master, I have investigated clearly. Lu Chen quickly asked, how is it? Lu Chen quickly reported back, this place does not seem as simple as the other caverns. I flew very far, but I did not see anyone at all. Lu Chen asked in disappointment, you did not sense Ling Long and Mei Xiao either. Lu Chen shook his head, no, I searched every corner carefully and did not discover their auras at all. Hearing that, Lu Chen became full of doubt. He rubbed his chin and said, then this is too strange. Mei Xiao is rather high talent, so if he climbed high and could not be found, that would be understandable. He looked at the endless towering steps before him and said in confusion, but Ling Long, even if she risked her life, could at most climb 5 levels. How could she be nowhere to be found? Lu Chen quickly voiced his conjecture. This servant believes this place is probably not a physical space. I can meet you without restriction because the soul contract has bound you and me together. Hearing this, Lu Chen seemed to understand somewhat. You mean? He glanced around. This place is a multidimensional domain. The others have been separated. Lu Chen nodded. Exactly. Lu Chen grew somewhat irritated. He cracked his knuckles. If that is the case, then continuing to wait is meaningless. He said firmly, if Bai Lunglung cannot withstand the pressure and faints, I am afraid she will be in danger. I remember that in the trial of Myriad Insect Peak, unless one personally calls for it to stop, otherwise regardless of life or death, no one will come to save them. If so, Lu Chen swiftly drew his sword and ordered, Lu Chen, take me charging upward. Let us rush to the 30th level first and see. If there is no major problem, then we will head straight to the top. Lu Chen replied, yes. Then Lu Chen carried Lu Chen upward on the flying sword. While going, Lu Chen said, let us go up first and see the situation, then find the people of the Aoyang family and tell them to come down for rescue. Lu Chen obeyed, yes. The scene shifted to Ling Long. At this moment, a group of monsters were advancing toward her with greedy intent. One of them roared, intending to swallow her whole, but suddenly a strip of white silk flew out and wrapped around the monster. The person who arrived was Yue. She said coldly, annihilate. A shattering sound rang out, and the monsters were instantly blasted into smoke and dust. She also quickly dealt with the remaining monsters. After finishing them off, she looked toward Ling Long, who had fainted. Yue allowed a long breath. She removed her veil, her eyes tinged with sorrow and deep thought. The scene shifted to a vast green grassland. Ling Long was playing with a group of children. At that moment, a little girl handed a wreath to Ling Long. Big sister, look at the wreath I wove. Ling Long praised her. You wove it so attentively. It is truly beautiful. The little girl smiled and said, if big sister likes it, then I will put it on you. Ling Long lowered her head and replied, all right. But as soon as the words fell, the child's voice became distorted. You said it yourself. The little girl instantly turned into a dried skeleton, and the beautiful wreath also became withered arms, frightening Ling Long badly. A hoarse voice sounded, now that you are wearing it, come down with us. It turned out to be only Ling Long's nightmare. She screamed in shock and broke free from the dream. When she came back to herself, she found that she was in an ordinary room. Looking at the surroundings, Ling Long wondered in surprise, where am I? I clearly remember that I had fallen to the lowest level of Myriad Insect Peak. She quickly stood up. No matter where this is, I have to find that brat first. Otherwise I probably will not last much longer. But the moment she stepped off the bed, a pain from her head struck and made Ling Long fall to the ground. She held her head and cried out, it hurts. Ling Long could not believe it. What is going on? Has the previous pressure still not dissipated? At that moment, Yue walked in. She placed a cup of tea on the table and said, you should lie back down. The pressure of Myriad Insect Peak is very difficult to dispel quickly. Yue looked at Ling Long and continued, if you continue to forcefully condense Kai, I am afraid that in less than 3/4 of an hour, you will be crippled. With one look, Ling Long recognized her in astonishment. It is you. I remember you are the young lady of the Aoyang family. Ling Long looked the person before her in disbelief and blurted out, Yue. Yue replied indifferently, correct. Hearing that, Ling Long grew somewhat afraid. Then this place is. Yue immediately replied, this is the Aoyang family. I gave you the Aoyang family's secret medicine just now and brought you back here. Ling Long was deeply grateful and said, in that case you saved me. I truly thank you. Thanks to you I survived. But Ling Long also spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Although your actions were a bit rough, saving someone was still timely, proving you are not entirely bad. Hearing this, Yue could not help but press her lips in shame. She turned away coldly and said, "Have you finished speaking? If nothing else, lie down. Speaking less will help you recover faster." This attitude surprised Ling Long slightly. What on earth? She could not help but look after Yui's departing figure, truly a strange girl. The pain surged and made Ling Long cry out, "It hurts so much." After going outside, Yui closed the door. She lowered her eyes in sorrow. Then she squatted down in shame and said, "Mother, forgive Ngakne, I really cannot look on any longer." At that moment, the voice of a Duong Lao rang out, startling Yui. "Cannot look on at what?" Yui looked fearfully at her father's somber expression and uttered, "Father." She panicked and asked, Why have you come?" Oh, Duong Lao asked suspiciously, "This is my house, do you think I cannot enter?" But compared to this matter, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Are you hiding something from me?" Yui lowered her head sorrowfully and replied, "No, nothing." Oh, Duong Lao, still suspicious, he leaned close and asked, "Really nothing?" Yui avoided his gaze and insisted, "Nothing." Hearing this, Oh, Duong Lao did not press further. He turned and glanced at her with a hidden meaning. "Then fine, hope you are not like your elder brother." Oh, Duong Lao spoke gently. "In the past, your elder brother led his subordinates into the mountains to rescue people. I admired him, because he was young and time was sufficient. So he used the excuse that as long as someone called for help they would be rescued to bypass the four great families. Now with urgent timing, such actions must not occur again." Saying this, he raised his tone, his sharp gaze threatening, "Yui, if you act like your elder brother again, not only I but your mother will not forgive you either. Understand?" Yui fearfully replied, "Yes, father." And he threw a small knife. "Go handle the girl in your room." Yui had truly not anticipated this. She exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Yet she still clenched her hands and replied trembling, "Yes." He could not help but reply, "I understand, father." Scene shifted to Lu Chen. He was still riding the sword, charging forward. Suddenly small cracks appeared on Lu Chen's sword. Lu Chen quickly stopped and asked, "Reached the limit?" Lu Chen stammered, a bit unable to bear it. Hearing this, Lu Chen said, "It seems even a spirit sword is not completely unaffected here. Find a place to rest." Lu Chen obeyed, "Yes." Lu Chen then descended from the sword. Lu Chen returned to human form. Lu Chen asked, "Which floor is this?" She replied, "Master, if not mistaken, it should be floor 30. She blamed herself deeply. Lu Chen is useless. It is only the spirit pressure of floor 30, and I cannot even withstand it. Forgive me, master. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Chen cut in. "Leave these matters aside for now. I will transfer some true ki to you. Focus on circulating your ki." Lu Chen was deeply moved, "Master." Lu Chen immediately circulated his true ki and said, "I really am someone who tends to do as he pleases." Then he poured it into Lu Chen's sword spirit body and said, "But when it comes to my own things, I still treasure them greatly." Lu Chen was extremely grateful. "Thank you, master." Lu Chen reminded her, "Do not move, focus on circulating your ki." Lu Chen obediently answered with a sound of assent. The scene shifted to Mei Xiao. He was still tirelessly climbing upward, but his steps were growing heavier and heavier. Looking at the endless stairs before him, Mei Xiao struggled to speak. 20. He was so exhausted that sweat poured down his body, his breathing ragged as he counted 20. With his strength drained, Mei Xiao turned back and cursed. "This thing cannot be killed, and along the way it keeps absorbing the corpses of the monsters blocking the road that I cut down." Behind him at this moment was a grotesque monster chasing Mei Xiao all the way. He quickly ran upward. He had already reached the 23rd floor. If he kept climbing like this, he would die from the pressure of myriad white peak. But if he did not climb, he would be worn down to death. Was there any way out? Just then, Mei Xiao saw the rocky ledge beside him. He gave a cold smile. "Got it." Then Mei Xiao opened his beloved fan and shouted, "If anyone is to blame, blame yourself for seeking death." Eightfold folding fan. With the sound of it opening, the fan instantly transformed into 8 swords. All of them were connected together by chains. Mei Xiao quickly threw one end toward the rocky ledge. Then he used the momentum to swing over there. "Come on then, if you have the ability, chase me." The monster fell into the trap and quickly chased after him. Seeing this, Mei Xiao gave a cold smile. How simple-minded. The hook at the tip latched onto the vine above, then looped back around. Using that tangle of vines, Mei Xiao wrapped it around the monster's body and knocked it down. Go to hell. Once it was done, he withdrew the sword and transformed it into a longbow. Mei Xiao even said with disdain, "Even if I cannot beat you to death, can I not shake you off?" Mei Xiao raised the longbow high and shouted, "Get lost, you disgusting thing." The arrow quickly shot straight into the monster's head, making it cry out in pain before it fell into the abyss. After that, Mei Xiao returned to the stairs. He looked at the monster while panting. Finally, "It is over." Another sound came from behind. Mei Xiao turned back and saw that the monster had become even larger. It leaped up and smashed through the mass of vines. Mei Xiao shouted in disbelief, "No way." Looking at the tentacles advancing toward him, Mei Xiao was baffled. What exactly is this thing? Cry rang out everywhere. "Are you kidding me?" The scene shifted to Ling Long. She was resting when Yui slammed the door open and rushed in. Ling Long asked in confusion, "Why have you come back?" Tears rolled down Yui's cheeks and she said softly, "I am sorry, please forgive me." Then Yui stepped forward, embraced Ling Long and stabbed her. Ling Long froze. She looked at the blade buried in her chest and spoke in disbelief, "You are Ling Long's body gradually collapsed. She only had time to say why before passing out. The scene shifted to Lu Chen. He and Lu Chen were still tirelessly making their way to the higher floors. The farther Lu Chen went, the more she felt something was wrong. She spoke up, "Master, this place really does have a problem. From the beginning until now, we have not seen a single participant." Lu Chen frowned and asked, "About which floor are we on now?" Lu Chen answered, "Judging from the spiritual pressure we are enduring, it should be around the 50th floor now." Hearing this, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. "We have already reached the 50th floor. He quickly jumped down from the sword and said, "Stop for now." Lu Chen looked around and stated his judgment. "When we were at the very bottom, I originally thought it was because this place was too vast that we might not see anyone. But looking down from above, the terrain here grows narrower the higher it goes. Yet we still do not see anyone. That is clearly not right." Hearing this, Lu Chen asked suspiciously, "Could everyone else have been turned into monsters?" But Lu Chen rejected this. "No, it is impossible for all of them to have failed, especially Mei Xiao. That brat should have no problem climbing 20 or 30 floors." Lu Chen's gaze was filled with resolve as he said, "Our previous guess." Suddenly Lu Chen saw something. She pointed ahead and called out, "Master, look over there." In the direction of her hand was a boulder bearing a deep sword mark. Lu Chen immediately said, "Look at that sword mark." Lu Chen quickly asked back, "Was that there when we came up just now?" Suddenly, at that moment, the boulder was split in two by something. Seeing that, both of them were startled. Lu Chen called out, "Master." Lu Chen quickly sensed a source of pressure approaching. She looked around. There is something unseen below. Is it a monster? And the next instant Lu Chen realized it. He became even more certain of his guess. No, if the thought from before was not wrong. He quickly charged forward and shouted, "Lu Chen." Lu Chen swiftly transformed into a sword and flew into Lu Chen's hand. Holding the divine sword in hand, Lu Chen said loudly, "The secret of myriad weight peak." Then he used all his strength to slash into the air and shouted, "Is this very thing?" In an instant, space seemed to tear open from the slash. Mei Xiao emerged from within, utterly astonished. "Master." Lu Chen seemed to have understood. He said softly, as expected. Mei Xiao passed through the rift and reunited with Lu Chen. He was overjoyed. "Master, you finally came." Lu Chen immediately asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Mei Xiao smiled and replied, "Yes, nothing serious. What is going on here?" Lu Chen also smiled and said, "Fortunately, because of your battle just now, I was able to confirm the anomaly here." Lu Chen began explaining all the secrets of this place. Myriad Weight Peak itself is a special area wrapped in spatial magic. Earlier, I searched all over the bottom of the valley and did not see anyone, but the force of your attack just now was truly great. It faintly broke through space, and I happened to see it, which allowed me to confirm it. Hearing this, Mei Xiao frowned and said, "Spatial magic. I have never heard of this." The seniors who challenged Myriad White Peak before never mentioned anything like this either. Lu Chen immediately grew suspicious and said, "It seems this place has far more secrets than we imagined." At this moment, Lu Chen noticed the injuries on Mei Xiao's body and asked, "But we can talk about these matters later. What happened to your wounds?" Mei Xiao was startled and dazed. "Wounds." Just then, the roar of a monster echoed up from below, and the monster used its hands like iron hooks to climb upward in search of Mei Xiao. Seeing it, he shouted in fear, "This is bad." Mei Xiao said in extreme frustration, "The spirit hasn't dissipated. Where did it follow me from?" Lu Chen also looked at the monster, muttering, "A monster." Lu Chen looked at the disgusting monster before him and said to Mei Xiao, "Has it beaten you so badly?" Mei Xiao jerked her head warningly. "Be careful, master. It can regenerate infinitely. Extremely difficult." Mei Xiao said in utter disgust and disbelief, "It seems like this one can absorb energy from the surrounding monsters, getting stronger the more it fights." Mei Xiao said tensely, "We should think of a way to shake it off. Frontal confrontation would be risky." But before she finished, Lu Chen charged ahead. He shouted, "Lu Chen, drain it." Immediately, pressure emanated from the sword, absorbing the monster into his body. Witnessing that, Mei Xiao exclaimed in surprise, "What?" After a short while, Lu Chen had withered the monster. It nearly vanished into the void. Mei Xiao couldn't believe her eyes. "What is happening?" The remnants of the monster fell down, unable to regenerate. Lu Chen explained, "It's just a monster that absorbs energy. As long as the destruction speed exceeds absorption, it's fine." He turned back and smiled smugly at Mei Xiao. Was it difficult? Outside, night had fallen at a small house deep in the mountains. Ling Long woke up startled. She hugged her chest in fear. "I'm still alive." Seeing her awake, Yue said, "If awake, come here." Seeing Yue, Long immediately became alert. Ling Long couldn't hide her anger and shouted, "Sometimes saving me, sometimes trying to kill me. What do you want?" But Yue didn't respond, just gently pushed the door open, making Ling Long angrier. What is her attitude? Where is she going? Yue glanced back coldly. "If you want to know the truth, then follow me." Saying this, Linglong followed Yue deeper into the forest. Yue led the way as she recounted. 15 years ago, the Van Trongfeng opened as scheduled, just like previous challenges over hundreds of thousands of years. Yue's voice echoed gently. Everyone began the challenge as usual, saving those unable to participate as usual, distributing medicine as usual. But one woman changed everything. Here Yue's tone sank slightly. She found a seriously injured participant as usual, preparing to save them unexpectedly. That person ambushed her. Linglong, surprised, asked, ambushed? Wasn't that person already seriously injured? Why attack the one trying to save them? By now they reached a cemetery, Yue continued. After drinking our secret elixir, he went from bottom to top, able to withstand the pressure. Breaking through Van Trongfeng, Linglong anxiously asked, did he succeed? Yue replied, ultimately around the 10th floor, we found his body. Yue explained, our elixir only blocks pressure from entering the body. If one tries to absorb pressure after drinking, it causes conflict between the medicine and pressure, ultimately dying without a grave. Linglong gasped, this person is foolish, dies himself, and tries to use others as a cushion. They arrived at a large Solomon tomb. Yue's voice trembled as she looked at it. The woman who was ambushed is my mother, Linglong, shocked, called mother. She looked up at the tomb. This gravestone is. Yue knelt, bowed to her mother, nodding. This is my mother's grave. Linglong asked in confusion, bringing me to sweep the grave. How does this relate to the truth? Unexpectedly, Yue drew her sword, her face grim. You'll know soon. Not only you, I am also seeking an answer, and that answer. Then she sliced the tomb in half. This is the place. Yue immediately looked inside, her voice trembling. Indeed, as I thought. Seeing with your own eyes, you will know the truth. Linglong immediately approached inside the tomb. What truth are you speaking of? Seeing inside, she froze and exclaimed, This is. Scene shifted to Lu Chen. He handed a pill to Mei Xiao. Drink this. Mei Xiao took it blankly. Lu Chen reassured, drink it. This is Thunder Essence Elixir, a specialty of King Region. Within half an hour, it will fully restore you. Hearing this, Mei Xiao drank it all. He said gratefully, thank you, master. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Lu Chen deep in thought, Mei Xiao curiously asked, Master, what are you thinking? Lu Chen replied thoughtfully, I am thinking. His gaze turned sharp. He said, I ask you, you are native to Swan region. What is your understanding of the Van Trongfeng trial? Mei Xiao answered honestly, the Van Trongfeng trial, in my impression, as long as one clearly knows their strength and the amount of effort to exert, it will be fine, otherwise someone will save them. So for me, this trial tests individual ambition more than actual strength. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled smugly. You are right. But the issue is, if it wasn't fine, someone would save you. I asked earlier, if it wasn't me, would anyone have saved you? Mei Xiao, full of doubt, asked, what do you mean, master? Lu Chen explained, there are two doubts. One, no one has heard of spatial separation in Van Trongfeng. Two, until now, even if you face difficulty, no one comes to save you. Lu Chen's eyes confirmed firmly, therefore I have reason to suspect this trial, the Aoyang family, never intended for us to survive. Scene shifted to Linglong and Yue. After looking inside the tomb, Linglong froze and shouted, what the hell is this? Inside the tomb only claws remained, nothing else. Linglong exclaimed in surprise, where is my mother's body? Yue examined the situation and said, unknown, perhaps moved by someone, but more likely. Yue's voice rang firmly, my mother was never buried. These words struck the chaotic scene like lightning. Scene shifted to Van Trong room. Lu Chen's group faced the ferocious monster. But with a single sword strike, Lu Chen dealt with that monster. But as soon as it was destroyed, the guarding monsters flew in. Lu Chen quickly released his sword and spirit sword. Lu Chen acknowledged with a nod. She used her sword aura to shout, kneel for me. And Lu Chen unleashed power to absorb all those demons. She shouted in frustration, that devil, then attacked them. Each one was destroyed by her blows. Meanwhile, Lu Chen quickly absorbed all the spirit energy of those demons. She delightedly immersed herself in the demonic aura, the taste of life truly exquisite. On the other side, Mei Xiao watched her, dazed. Seeing that, Lu Chen turned back to tease him. What is it, little brother, you want to try this taste too? Mei Xiao went pale with fear and hurriedly refused. No, I had better not try it. He walked over anxiously and whispered into Lu Chen's ear, hesitantly saying, Master, this sword spirit of yours seems a little off. Is there really no problem? Lu Chen asked in confusion, problem. He quickly reassured his young disciple, relax. Although Lu Chen used to be a hateful sword that killed indiscriminately without caring whether it was demon or human, and if she is not allowed to cut people and drink blood normally, she will go berserk. But all in all, she is still very useful. She will not harm you. Hearing this, Mei Xiao became even more frightened. He stammered with a deathly pale face. Hateful berserk, Lu Chen asked back, what is wrong? Mei Xiao trembled as he held his ashen face and answered shakily, no. Mei Xiao suppressed his fear and asked, Master, since the Aoyang family does not want us to move away, then what is our plan? We have been going downward all this time. Are we trying to reach the bottom floor? Lu Chen nodded and replied, that is right, we have to go down to the very bottom. More precisely, we have to find the secret passage the Aoyang family left at the very bottom that connects to the outside world. This news struck like a bolt from the blue, and Mei Xiao froze before asking, a secret passage? How does Master know there is an Aoyang family secret passage at the very bottom? Lu Chen did not answer Mei Xiao's question, instead asking him in return, let me ask you, since we already know the Aoyang family would rescue the participants in the past, then if you were a rescue worker of the Aoyang family, where would you take the participants from for it to be safest? Hearing the question, Mei Xiao suddenly realized, you mean? Lu Chen explained loudly, think about it, the special trait of 10,000 Insect Peak is that the higher you climb, the more dangerous it becomes. He pointed downward and voiced his deduction. If the passage opened on the upper floors, the rescuers would have to be at least Peak King realm to withstand the spiritual pressure. If they had that many experts, the Aoyang family would have unified the Sichuan region long ago. Why would they still nest here as mountain guards? Lu Chen's gaze was sharp, his voice firm as he said, moreover, even if there is some secret medicine that can withstand the pressure, rescuers still need time to find participants scattered everywhere. Once the medicine wears off, are they supposed to let those rescuers die here? Hearing this, Mei Xiao finally understood, and he continued, so that is it, thinking about it that way. To make rescue convenient while ensuring the rescuers' safety, building the passage on the lowest floor where the pressure is weakest would be the best choice. After saying that, he could not help looking at Lu Chen with admiration, as expected of Master. To think of so much in such a short time, Lu Chen grew smug from the praise. It is nothing. Talking about this now is meaningless anyway. He said with heroic spirit, no matter how much we say, it is still only speculation. Only after reaching the bottom of the mountain and searching around can we confirm it. Mei Xiao also agreed and replied, yes. Just then, a shrill scream echoed up from below. Lu Chen quickly shouted, the monsters are here again. Lu Chen, Mei Xiao. The two of them quickly called out and awaited orders, yes. After that, the three charged forward together to deal with the monsters, advancing downward all the way. Let us go. The scene shifts back to the ground level of the Xuan region. Old Aoyang stood on the boat, waiting for news to be reported back. At this moment, several subordinates came over and said, Master, the boy from the Mei family has escaped. They fearfully knelt on the ground and reported, just now, a strange power pulled him out of the space, and the mutated beasts that followed him were also destroyed by that strange power. It seems someone rescued him. Old Aoyang was somewhat displeased upon hearing this, but still let it go, it is fine. How is the absorption of the other player's spiritual power going? At the mention of this matter, the reporting man's face turned deathly pale, and he stammered, the others, the spiritual power of the others. Seeing him stammer like this, Old Aoyang's expression immediately darkened. That man hurriedly reported in fear, all the other spiritual power combined is not even 2/3 of the plan. Master, we have already done our best to kill every participant we could handle, please wait a little longer. But Old Aoyang could not wait. He flew into a rage, reached out, grabbed that man's head, and roared, I told you before, did I not? The spiritual power had to be gathered within one day. Otherwise, what would happen? The force in his hand was too great, frightening the lowly slave into begging for mercy. Forgive me, master. Please forgive me. Spare me. But how could Old Aoyang have any such intention? He drained the spiritual energy from that man's body. If I spare you, who will spare Jinger? That man screamed in terror, Master, Master. Seeing the scene before them, the people following him also turned pale with fear and did not dare move at all. Old Aoyang loudly warned the remaining men, you will follow me down the mountain. If we cannot collect enough spiritual power today, then this will be your end. The lowly slaves hurriedly obeyed in fear, yes. But just as the words fell, a wave of pain passed through Old Aoyang's body. He collapsed and had to cling to a nearby pillar as he panted. The lowly slaves called out anxiously, Master, but Old Aoyang only shouted loudly, do not come over. He spoke with difficulty. Zinger, must you really have the spiritual power of that boy from the Mei family? Why, as long as the total amount is enough, others can also. But no one knew what was being said in his mind. They only saw Old Aoyang reveal a strange smile. So that is it, I understand now. The scene shifts to the two girls, Ling Long and Yue, both of whom had also entered through the secret passage of 10,000 Insect Peak. Ling Long looked at the guards ahead and asked suspiciously, hey, are you sure it is this way? Yue answered with certainty, there is no mistake. There are 3 roads leading to the bottom of the valley in total. 2 are commonly used by the household slaves, and 1 is known only to us of the Aoyang family. Her gaze darkened as she said, after something happened to Mother, that man sealed this road, but he also sent many slave servants to guard this place. It is very abnormal, so Mother's remains are very likely hidden at the spot on this road corresponding to the valley floor of 10,000 Insect Peak. After listening, Ling Long said with deep worry, although you say that, something like resurrection, does such a thing really exist? Yue did not know either. She pressed her lips together and replied, I do not know. Yue's eyes were filled with sadness as she said, when my mother met with misfortune, only my father was there. From then on, my father became strange somehow. She recalled her father's strange actions and recounted them. After burying my mother, he kept saying my mother was on him, and he would often pass on mother's words through his own mouth. The key point is that everything he said was either a secret only mother and I knew, or something only mother and big brother knew. It was precisely because of this that Aoyang Kuang left, leaving Yue caught in the middle. In a difficult position, she painfully recounted. Big brother truly could not bear that matter, so he left, and from then on he never returned. Hearing what Yue said, Linglong could not help trembling. Saying it like that makes it sound as though your father was possessed by your mother, and yet you endured it until now. Yue said emotionally, he is my father, and besides, if you could revive the person most important to you, who would not want that, not to mention my father? Even I once thought how wonderful it would be if mother could truly come back to life. These words moved Linglong somewhat, and she asked herself, reviving the most important person, she thought in her heart, if it were me, perhaps I would try as well. Yue regained her composure and continued. Before this trial began, father ordered some household slaves to enter the bottom of the valley, saying he wanted to test once before opening the mountain. Her gaze sharpened as she continued recounting. In the end, none of the household slaves who went down returned alive. All of them were killed by father. By the time they were found, their spiritual power had been drained dry, and they had become dried skeletons. Hearing this, Linglong asked in fear, dried skeletons? Yue nodded, and she could not help speaking with Hartash. Yes, but my father said that was a necessary ritual to revive mother, and this trial is the same, so I have always been struggling. I have no way to achieve my goal by killing others. Do you understand? Linglong felt sorry for Yue. She gently touched Yue's shoulder and comforted her. I understand, no wonder you saved me. Looking at the bigger picture, have you not made the right choice now? Linglong smiled brightly and comforted her. Besides, let me tell you, you absolutely must not let someone who should not enter go inside. Yue was somewhat confused and gave a sound of surprise. Linglong answered with absolute confidence, although I do not know what the plan is. The figure of Lu Chen appeared in Linglong's mind as she continued, but with that living king of hell there, your father's plan will definitely fall apart. That is how much I trust him. After saying that, the two continued on their way to search for the secret passage. Just then, two household slaves were patrolling below. Yue reached out to stop her. Wait, startling Linglong. Linglong looked down at the two household slaves below and asked, is it over there? Yue replied, Yue quickly drew her knife, intending to assassinate them. There are only two household slaves. It should not be a problem for us to rush through. But Linglong took out a bottle of pills and said no. Wait. As she spoke, she poured a little powder into her hand and blew it toward that side. The two men immediately fell for it. They rubbed their eyes uncomfortably and said, why have our eyes become so blurry, so sleepy? Then they fainted away. Seeing the two soldiers already dealt with clean, Linglong was overjoyed. All done. Let us go, Yue asked in some surprise, looking at your technique. You are quite experienced. Why are you so familiar with this? Linglong asked back. You want to know? But Linglong made a playful face and said, I am not telling you. The scene shifted to Lu Chen. After a while, the three of them had reached the bottom of the valley. Mei Xiao let out a breath and said, we have reached the final layer. It feels completely different, without the pressure of the mountain terrain. My body feels much lighter. Suddenly, as they were walking, Lu Chen stopped, making Mei Xiao ask in surprise, Master, what is it? Lu Chen said with suspicion. Strange. His eyes swept the surroundings with doubt. It was too quiet after the final ambush on the 8th layer. They had not seen another bizarre monster. Hearing this, Mei Xiao asked in confusion, is that not a good thing? He said naively, then we will have no obstacles when we look for the passage. But Lu Chen did not think so. He refuted. No, the quieter it is, the more likely something will happen. Just as Lu Chen thought, behind the two of them, a servant was lurking, ready to launch a sneak attack. Lu Chen continued, moreover, since reaching the bottom, I have not sensed the aura of any participant at all. I fear the others are mostly dead. In this situation, if all the creatures at the bottom of the valley have disappeared as well, he could finish. The servant had already rushed over with a knife, intending to ambush them. But Lu Chen had already appeared behind him. Her cold voice rang out, eavesdropping and still wanting to kill. You are not behaving, little rat. Die. Hearing the voice, the servant was startled, his face turning pale. Before he could steady himself, Lu Chen had already struck and killed him. His scream startled Lu Chen and Mei Xiao on the other side. Mei Xiao could not hide his shock and blurted out, what? Servant took a sword strike from Lu Chen. He clutched his wound and said with difficulty, Master. Seeing this, Mei Xiao froze and asked, when did this person arrive? I did not notice at all. He cupped his hands to Lu Chen in deep gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. Without you, I would likely be dead. Lu snorted coldly and replied, if you want to thank someone, thank Master. Master told me to pay attention to your safety, pretty boy. Lu Chen also praised her without pause. You did well, Lu Chen. Just as I thought. Lu Chen smiled brightly in reply. It was all Master's arrangement. Lu Chen was only following orders, only Mei Xiao was unhappy. He greatly disliked the nickname pretty boy that Lu Chen had given him. Lu Chen looked at the servant on the ground and commented, this person is not a mutated demon, yet he could move freely inside Thousand Insect Peak. He is likely someone from the Aoyang family. Moreover, an assassin did not attack the greatest threat, me, but chose Mei Xiao instead. Then there is only one possibility. Mei Xiao, you have been targeted by the Aoyang family. Hearing this, Mei Xiao froze in surprise. Me. At this moment, Lu Chen tossed a small piece of jade to Mei Xiao and said, this fell from the monster that chased you earlier. Because none of the other monsters dropped anything like this, I kept it. He then gave a brief explanation. Based on my observation, this thing should be an energy amplitude device. Although I am not clear on its exact method of operation, from the behavior of that previous monster, its specific function should be to absorb the surrounding mountain terrain to raise the monster's strength, while also allowing the monster to be controlled by this core and carry out the commands of the person who installed it. After hearing this, Mei Xiao frowned and replied, but why are they targeting me? What scheme do they have? Are they not afraid that if anything unexpected happens, my family will investigate it to the end? Lu Chen shook his head and replied, I do not know, but from how things look now, their hostility toward you runs very deep. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of servants from the Aoyang family had already surrounded the three of them. Lu Chen's indifferent voice rang out, so deep it is almost exaggerated. If I had not come with you today, I would have thought you had burned with passion for some young lady from their family. Being teased, Mei Xiao hurriedly said, Master, but Lu Chen stopped him. Do not talk, do not make a move, stand beside Lu Chen. After saying that, he gathered his spiritual energy into his palm and said, leave this place to me. Watching the servants charge in with swords to attack, they shouted together, end this quickly, everyone attack. Lu Chen closed his eyes. Suddenly he opened his eyes, bloodlight flashing within them, and he took one down with a kick, and took down another with a punch. Lu Chen's gaze turned sharp as he gathered his spiritual power. He slammed his fist hard into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that sent the servants flying. The servants immediately collapsed, no longer able to resist. Witnessing that martial display, Mei Xiao was filled with admiration. As expected of Master, even your physical arts are this profound. One of them struggled to crawl up, damn it. But Lu Chen stepped on his head and pressed him down. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he asked, speak, why did you attack Mei Xiao? Although you will certainly die if you tell me, I can let you die a little more easily. He immediately chose one of them to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, so you will not have to die in agony like this one. The screams of his companion terrified that man, but he still stubbornly said, trying to trap me. Have you not thought about where the mutated monsters nearby have gone? After saying that, he stabbed himself hard in the abdomen, sacrificing his body, loyal to Master, even if I must transform into an Asura. Lu Chen had not expected this, so he was somewhat surprised. What, that man's entire body radiated surging killing intent. Mei Xiao could not bear to look and covered his eyes, disgusting. But Lu Chen was extremely intrigued and said, fresh blood, pain power, I can feel it, something is coming. The rest of them also destroyed themselves at the same time, offering their lives to Master. Master's plan will surely succeed. As soon as the words fell, the life force within their bodies surged out. Next, all of them were sent flying upward. Then they gathered into the body of the first man. Mei Xiao froze and blurted out, what is happening? Immediately, a wave of pressure descended. Lu Chen could not hide his excitement and burst into laughter. This fear cannot be mistaken. Lu Chen immediately grew tense and asked back, Lu Chen, what are you saying? Is something coming? Lu Chen looked at the mass of slime before her and said with a smile, one of the former 24 demon kings. She looked at the body taking shape, her voice filled with excitement, the demonic being that governs flesh and blood. Immediately after, a ferocious monster appeared. She let out a piercing shout mingled with Lu Chen's voice, Bloodman King, Yaksha. Hearing this name, Lu Chen was somewhat suspicious. Yaksha. The scene shifted to Ling Long. She and Yu Yi were hiding behind a boulder. Ling Long said cautiously, someone is about to arrive, we had better strike first. No. A hurried voice rang out from ahead, do not say anything yet. Hurried footsteps ran over. Ling Long immediately said, they are heading this way. Yu Yi could not care about anything else and said urgently, no matter what, we must protect my mother's coffin first. But Ling Long stopped her. She said mischievously, letting them go like this, will that not give us another group to lead the way? It saves us the effort of finding the path. Hearing this, Yu Yi let out an oh of understanding. Her heart was filled with worry as she said, Father, with things this strange, just how many secrets are you hiding from me? On the other side, 3 soldiers had run to the large crypt. They spoke to one another. Looks like the underground palace is still intact. Those 2 little thieves have not arrived here yet. One of them quickly entered the passcode and said urgently, we must hurry inside and tell the brothers within. Just as he finished entering it, Yue knocked him unconscious. The other two were also cleanly handled by Ling Long, sorry about that. The two girls looked at the great door before them. Ling Long could not hide her curiosity and asked, "Your mother should be inside." Yue was somewhat anxious, her face turned pale. "What exactly are you planning, father? Whether it is resurrecting mother, or using something as an excuse to do something else, I must stop you." After saying that, the two of them pushed the door open and stepped inside. This place had been built with such meticulous care that Ling Long grew somewhat suspicious and asked Yue, "Something about this place seems off." She looked at the patterns beneath their feet and said, "When we came in, the walls on both sides were rough stone, but now not only are the walls flat, there are strange patterns on the floor too." Yue noticed it as well, indeed. "But what can that prove?" Ling Long continued. "We have been walking in like this for half an hour now, and with a crypt this deep, both the walls and floor are man-made. Even 15 years would not be enough to finish a project like this." Ling Long's gaze sharpened as she said, "Add to that the fact that you did not know this existed, which means this place was built while being hidden from you, and to conceal it from you while building such a vast underground palace. Even if the work began the day your mother died, it still could not have been completed." Hearing that, Yue froze and blurted out, "You mean?" Ling Long looked around and voiced her judgment. "This place may have existed for a long time already." Yue said in disbelief, "You mean either my father happened to discover this place, and used it to preserve my mother's corpse, or..." Her jade-like eyes sank, unwilling to believe what was before her. "Behind this matter, there may still be someone else behind the scenes, and this place may very well be his coffin chamber." Ling Long touched the stone slabs on the wall and said, "It may be half and half, or it may be exactly as you said. In other words, this entire matter was planned by one person from beginning to end. From your mother's death to your father discovering this place and then hiding the corpse here." Yue stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "This matter," she blurted out. "You mean everything was arranged by someone else? Then who is that person?" Ling Long said tensely. "I feel it is possible you have met him already. No, more precisely, you have heard of this person." Ling Long's icy gaze swept toward Yue. "Do you still remember that you once said your father heard the words of your mother's departed soul? If that was forged, then everything may just fit together." Yue could hardly believe it forged. The scene shifted to Lu Chen. He was struck by a blow from the yaksha and sent flying backward. Lu Chen quickly regained his form and stopped himself. He spat out a mouthful of saliva. Then he looked at the yaksha before him with contempt. "Never thought you had some skill after all, a demon god. Is that it? Interesting." Seeing Lu Chen face the yaksha alone, Mei Xiao anxiously rushed forward as well. "Master, let your disciple come help you." But he was stopped by Lu Chen. "Have you gone mad?" Mei Xiao could not bear it and shouted, "Damn it, Master is suffering while I can only stand here and watch. Unable to help at all, this feels awful." Hearing that, Lu Chen laughed and said, "Kid, you are overthinking it." She looked toward Lu Chen with complete trust and said, "Do you think the blood of these people can truly summon the 24 demon gods? That is rather underestimating the one who sealed them back then. Relax. Right now Master is only facing a counterfeit. With Master's strength, dealing with him could not be easier." But Mei Xiao still said with endless distress, "But Master's earlier battle was so hard." Lu Chen heard this and laughed. "It was an act. He is waiting." On the other side, Lu Chen had already rushed forward and was fighting the yaksha. Lu Chen's voice still rang out, waiting for the true mastermind to show himself. Lu Chen punched hard at the yaksha's chest staff, but it was blocked by him. However, the pressure of that power still forced him back some distance. A bloody glow flashed in the yaksha's eyes. Then he swung his hand and counter-attack. Enough, mortal. From the crack in his shoulder flew a dense stream of spiritual energy. Lu Chen quickly realized it and shouted, "Master, right shoulder." Lu Chen shouted, "Lu Chen." She understood his meaning and transformed into a sword. "Yes, master." Holding the sword in hand, Lu Chen raised it high and roared, "You think playing God and Ghost." He slashed down with all his strength. "Get out of here." The strike landed squarely on the yaksha's right shoulder, making him cry out in pain. At once, spiritual energy surged out from there. Outside, Mei Xiao also clenched his fists nervously. "Is it about to come out?" But Lu Chen merely sneered, "It is still too early." He swung his sword toward the green, slimy mass and said, "Hey, I know you are fine, get out here, or do not blame me for beating this entire body of yours until its flesh is pulp and its bones are shattered." That green mass let out a delighted cackle. "It seems an extraordinary figure has interfered in this trial." It opened its eye wide. "Kid, I have decided I want your body." Mei Xiao was also startled by that mass. "What?" It stomped its ghastly foot onto the ground. The slimy body smiled and said, "Kid, you are not simple, are you?" When Lu Chen saw its true body, he was startled as well. "This is resentment." Lu Chen asked back, "You know it?" Lu Chen immediately replied, "I would not call it knowing, I only know its origins." She recalled the past and said, "Back then I killed all the gods and demons. This resentment was merely one of them. But it is not a single existence. To be precise, it is a composite body of resentful spirits." The resentful spirit snorted and said, "Your sword spirit is very clever." She recognized my identity at a glance. He erupted with power. That is right, I was born from the resentment of countless wronged souls beneath these 10,000 central peaks. But Lu Chen said with extreme contempt, I thought it was something impressive, turns out it is just a lonely wandering ghost. Being looked down on, the resentful spirit flew into a rage. Shut your mouth. How could you know the suffering we endured? Slime ran down along his body, suppressed here by the mountain force to an unbearable degree, unable to live and unable to die. Even the body twisted, the soul crushed into powder. How much of that pain could you possibly understand? He raised his hand in agony and fragments of slime flew everywhere. This suffering, I must give it all to you and that damned Aoyang family, along with everyone in this world. Let them feel my pain. Let them feel our pain. His face darkened, brown liquid dripping from his mouth. First, I will start with you. He raised both hands to the sky as even more things rose from the ground. Come, the moment of awakening is near. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. What? Then countless green things kept flying upward, shattering the ground. Mei Xiao looked in panic at the souls flying toward them. Master, these souls are… Lu Chen tried hard to calm him. Do not panic, Lu Chen. Wait while I look. The resentful spirit laughed smugly. Crush you all. Lu Chen collapsed to one knee on the ground, as though something heavy were pressing down on him. The souls still flew around them. Lu Chen realized something. This feeling is spiritual pressure. Mei Xiao's trembling hand clung to the ground. We are clearly on the lowest level, so why is there such powerful spiritual pressure? Lu Chen shouted loudly to reassure Mei Xiao. Mei Xiao, hold your breath and circulate your Kai. Absolutely do not let the spiritual pressure devour you. Mei Xiao's body began to tremble. Master, I have to. Suddenly a deep pit appeared where they were standing, and they all fell into the darkness. At this moment, Yue and Ling Long were walking along the tunnel. Seeing the exit ahead, Ling Long pointed forward. Hurry and look, we're out. Ling Long ran forward quickly. No mistake, there was definitely something there. Yue silently followed. Yue panted, eyes deep in thought. Father, what secret are you hiding? Miss Bai said. Is it true? Begging, do not continue to err. The two girls finally reached the door. They were astonished to see something. This is, what is happening? The head was not a door, but a coffin without a lid, with a gemstone embedded on the front, surrounded by red conduits, and inside lay a woman. She was a girl with long blonde hair covering one eye, her appearance quite similar to Yue. Yue looked inside horrified. She reached into the coffin and screamed, Mother. She could not hold back her tears, resting her head on the edge of the coffin. Looking in, why did Father place her here? What is going on? Ling Long noticed something and called to her, Yue, look over here. She looked back confused. Ling Long pointed in surprise at the conduits. Look, these pipes, it seems they are channeling spiritual energy into the coffin. Spiritual energy. Ling Long observed the conduits, hand on chin, starting to reason. Could it be that her father truly intends to use this spiritual energy to resurrect their mother? But just transporting energy alone would not change anything. Her father must know this. Yue looked at her mother's motionless body, heartbroken. The desecration of the corpse was not love, it seemed more like. She closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming, tormenting her like this. Suddenly Yue's expression changed. She stood determined. Mother, I will give you release. She raised her hand to summon countless swords. 10,000 sword decision. Then she directed them to attack the conduits. Go. Unexpectedly, swords from another source of power appeared to block them. They clashed in midair. The two girls were astonished. This is 10,000 sword decision. Could it be? The image of O Duong appeared with blue energy, swords flying out. Yue called out in panic, Father. Aoyang glared angrily at Yue. Shut your mouth, you rebellious child. You still know to call me father. Yue panicked and tried to explain. That is not it, Father. Please listen to me. Aoyang became terrifying. He seemed to be losing control. Enough words. You are the same. Your elder brother is the same. All of you are white-faced wolves who do not understand my painstaking efforts. I will not allow anyone to take her away. Not you, not the heavenly Tao. Ling Long sensed something was wrong and tried to ask the gloomy Yue, hey, this situation is bad. Should we retreat first? Nui was dispirited hearing Ling Long's question. She thought run. Then she spoke from her heart. I have been running for 15 years. I do not want to run anymore, even if I have to die here today. I still have to fight one final battle. Yue summoned the swords once more with a face full of resolve. The father and daughter Aoyang used the myriad sword art together, their eyes becoming more determined than ever. Yue's countless swords charged forward. The swords on both sides attacked one another with all their might. While they were fighting inside the coffin, Zinger, who seemed to have already died, was still shedding tears. Aoyang did not care what happened to his children and fought with all his strength. Die for me. From behind, Ling Long drew her knife and charged at him. The one who should die is you. Not only was he unharmed, he even seized Ling Long by the throat with just you. With one hand choking her, he used the other to gather force and prepare to kill her. My daughter has become this rebellious. It must be because you taught her. Yes. Ever since she taught you, everything changed. You wretched woman, I have to kill you. As her consciousness gradually blurred, Ling Long still tried to call for help. Save me, Lu Chen. It seemed the end was near. She squeezed her eyes shut. I am about to die. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "We are about to fall." Ling Long heard it and opened her eyes slightly. This voices. Lu Chen and Mei Xiao fell from the hole above and crashed into Aoyang, knocking him down. Seeing Lu Chen, Ling Long was overjoyed. "You really came. Did you hear my call and come to save me?" Ling Long joyfully rushed over and hugged Lu Chen tightly. "This is really wonderful." Mei Xiao sat up and asked, "Ling Long, why are you here?" Ling Long answered in surprise, "Me, did you not come to save me?" Mei Xiao looked upward and explained, "Just now, Master fought with a resentful spirit targeting me. We were dragged into this domain. Somehow we fell down here. What about you? What happened?" Ling Long stammered awkwardly. Suddenly, Lu Chen unconsciously groaned, startling Mei Xiao and Ling Long. "Master, Lu Chen, what happened to you?" Mei Xiao guessed worriedly, "I am not sure. Perhaps it is because we were suppressed by the mountain force summoned by that resentful spirit. Master bore most of the mountain force to protect me, so he became." A voice rang out, "That brat is dead for sure," and the two turned to look. Resentful spirit appeared from above. He floated in the air with a sinister grin. The mountain force of the 91st layer of myriad peaks crushed down on him entirely. Even an immortal reincarnated would have to die. Once his spirit collapses and his divine soul disperses, his body will be mine. Yue also looked up at him and asked, "You are?" He also noticed Yue. "Is this not the little girl from the Aoyang family? No wonder you do not recognize me. It is like meeting me for the first time." Then his body stretched longer and flew straight toward Aoyang, who was clutching his face. "But what if it is like this?" He latched onto Aoyang's body, and Aoyang's eyes turned blue. Aoyang's body gradually lost control, and blue aura seeped out around him. His face darkened, revealing a dangerous smile. After successfully possessing him, the resentful spirit reached a hand toward Yue. "Do you still recognize me, good daughter?" Yue stammered in shock. "You, so it was you." She glared at him angrily and shouted, "From beginning to end, it was all your doing. You deceived me and even deceived my father." Ling Long also understood everything. "So that is how it was." Mei Xiao looked blank and confused. "What is going on?" Yue gnashed her teeth in fury. "For my mother, he could pay any price, even if it meant opposing the entire world. Yet you used him. I will never forgive you." She raised both hands and summoned countless swords. "Get out of my father's body at once. Get out, you parasite." Every blade shot straight toward the resentful spirit. He repeated with a sneer, "Parasite." Then he created a barrier and pushed back. "The true parasites are the people of your Aoyang family." Yue asked in stunned confusion, "What?" The resentful spirit raised his hand to control and summon souls from the ground. "For generations, your family used myriad peaks to attract countless people who came because of its fame. Yet how many were forever left at the foot of the mountain? In the end, your family gained reputation and earned the admiration of everyone in the Azure domain, while we could only endure the daily torment of the mountain force. In the final analysis, the Aoyang family is nothing but a swarm of parasites living off the dead like us. That is why I must take revenge. I want your entire family to become my slaves. The first was your mother. She trusted the participant I controlled without any guard at all. Truly knave." Yue listened in stunned disbelief. "But thanks to her, I was able to control your father, and from there control the entire Aoyang family. I really should thank myself." The more she heard, the angrier she became. "You truly are a beast." Then she immediately charged toward the resentful spirit. "I will kill you." Yue attacked him, but he merely waved his hand lightly. Yue was sent flying, and he also summoned a sword with just you. When the sword tip was almost upon her, "Go die." Unexpectedly, the sword was knocked off course. It turned out Mei Xiao had reacted quickly and shot the sword with an arrow. "Miss Aoyang, I will help you." Then Mei Xiao conjured a trident. Mei Xiao surged with fighting spirit and charged at him. "Although I do not know what happened, you plotted against others and even knocked Master unconscious. A monster like you cannot be spared." Ling Long also spoke up. "Yue, I will help you too." The resentful spirit sneered in disdain. "With just you." His palm began drawing essence from the direction of the coffin. "What do you think I spent so much energy building this place for over the past dozen years?" The resentful spirit's body slowly grew larger, his muscles swelling until the veins stood out. "Now that I have this body, along with the countless spiritual power I have gathered." Aoyang's body turned blue, tall and massive, his muscles bulging as he said smugly, "You are not strong enough." Yue refused to back down as well. She summoned her swords. "Even if I die, I will not let you have your way." Countless swords charged straight up and attacked him. "Give me back my father." Behind, Mei Xiao and Ling Long attacked together, with our side as well. "Attack both front and back," she shouted, then struck at me. The three of them asked with hopeful faces, "Did it hit?" But seeing the strange blue spots on him, they realized not right. Quickly. At this moment, Ouyang countered, sending them all flying away. Ouyang laughed proudly, mocking them. Such weak spiritual power, all those years of enchanting this one weren't wasted, forcing him to dry up those entering the 10,000 peaks for me. Yet he did not stop complaining, his body still too weak. Such enormous spiritual power paired with this body is truly a waste of heaven. Ouyang looked at the injured Lu Chen on the ground and said, "Indeed, this body's flesh is the most suitable." Mei Xiao, realizing his intent, rushed up. "Don't dare touch my master, prepare to die." But she did not expect him to easily deal with her and shout, "What?" Ouyang looked at Mei Xiao and said, this person, truly bizarre. Before noticing that brat, why did I find you pleasing to the eye, now having a better choice? The more I look at you, the more detestable. And he pointed a finger straight at Mei Xiao. Die, you rotten brat. Ling Long, scared, shouted loudly. My little Yue beside her also worried. Young master Mei Xiao was already gravely injured. Then Ouyang flicked his fingers, sending her flying like a fly. Mei Xiao fell into Ling Long's arms weakly. Mei Xiao. Ling Long glanced and panicked. Your wound is severe, what to do? But Mei Xiao urged her. Never mind me, master, take her away, take her away. Yue, witnessing this, worriedly exclaimed, Miss Bai, young master Mai, this young master he. Looking at Lu Chen still on the ground, she continued, he has stopped breathing. Hearing this, both my team and Ling Long were shocked. What, how could this be? My team, hurriedly ignoring his own wounds, crawled next to him and shouted in anguish, Master. Ling Long beside him whispered to Yue, Miss Ouyang, help Mei Xiao leave quickly. Yue asked, Miss Bai, what do you want to do? Ling Long immediately drew her sword and shouted, both of you go, I will hold him back. Ling Long, unhesitant in danger, said, both Lu Chen and I have saved your life. Today I can only exchange life for life. Seeing this, Ouyang looked down on her, relying on you alone. Resentful spirit immediately left Ouyang's body, joyfully said, that brat has been eliminated. You still don't understand despair, fine. Then he assumed a terrifying form, saying, let me use this brat's body to show you what true despair is. With just a few simple moves, he sent them flying, get out. Then the greedy, resentful spirit charged and took over Lu Chen's body. Finally, this body is mine. But a voice spoke, what? The resentful spirit could not hide his surprise, eyes wide. Lu Chen, furious, mocked him, relying only on your despicable self. Then Lu Chen kicked him several times, cursing, seeing you makes me want to vomit, get lost. Mei Xiao, excited, shouted, Master, Master. Yue also asked in shock, what's happening? And Ling Long joyfully called Lu Chen. Ling Long, not caring, ran into Lu Chen's arms and said, you aren't dead, that's good. He arrogantly replied with confidence, what are you saying? I am Lu Chen. Don't underestimate me. The resentful spirit, surprised, asked urgently, this, how could this be? He continuously pointed at him and demanded, brat, what trick did you use? Under the 81-floor mountain, how are you still alive? Lu Chen looked at him challengingly and replied, isn't it? Your traitorous sect always like frogs at the bottom of the well. I came intending to absorb the entire mountain. I never said I couldn't contain these things. My team, hearing this, proudly realized, Master's plan, so it is, and the resentful spirit, still expressionless, couldn't believe it, absorbed the whole mountain. Yue, at this moment, was not surprised. Yue wondered, this young master wants to absorb all 81 floors of the mountain. Is this a show of force, scaring the monsters? No, not right. Looking at Lu Chen's back, Yue denied, this reaction of spiritual power is not wrong. Then Yue, curious, asked loudly, young master, did you really absorb all 81 floors of the mountain so quickly? How? How did you do it? My team could not hide her proud expression. No wonder, master. The resentful spirit, seemingly unable to accept it, kept saying impossible. Ling Long widened her eyes, muttering, what? Seeing her gaze, Lu Chen asked, don't trust me, but compared to this, how long will you cling to me, lying in my arms so comfortable? Ling Long, questioned like this, could not hide her embarrassment. And she quickly dashed out, shouting, scoundrel. Lu Chen immediately retorted, you're the scoundrel, then jumped into my arms without another word. Ling Long twisted her lips. This guy, truly infuriating, won't care for you again. Yue silently judged, this young master is so talented, truly absorbed 81 floors. No wonder Miss Bai. At this moment, Yue already had her own plans, even I. Then Lu Chen approached the resentful spirit. Back to the main matter, I still have to thank you. He immediately unleashed a burst of power and shouted at it. If you hadn't pressed 81 floors of the mountain on me at once, I wouldn't know when I'd absorb each floor. Ling Long urgently shouted, suspicious royal realm. Mei Xiao also realized in time, Master broke through to the royal realm with his current power, plus absorbing 81 floors at once. It shouldn't be only royal realm. Mei Xiao dared not think what would happen when Master broke through to the next level. Yue had her own thoughts saved. If this young master can defeat that monster, father will escape the demonic path. So good, really good. Looking at Lu Chen's domineering figure ahead, Yue silently thought, Mother, see, our Aoyang family is not doomed. The resentful spirit could not accept Lu Chen's power. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He rushed up shouting, absorbing the mountain, breaking through royal realm. You little demon. Then he entered Ouyang's body. Ouyang, eyes wide and frowning, said, if so, don't blame me for being heartless. Ouyang, with the resentful spirit inside, threatened Yue, woman, don't want your father dead, kill that brat for me, or prepare to be an orphan. She could only curse, vile man, you dare. Then Lu Chen went to her and asked, you are the eldest daughter of the Aoyang family. He said to her with a solemn expression, rest assured with just this thing. Lu Chen immediately turned back to his carefree manner and challenged that man, trying to threaten me. He is not worthy. Hearing this, the resentful spirit was so furious it flew out and roared. What? Lu Chen stood before that man and said calmly, I have already placed a protective spell on his body. In this lifetime, you can forget about possessing him again. Seeing Aoyang in free fall, Yui immediately rushed up to catch him. Father. Aoyang had regained consciousness by now and asked his daughter, Yui, what happened? Yui was emotional and complained at her father. Father, you are so foolish. So foolish, Aoyang answered her affectionately. Yui, what is this? Without a body to possess, the resentful spirit quickly weakened and lay gasping on the ground. Lu Chen walked over and looked at it with disgust. Enough, still struggling on your deathbed. He looked at it with an icy gaze and continued, this farce is also about time to end, and he activated his power and charged forward Die Monster. But the resentful spirit was still full of obsession and rose up once more. I do not want to die. Seeing this, Lu Chen mocked it, only now do you know to beg for mercy. Then he looked at it with resentful eyes and a wicked smile. Too late. Next, Lu Chen charged up once to attack the resentful spirit. Today this young master will take your dog life. Lu Chen slashed it up into the air with his sword and continued, the sins you committed must be repaid in blood. The resentful spirit roared with extreme unwillingness. No, no. Trace of its remnant soul quickly gathered around Zinger's corpse. Brat, even if I will drag you down with me. After that, strands of its remnant soul slowly seeped into Yui's mother's body. Seeing everything, Yui cried out in terror, this is bad. Zinger, possessed by the resentful spirit, immediately turned sinister and looked toward them. Die together. Lu Chen hurriedly ran over and shouted, this is bad, even though he tried to use a new kind of spell and shot it in that direction. But his power had not reached its target before it was reversed and forced back. Yui looked toward Lu Chen with a troubled expression and said, it is too late, relying on brute force alone cannot break through the eternal gold lock. Hearing this, Lu Chen murmured it back, eternal gold lock. Yui grew more and more anxious as she continued, the situation is too urgent. Young master, can you stop her actions first so we can get out? Lu Chen immediately ordered the sword spirit Lu Chen, seal off her movements. Zinger was crawling out of the coffin, and when she saw the sword spirit Lu Chen break through the protective barrier, she was greatly surprised. What? After that, both sides began to use all their abilities to control each other. Lu Chen led their group and ordered retreat first. Mei Xiao accepted the order and answered, yes. Just as they were about to escape through the hall gate, Zinger had already discovered them. She laughed loudly in delight and called out, run, hide, little wretch. The frail woman's hand crawled weakly across the ground in exhaustion. Ling Long sat warily on the ground and asked in confusion, Yui, why do we have to run? Mei Xiao also panted as she added, exactly, he clearly is not Master's opponent, yet the ones fleeing are us, I truly cannot understand. Faced with the question, Lu Chen also did not know how to answer for a moment. Then he turned and asked Yui in return, what exactly is going on? Miss Aoyang, hurry up and tell us. Yui knew she could no longer hide it and had no choice but to explain clearly. This matter, dragging all of you so deep into it, is the fault of our Aoyang family. But you must believe me, if we had retreated even a little slower just now, we would all have died. Yui held up something glowing bright gold for everyone to see. The cause of everything is this. Everyone stared at it in astonishment. This is a lock. Ling Long recognized the object and asked in shock, could the shape of this be the eternal gold lock of the Li family among the 5 great families? Why do you have this? Yui explained somewhat hesitantly, there is something you do not know. My mother's maiden family is the Li family. Although she is not a descendant of the main branch, the technique for creating the eternal gold lock is the craft my mother excels at most. Since my elder brother and I were born, this lock has been beside us siblings, never leaving our bodies, and my mother also has one just like it. Lu Chen asked calmly after saying so much, what exactly is the eternal gold lock to make you so afraid? Mei Xiao, standing beside him, hurriedly explained, Master is not from the profound realm, so naturally you do not know. This eternal gold lock is the Li family's secret treasure that is never passed to outsiders. Its making is simple but its power is extremely great, yet it is not a divine artifact that helps its user slaughter in all directions. On the contrary, the effect is that when the host suffers attacks, it accumulates the attacking force to that point, secretly dispersing firepower for its master. Once the master dies, it will open its lock shell and release the accumulated power outward. The more Mei Xiao spoke, the more frightened her face became. Lu Chen pointed at the lock in some confusion. What you are saying makes me a little muddled. What you mean is, terrible secret was revealed. This thing is used for a one-for-one exchange at the final moment. Yui gripped the lock tightly. That is right. One end of the eternal gold lock is connected to the host, while the other end is like a storage ring, connected to a space that accumulates energy. As long as the host dies, it will release the energy, and it will definitely be at a level you cannot withstand. Mei Xiao mocked the situation, the eternal gold lock, turning an enemy's own power against him. I had only heard of it before, and today after seeing it, it turns out to be the enemy's object. Truly ironic. Lu Chen's face changed, his eyes sank in thought. If that is really the case, then it is indeed difficult. But Miss Yui, you also said just now that brute force alone cannot solve the eternal gold lock. In other words, there is actually a way to break this eternal gold lock. Right. Yui's expression also turned serious as she answered yes, to break it. The only way is to use another eternal gold lock. You already know the trait of the eternal gold lock is to turn an enemy's own power against him. But if two locks oppose each other and restrain each other, what will happen? Everyone imagined the two images of two eternal gold locks facing each other, two locks in opposition. Then would that not be self-contradiction? A dead cycle of infinite loops. Lu Chen's eyes brightened as if he had discovered something. Dead cycle. Wait, what you mean is... Suddenly, pink smoke appeared and surrounded them. Everyone collapsed. Mei Xiao and Ling Long slowly fell to the floor and spoke one after another in strangeness. Why are my eyes? I cannot open them. Strange, my head is so dizzy. Only Lu Chen remained conscious, struggling to speak. This is the pollen of soul-bewildering grass. 100-Flower Valley. Yue held the vial containing 100-Flower Valley. Worthy of the King Realm, I already increased the dosage, yet you can still remain conscious. Then Yue bent down toward the people lying there and said, Yue is truly sorry to you all. Originally, none of you had anything to do with the Aoyang family, yet you were willing to help us in our desperate straits. For this kindness, even if Yue became an ox or a horse, I could not repay it. Lu Chen shouted angrily, stop saying these fancy words. Do not think I do not know. You want to go in alone and perish together with the thing inside. Yue was shocked by Lu Chen's words. How do you know? Lu Chen tried hard to stop Yue. Listen to me, in this world there is nothing that cannot be solved, my fifth master once said. Lu Chen recalled the memory of his fifth master's instructions. Listen carefully, Chener. So-called contradiction represents nothingness, meaning it does not exist. Yet people of the world like to use contradiction for worldly matters, without knowing that all matters that truly exist in this world have a way to be broken. What they call contradiction is nothing more than the incompetent deceiving themselves and others. Yue shut her eyes tightly and admitted, your fifth master speaks with reason. All things have a way to be broken, it is just. Yue dropped to her knees before Lu Chen, who had collapsed on the ground. In the end, this is still my family's affair, and time is pressing. How could we have the leisure to search for some way to break it, dragging all of you into danger with me? I cannot do that. Lu Chen looked at Yue with a resolute gaze and tried hard to dissuade her. You are a good girl, were it not such a dangerous moment right now. And if I did not already have an appointment, perhaps I might have dated you. Yue sounded a little puzzled. Date, he replied. It means you are the type of person I like. After hearing this, Yue seemed to suddenly understand, her face turning red like young master. Lu Chen abruptly spoke frankly, all of that is beside the point, there is no need to mind it, compared with this. Do you think going off to die on your own in exchange for a good name? I might let it pass, but would Ling Long and Mei Xiao be happy about it? Yue hesitated. This matter. Lu Chen staggered to his feet. When I told you that story just now, did you not sigh with feeling, just as my fifth master said? A contradictory object certainly does not exist. There must be a way to break the eternal gold lock. Lu Chen reached his hand toward Yue and urged her, believe me, do not do anything foolish. She also hesitated. Yue also reached her hand toward him, wavering as she answered, and she apologized and raised her hand, pouring the 100 flowers goo into her mouth. Unexpectedly, she held Lu Chen's face and kissed him on the mouth. Young master. At this moment, Lu Chen did not know what to do, then his expression also changed, his eyes widening. When their lips parted, Yue said, the Aoyang family has already harmed far too many innocent lives. Yu watched Lu Chen slowly fall. After what happened today, how could I let everyone take risks for my family again? After thinking it through, it would be better for me to vanish together with that monster. That can also count as giving an explanation to all the souls who died at the hands of the Aoyang family. Before everything ended, she also confessed, you are a good person, just as you said, if it were not a crisis bearing down on us, if I did not carry this fate on my shoulders. Her face was filled with regret as she faltered. Perhaps she turned and ran off, but did not forget to say goodbye. I would have willingly dated you. In another place, filled with the energy of two forces, Xinger's body, possessed by the resentful spirit, was raging, a farce, nothing more. I have to go find that damned brat and settle accounts with him. Yue appeared from the distance with a sword in hand. You will not get to see them. Yue appeared with a beautiful yet cold expression. Today, I will be the one to deal with you. Xinger laughed loudly and pointed straight at her in mockery. Such big words, little wretch. Xinger burst out directly and charged straight at her. Little ghost, your whole family, one after another, have all been my servants, and you will be no exception. Obey my command. Xinger attacked with her hand. Fortunately, Yue dodged to the side. Without stopping at all, Xinger shifted behind her. Yue merely stood still, pretending she could not keep up, and was struck in the back by her attack. Yue endured the pain and thought to herself, that man has taken the bait. As long as I keep accumulating wounds, even if that man kills me, I will be fine. After all, I have the eternal gold lock. Next, Yui swung her sword to counterattack and provoked him. Is that all the ability you have? The resentful spirit was forced into a corner, and the swords attacked in a relentless rush. The sword tip made the resentful spirit spray blood, leaving him startled. What? Yui continued swinging her sword him. As the resentful spirit licked the blood from his hand, his gaze turned calculating. She is accumulating the energy of the eternal gold lock. Then that is just perfect. It seems she does not know the secret of this body's shell at all. The hand held the eternal gold lock. Once the eternal gold lock activates later, I will conveniently jump out and fly into the sky. By then, it will only be a matter of finding another shell. As long as I can escape outside, lying in ambush and taking revenge on that brat will not be difficult at all. The resentful spirit summoned a sword while laughing craftily. In that case, the final victory will be mine. He charged straight at Yui with the sword go die. He swung the sword with souls swirling all around him. Unfortunately, Yui was struck by his attack. Even so, she did not fall behind and attacked as well. The two sides attacked each other fiercely. Then Yui slowly poured energy into her hand, preparing to continue. The resentful spirit's side was not inferior either. After all, this body was her mother's, so it was only natural that their moves were the same. Both attacked at the same time, their two palms striking together. The enormous force sent both of them flying backward. Then both shouted loudly now. Both brought out their eternal gold locks. After opening them, two immense streams of energy enveloped the two of them. Power was too terrifying, the affected range was too vast, and huge boulders flew up from the ground. As the two streams of power attacked toward each other, Yui's expression was calm, as if a burden had been lifted. It worked. Yui's eyes brimmed with tears as she remembered Lu Chen with some regret. If I could have met him earlier, this matter, perhaps it might have had a different ending. I am about to die too, and in the end, the one I am thinking about is someone I have known for less than an hour. How ironic. Yui tightly closed her tear-wet eyes and accepted her fate. Suddenly, Lu Chen's shout rang out. What is ironic about it? Hearing the voice, Yui opened her eyes to look. The sight of Lu Chen using his bare hands to stop the two colliding streams appeared before her. Cut out that reflecting on life nonsense for me. In this life, only I force kisses on others. No one has ever dared to force a kiss on me. Today you have to take responsibility. Yui's tears poured out, deeply moved by the protagonist's words. Lu Chen shouted loudly, you want to kiss me and then run away? Not a chance. Resentful spirit was stunned. What? Yui also shouted loudly, stop, you will die. Lu Chen's gaze came sharp as he asked, die. Standing in the middle, Lu Chen said smugly, want me, Lu Chen, to die? Even in 800 years, it will still be too early. The eternal gold lock. Right, it is only some useless spiritual energy, unable to hold up. Fine then, I will just absorb it. And as he spoke, the streams of power rushed into the protagonist's hands. The two of them stared with their mouths open in shock. Impossible, the shockwaves, the eternal golden lock, had actually been absorbed. Lu Chen's gaze turned resolute as he shouted loud. Hailong also appeared. Lu Chen spoke to it through his consciousness. Stop staring, come out and help. Hailong simply sucked all the shockwaves into its body, while Lu Chen was still saying, wait, do not channel the energy through my body like that. The last currents of shockwave energy were sucked through Lu Chen's palm. Once it was over, he also landed straight on the ground. The boulders and the other two also fell along with him. The resentful spirit could only reproach in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. The energy absorbed from the eternal golden lock just now was enormous. Even if he were in the king realm, he absolutely could not withstand it, let alone absorb it, and twice over at that. How could this be possible? Yui was no less shocked. How exactly did he do it? No wonder his strength is above even the king realm. As for Hailong, after absorbing those two enormous spheres, its belly had also swollen. Brat, you actually dared to trick me. Lu Chen smugly raised two fingers and looked at Yui. How was that? Did I not say there would be a way? You do not even trust your own man. The male lead said a long string of words, while Yui only blushed as she reacted. Wait man, what do you mean by my own man? What are you implying? Do not mind those details. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Chen collapsed, and Yui called out in panic, young Master Lu. Yui held Lu Chen and called out desperately, why is this happening? Was he pushing him too hard when he absorbed that enormous energy just now? Wake up. Yui held Lu Chen with a worried face. If anything happens to you. Suddenly, Lu Chen raised his hand and caressed Yui's cheeks. In your heart, you still care about me a lot. Then he slowly moved down to her lips and said with a smirk, I want to take back what I said before. You are a good person, but you really are stubborn. Yui blushed and answered in flustered embarrassment. You actually dared to deceive me, and I wasted all that worry on you. Alright, do not mind these details anymore. Yui was so embarrassed that she pushed him hard, making Lu Chen fall to the floor. I will never trust you again. You are being stubborn again. Meanwhile, the resentful spirit watched in anger. This kind of thing, ruining my plans again and again, and looking down on me like this, actually acting as if I do not exist, flirting with another woman. After saying that, he suddenly came up with a dirty idea. Is this not the perfect chance to ambush you? He held his sword and charged straight toward the two of them. Brat, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant, daring to cast your opponent aside while exchanging tender glances. If you do not die, who will? Lu Chen was still happily looking at Yue, blocking the resentful spirit with only one hand. Ugly monster, can you not see I am talking to a beautiful girl? The resentful spirit could only shout helplessly, what? Then Lu Chen glanced over with a sharp gaze. Why do you have no sense of awareness at all? You have made me angry. After he finished speaking, a tremendous power emerged from his palm. It struck straight at the resentful spirit, blasting him out of Singer's body, and he could only cry out helplessly, what? Then he summoned Lu Chen's sword. In that case, your bad end is certain, Lu Chen. He swung his sword, creating a sword wave that flew straight toward the resentful spirit. At this moment, he could only scream and beg for mercy. No, I do not want to die. I absolutely cannot die. He shouted loudly as his final tears fell, I do not want to die. Lu Chen shouted loudly, die for me, and the resentful spirit was also chopped into countless fragments. Lu Chen smiled smugly, done. Then he reached his hand toward Yi, let us continue. Unfortunately, Yue coldly turned away. Who has time to laugh and fool around with you? There are still many things to do. I have time to play games with you. But she changed her tone and continued, but after all these matters are over. Yue turned her gentle face toward Lu Chen. I might just reluctantly consider it a little. At the Holy Demon Sect, amid layered mountains shrouded in gloom, a group of people shouted together, welcome back, Lady Saintess. Kai Yan sat on the set-in and asked, where is Master? Why do I not see her? The soldier quickly answered, reporting to the Saintess, the sect master is carrying out the blood-pounding ritual in the side hall. It seems Master's old illness has flared up again. After saying that, she sprang up and flew off, not forgetting to instruct them. I have matters to discuss with Master. All of you go back to where you belong. The subordinates lowered their heads and shouted, understood. A hand holding a whip shouted loudly, you beasts are all captives of the Great Han. You deserve execution. The soldier holding the rattan whip kept insulting the chained people. Treasonous beasts who killed your fathers, abused women and children, and massacred innocent civilians. He pressed the whip against the woman's face. Even if I kill all of you, I think no one in this world would pity you. Suddenly the chain snapped, but today you are free, though freedom also has a price. As he spoke, he pointed toward the old woman standing and coughing over there. Today, as long as you kill her, you may go wherever you want. Moreover, our holy demon sect can promise that from now on, we will not interfere with whatever you do. We will back you up and support you. One of the criminals laughed craftily and said, I wondered what you wanted us to do. Turns out you want us to submit another pledge of allegiance. After saying that, those men quickly rushed at the old woman. Just an old hag, squeezing her to death will be as easy as crushing ants. Hey old hag, sorry, go die. The old woman glanced over and smiled defiantly, is that so? Then she released strands of power that pierced straight into the criminals. Thank you for your blood. Their blood was drained until only skin and bones remained. What? And only an arm covered in bulging blue veins could be seen. Her face became filled with satisfaction. There can be a transformation. The old woman from just now had become a young girl. She was the sect master of the Holy Demon Sect. Even if they are prisoners burdened with sins, fresh blood is still so sweet. She glanced over the prisoners. Who is next? They tried to flee in terror, screaming, run, let me go. Kai Yan stood above in silence, watching. The terrified screams of the captives rang out. Save me, kill her, do not kill me. The sect master continued sucking the captive's blood, extremely excited. Suddenly, she glanced over as if discovering something. She abruptly appeared beside Kai Yan. Kai Yan, you have returned. Kai Yan panicked slightly and quickly bowed. Greetings, Master. Kai Yan pays respects to you. Kai Yan had only just returned and already heard that Master was performing the fresh blood ritual. The sect master also looked down. Just an old ailment. You need not worry. She pondered and recounted the old story. Back then, I too was once brimming with ambition, entering Alchemy Alliance City to build a glorious career in the path of alchemy, but an accident in which the alchemy furnace fire shattered invaded my blood vessels, making me age faster than ordinary people, leaving me no choice but to drink fresh blood once every month to maintain my appearance. Then he turned to his disciple and said, if not for that unforeseen event, I might never have entered the sect, let alone achieved my current position. It was all fate teasing you. Thaiyan said excitedly, Master, now that you are unrivaled under the heavens, why don't we go to the Damon sect and avenge you? The sect leader frowned, his eyes sharp. If you dare lay a finger on anyone from the Damon sect, I will have your head cut off immediately. Tang Yin was startled and immediately knelt to the ground. Master. The sect leader's face was cold as he instructed. Back then the Damon sect treated me well, and your master's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Remember this, no one is to touch anyone from the Damon sect, or I will kill you. Tang Yin shouted loudly. Understood. A smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. But if anyone wants to test their skills, it's not forbidden. She then asked her disciple, Duangjia, have you heard of them? Tang Yin immediately looked up and replied, Master said Duangjia is one of the 5 great families in Thainvug, managing the Trongfang, correct. Sect leader raised his hand to explain. Recently Aoduangjia has been making a mockery of themselves, pretending to borrow the name of Van Trongfong to arrogantly collect the spiritual power of participants. This has been exposed. All forces wish to eliminate them, but fear that attacking Aoduangjia would bring losses, so they came to us. Looking at his disciple, she ordered, they want us to secretly kill the current head of Aoduangjia and his daughter. You know what to do, Thiangyan shouted loudly. Yes, disciple understands. Thunder roared as if signaling impending misfortune. Go, instill fear of our Saint Demon sect into the heart of Aoduangjia. Let our name echo throughout Huanvuk. Understood. 3 days later, the bright moon and melodious music filled the night. Linglong was playing the flute by the window frame. Suddenly a sound made her pause. She looked out the window cautiously. Who is it? At that moment Yue stepped in, looking confused. Yue asked, what's wrong? Linglong turned sharply. Yue, you scared me, it's fine. Yue said casually, you really are. Your spirit looks drained. But thinking about your flute playing, this piece Thao Truong On Fi had me stunned. Linglong frowned and changed her attitude to look at Yue. Is that so? Then keep playing. I am not only skilled at Thao Truong On Fi. She shot a dart from the flute, and this killing melody is the one I master the most. It flew straight at Yue, startling her. What? Linglong gripped the sharp object in her hand, gritted her teeth, and asked her, who are you exactly? Why did you disguise yourself as Yue? Speak. Next second, Yue's face gradually vanished, revealing another strange girl behind it. She said resentfully, I truly did not expect you to see through my disguise, Linglong. You are smarter than the files show. How exactly did you figure it out? Linglong held the dagger in her hand and answered warily, as a companion's intuition. Your files definitely did not mention that I am also an assassin, did they? Besides, your greatest flaw was grass grows as orioles fly. That is a melody found only in the barren realm. Yue has never left the profound realm. How could she understand this melody so well? Her face turned ashen with disappointment as she said, so that was it, that was my flaw. But if you think I'm the only assassin here, you are badly mistaken. Hearing this, Linglong shouted, what? She rushed forward, threw herself around Linglong, and knocked her down. Master, now. From behind, Kai Yan gripped her weapon and charged over viciously with her energy circulating. Merciless flashed swiftly down. Only after a while did Linglong open her eyes in discomfort. She was completely stunned that the move just now had been blocked. This is. Beside her, Yue held her sword and shouted, Linglong, help me. Seeing the chaotic battle before her, Linglong warned warily, Yue, her strength is no ordinary matter. Yue's face turned serious as she replied, I understand, but young Master Lu is helping young Master Mei absorb the mountain force. This is the crucial moment we have to hold on. Hearing that familiar title, Kai Yan asked in return, young Master Lu. Kai Yan looked at Yue and asked, are you talking about Lu Chen, the tyrant of the Azure Realm? Yue replied resentfully, an acquaintance. Kai Yan's face held a trace of sinister cunning as she answered smugly, more than an acquaintance, truly. The next second, she charged fiercely toward Yue and shouted, a deep blood feud. Linglong struggled to withstand one move and Kai Yan continued, arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right time. Kai Yan attacked the two of them fiercely and said viciously, after I finish dealing with you, I will go kill him. Yue charged forward in anger and shouted, you think you can harm young Master Lu with just your ability, dream on? Kai Yan easily blocked one move, her face crafty as she replied, is that so? Yue was startled. What? Kai Yan's face turned cold as she continued, if it were before, that would indeed be true. But for someone like me, who has endured countless hardships and stepped into the king realm. Kai Yan stretched out her hand, streams of energy surged out and kept forcing both Linglong and Yue back. Kai Yan sneered, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Yue and Linglong struggled to hold on. But at this moment, the sword in Yue's hand had gradually begun to crack, and she cried inwardly, this is bad. Yue gripped her sword and stubbornly fought back, thinking to herself, Lu Chen, young Master Lu. On this side, Lu Chen sat circulating his energy, flames surging all around him. Yue thought to herself, do not come here, run. The thought of fleeing flashed through his mind, and Lu Chen's eyes suddenly opened wide as he sensed something. Meanwhile, on the other side, the space had already sunk into darkness. Inside, both Linglong and Yue had been knocked away by Kai Yan. Yue was kicked by her and sent flying. Kai Yan stepped forward and grabbed Yue by the throat. Kai Yan viciously raised the knife and slashed toward her. Kai Yan's face was filled with triumph as she laughed loudly. Let me kill you first, then I will settle the score with Lu Chen afterward. Die. At that very moment, a force knocked the knife from Kai Yan's hand, and she cried out, what? A mysterious figure spoke, let her go, otherwise do not blame me for being impolite. Yue called out in surprise, young Master Lu. Linglong was also delighted, Lu Chen. Kai Yan's face grew stern as she replied, you have come. Suddenly Kai Yan revealed an unreadable smile. She pointed at Lu Chen and laughed mockingly. They have been calling your name all this time. I thought you were very strong. But looking at your aura now, you have merely just barely advanced into the king realm. Next second, she stretched out her hand, and fiery energy surged up with overwhelming force. Kai Yan warned, brat, There is a great gap between one king realm cultivator and another. Do not think a king realm novice like you can stand against me. Ling Long and Yue raised their hands to cover their faces and said in disbelief, her power has grown stronger again. Could she have already reached the peak of the king realm? Just then, a voice sounded from behind. Exactly right, my dear sister. Of all the words you said, only that sentence sounded human. Kai Yan froze and turned to look behind her. At this moment Lu Chen was calmly eating a steamed bun as he continued. You are not wrong, there is indeed a great gap between one king realm cultivator and another. Yue said in surprise. Lu Chen, another one. Ling Long was confused. If young Master Lu is here, then the person just now was. Behind them a mysterious figure drew closer. Looking at the mysterious figure, both of them cried out Mei Xiao. Mei Xiao scratched his head awkwardly and replied, too lazy to explain. I had just come out of seclusion, but Master kept saying he was hungry, so I had no choice but to disguise myself and show up first. Right after, Lu Chen held Godslayer in his hand, looked at Kai Yan and said calmly, all right, now that I have eaten and drunk my fill, next I should stretch my muscles a little. He raised the sword in his hand, looked at her, and continued, come, how about I give you 3 moves? Elsewhere, a voice called out, my lord, people from the Blood Flame dynasty have come to request an audience. Ren Yasu lightly gave the order, bring them in. That woman walked in and said as she moved, I truly did not expect the legendary sacred demon cult leader, known for bloodthirsty slaughter, to be a woman. Your cult also cannot withstand the ravage of time. It has declined, has it not? Ren Yasu replied, time is indeed heartless. Ren Yasu raised the bowl in her hand and continued, after all, even the great Blood Flame dynasty could hardly resist the feudal passage of time and fell into a third-rate dynasty, did it not? That woman angrily knocked the wine bowl from Ren Yasu's hand and said resentfully, enough nonsense. Our emperor has extremely high hopes for this operation. No matter what, before the 4 great families destroy the Aoyang family, we must act first, take the first step, and seize 10,000 Insect Peak. Ren Yasu looked at her and calmly replied, since you are so impatient. He pointed at the beam of light before them and said, then follow me. I will personally take action. That will do. On Lu Tian's side the wind kept rising. Kai Yan gripped her weapon fiercely and leapt toward Lu Chen. He calmly raised Godslayer and easily blocked it. Right after, he struck directly and sent Kai Yan's weapon flying, breaking it apart. Ling Long's face was filled with worry. Facing the peak of the King Realm, he can still be this relaxed. Could he have already broken through the King Realm? Mei Xiao continued with interest. No, if we must speak of strength, Master has merely fused with the early King Realm mountain force. But judging by Master's performance, I fear he surpassed the King Realm long ago, and is faintly about to touch the Saint Realm. Yue and Ling Long exclaimed in unison, a saintly aura. Ling Long said in disbelief, a saintly aura is rare even over 1,000 years. Mei Xiao replied cheerfully, indeed, open your eyes wide and watch. Right now we might be witnessing a piece of history that will be recorded in future chronicles. Yue's face flushed as she thought, a saintly aura, perhaps he truly can help the Yang family overcome this calamity. If so, I am willing without hesitation. Beside them, Taingyan and Lu Chen continued their relentless duel. Lu Chen and Taingyan struck and dodged, constantly advancing. Taingyan gripped his weapon tightly, dark energy surging. She angrily leaped toward Lu Chen, shouting, wretched man, how dare you mock me? Her cold, vicious gaze said, go die. A strike from Taingyan hit the ground, cracking the stone with dust rising in a thick cloud. The terrifying force sent earth and buildings flying everywhere. Mei Xiao's face serious, she called to the 2 girls behind, hold on to me tightly. Ling Long replied in shock, never expected she had such power with this strength. Even destroying a nation would be easy. Mei Xiao glanced at her reassuringly. Don't worry, Master will be fine. He looked toward Lu Chen, who stood firm and called out, if you don't believe it, just watch. Taingyan anxiously asked, why? She looked at Lu Chen, unharmed, shouting in frustration, why aren't you dead, why? Lu Chen brushed off dust calmly. Is that really necessary? All right, you did very well. See, my clothes were almost torn by your attack. You've surpassed 99% of other fools. Cheer up. Taingyan's face turned ashen in panic, sweat pouring continuously. She suddenly collapsed, screaming in pain. Mei Xiao, confused, pointed and asked, Master, what's wrong with her? Lu Chen glanced and replied, don't know, maybe hungry. But at that moment, a sound echoed, startling everyone, unexpectedly affecting Taingyan. Hand appeared, green energy swirling in the air. Namnathu appeared gently, speaking, boy, you have the right to make me act. Taingyan laughed proudly. Master has arrived, let's see how arrogant you can be. Today both the Aoyang family and that troublemaker Lu Chen must die. Mei Xiao said seriously, young lady, Master is about to enter saintly state. I advise you to stop. Ling Long agreed beside her. Indeed, you'd better surrender quickly. Lu Chen looked at them seriously, warned, you should leave quickly. Stay away from here. He evaluated Namnathu. Her aura is unusual. For me it might be a hard battle. Try to stay away. Hiding under the 10,000 winds is fine. The 3 behind responded with some panic. Understood, let's go. He behind arrogantly pointed, said, no wonder you look familiar. Isn't this the arrogant boy from my territory before? Namnya Thu asked her. You know him, she replied in disdain. Not exactly, just coincidence. This Lu Chen is an enemy of our Blood Flame dynasty. The previous emperor and grand general were killed by him. She continued, indeed gained without effort. Kill him quickly, double reward. Let me give more advice. The Saint Demon sect is the state religion of the Blood Flame dynasty. You are already the sorceress. Namnya Thu lowered her gaze, whispered, could it be? Unexpectedly, moments later, Namnya Thu knelt deeply to the ground. He bowed respectfully, called out, I am Namtiu, salute master. Thang Yin screamed in fear and confusion. Master, master. Ling Long frowned, asked, what is happening? Yui couldn't help but say. She called Luk Gongzi master. Mei Xiao questioned then, aren't we the same age as this sect leader? At this moment, Lu Chen stood still, puzzled by the situation. Namnya Thu hurriedly explained, sorry, I frightened you. Back then I was a member of the Danmin City, unaware of the smoke and fire. Fortunately, Master of Danmin City and Grand Elder Hua Dai saved me, allowing me to live until today. Master and Elder have always cared for me, usually mentioning you, so I knew your identity. Lu Chen looked at her, replied, so that's it, seems like a follower of Master from before. The woman next to her angrily pointed, shouting, you useless. What are you doing? I want you to kill him. Are you intending to confront the Blood Flame dynasty? Confront everyone in the King realm. Namnya Thu laughed coldly, replied, confront, I'm afraid you misunderstand. It's confronting you, the Danmin City, and the Elder. As she finished, Namnya Thu extended a hand, black energy wrapped around her. She shouted, oh, Namnya Thu said, wretched one, it's you. In less than a moment she withered and fell. Namnya Thu mocked, useless. Namnya Thu shouted, issuing orders, King Realm people listen. I am the leader of the Saint Demon sect, Namnya Thu, previously the Aoyang family and people of the King Realm, but this matter I think can end, for my Saint Demon sect from now on will become the protectors of the Aoyang family. The crowd, hearing this, could hardly believe this voice. No doubt it is woman Namnya Thu. Why did the leader of the demon sect suddenly appear in a parade like this? Namnya Thu's voice echoed, from today, anyone who recalls past grievances, kill. The crowd frowned in resentment but could not intervene. Namnya Thu continued, those taking revenge opportunistically, kill. Namnya Thu shouted, and those plotting against Luk Gongzi, Lu Chen, kill. On the porch a girl sat covering her face. Hua Dai said angrily, I say, why has the King Realm been so quiet these days? Turns out it was you boy, seems I can't hide, nor let my elder replace my disciple to handle this. In short, cannot be overlooked. The crowd cursed angrily, evil sect so arrogant. Next time we kill the Saint Demon sect we will annihilate you. A voice echoed in the space, greeting everyone, I am Hua Dai, elder of Danmin City. This is interesting. I will participate. From today, the Aoyang family and the Saint Demon sect will be under my protection. Any objections? The surprised crowd asked, Elder Hua Dai, why is she protecting those two forces? Someone shouted in resentment, disgusting, notify the assassins. Retreat quickly, everyone, fall back to formation. Seeing the scene resolved, Hua Dai said cheerfully, then it should be fine now, alright. Hua Dai's voice full of reproach, that boy Lu Chen. You came to King Realm without saying a word, why still needed master to come fetch you? Lu Chen stammered, disciple, dared not. Hua Dai warned, fine if you don't dare, you ungrateful. I favored you most when young, yet these years you never visited. Go quickly, otherwise I will show everyone in King Realm the blanket you urinated on. The crowd gasped and debated. What, Lu Chen, isn't he the supreme demon of Chuan Realm? A shout echoed through the capital, he is disciple of Elder Hua Dai, unbelievable. Lu Chen helplessly held his head, said, Master, I will explain a few days later when I meet you, please don't scold. Disciple asks, Hua Dai replied, alright, I'll wait for you there. Lu Chen's face drenched in sweat, he obediently replied, yes, master. Immediately after, he indignantly bristled, truly humiliating, everyone in King Realm now knows I wet the bed. Beside him, Yui, Ling Long, and Mei Xiao covered their mouths, watching Lu Chen angrily while secretly smiling. Lu Chen shouted in anger, furious, I need to vent a little? His eyes blazed as he glanced toward Ren Yasu and Kai Yan and ordered, you two, get out here. Kai Yan, her hand pulled by Lu Chen, cried out in fear, Master, save me. Ren Yasu called anxiously, Martial Uncle Yu. Lu Chen asked sternly, what, are you planning to stop me? Ren Yasu flushed red and answered, I would not dare. Lu Chen said with satisfaction, good, then all of you come here. Looking toward Ren Yasu, Kai Yan thought to herself, this is the first time I have ever seen Master show that expression. Lu Chen threw the two of them onto the grass and said bluntly, it is over, today even if you scream your throat raw, no one can save you. Kai Yan looked worried and thought to herself, we are done for, could it be that Master and disciple, the two of us? Kai Yan flushed scarlet, stammering inwardly word by word, yes. Kai Yan cried out inwardly in surprise for nothing. She shyly hugged herself tightly and warned in a raised voice, I am warning you. Kai Yan blushed and continued, do not act recklessly, otherwise. Beside her, Ren Yasu gently comforted her, Yanner, if Martial Uncle wants it, that is also our blessing. Kai Yan looked at Lu Chen before her and shouted, no, if he dares to act recklessly, you just just wait 18 years for his son to come find you for revenge. Lu Chen looked at her in confusion and asked back, what? Kai Yan flushed and shouted in dissatisfaction. Do you not want to use us master and disciple to vent your anger? Then we have no way to resist either. Kai Yan blushed and lay prone, saying again and again, all we can do is patiently raise your child until he is 18, then let him seek revenge on you. When the time comes, father and son will kill each other. Let us see whether you still dare to touch me. Lu Chen's face fell into a hard silence. He covered his face, pointed at the two of them, and laughed loudly. A woman like you, not going off to draw comics is truly a pity. Kai was puzzled. Comics? Lu Chen answered with an explanation. A strange kind of illustrated novel from another domain. I could tell you, but you would not understand. Kai Yan drew closer and asked softly, saying that, you are not planning to touch me. Lu Chen looked at her and said, right, and not right. Lu Chen grabbed her waist and teased, I was thinking, with that slender, nimble waist of yours. Kai Yan cried out in shock, what do you want to do? Unexpectedly, the next second, he pushed Kai Yan toward the grinder and continued, if you do not grind over a dozen caddies of maltose, would that not be a waste? Hurry up. Fourth master loves candied hawthorn the most. Lu Chen held the rattan whip in his hand and reminded her, as punishment, you will obediently grind maltose for me and make a portion of handmade malt candy paired with candied hawthorn to bring to her as a gift. Kai Yan blushed, sweat pouring out as she cried, hateful. Ren Yasiu asked in confusion. Just that. Lu Chen looked at her and answered, what else? What is wrong? Looking at her expression, were you expecting something? Ren Yasiu was both shy and flustered as she answered, no, how would I dare have improper thoughts toward Martial Uncle? Immediately afterward, she raised her face and said firmly, but if Martial Uncle needs it, Cayenne and I are not unable to. Before she could finish, Lu Chen interrupted, enough nonsense. Hurry up, you supervise her for me. If she dares slack off, be careful or I will punish you both. Outside the door, Yue poked her head in curiously and thought to herself, in that case, should I also? In the dark night, Lu Chen's voice rang out, faster, for me, is that all you have? Remember this. Even 3 days later, that sound still had not ceased. Remember this for me. Ren Yasiu watched Lu Chen leave and asked anxiously, Martial Uncle, do you truly not need me to escort you on the road? Lu Chen answered coldly, no need. Lu Chen boarded the boat, looked toward Ren Yasiu, and explained bringing you along would overload us. Moreover, you are someone from the demonic sect. Following us would be far too conspicuous. Ren Yasiu then replied, that is true. And he pointed at Kai Yan and teased. Besides, do you not still need to take my good grand disciple to see a doctor? Kai Yan shouted in dissatisfaction from the other side, mother. He actually made me grind maltose for 3 days and 3 nights. The small sail was raised, Ren Yasiu said. Then Martial Uncle, we will see you off only this far. She handed him a whistle and reminded him, in the future, when you are in the Azure domain, blow this whenever you need me. This disciple will definitely bring all my colleagues from the sacred demon sect to help. Lu Chen reached out without the slightest courtesy and accepted it. Then I will respectfully obey rather than decline. I will take it. As the small boat drifted farther away, he shouted then, we shall meet again in the Jianghu. Ren Yasiu waved and replied, until the day we meet again. On the boat, Ling Long looked at Mei Xiao and asked, strange, is Yue not coming to see us off? Mei Xiao answered solemnly, now that you mention it, I have not seen her all day either. Ling Long continued, where did she go? In the distance, Yue stood on a tall tower, watching the boat sail farther and farther away. She answered gloomily, in the end, I still could not say it aloud. Behind her, a man in a wheelchair came over and asked with concern, what is wrong? Are you reluctant to part with that boy? Yue turned back and called softly, father. Yue lowered her head, blushed, and whispered, I am not. Between him and me, it is only gratitude. Aoyang looked at Yue and said, all right, no need to say more. As your father, how could I not know my daughter's heart? He reminded her solemnly and tenderly, these past few years you have worked hard. For this family you have endured who knows how much hardship. But toward that young man, I hope you think seriously if it is for the clan. I do not want you to chase after him, nor will I allow it. But if you truly have feelings for him, then go chase after him and find the answer yourself. Yue, hearing those words, could not stop her tears from falling. Aoyang continued, while you are at it, go see the outside world and seek your own future. Yue rushed down and hugged Aoyang tightly. Yue sobbed and said, but I also cannot bear to leave you. Aoyang comforted her lovingly, silly girl. Just come back to visit father when you have time. Go seek your own future. No matter what, father will support you. The father and daughter, Aoyang and Yue, held each other like that for a while. Yue raised her face, looked at him and answered yes. The scene shifted to Pill Alliance City at this moment. Everything was bustling with activity in Pill Alliance City, from minor healing pills for commoners to major pills that supplemented, consolidated, and strengthened cultivation. 80% of the demand across the 10 domains came the 5 great alchemy families here. Those pills were sold by the hundreds, relying on this advantage, not only in the mysterious domain, but across all 10 domains. Pill Alliance City's status was not something a single independent sect could compare to. As for the founders of these 5 great families, they were basically all half-disciples of Fairy Huai. They were called half-disciples because they had originally all been hired workers, taken in by Fairy Huadai, while she was refining pills. After many years of guidance from Fairy Huadai, they each established their own schools. Seeing the prosperous scene before him, Lu Chen shouted excitedly, "After so many years, I never thought Pill Alliance City would still be the same as before. This feeling of coming home is wonderful." Ling Long said, "I did not expect you truly were that Fairy Huadai's disciple." Lu Chen answered calmly, "It is only a small matter, not worth mentioning, compared to that. Where is Mei Xia?" Ling Long looked around worriedly and said, "He said he was going to find a place to eat, but it has almost been 2 hours. The two of them frowned and cried out together. "He did not run into trouble, did he?" At this moment, a voice rang out, "Master, something terrible has happened." Mei Xiao held the scroll in his hand and panted, "And not good." "Master," Lu Chen looked at him and asked, "What is wrong? What is not good?" Mei Xiao held the scroll out toward him. "You see for yourself." Lu Chen took it, an announcement. He read aloud, "On the 3rd full moon night of next month, you are continued in the Pill Alliance Lan Yi. The Lan family's #1 alchemy genius will compete with Lu Chen." Ur and Lu Chen were stunned to determine superiority. Mei Xiao waved his arms and gestured continuously as he said, "This Lan Yi is the #1 alchemy genius of the Lan family, one of the 5 great families of our Pill Alliance City. At only 19 years old, he is already at the peak of a 7th grade Pill Emperor. With such achievements, even my father, the head of the Mei family, feels ashamed of being inferior." Mei Xiao pointed at the seal beneath the announcement and reminded him, "Moreover, look at this signature. It is Fairy Huadai," meaning this duel was permitted by Grandmaster herself. Lu Chen's face turned solemn as he thought to himself, a duel permitted by Master, and it was even alchemy. Yu turned to look at Mei Xiao and said, "That is right. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten too. You are also from Alchemy Alliance City, so what about your cultivation? No matter what, you are the #1 of the Mei family. You should at least be 6th grade. Mei Xiao immediately explained, "I have had no talent for alchemy since I was little. Whenever the teacher started lecturing on pill studies, I got sleepy. So the #1 of the Mei family only means #1 in fighting." Ling Long said in disappointment, "So you're just someone who only studies one subject." She sighed and looked toward Lu Chen, then continued, "I thought you might be of some help in this bizarre contest. But in the end, Lu Chen is isolated and helpless." Lu Chen looked at Ling Long and retorted, "Do not say it so definitively. I have to correct your words." He smiled and raised a thumb toward her, then continued, "It is not isolated and helpless. It is completely doomed. Because I know absolutely nothing about alchemy." Ling Long cried out in shock. "What?" Lu Chen cheerfully recounted, "When I cultivated under 4th Master, she was an alchemist. When she was not out searching for medicinal ingredients, she was refining pills, so she rarely checked my lessons." Scratched his head and laughed loudly. "So, most of the time, I was basically slacking off and looking through ancient texts for strange martial arts, like refining tiger bone seed or something." Mei Xiao beside him grew increasingly anxious. "Master, you can still laugh. You do not know how vicious Lan Yi is." Sweat poured down Mei Xiao's face as he recalled the past and recounted, "Ever since she was little, she has been the nightmare of the younger generation of the 5 great families. Every talented person of our generation has been bullied by her, made to play horse, made to be slaves, forced to write contracts selling ourselves." It was only a few short words. "But do you know how much blood and tears I do not want to remember were hidden inside?" Lu Chen asked back, Is that so?" Mei Xiao answered anxiously, "So, with her personality, if you lose, you will definitely die miserably. There is no time to delay. We should run at once." A voice came from behind him, making Lu Chen turn around. "I was wondering why you looked so familiar. So it is our 6th young master. What wind blew you here?" A girl was cuddling her man. "It really has been a long time." Wang Jun looked at her with a tender gaze. "Is he the one you mentioned from the Azure realm?" Seeing this, she immediately acted coquettish. "Yes. Back then my fiancé took a few jars of wine from him, and he slaughtered his whole family for it, leaving me to suffer all the bitterness alone. I never thought we would run into him again, right after coming to the mystic realm." She looked at him with her eyes and said, "So, darling, you must take revenge for me." She turned back to him with eyes full of hatred. "I want him dead." Lu Chen was very annoyed by that girl's attitude. "Since I was able to kill your fiancé's whole family, do you think I would be afraid of your new lover now? I advise you, do not provoke me, or I will make you a widow again." Wang Jun angrily swung his fist at his face. "Good, brat, you dare speak so arrogantly. Today I will show you the strength of me, Wang Jun." Lu Chen had also warmed up his joints and smiled. "Since you sincerely wish to die, then do not blame me." Mei Xiao rushed over from nowhere and hurriedly stopped him. Master, wait. He revealed an extremely confident smile. In Alchemy Alliance City, would my master still need to personally swat a fly? If word spread, how would the Mei family stand firm in the future? A small fry like this is not worth troubling you over. Mei Xiao only blew once, and Wang Jun turned into a pile of flames. The girl was utterly stunned and grief-stricken when she saw that scene. What, Wang Jun? Lu Chen started looking smug again. I told you, do not come and provoke me. Why did you insist on not believing me? Is there no trust left between people anymore? Her face seemed to lose all color. No, impossible. Suddenly his eyes blazed red. Mei Xiao looked at Lu Chen curiously and asked, Master, how should we deal with her? He immediately revealed a smile that was not proper at all. How about we take her in, then study it later? Sweat broke out all over her body, and she trembled when she heard it. What? Girl collapsed onto the ground and pretended to be frightened, her face flushed red. No. Suddenly a voice rang out in the sky. Enough. Both of them were immediately flustered. This voice. Fairy Hua Dai descended lightly from the sky. Lu Chen, you caused chaos the moment you entered the city. Do you know your mistake? Lu Chen felt a little afraid when This is bad. It is master. The people around them were also very shocked. Hua Fairy Hua Dai. Mei Xiao and everyone else immediately knelt to respectfully welcome Fairy Hua Dai's honored arrival. She, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Wonderful. I never expected such a small matter could draw Fairy Hua Dai out personally. It was not in vain that I clung to the Wang family's connections in Alchemy Alliance City a few days ago, although I only arrived today and have not officially married into the family yet. The girl turned to look at Lu Chen again and smiled smugly. But no matter what, I can still be considered half a daughter-in-law of the Wang family. Fairy Hua Dai definitely will not shield her own person. In a moment, this brat is dead for sure. Hua Dai kept scolding him. Lu Chen, do you know you have broken the precedent that Alchemy Alliance City must not see blood? Do you know your mistake? He could only lower himself and stand obediently. I know my mistake. Seeing this, that woman grew even more delighted. It seems Fairy Hua Dai is very angry. You are dead for sure. She was still very angry with her disciple. Since that is the case, stretch out your head and prepare to accept punishment. Lu Chen closed his eyes in full resignation. Yes, the pink-haired girl grew extremely excited. Brat, keep acting arrogant. When Fairy Hua Dai makes a move, you only have the road to death. Next, I think your head is about to move house. She watched Huai's arm with anticipation. Brat die. But in the end, it was only a crisp forehead flick. Remember this. If you dare act recklessly again, you will not get dinner. Even that girl broke out in cold sweat from fright. What, only a flick? A man began discussing it. Everyone says Fairy Hua Dai protects her own people. I never expected she would personally step forward twice for Lu Chen. The girl beside him also sneered. This was Wang Jun asking for it himself. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Fairy Hua Dai's most beloved disciple. When the girl heard this, she was utterly shocked. Disciple. He pointed at the two people beside him and introduced them. Master, this is Ling Long and Mei Xiao. I mentioned them in the letter. The two of them immediately bowed their heads politely. Greetings. Fairy, she, however, was incomparably shocked. Lu Chen is Fairy Hua Dai's disciple. Her shout startled everyone. Impossible. Her voice also drew Hua Di's attention. This person is... Lu Chen looked back at that girl in annoyance. She is the one who incited that unlucky fellow to cause trouble for me, otherwise Mei Xiao would not have made a move. She looked that girl over with an appraising gaze. Mei Xiao, do you know this person? Mei Xiao immediately reported everything to Hua Dai. Reporting to Fairy, she looks unfamiliar, but the person colluding with her, if I remember correctly, is someone from the Wang family in the east of the city. The people around them immediately spoke up as well. Fairy, this Wang family is the largest family outside the 5 great families nearby. They have risen over the past 3 to 5 years, and as of a few days ago, their order transaction volume accounted for 30% of Alchemy Alliance City. After hearing this, Hua Dai revealed a smile. Just a nouveau riche family, I understand. That woman could only remain silent and lower her head in grief. Hua Dai pinched Lu Chen's ear and flew away while giving an order. Pass down my decree. Both sides were at fault in today's matter. Lu Chen has already been personally punished by me and taken back for judgment. Lu Chen cried out loudly because his ear hurt too much from being pinched. Master, it hurts, it hurts. She still did not let her disciple go. As for the Wang family, their punishment is as follows. Hearing this, tears streamed down that girl's face in 2 lines. From now on, no one is allowed to trade medicinal materials with the Wang family, and no one may buy or sell medicinal products produced by the Wang family. Consider this the punishment. She was so furious that she pointed straight ahead and shouted, unfair, that woman. They killed someone, yet you only flicked his forehead. Our person was killed, yet we must bear the disaster of clan extermination. On what grounds, I am asking you? On what? A powerful beam of light pierced through that woman. What? She was logged out of Earth by that light. Hua Dai still wore a very displeased expression. Noisy woman, what does my doting on my disciple have to do with you? Although Lu Chen was sweating from the pain, he still kept his mouth tightly shut. After that, she revealed a very smug smile. However, you are also at fault in this matter, brat. For the next 15 months, do not even think of escaping. When Lu Chen heard this, he could no longer stay calm. 15 months, master. Are you trying to squeeze your disciple dry? Alchemy Alliance Sacred Mountain was a very beautiful mountain. Fairy Hua Dai had found this wondrous mountain more than 10 years ago. Lu Chen's group was riding the clouds and flying away. Inside the mountain were rare medicinal ingredients, endless and inexhaustible, even because of its unique geology. There were quite a few medicinal plants normally restricted by climate, soil, and region, so Fairy Hua Dai went into seclusion here, and her followers and family members also settled here. This is the Presemy Alliance city. Mei Xiao looked down and could not hide his amazement. Incredible. This is the first time I have seen the scenery inside Alchemy Alliance Sacred Mountain. Ling Long beside him could not help exclaiming as well, the scenery is so beautiful, just like an immortal realm. Hua Dai merely gave a very calm judgment. Beautiful, yes, but I am afraid that after several decades the beauty and peace here will no longer be seen. She turned back and said to the white-haired young man, Ling Long is an outsider, so she not understand much. But Mei Xiao, you are a native of Pill Alliance City. Can you state the medicinal herb traction volume of Pill Alliance City, the year before last and last year? Xiao Ming naturally obeyed her words. Yes, this humble one knows. Looked extremely excited and honored as he shouted loudly. If I remember correctly, the year before last, the transaction volume for individual households was 50,000 orders. The 5 great families had 350,000 orders, and the remaining scattered families and organizations had 720,000 orders. Last year, individual households had 10,000 orders. The 5 great families had 320,000 orders, and the remaining scattered families and organizations had 1 million orders. Ling Long was greatly shocked when she heard this. The annual medicinal herb transaction volume of Pill Alliance City was actually this enormous. He grew even more excited from the momentum, and that still does not include high-grade pills. Those pilled even higher and greater amounts of medicinal herbs, but because the required herbs are rare, they are usually not counted in the transaction volume. When she heard this, she grew somewhat worried. If everything were counted, would the medicinal herbs in this mountain not be completely harvested in less than a year? Hua Dai remained very calm as she stroked Lu Chen's head. That is not a problem. The soil of the sacred mountain is unlike ordinary earth, and with this brat's eldest master watering it regularly with spiritual power, even after another 100 years, the medicinal herbs here will not be affected. In fact, there is one very important point in the statistics Mei Xiao mentioned. An important point. Ling Long became even more curious. An important point. Hua Dai seemed to have some lingering annoyance. Yes, it is the increase in transaction numbers among the remaining small organizations and families. In 1 year, it has risen by more than 40%. Although their pills are cheap, their quality is difficult to guarantee, so their commission ratio has always been very low. But in these past few years, they have developed with extraordinary force. She was still caught in her sorrow. Gradually, inferior goods drive out good ones. In these past few years, problems related to the pills of Pill Alliance City have also become increasingly severe. Originally, if Pill Alliance City wanted to obtain more orders, then it should have possessed stronger and higher pill refining ability, not become like those people relying on inferior medicinal products to deliberately occupy the market. Hearing this, he immediately asked in puzzlement, but if that is the case, why does the fairy not take this chance to deal with them? She immediately answered Mei's words as well. If they were merely a simple pack of lowly people, they would not be worth my notice. They dare to do such vile things right under my eyes. I fear this matter is not simple. Mei Xiao heard it like a thunderclap exploding beside his ear. What? Lu Chen, however, was much calmer. Master's meaning is that someone is manipulating things from behind the scenes. Hua Dai also looked back at her disciple and agreed. But it is not one person. The problem inside is likely tangled and complicated, and the figures involved are probably troublesome and hard to untangle, difficult to resolve. The 4 of them had nearly returned to the palace. The female disciples immediately ran out to welcome them. The essence of medicine is a tool to save people, and whether for immortal cultivators or ordinary people, a life comes only once. It is what every person cherishes most. Hua Dai slowly descended amid the reverence of the women. Since medicine can save a life at a critical moment, it will naturally draw the covetous gazes of countless people. As she walked, she spoke of her own worries. If someone controlled Pill Alliance City, would that not mean controlling the lives of everyone in the 10 domains? If in the future whether a person lives or dies is all controlled by Pill Alliance City, how would you dare resist? Such a great temptation will naturally lead to infiltration and influence among schemers, whether allied or unintentional. Lu Chen said with an extremely serious expression. So Master's decisive action against the Wang family just now was only using that reason to secretly deal with this network. Ling Long at the side also followed up. No wonder she killed the moment she said kill, wiped out the clan the moment she said. Mei Xiao looked at her with round eyes. So that was it. Huai was still very worried despite that, but this is not something that can be soothed by eliminating a single family. Just like this Wang family, they have developed forcefully in recent years, scheming to violate my authority, acting arrogantly and rampantly in the city. That is one example. But aside from one Wang family, tomorrow there will be a Li family, a Zhang family, a Chen family jumping out, if we want to handle these matters cleanly. She cast a trusting gaze at him. Then we must cleanse Pill Alliance City anew and concentrate all authority again. I am the current sovereign. If I act myself, it will easily give others something to use against me, so I can only rely on you. My good disciple Lu Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. Mei Xiao seemed to have realized something, so the previous competition announcement, Ling Long also understood and shouted loudly, so it was a reason for Lu Chen to make everyone submit openly and legitimately. Fairy Huadai laughed happily after hearing this. Yes, the script is that in the next dozen or so months, Lu Chen will become the youngest 9th grade alchemist in history, becoming in existence second only to me, then defeat the greatest alchemy genius in the history of Pill Alliance City, openly and legitimately become the city lord of Pill Alliance City, then announce the withdrawal of all families' pill writing authority, and establish the Pill Alliance to manage everything. The other two cheerfully clapped hands with each other. After so much setup, the plan is unexpectedly this simple. Even though Lu Chen knows nothing right now, we can rest now, but as long as Grandmaster strictly checks his lessons, it will be fine, we can rest now. Lu Chen was so angry that he pointed straight at the two of them. You two, do not even think about it. He immediately sat down cross-legged. This matter will clearly affect the interests of those small families that are difficult to manage. If Master personally acts to teach me, then it will definitely make them unconvinced. He showed his displeasure openly. When the time comes, if Pill Alliance City falls into internal strife, that is a small matter. I only fear being hated by other people with ulterior motives. Huadai looked back at her disciple. Yes, it is exactly the kind of thing where one does not fear thieves stealing, only fears thieves bearing a grudge. Mei Xiao was so frightened that his face turned pale. Without Fairy Huadai's teaching, I am only a half-immortal. Ling Long at the side was no less afraid. I am even worse. This matter has become difficulty on top of difficulty. Lu Chen spoke to her with great seriousness. Master, stop teasing us. You must have already thought everything through. Say it. What is your plan? Huadai knocked his head and smiled brightly. You really do understand me, you stinking brat. At this moment, someone's footsteps approached. You children can rest assured. I have already found a reliable master for the three of you. When the time comes, you must obediently learn from that person. Lu Chen did not look very happy. Master, is it some old man again? That person from when I was little gave me a headache the moment he started lecturing. A gourd was hanging on that person's chest. Rest assured, you all know this person and she is absolutely reliable. The girl smiled lightly and stroked her hair familiar. When the group saw her, they were all incomparably shocked. Three of them seemed unable to believe their own eyes. How is it? They shouted the name of the girl in green in unison. That night, a wisp of white smoke rose. A whole platter was piled high with fragrant grilled food. Huadai was using her magic and praising herself, as expected of me. She turned to the people setting the table and called out, the flavor is too delicious. Ling Long, you eat. Mei Xiao felt extremely eager. Yes. Lu Chen sat in the chair and sighed softly in dejection. Yui brought a skewer of meat before him and smiled. Hurry and eat. It will not taste good once it gets cold. She was doing her best to cheer him up. It is only an alchemy competition. Relax. Lu Chen ate the meat skewer while grumbling. The competition itself is fine. I simply have no interest in alchemy at all. If it were only an ordinary competition, at worst I could run away. But it involves too much. Even running will not me escape. Huadai angrily pinched his ear hard. It is too late to run now. The young woman immediately put on a pitiful look and said, moreover, can you bear to let your weak, pitiful, helpless master fall into the schemes of those bad people? He grew somewhat frightened and raised his voice slightly. Heavens, you are almost 3,000. Huai immediately pinched both of his ears. What did you say? He was so frightened that he hurriedly tried to cover it up. Master, I was wrong. I will help. Even mountains of blades and seas of fire will not make me refuse. Huadai pointed straight at him and comforted him confidently, but you do not need to worry about me meeting disaster. After that, Huai added with a calm attitude, these days, aside from your masters, there is no one else who can enter my eyes. Hearing this, Lu Chen hurriedly followed up. Then what is master afraid of? What you said earlier sounded so serious. I even thought Seeing him like this, Huadai reassured him as well. You are not a pharmacist, so of course you do not understand. This matter is very great. It is not about immortal cultivators. Then Huadai turned her face and looked into the distance as she explained the principles of the world to him. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, immortal cultivators can easily grasp the lives of ordinary people. If medicine is also monopolized by cultivators, will even the right to be human be lost? Lu Chen seemed to suddenly understand something and spoke softly, Master. After hearing the story, Mei Xiao was moved to tears and said, I never expected Fairy Huai's heart to be so vast. Long beside him, was also moved and followed up, a good physician is like a loving mother. It is just like this, right? Huadai, however, was now excitedly telling them another matter. But besides this, the other masters and I also made a bet. Your eldest master has taken a fancy to that little junior sister, on my side. No matter what, I must act quickly and cultivate a good seedling. Lu Chen asked vaguely in response, a bet, a good seedling. And he blankly looked up and continued asking, Master, what are you all planning to do again? Huadai did not answer his question, only smiled and replied, as for this, let us not talk about it anymore. Next, Huadai produced a blue flower flame from her palm and asked, everyone look, what is this? Ling Long cried out in shock, fire. No, this heat, it is not ordinary fire element magic. Mei Xiao was already suspecting what it was. Could it be divine fire? Yui also voiced her own suspicion, divine fire. Is that not a divine object born when heaven and earth were born? Seeing their confused expressions, Huadai spoke to explain, yes, this is divine fire. The might of divine fire is boundless and exceptionally ferocious. Even someone at the Saint King level would be burned to ash if they casually touched it. But this is also the flame countless alchemists dream of possessing. As long as one has it, one can freely control the most important flame in pill refinement, and at the same time easily guide the spiritual energy and earth to permeate the medicinal materials, making them reach a perfect balance that ordinary alchemists cannot achieve in their entire lives. Hearing this, Mei Xiao began guessing inwardly. No wonder Lord Huadai dared let Master accept the alchemy competition, so she intended to pass divine fire to Master. Yui also spoke up to remind her at this moment, in that case, is this not too rash, Lady Fairy? Although the sixth young master has profound abilities comprehending divine fire, is it not too early? Ling Long also shared this view and said, yes, even if the original intention is good, using his life to do it is far too dangerous. After that, all of them knelt down at once and pleaded, we beg the fairy to reconsider. However, Huai showed no sign of panic and said leisurely, good reaction. It seems that in this war to fight over a disciple's wife, you may not necessarily win, boss. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was curled up in one place and thinking to himself, sure enough, they have wagered on something outrageous. Huadai coughed lightly a few times, then slowly continued speaking to them, rest assured I am not so cruel, and besides, it seems you have all regarded the brat before you as far too weak. Mei Xiao asked in startled suspicion. Weak? Ling Long also asked in extreme shock. Is he still weak? Yui vaguely realized something. You mean? Huadai concealed nothing further and turned to look at Lu Chen, urging him, all right, you bring out your divine fire for them to see as well. As soon as he received the signal from Master Lu Chen, he also unleashed the crimson flame bloom. Yes, Master. Immediately, this action shocked Mei Xiao. What Ling Long and Yui also could not believe it and asked in unison. He also has a divine flame. Yui added to Ling Long, aren't sacred king level beings unable to control divine artifacts? Why does sixth young master? They looked at his dazed expression and asked just one thing. Which divine being are you from? Then Lu Chen pointed at the flame god and hesitantly said, can it be withdrawn yet, Master? Every time you summon this, your physical strength drops sharply. If not necessary, I truly do not wish to use it. Quickly teach me how to control it, then start refining pills. And Huadai responded cheerfully, do not rush, it is too early to start. The first step, you must make the divine flame truly yours in meaning first. Lu Chen listened and was clearly confused, truly yours. Huadai continued gently, indeed, now using the divine flame as a weapon is naturally easy. But if you use it for pill refining, controlling it precisely to penetrate the herbs while maintaining flame intensity at all times, it is still too weak. Then with a determined and passionate gaze she continued, therefore the first step is to train the body conveniently. I just learned of a place, the sacred site of body training. At Fireflame Valley, flames burn all year round as if ready to consume everything at any moment. Flame Valley, located in the northwest of the Mystic Domain, was one of the top forces in the Mystic Domain, not much inferior to the Imperial Extreme Sect or the Boundless Palace. The climate there was scorching, nurturing exceptionally blazing flame laws. Flame laws turned into particles scattered through the air, and using those flame particles to temper the body had an extremely powerful body tempering effect on a martial artist's physique. Because of this, the physiques of cultivators in Flame Valley were often stronger than those of other forces, and because of its terrain, their research and cultivation of flames were even less something other forces could compare with. After that, Hua Dai quickly told them that because of this, they understood better than anyone how to forge divine fire into the body, so there was no place more suitable for his body tempering cultivation than Flame Valley. Then Hua Dai raised her hand and explained everything clearly to them, and because most people who possess divine fire would undergo a body tempering by divine fire, if they wanted to merge more deeply with divine fire, they had to use Flame Valley's top-secret divine power. Lu Chen asked in shock. Top secret? Mei Xiao was also surprised. Divine power. Hua Dai quickly continued telling them, it is heavenly lightning. A bolt of lightning scattered through the air as Huai explained heavenly lightning, one of the divine powers of creation. The reason Flame Valley could gather so many flames and keep them from dispersing for centuries was precisely because its special terrain attracted heavenly lightning. Huai added that above the valley, a vast amount of heavenly lightning covered the sky all year round, constantly striking down into the valley, causing the flames inside to never disperse, forming the wondrous sight of today. While lightning was a higher elemental existence of the flame system, heavenly lightning was one of the divine powers that shared the same origin as divine fire, so using heavenly lightning for second body tempering was extremely suitable. Only then did Lu Chen suddenly understand everything, so that was how it was. Hua Dai also told Yu Yi, and the Aoyang family has been friends for generations with the Valley Master of Flame Valley, plus Yu Yi herself is also a high-rank alchemist. By going with him you can also help him. Yu Yi replied, yes. Before leaving, Hua Dai still reminded them, since everything has been clearly explained, I am tired too, you all eat. I will go rest. They respectfully answered yes. Outside the sky had already darkened, and the moon had risen high. Inside each room, both Linglong and Mei Xiao were fast asleep. However, Lu Chen still could not sleep and stayed outside waiting. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Why are you still not asleep? Yui walked over and softly asked him, is something on your mind? But Lu Chen replied, no. Then he added gloomily, I just feel that Master is acting a little strange. Lu Chen vaguely told Yui Master's behavior today was too anxious. If everything is really as she said, merely because of some issues with the medicinal ingredient supply rights, then there is no need to be so impatient, not to mention the competition is still a year away. Hearing this, Yui continued, now that you say it, that is true, the fairy did speak more than usual today. Lu Chen also added another matter, and among the 10 domains, my 5 masters each oversee their own line. For matters large or small, one word from them is enough. But this time Master would rather let me come forward than ask the other 4 masters for help. Could there be something difficult to speak of inside? The more he thought about it, the tenser he became and said loudly, what exactly is it? I feel like I have thought my head to pieces, yet still cannot figure it out. The more he grew anxious, the less he understood. What kind of trouble had she run into? Yu-Yi spoke up then. Hey, I said. Lu Chen was somewhat startled by this. Unexpectedly, Yu-Yi rushed over and forcefully kissed him. For a moment Lu Chen did not know how to react, until Yu-Yi slowly pulled away. Before leaving, she said to him in confusion, then let it be like this. This is the date I agreed with you before. I hope you can pull yourself together. After that, she quickly ran off and said, we still have to get up early tomorrow. Hurry, hurry, and go sleep. Lu Chen dazedly asked himself then, dating means kissing. Do I look that lecherous? Immediately afterward, Lu Chen chased after her and asked, hey, Miss Yu-Yi, are you really a sheltered young lady who has never gone out? Could you have some misunderstanding about this whole dating matter? However, Yu-Yi replied to him, what now? I already kissed you and you are still not satisfied. Could it be that you still want me to? At this moment, Lu Chen behind her still wanted to ask, wait, listen to my explanation first. Hey, my lifelong reputation. If this gets out, how am I supposed to flirt with girls in the future? How am I supposed to make my way outside? Inside the room, Hua Dai witnessed everything and softly called, little Lu, everything is depending on you. At this moment, a mysterious aura was enveloping the city. Chuanji, no, the future of the 10 domains all depends on you. The people in the demon city do not come out, and those who are not human are extremely bizarre. Next day, on the large ship floating in the sky, a loud call echoed with joy, Master, it is ready. Chen brightly waved goodbye to Hua Dai. Master, your disciple will take his leave now. Hua Dai stood in place and waved, slowly watching that figure fade into the distance. In her heart, both worried and hopeful, she softly called, little Lu, I am counting on you. At this moment, Lu Chen's ship also gradually left the mountain peak. Ling Long looked at everything with eyes full of excitement. Fairy Hua Dai really has good taste. The ship she personally chose looks imposing at first glance. Mei Xiao beside her continued, of course. My Mei family can more or less be considered a famous clan, and with Fairy Hua Dai's request, Of course we had to bring out the highest grade flying ship. Yue also sighed then, it really is fast. Looks like we can reach Snow Peak City by this afternoon, Linglong asked in surprise. Snow Peak City, Mei Xiao continued, what are we going there for? Lu Chen also spoke up and explained everything clearly. Flame Valley is scorching hot all year round. If we just go there casually, let alone us, even this wooden flying ship probably will not withstand it. So our first stop will be Snow Peak City to obtain ice crystal water, then coat the ship with a layer of fire-resistant oil. Only then can we enter Flame Valley. Linglong finally understood. So that is how it is. However, Lu Chen still had one matter worrying him. But why do we need a flying ship for this trip? There is clearly a teleportation array. What exactly is Master thinking? Lu Chen did not explain clearly and only said vaguely, on this trip, I feel like something is going to happen. When the bow of the ship reached another place, snow began to fall heavily. Mei Xiao shouted excitedly, Master, we have arrived. He happily turned and said, Snow Peak City is ahead, let us go. At Snow Peak City, everything was frozen, covered in bitter cold all year round. When Linglong saw this scene, she burst with emotion. So beautiful, this is completely a whole city made of ice. It is truly too beautiful, however. Mei Xiao quickly shattered her fantasy. This is not ordinary ice. The ice of this city is profound ice reinforced by the inner force of the city lord, Madame Snow Plum, and after absorbing spiritual energy through long years, any attack below the Saint King level cannot do anything to it. The ship rushed swiftly into the city amid the heavy falling snow. Lu Chen stared blankly at the purple streams of aura circling around. Linglong was still extremely optimistic at this moment and shouted loudly, hurry and land the ship. I cannot wait anymore. I want to see the sights of this city, Mei Xiao said indulgently, I know. However, Lu Chen noticed something was wrong and stopped them. Wait, the situation is not right. Lu Chen turned and asked the sword spirit, Lu Chen, have you felt it? Lu Chen also replied, just as Master thinks. Mei Xiao asked suspiciously. The same Linglong also did not understand and asked, what is wrong? Lu Chen immediately ordered the sword spirit go break this damn trick. Lu Chen cheerfully replied, yes. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen took up his sword and charged upward, God-slaying sword art. As soon as the sword struck out, it created a huge explosion in the air. This shocked Linglong, and Mei Xiao had not expected it either. They shouted in unison, what? Mei Xiao anxiously asked Lu Chen in a rush, Master, what are you doing? Linglong worried about retaliation and said, we are done for. Peak City will definitely come looking for trouble with us this time. Yue also went pale and urged, hurry, we have to leave before Snow Peak City comes after us. Lu Chen quickly reassured them, no one will come, rest assured. They asked in confusion why. Lu Chen replied casually, the reason was simple. The sword began to break through the monstrous barrier, cracks gradually appearing. As soon as the protective membrane shattered completely, a massive explosion erupted. Lu Chen then spoke clearly to everyone. Because the snow fortress in your mouse has already perished. Snow from the fortress fell everywhere. Only the carrion-eating birds remain. The human's skin turned blue, lying dead throughout the fortress. Only the birds' cries echoed, feeding even on the brains of the dead. How could this be? Mei Xiao was bewildered witnessing that the Snow Fortress, one of the 10 famous cities of the Profound Realm, was gone. Chaos ensued. Everyone turned to ask Lu Chen. Hadn't he said the Snow Fortress walls were made of pure ice condensed from the city lord's spiritual energy? If so, who could have destroyed it? Lu Chen could only reply helplessly, I don't know. Lu Chen frowned and said doubtfully, moreover, someone set up an illusion. This practitioner clearly didn't want anyone to discover the Snow Fortress had been destroyed. Yue also spoke indeed, if someone could completely destroy the Snow Fortress, even if revenge came, it wouldn't be too terrifying. Linglong glanced at the Jade Scepter analyzing. Could it be that this person wanted to hide something, like evidence? Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, evidence that was also possible. Lu Chen turned to ask, are there still people alive below? I can sense no survivors. The perpetrator must have fled. If so, then, following Lu Chen's orders, the ship was quickly lowered. Mei Xiao, lower the ship, yes. Linglong and Yue were slightly worried and wanted to stop Lu Chen. Isn't investigating below so openly too flashy? If the culprit is still there, Lu Chen replied, no, our goal isn't to investigate anything at all. Before the ship was lowered, Lu Chen instructed to split into groups to execute the plan. Within 1 hour, he and Miss Aoyang, Mei Xiao and Linglong split into 2 groups. Finding the ice-tom water and heat-resistant paint was the priority. So it turned out. The ship landed. If within an hour the items weren't found, immediately return to the ship. Do not delay, safety first. Everyone responded in unison, understood. They divided into 2 groups, just like that. Depart. Lu Chen and Yi ran along the road, corpses strewn across the streets. Yue could not help but look at them. Lu Chen and Yue continued running past the corpses. Lu Chen instructed Yue not to look at the corpses. Focus straight ahead. Our target is the heat-resistant paint. She replied, understood. Lu Chen turned to her and asked, Mei Xiao, have you said where to find the items yet? Probably in the eastern workshop of the fortress. Both their gazes became determined. Yue pointed to the cylindrical building ahead. That's it. Heat-resistant paint is a specialty of the Snow Fortress. Only produced there, easy to locate. Alright. Having said that, both ran toward the intended location. Alright. Quick strike, grab it and run, yes. While neither noticed, a corpse was being overtaken by poison. Inside the palace of the snow fortress, it had already become dilapidated. Ling Long asked Mei Xiao, are you sure the ice tomb water is here, correct? Only Snow Mistress Mai had it. If we want it, we must go to the palace. Mei Xiao's brows furrowed urgently. The architecture here is too complex. Almost 1 hour has passed. We must hurry. But unfortunately, Mei Xiao's foot got caught in a pre-stretched rope, accidentally opening a deep pit. Mei Xiao could not maintain balance. In danger, Ling Long panicked, reaching out. Mei Xiao. Too late, Mei Xiao had fallen into the pit. Ling Long above also worried. Misfortune never comes singly. Suddenly a sound emerged. Ling Long turned her head alert. Who? She panicked, standing up defensively. Stop pretending. Come here. A foot slowly stepped forward. Ling Long's eyes widened in surprise. What, that is? A girl, but already a zombie, leapt straight at Ling Long. Ling Long's shrill scream echoed throughout the snow fortress. Mei Xiao, hearing the scream, had a bad premonition. In danger. The barrels were sucked into the ring. Turned out Lu Chen and Yu Yi were collecting the barrels. At this moment, Mei Xiao transmitted to Lu Chen, Master, come quickly, Ling Long is in trouble. Lu Chen replied, what happened? The other side quickly reported back, she carelessly fell into a trap, separating from Ling Long. Just now she transmitted a shrill cry. Seems something happened. Lu Chen and Yu Yi became uneasy upon hearing. Lu Chen immediately threw the ring to Yu Yi and ran. Miss Aoyang, continue taking the oil, I'll go see. Alright. As he ran, Lu Chen thought, could it be my earlier judgment was wrong, and didn't notice the source of poison behind. Corpses flew out poisonous streams. This fortress still had others. Lu Chen ran with all his might toward the palace. Ling Long, hold on, I'm coming. The poison source also increased. Upon arrival, he suddenly halted. Lu Chen fell silent as he saw no one. He slowly ventured deeper. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind. The strong wind made the curtains move with a creaking sound. Who? Lu Chen saw a dark shadow running away. He chased, shouting, who are you? What did you do to Ling Long? You won't escape. Finally, Lu Chen caught up with the person, grabbed his arm and interrogated, say, where is Ling Long? But unexpectedly, it was Ling Long. She looked at Lu Chen blankly. Then Ling Long's expression changed, becoming playful. Your worried look for me, truly adorable. Lu Chen was surprised by her attitude. Lu Chen grabbed Ling Long's shoulders, asking, hey, what are you doing? Only to see Ling Long smile brightly. Nothing too boring, so I teased for fun. Ling Long made a cute face, stroking Lu Chen's neck, pleading, alright, it's my fault, I'm sorry. Suddenly she pushed Lu Chen away. He couldn't understand what was happening. While he was still confused, Ling Long raised her foot and placed it on Lu Chen's shoulder. Seeing you so anxious, I feel very guilty too. Going with the motion, Ling Long leapt straight onto Lu Chen's shoulder, her face turning shy as well. Anyway, there is no one around. How about letting me properly apologize to you? Alright. This moment, Lu Chen asked in slight panic, what are you talking about? Ling Long happily stroked Lu Chen's cheek and teased him, what am I talking about? While Lu Chen did not dare hold her and only let his hands hover. Ling Long grew even more excited, placing her hand before her chest. Do you not understand? Just as the atmosphere grew hazy, Mei Xiao appeared at the door and asked in a rush, Master, how is Ling Long? The awkward scene left all three of them in silence. Mei Xiao reacted quickly, turned around, and tried to run. I will wait outside. Call me when you are done. Lu Chen reacted. Wait, come back here. An hour later, everyone returned to the boat, and the boat continued flying toward the next destination. At this moment, Ling Long was left with nothing but flustered shame. Yu Yi beside her also comforted her. It is good that Ling Long is fine. Do not be so heavy with deathly aura anymore. Mei Xiao also helped. That is right, we already found the paint material. And the frost water was accidentally discovered by Ling Long too. Everyone should cheer up. Lu Chen was the opposite. He looked at Ling Long and probed. I still feel something is not right. You really are not hiding anything from me, are you? Ling Long startled and looked back. What did you say? Ling Long put on an innocent face and explained, I accidentally discovered the frost water and thought the mission was already complete. So I just played a little prank. Why are you so petty? Lu Chen still did not give up. Are you sure? Ling Long felt guilty but still answered, sure. What is wrong? Lu Chen still felt uneasy. Strange. I still feel something is not right. Ling Long raised a finger and swore, fine. You are so boring. I guarantee it with my character. Is that enough? Ling Long stood with her back to everyone. If I have lied to you by even one sentence. Her expression also became strange. Then may I die with my eyes open. In the curse realm, everything was surrounded by purple poisonous gas. The door was opened and a dark figure was walking in. Black-robed men knelt on the ground and reported, My lord, the experiment was very successful. The mystic realm, Snow Wind City, has completely fallen in less than 2 days. Another black-robed man whose face could not be seen said in satisfaction, Then how is the spread going? The black-robed men reported, Rest assured, before that I had already scattered the other test subjects throughout the mystic realm, and have drawn Fairy Huidi's attention. Perhaps before long, news of Snow Wind City's fall will spread. When that time comes, the poison seedlings will surely sprout the 10 realms through those who come to investigate. The leader praised in satisfaction, very good. An image of the judge appeared from the leader's palm. In the end, you are still one move short, Judge. When you sealed us here back then, Did you ever think that in this twisted place, we would evolve to a level you could hardly imagine? He clenched his fist with determination this time. Not only you and your immortal demon clan, the entire 10 realms must kneel beneath the feet of our curse realm. The curse realm where space was distorted was constantly evolving. Second day, late at night, the moonlight was bright and the sky was full of stars. Yue stood there gazing at the night sky. The stars are so beautiful. She even called Lu Chen over excitedly to count the stars together. Come and look, it really is beautiful. Completely different from looking up from the ground, but he was still deep in thought. Suddenly he spoke. I still feel there is something wrong with Ling Long. Lu Chen propped up his chin, his gaze turning contemplative as well. Her personality is not the kind to make a scene without regard for the occasion. That is the first point. Second, the entire matter, aside from her, went far too smoothly, so smoothly that it feels unnatural to me. Yue also agreed with his view. Now that you say it, that is true. She did not eat dinner either, and it seems that after coming back, she has been avoiding us. Lu Chen suddenly looked at Yue in realization. You noticed that too. Yue calmly explained again. But even if something is wrong with her state, I do not think she is a bad person. Lu Chen sighed. That is exactly why I am sighing. If she had evil intentions, I could just kill her. But the air around them also grew quieter. Suddenly, Lu Chen changed his attitude, tears of regret almost spilling out. But she still owes me 2 sacred artifacts. If I kill her, where am I supposed to collect them? Yue could only fall silent in helplessness. Yue laughed with delight. I never expected that you could be this adorable too. She moved her hand to touch Lu Chen's and teased him. But although the way you worry about her safety while stubbornly refusing to admit it is very adorable, I still prefer your more straightforward side. She even spoke up for Ling Long. Do not worry, Ling Long is not a bad person. She must have something difficult to say. Tomorrow I will go with you to ask her clearly. Lu Chen replied awkwardly, Miss Aoyang. Yue reminded him unhappily, just call me Yue. But Lu Chen still did not listen. Alright, Miss Aoyang. Yue was left speechless by him. I am going to die from anger. They continued chatting like this, unaware of Ling Long's strange gaze. After that, Yue returned to her room. She said bye to Lu Chen. See you tomorrow then. Lu Chen also waved back. Alright. After returning to her room, Yue quickly took off her outer robe. And came the hairpin on her head. Yue let her hair fall loose, easing herself after a tiring day. She opened the bathroom door, intending to soak for a while. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed Yue's shoulder. It was Ling Long. Seeing her, Yue called out in slight surprise, Ling Long. Ling Long also smiled and greeted her in return. Yue. Seeing Ling Long's action, Yue asked with some fear, Ling Long, what do you want to do? Hearing this, Ling Long smiled. What do I want to do? Then she seized Yue's chin, her gaze sharp. Guess. Yue cried out in pain. Long, let go of me. Ling Long continued holding her tightly. Yue thought to herself, Ling Long's behavior is not normal. She made a quick assessment. Her manner does not seem right either. What happened to her? Perhaps it is related to what happened at Snow Wind City. Yue secretly reached for the sword beside her and calculated inwardly. Since that is the case, I will knock her unconscious first, then inform young Master Lu. But her movement was discovered by Ling Long, who swiftly seized Yue's hand and said with a smile, Sister Aoyang, you are not being obedient like this. Ling Long, full of killing intent, leaned close to Yue and said, I originally wanted to toy with you a little more, yet you turned out to be so lacking in charm. Yue quickly realized at this moment, Long, something is wrong. You are not Ling Long. Just who are you? As soon as she finished speaking, ghostly aura escaped from Ling Long's body. She stroked Yue's hair and answered, who I am is not important. What matters is that you will soon become like me. As she spoke, killing intent clearly appeared in Ling Long's eyes. Her voice full of excitement, come, embrace, accept it, and then let it fill your body. Right then, Yue shouted loudly, little black thing, you have exposed a flaw. It really is just as young Master Lu thought. Ling Long froze slightly and shouted, what? Yue shouted loudly, young Master Lu. From outside, Lu Chen's voice rang out, Lu Chen, and immediately, Lu Chen broke through the door and rushed in. Seeing the sword, Ling Long fled in terror. Lu Chen, this is bad. But Lu Chen quickly knocked her down. Ling Long had a scratch on her face and asked in disbelief, when did you notice? I clearly hid myself perfectly. Lu Chen sneered in reply, perfectly, then you think far too highly of yourself. His voice turned cold as he ordered, I do not want to waste words with you. I will give you 1 second, leave her body, and I may still consider sparing your life. At this point, Lu Chen looked at Ling Long with killing intent in his eyes. Otherwise, I can guarantee you will die a miserable death. Ling Long shouted in fury, you are only a brat, yet you dare act arrogant before our cursed realm. With that, she rushed forward to attack Lu Chen. Die. Seeing this, Lu Chen asked for instructions. Master, should I act? Lu Chen shook his head and replied, no need. Protecting Ling Long's body is more important. I will handle this myself. His eyes were icy as he looked at Ling Long before him and said, since you refuse to turn back, do not blame me for showing no mercy. With that, he punched Ling Long hard in the stomach. Then he followed with another punch to her face. After that came a flurry of punches to her body. Finish was a kick to her beautiful face. Lu Chen kicked Ling Long to the ground and said through gritted teeth, I will ask you one more time. He planted the sword right beside Ling Long's face and threatened, leave or die. Ling Long gritted her teeth, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. Yue cried out in fear, Mei Xiao. What is going on? Mei Xiao also answered in panic. I do not know either. Wait a moment, this scorching feeling. Could it be we have reached the territory of Flame Valley? Just as Mei Xiao had judged, the ship had now entered an area of violently erupting volcanoes. The body of the ship could not withstand the heat and began to be surrounded by flames. Mei Xiao shouted, it is most likely the heat waves below blowing into the flying ship. The climate here is too extreme. Even with the heatproof layer, the intensity of the heat waves will still make the ship lose balance. Mei Xiao quickly left. I will go manually control the ship's direction. Miss Aoyang, take in the sails. Yue quickly agreed. All right. Lu Chen also instructed, hurry, there must be no mistakes. In this critical situation, Ling Long found her chance, and she secretly thought, heaven truly never seals off every path. She laughed loudly and said, brat, I admit you are stronger than me, but our curse realm will remember this grudge. She raised her hand and smiled smugly. We will meet again. Lu Chen was greatly startled by this. Damn it. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion rang out, and Ling Long had punched a hole through part of the hull. She also managed to escape. Before leaving, that woman called back, brat, next time we meet you will not be so lucky, then we will decide who is superior. With that, she laughed loudly and escaped. Her smug laughter echoed throughout this sea of flames. But the ship's situation was now somewhat bad. Mei Xiao used all his strength to move the helm. I am about to lose control. Miss Aoyang, how are things on your side? Things over there were not much better either. Yue used all her strength to pull the sail back, but it was not working. No, this spare sail is too heavy. I cannot pull it up right away. Seeing the flying ship tilt, Mei Xiao panicked. This is bad. The ship is out of control. It is about to capsize. The ship tilted to one side just like that. Just then, Lu Chen came over. Let me help. He and Yue pulled the sail back together. Then Lu Chen shouted, Mei Xiao, how is it now? There was progress on his side as well. We have it under control. The ship has regained balance. Hearing this, Lu Chen let out a breath of relief. Then we should be able to hold on until we enter the valley. Yue asked in some surprise, young Master Lu, you are here, then where is Miss Ling Long? Lu Chen's gaze turned displeased, and he answered coldly, she ran. Yue froze when she heard this. Ran? What do you mean? Lu Chen immediately replied. She pierced the bottom of the ship and ran, but now is not the time to discuss this. Lu Chen stared ahead and called out, Mei Xiao, come out. He looked at the group blocking the flying ship and said, receive the guests. Fortunately, they were their own people. These people were from Flame Rong, and Lu Chen's flying ship quickly flew into Flame Rong's domain. This was a military camp built separately from the volcano beside it. Lu Chen's flying ship quickly descended. Then it landed successfully. The people of Flame Rong quickly came out to welcome the three of them. The man had also heard about what happened on the ship, and he explained at once. In that case, it does indeed seem to have been done by someone from the Curse Realm. Rumors about the Curse Realm in the 10 domains are few, but they are basically the same. The people there are skilled in using poison, and wherever they pass, plague runs rampant, and not a blade of grass remains. Hearing this, Yue immediately asked, in that case, what you mean is Ling Long's strangeness was caused by being infected with poison from the Curse Realm? He replied, that is right, but this kind of activity that can seize a person's soul is something I have heard of for the first time. This Curse Realm may have other schemes. Yet he also guaranteed with great confidence, however, please rest assured, the three of you are honored guests of Flame Rong. Young Master Mei's father is also an old friend of the Wrong Lord, and since this happened in our Wrong domain, I will certainly bring that infected young lady back for you. Please rest assured. But Lu Chen declined his kindness. No need, this matter is not that simple. Lu Chen had an ominous feeling. I sense there are still other, deeper problems within this. Discussing it carefully will be more secure. The scene shifted to a barren place within the Flame domain, where a farmer was quarrying stone. Suddenly, he discovered Ling Long unconscious nearby. The young man walked over worriedly and asked, Miss, are you all right? Ling Long put on a pitiful act and cried for help, young master. Save me, she recounted her circumstances. I was originally an immortal cultivator, but accidentally fell into the wrong family, burned by fierce flames until my mind became unclear, young master. With that, Ling Long threw herself forward and hugged the young man tightly, startling him greatly. Miss Ling Long spoke pitifully, young master, I truly cannot go on. With that, she pushed him down and begged, you must help me, my life depends entirely on you. She stroked the young man's solid body seductively. As long as you save me, this body of mine will all belong to you. The pleasure left him entranced. Miss, you speak too seriously. But these very words angered Ling Long. Her face darkened as she said through gritted teeth, you do not believe me. Hateful. The scene shifted back to Flame Rong. It was already deep into the night, but the sky here still held a glow of sunlight. Lu Chen could not help sighing with emotion, as expected of a land shrouded all year round. It is already late at night, yet outside still looks like dusk. Mei Xiao also said in surprise, Flame Rong's strange scenery can be counted as one of the 10 great wonders of our profound domain. If it rains and the rainwater falls all to the wrong family, when a great amount of steam rises, It can even compare to a fairyland on Earth, except this fairyland on Earth is even hotter. Seeing the two of them leisurely admiring the scenery, Yue felt a little envious. She held her teacup gloomily and said, I truly envy you, still having the refined mood to admire the scenery here. I do not even know how Ling Long is doing now. Mei Xiao hurried over to comfort her. Miss Aoyang, do not be too upset. Yue sighed. How could I not be upset? Ling Long shared hardship with me on that myriad worm peak. Now she has been poisoned. How can I at this point? She sighed again in deep distress. Then she turned to reproach Lu Chen. I do not understand. Why did you refuse that clan's help during the day? And you did not show any concern for Ling Long either. Lu Chen only put on a sorrowful expression and replied, if I could save her, I would certainly not hesitate. Then he held out the arm shrouded in purple flame. But things are not that simple. Yue was startled when she saw it. This is... Lu Chen looked at it and continued, this is the curse left on Lu Chen during the battle with Ling Long beneath the ship. I drew it out. Hearing the two of them keep acting so gloomy, Lu Chen shouted angrily, what are you two thinking? He quickly retracted Lu Chen and reminded him, Lu Chen, do not speak nonsense. Come back, what are you thinking about all day? She and I have a soul bond. So naturally I transferred the poison seed over from the layer of consciousness. Using the word draw was merely an example. After explaining, he sighed helplessly. Only then did the other two understand and exclaim, so that is how it is. Yue knew she had misunderstood and felt a little embarrassed. She coughed a few times and changed the subject, speaking of the main matter. What happened after that? Lu Chen continued, after that I carefully studied this poison seed. It seems to possess a consciousness of its own, and it also has intense desires. At first, when it was transmitted into my hand during the day, it was only a tiny speck, yet in just half a day, it had already developed to this size. He raised the finger stained with Lu Chen's demonic energy and continued, so I began studying its structure, trying to find its weakness. As expected, just before dinner I tried 72 methods, and finally discovered their weakness. At this point Mei Xiao and Yue were both stunned and cried out, weakness. Lu Chen nodded exactly. He immediately formed a fireball and burned his own hand, saying firmly, divine fire. Lu Chen burned away all the demonic energy on his hand before the astonished gazes of the other two, then continued, do you still remember what Master said before? Divine fire is naturally fierce, and because it is also a product firstborn of heaven and earth, within the laws of nature, all things generate and restrain one another, it is naturally a superior existence as well. Dealing with this poison seed is of course as easy as turning over a hand. Lu Chen clenched his hand and continued, but with my current cultivation, using divine fire to burn the poison seed is not a problem, yet what I can burn is still limited. If Ling Long were just a passerby, I could raise my hand and burn her to ash. This difficult problem is the first. At this point, Lu Chen's gaze became sharp. Second, this poison seed can enter the body without gods or ghosts, noticing after Lu Chen merely came into contact with her. If I casually let the people of Flame Valley search for traces, and by misfortune cause everyone in the valley to be infected by this disease seed, would that not be me courting trouble for myself? After hearing this, Mei Xiao stroked his chin and thought, putting it that way, this is very similar to the kind of poison seed that once flowed out in the desolate region. Mei Xiao quickly recounted, back then, according to my father, in Desolate City, an ancient city, for some unknown reason, a nameless goo poison seeped in the ancient well. That scene was truly heartbreaking. Those who died quickly suffered sudden deaths, and those infected after dying crawled back up like zombies, attacking the living and spreading the disease seed everywhere. Mei Xiao finally understood. Putting it that way, the poison seed back then could also be said to have been caused by the people of the Curse Realm. Lu Chen immediately agreed, very likely. What Ling Long is infected with is an upgraded version of that poison. After hearing this, Lu Chen grew tense. He continued, after all, if a loved one dies after being infected, no matter how deep the feelings are, you will know she can no longer be saved, and the infection rate will drop greatly. But if she is not dead yet, and only becomes somewhat wrong, subconsciously you will feel she can still be saved. Emotion overwhelms reason, and this unintentionally allows the poisonous goo to spread. Perhaps this is also the reason Snow Peak City declined. Hearing this, both of the others became extremely tense. Mei Xiao said anxiously, then we absolutely cannot leave Ling Long alone, whether for her sake or for the people of Flame Valley. We absolutely cannot allow the people of the Curse Realm to act recklessly. Lu Chen was extremely satisfied with these words. He patted Mei Xiao on the shoulder and praised him. Exactly as expected, the younger brother I have taken a liking to. But passion alone is still not enough. Hearing this, Mei Xiao froze and called out, Master. Lu Chen then said, fine, I will not hide it anymore. I will say it plainly, I already have a countermeasure, but it is very risky and needs your hiss. Yue was completely willing, young master, rest assured, as long as Ling Long can be saved, Yue is willing to jump into boiling water and walk through fire. Mei Xiao also said firmly, I am the same, but master, the countermeasure you mentioned is... Lu Chen smiled and said, "This is it not right before our eyes?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck straight down into Flame Valley. The scene shifted to a cave within Flame Valley. That young man and Ling Long had deceived everyone in his village into coming to a mysterious cave. The village chief peered inside and asked, "Brat, you said the chicken thief is in there?" That youth replied firmly, "Yes, Uncle Lin, he not only stole my family's chicken, he also beat me into this state. Hurry and help me teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Uncle Lin angrily led the group forward. "Go, everyone, follow me in." At his words, the crowd rushed inside excitedly. Deeper inside, Uncle Lin discovered a person. He asked loudly, "This is the chicken thief you mentioned?" But then he cried out in panic, "Wait, what are you trying to do, everyone?" No one knew what happened, only his scream echoed throughout the cave. Uncle Lin had that substance forced into his mouth. He only managed to cry out, "Save." The others who came were also infected with the poison seed by Ling Long, that woman said smugly. Quite a few people came. In an instant, everyone's bodies were drained dry. After a while, all those people were infected and knelt on the ground. Crowd shouted in unison, "Greetings, mistress." Ling Long looked at the young man beside her with great satisfaction and praised him. "You did well. Expanding the clan must continue. With so many people one day, occupying all of Flame Valley will not be a problem." He smiled and replied, "Yes, the hope of the people of the Curse Realm. Mistress' vision is about to be achieved." Hearing this, Ling Long laughed smugly. "Bamming City could not stop us, and no one in the entire 10 domains can stop us either. Sooner or later, we will be ready to welcome the Master's descent. When that time comes, the entire 10 domains will be devoured by the Master and return to nothingness." Soon it was early morning the next day. The eldest senior brother of the Wrong family led several people to the Flame Realm. He gave a brief explanation. "Everyone, you likely already know the rules of the Flame Realm. The flame laws inside are dense, giving rise to a vast number of fire spirits. These fire spirits all possess the combat power of the King Realm and Emperor Realm. So when tempering your physiques, I hope everyone pays attention to safety. Otherwise, we'll have no way to answer to your elders." Mei Xiao looked at the blazing flames below and said worriedly, "Master, are we really going down there?" Lu Chen nodded. "This place gives me too little advancement. Going in would only waste time." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the other two and he said, "But you are different. Cultivating inside can not only quickly increase your strength, but also improve your endurance toward high temperatures." He looked toward the lightning platform ahead. "The place I must go is even more dangerous than this. Bringing you along would instead harm you. So it is better for you to stay here and cultivate in peace, waiting for me to emerge from seclusion." Hearing this, Mei Xiao asked anxiously, "Dangerous?" Lu Chen created a small flame in his palm and said, "Originally absorbing heavenly lightning and refining divine fire requires 9 times 9, 81 days, slowly receiving the baptism of heavenly lightning, step by step until the divine lamp takes shape." Hearing this, the eldest senior brother froze, unable to believe it as he shouted, "Even if the situation is urgent, you cannot risk your life charging through the heavenly lightning tower. Enduring continuous heavenly lightning strikes for 12 hours is something I have never heard of. After all, heavenly lightning is no less dangerous than other tribulations and lightning strikes in cultivation. Even for those in the Saint Realm, continuously enduring 5 lightning strikes means slim chances of survival." But Lu Chen said nothing and only turned to leave. Yue also watched him with great worry. He replied with complete confidence, "Time waits for no one. I do not believe the poison seed occupying Ling Long's body is some kind-hearted thing. Right now it is probably plotting as well. If I am not ruthless, where would my chance of winning come from?" Lu Chen looked at him gratefully and said, "You have worked hard as well, while I am cultivating. I hope you will strengthen Flame Valley's defenses and guard against the poison seed's infiltration." He bowed and accepted the order. "Rest assured, young Master Lu, I will certainly guard it strictly, and ensure not even a fly gets through." Mei Xiao also bowed with cupped hands and said, "Master, your disciple will certainly not disappoint your expectations." Yue seemed to have something to say. She called out, "Young Master Lu." Then she pulled Lu Chen toward herself. Then she kissed him on the forehead and exhorted him, "This trip is dangerous. I hope you'll be careful." This left Lu Chen stunned, not knowing how to react. The eldest senior brother beside them laughed and said, "I did not expect this young lady to be so bold in broad daylight too." Mei Xiao also laughed and said, "Then you do not understand my master's charm." After the kiss, Yue shyly left Mei Xiao. "Let us go." Mei Xiao also took his leave. "Then master, we will be going now." Lu Chen touched his cheek and smiled gently. He turned toward the heavenly lightning tower and called out, 3 days from now, we will not part until we meet." The two replied as they jumped down, "Yes." The heavenly lightning tower was the place where Flame Valley collected lightning. At its summit were lightning-gathering pillars. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down here in a single day. From here is where the flames of this place are created. Lightning strikes directly onto the fire, generating terrifying power. After the other two descended into the flames, Lu Chen was also brought by his senior brother to the Heavenly Thunder Tower, where he was given a brief introduction. This is the Heavenly Thunder Formation. The flames in the Flame Valley are born from the thunder of this formation striking the ground, and the primal flames thus produced spread along the ley lines, flowing into every corner of the Flame Valley. At this point he could not help but warn Lu Chen, "Young Master Lu, although I know the situation has reached this point, you surely have your own plans in mind." He turned to Lu Chen and said firmly, "Yet I must still ask, have you considered carefully?" Lu Chen's determined gaze responded, "The one asking if I am ready is already prepared. Then all I can say is you still do not understand me well, who I am." Lu Chen shouted, "I am the great demon king of the Azure Domain, Lu Chen, and no one can stop what I desire." Then he strode straight toward the center of the formation. Then he clenched the lightning rod and said, "Even if it is heavenly thunder." Lu Chen lifted it completely and shouted, "If I wish it, even it must kneel before me." As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning immediately struck Lu Chen. Before long, dusk fell, and at the city gate a shout rang out, "Everyone heed the order." He shouted loudly, relaying the order of eldest senior brother. "Right now, in Flame Valley, there is a woman infected with the curse poison of the cursed realm. During the 3 days the sixth young master is in seclusion. We must defend to the death and keep strict watch. Absolutely do not allow any idle outsiders to slip into the great hall within the valley. At present, master has left the valley on business, and eldest senior brother is at the sixth young master's side, as he undergoes tribulation. So everything in the valley now depends on us. Did you hear me?" Hearing the order, the people below shouted in unison, "Understood," but they had not expected spies to be outside the valley. Sent the news back to Ling Long through a magic orb, and second senior brother's voice rang out, "If you encounter any stranger, do not approach, do not make bodily contact. If persuasion fails after 3 attempts, kill without discussion." The disciples below shouted in unison, "Understood." After hearing this, Ling Long was so furious that she crushed the orb. She snorted coldly, "I did not expect that brat to be so heavily guarded." Seated on her own bone phoenix throne, the woman sneered, "It seems the previous method cannot be used to occupy Flame Valley anymore." Ling Long said coldly, "You forced me into this." She immediately passed down the order, "You two gather our brethren, since he will not take the soft way." She shouted down to her army below, "Then let him take the hard way." Poison sprouts spread out, making everyone there surge with fighting spirit. Ling Long shouted, "Everyone, heed the order." Her icy voice rang out, "Raise Flame Valley to the ground. Do not retreat until all are killed." Following the order, the zombie-like crowd charged toward Flame Valley. Over at the Heavenly Thunder Tower, the lightning strikes were growing more and more frequent. But Lu Chen still seemed completely unaffected. He sneered and replied, "So this is heavenly lightning." Lu Chen said disdainfully, "My evaluation is..." He laughed and clenched his fist, "Nothing more than this." Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck Lu Chen right on the forehead. After that, a whole barrage of lightning bolts came crashing down. Lu Chen immediately recited an incantation, using the body as the medium, guiding lightning to temper fire. He opened his palm, where flames flickered fiercely. Divine fire tempering achieved. Seeing the lightning strikes weakening, Lu Chen even raised his voice and said, "So it really is still not enough. Come again." Immediately, lightning crashed down with a thunderous explosion across the sky. Even Lu Chen had to furrow his brow and endure it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and fiery energy surged up, enveloping Lu Chen's entire body. Over by the city gate, the infected crowd was trying every possible way to storm the city. The people of Flame Valley quickly pushed them down. Insolent rabble, die. The close distance had already given the poison sprouts a chance to spread. The young man cried out in terror, "This save me." But the poison had already seeped into his body, and that man was instantly subdued. He muttered, "I will serve you with all my strength." Then he dropped to his knees and called out, "Master." Ling Long was extremely pleased to see this. Flame Valley is only this much. Suddenly, at this moment, she caught Lu Chen's scent, and the woman could not help becoming entranced. "This smell, there is no mistaking it. He is right ahead." Ling Long looked toward the Heavenly Thunder Tower and licked her lips. "You have made me search so bitterly, sixth young master." With that, she swiftly rushed in that direction. "Today, I will definitely have you." In the early morning of the second day of seclusion, a panicked shout rang out in report, "The southern city wall has fallen." A subordinate rushed over in a panic to report to Mei Xiao. "The senior brothers on the northern side are not doing well either." Mei Xiao angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, "Those monsters, they dare openly oppose my Flame Valley. Damn it, we calculated 1,000 times and 10,000 times, yet never thought they would break through from the front. How am I supposed to explain this to master?" Mei Xiao furiously slammed his hand onto the plain table below and shouted, "How am I supposed to answer to the sixth young master?" The person opposite looked at him and reminded him, "Senior brother, if this continues, I fear our Flame Valley will not escape this calamity. We might as well invite the sixth young master out of seclusion. Only he understands that demoness." Mei Xiao answered with some difficulty, but if the young young master leaves seclusion early and has not succeeded yet, our chances of victory will still be hard to predict. What should we do? Right at that moment, a voice rang out. It seems you are having quite a hard time. Ling Long, wreathed in demonic energy, spoke in a commanding voice. Since it is so hard to handle, why not join us instead? All right. Seeing the person before him, Mei Xiao cried out in disbelief. How could you break through the defenses of the junior brothers in front of the palace? Ling Long's gaze turned sharp. Demonic energy coiled around the people behind her and controlled them. She continued in a mocking voice. Do you mean these adorable pets? At this moment, Mei Xiao trembled with both resentment and worry as he said, no, impossible. Ling Long's gaze turned vicious as she spoke in warning. I am giving you a chance to choose. As she spoke, she raised her hand high, and demonic energy instantly spiraled around her. Either hand over Lu Chen, and I will let you go easily, or... The moment she finished speaking, the demonic energy shot forward and tightly bound Mei Xiao in front of her. She laughed loudly, incomparably smug. Become my eternal servant, unable to live and unable to die. At this moment, someone rushed over and shouted, Miss Ling Long, stop here. Mei Xiao looked at her, flames surging fiercely, and reminded her in a loud voice, Miss Ling Long, wake up. Do not wait until you cause a great disaster. By then regret will be too late. Mei Xiao had fallen to the ground, and upon seeing the two of them, he said joyfully, Young Master Mei, Miss Aoyang, you have come out of seclusion. Yue walked closer while explaining. Although cultivating in the flame space was very difficult, fortunately young Master Mei had previously absorbed the mountain force, and with his help we were able to leave seclusion early. Mei Xiao cried out in amazement. Then that is good, that is good. Mei Xiao looked at the scene before him and said solemnly, Fortunately, we came out of seclusion early. Otherwise, with this situation, I truly do not know whether we could have held on until Master also came out of seclusion. He swung his fan toward Long and said coldly, But now that we have come out of seclusion, Miss Ling Long, stop your hand, otherwise, with righteousness before us, we can only be forceful. Ling Long was not afraid at all and instead asked back forceful. She summoned a long sword, and Ling Long looked at the two people before her with interest as she asked, How did you know that I like? In the next second, she leapt high into the air toward the two of them and shouted, Forcefulness. Seeing this, Yue immediately activated her formation, sword manipulation technique rise. Mei Xiao beside her was not inferior either. 8 trigrams folding fan, open. But Ling Long charged in and cut apart that formation with a single slash. She mocked, Useless, useless. I have already obtained the power of the cursed realm. How could your petty tricks compare? Ling Long slashed toward Yue and continued, The hatred of our people has accumulated for 1,000 years in the abyss, and now it begins to rise. Then Ling Long swiftly changed direction and attacked Mei Xiao, her voice filled with hatred. You have only learned a few moves, yet you want to stand against me. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Ling Long had already appeared behind Yue and seized her by the neck. Ridiculous. She shouted solemnly, The punishment for your arrogance is to become my servants. But at this moment, Yue immediately retorted, The truly arrogant one is you. Ling Long cried out in disbelief. What? Yue thrust a sword toward the surging flames behind, she said. Ling Long, do not blame me. Ling Long recoiled in fear, shouting fire. Seeing Ling Long panicking at the flames, Mei Xiao spoke up. This is the new power we gained from the Flame Dimension, also known as the Fire Core. As told by the Flame Valley people, impossible, impossible, it cannot be extinguished on its own. Ling Long fearfully tried to dodge and extinguish the flames but failed. She screamed helplessly, Impossible, impossible, it cannot be extinguished on its own. Mei Xiao on the side warned, Miss Ling Long, give up. The fire core cannot be extinguished. Once released, unless it burns everything around it, it will not stop. Ling Long was engulfed by the fire core, screamed in pain. I will not accept this. I planned so long. How could it end like this? Mei Xiao beside her looked grim and said, From the beginning we never intended to harm you. The initial plan was just to let the fire core burn the impurities in your body. Ling Long gritted her teeth and tried to channel demonic energy. I absolutely will not die. Absolutely not. Mei Xiao sternly warned, Endure a bit, Miss Ling Long, it will be over soon. Yue beside her said anxiously, Ling Long, come back quickly. I know none of this was your intention, you are a kind girl. Yue looked at Ling Long in pain, recalling the past repeatedly, under the myriad winds. It was she who always encouraged me. Without her I could not have come this far. Wake up, Ling Long. I beg you. Ling Long opposite stammered, I am. But a moment later Ling Long smiled wickedly and announced, Fooled you all. The three behind yelled in shock, What? Demonic energy surged to extinguish the fire core. Ling Long mocked, pointing at the crowd, What can the fire core do to me? Just having some fun with you all. At this moment her eyes turned cold. She shouted maliciously, Now the game ends. Elsewhere, Lu Chen lay still absorbing spiritual energy. Ling Long's voice rang out, Your death day. But then a large bolt struck toward Lu Chen and the group. It has arrived. Mei Xiao loudly commanded, No mercy, otherwise the next controlled one will be us. Wipe them all out for the master. But on this side, Lu Chen suddenly sat up. His eyes burned with determination. He bit his lip. At that moment, the explosion occurred. The group anxiously called his name, Lu Chen. Those around looked puzzled. What happened? The thunder tower collapsed. Impossible. Mei Xiao shouted worriedly, Mr. Lu is still inside. Clear the debris, you must save him. But behind, someone took the chance to strike. A good opportunity. Before the attack could land, the fire core surged forward, pushing him back. Mei Xiao glanced in disbelief. What? Looking at the burning flames, Mei Xiao spoke, fire, flame. No, this is not ordinary fire. Then he realized divine fire. This is divine fire. Beside him, Lu Chen advanced, his eyes blazing. Mei Xiao shouted, Mr. Lu. Looking at Lu Chen, his powerful presence radiating divine fire, Mei Xiao continued. He successfully used the Thunder Forge to shape the divine fire. Could not hide his amazement and joy. Never expected he could dare to absorb the thunder to forge the divine fire successfully. Now we are saved, indeed, indeed wonderful. Lu Chen reached out to the group, reminding, take this, use it to stop them. Then each of them found a spark of divine fire in hand. They were amazed. This is, Lu Chen calmly explained, I grant you these fire sprouts. Even if you strike the enemy, it will not harm them. Instead, this fire can burn endlessly, penetrate the body, and remove toxins. Seeing this, Mei Xiao's group felt invigorated. Mei Xiao shouted excitedly, perfect, now we have nothing to worry about, brothers, let's go. Hailong whispered behind Lu Chen, now you also need not worry about the main battlefield. Lu Chen looked solemnly at the hall where demonic energy surged, responding to Hailong, only she remains. Scene shifted to where Linglong was hiding. The place was chaotic, corpses scattered everywhere. Suddenly a sword slashed across. It was Mei Xiao. He had been beaten full in the mouth. Mei Xiao was knocked to the ground. Yue anxiously shouted, Mr. Mai, are you all right? Yue went to support Mei Xiao. He weakly responded, the power of this poison collar is unexpectedly strong. I had absorbed the mountain of myriad winds, yet still have no advantage over her. Immediately after, Mei Xiao coughed out a mouthful of liquid in pain. Yue shouted worriedly, Mr. Mai. At this moment, a sword flew toward Yue's neck. Ling Long addressed the two. The noise outside earlier you must have heard. I guess that boy has completed the thunder trial and forged the divine fire. Yue asked again, Mr. Lu. The sword cut into Yue's flesh. Ling Long coldly said, now that it has come to this, I give you two a choice. One, obediently comply. Let me parasitize and absorb your power to deal with boy, or two. Yue resolutely turned to grasp the sword, rebutting, no more words, I will not obey you, kill or strike as you wish. Ling Long, seeing her attitude, was displeased. Her eyes gleamed as she raised the sword, then said, then take your foolishness with you to hell. With that, a sword shot toward Yue. At the last moment, divine fire surged, breaking the sword into pieces. She gasped in disbelief, what? Ling Long dropped the sword on the floor, asking in disbelief, divine fire. Her eyes became alert, thinking, could it be so soon already? Seeing Lu Chen supporting the group, Ling Long thought, has he arrived? Mei Xiao weakly called out, Master. Lu Chen interrupted, do not speak, I will heal you immediately. Mei Xiao weakly grasped Lu Chen's hand, continued, Master, I always trusted, as long as you arrived, all is well. I always trusted, you have arrived, you have arrived. Mei Xiao and Yue both grasped Lu Chen's hands, shouting, it is truly great. But now Mei Xiao's eyes darkened, he charged up shouting, Master, no need to waste time healing me, just give me your power directly, isn't that better? Behind, Ling Long sneered, do you think I am unprepared, boy? I am not the foolish villain in a story waiting for a hero to appear. He pointed and laughed arrogantly, I have assimilated them. Everything earlier was just a show for you, you wasted all effort and care to obtain the divine fire, now it will belong to me. Looking at Mei Xiao and Yue, whom she assimilated, she shouted, soon this whole world will be mine. Lu Chen coldly asked her, is that so? His whole body surged with divine fire. Yue screamed in pain, fire, too hot, master, save me. He stood up, squeezing Mei Xiao. Looking at Ling Long, said, you are indeed clever, but it seems you do not understand the weight of my title as the Grand Demon Lord of King Region. She ground her teeth, what? With that he released Mei Xiao and looked at her, but it is fine, next I will use your body. Divine fire blazed up as he said coldly, feel my true strength. Over here, the group shouted in panic, Lord Huadai over here. Huadai followed behind the group and asked anxiously, how is it, did you find anything? The monk looked at the corpse before him, nothing but bones, and reported gravely, something is wrong. Ice Snow City was built in a place of extreme cold, yet these corpses have rotted so severely. Rather than saying this is a matter of goo poison, it seems more like someone is deliberately absorbing the nutrients from these bodies. Huadai froze, absorbing nutrients. Could it be that man? That man was a mysterious black-robed figure, yet incomparably vicious. The girl beside her bent down and whispered to Huadai, if it really is that lord, then will the sixth young master. Huadai was deeply worried in her heart. Chen'er, great trouble is coming. Flame Mountain, divine fire was now bursting out everywhere. Lu Chen and Ling Long fought ceaselessly together in midair. He slashed fiercely toward Ling Long before him. Immediately after, the two of them sprang backward. Oppressive auras spread out without end, neither side yielding to the other. Ling Long's divine sword continuously emitted demonic energy. Opposite her, the god of Liao was not inferior in the slightest. A streak of light flashed past. Lu Chen and Ling Long rushed at each other again and continued fighting. Two streams of demonic energy and divine fire struck fiercely against each other. Below, the people of Flame Mountain kept exclaiming in admiration, "Amazing, too amazing, this kind of soul power, even King Realm. No, even battles between Emperor Realm cultivators would not reach this level." Seeing this, the people below raised their swords and shouted with surging momentum, "Brothers, follow me up, Sixth Young Master is trying so hard, so we cannot fall behind either." They attacked those who had been assimilated and said fiercely, "Charge, beat these hateful bastards awake." In the air, Lu Chen and Ling Long fought without stopping. Just then Ling Long summoned a strange object into her hand. She quickly slipped behind his back. Lu Chen was startled and shouted, "What?" Ling Long reached out wanting to strike and said proudly, "Perfect chance." But unexpectedly, she was blocked by a kick from Lu Chen, and a shout rang out, "Nothing new." Ling Long instantly lost her balance and fell freely downward as she cried out, "What?" After steadying herself, Ling Long looked at him and asked, What did you do to me?" Ling Long's entire face turned crimson as she frowned and said unhappily, "What was that numbing feeling just now? When did you drug me?" Lu Chen gave her a wicked smile and replied, "It seems you still do not understand Ling Long's body very well." He pointed at Ling Long and asked calmly, "Have you ever heard of a vital gate?" Ling Long froze in confusion. Vital gate? Ling Long's face grew solemn as she thought to herself, could this guy know where her vital gate is? Impossible. Every immortal cultivator's vital gate is known only to themselves and their master. How could he know? Lu Chen sneered and replied, "True, I do not know her vital gate, but the first time I met her, in order to stop her from waking up and turning against me, I searched for her vital gate and accidentally discovered a sensitive spot on her body." Ling Long blushed and shouted, "Sensitive spot." Ling Long trembled, her face flushed crimson, and said with shaking hands, "So that was why I just now." He replied cheerfully, "Exactly, no matter how much stronger you are, the body is still very honest, Lu Chen." He looked at Lu Chen before him and ordered, "Trample her down hard and buy time for me." Lu Chen replied, "As you command." Ling Long rushed forward and shouted loudly, "A mere little sword spirit dares resist me, seeking death, are you?" But unexpectedly, the red rope instantly wrapped tightly around her, and Ling Long cried out in dissatisfaction, "Wait, wait!" Lu Chen appeared beside her, took hold of the god of Liao, and looked at Ling Long, "Let me play with you." Immediately after, Ling Long shouted loudly, "This feeling." Ling Long's face reddened as she cried out in satisfaction, "I am about to lose all my strength." Looking at Lu Chen before her, Ling Long spoke to stop him. "What do you want to do? Do not come over here." Lu Chen rushed over, held Ling Long, and touched those sensitive spots, making Ling Long blush and tremble as she said, "What are you doing?" Immediately after, Ling Long cried out in discomfort, "You, all of you, all of you." Lu Chen let go, and Ling Long collapsed weakly to the ground, cursing feebly, truly too despicable. She fell down and sat on the roof of the tent, her face continuously flushing red, her body trembling. On Lu Chen's side, divine fire gathered in his hand as he shouted, "Complete." He stretched his hand backward and looked at Ling Long, shouting loudly, "Now." Lu Chen shouted a reminder, "Return Ling Long too." Divine fire gathered and struck toward Ling Long as he continued, "Me, quickly." Down below, the crowd shouted together, "We won, Sixth Young Master won." But immediately after, they shouted in panic, "Wait, wait, something is wrong. What is that?" That move just now was blocked by the shield. Chen froze in disbelief. Ling Long stood up forcefully, holding the shield to defend herself, and voices rang out around them, "What is going on?" Ling Long explained smugly, "It seems you still understand far too little about me. As long as there is still one person here who contains goo poison, then I absolutely will not be destroyed." Down below, streams of goo poison were continuously being drawn out from the bodies of the people of Flame Mountain. Ling Long declared proudly, "You can never kill us, and besides, you must be very tired by now. You only just fused with divine fire, yet you already carried out such a high-intensity battle. Your physical strength must be completely exhausted too." Lu Chen clenched his teeth tightly and said nothing. Ling Long's face was cold to the extreme, her eyes venomous as she shouted in challenge, "Come then, keep fighting, let me see whether the goo poison is exhausted first, or you fall first." She raised her sword and charged again, "And this time, I will not let that vile little trick of yours toy with me again." Ling Long knocked Lu Chen back with one sword strike, then continued, "This time, you are dead for certain, brat." Seeing Lu Chen being forced back again and again, Ling Long charged up and kept attacking fiercely, striking as she said arrogantly, "What is it? Where did that momentum from earlier go? Fight back already." Seeing Lu Chen struggle to defend, she laughed loudly in satisfaction, "Your stamina is being drained every minute and every second. While my goo poison is endless, how can you fight me right now? Even just keeping up with my speed is already barely possible for you." Lu Chen's gaze was razor sharp and did not waver at all. It was exactly why Ling Long grew more and more furious. charging forward as she shouted, "You are already an arrow at the end of its flight." With one slash she sent Lu Chen flying back and said smugly, "You are dead." A massive explosion erupted and streams of goo poison surged up with a roar. The people below shouted anxiously, "Sixth young master is truly finished." Lu Chen sat amid the ruins and replied wearily, "Stamina, the drain is too great, worthy of the divine fire of creation. Even though I am already in the king realm, I still cannot use that power for long." He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "This time, the trouble is serious." At this moment, a voice rang out in his consciousness. "Chenner, do not give up." Lu Chen cried out in disbelief, "Master." He closed his eyes tightly in exhaustion and replied softly, "Master, this time I really cannot hold on. If I do not use the divine fire, I cannot defeat this poisonous creature at all. But if I use the divine fire, my power cannot keep this contradiction. Your disciple does not know how to resolve it." Hua Dai spoke from elsewhere. "The key is not how you use the power of the divine fire. You value the effect of the divine fire too much, and because of that, you overlook the most important information." Yet Hua Dai's words were all transmitted into Lu Chen's consciousness. What the goo poison can do is only control Miss Bai's body. There are some things that transcend the existence of the body, are there not? Coming here to temper the divine fire was essentially for your alchemy. As for the goo poison, what it can do is only purify toxins. Remember, do not confuse the root and the branch. After hearing this, Lu Chen shouted, "I understand the divine fire is only support. Whether it can purify the goo poison inside Ling Long, and whether I can defeat her are two different matters." That is right. Even if she is being controlled, at her core she is still Ling Long. These are still her moves and her habits. He lowered his head and looked at the two hands before him, then stood up and replied happily, "I understand, master." Ling Long charged over again at this moment. "The final blow, I will let you die comfortably." But immediately after, the scene before her made her cry out in confusion. "What?" On this side, Lu Chen calmly used a strip of cloth to cover his eyes. Ling Long shouted in confusion, "What is this brat doing?" Ling Long stopped and looked at him, thinking to herself, what is he doing, deliberately covering his eyes? What wicked idea has he come up with now? No, he does not have much stamina left. He should know that playing tricks on me will not have any effect. Just what does he want to do? Seeing Lu Chen blindfolded yet still so calm, Ling Long gritted her teeth warily. "Forget it, I have already won anyway." Now that his stamina is exhausted, what else can he do? I only need to kill him with the next strike, and everything will be perfectly settled. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen struck a palm toward her immediately after, leaving Ling Long extremely shocked. What? Ling Long used her sword to evade that attack just now, disbelief filling her heart. Was it a coincidence or an illusion? How did his movements become faster? Without giving her long to think, Lu Chen appeared behind her. Ling Long gritted her teeth and wondered inwardly, "No, impossible, not right. It is not that his speed has become faster." Her face turned ashen, her eyes anxious, sweat beginning to pour out. Rather, he has already predicted my every movement. Ling Long slashed forward again, but Lu Chen dodged once more, and she could hardly believe it. He dodged it. Lu Chen said nothing, lifting one leg and kicking fiercely toward Ling Long. She cried softly, "This is bad." Seeing Lu Chen become faster and stronger, Ling Long gritted her teeth tightly. Impossible. She did not give up and kept charging forward, but Lu Chen dodged again, and she cried inwardly, "How can this be? He is not a god. How can he perfectly predict every step and every intention of mine every single time?" On the other side, the people of Flame Mountain pointed and sighed in amazement. So strong, he guessed every one of her movements right. How did Sixth Young Master do that? Could it be that he has the ability to foresee and divine the future? Mei Xiao smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "No, Master is not predicting." Mei Xiao continued, "It is only that he understands Miss Bai too well." The crowd shouted together in confusion, "Understands." Looking at the two people constantly fighting before him, Mei Xiao explained, "Although they have not known each other for long, they have already gone through many things. On this journey, Masters Bai have accumulated a tacit understanding that we cannot understand, so it is not that Master is predicting." Ling Long struck with one move, and Lu Chen nimbly avoided it. Mei Xiao continued, "What he is doing is a kind of silent trust born from two people staying together day and night." Looking at Ling Long, who was unwillingly charging forward again and again, Mei Xiao continued, "Blindfolding himself is also to heighten his sensory reactions to the utmost, using absolute reaction and understanding to deal with Miss Bai's attacks." Remembering the past, Mei Xiao replied with a solemn face, "If they can win today, it will absolutely not be the merit of one person, but the victory of both of them. Master, you must hold on." His face was tense as Mei Xiao thought inwardly, "We must save Miss Bai. No, this battle is no longer only for Miss Bai." Looking toward Lu Chen as he began to counterattack, he worried inwardly, "This battle concerns the life and death of the entire profound realm." Lu Chen gripped Liaoshan tightly in his empty hand. Lu Chen raised Yashin and shouted powerfully, "Now is the time." Yui furrowed her brows tightly, unable to keep from worrying. Beside her, Mei Xiao and the brothers all gaped in astonishment. Lu Chen leapt up and struck toward Ling Long, and everything Before the blade of Liashin touched her, he shouted again and gave the command, "Divine fire, purify her." At this moment, from within, a stream of goo poison surged out and formed the shape of a demon, roaring viciously enough, "I will not die at your hands." It continued shouting, "My mission is not yet complete. I absolutely cannot fall here." Lu Chen shouted sternly, "Do not even think of running." The goo poison demon gave an order, "Servants, stop him." He pointed at Lu Chen, who was being surrounded, and said smugly, "Brat, let me see how much energy you have left to chase me after purifying this lot." It opened its mouth and laughed loudly, "Farewell. The next time we meet, you will not be as lucky as you were today." But right at this moment someone spoke, "Is that so?" A hand reached out and firmly grasped those streams of goo energy, then continued speaking in mockery, "Merely a tiny pawn of the cursed realm, yet you dare speak so wildly." The girl extended her hand and looked at the streams of goo poison being smashed apart, scolding arrogantly, "What a clown." Lu Chen removed the blindfold and cried out in shock, it is you, impossible. How did you come to the profound realm?" He looked toward that calm girl Juji. People of Flame Mountain spoke together in disbelief. Kai Juji is the leader of the Undying Demon clan sealed inside that illusion. When did she get out? This is bad. Right now we have no forces to oppose her. Juji held the sword in her hand and answered softly, "All right, boy, the obstruction has been eliminated." Her face turned cold as she raised her voice and asked, "Next, do you want to handle the main matter first, or find some amusement first?" From the side, Yu and Mei Xiao came over. He shouted, "Where did this demoness come from? If you want to touch Master, you have to get through me first." Lu Chen reached out to stop them. "Enough. You all take Ling Long away first." Mei Xiao looked at him in dissatisfaction. "Master." Looking toward Juzi, he reminded them softly, "She is not someone you can deal with. Go notify the others in the valley and keep as far away as possible." He stretched out Liu Shen in his hand. The fire god rushed out with a roar, and he ordered, "I will deal with her." Juzi looked at him and praised calmly, "Deal with me, what a bold tone." The next second, she rushed over and pointed at his body, speaking up, "Boy, with your current body alone, can you really do it?" Lu Chen could not help freezing. "What?" Juji moved swiftly, striking the points on his body as she reminded him, "Back then, if your master had not acted, you would have died 10,000 times over." She looked at him mockingly and sneered, "Know your own level, brat." She continued attacking. Lu Chen gradually lost his strength and collapsed. Mei Xiao at the side cried out anxiously, "Master." Mei Xiao gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and shouted, "You dare treat Master like this? Pay with your life." Juji pointed at Mei Xiao's forehead and said in displeasure, "Like master, like disciple, a bunch of fools." Juzi said with a stern face, "Boy, listen carefully. If I wanted to kill him, he would have turned to ash long ago. I came here not to play with you all, but only to fulfill an agreement." She looked toward the crowd and continued reminding them, "Your enemy is not me. But if you want to die, I am happy to grant your wish." That night at Flame Mountain, the scene was extremely terrifying. Many of the soldiers were wounded. "Bear with it a little. I will apply medicine for you. Come on, eat a little at least. Thank you." Chen lay motionless inside the room. At that moment he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sprang up, clenched both hands, and shouted loudly, "This is bad, Lu Chen, Juji." The next second, Lu Chen painfully touched the wounds on his body. His face turned cold as he murmured, "These wounds all struck my vital gates. But why am I still not dead?" At that moment, a voice outside rang out in explanation, "Because I never planned to kill you in the first place." Juzi held a teacup in her hand, looked at him, and reminded him, "Rest assured, I only helped open your meridians. The battle just now caused quite a bit of goo poison to infect your body. Although the divine fire inside you would naturally cleanse it, it would also damage your meridians. Under normal circumstances, you would not last 10 days, but I helped you open a chain, the poisonous blood. That way, you can set out for Ning City immediately." Lu Shen's face was solemn and guarded, but in his heart, he had secretly realized what she said was indeed right. His body felt much lighter than before. Lu Chen got out of bed, looked toward Ju Ji, and asked seriously, "Woman, what exactly are you plotting? Do not think that just because you helped me, I will be grateful to you. The debt in the illusion is not settled like this." Juzi said nothing, only rushed over as quick as lightning and seized Lu Chen by the throat. Lu Chen was choked by Juji and pressed down onto the bed. She spoke, "Boy, who do you think you are talking to? If not for the woman surnamed Su, you would already be dead." Lu Chen asked back, "Woman surnamed Su." His eyes froze in shock as he realized it was eldest master. Juji calmly sat down on the chair, looked at him, and replied, "That is right. That day your masters showed mercy because they wanted me to lend you a hand. Otherwise, why do you think I knew your vital gates? So do you understand now? Helping you today has nothing to do with you. I am not some good person either, therefore." That moment Lu Chen's face was extremely flustered. Juji continued with a stern face in short, "I will tell you the main point simply. The Curse Realm, have you heard that name before?" Lu Chen looked at her in surprise and immediately asked back, The Curse Realm? Juji explained. It was in an age so distant that even memory had become vague. The former Undying royal capital was infiltrated by a group of heretics. After I received the news, I led the army to purge the rebels. The heretics kept charging forward. Hurry, kill all these remaining witch cult remnants. They cannot hold out anymore. Charge in. Yun was weakly kneeling on the ground at this moment, speaking in resentment. Damned Undying demon clan. Clearly our plan was so perfect. We only lacked a little. Just a little more time. Juzi dragged her sword over and replied, you are a witch cult remnant. Consider yourself fairly skilled. Her face was cold. Juji continued, however, only fairly skilled, daring to target the Undying demon clan. Truly overestimating yourself. Yun struggled to stand, angrily clenched his fists, and shouted, from the moment she betrayed us and caused the witch cult brothers to die without burial, I had already prepared to die. His face was filled with venom. His pupils contracted as he shouted in resentment. To tell you the truth, although I failed today, do not think your Undemon clan can act however you please. Someone in the Azure domain has long found you displeasing. Know your own place. Juzi calmly rushed over, grabbed his throat, and mocked him. Ignorant child, you dare be arrogant before me. I am the king of the Undying demon clan. Who dares do anything to me? Right above in the air, streams of energy gathered like a vortex. Juji looked at him and ordered, I will use you witch cult remnants as an example for those who dare look down on my Undying demon clan. The tiny humans were continuously sucked into that vortex. They cried out, save us, what is going on? On this side, Juzi tightened her grip on Yun's throat and laughed loudly. Let everyone under heaven watch clearly. The judgment for daring to act arrogantly and insolently before the Undying demon clan is to be imprisoned forever in this eternal and empty world. As soon as Juji released her hand, Yun's face froze in shock. She continued softly, go on and shout, go on and scream, go on and cry. Yun was sucked up toward the vortex. He begged in terror again and again, no, please no. Juzi answered coldly, the sound of your weeping will be a warning to all people in this world. Yun helplessly reached out and cried for help, save me Huadai. On this side, Huadai and a maid were walking over. Girl beside her pointed anxiously and reminded her, my lord, we have already passed the temple's location. Huadai looked at her and replied, sorry, I was not paying attention just now. Huadai looked ahead with a serious face. Yun, if it really is you, then this time I will personally grant you release. Turning to the present, Juzi spoke. That is how it was. From then on, those witch cult remnants were imprisoned by me in a crack of alien space I had accidentally discovered, but fate plays tricks on people. Juji set the teacup down on the table and said in displeasure, unexpectedly, I was also accidentally trapped by someone else in an illusion, which caused a small crack to appear in the seal. Otherwise, would I have allowed those witch cult remnants to change their name to the Curse Realm and run rampant? Lu Chen smugly pointed at Juji and said, after saying so much, is it not just because you failed to clean up your own mess? Why should the disaster you caused be shouldered by me and my masters? Juzi angrily stood up and glanced toward Lu Chen. If you do not do it, it makes no difference to me anyway. To me, the people of the 10 domains are all cattle and horses. Even if they all die, it does not matter. But remembering King Cheng, Lu Zhang, and Ziling, she spoke to remind him. Today's goo poison was only an experiment. Suppose one day, an even more terrifying goo poison spreads beyond the mystic domain. Can you guarantee that you will be able to save all the people close to you? After speaking, Kaijiaju stepped outside and grabbed the door handle to open it. At that moment, Yui and Mei Xiao had fallen outside without coordination. Kaijiaju did not care and cheerfully reminded him, Brat, things are far more complicated than you think. I have said all I can. You figure it out yourself. With that, Kaijiaju disappeared, leaving the words, Brat, wait until you make up your mind before coming to Ning City. The rift of the cursed realm lies there on Lu Chen's side. Wait. Mei Xiao stepped forward worriedly and asked, Master, is he all right? Do we really have to go to Ning City as she said? Lu Chen replied solemnly, but it is not us. He paused and continued, this trip is dangerous, and Ling Long still needs care. You stay behind, I will go alone. Yui and Mei shouted together in disbelief. What? Lu Chen resolutely commanded. This cannot be delayed, no need to argue. Help me gather the luggage, we depart tomorrow. The sunlight bathed Ning City brightly. Girl spoke, so this is Ning City, indeed poor and small. Lan Yi propped herself up and looked ahead, continuing, but if the immortal said his next station was here, then it must be correct, right Lu Chen? Lan Yi arrogantly gripped the gourd tightly in her hand and continued, let me see if you are worthy to compete with Lan Yi me. In the Ning family, the sky was gray and heavy rain fell incessantly. Above, candles still burned brightly. Not far away, a mysterious woman sat before a magic array. Above, presiding, an old man leisurely sipped tea. This was the Ning family head, Guandong, Sage King at his peak. Below, a stream of ancient poison rose, gradually forming a shape. Guandong spoke, you have arrived. The shape from earlier has become clear. It is Yun. Guandong stepped forward, holding a cup of tea respectfully as he said, Brother He, you came despite being so busy. It must have been hard on you. Have a sip of tea first. Yun answered in displeasure, cut the nonsense, old man. Why did you call me here? Guangdong's face was full of malice as he immediately replied, I will speak plainly, your goo poison has already been destroyed by the people of Flame Valley, and 5 days ago, many Grandmaster alchemists passed through my Ning City, heading toward Ice Snow City. He continued, according to what they revealed, it was organized by Fairy Huadai, and the goal is to investigate the massacre that wiped out Ice Snow City. Hai Yun turned away in displeasure, wanting to leave, and said to the man behind him, Is that all you wanted to say? I already know all of it. If you summoned my divine sense here just to make a memorandum, then stop here. Just as Hai Yun was about to leave, Guangdong spoke from behind. Then what if I told you that Juzi is also involved, and that the one who destroyed the goo poison of your realm is Fairy Huai's disciple, and he has even obtained Divine Flame as support, and is now on his way to Ning City? How would you feel? Seeing Hai Yun stop, Guangdong continued, I heard that the Curse Realm has a kind of goo poison that can greatly raise the potential of the one infected. These are the 3 outstanding talents of my Ning family today. Give me the goo poison and I will go destroy them. Behind him were Ning Fei at the early Saint King realm, Ning Feng at the Peak King realm, and Ning Yuan at the Peak King realm. Guangdong continued tempting him from behind. What do you think? Hai Yun waved his hand toward the group and answered, Make it beautiful. After saying that, Hai Yun left, leaving behind a few words of reminder. Remember, stay hidden. No matter what, the plan in 10 days remains unchanged. Behind him, Guangdong lowered his head and answered sinisterly, Of course. In the outskirts of Ning City, flowers were blooming in competition. A shout rang out, Brat, stop right there. Behind him, the group chasing Lu Chen kept cursing, You ate and you touched, so why are you still trying to deny it? How is our young lady supposed to live as a person after this? Lu Chen glanced at the people behind him and explained, I only slept there for the night. It was clearly your young lady who kept insisting on coming over to talk. And what do you mean touched? More than 200 jinn. She fell on the ground. If I had not helped her, could she have gotten up? The man behind him roared angrily, There is no such logic. No matter what, you have to go back and marry our young lady today. Lu Chen appeared at this moment and asked him in a low voice, Master, why run from such unruly commoners? Let me go deal with them. Lu Chen answered, No need, they are only ordinary people. Playing with them is rather fun. Just as the group chased up to beat him, he nimbly leaped high and said loudly, These days it has either been sword flight or teleportation, and a few days ago it was riding an airship too, running on the ground like this. I have not experienced it in a long time. It is just right for loosening my body after recovering. Suddenly, Lu Chen's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth as he thought inwardly, That woman really struck hard. The wound has healed now, but it still makes people feel a dull ache. At that moment, his gaze unconsciously discovered something strange. Down below, he saw 3 people wearing black cloaks, and he thought inwardly, these 3 people, Ning Fei, Ning Feng, and Ning Yuan, looked at him with goo poison shining in their eyes and shouted in unison, Found you. Immediately after, an explosion of poisonous goo erupted with terrifying destructive force. Group from earlier coughed in discomfort without stopping. Lu Chen vigilantly summoned Soul Scythe and raised it. He pointed at the unfamiliar people and asked, Who are you people? One person answered with a question, Lu Chen. Right. The 3 of them, Ning Fei, Ning Feng, and Ning Yuan, rushed up together like lightning. Today is the day you die. All 3 charged in and fought Lu Chen without stopping. Lu Chen thought inwardly, exactly what force is so overbearing that it can send out 3 Saint King Realm assassins? His gaze turned stern, but they are only at the Saint King Realm. You look down on me too much. Lu Chen shouted an order. Lu Chen, release. Immediately after, the divine flame rushed toward the group and wrapped around them. Lan Yi appeared at this moment, looked at him, and asked, You are Lu Chen. It seems you are nothing much. Fire aura kept rising from Lan Yi's hand as she mocked. You cannot even deal with 3 minor soldiers. What are you relying on to fight me, Lan Yi? Lan Yi stretched out her hand, looked at him, and said, I advise you to retreat while you still know your limits. Hurry back to the city and announce your surrender, to avoid. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Chen rushed over and tightly hugged Lan Yi, and she cried out in fear, Hey! Lan Yi was immediately shoved to the ground by Lu Chen, and she roared in displeasure, What do you want to do? I am warning you. Angrily, she wanted to send a stream of divine flame at him and warned loudly, Let me go right now, otherwise I will not be polite. When the divine flame struck Lu Chen, it had no effect at all, and Lan Yi shouted in disbelief, Divine flame. He looked at Lu Chen's face worriedly and said, This guy is unexpectedly the same as Master, divine flame entering the body. Saint King Realm, no, he can control divine flame. Lan Yi's gaze turned frightened and weak at this moment as she wondered to herself, This guy, could he be at the peak Saint King Realm? Lu Chen let go and Lan Yi fell down in pain, saying, Hey you. Lu Chen reminded her, You talk too much, shut up, lie still for me. Lan Yi frowned in displeasure and said, It hurts. No one has ever been this rough with this young lady. Do not think just because you are stronger than me. Lu Chen covered her mouth and reminded her, Shut up. Looking at the group from earlier whose entire bodies had turned blackish purple as flies kept flying out, Lu Chen evaluated, judging by this situation, these people have probably been infected by goo poison too. It seems this is another fine deed done by the curse realm. Lu Chen spoke seriously and vigilantly. We cannot let the goo poison spread unchecked, otherwise the outcome around here will be the same as Flame Valley. Lan Yi thought inwardly. Goo poison, Flame Valley, Curse Realm. Lu Chen continued. Fortunately we ran quickly, even being bitten by one would be troublesome. But although we have escaped now, the goo poison has already spread. How can we catch them all in one net? Lan Yi blushed and said bashfully about that. Lu Chen roared in displeasure. If you have something to say it quickly. If there is nothing, then shut up, I am very busy. Lan Yi continued, although I do not know what happened, I can help you catch all those goo insects. Lu Chen looked at her in disbelief and asked back, you. Lan Yi's face still had not stopped reddening as she said, it is just that, let me go first like this, I cannot move either. Remembering this matter, Lu Chen's expression became somewhat awkward, and he answered with difficulty about that. The next second, he jumped off her and explained with a red face. There was a reason for what happened just now. Lu Chen regained his composure and continued, back to the main matter. You said you could help me, meaning. Right then, Lan Yi pulled out a giant cauldron. Lan Yi concentrated and shouted loudly, Plague Bearer, not wind, not cold, not heat, not dampness. At this moment, fire and water appeared and twined around each other, and Lan Yi continued shouting, strange aura of heaven and earth, disturbing yin and yang, destroying human order, hated by both men and gods. Lan Yi's gaze became tense, and she continued now with water and fire, yin and yang, I beg for the mercy of heaven and earth. At this moment, a small gourd appeared in the air, and Lan Yi shouted, medicine catalyst of heaven and earth, come. Small gourd sucked up everything inside the cauldron, and Lan Yi cupped her hands as she continued. Betelnut 2 can, Special Crane 1 can, Anamarina 5 fen, Skullcap, Licorice ambergris, 3 can each, Realgar and Sulfur 5 fen each. Controlling fire with one hand and water with the other, Lan Yi stretched out her hand and said, use earth vein water as the guide. Use heavenly secret fire as the base. Heaven and earth harmonize, together breaking evil demons. Lan Yi's gaze was stern as she spoke to her Chen. Alright, you Lu Chen, block the insects for a moment. Lu Chen held Soul's scythe and jumped over, quickly answering, alright. Lu Chen swiftly slashed at the swarm of ancient insects flying in midair. He continuously unleashed attacks to block the insects, shouting, hey, can you handle this, hurry up. Beside him, Li Yi manipulated the handheld sensor, yelling, now is the moment. Lan Yi flicked the sensor forward, hitting Wu Yuanfen dead on. Streams of energy wrapped around the ancient insects and detonated them. Liao Shen spoke up, Master. The ancient insects stopped. Lu Chen responded seriously, yes. Lan Yi shouted, Divine Fire help me, and as soon as the words left her lips, flames surged forward. Lan Yi said, freeze them. The ancient insects burned by the divine fire fell one by one. Lan Yi landed and looked at Lu Chen with admiration. I retract my previous words. You are impressive. Lan Yi cheerfully extended her hand. Let's start over. My name is Lan Yi. Lu Chen happily reached out. Alright. He grasped the girl's hand, introducing himself. Lu Chen is pleased to meet you. At Ning City, night had fallen. A voice rang out. It's all gone. A subordinate knelt quickly and reported, yes, we saw clearly when the Ning Feng people acted. A mysterious young woman severely injured them. Then the insects were wiped out by her and Lu Chen. Judging by her movements, she is likely an alchemist. Guangdong frowned, wondering why people from Damning City were nearby. He looked ahead, wondering if Hua Dai, the immortal, had suspected something about us. While the subordinate asked, should we impose martial law across the city and pursue Lu Chen and the alchemist? Guangdong turned and replied, no, the ritual is 9 days away, we must not err now. He gestured and gave orders. Summon the finest troop to the central city entrance. Entertain Lu Chen according to the best standards. The subordinate questioned. What? The subordinate asked in confusion. Lu Chen killed our clan members and invaded us. Why are we entertaining him? Guangdong whispered. Entertaining him is correct. Guangdong, amused, clenched his hand to explain. They only suspect we entertain fully. Let little Lu Chen joy in 9 days. It will train the divine flower. Guangdong's eyes turned vicious. He shouted, I will destroy for you. They moved to Lu Chen's current residence. He and Lan Yi were discussing in a tavern. The Ning City people harbored no goodwill. He looked at Lan Yi, expressing his thoughts. We eliminated 3 of their talents, yet they welcome us with grand display. The Ning City people are cunning. On the table lay the spoils Lu Chen obtained from them. Luckily you searched them, otherwise entering the city recklessly, we would have fallen into Ning City's trap. Across from Lan Yi, she also pondered intensely like Conan. This situation is tough. Moreover, due to Ning City's influence, public investigation without cause would trouble Hua Dai, the immortal. She glanced at Lu Chen in alarm, uncertain when their organization will act. If they were upstream in Ning City, then why are you staring? Lu Chen suddenly approached Lan Yi's face and said, you could have slain several holy kings, perhaps your power rivals the crazy wind holy king. No, the holy king has already matured. Lan Yi blinked. What then? What do you want to do? Lu Chen moved even closer, not doing anything, just seeing your robust figure and decent looks. For men with strict standards, right? Lan Yi stiffened. Men She angry head-butted Lu Chen. I warn you, since yesterday I've tolerated you for the greater cause. Do not imagine claiming my privileges, greedy and presumptuous. Then she pointed at Lu Chen's face. Even in dreams you must beat me in the alchemy contest? Lu Chen asked, dreaming. Suddenly his expression turned serious. Where do you think you are going, even if you feel good, Lu Chen? I am not that type. Lan Yi, puzzled, said. Then you are. Wait, feeling good, what do you mean? I warn you, if you dare seize this lady's convenience, do not blame me for rejecting you. Lu Chen confidently replied, impossible, I am a feminist, respect elders and cherish children, just and upright. Finally Lan Yi was convinced, fine, just don't seize my convenience. Now you can reveal your plan. Lu Chen touched his chin smugly. I am thinking. He spoke mysteriously. Can your sister hold a martial husband selection? Lan Yi agreed. A martial husband selection seems reasonable. But Lan Yi quickly said, wait. She exclaimed, what the heck is a martial husband selection? Before understanding, the gong bearer shouted, everyone, though we await not the sixth palace son, this is still spectacular. This young lady voluntarily steps onto the stage for a martial husband selection. Who dares to fight? Lan Yi's anger flared. She gritted her teeth. Lu Chen. Lu Chen nudged her from behind, reminding not to show that expression. I planned it. Your martial hun selection draws all attention. I sneaked to investigate. Win-win. Lan Yi grew furious. She bit her teeth. I will repay this debt 100-fold. She clenched her hands to calm herself. I am not angry. This is a sacrifice for the world, for the people. I am not angry. Not angry. Below the stage some men teased, led by Ninghai, who laughed. Young girl, dreaming of spring at your age, a subordinate teased. Stop the martial selection? So frail, just follow the family, be my concubine, alright. A Ninghai subordinate spoke. Yes, follow Lord Ninghai. You will be blessed. Another added. Yes, we are saint soldiers, taking you as. Before finishing, Lan Yi pointed at Ninghai, speaking softly. You young master, is your name Ninghai? Are you from the Ning family in Ning City? Ninghai arrogantly replied, yes, yes. Lan Yi's demeanor shifted 180 degrees. She roared, then it's easy, you want to take me, right? Without hesitation Lan Yi kicked Ninghai. Let's see. Ninghai was kicked high into the sky. The crowd below gasped. What? The Ning family was kicked away. He is a holy king. Impossible. Lan Yi immediately grabbed a subordinate's head, eyes bright, and asked, you previously shouting? That person panicked. Wait, But Lan Yi, enraged, tore all the hair off him. Come here, fight. Aren't you boastful, skillless, yet grow your hair like others? She then kicked him down and shouted, anyone else who wants me, step forward. All then ran in terror, leaving a lone street vendor. Lan Yi asked, is it you? The man, scared, dropped his goods and fled. Wait, I am just selling, big sister, wait. Lu Chen stood nearby, admiring. This girl acts fast, mission accomplished. Below Lan Yi's voice called, you come here. The scared man yelled, not me, him, find him, just now. Lu Chen paid little attention to the place, hurried into the Ning family. Next he thought Ning City. Let's see what secrets you hide. He quickly proceeded inside. Lu Chen gently leapt over the wall. He looked at the water in the Ning family mansion. It seemed fine, odd. Lu Chen quickly placed his hand in the water, probing with spiritual energy. Doubts arose. This path shows no cursed aura. Juji would not deceive, but the spatial crack, where is it hidden? Lu Chen looked at the main hall, thinking, only the other side remains to search. He immediately called Lu Chen, and Lu Chen appeared at once. Yes. Lu Chen pointed ahead and gave the order. The person is here. Follow the spirit vein and search for the aura of the curse realm. I will go to the ancient residence and take a look. Lu Chen accepted the order. Yes. Then Lu Chen quickly shot upward. I will go and return if anyone obstructs us. Kill without asking. Lu Chen replied, understood. Neither of them expected that the Ning family men behind the wall had heard everything. The two discussed it. We found him. Quickly report to the young master. That man replied, yes. The scene shifted to the Ning family's ancient residence. This place was the residence of Guangdong, the lord of Ning City from the Ning family. He was sitting there when he received a report from his subordinate. Master, we have investigated it clearly. The woman holding a martial contest for marriage in the market center is the woman from Daming City, who was with Lu Chen before. Hearing this, Guangdong snorted coldly. What a fine trick of feigning east and striking west, worthy of the disciple of Fairy Hui, trying to use a woman to cover for yourself. The subordinate immediately asked, do you need me to capture her? Guangdong waved his hand and refused. No, it is just bait. If our attention focuses on her, we will instead fall into her trap. He then took out an ancient goo poison bottle and said with a smile, distribute this to the saint lords below. Let them play with that girl. The subordinate was somewhat surprised, then. But Guangdong had already thrown the poison bottle to him, and he asked in confusion, that woman has already defeated 2 Saint Kings. They are only Saint Lord level. I am afraid that even if they drink the goo, they still will not be her match. Guangdong smiled and replied, who said they have to defeat her? When did I say the Saint Lords should drink it? He picked up his teacup and said with a treacherous air, wait until that brat finds nothing, then suddenly discovers his friend has turned into an enemy. Would this script not be splendid? Guangdong smiled smugly and instructed, "Go, and send out all the guards in the house while you are at it. When that brat finds nothing, he will come here. Let him search. Once he finishes searching, the good show will begin." Guangdong's smug laughter echoed throughout the ancient residence. On the other side, according to his plan, all the Ning family servants were dispatched under Lu Chen's gaze. "When the fight starts later, all of you raise your spirits for me." Walking around in Ning family territory, even a Saint King cannot be forgiven. Lu Chen hid atop a tree and thought to himself, as expected they took the bait, these people's minds are truly simple. He laughed inwardly and thought next. Suddenly at this moment Lu Chen's hand burst into flames, leaving him a little surprised. The sacred fire ignited on its own. Then it flew straight toward the ancient residence, and Lu Chen was stunned. "Hey, where are you trying to take me?" He quickly chased after it. "Slow down, we are sneaking in." These actions were all seen by the Ning family's servants. They exchanged glances, then reported it to Guangdong. After hearing the news, he laughed loudly in satisfaction. "He is in a little earlier than I expected." He held his teacup and snorted coldly, "Then let me personally play with him." That said, the goo poison in his body flew out and controlled his entire body. On the other side, the sacred fire led Lu Chen all the way straight into the ancient residence, forcing him to chase after it. "Hey, slow down." Lu Chen exclaimed in confusion. Why has it suddenly gone so mad? Could it have discovered something? Then it rammed straight into a wall, erupting with fierce firepower. This left Lu Chen somewhat surprised. The sacred fire quickly blasted that wall apart. It revealed a magic sphere inside, and Lu Chen recognized it at a glance. "This is a spatial rift." Lu Chen murmured in realization, so it was hidden here, but he did not expect that a shadow was approaching behind him. Lu Chen reached his hand into the rift and remarked, "But this thing seems rather unstable, it only formed a shadow here. In other words, this thing is only an illusion." Doubt rose in Lu Chen's heart. Then how did the people of the Curse Realm send poisonous creatures here? How did the Ning family materialize this phantom? There are still no clues to this problem. Suddenly, at that moment, a scent rushed straight into Lu Chen's nose, startling him. "What smell is this? I seem to have smelled it somewhere before." He wondered in his heart, where exactly was it? It must have been not long ago. He kept thinking so intently that he did not realize when Guangdong had appeared behind him. Only when the sword was about to slash close to Lu Chen did he notice it, and he shouted, "What?" Lu Chen quickly dodged, but the attack was too sudden and he was still cut. Long quickly appeared and asked worriedly, "Brat, are you all right?" Lu Chen nodded. "It is only a superficial wound." Long was extremely surprised by this result. "I did not expect someone could get behind you so silently and without a trace. Dealing with him will probably be difficult." Lu Chen also agreed, but suspicion toward Guangdong arose in his heart. "To silently and tracelessly get behind me. He must at least be Saint Lord level or above, but if that man truly were that strong, the strike just now would not have merely scratched my skin. I should have died." Lu Chen thought suspiciously to himself, "There is something strange about this man." On the other side, Guangdong laughed loudly and mocked him. "What, frightened after only one move? Too bad." He laughed loudly, revealing his jagged teeth. "It is too late." Guangdong immediately raised his sword high and roared, "The blood debt for killing my Ning family members." Filled with killing intent, he charged forward. "I must make you repay blood with blood." Scene shifted to the arena. Lan Yi was struggling in battle against the Ning family men, and they shouted to one another, "Brothers, go, capture this little girl, take her back. Tonight we will all be the groom." Lan Yi's gaze sharpened as she grabbed them by the head one after another, "Just relying on you." With that said, she threw that man far away and shouted, "Arrogant nonsense." Immediately, several of them were knocked down, and they cried out in disbelief. What? However, fighting for so long also exhausted a girl like Lan Yi, and she thought to herself, "Very good. More and more people are here, that means he should be able to get in smoothly. Next, I need to add a little more fuel to the fire." She looked at the servants below and snorted coldly. "So these are the men of Ning City, laughably weak, yet so confident." Without another word, Lan Yi immediately stepped on that man's head and said contemptuously, "Truly ridiculous." Seeing this, the remaining men spoke with some fear. "She is too arrogant, Chief Steward. How about we call the 4 great elders here and teach her a lesson?" The man beside him also chimed in. "Exactly, she dares humiliate the Ning family like this. How can we let that stand?" But the Chief Steward smiled smugly and said, "No rush. This little girl does have some ability, but do not forget the taskmaster gave us. He gave the order to those below, keep playing with her. Once everything settles, she will not be able to run." The subordinates immediately regained their will and laughed loudly. "Yes." Looking at the fierce crowd charging toward her, Lan Yi silently assessed them. 12 saints, 2 saint lords, and 28 at the Emperor realm. She thought unhappily to herself, "It is all that man's fault. Hurry up and finish it. If this drags on any longer, I really will be stolen away." But things were not much better on Lu Chen's side, and he quickly activated the sacred fire. Lu Chen poured all his strength into his fist, quickly punched toward his opponent. Unexpectedly, Guangdong dodged, leaving Lu Chen surprised. What? He faltered for a beat, giving Guangdong the chance to strike him and send him tumbling forward. Seeing that the situation was bad, Heilong immediately tried to dissuade Lu Chen. Brat, this man is definitely not simple. If it really will not work, we can retreat first. That is not impossible either. But Lu Chen did not think so. His eyes filled with anger as he stood up and said firmly, no. Lu Chen sneered and analyzed. His awareness and technique are indeed those of an expert, with such ruthless and decisive skill. Even among those at the perfected Saint King realm, there are few like him. He must have touched the threshold of the Supreme Realm at least. Heilong froze in shock when he heard that, the Supreme Realm, then why are we not running? Lu Chen continued. But that is exactly what is strange. Have you still not noticed? He turned around for Heilong to see. Look for yourself. Heilong looked at Lu Chen's unscathed body and understood. There is not even a wound. Impossible. Heilong asked suspiciously, Brat, what trick did you play? Lu Chen said helplessly, what trick do you think can be played in front of a Supreme Realm expert? Hearing that, Heilong immediately understood. Then this is. Lu Chen replied with absolute certainty. There is only one possibility. Before entering the city, Ma and Lan Ye's deduction was correct. He revealed a smug smile. This man. Lu Chen pointed straight at Guangdong and said, the head of the Ning family, or rather. Hearing this, Guangdong's expression immediately darkened. Lu Chen's voice rang out, infected 0. Returning to the moment before entering the city, Lu Chen and Lan Ye had spoken with each other briefly. Lu Chen stood on high and looked down at Ning City as he asked, can it be confirmed? Lan Ye nodded. He looked at the vial of venomous seedling in her hand and said, the sample of goo poison we obtained is indeed reacting very strongly to the city. It seems Ning City cannot escape its connection to the curse realm. Lu Chen frowned when he heard that. If that is truly the case, I am afraid this will be troublesome. He looked toward Ning City ahead. I did not feel anything before, but ever since I began observing this city, the more I look, the more uneasy I feel. In just one double hour, at the city gate ahead, the merchants from every domain entering and leaving this city number at least 800 if not 1,000. He looked at the crowd eagerly entering the city and said, what is so strange about that? Ning City is a key transport hub of the profound domain. There are naturally many people coming and going. Lan Yi understood as soon as she heard it. I understand what you mean is. Lu Chen nodded and said exactly, I am afraid the goo poison has long since spread through Ning City into the 10 domains, and with the assassins from a few days ago as well. It is clear that the people of Ning City already know the purpose of my visit, yet Ning City is now calm and peaceful, with no sign that their anxious actions have caused any openings. I fear there is an even deeper reason behind it. Lan Ai also said with great tension, when goo poison enters the body, it will greatly raise the host's cultivation, and this increase in cultivation is equivalent to the manifestation of the host's potential after being completely drained by the goo poison. Annie paused for a while, then continued, if the purpose of spreading the goo poison is to use the draining of the people in the 10 domains to obtain power and open the rift, Lu Chen quickly followed up, then we need a medium capable of withstanding this astonishing spiritual power. At this point, Lu Chen could not help feeling puzzled. There are still many unclear points in this matter. For example, who can withstand this spiritual power, why goo poison can remain hidden in the body for so long, and why we have still not been attacked. When things have clearly reached a critical point, why did they not activate the ritual before I entered the city? Hearing this, Lan Yi immediately said that, listen to me. Her gaze was extremely firm. I have a plan first. Returning to the present, after hearing Lu Chen's words, Guangdong laughed loudly as expected of the person Fairy Huadai chose. Clever enough. He admitted it outright. That is right, you guessed it all correctly. His voice rang with complacency. Throughout the real domain, my people are everywhere. They are spreading that portion of the curse everywhere on my behalf. At this point, he laughed loudly. Right, releasing all the people in the illusion realm. That was your doing, was it not? Guangdong proudly told Lu Chen. Peerless City in the illusion realm is now causing a great disaster in the Azure domain, waging war against 10 sects at the same time, and thanks to them the number of infected people in the Azure domain now ranks first among the 10 domains. Hearing this, worry surged in Lu Chen's heart. Peerless City is at war with 10 sects. He went mad with rage and rushed forward, stabbing Guangdong once. Shut up. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with fury as he shouted, if you dare touch even a single hair of anyone from the Azure domain, I will kill you immediately. Guangdong was being choked, yet he still showed no fear and even threatened him in return. You want to make a move, I will be fine. He pointed at the heart before his chest and said, this is the goo poison heart, used to control whether the goo poison infecting the people of the 10 domains erupts or not. The reason my strength increased greatly is also because of what it granted me. Guangdong laughed loudly and said, as long as you dare do anything to me, an epidemic will surely break out across the 10 domains. Try it if you have the guts. Lu Chen's hand tightened even harder around his throat. He said through gritted teeth, you are threatening me. As he spoke, he activated the sacred flame and snorted coldly, "Old man, do not look down on me." Seeing the sacred flame, the old man was somewhat surprised. Lu Chen continued coldly, "Have you misunderstood me? I am not some good person overflowing with justice." Only now did Guangdong feel fear. "What do you want to do?" Chen held him down firmly, then intensified the sacred flame and said coldly, "Since I cannot kill you, I will just burn you into a human pig." Hearing that, Guangdong stammered in terror, human pig, you dare." Lu Chen pointed a finger at him, "What is there that I would not dare?" Killing intent flashed in his eyes, "Since you dare threaten me, then there is nothing I do not dare to do." Seeing the flames gradually burn him, Guangdong screamed in terror, "Do not, brat. You will regret this. You will regret this." But Lu Chen did not stop and instead said, "You brought this on yourself." Just then, a hand grabbed Lu Chen's wrist and said, "Enough." The one who arrived was Hai Yun. He gripped his wrist tightly and threatened him, "Brat, how could I allow you to ruin my good work? Get lost?" Lu Chen was rather surprised that he appeared here, but very quickly, he discovered it. Goo poison, could he be from the curse realm? Lu Chen ignored him and flung his hand out of Hai Yun's grasp. The sacred flame descended even more fiercely. Hai Yun looked toward Guangdong and reminded him, "Old man, you overplayed your hand." But he was still shouting loudly, "Shut up. If I were not cooperating with your plan, would I have fallen to this point?" Hai Yun said disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? Do you not still have a backup move? In any case, your current body is already ruined. You can let it go in peace." "Can you?" Dong shouted in resentment. "Originally, I only wanted to rely on will to control it, and now you want my soul to enter that girl's body as well. I truly cannot bear to part with this body of mine." Hearing the two of them speak, Lu Chen vaguely guessed it. Possession, a girl. Hai Yun immediately replied, "That is right. Did you not find it strange why we have yet to detonate the goo poison and release the curse realm?" Guangdong immediately continued, "That is because the body I was granted has rotted away because of the goo poison core. Originally, we planned to adjust it for a few more days and perform the ritual 7 days later. But thanks to you, you brought us an excellent expert, so young yet already possessing such cultivation. Is she not the most suitable choice for a medium?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Yi's figure appeared in Lu Chen's mind. That Guangdong still continued with delight. "Originally you were not bad either, but unfortunately, there is divine fire inside you. What a pity indeed." Lu Chen instantly flew into a rage and charged forward. "Do not even think of succeeding your opponent." But his punch was blocked by Hai Yun. Lu Chen exclaimed in some surprise, "What?" Hai Yun stared at Lu Chen and said coldly, "You are mistaken." He immediately struck back, "Your opponent." Watching Lu Chen get knocked backward, Hai Yun sneered, "Is me." The scene shifted to a pawn shop. The Ning family's subordinate was dissatisfied with the price and threatened the shopkeeper. "This cotton coat of mine was personally rewarded by the city lord of Ning City during this year's cold food festival. Yet you offer only 3 taels. Are you looking down on the Ning family?" The shopkeeper hurriedly smiled to smooth things over, "Honored guest, you have misunderstood." Just then, a group of people pushed the door open and entered. They respectfully reported to the shopkeeper, "It has been clearly confirmed. It is indeed exactly as His Highness Tian predicted." Seeing the newcomers, the Ning family subordinate let out a surprised sound. It turned out that this pawn shop was an inserted spy post, and the owner was the general. After hearing the report, he gave a cold snort. "Since that is the case, prepare to act." The subordinate still did not know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth and threatened him. "What are you pretending for?" The general did not waste words and directly struck his arm as he said, "I do not have time to waste words with you. This foolish farce ends here." After saying that, he immediately roasted that man's arm. The subordinate behind him even had the refined leisure to offer tea. "General, drink tea," he politely replied as well. "Good, sorry to trouble you." The two of them simply ignored that man screaming beside them, "My hand, my hand." General's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Get lost." In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the Ning family. The battle between Lu Chen and Hai Yun was still deadlocked when a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out. Lu Chen flew up from beneath the ground. Immediately after, Hai Yun rushed forward and punched Lu Chen in the stomach, but he swiftly grabbed that man's arm, caught him. He quickly activated the holy flame, burned to ashes. In an instant, fierce flames burned Hai Yun, but at some unknown moment, Hai Yun had already escaped. He stood behind Lu Chen and laughed loudly, "Useless." He immediately activated 100 hands and seized Lu Chen. "I abandoned my flesh long ago and merged as one with the goo poison. As long as the curse realm remains, as long as the source of the ancient medicine remains, I cannot die." That man erupted with power and shouted, "I admit, the divine fire inside your body is very strong. But if you want to burn the entire curse realm clean, without reaching Divine Emperor," his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he roared, "but without reaching the Realm Lord stage." As he spoke, he screamed like a madman, "It is nothing but wishful thinking." Hai Yun quickly turned back and instructed Guangdong, "Why are you not hurrying to seize that body? Do not forget our agreement. If this fails, your end." Guangdong gritted his teeth and answered, "I know." As he spoke, that man carried his burning body and ran off. "Brat, you keep playing with him. Later we will meet again and settle old debts." Lu Chen roared and tried to chase after him. Do not even dream of it. Haiyun had already blocked Lu Chen's path. I told you, your opponent is me. Lu Chen went mad at this moment and roared, get lost. On the other side, Guangdong quickly flew toward the arena. As soon as that man looked down, he found his target. It is her. I did not expect her to endure so long in the wheel battle. Truly admirable. Youth really is wonderful. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lu Chen flew over and shouted, Guangdong. This left that man in disbelief as he shouted, impossible. Lu Chen poured all his firepower into his charge. I will break your spine and see who you can still possess. That man saw this and fled. What? But it was already too late. Guangdong was instantly swallowed by the holy flame. The commotion above drew the attention of the people below. Look over there. What happened? The person beside them was shocked. In the sky, flames are burning. After looking carefully, someone shouted, there are two people. Immediately someone recognized one of them. Wait, that person, is that person not? He shouted, City Lord Guangdong. At this moment, Guangdong's heart had been pierced through by Lu Chen. He wondered in doubt, did it succeed? But unexpectedly, that man's voice came from below. What a pity. Fortunately, I had already taken out the goo poison core. That heart was now right behind Lu Chen, speaking smugly at the critical moment. I still succeeded, brat. It would have been better if you had been 1 second faster. After that, it quickly seized Lan Yi's body and cried out like this. Lan Yi immediately dropped the sex-sacred treasure. Goo poison surfaced in her eyes as she smiled and said, perhaps that girl can still be saved. The people of Ning City immediately focused their attention on Lu Chen. Who is that brat? He killed City Lord Ning. The person beside them cried out in disbelief. Impossible. City Lord Ning is a supreme stage great power. How could he be killed? Lan Yi also agreed and said, you are absolutely right. How could I die so easily? As he spoke, he activated the goo poison. Goo poison immediately took over the bodies of the citizens. That man's voice rang out. People of Ning City, now is the time for you to repay my Ning family. The remaining people were terrified when they saw this. What is going on? What happened to her again? Lan Yi shouted madly with smug delight. Come, awaken. Goo poison quickly covered Ning City. Come, awaken. Lan Yi laughed loudly in triumph, then devour this world. In an instant, a crack appeared in the sky, and Lan Yi's laughter echoed everywhere. Lu Chen could not help being shocked when he saw this. What? All the people were terrified. The sky is about to collapse too. Run. Hidden among the crowd, the people of the Curse Realm smiled triumphantly. City Lord, it succeeded. Let us go. Lu Chen looked at the gate opening in the sky and cursed inwardly, Guangdong. But suddenly Lu Chen smiled. Then divine fire erupted from his entire body. He roared from her body. Lu Chen quickly charged toward Lan Yi and shouted, get out. Pain swiftly rushed over to stop him. He gave a cold snort and kicked Lu Chen in the chin. Now that the plan has succeeded, Guangdong truly was a fine puppet. But you are not bad either. Unfortunately, the divine fire in your body is too glaring. Otherwise, you would also make a good servant. That man immediately raised his hand to add another blow. Regretted in living hell. If you must blame something, blame your talent for being too great, drawing divine fire into your body. Haiyun's hand seemed to turn into the hand of a devil, and blood-red light flashed in his eyes. In your next life, remember this, do not be too clever as a person. As he spoke, he raised his claws to finish off Lu Chen. Just as the claws swept down, the sound of someone coughing blood rang out. Yet this time, the one thrown into panic was Haiyun. He cried out, this sword is. Immediately after, a slash split Haiyun in two. The other person's voice rang out, brat, you are already done for so soon. The newcomer was none other than Judgment. She spoke, I thought you would have more resilience. Lu Chen was shocked to see her appear here and shouted, Ji. Haiyun quickly restored his body. He grabbed her sword. So it really is you. As he spoke, he knocked Judgment's sword away and roared in furious rage, the grudge from 1,000 years ago. Today, I will make you pay blood for blood. Judgment smiled calmly with only you. As she spoke, she advanced to attack, just a shadow. Yet you still want to fight me. The two of them charged at each other, and Haiyun challenged her. Whether I can or not, you will know soon. Then he turned back and shouted down below, what are you standing there in a daze for? He looked at Ning Guansong inside Lan Yi's body and reminded him, the agreement has been reached, now is the time for you to repay my clan, kill that brat, then completely open the crack and welcome me back. After a moment, Guangdong suddenly let out a thunderous roar. He absorbed the spiritual power of those struck by the ancient poison nearby, then shouted in delight, I can feel it now. Yes, this power, this infinite power, is not just from the mysterious realms, it also includes your sacred realm treasure. Even within these 10 realms, everything is my food. What do you rely on to fight me? Speaking, he lunged swiftly at Lu Chen, shouting, what do you rely on? His hand moved rapidly, aiming to grab Lu Chen's head, shouting, go to hell, brat. The battle scene was extremely brutal, everyone radiating immeasurable killing intent. Divine fire and ancient poison collided like the apocalypse falling upon the human world. Everyone panicked and scattered in terror, fleeing swiftly. Guangdong coldly watched the people fleeing in chaos and sneered, want to run. He quickly used the goo poison to control them all. Now is the time for you to repay Ning City. Why are you trying to run? Just as that man still wanted to drag everyone back, Lu Chen charged over and shouted, Guangdong. He attacked that man with divine fire and roared, I will never let you have your way. Guangdong gave a cold snort full of contempt. With just you. Then that man charged forward madly. You dare act so recklessly. With a casual strike, that man sent Lu Chen flying far away. Judgment saw this and called out anxiously, boy. She was about to go help when Hai Yun appeared right behind her. Worry about yourself. Judgment immediately turned back to defend herself. No need to teach me how to do things. She thrust her sword through Hai Yun's body. Yet that man still calmly sighed. The force of this sword, it truly is a profound feeling that makes one nostalgic. Judgment was somewhat startled when she heard this, cold sweat breaking out. Hai Yun leisurely gripped the sword tightly and continued, it seems that in all those long, endless years, your strength has not improved much. What a pity. That man immediately crushed the sword into thousands of fragments and said proudly, the me of today has already surpassed the past. Hai Yun quickly gathered his move. Even if this is not my true body, relying on the power of this goo poison alone is enough to deal with you. Seeing this, Judgment promptly spread her wings and moved far away from that man in contempt. Keep dreaming. She quickly created a giant sword from spiritual power and said, with disdain, you can regenerate, right? And she threw it toward Hai Yun and cried out, then I will burn you until your divine soul scatters into ash. Die. Infernal flames thundered toward Hai Yun. After a while, there was no trace of anyone left there. However, in the blink of an eye, Hai Yun condensed into a new body again and appeared behind Judgment. That man said arrogantly, I told you, as long as even a trace of goo poison remains, your attacks are all useless. Judgment turned back in shock. What? Hai Yun created a poisonous orb and continued, however, your strength is indeed outstanding. I have changed my mind. Rather than kill you, it would be better to turn you into an obedient servant, just thinking of the foolish sight of someone as arrogant as you kneeling at my feet. As he spoke, that man advanced toward Judgment with delight and laughed loudly. Has already excited me. On Lu Chen's side, he was battered and fell amid the ruins. Guangdong stepped forward and grabbed him by the hair, dead already after just that. That man laughed loudly with utter contempt. It does not even count as a warm-up. How disappointing. Hai Long in the sea of consciousness was extremely worried and urgently called, hey boy, hurry and get up, get up. Guangdong raised his arm and said with a smile, then this game ends here. Suddenly, a call rang out behind that man Guangdong, startling him. Countless fiery meteors descended from the sky, each one the manifestation of someone within. Guangdong shouted in fear, fire, could it be? Mei Xiao's group advanced, and accompanying them were the people of Flame Valley, Valley Master Ren Yan. The moment that man arrived, he shouted angrily, how bold of you to dare act so wildly. In the distance, many cannon launchers from Flame Valley had already gathered into position, only waiting for the order to fire. Prepare. The moment the firing order was given, fireballs shot out aiming straight at Ning City. Entire city was quickly submerged in a sea of flames. A commander's voice rang out from within, abandoning the wild domain and joining hands with such vicious people today. Let these flames cleanse you maggots. Looking at his own city blazing fiercely, Guangdong was so furious that smoke nearly poured from his head. Halfway through, a pack of opportunists appears. You want to kill me? The man grew even more frenzied, his eyes full of killing intent as he looked at Lu Chen. I will kill this brat first, then. Before that man could do anything, Lu Chen's entire body suddenly burst into flames, making Guangdong release his body in pain. That man shouted, what? Looking at the wound on his hand, Guangdong roared in anger, Ren Yan, it is you again. Ren Yan looked in that direction and spoke, this friend is a friend of our Flame Valley's benefactor. How could we let you run rampant? After saying that, he gave an order below, young friend Mai Ling Long, Miss Yu Yi, the defense is entrusted to all of you. Mei Xiao's group nodded and replied yes. After giving his instructions, Ren Yan turned and passed the order to his subordinates. The time to repay our debt has come. Let us transmit the fire to young friend Lu and help him break through. Everyone immediately answered in unison, yes. After that, everyone sat down cross-legged. Ren Yan chanted the formula, Supreme Divine Fire, with your body, aid his breakthrough. Ren Yan shouted loudly, Fire God formation, instantly. A formation of flames opened around Ren Yan. He sent the fire god toward Lu Chen. Young friend, receive it. Looking at Lu Chen burning fiercely, Guangdong said with contempt, to think they are actually transmitting fire into his body. Do they want to borrow fire to ignite the divine fire inside him? That man said in disbelief, do not think I will stand by and watch. The 1,000-year foundation of my Ning family is not something your ruined Flame Valley can compare with. Guangdong quickly gave the order below, talents of the Ning family, hear my command, kill the people of Flame Valley for me, bring Ren Yan's head here. People infected by goo poison charged out like demons as they accepted the order. They lunged forward like starving tigers, yes. Every one of them repeated over and over, destroy Flame Valley, for the city lord. Mei Xiao's group raised their guard, kill. Ling Long also shouted loudly, we absolutely cannot let them get near the formation. Mei Xiao used 8 extremes death fan, Yui used 10,000 swords art, arise. Ling Long used sword shadow, aid me. The two opposing sides charged into each other just like that. One fan sweep from Mei Xiao sent the enemy troops flying. Yu's 10,000 swords directly killed them. Ling Long's sword shadows closed in and attacked. The goo poison crowd had already begun to grow afraid. One person stood behind them and encouraged them, "Do not retreat. For the master, charge. Use our numerical advantage to drown them." Long watched the battle from afar, gleefully commenting, "Heaven truly never bars every path, boy. Your chance has come." Lu Chen communicated with it through divine sense. "But there is one thing I need your help with," he said with difficulty. "Now that the fire seed has entered my body, keeping my life is not hard, but thinking of that old man still constantly absorbing goo poison, I still need some time. You have also accumulated quite a bit of spiritual power in my body. Materializing for 5 minutes should be no problem. Take me to the formation eye in their formation. Only there can I fully absorb the power of the fire seed." Long could hardly believe his ears, and cried out in shock. "What?" He shouted. "I finally got some spiritual power to restore my body, and you are truly overbearing." Despite all the cursing, it still had to obey orders. Long quickly coiled its tail around Lu Chen and carried him off. "Brat, you owe me this. Pay me double next time." Guangdong also noticed his movement. He immediately charged forward intending to go. Long sensed the imposing aura, and was startled. Doomed. Suddenly a move shot out to block Guangdong, startling him. What? That move was from Verdict. She shouted, "What are you standing there for? Run." Seeing this, Long was moved. Juji. Verdict saw he still had the mood to greet, angrily shouted, "Run quickly." Yun took the chance to attack, yet still leisurely handling that brat. "You clearly don't want to live." Then the two clashed fiercely. Long reminded Lu Chen, "Brat, did you hear me?" It glanced around at everyone, including the few from Mei Xia, even the people of Fire Flame Valley, all risking their lives for you. Then it used all its strength to fly straight toward the gap. "This battle now relies on you." The situation over there was not good. Verdict was beaten until spitting blood. Yun turned to shout at Guangdong, "Trash, kill that brat quickly. Destroy the formation plan." Guangdong angrily replied, "No need for your orders." He quickly boosted his strength. "I know." The villager's spiritual energy was rapidly drained by him, causing Mei Xiao to exclaim in fear, "What?" On Yu's side they turned pale. She shouted in panic, "Have they broken through?" Ling Long slowly retreated, realizing, not right, the poisoned ones. She strengthened alone again. The number of poisoned people was as dense as ants. They surrounded the from Mei Xiao, frightening them. "So many people, this is over." Suddenly that group was blasted away by a huge explosion. The power felt familiar to everyone. Yui quickly realized this is. The one who arrived was Wushuang. He happily watched the battle, as expected. "Just as I guessed," Fortune complained. "Wushuang brother, talking is useless, kill them." Dao Hai looked at the two and laughed. "It seems Fortune Elder can't wait any longer." The people of Ning City looked at the three of them puzzled. "Who are you, yet you dare to ruin the grand affairs of Ning City?" Wushuang coldly replied, "Who we are, fine, just so you know, to prevent you from dying without understanding." Wushuang spoke first. "I am the Empress Kadi, but defeated the general in battle, unmatched in combat." Then Fortune introduced, "I am the chief steward of the Tao family merchant, millionaire Fortune, Dao Hai not to be outdone. As for me, Lady Dao Hai of the Holy Sanctuary, under the general of the Holy Sect, you are not worthy to know my name." The people below muttered, "The Empress. The Tao family merchant isn't Tao Yingxi of King Domain." Someone recognized and exclaimed, "Holy Sanctuary of Huang Domain. How could it be? Hadn't they avoided worldly affairs for years?" Wushuang coldly snorted, "Even in mundane matters you should see who you provoked." Dao Hai quickly helped Mei Xiao up and asked, "Can the three of you stand?" Mei Xiao blankly looked at them and replied, "No problem." Then Dao Hai's sharp gaze looked toward the pests and said, "Han Hoyan, come here, you two." Then the three of them quickly charged. "Next, let them know, provoking the wrong person has consequences." Within minutes, Ning City was engulfed in flames. The poison group was ruthlessly attacked. Dao Hai pulled out a magic staff and summoned Wushuang brother, "Fortune brother, you two move forward immediately, come here." Then a magic orb was created. Dao Hai shouted, "Let them see the secret technique of the Holy Sanctuary." He shouted, "Primordial Chaos Destruction Magic." The orb of spiritual power fell like an atomic bomb to the ground. Those people were turned to bones in an instant. The tremor of the orb shook across the city. The people at Fire Flame Valley, still focusing on healing, also felt it. Mei Xiao took out the fan and called, "Ling Long, Miss Ouyang, come here quickly." After the tremor passed, Mei Xiao was startled looking at the scene ahead. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and everything around was leveled. Mei Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "What power is this?" He couldn't help but be surprised looking at the three flying in the sky, thinking a single strike could purify the entire land. How could the master be dealing with such experts? At this time, Dao Hai approached Mei Xiao and asked, "Brat, are you Mei Xiao?" He awkwardly replied, "Yes." Wushuang tossed him a sword and continued, "Go help Lu. He might be on the way to the Fire Flame Valley formation. And that sword, I have sealed the command, forged it again with phoenix stone." Mei Xiao hurriedly took it. He was puzzled. Sealed, Phoenix Stone Formation. Dao Hai urged, you don't need to worry so much, just follow my instructions. Go, this place is our responsibility. I will arrive in 3 hours, you all run. Linglong replied, understood. Mei Xiao respectfully obeyed. Thanks for your help, senior. Once everything was settled, Wu Shuang looked toward Ning City and said, alright, Han Huayan end it, then said, right now, 3. Counting down, Mei Xiao and the others quickly ran toward the formation. Last count rang, they continued to open a second formation. Another orb was formed and hurled down. Scene shifted to Haiyun's side. Verdict was fighting Haiyun and Guangdong alone. But the loud explosions also drew Haiyun's attention. After confirming they were allies, Verdict was relieved. She teased Haiyun. Scared just now, can't blame you. Earlier 3 bursts of aura appeared suddenly, not easy to handle. Wait until that brat merges the fire aura. Won't be good. He only smiled cunningly and replied, is that so, your guess? The other had long gone. Where did Guangdong go? At a random house in the city. Hai Long luckily managed to drag Lin here. Exhausted, he said, damn it, spiritual power consumed more than expected. Still a dragon, now a bit useless. As he spoke, the ceiling suddenly collapsed along with a voice, found you. It turned out to be the annoying Guangdong. He smugly said, sneaky rats. Poor Hailong was speechless. Yes, don't come empty-handed. Hailong decided to entertain him first. Hey, I warn you, I am noble dragon. If you dare touch me, beware my clan. Before finishing, Guangdong lightly channeled his energy. The 10 domains were all occupied, a tiny dragon. Immediately after, he tried to end Hailong, wanted him dead. As expected, the beauty appeared and shouted, myriad sword decision. Then came tens of thousands of Chidu's swords, rushing to attack that man. Not only that, Yui also stretched out his hand and called out, open. An enormous explosion appeared beside Lu Chen as well. Only then did he finally wake up and speak, Mei Xiao. The other 2 also appeared and said, Master, we have come to help you. Immediately after that, the 3 of them rushed outside together. Above them, Guangdong kept roaring, you hateful brats, every time you test my limits. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped toward Yui and attacked, courting death. The scene shifted to Mei Xiao's side. He, Ling Long, and Yui had reached Lu Chen to provide support, but Guangdong pursued them all the way there. He instantly knocked Yui down, and Mei Xiao immediately came to assist. 8 banners. Before he could even show his strength, Guangdong was already 1 step faster and clamped tightly around Mei Xiao's neck. That man growled, relying only on you. Guangdong snorted coldly in contempt, merely a descendant of some insignificant little family, usually calling yourself one of the 5 heroes of the profound realm. Just amusing yourselves, do you really think you are some great figure? Mei Xiao struggled, yet still revealed a provocative smile, kill me if you want, you and I have nothing worth saying. In any case, Ling Long has already taken Master away. Once Master perfects his power, he will avenge me himself. Hearing that, Guangdong gave a mocking sneer, knave. That man immediately struck toward Ling Long and Lu Chen. I will not capsize twice in a gutter. Caught off guard by the attack, Ling Long froze and shouted, what? The city gate was blocked. Guangdong's arrogant voice rang out. Perfect timing. I will seize all of you here. Ling Long stared blankly. This is... Lu Chen gritted his teeth against the pain and said, this is bad. Can I only make a move now? But if I act now, he still has his final trump card. Ling Long did not hesitate at all and lifted him up, saying, you do not need to worry. She said with absolute resolve, you saved me. And not just once. This time, it is my turn to save you. After saying that, she carried Lu Chen and fled, not forgetting to call out, Mei Xiao Yui, help me. Yui quickly coordinated to form a sword formation, supporting the 2 of them and lifting them with each step so they could leap high. Now hurry. Guangdong noticed their intent and threw out magic power, dream on. The moment the orb was thrown out, Mei Xiao blocked it with his fan, leaving that man in disbelief. After escaping successfully, Ling Long called down, thank you Mei Xiao. Guangdong was so furious his face turned purple. The force choking Mei Xiao grew even stronger. To think you dared play such a clever little trick. Mei Xiao showed no fear and even laughed, whether it is clever or not. Once Master enters the formation core, you will know. Guangdong immediately hurled Mei Xiao away. Once I finish dealing with him, I will settle accounts with you. He ignored everything and gathered all his strength. The 1,000-year foundation of my Ning family, 100 years of schemes and calculations. How could I let you and the others destroy it overnight? He immediately fired poisonous rays toward Ling Long and laughed wildly. After all your scheming, you will still fail, brat. How does it feel? As soon as the words fell, his magic power transformed into thousands of arrows and flew toward Lu Chen. Seeing the arrows before his eyes left him shocked. He can actually release such an abundant amount of goo poison. Ling Long looked on anxiously. This is bad. They are about to hit. Fortunately, at that moment, a spear came hurtling over and dispersed the goo poison. A heroic voice rang out, little Lu, I have come to help you. The ones who arrived were Wu Shuang and the others. He immediately instructed, stay safe. Lu Chen looked at the newcomers and was deeply moved. Brother Wu Shuang, Uncle Fugi, and you too. Wu Shuang interrupted him, save the greetings until after this is over. Little sister, keep charging forward with this momentum and drive him into the formation core. Then the three of them gathered their weapons to one side to support her. Ling Long understood at once and quickly stepped onto the spear, borrowing its force to fly onward. Got it. Wu Shuang encouraged him, go brat, fly for me. And so the two of them borrowed this force and shot straight into the sky. On the other side, Guangdong growled, keep dreaming. He condensed goo poison into a giant hand that reached upward. Lu Chen. The poisonous hand quickly stretched longer and chased after Ling Long. His voice growled, you must die. This scene also made Wu Shuang and the others cry out in shock. What? Noticing that thing drawing closer and closer, Lu Chen said urgently, enough, let me go. Even if the firepower accumulated in my body right now, it should be enough. Ling Long refused to listen and kissed him on the lips to silence him. Shut up. After that, she hurriedly fled from the hand. This time, listen to me. After reaching a safe distance, she flung Lu Chen forward and pushed him away, leaving only herself to be seized by the hand. Ling Long shouted, go. Lu Chen froze when he saw it. He shouted in worry, Ling Long. Lu Chen shouted loudly in despair, Ling Long. His rage formed flames that blazed around his body. Lu Chen was overjoyed, but he did not grow careless and instructed the group, we succeeded. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Now pass all the fire seeds to this young friend. Everyone obeyed, yes. Standing amid the fire seeds and the flames of hatred, the male lead declared bluntly, I cannot forgive you. He drew his treasured sword and shouted, Guangdong. Even the sword was wrapped in the flames of hatred. Today I will definitely destroy you. Lu Chen's eyes showed his determination. I do what I say. Everyone below was overjoyed. Success, we succeeded. The whole group continued shouting in unison. We finally did it. Our painstaking efforts were not in vain. Brother Lu, kill them all for us. The people inside the city were also overjoyed. It is the fire god, we are saved. As for Guangdong inside Lan Yi's body, he was stunned and could not believe his eyes. Impossible, my 100 years of toil. How could it be wasted like this? That man immediately ordered his troops. What are you standing there for? Attack. Either kill that brat, or offer up your spiritual power and your linked bronze goo poison to me. Choose for yourselves, afraid of being eliminated. The soldiers quickly carried out the order. Yes. They charged at the male leads group while shouting, kill, slaughter these pieces of trash for the city lord. Ren Yen saw this and raised his hand with a resounding shout. Everyone, hear my command, open a path for our young friend. After hearing him, the people also burned with fighting spirit, raised their hands to the sky, and answered in a loud unified voice. Suddenly Lu Chen spoke up, no need, leaving everyone completely confused. He called out, Lu Chen, and Lu Chen also answered here. Lu Chen firmly ordered, kill them all. Immediately the sword spirit used only one move and annihilated hundreds of enemies. Everyone gaped in astonishment at the sword spirit's power. What? They began discussing, relying only on a sword spirit to kill 3 arrogant dog generals of the Ning family would still take some effort. Is this the power of divine fire? But Lu Chen denied it. No. He said, the power of divine fire is indeed fierce, but this might is definitely not only divine fire, as they say, wind helps fire blaze and fire lends force to the wind. Divine fire is one of the relics of the world today, but that person spoke again, one who can control the divine flame. How many of them are not bodies that command all ages? Little friend, your future is boundless. Guangdong stared at the ashes before him in utter shock. They had all died in an instant, so this was the power of the divine flame. Though he was the only one left, that man remained stubborn. No, there must still be a way. It is still early. If I can absorb a little more of the ancient poison's power, perhaps. But Lu Chen had already stood before him to end his hope. Perhaps what? He went on angrily, you think I will leave you a path to live, seizing Lan Yi's body. The life and death of my disciple and Ling Long, Yu Yi and even brother Wu Shuang remain unknown, these blood debts. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen seized Guangdong by the throat and lifted him into the air, declaring, now I will settle every single account with you clearly. He began using the divine flame to torture him, then asked in a smug tone, how does it feel to have divine flame enter your body? Satisfying, is it not? Lu Chen also stated his intention directly. I will not kill you immediately. I will use fire to burn your meridians little by little, until they wither away. Seeing Guangdong on the verge of death, Lu Chen continued asking, how is it? This taste is not pleasant at all, is it? He threatened further, if I want, this pain can last 10 days and 10 nights, but you can choose to get out of her, and I can let you die a little more easily. Guangdong seemed to have endured to his limit by now, tears spilling out. No, this is bad. I cannot bear it anymore. That man began to fear. That killing intent in his eyes cannot be mistaken. He is serious. He truly wants to torture me to death. Damn it, damn it. Elsewhere, a voice suddenly rang out at this moment. Hai Yun, we have formed a contract. Hurry and save me. Though judgment was being choked and restrained by Hai Yun, she still did not forget the chance to mock him. Well, looks like your little dog master has run into trouble. A master like you is truly a failure. She struck harder still. How about it? Wanna help him? What a pity you were too stubborn about settling grudges with me. If you act now, it is already too late. Hai Yun replied at once from the very beginning. You targeted me and made me take the bait. Is this your scheme? Indeed, even if I save her now, it is already too late. He continued, this time I lost, I admit it, I was too inexperienced. But you were wrong about one thing. As soon as he finished, Hai Yun transformed into his ghost form and flew away, speaking words of utter savagery. I cannot save him, but that does not mean he cannot kill you all. Hai Yun's words left Judgment utterly stunned. What? In the blink of an eye, Hai Yun vanished into a streak of purple lightning. The scene shifted back to the male lead. He was still torturing Guangdong. This is the final chance I will give you. Guangdong stubbornly insisted, my goo seed is enough for you to surpass. Suddenly, streaks of purple light appeared in the sky along with dark clouds surging in, and everyone began to discuss what is happening. Dark clouds in the sky. No, those are not dark clouds. At this moment, Hai Yun appeared with an extremely smug smile. Hate rage. He continued chanting, devour all the goo poison, embrace this power. The princess standing above was also extremely tense, then together with this brat. Along with Hai Yun's words, Guangdong's eyes became exceedingly strange. Mutual destruction without end. That man roared as streams of purple light shook heaven and earth. That power was like a storm that nearly blew the male lead away. Guangdong charged at the male lead with eyes full of hatred. You actually forced me to absorb all the goo poison under heaven, but even so, I will drag you down with me. It seemed Lu Chen would be afraid, but he only smiled faintly. Success. He continued, still not making a move. Did you really think I was dead? At the same time, Guangdong could not get close to the male lead and kept muttering why. That man kept trying but still could not touch him at all. Why my body cannot move. The scene shifted into the inner world where Guangdong was bound by a golden chain. That man wondered, is it because the goo poison I absorbed has exceeded the limits of my body? No, impossible. Hai Yun's goo should have been enough for me to endure for 1 hour. That man seemed to think of something. Could it be? Suddenly, Lan Yi appeared before him, leaving Guangdong stunned. You impossible. Were you not already taken over by me? Why is your divine consciousness still inside this body? Lan Yi said angrily, wanting to play this young lady for a fool. It will not be that easy. It turned out that before entering the city, Lan Yi and Lu Chen had already discussed it. When he heard her plan, Lu Chen was extremely surprised. What? Lu Chen asked doubtfully. You want to let that man seize your body? Lan Yi immediately replied, that is right. Lan Yi voiced her thoughts. Think about it. Since those people clearly know you are coming, would anyone with a normal mind not immediately activate the Gale plan? Yet they still have not acted. Either the ritual is not prepared at all, or the one presiding over the ceremony simply cannot bear the burden brought by too much goo poison entering the body. Hearing this, Lu Chen was doubtful. I do not believe they are fools who would act before preparing the ritual properly, so if our plan succeeds, perhaps we can reduce casualties and settle this matter. Even so, but Lan Yi interrupted, what is there to be afraid of? Since childhood my body has endured hundreds of poisons and tasted hundreds of herbs, my constitution is special. But the other side does not know this. They will be careless and relax after taking over. This is a good chance. Lu Chen still tried to persuade Lan Yi. You make it sound so easy. But what if? Lan Yi fell into thought and replied, one life in exchange for thousands, why would I not do it? Lan Yi said, I am different from them. As a branch member of the clan, I have endured criticism and hardship since childhood. It cannot be explained in just a few words over these years. Only through the kindness, merit, and hardships of many fairies and Pill Alliance City did I learn these skills. Saving the suffering and rescuing those in distress is originally the duty of a physician. Moreover, Pill Alliance City is now in danger. Being able to repay this grace is also the opportunity I have always longed for. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. No wonder her personality is so strong. Lan Yi continued urging him. Then will you help me or not? Returning to the present scene, Guangdong sighed and said, I truly admire you. That man sneered, insane, truly insane. For these foolish reasons you handed over your body. Lu Chen immediately shot back. You do not understand. He once again used divine flame to threaten Guangdong. Honestly, I do not understand either. But Master often says a physician's heart is like that of parents. I more or less understand a little now. While Guangdong trembled in fear. Wait, what are you trying to do? Lu Chen smiled with satisfaction and replied, what am I trying to do? Did I not already tell you before? Now that you have drained all the goo poison, even if you die, at most you can only drag someone down with you. But do not forget, my master is the Green Lord of Pill Alliance City, Fairy Huadai. Flames began spreading across that man's body along with his agonized screams. Lu Chen continued, I only need to protect her divine consciousness, and reviving her later will not be difficult. Chen used his power to lift him up and said, therefore you have no choice. Finally, he gave a firm and forceful declaration. The moment you chose to enter her body was the moment you completely fell into our trap. He continued entering Lan Lei's subconscious to warn him, Guangdong, you should get out now. While Guangdong gaped in disbelief at what he saw. How can you enter? Lu Chen began walking toward Guangdong. It made that man panic. You do not come over. As Lu Chen spoke, he gave him several palm strikes, making him cough up blood. Everything was merely an act. Only besides me and this woman, no one else knew. Guangdong cried out in pain, damn brat, I was wise my whole life, only to be toyed with by you like this. Lu Chen paid no attention and punched him in the face again. So what if I mock you? He kept going and drove another heavy punch into Guangdong's face, shouting, so what if you played us? I fooled you. If something had happened to Ling Long and the others, if it had not been part of our plan, and something really had happened, who would answer for it? Lu Chen threw another hook and continued, and another thing, you dared use my old family from another domain to threaten me, you must be tired of living. While Lan Yi watched from behind and thought to herself, she had not expected this brat to still be not entirely heartless. Perhaps Fairy Hua Dai's arrangements held some other meaning. Lu Chen seized Guangdong by the throat with one hand, summoned divine fire with the other, and declared, so Guangdong. As the words fell, he launched the finishing blow. Today you must die. After unleashing the flame with all his strength, Lu Chen withdrew his hand. He raised his foot, preparing to step down on Guangdong's charred body. In the end, he sent him off to the afterlife with one foot. Lu Chen was still furious. He shot a glance to the side next up. That gaze was filled with resolve. It was time to go outside and deal with him. Lu Chen was seen rushing outside at dizzying speed, preparing to punch that man. As he leaped over, Lu Chen shouted, either come down here and face me, or I will go find you all. But before he could fly out for a one-on-one fight, his fifth master stopped him. Chen no. Fairy Dai stood before him and warned, the situation inside the cursed realm is hard to predict. You must not charge in recklessly, only for Lu Chen to say in frustration, but master. The man above still refused to leave and even provoked them. Hua Dai, you finally showed yourself. He looked at her with eyes like someone who had not slept for 3 nights and said, I thought you only dared hide behind this little brat, acting like a turtle tucked inside its shell. Hua Dai said angrily, Hai Yun, so it really was you? As swift as lightning, Hai Yun replied, so what if it was me? Hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth fell open in shock. Master knows him. What answered him was that man's disdainful gaze. Your master and I are far more than acquainted. Our relationship is so good that she even owes me a life. The more Lu Chen listened, the more shocked he became. What? Oh, he saw his bewildered expression. Hai Yun had no intention of explaining. As for the details, go ask her yourself. Not only that, he also provoked them. Today, consider it your win, but do not get pleased too early. As the words fell, he closed the spatial rift, yet still forced out one final line. We of the cursed realm will remember this grudge, and Hua Dai. The next time we meet, new hatred and old debts. I will be sure to take them all back from you. After he left, everything became quieter. It was only shock, and with some residual poison still in the body, nothing worth worrying about. At this moment, Hua Dai was sitting and treating patients. Follow someone to the back to get the medicine. Give the girl 1 dose every 3 double hours, and take a portion for yourself too. Understood. The patient hurriedly replied, thank you, fairy, thank you. After finishing this person's examination, Hua Dai turned to ask the maid beside her, how are Chenner and his friends? The maid answered respectfully, please rest assured. At the same time, she recalled the scene of the 3 of them sitting in a circle. They are only exhausted, and their internal force was greatly depleted in battle. It is nothing serious, and Valley Master Ren is already detoxifying them, so there is no major problem. In addition, she mentioned Lu Chen treating Lan Yi's injuries. However, the toxins in Miss Lan's body are too deep. Although the young master is doing everything he can to toxify her, after the poison is removed, her damaged meridians will probably still need you to examine them. Hearing this, Hua Dai felt somewhat saddened. This girl has been strong since she was little. Since childhood, she has guided poison into her body once every 3 days, and long ago became immune to all poisons. There should be nothing serious, only, immediately afterward, she laughed freely. Chenner is using Yang Divine Fire to detoxify her, so of course he will guide Qi to force the poison down into her dantian. But if this act stimulates the girl, it is no big problem. Just prepare 2 prescriptions tomorrow to nourish Yang and dispel evil. At the same time, inside a room, Lu Chen was trying to transfer his power to Lan Yi. After a while, his face was already drenched in sweat. This should be enough. Even so, he still could not let himself lose focus. I have already forced the poison down into her dantian. As long as I guide true Qi in, I can deal with the goo poison in her body as well. Thinking this, he spoke up to remind her, hey, woman, relax, I am about to begin. Lan Yi blushed and replied. As the words fell, Lu Chen released an enormous flame. Immediately afterward, a stone was enveloped by purple energy, accompanied by a piercing scream. One screaming was none other than Lan Yi. Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly reminded her, endure it. I have already entered the dantian, the rest. This made Lan Yi panic. You guided divine fire into my dantian? No. She grew more and more panicked. I am originally the body of immunity to all poisons. If you guide divine fire into my body, but he ignored it and only reminded her, woman, do not move. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power shattered the gloomy force surrounding the stone. Done. Suddenly Lan Yi gripped Lu Chen's hand tightly, leaving him bewildered. Hey. Without any hesitation, Lan Yi quickly continued. Stop talking next. Do exactly as I say. Otherwise, if the true Kai is exhausted and my body of immunity to all poisons is gone, I will hold you accountable. Then she threw herself into his arms. Listen carefully. Every step that follows must not be done wrong. Understood. The more she spoke, the more confused he became. Before he could understand what was happening, she pulled his hand. First press my Kai point, then slowly transferred true Kai to me. Lan Yi's face flushed red with embarrassment, and she cried out in pain. Because the pain was too intense, she threw her arms around Lu Chen. You used too much force. I already told you to do it slowly. Her appearance left him bewildered. I am already very slow. Any slower than this, relax. Did not stop there. Lan Yi pulled his hand again and pointed it at her full chest. Next is the central hub, same as before. Slowly the point. This time, she no longer screamed in pain. Keep sending the true Kai upward like this. Do not worry about anything else. Then press my Shenkang point. Hearing this, Lu Chen was extremely shocked. The Shenkang point? Does that not mean I have to stretch? What answered him was her embarrassed expression. My immunity to all poisons is more important. Hurry and do it. But he still hesitated then. At this point, he used force and pressed down hard. You are the one forcing me, so if there is any offense, deal with it yourself. This hurt her so badly that tears fell. Her appearance made Lu Chen even more bewildered. I really do not understand. Why are you so obsessed with this body of immunity to all poisons? No longer hiding it, Lan Yi explained to him. How would you understand? I once swore that I would try every poison of the 10 domains, something even Fairy Huadai could not accomplish, then compile them into a book and spread it throughout the world. So from childhood, with the fairy's help, I drank poisons to train myself. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. How could I let it all to waste before I finish? So even if it is like this, I must preserve this body of immunity to all poisons. These words made him understand. So it turned out she had not been bluffing before. Thinking this, he said firmly, all right, it is my fault. I will see this through with you to the end. Seeing this, Lan Yi continued decisively. Next, guide the true Kai up to the Baihui point at the crown of my head, and it will be done. Lu Chen replied in confusion, the Baihui point. What puzzled him was that both her hands were still clinging tightly to his hand. If my two hands cannot be freed, then how am I supposed to transfer Kai to you? Do you want me to? And of course, he had guessed exactly what she meant, already, so hurry and do it. As the words fell, she leaned forward and kissed him, idiot. At the same time, on the other side, a wisp of purple smoke appeared. Following it was the appearance of Hai Yun, accompanied by the cheers of everyone. Hai Yun the Elder has returned. Elder, the crack just now was wide enough for everyone to rush out. Why are you just watching? In response, he showed a cold face. What do you think? Your freedom is more important than saving the master? Not only that, he was quite angry. You have truly betrayed, which made the subordinates fearful. They dared not act, hoping the elder would pardon them. He did not punish them and only took out a soul remnant. Now take this old man's soul remnant back to the 4 great protectors. The subordinates replied in unison, yes. Afterwards, Hai Yun did not forget to give instructions, telling them, I have brought back this old man's soul remnant as agreed. Next, the unsealing of the master must rely on them. The subordinates obediently accepted the order. Understood, we will convey it. The task assigned, Hai Yun turned and left Lu Chen. Right, we will just wait and see. Back at the camp, a group of soldiers were still diligently patrolling. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Lan Yi were inside a tent when suddenly a voice spoke. Boy, I fear you still cannot return to the Azure Domain now. Immediately, Wuzong rushed in. Earlier Huang had sent word. On the side of the Azure Domain, some of your masters will keep an eye out for you. You must stay. Hearing this, Lu Chen was extremely confused. I stay? Why? The cursed sect has been repelled. The Ning family's plot has been nullified. Damning City has Lan Yi. What else do I need to do? Without hesitation, Wuzong handed him a stack of documents. You think the representatives of the cursed sect are only the Ning family? Take a look yourself. Holding the documents, he became more panicked. The Hanya dynasty, Tiandi Ming Jiao Dan family. And it did not stop there. Wuzong continued, these are all the top forces in the mystic realm. Though most are not as strong as the Ning family, they cannot be underestimated. After finishing, he turned to leave, so you can choose to follow us or stay, decide for yourself. Very quickly, he made his decision, without a second thought. Without hesitation, he resolutely replied, I will follow you. This made Wuzong overjoyed. Good. Lu Chen coldly turned to Lan Yi and said, our contest will continue as well, but 1 year is too long. Make it 1 month. Those words Lan Yi bewildered. 1 month. But then she grew a little angry. What kind of joke are you making? Even if you are a genius, you want to defeat me after cultivating alchemy for only 1 month. What answered her was his calm expression. Or what else? After saying that, he turned and left. Moreover, did you not want to set conditions just now? I will follow them all. Winning or losing is up to you. How about it? This made her furious. What did you say? Watching him leave, Lan Yi hurriedly continued. Hey, are you serious? What I mean is, if I defeat you, then you have to marry. But before she could finish, Lu Chen cut her off. As long as you are happy. 1 month later, let us meet in Dan Alliance City. After he left, she revealed a sinister smile. You said that yourself. Then suddenly she widened her sharp eyes. I will definitely defeat you. When the time comes, even if you do not want to marry me, do not even think about playing dirty. Lu Chen. At this moment, flames of determination were blazing within her. You are dead for sure. 10 days later in the Cold Crow Dynasty, an extremely fierce battle was taking place. In that battle, a guard was absorbing all the spiritual energy of the dead. The Cold Crow Dynasty will never fall in the hands of outsiders. I will not lose. I cannot lose. Even so, Lu Chen remained very confident. Make your move. I will let you strike first. This only made that man even angrier. Brat, you are far too arrogant. The moment he finished speaking, two streams of power rushed straight into each other from both sides. Not only that, the golden power also formed an enormous shield. This sight made Lu Chen anxious. Master, the spiritual energy fluctuations around us are very strange. There is something wrong with him. But Lu Chen remained very calm. Do I still need you to tell me that? The moment he finished speaking, a dazzling beam of light appeared. Anyone with eyes could see it. The light was so glaring that he could not open his eyes. And when he opened his eyes, he was already standing in another place. This place is. Not only that, a flower also appeared behind him. Where exactly is this place? Something about this place is not right. This flower, could it be spreading from the ancient poison? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something. This is. Before him were 4 people standing in a circle. Seeing old Tianye and Hua die in front of him, he could not help being stunned. Master, and also old man Gu. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately realized, Old Man Gu, is he the Gu Tianye who appeared with you in the desert before? Lu Chen immediately replied, there is no mistake. There is a portrait of him when he was young in his room. He truly looks exactly the same. But she still had doubts. Then the other 2 are. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Listen to what they are saying first. Lo, a white-haired man said furiously, Huadai, I poured all my effort into teaching you, yet you brought outsiders here to deal with me. Hearing this, Huai immediately argued back, Master, this disciple believes she has done nothing wrong. These words made Lu Chen gape in shock. This person is the master of masters' master. Not only she, even Lu Chen was just as surprised. Then does that not make him Grand Master? Hua Dai was still arguing with all her might. Master, the first lesson you taught me was to take saving all living beings under heaven as my own duty. I have believed that from beginning to end. But you, why have you become like this? But that white-haired man was still furious as expected. You do not understand me, and you certainly cannot surpass me. The scene before him made Lu Chen turn pale with fear. This is bad. At this moment, the white-haired man had already begun to attack. Since that is so, then die. Lu Chen leapt down from the rock, stretched out his hand, and shouted in shock, Master. But he was blocked by streams of poison, leaving him unable to move any farther. Lu Chen cried out in panic, what? Then he returned to reality. Lu Chen was stabbing the leader. Lu Chen fell into a dazed thought. I am back. It was not crossing worlds, it was an illusion. Or did I fall under some illusion plant? That man's face twisted in pain. Yet he still forced a sneer and spoke his final words. You saw it, did you not? That scene, the day of destruction is coming soon. Before breathing his last, he is about to return. All of you must die. Lu Chen looked at him in confusion. This moment, on the sacred mountain of the Dan Alliance, Hua Dai stood inside the palace, staring blankly out the window. Call drew her attention. Please, fairy. Hua Dai's face was filled with sorrow when she heard those girls remind her it is time to set out. That night at the encampment, I understand everything you said, but that person calmly said, after all, it was only a dream. You want me to mobilize forces over that? Wushuang stepped closer to Lu Chen. He seemed angry as he asked, what do you mean? As he spoke, Lu Chen gathered momentum and prepared to leave. Since you say that, then I will go ask Master myself. Fugi calmly spoke up, brat. I am afraid you will not be able to see Fairy Huadai. Lu Chen froze when he heard this. Hearing the information from Fugi, according to reports from scouts in Dan Alliance City, 4 people entered the fairy's palace. After that, the fairy's whereabouts became unknown. Lu Chen was stunned. What? Wushuang also added a warning. You had better not act rashly. This matter is grave. If the news spreads, no one knows what kind of chaos will erupt across the 10 domains. When that time comes, Fuge glanced at Wushuang, leaving him confused. Lu Chen also understood, and agreed not to go look for his master. Moreover, master's strength is beyond doubt. If she does not want to leave, no one can take her away without alarming the 10 domains. This time, master must have her own purpose as well. The more this situation happens at a time like this, the more it proves that things are not simple. Lu Chen's words made Wushuang and Fugui extremely satisfied. We still have to investigate. We must immediately leave people to pass word to the other masters. Wait, since we know to investigate this matter, the other side must have considered that too, but we still have to send people and avoid drawing their attention, lest we beat the grass and startle the snake. Lu Chen's gaze grew sharp as he proposed a plan. Big brother Wushuang, big brother Fugui. Let us do this. We will split our forces into 3 routes. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp and his expression solemn. You continue clearing out the remnants of the cursed realm. Then help my senior master send people to investigate the situation. Investigate as usual. Say what should be said. Hide what must be hidden. Then he continued, then assign people to Yu Ling Long and Mei Xiao. They will investigate in secret. They rarely show themselves, so they should not attract attention. The 3 of them will separately question the people and investigate the situation. Wushuang and Fugui were worried for Lu Chen. Brat, what about you? Someone walked in behind Lu Chen. As for me, Lu Chen cheerfully pointed at King Cheng as she walked in. I will go to the 9 Heavens Ancient Road to find old Mangu and junior sister. Both of them were horrified. The 9 Heavens Ancient Road, is that not the vicious land where even a Saint King realm expert faces a near certain death? Although Fugui intended to stop him, seemed Lu Chen would not listen. Lu Chen had already lifted King Cheng into his arms and replied, that is right. Originally, I wanted to find master first before going. Lu Chen's expression seemed to hold no lingering attachment, but now it seems I can only go straight to the main point. After saying that, Lu Chen and King Cheng set off overnight, just like that. Lu Chen soared out of earth. 9 Heavens Ancient Path, I am here. Yiru's palace during the morning court. Yiru sat on the throne listening to the minister's reports. Your Majesty, scouts on the northern plains reported that the wild tribes exiled years ago have returned, allied with 3 other tribes on the northern plains, bringing hundreds of thousands of soldiers, approaching our borders. Yiru remained silent, but her eyes showed worry. Your Majesty, the southern regions, the heretical sect that once rebelled seems to be stirring again, like the ancient doctrine mentioned in the war general's notes. Below, the ministers divided into 2 factions arguing. One said the heretical sect issue can be handled slowly. The hundreds of thousands of wild tribes at the border, if they enter, will cause immense disaster. The other disagreed. No, if the heretical sect spreads the ancient poison, the generals will collapse before reaching the battlefield, let alone defending the country. Yiru then stood and asked, I said, is there any other news? Yiru also left. If nothing, court is adjourned. The minister reported, Your Majesty, just now the war general sent a line of communication. I had it delivered to the study for Your Majesty to see. She irritably replied, understood. Stepping outside, he already saw Yao Xi arrive at some point. Yao Xi played with the bird in hand and asked, what's up, you there also targeted? Yiru dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids. You leave, yes. After everyone left, Yiru crossed her arms and asked directly, Huadai, any news yet? Yao Xi calmly replied, not yet. Conversely, Jiankang Yin over there said yesterday, the heretical sword's reaction grows increasingly violent. The image of a sword bound by many chains. Tu Yingxia also differs slightly. She there has been increasingly troubled by petty malicious incidents lately. Here, she replied, I also heard, recently fake promissory notes from the 2 family trading house caused uproar across the 10 regions. Tu Ying directly reassured the citizens. Yiru also worriedly responded, I also have enough troubles, big and small, inside and outside the country, and you no less. Yao Zi furrowed his brows showing worry, but now Huadai is missing. The remaining 4 suddenly have issues. Tell me, is someone intentionally causing this? Yiru also inferred from the events of each, the heretical sword, economic disputes, Huadai missing on our side, the heretical sect and superstitious wild tribes. You mean involves the ancient demon race? Yiru put her hand on her chin thinking possibly they might also notice this clue of the current matter. Yiru concluded, trying to probe us. If Huadai's matter is handled smoothly without error, they might take advantage to act, sealed for many years, yet still restless. Yao Xi waved the bird to fly off. If that's so, how should we handle this? Yiru expressed helplessness. Everything is hard to salvage. No way, only can let Chen er handle first. We maintain the front line. Take each step as it comes. This time can only rely on you, Chen er. Outside Earth, Lu Chen and King Cheng were still on the way. Suddenly King Cheng called senior brother. King Cheng hugged Lu Chen from behind and asked, is the 9 Heavens Ancient Path really here? This place is desolate. Where is the path? Lu Chen replied proudly, who said there is no path. Both continued flying through the distant universe. The so-called path is always ahead of us, just depends on our perspective to perceive it. After non-stop flying, they stopped at a starry path. Look, isn't it there? King Cheng excitedly praised. Incredible. King Cheng was extremely curious witnessing it. Unexpectedly, the 9 Heavens Ancient Path formed from aligned stars. But senior brother, how did you know? He did not hesitate to explain. When 5th Master taught forging, he mentioned it. I thought I would never use it. Yet in just a few years I have arrived here. Lu Chen looked up at the formation thoughtfully. But how to proceed next is crucial. After speaking, King Cheng sat and touched a stone to step up. Haven't we arrived? Then just, King Cheng then stepped on a small stone, jumped up. Haven't we? A A surge of power entered her body, making her unable to withstand, screaming, "What?" The previous action made her body quite uncomfortable. What kind of brutal spiritual force is this? Could it be, ignoring the convergence of spiritual forces, Suddenly Lu Chen hurriedly pulled King Cheng up. "Junior sister, stand up quickly." King Cheng stood close to Lu Chen and hesitantly asked, "Senior brother, what is happening to me? This place gathers primal spiritual forces. Entering casually will cause this." Lu Chen looked at the shattered sphere touching the stars. Our world's spiritual force is everywhere, mostly formed by stars' energy colliding and converging. This primal force is extremely violent. Ordinary cultivators would be shattered upon touch. King Cheng panicked, hugging Lu Chen's leg. "If not for him shielding, I would have lost my spirit just now." Lost my spirit? Both sat on Lu Chen, considering the path. "Energy here is so intense. Senior brother, how should we pass?" "Normally, only those at Great Saint King level could enter, but that's usual." Lu Chen said kindly, "But in abnormal times, there are abnormal methods. That is why I urgently sought you." "Yet," Lu Chen explained cautiously. King Cheng confused. "Abnormal method?" Lu Chen hesitated to ask first. "I say don't blame me." King Cheng still did not understand Lu Chen's meaning, blaming senior brother. King Cheng determinedly reassured Lu Chen. "Now the world is in peril. As long as there is a solution, how could I blame senior brother?" Lu Chen smiled, pleased. "If so." After speaking, he held King Cheng, making her startled scream. "Then let's depart." Lu Chen quickly explained to her. "The method is like this. I sensed it from the maiden at Danming City before." Lu Chen carried King Cheng while explaining. She shyly listened. "The sense is." Immediately then he summoned and continued accurately. "I absorb the primal spiritual force, transform it, then transmit to you, and you use your strength to channel it back to me." The three joined hands, forming a circle, dispersing spiritual force. As Lu Chen said, "Each of us consumes a portion, with additional loss during transformation. To endure until we find the elder should be fine." King Cheng touched Lu Chen's face, showing praise. "Months apart, senior brother seems to have learned much in the wild." Lu Chen saw it as a small compliment and smiled. King Cheng pinched Lu Chen's cheek, asking, "Do you remember our promise? No flirting allowed. What is this so-called transformation method of yours?" "Senior brother," Lu Chen, embarrassed, tried to explain this. After speaking, Lu Chen carried King Cheng down the stone. "We'll discuss later. Handle important matters first." Lu Chen's feet just touched down. "Let's go." The surrounding spiritual force exploded. Stones around shattered. "Here we go." Lu Chen gritted his teeth, body trembling. Just one step, yet like countless spiritual forces rushing in. Truly the Nine Heavens' ancient path. King Cheng anxiously asked, "Senior brother, transmit to me quickly." Lu Chen showed worry and pain but signaled his junior sister, "Prepare, coming immediately." The energy burst, piercing space and breaking everything along the way. At this moment Lu Chen seemed relieved, but King Cheng seemed more uncomfortable. King Cheng trembled, holding Lu Chen's collar. "Senior brother." The transformation process for both seemed difficult, pain tormenting them. Lu Chen could not help sighing, looking at the path. Still too long, energy here so dense, yet after just 100 steps feels like half a century. Lu Chen stopped and asked King Cheng, "Junior sister, can you still endure?" King Cheng replied with a heavy expression, "It is just a little uncomfortable. I can do it." Suddenly, she bent over and cried out in pain. Lu Chen could not help worrying junior sister. Lu Chen could not help saying anxiously, "If you truly cannot endure it, then switch and let Lu Chen go second. You should get on the sword and rest for a while first." Lu Chen heard the order and obeyed. "Yes, master." When King Cheng imagined the scene of Lu Chen holding Lu Chen, "Master, let me do it," she became utterly flustered. Then she reacted and shouted, "No." King Cheng trembled as she clung to Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "When I say I can, I can. There is no need to change people." Seeing this, he was still hesitant. But she did not let Lu Chen finish speaking and forcibly kissed him. "Cut the nonsense." While being kissed by the beauty, Lu Chen realized in his mind, "My body feels so comfortable. The conversion of spiritual power is even smoother. Why is this?" After the two separated, King Cheng calmly explained, using the mouth far from the danchan. "To convert it can consume more kai before it enters the danchan. Like this, it can be a little easier." Hearing this, Lu Chen also understood something new and murmured, "So that is how it is." Then she turned and took Lu Chen's hand, saying affectionately, "Lu Chen, come, I will transfer kai to you." She did not refuse either and reached out for King Cheng to hold her hand. Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly dodged far away, silently thinking, "Look not upon impropriety, look not upon impropriety, Amitabha," yet his eyes secretly drifted toward them. Lu Chen noticed this and waved him over. "That, master." Lu Chen blushed in suspicion after being called, "You too also." Hearing his suspicion, King Cheng frowned and said, "I do not know anything. Think of a way yourself." Senior brother, hearing this, he stared blankly with his mouth open, not knowing what to do. Lu Chen suddenly fell into confusion and tried to explain, This is not the method you wanted, junior sister." "Is it, junior sister? You are even jealous over this." But King Cheng ignored it and led Lu Chen by the hand as she walked and said, "I have not said anything at all. I already told you to think of a way yourself." From afar, two small childlike figures were watching the three and discussing. These three challengers truly are rather special, but the spiritual power they absorb is all transformed normally. It cannot reach the effect of cleansing the marrow and tempering the body at all. What a waste. Feng Ling looked down intently and continued, but what Yu Ying wants is the same as me, right? Hearing this, Yu Ying hummed in his throat and said, Feng Ling, you really are wicked. Then the two children drew their blades at the same time. Yu Ying said happily, but I like it. A voice suddenly rang out inside the stone cave below. Have you thought it through? Several people standing deep inside the stone cave asked Hua Dai. Hearing her name, Hua Dai turned back with a face full of doubt and replied, those words should be mine to ask you. 4 saintesses who were once of the shaman cult, yet now you help the tyrant do evil. How impressive. Hearing this, the 4 of them each showed different emotions, but in the end, they all denied her accusation. You are still as eloquent and sharp-tongued as ever. Do not say it like that. I miss the days when I cultivated with you back then very much. If I had a choice, Sister Hua Dai, I would not want this either. Hey, why put on such a tragic look? Are you acting? Is this not quite good too? One of them stepped forward happily to mock Hua Dai. Besides, are you not happy to see us again? Then she grabbed Huai's hand and continued, or should I say, that Saintess pointed down at the person lying in the stone slab and said, seeing him is why you are unhappy. Elsewhere, Lu Chen was still entangled with King Cheng. When he held her waist, she became shy and blushed deeply. After letting King Cheng go, Lu Chen said happily, that is about enough. Let us go, let us go. She did not say much either and only nodded in agreement. King Cheng seemed to still want to keep being held, so she fell into him and said, I still seem to feel a little uncomfortable, senior brother. Seeing this, Lu Chen tossed the beauty King Cheng back to Lu Chen and instructed Lu Chen, take her onto the sword, yes. Watching him leave, King Cheng could only call out helplessly, hey. He no longer looked relaxed, but said seriously, something is coming. Seeing this, King Cheng regained her focus and asked, could it also be someone who wants to pass through the 9 heavens ancient road? Lu Chen had already entered a fighting stance and replied, I do not know. Strange rays of light appeared in his eyes and were approaching. They are here. Li Hua and Guangdong charged over with all their strength and shouted in unison, brat die. Lu Chen raised his head and immediately guessed who had come, Guangdong, Li Hua. Then he used the sword to sweep out a slash and immediately noticed the problem. What is going on? Lu Chen gripped the sword tightly and muttered his guess. No, Guangdong cannot appear here, and neither can Li Hua. His soul should have scattered into nothingness. He used the flames from the sword to surround the two and threatened them. Who exactly are you? Reveal your true forms, otherwise I will burn you to ash. After hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. The fake Guangdong and Li Hua then spoke in turn. This brat is so adorable. I am starting to like him, Feng Ling, but the people in his mind are all terribly weak. I am very disappointed. Yu Ying, after hearing this, Lu Chen stared blankly. What? Seeing that he was being troubled, King Cheng appeared and stood in front of him, saying, what kind of monster are you? Reveal your true form at once. Feng Ling revealed his form and said calmly, little girl, your voice is a little loud. Seeing this, Yu Ying smiled brightly and replied, the ancient road has not seen such lively children in a long time. Do not be angry. Then she stepped forward and offered her own suggestion. I think we should simply make an exception and give them a chance at the trial. Hearing this, Feng Ling crossed his arms and said, a trial of the ancient road. You truly are generous. King Cheng was still full of suspicion and probed once more, where exactly did these two come from? Lu Chen flew up from behind and warned the two of them, Master, be careful, their strength is very powerful. He had also realized it and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lu Chen's mind was filled with unanswered questions, and they can even transform into the appearances of Guangdong and Li Hua. How do they know of the existence of those two? Feng Ling seemed to have heard his inner voice and snorted coldly in reply, when you do not defend your own mind and someone sees your consciousness, that is only normal. Seeing this, Lu Chen was startled and thought, in my mind, they can see through my thoughts. Seeing this, Yu Ying happily climbed onto Feng Ling and teased, it is not seeing through you, brat, it is knowing. We know everything about you, from your birth to your future extinction, even your current scheme to use the sword to disturb the spiritual power, create chaos and flee, we know it all. After hearing this, Lu Chen was even more shocked and looked down at the sword in his hand. I have been discovered. How can this be? She also flew closer to him and said, nothing is impossible. Knowing is knowing. It is not the same as discovering. Discovering is turning nothing into something, while knowing is absolute grasp of thought. But Lu Chen, fully clear-headed, swung his sword at Yu Ying. Enough, only a ghost knows what magic you people are using. Then he shouted loudly to call the other two back. Junior sister Lu Chen, help me. The two who were called immediately stepped forward. Feng Ling said a single sentence with utter calm, reckless. He opened his scarred palm, which was glowing with spiritual power, and said, choosing force inside the ancient road. Humph, you looking down on us. From that light, a circle formed. Feng Ling said calmly, fine then. A frog at the bottom of a well should also raise its head. He rushed forward, wanting to attack him, and said loudly, I am Feng Ling, not the same as Yu Ying. Feng Ling struck out with a palm, his ability freezing both Lu Chen and King Cheng in place. My ability is establishment, not the same as alteration. Under the effect of this power, the two exchanged genders. Feng Ling still said calmly, under my gaze, everything moves according to my will. Your transformation was not changed, but rather, from the very root it was established to be this way. The three of them suddenly descended into chaos again. Lu Chen turned into a kitchen utensil and said excitedly, I am a vegetable cleaver. I love smashing garlic most kill. King Cheng supported Lu Chen's waist and flirted, oh, little lady, how special. Lu Chen became a shy maiden again. Hateful, I am an untouched maiden of noble virtue. How can you? Feng Ling stood in the distance with his arms crossed and said, the power of establishment means that even the transformed person and all memories surrounding him will undergo adjustments without anyone realizing. Then he reached out and asked everyone one thing. Do you understand now? What you have offended is divine might. After being changed back to normal, the whole group stared blankly in confusion. Just now that was, I cannot accept it. I was actually a vegetable knife, a vegetable knife, a vegetable knife. Yu Ying now reappeared, stretched out his hand, and said, all right, Feng Ling, let me introduce myself properly at the end. He heard this and snorted coldly, making me act with you again. Fine. Then Feng Ling began to stretch out his hand and introduce himself. I am Feng Ling, guardian of the eternal ancient city force, the origin order of the world. Yu Ying tilted his head, revealing sparkling garnet eyes, and said, as for me I am Yu Ying, observer of countless worlds, witness to the surging tide of history. The two began posing together and introduced themselves in unison. Together we are Feng Ling and Yu Ying. Please grant us your guidance. After listening to this whole scene, Lu Chen frowned and opened his mouth. King Cheng looked at the two tiny figures high above and said, senior brother, it seems we have provoked great powers we should never have provoked. Hearing this, Lu Chen refused. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Adapt to the situation first, otherwise, if our settings are changed again, they will not be kind enough to turn us back. Yu Ying did not mind that the introduction had been ignored, and instead spoke warmly. All right, kid, do not worry, we did not come here to fight you. Feng Ling was also more relaxed now, waving at all three of them and saying, consider yourself lucky, kid. Not everyone gets the chance to challenge the eternal ancient trial. After that, a vortex appeared beneath the three of them. Then all of them were sucked into it. Lu Chen hurriedly shouted, junior sister. King Cheng also cried out in panic, senior brother. Feng Ling stood below, waving happily, enjoy yourself, kid. Yu Ying put his hands on his hips and looked down as he warned, you must hold on. The longer you endure. As Lu Chen fell into the depths below, he could still hear her voice. The closer you will come to the truth you seek. Starry night sky glittered, and on the stardust path where no human figure remained, laughter rang out. The latter stretched on, then finally fell silent amid the vast space. Wu Tianya suddenly realized he had lost his composure, wanted to say something, then stopped. Then he turned and left, filled with disappointment. Elsewhere, a volcano was erupting at this moment. In the middle of that crater was a sword being guarded with great care. One chanting incantations to guard the sword was the fifth master, Jian Qingyan. Suddenly the chains rang out, startling Jian Qingyan. She immediately leaped high into the air with force and called out loudly, who goes there? The disciples below also heard the sound. How dare someone interrupt the evil sealing ritual? Swords strapped to their backs were suddenly drawn out. Under Qingyan's command, all of them gathered together into one enormous sword. She used spiritual power to point the sword toward the enemy and roared, give up your life. That power struck the enemy and instantly created a great wave. The disciples there were also affected and had to retreat. Someone opened his eyes and was immediately shocked. Everyone charged forward at once under one person's command. Hurry, go help Lord Imperial Preceptor. Yes. When they reached a cliff, everyone was utterly shocked. This is. Everyone immediately ran off in panic, calling out, Lord Imperial Preceptor. When they arrived, they saw Jian Qingyan standing on the rocky outcrop. Several disciples shouted loudly, Lord Imperial Preceptor, are you all right? Who on earth could force you to act personally? Jian Qingyan did not answer the question, but turned her head solemnly and said, go find Yaoxi, have her notify the others, urgent hurry. Every word she spoke revealed the gravity of the matter. Tell her, I may know who the one manipulating things from behind the scenes is. Then Qingyan stayed behind alone, staring fixedly at the hand rising from the surface of the sea. This matter is of great importance. I need to meet those three in person. Elsewhere, within a massive black mist, someone's cry rang out. A pair of garnet eyes opened. After falling into the vortex, Lu Chen landed here. He wondered curiously, what is going on? Where am I? He tried to create divine fire but could not. Lu Chen grew even more suspicious. Divine fire cannot condense either. I am. He clenched his fist, looked around, and asked himself, could those two have played some trick again just now? Could I be dead now and have entered the so-called spirit purgatory? A dragon suddenly appeared behind him and answered his question. Strictly speaking, you are not dead, but if you knew your cultivation had all been erased by me, I fear you would want to just die and be done with it. Lu Chen was startled and immediately turned back, striking while cursing it. You little thing, you scared me half to death, you crow-mouthed bastard, you hateful worm. The little dragon, hurting from the beating, could only raise its head to the sky and grit its teeth. Then it turned back angrily and scolded him in return. Kid, speak politely. Lu Chen was not afraid at all and instead thought, what the hell is this thing? How strange, it is not like that dragon. But the dragon read his thoughts and explained, your thoughts are not wrong. I chose to use this image only because it is closest to your consciousness and makes communication easier. Knowing his guess was true, Lu Chen probed the dragon. You could not be one of those two transformed, could you? What do you want to do? It answered him without hesitation. I have nothing to do with the two of them. I am only the consciousness of the eternal ancient trial. The meaning of my existence is merely to explain the trial, the eternal ancient trial. The meaning of my existence is merely explain the trial. Now back to the main point, kid. Then the dragon grew larger, spread its arms, and gave a long explanation. What you said just now about death was both right and wrong. If you want to understand what this means, you should first understand what life and death are. Lu Chen also murmured the words back in confusion. What life and death are. That dragon continued teaching, opening planets amid the Milky Way to cram a long theory into him. The so-called world. All life you recognize comes from nothingness and belongs to the void. Although spiritual consciousness can pass through the 6 paths of reincarnation, a reborn person is like a boat constantly repaired, who can affirm that you of your next life will definitely be the same person. That dragon also spoke of things Lu Chen had long been curious about. Listen kid, your world is facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Your enemies are neither human nor thing. If you forcefully use concepts of life and death to scheme to kill them, then the one doomed beyond redemption will surely be you. After hearing this, Lu Chen was also bewildered, neither human nor thing. Then he rudely hurried forward and asked a series of questions that left the dragon helpless. You mean, you know the root of the ancient poison? Tell me what I must do to completely eliminate that thing. And what was the illusion I saw before? After pondering for a while, it finally gave one sentence: your answer must be found by yourself. After speaking, it transformed into many forms of his old enemies and said, come try to eliminate them. Lu Chen pointed at each one and murmured, these people, very familiar, have I met them before? The dragon immediately explained, these people are all figures from your memory. The trial will go from easy to difficult. First try to eliminate this primordial spirit realm enemy. Then he took out his own sword and said arrogantly, only the primordial spirit realm. He swung the sword down in a slash and declared, this one blade is more than enough to eliminate them. But when the sword slashed down, it was instead bounced back, shocking Lu Chen. What? Lu Chen stepped back, rubbed his hand, and asked in disbelief, how is this possible? They are only rotten fish and dead shrimp of the primordial spirit realm, yet I actually failed. The dragon now arrogantly provoked him. Wrong kid. I just told you, your cultivation has been temporarily stripped away. Right now, you do not have even the slightest cultivation. You are like a blank sheet of paper. Moved closer to him, flipped once, and pointed around. An ordinary person, even with a good physique and a divine weapon in hand, absolutely cannot injure an immortal cultivator. Is this not common sense? Lu Chen, with his hand still trembling, understood. So that is it. No wonder the divine fire cannot condense, but seemed to realize the crucial point and affirmed, but this kind of cultivation has no suppression of realms, so it basically has no meaning. If you cannot win, then you cannot win. The dragon raised its face and laughed contemptuously. Is that so? I told you, the essence of the eternal trial is to make you understand what life and death are, and how to kill an existence that cannot be killed. It continued, conjuring even more enemies, then spread its arms and said, all things in this world are formed from gathered spiritual particles. The dragon took up the sword, pointed at those men, and explained, if something is formed, there must be order, and if there is order, everything must exist in balance. Strange lines of text or symbols appeared in the space along with the dragon's lecture. As long as you can find the alignment that represents balance. The sword blade pointed at those particles as the dragon said, even without the slightest cultivation. Then it used a single sword strike to cut all those particles in half. One blow is enough. Seeing this, Lu Chen excitedly opened his mouth wide and praised, damn, that is so cool. The dragon turned to him and sat. Go on then. First, do not entrust their lives. Train until you can destroy 3 people with 1 sword before talking. Lu Chen heard this and asked in confusion, the alignment. The dragon outside revealed a smile, but many thoughts churned in its mind. This brat seems very enthusiastic, and he was not fooled by me. It seems old Manga had his reasons for recommending him, but it turned its head, closed its eyes, and stopped looking at him as it thought. Being enthusiastic does not mean having comprehension, the way I see it. This brat has plenty of petty cleverness, but no great wisdom yet. His observation is sharp. This first trial too. Suddenly, Lu Chenished, slashing through everything, and called out, done, startling the dragon into crying out. What? He lifted up a cluster of intact particles and asked, how is it? Does this count? What is the next trial? The The dragon instantly fell into confusion and cried out, how did you do it? Its face was filled with terror and shock, every thought written clearly across it. This first trial is only finding the alignment. Back then, countless people spent tens of thousands of years without being able to break through it. This brat learned it in less than a minute. When it looked at Lu Chen's glowing red eyes, it realized, wait, your eyes are… The dragon immediately moved closer, pressing its face near to stare into his eyes. How is this possible? Lu Chen was startled by the sudden closeness and cursed, hey, what the hell are you trying to do? It looked into his eyes, it saw 5 women appear and thought, these 5, did they not pass the trial before? Why would their remaining divine consciousness appear inside his eyes? The dragon frowned and immediately understood the key to the matter. No wonder he could find the alignment in less than 1 minute. With such mighty beings clinging to his mind and eyes all year round, the potential of his physique, eyesight, and intuition are no longer ordinary. Not even geniuses can reach this level. After thinking this, it asked in a voice full of suspicion, brat, who exactly are you? In a remote place filled with rocky mountains, the sky was pitch black with storms, thunder and lightning roaring. 2 people stood guard before the entrance of a temple. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over and drew their attention, causing both of them to collapse. Huadai, the one who'd used that fragrance, stood behind the wall and whispered, done. Then she ran off quickly, thinking as she ran, while I have the chance, I must find a way to send the news out. When Huadai ran past a statue, its eyes lit up red and it shook its head. Elsewhere, Lu Chen was facing another Nunam. They were all incarnations at the primordial body realm. He looked at them, his lips pressed tight, unable to say a word. Then Lu Chen revealed a satisfied smile and said, I found it. Just as his words ended, those primordial body realm incarnations had already charged into attack. After dealing with that group, Lu Chen turned to the dragon and said, next. Seeing this, the dragon frowned and thought to itself, this is becoming harder and harder to believe. While creating other incarnations, it pondered, this brat broke through the primordial spirit realm trial in less than 3 days while his cultivation was suppressed. Now I finally know why old man Gu could rest assured and let Feng Ling and Yu Ying bring this brat here. The dragon created an extremely powerful incarnation while thinking, this leisurely pace is nothing like training at all. I may as well summon one at the Emperor realm. No, even the Saint realm will do. It laughed loudly and said directly to Lu Chen's face, brat, let me see how far an old lover can push you. I hope old man Gu's judgment was not wrong. It turned out the enemy it created this time was Li Hua. Lu Chen cried out in surprise when he saw her. Li Hua. The dragon said, brat, come on. Let me see whether you can still stroll through this so easily when facing a Saint realm powerhouse. Lu Chen frowned, killing intent surging from him as he asked, you brat, you piqued to my thoughts again. Seeing this, the dragon laughed even louder and mocked him. Such a trivial matter is not important. What matters is how you will overcome the next challenge. It showed him a smug, provocative look. Next, your enemies will become stronger and stronger. Let me see how far you can go with your body after your cultivation has been suppressed. Elsewhere, King Cheng lay on a bed, her face flushed. She suddenly started and sat upright in bed, calling out, senior brother. Lu Chen held a cup of tea and asked with concern, you are awake? King Cheng stared blankly when she saw her. She took the teacup and asked with a worried face, where is senior brother? Lu Chen replied calmly, for now, you cannot see him. Suddenly, King Cheng cried out in surprise, wait. She looked at the teacup reflecting Lu Chen's face and asked, you handed me tea, are you not a sword spirit? King Cheng immediately became alert and asked, where did you get a physical body? And where is this? Hearing this, Lu Chen covered her mouth and laughed, what is wrong? She moved close and pressed down on King Cheng as she teased, does me having a physical body surprise you that much? Have we not touched each other before? King Cheng remained clear-headed and replied, this is different, where is your sword body? Lu Chen teased King Cheng with her fingertip, making her blush while answering, I temporarily swapped states with my sword body. Right now the sword is using its spirit body state to help master, so now you know why I have a flesh body. King Cheng, flustered by the teasing, could only stammer out, so that is how it is. Seeing this, Lu Chen still kept moving closer. What now, are you shy? King Cheng grew even more flustered, but you are leaning too close. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar, stopping Lu Chen's actions. Alright, you two, stop messing around. Gu Tianya walked in front with Yu Yang and Feng Ling behind him. He asked with concern, girl, how do you feel now? King Cheng saw a familiar person and called out, Martial Uncle. King Cheng's attention quickly fell on Feng Ling and Yu Yang, and also, she hurriedly rushed off the bed into a defensive stance and shouted, you two? Where is senior brother? Martial uncle, hurry over here. Senior brother's unknown whereabouts are all because of them. Yu Yang and Feng Ling looked at each other in silence. Then the two of them and Gu Tianya laughed and said, girl, you are still protecting him like this. But do not worry. Under King Cheng's anxious gaze, he affirmed that brat is doing very well right now. Amid his affirmation, an image of Lu Chen lying collapsed on a bed appeared. At least he is still doing very well right now. The sky outside was already bright, and the flowering tree had also fully bloomed. Only then did Gu Tianya say, "Right, this matter is my fault. I did not tell you children in advance." In short, then he welcomed King Cheng to a new town filled with flower petals. Welcome, children, to the end of the nine heavens, ancient road, Misty Town. The bustling image of the town's residents appeared through Gu Tianye's words. Misty Town is located at the end of the ancient heavenly road, and is also the place where the ancient road's primordial spiritual energy gathers. He led King Cheng and Lu Chen around to look about. Most of the people here are powerhouses who have walked through the nine heavens ancient road, but because of many reasons they did not want to leave, so they built a small town here. Tianya continued instructing her on important matters, so do not underestimate anyone here. Even a street beggar has at least celestial lord cultivation. At the same time, an old woman with a basket of fruit approached King Cheng, offering by a string of Lyki, irrigated with spiritual power. Very sweet. King felt suspicious at these words. Why so? King Cheng hurriedly turned to ask Lu Chen with surprise. So it is possible to regain the body, she did not deny in response. Correct, fortunately there is spiritual energy here, and Mr. Tian Ya helped me briefly recover the new life. Seeing this, Tian Ya turned back and snorted coldly. Do not thank me. My helping you temporarily restore your body is only to briefly separate you from that boy's consciousness. After all, trial practice only allows one person to participate. Staying on him brings 100 harms without benefit. King Cheng turned pale and quickly asked, so senior brother, what exactly is he doing? But Tianya was evasive, only exhaling one word, shell. Both girls were surprised, eyes wide, shell. Under the night sky filled with petals floating through the town, Tianya affirmed, correct, that is the nature, replacing Huadai and me who were weak back then. Pausing a moment, he finally concluded, shell, that's all. Elsewhere, Lu Chen had been flung far away by Li Hua to the point of crying out in pain. Due to inattention, Lu Chen had not prepared for Li Hua circling behind. He muttered inwardly, it's over. He grabbed Lu Chen's head with sharp hands. Then Li Hua boldly slammed Lu Chen's entire body to the ground. Not finished, Li Hua continued throwing Lu Chen. Finally, he kicked Lu Chen flying far away. He was flung several meters, landing on the ground with dust rising in a cloud. Lu Chen struggled to support himself on the ground. He lay prone, mouth full of syrup, cursing silently, yet still retaliating at the ribs. Must have broken 3 leg bones, were exhausted too. A dragon nearby laughed smugly, mocking him. Boy, is this your strength? Like a paper on a window. Tear at a poke. Lu Chen, provoked, gritted his teeth to stand and retort. Watch your words. If it were you, using a body with no cultivation against the holy realm, would have been dead long ago. But the dragon said something that stunned Lu Chen. Not necessarily. Stroking its beard, the dragon pointed at him. I told you. All things gather spiritual power, structured orderly. Even immortals cannot escape this law. The next lesson it taught him left Lu Chen dazed. First lesson, find the body's standard line. Second lesson, find the standard line forming the opponent's technique, able to see the particle movement to spiritual power. As it spoke the last sentence, Li Hua circled behind to attack, so you can proceed smoothly. This time the dragon grabbed Li Hua's hand to help him. Lu Chen had completely not sensed his aura. The dragon, its hand pulled by Li Hua, did not get angry but sneered at him. By the way, though I take dragon form, my cultivation is actually nothing, understand? Lu Chen's face full of irritation, muttering to it, really an annoying creature. Then he took battle stance, gripping his sword facing Li Hua, saying standard line particle movement, right? Closed his eyes, lifted the sword, asserting, I'll find it for you. Li Hua and he both began to mobilize strong spiritual power. Your voice rang to the heavens. I even thought you might actually be able to do it. Dragon flew above Lu Chen, but what you have done is already enough. After all, no one has ever reached this step after only 3 days. It looked at him, struggling to brace himself and stand, then praised him. Besides, at this step, falling is only normal. Even those who passed had to spend hundreds of thousands of years. You already, he had no time for nonsense and told it, continue. The fierce dragon roared at him, fool, this is a real fight against true Saint Realm cultivation. If you force yourself any further, you will die. Suddenly, it noticed a very strange detail. Wait, the dragon said in disbelief, brat, you only suffered some scratches, that cannot be. It began to doubt its life because of this person, and thinking carefully, when attacked by the Saint Realm before, he had only broken bones, not to the point of losing his life. Could it be? The dragon carefully observed all of him and speculated. This brat unconsciously sensed the baseline of the moves from the start and dodged to a certain degree. What is with this brat? What terrifying battle instinct? What kind of daily training did he go through? I have to take a look. To find the answer, it rushed fiercely into Lu Chen to investigate. It saw the scene of many people teaching him together. These are his memories, that is his master. There is no mistake. I have to see his daily training. Dragon could not believe he had been forced through such harsh training since childhood. Master Huadai was threatening the little boy. Stand up, Chenner. Your master Huadai never liked fighting to begin with, and she has already held back. If you are lazy again, then I will be the one to take action. She threw the little boy down. Continue, your swordsmanship still needs to keep improving. Then Su Ying came as well, and me too today. Try sparring with all of us at once. The more the dragon watched, the more it pitied the child. Is this training something a human can endure? Back in the present, it looked at Lu Chen in fear, training with such powerful experts since childhood. This brat, is he truly human? Perhaps he really can do it. Lu Chen will most likely become the first person in history to pass the trial and obtain ancient cultivation. The scene shifted elsewhere. Su Ying stepped into the manor. Seeing her arrive, someone shouted loudly, "Grand Master Su is here." She pushed the door open with a heavy bang and asked loudly, "Everyone is here." Ye Ru sat on a chair and said, "You finally came," she retorted. "Was it not you people who called me over in such a hurry?" Su Ying cried out in shock. "Yao Zhu," she asked urgently, "what is going on?" Su Ying questioned them. "Did we not agree that unless it was extremely urgent, the 5 of us were absolutely not to leave our posts even if we died?" Ye Ru showed her something. "If it were not extremely urgent, why would we have called you here in such haste?" She heard Ye Ru say, "First, look at the thing King Gian brought earlier with her spatial ring, the corpse of the demon race." Something horrifying lay on the ground, she said doubtfully. "This is the corpse of the demon race." Then she reacted. "How is that possible? The demon race was thoroughly sealed away long ago together with the angel race. The 5 of us have done our utmost all these years to maintain the stability of the seal. How could this happen?" Ye Ru had thought the same before. If we had not seen it with our own eyes, we would also find it very hard to believe. Suddenly they heard a voice. "Let me explain." When they looked over, something exploded and smoke billowed everywhere. A person walked out from the smoke. In brief, this is part of an arm severed from the mysterious creature that attacked the evil sword mound before. Jian Qing appeared with a great sword. "I suspect the demon race has returned, and not only that." They could not believe the thing in her hand. "A new sword of the demon race. Where did you get this thing?" As she spoke, she raised the sword and swung it toward the corpse of the demonic creature. "You will know once you look. I only discovered it after checking the seal of the evil sword mound after that day. After I severed the arm that day, a few pieces of tissue fell onto the evil sword, and this scene appeared. The thing was cut and oozed purple fluid. What is this?" Yao Zi gaped. It actually reacted. "This is not right." Ye Ru was just as shocked. Logically speaking, weapons forged by the demon race should share the same pulse as them and cannot harm the demon race. Su Ying said loudly, "Jian Qingyan, what exactly does this mean?" He replied calmly, "Very simple. Weapons of the demon race cannot harm members of the demon race. Everyone knows that. But this kind of violent reaction, you should all have seen it before. This is not the remnant of the demon race at all. Or rather, this thing. All of them seem to understand, you mean." Several people gather around the demon corpse, each giving their own thought. "Indeed, the only weapons that can cause reaction in the demon race belong to the angel race. You mean, this thing is a remnant of the angel race, but why does it look like?" Ye Ru interrupted. "No, there is one possibility, Jian Qingyan, I know what you mean." Ye Ru trembled with rage. "I never expected that this day would actually come with you, the angel race and the demon race." Jian Qing agreed with her words indeed. No one could have imagined that enemies from tens of millions of years ago would join hands, and I am afraid this alliance has lasted for countless years, long enough to give birth to a monstrous hybrid between the angel race and the demon race. After assessing the situation, Su Ying came to a conclusion. "Then the strange things happening around us in recent days are likely caused by them making trouble." Jian Qing added, "Huadai's disappearance is probably related as well." Ye Ru seemed to regret it. "Had I known this earlier, I should have let Zhan Wushuan go with Chenner. Now that Chenner is involved in this matter, I fear whether he lives or dies." She immediately pulled someone along to leave. "Qingyan, come with me to find Chenner. This matter is no longer suitable for that child to get involved in. We will bring him back to the Sword Emperor Palace." When the two were about to leave, Su Ying suddenly flew over and blocked the door, stopping them from going. Wait, this action angered the other two. Su Ying Xia Yu. She was also displeased with their intention. "If you two also leave your posts at will, would that not give the angel race and the demon race an opening?" She tried to reason with them. "The 5 of us all carry the mission of sealing the 5 great sects of the 2 races from the immortal demon war tens of millions of years ago. You all know our responsibility very clearly in your hearts." They listened to her in solemn silence. Now that Huadai is missing, the seal she is responsible for is on the brink of danger. Those 2 races must also be eyeing it like hungry tigers. Therefore, we cannot abandon our posts even more. You all know that each ring of the seal is connected. If Huadai's seal is broken, and the 2 races return to the 10 realms again, then no matter where Chenner is, we will not be able to protect him. With her clarity, Su Ying stressed, "Hold to our duties, everyone. What we can do for Chenner is defend the seal to the death, so the demon race and the divine race cannot disturb Chenner while he rescues Huadai. And whether Huadai can be rescued, whether the weakness in her seal can be stabilized, will all depend on Chenner. We must do our utmost to support that child." After hearing her earnest explanation, they all understood. You are right at this moment. We can only trust Chenner later. The people of Jiaoqi will come to help Yiru resist the barbarian race. I will also send some to meet Zhan Wushuang. When the time comes, if you need any weapons or magical treasures, just say so. The emergency meeting ended here and they each returned home. Then let it be so. Everyone go back. Yiru watched their figures fly away and murmured, the angel race and the demon race, Chenner. The scene shifted to Lu Chen. He declared, in this chess game, I will be the absolute center. Su Ying looked forward to it greatly. Everything depends on you. A desolate forest appeared and curses rang out from a certain cave, useless trash. Several women shouted at a group of people, hurry up and find her. Hearing this, they immediately obeyed and ran off. Hua Dai hid in a corner of the cave and poked her head out to observe the situation. Only after seeing that group leave did she let out a breath of relief. They are gone. The best moment was now. She ran outside. Next, I must find the seal of Tianzi. She thought to herself, as long as I rescue him, I will not have to swallow this anger anymore. Hua Dai sped up and leaped across several stone slabs. I must find him quickly. 4 bald men were standing guard in front of the door. She used magic to make them faint. Then she acted quickly, aware that the guards might notice at any moment. She had to hurry. Hua Dai commanded, fire dieted me. She lifted the boulder with magic. Not enough. She had to add more strength. Celestial envoy, I will definitely save you, even if it takes all my power. She was almost successful, just a little more. Unfortunately, she was caught by them. Hua Dai, you really have come. You truly are my fine disciple. Hua Dai flinched and asked her why. His appearance shocked her. He was supposed to be dead. Could he be the celestial envoy? Impossible. I have known the celestial envoy for hundreds of years. From the first day of apprenticeship, he would not deceive me. He handled the ice while speaking. Have you ever wondered, does this world really have someone called the celestial envoy? The ice dissipated, leaving only water, and upon learning the seal was inherited in the body of the heir of the ancient bloodline, it was you, the so-called celestial envoy. This was a trap I designed specifically for you. Hua Dai recalled her own past conditions. The one she called master revealed his true face, taking you as a disciple to let you gradually uncover my secret, ultimately letting you defeat me, then using He Yun to impulsively attack the immortal demon clan, luring Zhu Ji to seal them, the main goal being, only then could one escape the 10 realms, approach the seal of the 2 divine demon clans. Do you understand now? While speaking he channeled power, and the relic was never of this world. The chaos in Ning City before was merely to allow this relic to absorb enough spiritual blood. He exuded a dark aura. All of everything was only for this moment. 2 giants appeared, one being the 24 demon god, Wen Shen, the other the 12-pillar god, Tian Qian. He shouted, come forth, welcome the solitary relic. He laughed wickedly, even as mere illusions of the 2 gods. They had already begun to lift the seal within you. I have awaited this moment, Hua Dai, since meeting you. All plans have been completed. Then he reached out his massive hand to Hua Dai, even including today when you used all your strength to save the celestial envoy. After all, if you had not exhausted yourself, how could I have used your weakness to lift the seal within you? He commanded mercilessly. Now, Didi, start with her, lift the seal. At that moment an unexpected event occurred. He realized, no, the seal was not in your body. He angrily asked her, why is there nothing in your body? She weakly held her injured arm and said, only now discovered, too late. In a moment she thought of Lu Chen. The seal had long been transferred, just that I did not tell you by whom. In the end, only I knew. Even that boy did not know. Because she lost her seal, the master became uncontrollably furious and struck her detestable. He knocked her to the ground and began to threaten, keep silent. Then do not blame me for being rude. If you refuse to reveal, I will start with those you know, killing one by one. Hearing this, Hua Dai panicked. He continued, then start with the late Tian Ye. I have long disliked that boy. Then he ordered his 2 subordinates, go, find that boy, kill him. Stop here to arrive at Zhenpiaodiu. The 2 giants appeared on a cliff. Unexpectedly, the boy hid in the old path, unharmed. They observed below to identify the target, old Tianya and the one beside him. Deal with them. Lu Chen was gasping but still insisted, do not spare them. The 2 giants sent to act began to move. They charged downward. The observers were surprised by the 2 beams of light. Master, are these from above the town? Tianya looked up in horror, unable to speak. This is. Seconds later, a huge explosion occurred. Lu Chen sensed it, suspecting an earthquake. Even the dragon was affected. He asked it, why are you trembling? Cold, it replied, trembling, unmistakable. This feeling is the master. It urged Lu Chen, boy, you must run or we will all die. He did not understand what it meant. Then a scene of ruin and smoke appeared in its memory. They had returned. He tried to clarify, so, who exactly were they you spoke of? The 2 giants had landed, destroying everything below. Could this make you so terrified? The people together raised their swords and shouted, which demon dare to trespass here? One across extended a hand. A poisonous aura appeared. The other leapt up yelling, feed me. But unexpectedly, the sword wielder was drained of blood, body shriveled. Those around were left with skeletons falling in the air. The people calmly observed and mocked, fools, before humans set foot here. The nine heavens' ancient path was the main of our divine demons. Now you dare challenge us after occupying our nest. Wen Shen looked at the two beside him and asked coldly, illusion bodies, are you determined not to act? Wen Shen extended his hand, face cruel, spoke loudly, pitiful, possessing supreme strength, yet only able to observe this world, unable to participate in anything affecting history. So your power feels more like a curse. At that moment a sword fused with a mace appeared in his hand. Wen Shen spoke, but if you do not act. Then he struck the ground below, I will be merciless. On the other side, Lu Chen witnessed the scene through Jiang, shouting in dissatisfaction. Previously you were so brutal. Why yield so easily? Hai Long beside him sighed helplessly. This is inevitable. Fengling Ying Yu is subject to duty. This is fate. Lu Chen angrily grabbed Hai Long's neck and cursed, damned fate, you drew us into this, you cowardly. What of my junior sister, Lu Chen, and my master, what will they do? Hai Long shook off Lu Chen's hand and shouted, boy, I reveal my hand to you. Hai Long's eyes now burned with killing intent, then continued, it is the embodiment of the ancient path. Seconds later Hai Long transformed into a large phoenix. A shout beside him proclaimed, divine beast, Tin Thien. Tin Thien looked at him and challenged, your final trial is to use all the skills you have learned to defeat me. If you can, the spiritual power within me will be fully transferred to you within your capacity. Lu Chen glared at Tin Thien and shouted, go, strike quickly, I cannot wait to go out and kill those two. On the other side, a scene of ruin and devastation. The embryo child anxiously looked at King Cheng and asked, are you all right? King Cheng weakly replied, yes, Tian Ye, reminded that to kill these two, one must wait for your senior brother to finish the trial. King Cheng glanced back hesitantly, said, I understand, only that. King Cheng whispered, Lu Chen has not been seen since that strike, she will not. Hearing this, Tian Ye became increasingly panicked, shouting, Lu Chen, it's over. Loud sound attracted Wen Shen and Tian Qian ahead. A shout rang, you too. Lu Chen was now restrained, eyes blazing red. She angrily said, I remember you. I remember the stench on you. Thinking of the innocent who fell, Lu Chen could not contain the fury in his heart. Divine clan, demon clan, you. Lu Chen gripped Liu Shen in her hand. Her vicious gaze locked tight as she charged forward. All of you deserve to die. As the words fell, the weapons of the three clashed together in battle. The destructive force was immense, just as all three continued to exchange blows. Lu Chen's gaze grew fierce, and she shouted loudly. With a single slash, Lu Chen landed safely on the ground. But at that moment, right behind that person's body, the wound rapidly healed. Heavenly Scourge looked at her and asked, is this not the sword spirit of the famed sword, Lu Chen, from back then? Tianya beside him replied, who would have thought that after so many long years, little dagger treasured blade, you still have not grown old? Those two furiously stretched out their hands. Waves of poisonous goo covered the sky, and they said smugly, if this were back then, you might have succeeded in ambushing us. But in this place where gods and demons were born, within the nine heavens' ancient road, our strength can be replenished at any time. As the words fell, the two charged forward with vicious intent. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, pay the price for your ignorance. Dry, barren earth was struck until dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Tian Ya and Plague God charged toward Lu Chen together. Lu Chen stood alone and stubbornly resisted those two, but she was continually forced back. Lu Chen looked at the two before her, gritted her teeth, and cried out, T.S. Plague God gritted his teeth, looked at her, and said, the game is over, little dagger. Heavenly Scourge was not inferior either, looking at Lu Chen before him and shouting smugly, die. At that moment, an explosion erupted, and the space sank into a haze of dust. Heavenly Scourge opened his mouth in disbelief and shouted, what? Tianya charged over to block a sword strike, looked at that group, and replied, it seems I am still a treasured blade that has not grown old. Lu Chen beside him asked in confusion, why did you save me? Tianya glanced at her, the reason. Immediately after, Plague God and Heavenly Scourge were forced back, and Tianya explained, it is very simple. This world is about to fall into violent chaos. That brat needs your power. Plague God gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and said, damn it, are humans nowadays all this bold? Heavenly Scourge's furious face brimmed with murderous intent. You even dare challenge heavenly gods, you must die. The two charged forward together, aiming at Tianya head, accept death. Tianya quietly instructed Lu Chen, that brat will definitely come, protect the others. Tianya said softly, I will go one step ahead. Lu Chen beside him cried out, old man. But at this moment, waves of light surged toward them one after another. The rays of light reached Plague God and Heavenly Scourge, leaving them deeply shocked. The next second, they were bound tightly. Heavenly Scourge said in disbelief, what is this? This spiritual power can actually affect our spiritual power. Plague God shouted fiercely, who is it that merely relying on leaking spiritual energy could make us feel threatened? Plague God and Heavenly Scourge looked around searching and said in unison, "Who exactly is it?" Across from them, Lu Chen quietly asked Tianya, "Did you do something?" Yanya replied awkwardly, "No, it was not me. This could it be?" King Cheng walked over from behind and called out, "Martial uncle." King Cheng recognized it joyfully and explained, "It is senior brother. That spiritual power just now was senior brother's. He must have succeeded." Tianya's face turned stunned. The corner of Tianya's mouth lifted, and he smiled. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly, praising without end. "Ha ha 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 ha. Brat, as expected of you, you actually passed the final trial." King Cheng beside him asked in confusion, "The final trial?" Lu Chen also spoke up, "You mean master is about to return?" Tianya summoned his sword god while replying to the two of them. "That's right. If I am not mistaken, the shockwave just now was overflowed when he absorbed the spiritual power of the Nine Heavens' ancient road. Once he returns, we will surely win." Tianya rode his sword into the sky and said loudly, "Everyone of the Nine Heavens' ancient road, hear my words." The people below looked toward Tianya and listened attentively. "The world is now in danger, gods and demons have returned, and the Nine Heavens' ancient road, as everyone has heard, will be their first stop, but it is not yet time to despair. The brat I recommended before has already passed the final round of the trial." The people of the Nine Heavens' ancient road spoke together in joy. "We are saved, we are saved." Looking toward the crowd below, Tianya calmly continued, "Everyone, you have come to the Nine Heavens' ancient road to live in seclusion and avoid the world for long enough. All of you were once renowned figures in the 10 domains." Beside them, Heavenly Scourge broke free of the encirclement and interrupted in dissatisfaction. "Hateful mortals, once I recover, I will make you pay." Tianya continued speaking without pause, "But our only hope now is him." Tianya firmly pointed at Heavenly Scourge and Plague God and shouted, "As old seniors, it is time to stand up." The entire crowd charged forward to fight Plague God and Heavenly Scourge. Tianya took the lead and said powerfully, "Everyone follow me. Buy time for that brat charge. Protect the trial taker." Heavenly Scourge lightly swept out his poisonous goo claws and forced back the crowd, shouting in dissatisfaction, "Ignorant fools." He waved his hand once more and continued, "You think you can profane the gods with just yourselves." Tianya was forced back, trembling in pain as he grimaced and said softly, "Brat, it seems what I can do only amounts to this from here on. It all depends on you." He said with trust, "You must pass the trial." On Lu Chen's side at this moment, he lay on the ground, writhing in pain. Looking toward Spirit Virtue, he replied, "I never thought my attack would be this ineffective." Spirit Virtue flapped his wings and flew in the sky. Looking at him as he refuted, "No, you did it." Spirit Virtue continued praising him. That was already very good. Spirit Virtue's entire body vanished, golden feathers falling down, and Spirit Virtue said, "Can you feel it, my spiritual power?" Lu Tian's entire body seemed to receive a colossal surge of power at this moment. He clenched his fist and said comfortably, "I can feel it, my whole body feels incredibly refreshed." Looking towards Spirit Virtue flying in the air, Lu Chen proposed, "Since that is the case, then hand over all of your remaining spiritual power to me." He looked towards Spirit Virtue and said resolutely, "I have to use it." Thinking of Plague God and Heavenly Scourge endlessly slaughtering innocents, he gritted his teeth and said, "To blast those two dog-headed beasts away." Elsewhere, the cosmic tree grew larger and larger, its tassels spreading everywhere. A wicked serpent dragon, its whole body filled with poisonous goo, bared its long fangs. But at this moment, a loud shout rang out, "Mere divine abominations! You dare invade this sealing evil place!" The serpent dragon was startled and clamped its mouth shut. In midair, a crimson formation opened and a figure appeared. That person continued, just as King Yin said, "The freaks bred by the two races of gods and demons truly are unbearably foul things. There is no need to be polite when dealing with filthy objects like this. I will send you on to mortality." As the words fell, the girl spoke and gave an order. 12 heavenly stems formation, crimson lightning bolts struck down from the formation ground. They struck continuously toward the cosmic tree below. Su Ying looked at the scene ahead with a solemn face. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the serpent dragon grew larger, opened its mouth, and a sphere of demonic energy inside was about to shoot out. Su Ying said calmly, "Oh, I thought there would be something new." At that moment, at the spiral tower, 2 all-heaven birds flew through the sky. Second Master Yao Shai stood atop the tower and said sternly, "It seems the divine and demon races came prepared this time." Meanwhile, on the heaven-defying palace's side, Enro kept fighting the spiritual creature before her with all her might and said fiercely, "Su Yingxia was right. If the 4 of us leave our positions, it will be a catastrophe that overturns the 10 realms." Things were not any better on the evil sword tome side. Jiang King strained to block the monsters in front of her. Jiang King said softly with some helplessness, "Chenner, this game is about to end. Checkmate can only be left to you." Master Huadai had also been captured by 5th Master's master. He opened the image mirror and showed her every battle scene from before. 5th Master's master said loudly in triumph, "The countless ages of schemes laid by the heavenly gods and the demon race. The goo poison accumulated through endless years. All were for this moment. Hua Dai knelt with a frail face. Fifth Master's master continued, "You have been standing still all these years, yet never imagined the divine and demon races were also learning. These 4 divine abominations were created specifically to counter their abilities. Lifting the seals is only a matter of time." Fifth Master's face turned vicious as he looked at Hua Dai and questioned her. "But there is no aura of the seal on old Tianya. Where exactly did you hide the final seal?" Hua Dai retorted resolutely. "Don't even dream of succeeding." His eyes were bloodshot as he looked toward her and said calmly, "It does not matter if you refuse to speak. The 9 Heavens ancient road has already been suppressed by the 2 divine demons. Even if I have to search every inch, I will find the seal." Right at that moment, strange currents of energy appeared, and he became alert. The aura of the seal, though it is on the 9 Heavens ancient road, it is concealed by a spatial wall. So that is it, the trial space. Hua Dai's gaze froze and she was stunned. On the flaming mountainside, heavenly punishment grabbed Tianya by the neck and lifted him high, questioning him. Where did the source of that power just now come from? The seal, where exactly is it? Tianya groaned in pain. Heavenly punishment warned sinisterly. "Must I destroy each of you one by one before you understand that resistance is futile?" Just then, a voice rang out. "Found it. The one carrying the seal is in the trial space of the 9 Heavens ancient road," startling both of them. Heavenly punishment threw Tianya far away and said happily, "So it was hidden there." The plague god beside him added, "Do you think hiding someone in another space can let them escape our pursuit?" The plague god reached out and shattered the formation above, saying mockingly, "Knave." Tianya's face filled with shock, and both King Cheng and Lu Chen stared open-mouthed at the scene before them. Heavenly Punishment's face turned savage. He bared his teeth at the group and said, "Heh, let me drag out your life-saving straw and grant you complete despair." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out, and a stream of demonic energy rushed forward. Lu Chen shouted anxiously, "They still discovered it." King Cheng frowned and continued, "Senior brother's trial is not over yet. If these 2 demon heads find him, then everything will." Tianya slowly stood up and said weakly, "We absolutely cannot let this happen. You 2 follow my instructions and help me draw their attention for a while. Even if I must risk this old life, I have to hold them back." Lu Chen agreed. King Cheng looked toward Tianya and called out loudly, "Martial uncle." On the other side, Heavenly Punishment laughed proudly. "Haha, I found him." Right behind Tianya, Lu Chen and King Cheng rushed forward together and shouted in unison, "Don't even think of succeeding." Right after that, a burst of divine fire rushed out. The faces of the 3 people behind him went blank. Heavenly Punishment's eyes were still crimson, and he fell into confusion. Heavenly Punishment still reached out, channeling demonic energy toward that place. Divine fire surged up into a towering pillar, and the voice behind it continued to ring out, "Let me teach you villains a principle." Hearing that familiar voice, King Cheng trembled as tears streamed down her face. That person continued, "When the protagonist wants to enter the stage, he will naturally enter the stage." Lu Chen appeared at that moment with overwhelming presence, looked at the group and said arrogantly, "When I do not want to appear, none of you can rush me." King Cheng below called out joyfully, "Senior brother." On the other side, Fifth Master's master angrily clutched the image mirror before him and kept shouting, "No, impossible." Looking toward Lu Chen, that man said in dissatisfaction, "Who is this brat? The aura of the seal is on him, but he can actually injure a demon god on the 9 Heavens ancient road." He glanced toward Hua Dai and asked doubtfully, could it be that he was not in the trial space merely to hide his traces, but was truly challenging the eternal trial? Hua Dai looked at the old man and answered calmly, only realizing that now. That man clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "Absurd. No one has ever passed the complete eternal trial before, relying on this brat alone. How could he be worthy?" Hua Dai looked at him and retorted, "It is precisely because he is worthy that the 5 of us spared nothing to take him as our disciple, and I dare to place my bet on him." Hua Dai stood up, looked toward her master, and reminded him softly, "Master, this disciple has already revealed the card in her hand. Do you still dare to raise the bet?" On the other side, Heavenly Punishment saw him and spoke, "The seal is on this one." The plague god reminded him cautiously, "But on him there also seems to be another familiar spiritual energy aura." Seeing the fiery aura on Lu Chen, the plague god said in dissatisfaction, "Jingshan, it is you as a divine beast. You actually aid the lowly human race, biting back your master." Jingshan appeared and answered him, "What I obey is the heavenly god race that devotes itself to the order of heaven, earth, and all living beings under heaven, not something as fallen and wretched as you are now, colluding with the demon race." Lu Chen added proudly, "Did you hear that? Your divine beast has now abandoned darkness for light." Plague god said sternly in anger, "Very well. After I exterminate all humanity and lift the divine and demon seals, I will pour goo poison into your body and teach you again who the true master is. Heavenly punishment. What are you still waiting for? Heavenly punishment looked at his severed hand and said anxiously, it cannot recover. I cannot control the spiritual energy at the severed place. The plague god shouted in disbelief. What? Lu Chen held the divine weapon in his hand and explained calmly, all things in heaven and earth are formed from spiritual energy particles. As long as the connection is severed, the flow of spiritual power can be cut off. Of course, it cannot recover. Right now, I have only cut off one of your hands. His face turned sly, and he looked at him as he continued, guess which leg of yours I will cut off next. Heavenly punishment, humiliated, shouted in resentment, a mere human dare show such disrespect. The plague god beside him also shouted, we must crush him to death, one finger is enough. As soon as the words fell, the plague god slashed fiercely toward Lu Chen with his sword Dai. Lu Chen assessed inwardly with vigilance. What must be cut is not spiritual power, but the center line of even finer particles, an even more delicate connection. Lu Chen swiftly shifted position and realized in his mind, if this can be done, the difference in spiritual power can tear the whole into fragments. Seeing him easily dodge, the plague god cried out in shock. What? Lu Chen looked at the sword in his hand and sighed, Hiya, how frustrating. It seems I am still not very skilled at using a blade condensed from spiritual power. Lu Chen reached behind him and shouted, Lu Chen, come. Lu Chen behind him heard it. His face grew solemn and he quickly replied, yes. Lu Chen then returned to the form of Liao Shen and rushed into Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen held Liao Shen in one hand and a blade of energy in the other, his face full of battle hunger as he reminded them. Now it officially begins. The plague god and heavenly punishment charged forward together and shouted angrily, brat, such insolent words. Down below, King sighed in admiration. I never thought senior brother would become so powerful. Could it be that he is already at the supreme realm? But Tianyo refuted at that moment, no, he is not. Tianyo spoke solemnly in assessment. Although he has received the spiritual power of the nine heavens ancient road, from what I can sense, he has only just broken through to the saint realm. Originally, the saint realm should not be able to fight against the heavenly venerate realm, but he is the first person in history to fully complete the ancient trial. Looking toward the powerful Lu Chen ahead, Tianyo continued in disbelief. It is simply impossible to imagine what kind of power he currently holds. The strength of the plague god and heavenly punishment is both as Bevam at the heavenly venerate realm. Just like the residents of Pyongyang town, the reason they can suppress the townspeople is because the divine and demon races were originally inhabitants of the nine heavens ancient road. The two of them can use the astral spiritual power throughout the entire space, while the townspeople can only use their own spiritual power, like a vast sea pressing down on a small spring. On the other side, the plague god and heavenly punishment had already been knocked down by Lu Chen, Tianyo continued, and Lu Chen at this moment can also mobilize the astral spiritual power of the nine heavens ancient road. Lu Chen looked toward the two people below and asked softly, is that all? Staying in the trial space to fight wooden dummies feels better than fighting you. Hearing this, that man angrily slammed his fist hard into the ground and shouted, damn it. Huadai's master raised his head, looked at the disciple before him, and asked in displeasure, Huadai, so he is your final trump card? Huadai quickly replied, that is right, my Chen has never disappointed me. Master's puppet is no longer his match. But at this moment, the old man suddenly revealed a sinister smile. In the next second, that man stood up, his whole body trembling from laughter. The old man said smugly, if your trump card is this brat, then today nothing will change. He stretched out his hand and his entire body was shrouded in black demonic energy. Do you think inviting the two demon gods, plague god and heavenly condemnation, is already my limit? Sensing something strange, Lu Chen glanced over warily. Right above him, a huge black sphere kept expanding. Heavenly condemnation said joyfully, it seems that relying on just the two of us is still not enough to complete the mission. Plague god also added, then let true terror descend. As soon as the words fell, the two were sucked toward that black object. At this moment, a cry rang out, using plague god and heavenly condemnation as catalysts. Let a total of 6 divine spirits descend into the present world. Before that voice had finished, the 6 gods and demons merged. Tianyo spoke with difficulty as he struggled to hold on. I did not expect such dense goo poison. Retreat quickly. At this moment, a foot gradually emerged from the black object. Desolate god descends appeared, his entire body pitch black, dense goo poison swirling around him. Lu Chen looked toward him with a stern face and remained silent. Sen said with satisfaction, the goo poison power accumulated over 10,000 years, the power of gods and demons, has finally merged into one. He looked toward Lu Chen and said, mortal brat, I shall reward the one who hastened my birth. But in his hand, a massive stream of demonic energy gathered. Descends turned toward him and said loudly, death bestowed by a true god will grant you glory. Lu Chen's face immediately became grim. That stream of demonic energy struck hard toward him, sending Lu Chen flying just like that. Lu Chen thought grimly to himself, too strong spiritual power of this level. Could it already be? Below, the earth and stones exploded as dust rose. Lu Chen asked himself in disbelief, the Emperor Venerable Realm. Before he could steady himself, a pitch-black hand rushed at him from behind. Lu Chen quickly turned with a smile and raised Liashin to block it, but unexpectedly Descends grabbed him tightly with one hand. That man clenched Lu Chen in his hand and said, "Let me take a careful look. Where exactly is the seal hidden on your body? I will search your primordial spirit sea of consciousness. I do not believe I cannot dig it out." Lu Chen struggled desperately to break free without stopping. Below, sweat poured Tian Ye's face as he urgently spoke. "This is bad. After fusing gods and demons, they have reached the Emperor Venerable Realm. No matter how fierce your senior brother is, his strength is only at the Saint Realm. If this continues," King Cheng cried out anxiously, "Senior brother." At this moment Descends answered happily, "Found it as expected. The seal is indeed hidden in your soul." Jing Shan appeared, looked at him, and warned, "Kid, this is bad. The gap in strength is too great. If your soul is corroded, you will be crippled." Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "Damn it, I still miscalculated, never expected this." Sens looked at him and shouted smugly, "Suffer, be unwilling. Your life will be the first firework welcoming the return of gods and demons." Lu Chen gritted his teeth in pain, his whole body gradually becoming indistinct as he trembled and said, "I never thought I would have to use my trump card on something like you." Seeing this, Descends also looked at him in confusion. He called out in a stern voice, "Feng Ling, Yu Ying." The two immediately appeared and answered, "Here." Descends sneered and said, "Illusory spirit body, what use is there in calling these two useless pieces of trash here? Their power cannot be used by you. They are nothing more than devices for recording history." Lu Chen looked at him with a stern face and reminded him, "History is meant to be used by people, to guide people the restrictions binding you. Today they break from here." Behind Feng Ling and Yu Ying, those restrictions shattered apart. The two of them answered quietly, "Yes, Eternal Trial Taker, the eternal divine power is now yours to use." The two placed their hands on his shoulders together and continued, "Yes, Breaker of the Ancient Road, the surging tide of history now guides your way." At this moment, divine fire rushed over and struck Descends. Feng Ling and Yu Ying continued, "We will reconstruct your foundation once again, alter your spiritual power, and with the authority of the two of us, help you temporarily obtain spiritual power that surpasses the limit." Below, Tianya shouted in disbelief, "What a terrifying advancement. In an instant he has already surpassed the Saint Realm and reached the Saint Lord Realm." Above in the sky, divine fire blazed brightly. Lu Chen held Liashin in his hand and rushed forward quickly. One sword stabbed in Descends, and his body slowly cracked. Lu Chen shouted with a stern face, "Disappear." From within Descends, a stream of fire divine power rushed out and knocked Lu Chen back. King Cheng called out anxiously, "Senior brother." Lu Chen flew up, and behind him, two pairs of great wings appeared. Holding Liashin in his hand, he shouted powerfully, "Divine level skill, Saint King Realm." Descends looked at him and said, "I did not expect that you could actually grasp the restrictions of the eternal inheritance. It seems today, lifting the seal on your body will be even harder than before. However, do not celebrate too soon." He bared his sharp teeth and loudly reminded him, "The seals in the other places have all been broken. This seal of yours is now only a single plank bridge." On the other side, Huadai's master smugly clenched his fist in excitement. "That is right, the seals in the 5 places are linked to one another. Pull one hair and the whole body moves. Even if this brat holds out for now, the other seals being broken is only a matter of time." But at this moment, Huadai behind him laughed aloud. That man turned back and asked her doubtfully, "Huadai, what is so funny?" At this moment, on the other side, Lu Chen covered his face and laughed loudly in mockery. "Ha ha ha ha, you truly have no idea what kind of people my masters are." Lu Chen and Huadai spoke in unison. I can hardly imagine them looking deflated. At the cosmic tree, the snake dragon bared its fangs without pause. Du Ying remained calm and said no more, simply cutting the snake dragon into 100 pieces. "With just this little ability, you still dare invade my territory." As for the loudspeaker tower, the divine bird was also sent off by Yao Si with a single arrow. Over at the heaven-defying palace, they were not inferior either. Master Yi Ru quickly won victory. And finally, at the evil sword tome, Master Jian King brought a spark and burned the strange monsters below clean away. Huadai's master looked into the scene mirror in disbelief, speechless. The next second, Huadai broke free from the chains. That man looked at her and shouted, "Huadai, you." Huadai looked at him and reminded him, "Master, you used so much goo poison on Chen's side. Are you looking down on me too much? I am also Chen's master. I cannot miss my share." Seeing that, he wanted to charge forward Huadai. Huadai said somewhat sadly, "Master, today is truly farewell." That man said angrily and resentfully, No, my plan spanning thousands of years should not end like this." At that moment, a pillar of light shot up to the sky. Jiang Xin charged angrily at Lu Chen, shouting, No, you must die. Today you must die." Lu Chen closed his eyes and said calmly, "Though it is only a temporary test of the Saint King Realm's power, reaching beyond this domain allows one to finally comprehend. After finishing, he opened his eyes and slashed at Jiang Lin. The way their master wielded power caused Jiang Lin to scream in pain. At this moment, the fifth master appeared in his consciousness to remind him no need to cling to sword techniques, nor be overly conscious of movement. For applying power, one should follow desire, easily manipulated. He looked at Liaoshan in his hand and thought, divine fire. He raised Liaoshan calmly, saying, after comprehending this realm, merely a thought in motion can create new spells and sword techniques. Lu Chen flew close to Jiang Lin and said coldly, today with the first sword I created, I will cut off your dog's head. Jiang Lin shouted in fear, no, don't. Lu Chen jumped and called out, Nine Heavens Radiant God. Divine fire shot out in continuous streams at Jiang Lin. He continued, annihilate gods and demons. Jiang Lin's face twisted in pain as divine fire enveloped him. Soon after, he was crushed by divine fire in midair. He gradually disappeared as divine fire streaked across the sky. King Cheng shouted joyfully, senior brother Yuan Tianya beside her praised, little, you're impressive. But at that moment, Lu Chen reached out, shouting to stop, don't come here. King Cheng asked in confusion, senior brother, what's wrong, wasn't the wild god already? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and said, not the wild god. He looked at the giant whirl in the sky and explained, after receiving the inheritance of the Nine Heavens ancient path, I finally understood why the celestial lords who sought it here did not wish to leave. Fang Ling behind replied, exactly, the celestial lords who understood the secret of the Nine Heavens ancient path willingly took on the responsibility to protect it. Yu Ying continued, implying the protector of the seal, not a minor town. Looking at the space gradually enveloped by demonic energy, she continued, but rather the guardian. King Cheng looked at Lu Chen and asked, what do you mean, senior brother, is the secret of the Nine Heavens ancient path that whirl in the sky? Lu Chen smiled calmly and replied, I received the inheritance of the Nine Heavens ancient path, and the celestial lords guarding here sacrificed themselves at the hands of the demon god to buy time for me, so naturally I must also fulfill this duty. The whirl gradually pulled in Lu Chen. He surrendered without resistance, saying, rest assured, I will fulfill the duties here for everyone and resolve the matter completely. He glanced at the girl below and gently reminded King Cheng, wait for me. Unexpectedly, King Cheng rushed forward and embraced Lu Chen, giving him a passionate kiss. Below, Tianya warned, King Cheng, standing with him like that will get pulled to the other side of the rift. King Cheng and Lu Chen finished their kiss. She held Lu Chen's hand tightly and said firmly, we have reached the end of the Nine Heavens ancient path. Why not continue forward together? Wherever senior brother goes, I will follow you to the end. Lu Chen looked at her affectionately and called, King Cheng. Lu Chen embraced King Cheng and gently agreed, all right, we go together. Then they ascended together towards the whirl. Lu Chen said, my junior sister, the most elegant in the 10 realms, the one supreme under heaven and earth, wherever we go, I will protect you, rest assured. King Cheng sweetly replied, yes, I obey senior brother. And after a while the door closed, Lu Chen and King Cheng passed into another space, ending the scene here, and the story concludes. If everyone enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to follow the next story.